Dragon Kingdom, Jiangcheng, Riverside Restaurant. Brother, won't your girlfriend be angry if she finds out you're feeding me? Hearing the sweet, coquettish voice, Sukin looked up and saw a woman weighing nearly 200 pounds with a shy expression on her face. The next second, Sukan's hand trembled, and the chopsticks plunged directly into a crevices. He twitched his lips. These chopsticks did it themselves. Brother, you're so naughty. The woman licked her lips, her eyes gleaming. Sukin frowned. Who are you? He quickly recalled that he had just been tricking the neighbor's kid out of lollipops, and now he was here. Time travel. Sukin looked at the mirror on the table. The boy in the mirror had exquisitely sculpted features and eyes like stars. Sukin instantly accepted reality. No matter where I am, I haven't lost face. Sukan, you're getting bolder and bolder. A cold, angry female voice rang out. A white-haired, red-eyed girl approached, her features exquisitely elfin. She stared at Sukin. You actually used the money I earned to treat another woman to dinner? Sukin was taken aback. Who are you? Su Yulua, your sister. After the white-haired girl Su Yulua finished speaking, she slammed her hand on the marble table. The desktop instantly cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. Sukan's eyelids twitched. Don't be impulsive. Su Yulua said coldly. I'll deal with you later. She turned to look at the fat woman. You dare to seduce my brother? The fat woman ignored her and looked at Sukan. Brother, your sister is so fierce. Sukan's face darkened. Shut up. Su Yulua couldn't take it anymore, grabbed the fat woman by the back of her collar, and threw her out of the restaurant like a chicken. The fat woman fell at the doorway, quickly got up, and said, You wait. I, Chen Xiaohong, won't let this go. Then she turned and ran away. The restaurant was abuzz with discussion. Master Nest is something else. His strength is terrifying. But we can't just attack like that, can we? Su Yulua looked at Sukin again, her eyes filled with anger. Your turn. Sukin took a step back. Calm down. It's all a misunderstanding. Attention Jiangcheng citizens. The Nest Master Awakening Ceremony will be held in Garden Square in half an hour. Eligible citizens are requested to go immediately. The broadcast sounded. Su Yulu's expression changed, and she grabbed Sukin by the neck. Go. Sukin was lifted up, his face pressed against her body, struggling to breathe. Hey, it's your brother. Su Yulu said coldly. Now you know it's your brother? The two quickly headed to the garden square. The square was packed with young men and women on the verge of awakening. Look, it's Senior Xiaomu. He's actually back in Jiangcheng. So handsome. I'm in love. The crowd erupted instantly. Sukin followed the gaze and saw a black-haired, blue-eyed boy sitting casually on an iron chair. Below him, 8 black, half-human, half-beast creatures, all wearing sunglasses, carried him. Sukin couldn't help but think, are these black people carrying a coffin? Su Yulu rolled her eyes at him. That's his unit, the dark half-human. Unit? Xiaomu awakened the dark cave nest. The dark half-man is a silver tier unit, and he is now most likely a rank 4 nest master, capable of wiping out an entire village with a single attack. Just then, Xiaomu suddenly looked up and met Sukan's gaze. Sukin said calmly, he's not as handsome as me. Xiaomu's expression froze, and shock flashed in his eyes. He had been confident in his appearance and strength, but at this moment he felt a sense of suppression. Who is this person? He whispered. Sukin had already looked away, his expression calm. In terms of looks, there's really no need to compare anymore. On the platform, 8 teams were lined up in order. Su Yulu led Sukan to the very last team. This team has fewer than 100 members. Xiaomu is in charge of this team's awakening. He was slightly taken aback when he saw Sukin standing there. The fact that the 18-year-olds were in the same group meant that this was their last chance to awaken. The Nest Master Awakening begins at age 15 and continues until age 18, with each person having 4 chances. The first attempt has the highest success rate, decreasing with each subsequent attempt. Awakening successful. A voice suddenly came from afar. A red light flashed, and a fiery puppy appeared beneath a boy's feet. Bronze Unit, Firestorm Hound. The person in charge announced the results. The crowd immediately began to murmur. It's actually a bronze-level unit. He failed last year, but succeeded this year. He was lucky. He's already considered a genius among bronze-level soldiers. Listening to the discussion, Sukin learned that there were different ranks for different types of soldiers. Bronze soldiers were already considered geniuses, while silver soldiers were even more exceptional. Awakening successful, another voice rang out. A girl appeared, holding a handful of emerald green grass. Black Iron Unit, Jumping Grass. The crowd discussed it again. Although the jumping grass was of the black iron rank, it could evolve into a bronze grass sprite, and even a silver grass sprite. The awakening process continued, with most of the awakening occurring in the first 6 teams. The third awakening attempt failed completely. Soon, it was Su Kan's team's turn. He looked slightly tense. Su Kan, do you think we can succeed? A chubby boy asked. Su Kan glanced at him and casually patted him on the shoulder. There are so many people who can't awaken, one more won't make a difference. The crowd erupted in laughter. Wang Dachui, you're 18 already, and you still want to awaken? If any of you succeed, I'll eat shit upside down. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wang Dachui, trembling, stepped onto the magic circle. The array patterns glowed faintly. Holy crap, it's reacting. Could it really succeed? The light distorted, and a swarm of gray insects emerged, circling overhead. Dozens of gray flying insects formed a dark cloud. Stink bugs. A coin-sized, gray flying insect. That's it. Wang Dachui walked off the stage dejectedly. It's okay. Maybe I'll become the fart king someday. Su Kan said casually. The king of farts. Wang Dachui smiled wryly. The surrounding mockery continued. Who just said someone successfully ate shit upside down? Xiaomu said coldly. Next. Su Kan walked onto the stage. His expression was calm, and his steps were unhurried. Su Kan stepped into the array. The next moment, the space of consciousness suddenly changed. A verdant mountain peak appeared in midair, its lights swirling. Countless emerald green insect shadows appeared, dense as rain. Is this my type of soldier? He stretched out his hand. The mountain peak rapidly shrank and fell into his palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the nest, the verdant mountain range, and the bronze soldier, the azure refining insect. Ding! The host's appearance is off the charts. The most handsome system in history is activated. Su Kan chuckled softly. A screen of light appeared before his eyes, displaying information. Su Kan, first rank Nest Master. Nest, Verdant Mountain Range. Level 1, 0%. Population 50/50ths. Output Azure Blade Insect. Talents sharp teeth and mouth, hard as steel. The Azure Refining Insect has sharp pincers that can tear apart refined iron and also possesses spirit-breaking properties. Its body is as hard as steel and can block almost any sharpness. Su Kan couldn't help but whisper, the strongest spear and the strongest shield are only bronze-level units? How strong must silver-level units be? At this moment, tens of thousands of people in the square stared at the verdant light on the rosy platform, and an uproar instantly broke out. Such a strong aura of awakening energy. It must be a silver-tier unit, right? Even Xiao Mu's awakening didn't cause this much of a commotion. I think it could even be gold tier. In one corner of the garden square, Su Yulua stared intently at Su Kan. On the other side, the purple-haired girl Lu Qingyu crossed her arms and coldly looked at the podium. A servant whispered a reminder. Miss, it's time to go back and cultivate today, or the master will be angry again. Lu Qingyu said coldly, shut up. A wave of air instantly dissipated, and the surroundings immediately became quiet. Su Kan glanced at the panel again and noticed an evolution point section, but it showed 0. He guessed that this was probably a system-specific resource. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, the surrounding blue light suddenly receded, and Xiao Mu was already standing in front of him. Xiao Mu stared at the azure refining insect hovering around Su Kan, awakening successful. But the next second, laughter erupted from the square. Ha ha ha, look, it's a green firefly. Such a commotion, and it turns out this thing awakened. I'm dying of laughter. Besides pollination, fireflies are practically useless. They're not even as good as stink bugs. Su Kan was slightly taken aback, then understood. These people actually mistook the azure refining insect for the azure firefly. Just as everyone was laughing, a cold voice suddenly came. What's wrong with the green fireflies? I think they're perfect. My thornflower fairy is just missing a pollinator. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lu Qingyu walking over with long legs, her light purple hair shimmering slightly in the sunlight. The crowd gasped in surprise. Princess Lu Qingyu of the Lu family. She's here too. Her thornflower fairy is a silver-rank soldier. Lu Qingyu walked up to Su Kan, slightly raised her chin, and said, come with me, and I'll take care of you from now on. The entire room erupted in cheers. Su Kan's heart skipped a beat. A rich woman wanted to keep him as a mistress? He certainly wasn't a money grubber, but if she was worth billions, then it wasn't out of the question. Just then, Su Yulu walked over, her silver hair flying, her ruby-like eyes filled with hostility. You, Lu Qingyu, trying to seduce my brother again. Lu Qingyu smiled faintly. I have the marriage certificate that Su Kan signed back then. A ring flashed on her fingertip, and a marriage certificate appeared in her hand. It's in black and white, And there's even Su Kan's fingerprint. It can't be faked. Su Yulua's face turned red with anger. Despicable. You tricked him into signing it with a candied hawthorn back then. Lu Qingyu's smile deepened. But if I remember correctly, you were the one who encouraged him to sign it back then. You even said those candied hawthorns were incredibly sweet. Sukin was speechless. It turned out that 8 years ago, he had actually signed this contract of servitude because of a candied hawthorn. However, considering that she was a wealthy woman, he felt it wasn't entirely unforgivable. Su Yulua and Lu Qingyu stood together, and the atmosphere instantly became tense, while the onlookers were extremely excited. Su Yulu snorted coldly, then suddenly revealed a sly smile. This marriage certificate is from 10 years ago. Sukin was still young then, so it doesn't count. Lu Qingyu looked at Su Kan. Then let Sukin decide for himself. How about that? Su Yulu immediately crossed her arms. Okay, I believe he will make the right choice. Lu Qingyu looked at Su Kan and said, as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, I own 20% of the company's shares, worth nearly 1 billion yuan, as well as more than a dozen luxury cars and 3 mansions. Sukin almost succumbed on the spot. Stop talking. What position do you like? Sukan. Su Yulua instantly bristled. Her red eyes widened, and her little fists clenched tightly. Sukin immediately shrank back. I mean, how does she like to leave? I want to see her off. Su Yulu then snorted coldly. You're smart enough to know what's good for you. Lu Qingyu gave Sukin a deep look, then turned to leave. Sukin knew in his heart that if he agreed to Lu Qingyu's request, things might not all be good in a wealthy family. Just then, a rough voice came from outside the crowd. Who is Su Kan? How dare you deceive my sister's feelings? Su Yulu's face darkened. When did you start secretly flirting with bad women again? Lu Qingyu also stopped and turned around to stare straight at Su Kan. Sukin looked completely innocent. Why did one problem after another keep popping up? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, It's him! It's him! It's him! Soon, Chen Xiaohong pulled a burly man with a dark face into the room and pointed at Su Kan, saying, Brother Xiaohei, this is Su Kan. Su Kan's face darkened. So it was her again. Chen Xiaohong put her hands on her hips and said, That red-haired girl next to him is his sister. Isn't she pretty? The red-haired girl is yours, Su Kan is mine. Chen Xiaohei slapped her on the head. Do you even have the right to speak here? Su Kan is mine. Red hair is yours to take or leave me. Chen Xiaohong said aggrievedly. Didn't we agree on this before we came? Chen Xiaohei replied righteously. Didn't you say that Su Kan was so handsome? Su Yulua's eyes twitched with anger, while Su Kan felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Qingyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Xiaohei suddenly bent over, put his hands on the ground, and poked his head out from between his legs. Hey bro, do you think this pose is okay? Startled, Su Yulu immediately hid behind Su Kan's face darkened further, and he simply refused. I like females. Chen Xiaohei instantly turned hostile. Kid, don't be stubborn and refuse to listen to reason. It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. After saying that, he shouted to the surroundings. Everyone, be the judge. This guy deceived my beautiful sister. Is there any justice in this world? Chen Xiaohong immediately pouted, pretending to cry. Someone nearby almost vomited, but was immediately scared away by Chen Xiaohei's glare. Sukin was on the verge of tears. At this moment, Xiaomu walked over from the platform. Since everyone was a nest master, let's resolve this in the nest master way. Sukin blinked. The nest master's method? Xiaomu smiled slightly. Naturally, it's through combat. Whoever wins, will listen to them. He had always been interested in Su Kan's military branch. The little green insect resembled a firefly, yet it also had a strange quality. He could use Chen Xiaohei's troublemaking as an opportunity to test its authenticity. Sukin was speechless. I just awakened. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The first battle has begun. Sensing the host's fighting spirit, defeat Chen Xiaohei and receive 100 evolution points as a reward. Sukin nearly vomited blood. Where was his fighting spirit? He clearly only wanted to play it safe and develop his character. Xiaomu had already spoken. Don't worry, you've just awakened, and Chen Xiaohei is only a first-grade nest master. This battle is fair and reasonable. He scanned the crowd and slowly asked, Do any of you have any objections to my decision? Chen Xiaohei immediately nodded. No objections. 6 years ago, he awakened the nesting drumming frog field, which nurtured the black iron soldier type, the drumming frog. But at the age of 20, he was still stuck at the first-rank nest master. But Sukin had only just awakened, and he didn't believe he would lose. Besides, he still had some trump cards up his sleeve. Su Yulu was the first to object. I disagree. My brother has only just awakened. This battle is completely unfair. The people around them started discussing it. Sukin had awakened a green firefly, which had no offensive capabilities. Wasn't fighting Chen Xiaohe just asking for trouble? Chen Xiaohe's eyes lit up when he heard the words green firefly. Green fireflies were notoriously useless. They were practically useless in combat, let alone self-defense. Lu Qingyu also spoke coldly. I disagree as well. Xiaomu was immediately in a dilemma. Sukan's type of soldier seemed to be an extremely rare existence. If it really was that type of soldier, Sukan might not necessarily lose this battle. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Sukan suddenly said, I'll fight him. Since the system had issued the task, he certainly wouldn't back down. Besides, Chen Xiaohe was only a first-grade nest master at 20 years old. He didn't look like a master at all. He also wanted to test whether the Azure refining worm was as powerful as the system described. The plaza erupted in chaos. Holy crap, Sukan really agreed? Can green fireflies fight? Or are they just pollinators for Chen Xiaohe? Sukan was utterly exasperated. These people were really out of their minds. Fearing he might change his mind, Chen Xiaohe immediately waved his hand. Come out, drumming frog. 5 black frogs, each the size of a soccer ball, appeared in front of him, their scarlet frog eyes fixed on Sukan. Xiaomu reminded them. The black iron soldier, the drumming frog, has weak static vision but extremely strong dynamic vision. Its croaking sounds like drumming and can cause slight dizziness. Sukan took a deep breath and summoned the Azure refining insects. 50 coin-sized, emerald green insects were scattered on either side of him. Chen Xiaohe was completely relieved. It really is a green firefly. But Xiaomu kept a closer eye on it. There are normally only 30 green fireflies, so Sukan's number is wrong. Sukan ignored the crowd's voices, but felt a little uneasy under the stares of the 5 frogs' red eyes. If they were going to fight, they should fight. Why were they staring at him like that? He's handsome, but we're not the same species. This relationship isn't right. Seeing both sides ready, Xiaomu announced directly, the battle begins. Everyone immediately made way for him. Chen Xiaohe grinned. Don't worry, brother will be very gentle. 5 croaking frogs suddenly leaped towards Sukan. Sukan immediately commanded the green refining insects to split into 5 groups and surround the 5 drumming frogs. The next second, the Azure refining insects transformed into streaks of azure light, moving at an astonishing speed. The onlookers were immediately stunned. So fast. Do fireflies move that fast? Chen Xiaohe scoffed. What good is speed? Drumming frog, eat them all. The croaking frog's tongue shot out instantly, so fast that only a blur could be seen. Sukan hurriedly shouted, scatter. The green refining insect was even faster, narrowly avoiding the attack each time, and Chen Xiaohe's expression finally turned somewhat ugly. But then Sukan suddenly realized that the Azure refining worm possessed 2 innate abilities, sharp teeth and a mouth as tough as steel. Wouldn't it be perfect to break it open from the inside once it entered his stomach? He gave a deep order. Attack head-on. The Azure refining insects instantly reformed into 5 strands and charged directly at the drumming frog. Chen Xiaohe laughed loudly. Food delivered to our doorstep. Why not eat it? The drumming frog's tongue flew out, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed the green-striped worms one by one. In less than 2 seconds, not a single green cricket could be seen in the square, leaving only 5 black frogs with bulging bellies. Chen Xiaohe said smugly, Sukan, are you trying to make my frog choke on those little bugs? Sukan glanced at him indifferently. You lost. Chen Xiaohe felt like he'd heard the biggest joke in the world when he heard Sukan's words. I lost. It's not even dark yet, and you're already dreaming? But the next second, a piercing croaking sound suddenly rang out. The 5 croaking frogs that were lying on the ground all collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the green worms that had been swallowed burst forth from the backs of the drumming frogs, their bodies completely unharmed. Chen Xiaohe's face changed instantly. How could this be? Not only him, but all the students in the square were also dumbfounded. Are green fireflies really that powerful? Stupid, can't you see that yet? Sukan's awakened form is definitely not a green firefly. Xiaomu's eyes flickered slightly. Sukan's troops were indeed not ordinary green fireflies. Sukan crossed his arms. You should admit defeat. Actually, he had been a little worried just now, as he could clearly sense that the Azure refining worm was not injured at all. Under his command, the green cricket easily bit through the stomach of the croaking frog, causing stomach acid to rush in and kill the frog instantly. Chen Xiaohe sneered, admit defeat? Although I don't know what despicable methods you used, this battle is not over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint spiritual light shone in his palm, and soon a transparent light shield enveloped his entire body. With the protective shield around him, Chun Xiaohe became smug again. The drumming frog could spawn again after it died, and as long as he could hold out for a while, he could still turn the tables. Kid, if you don't want to suffer, it's not too late to admit defeat. Sukin was stunned. What is this thing? Is it some kind of high-tech gadget? Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, Spirit Shield Technique. Chun Xiaohe actually knows spirit techniques. Sukin is in trouble now. With the Spirit Shield Technique, even level 1 troops can't break through it in a short time. Sukin then realized that the Nest Master not only commanded troops to fight, but could also master skills himself. Chun Xiaohe stomped his foot and charged towards Sukan. Sukan did not retreat, but directly commanded 50 Azure Refining Insects to meet them. The Azure Refining Insects' sharp teeth and mouths possessed spirit-breaking properties. Chun Xiaohe scoffed. You think you can stop me with these bugs? A level 1 unit can't break through my spirit shield. Sukan remained calm and ordered the Azure Refining Insects to surround Chun Xiaohe's head, blocking his vision while frantically biting at the light shield. The spiritual shield scattered with chaotic light, as if being frantically sliced by countless jagged teeth. Chun Xiaohe, his vision blocked, yelled angrily, Damn it! You're infuriating. He tried to attack the Azure Refining Insect from inside, but the spiritual shield protected him while also blocking his hand. The onlookers grew increasingly astonished. What kind of unit was this? A level 1 unit could bite through the spirit shield of a first-rank Nest Master. Could this be a silver unit? At this moment, Lu Qingyu, who had been silent all along, spoke up. This is the Azure Refining Insect. Xiao Mu added, a bronze-grade soldier, the Azure Refining Insect. A nearby awakening ceremony officiant exclaimed, the fangs are sharp enough to cut through gold and iron, and can devour spirits and break through armor. The body is tough enough to withstand swords, axes, water, and fire. The crowd erupted in uproar. How could such a unit, capable of both offense and defense, be merely a bronze-level unit? The host shook his head and said, the green-bladed insects are both strong and weak. They are indestructible, but they are extremely afraid of bamboo. If they touch bamboo, they will become weak and limp. Furthermore, the green-bladed insect has no evolutionary path and can only grow to level 3 at most. If it cannot evolve, even if it is not countered by bamboo, it is far from invincible. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, Look! Chun Xiaohe's spirit shield has cracked. Chun Xiaohe's spirit shield began to crack from his face, instantly spreading throughout his body. The spirit shield shattered with a deafening roar. The Azure Refining Insects hovered above his head. Chun Xiaohe's face turned pale. These insects shattered the spirit shield in less than a minute. If they had bitten him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He opened his mouth as if to admit defeat. I admit defeat. Before he could finish speaking, several green crickets crawled into his mouth, silencing him. Sukin sneered, Want to admit defeat? Too late. He stepped forward and kicked Chun Xiaohe in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Enraged, Chun Xiaohe suddenly stood up and threw a punch in retaliation. The moment he moved, a sharp pain shot through his mouth, and he spat out a broken tooth mixed with blood. Sukin quickly retreated. Still trying to ambush me? He stared at Chun Xiaohe. Didn't you just ask me what moves I liked? Turn around, lie down, and stick your butt out. Chun Xiaohe's face turned red, but he dared not disobey and could only do as he was told. He lay down, sticking his butt out, and unconsciously wiggled it a couple of times. Sukin was speechless. This guy must be out of his mind. He waved his hand, and a green cricket flew behind him, instantly slicing off a large piece of fabric. The crowd erupted in uproar. Chun Xiaohe's butt is so white. What is Sukin trying to do? Sukin's face darkened. Shut up, he said coldly. Stand up. Place your hands on your trouser seams. Chun Xiaohe did as he was told. Sukin waved his hand again, and 2 green silkworms drew a heart shape on his chest, while 2 pieces of cloth fell to the ground. Xiao Mu walked over at this moment, glanced at Sukan, and had only one thought in his mind. How cunning. He cleared his throat. This referee declares Sukin the winner. After saying that, he looked at Chun Xiaohe. Why haven't you admitted defeat yet? Chun Xiaohe pointed to his mouth, which was being stretched open by the insects, and whimpered. With a thought, Sukin sent out the Azure Refining Insects. Just as the last one crawled onto his teeth, Chun Xiaohe bit down hard. His teeth shattered. Chun Xiaohe was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. Sukin said calmly, Get lost. Before leaving, Chun Xiaohe threatened, I'm a member of the Black Wolf mercenary group. This isn't over. After saying that, he turned and ran. Lu Qingyu walked to Su Can's side. The Black Wolf mercenary group is considered a medium-sized force in Jiangqing. The leader, Shi Dalong, is a 5th-grade nest master. If you join my Lu family, he won't dare to touch you. Su Can blinked. Then how about 2 times the courage? Xiaomu face-bombed. This kid really knows how to argue. Su Yulu asked worriedly. Su Can. Xiaomu waved his hand. Don't worry, Chen Xiaohei is just a 1st-grade nest master. He has no status in the group. I'll be staying in Jiangqing for a while, so contact me if you need anything. He took out his phone and said, add me as a friend. As soon as Su Can picked up his phone, Su Yulu immediately became alert. Why did you add my brother? Is there something wrong with your strange smile? Xiaomu said helplessly. I'm returning to Jiangsheng for the once every 3 years secret realm, the Baihe Mudflats. Come with me then, and I guarantee you'll gain a lot. Su Can's heart skipped a beat. Take me to a dungeon? The Baihe Beach opens once every 3 years, and Xiaomu obtained quite a few good items when he participated last time. It's said that any nest master under 20 years old can participate in the Baihe Beach event. Does that mean we can go too? While at the garden square, he added Xiaomu as a friend. Su Can looked at the file Xiaomu sent him, Nest Master Meditation Method, from beginner to grave. The reason he added Xiaomu as a friend was because the system suddenly issued a mission, ding. First exploration of the secret realm. Enter a secret realm and sign in to receive a reward of 300 evolution points. He naturally wouldn't refuse free evolution points. He was currently a 1st-grade nest master, with level 1 Green Mountain Ridge and 50 Azure refining insects, but upgrading his nest to level 2 required 500 points. The document is very simple. After a nest master awakens their nest, they can gather spiritual power through meditation. This spiritual power can strengthen the body and also be used to cast spells. Su Yulua's earlier shattering of the dining table with a single palm strike was an effect of enhanced spiritual power. Chen Xiaohei's spirit shield technique is also a spiritual technique, and even the most basic spirit shield technique costs a whopping 10,000 dragon coins. Su Can was looking around when he was suddenly bumped into. He was about to get angry when he looked up and saw Su Yulua. He immediately laughed. Hee, I don't watch where I'm going. Su Yulu stared at him. Su Can, I've noticed you're a little different. Su Can laughed. You've become more handsome after awakening. Su Yulua said calmly. You've also become more shameless. The two arrived at the market, where the crab vendor greeted them warmly. Handsome, why don't you buy your girlfriend a snow crab to nourish her? Su Yulua said coldly. I am his sister. The boss laughed and said, I knew you two looked like siblings. Su Yulua said expressionlessly, we're not blood siblings. The shopkeeper was taken aback, and Su Can silently noted it down. Su Yulua asked, how much? The shopkeeper chuckled, 199. Su Yulu turned to leave. The shopkeeper hurriedly called out, try to bargain. Su Yulua turned around. How much? The shopkeeper swallowed. 19 yuan and 90 cents. Su Can looked on with admiration. The shopkeeper took out a huge white crab, and Su Can asked, is this a military unit? The shopkeeper laughed and said, otherwise, where would I catch such a big crab? Su Yulua explained, snow crabs are black iron soldiers. They don't have much combat power, and they're expensive to raise. The shopkeeper suddenly leaned closer. Young man, Mianchuan Pavilion also has some good stuff. Su Can asked, what? The shopkeeper smiled meaningfully. A type of soldier that can bring you some joy. Su Can instantly understood. The next second, Su Yulua stomped on his foot. Su Can gasped in pain. Why did you step on me? Su Yulu snorted coldly and left with the snow crab. The two returned to an old, dilapidated building with vegetables and bamboo planted in the yard. Su Yulu picked some vegetables and went into the kitchen, while Su Can sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone. A video popped up. In the scene, a bald man stands suspended in midair above the sea, while a giant octopus carcass floats on the surface in the distance. Several golden-clad monks stood on the octopus, one of them diving into the water and carrying the corpse on the waves with one hand. The bald man waved, leading everyone away into the sky. Su Can's eyes lit up. A nest master could actually fly. Zhao Zheng is getting stronger and stronger. The troll octopus was a level 7 ferocious beast, yet he killed it with ease. Is he still a 6th-rank nest master? He can kill enemies of higher ranks so easily. He really has the bearing of a king. Su Can scrolled through the video comments, watching with great interest. After watching several videos, he finally gained a general understanding of this world. Nest masters were divided into 9 ranks, from 1st to 9th. Above the ninth rank are kings and marquises. A king or marquis is a powerful figure who can single-handedly withstand 1,000,000 soldiers. Their strength is terrifyingly absurd. This world is not peaceful. Countless ferocious beasts lurk outside human cities, and there are also a large number of sea beasts in the sea. Even in the near sea, high-level sea beasts often appear. Besides ferocious beasts and sea monsters, there are also demons. Demons form their own realm, known as the Nine Netherworld Demon Realm. The Demon Realm boasts a complete civilization of hundreds of races, and the war between humans and demons has never ceased since ancient times. There is a lot of information about demons online, including cone-headed demons with heads as sharp as iron cones, thousand-faced demons who can change their faces, and snake princesses with human bodies and snake tails who are extremely skilled at seduction. While this information was useful, what Sukin needed most right now was information about his predecessor. After all, he didn't even know where his own room was. Fortunately, this world had online identity tracking, and after unlocking his phone with his fingerprint, he quickly found the information. Su Kan, 16 years old, entered Jiangxing Orphanage at the age of 1 and left at the age of 10. Now he is a student in Class 3 of Senior 3 at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Su Yulua, 15 years old, entered Jiangxing Orphanage at the age of 2 and left at the age of 9. She is a student in Class 5 of Grade 11 at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Seeing this, Sukin realized that Su Yulua was not joking when she said they weren't biological siblings. However, with his black hair and black eyes, and Su Yulu's white hair and red eyes, if they were truly siblings, the problem would be even bigger. The simple nature of their relationship relieved Su Kan. Even if his personality changed slightly, it could be explained by the successful Fourth Awakening. Afterward, he began searching for information about the Azure refining insect. The green refining insect is an ancient and exotic insect with sharp claws and a hard body, but it is naturally afraid of bamboo. Even a level 3 green refining insect can be restrained by ordinary bamboo. With a thought, Sukin saw a green cricket land on his finger. Its legs were covered in barbs that pricked his skin slightly, and its fangs opened and closed, revealing bright, beady eyes. If only you weren't afraid of bamboo. He touched the shell of the green-bladed insect. It was cold and hard, like a piece of refined iron. How could something so hard be afraid of bamboo? Sukin remembered there was bamboo in the yard, so he took the green-bladed insect and went over. As soon as he got close, the green-bladed insect fell to the ground and lay motionless. Through their mental connection, Sukin could sense an extreme fear emanating from it. It was an innate suppression. Sukin summoned the remaining 49 Azure Flame insects. The next second, the Azure Flame insects fell to the ground with a clatter. Only a few that were far away struggled to climb out until they were 3 meters away from the bamboo, before returning to normal. Sukin frowned. This restraint is a bit too outrageous. Just then, the system voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Troop Evolution Mission issued. Slay a level 1 demon beast, and receive the following reward. Azure Firefly Evolution Path. Silver Troop Azure Firefly, 100 evolution points. Sukin's eyes lit up. Holy crap, as expected of the super handsome system. From now on, I'll call you the second most handsome man in the world. At that moment, Su Yulua appeared behind him without him noticing, her tone unusually gentle. Su Kan, although the green refining insect is countered by bamboo, it can still be very powerful if used properly. Sukin was startled. Why does this girl walk so silently? Su Yulua glanced at the bamboo in the yard. Let's get rid of these bamboo plants later, so the green-bladed insects will be more comfortable. Sukin nodded. Keeping this bamboo was indeed like having a knife to his own throat. The two returned to the living room, where a meal was already laid out on the dining table, with snow crab placed in the center. Sukin took a sniff and her eyes lit up. It smells so good. Su Yulu glanced at him. Today, to celebrate your successful awakening, I spent 19 Kowloon coins, enough for a whole week's worth of food. After saying that, she added, now that you've awakened, come fishing with me in the Baiha River later. After lunch, while Su Yulua was washing the dishes, Sukin quickly explored the 2-story building and finally found his room. He wanted to help wash the dishes, but under Su Yulu's expressionless gaze, he gave up. Was she really his sister or his stepmother? Sukin sat back in his room and opened the Nest Master meditation method, from beginner to grave, sent by Xiao Mu. After a nest master awakens its nest, it can generate spiritual power within its body through meditation, and can also recover its spiritual power through meditation after it is depleted. However, the quantity and quality of spiritual power cannot be improved through meditation. They can only be enhanced by upgrading the nest level. The meditation method is very short. The main idea is to immerse the mind and connect the home, the body, and the outside world, forming a cycle with the home as the center. Xiaomu had made quite a few notes on it, but Sukin glanced at them and could only say they were completely useless. Why bother taking notes on something so simple? Sukin confidently turned off his phone and began meditating according to the steps. 2 hours later, his phone suddenly vibrated. Sukin, still half asleep, wiped his mouth and said irritably, "Who's disturbing my sleep?" Upon opening it, I saw a message from Xiaomu. "How's the meditation going? Did you succeed?" Sukin froze for a few seconds before suddenly realizing, "Holy crap, I just fell asleep." Xiaomu sent another message. "Meditation is very simple. I succeeded in less than an hour back then." Sukin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. 3 minutes later, Sukin started to feel sleepy. He slammed his head against the wall, feeling utterly hopeless. Just then, the system voice sounded. Ding. Meditation technique detected. Host, do you wish to spend 30 evolution points to learn it? Sukin instantly perked up. As expected of the handsome system, I'll learn. The next second, he successfully learned the meditation technique. Sukin immediately felt a strange connection between himself and the nest, as if something in the surrounding air was constantly entering his body. Warm air gathered in his abdomen, and he vaguely saw a white light the size of a mung bean appear inside his body, which then slowly grew to the size of a marble. This is his inner vision, and it also reflects his current total spiritual energy. As his spiritual energy condenses, Sukin clearly feels that his body has become much stronger. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Xiaomu stared at his phone. If Sukin couldn't even muster spiritual energy, she probably wouldn't be able to accompany him into the Baiha mudflats. At this moment, Sukin finally replied, "The meditation method is too simple. I succeeded in 10 minutes. Xiaomu looked at the message and his lips twitched. It was fine if it only took 10 minutes, but was it really necessary to emphasize that it took him an hour? However, he still breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "It's good that you succeeded. See you at Baiha Beach in half a month." Sukin immediately replied, "I've heard that the Baiha mudflats are very dangerous. I'm an orphan, and my sister and I depend on each other for survival. We can't afford any spiritual arts." He had checked the information and found that the Baiha River mudflats were a small secret realm. There were no high-level ferocious beasts in it, but it was still dangerous for first and second grade nest masters. If it weren't for his craving for system evolution points, he really wouldn't want to go. Soon, Xiaomu sent him a file. "This is the spiritual light shield technique. Try to master it within half a month." Sukin's eyes lit up. Spiritual arts are valuable items. The spiritual shield is even stronger than Chun Xiaohei's spiritual shield technique, and it sells for a whopping 30,000 dragon coins online. He understood that this was the reward Xiaomu had given him in advance. The greater the reward, the greater the risk. This time, the Baiha mudflats were probably not so simple. Even if it weren't for the spiritual arts, he would still go for the evolution points. Without hesitation, Sukin immediately began practicing the spirit light shield. Half an hour later, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! A spirit technique has been detected that can be learned. Would you like to spend 50 evolution points to learn the spirit shield basics? Sukin instantly sobered up. 50 evolution points for just getting started? Spiritual arts are divided into 4 stages: beginner, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Getting started is this expensive. But knowing that survival was paramount, he gritted his teeth and said, "I will study." The next second, a diagram of the human body's energy pathways appeared in his mind, with the flow of spiritual energy clearly visible. His spiritual energy circulated within him, and a faint, rhomboid light shield appeared around him. The shield wasn't thick, but it inexplicably gave Sukin a greater sense of security. He summoned the Azure flying insects to test the defense. The Azure flying insects clung to the spirit shield and kept gnawing at it. 3 minutes later, the spirit shield was finally broken. Sukin nodded in satisfaction. It's much stronger than Chun Xiaohei's broken shield. However, after the spiritual shield is broken, the spiritual energy flow will be temporarily disrupted, and it will take a few minutes before it can be cast again. Just then, the door was flung open with a bang. Suyulu stood there, hands on her hips. Sleeping for so long at noon, and locking the door. Could she be doing something strange in the room? Sukin's face darkened. Am I that kind of person? Suyulu clenched her fist expressionlessly. Aren't you? Sukin immediately shut up. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. He changed the subject. Didn't we say we were going fishing to make money this afternoon? Let's go. 3 minutes later, Sukin appeared carrying a fish basket half his height on his back, holding a long-handled harpoon in his hand, and wearing a tattered straw hat on his head. Suyulu stood empty-handed beside him, sizing him up. Not bad, judging by your demeanor. You're sure to catch a lot of fish today. Sukin protested. Why don't you take it? Suyulu snorted. I spent the whole morning clearing the bamboo in the yard. Sukin glanced at her, but didn't expose her. Those few clumps of bamboo would probably be smashed to dust in a few blows by a violent woman like her. Suyulu felt a little guilty under his gaze. Let's go quickly. It's dangerous outside the city after sunset. I'll give you an extra dragon coin every week from now on. Sukan's lips twitched. Are you sure you're my sister and not my mother? Soon, the two arrived at the Baiha River. Although it is called a river, Baiha is actually tens of meters wide, and its surface is shrouded in mist, resembling a lake that stretches to the horizon. Sukin glanced at the harpoon in his hand, his face full of suspicion. The water was so deep. He couldn't possibly go down and spear fish, could he? Suyulu held out her hand. Give me the harpoon. Sukin tentatively asked. Are you going down to fish? Suyulu rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? I'm a nestmaster too, okay? With a wave of her hand, 5 snow-white figures appeared by the river, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Sukin was startled. This was the Snow Maiden. Dressed in white as snow, with white hair and snow-white eyes, she was beautiful and had an exceptionally outstanding figure. The silver unit, Yukiana, is extremely popular online and is the dream unit for almost every man. But if Suyulu has awakened a silver-tier soldier, why is she still so poor? Sukin suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Suyulu glared at him. Sukan, how many times have I told you? You're not allowed to look at my Snow Maiden like that. Sukin was speechless. He was clearly just wondering. So how did her words change the tone? Suyulu handed the harpoon to the Snow Maiden, and with a wave of her hand, the 5 Snow Maidens silently disappeared into the White River without even a splash. 5 white shadows swam nimbly underwater, and soon, a harpoon burst out of the water. A fish with 7-colored light was speared up. Suyulu's eyes lit up instantly. A rainbow silver fish. It's actually a rainbow silver fish. She quickly stepped forward to take the fish, and then had the Snow Woman exhale cold air to freeze the lively, colorful silver fish with a thin layer of ice. The flesh of the silverfish is sweet and delicious, and it also has beauty and skin-nourishing effects. It can fetch at least 100 dragon coins per fish when sold to high-end hotels. Suyulu's eyes practically turned into the shape of money. Sukin covered her face. What a money grubber. The next second, a huge wave suddenly crashed onto the shore. A fiery red figure appeared and disappeared in the spray. Suyulu's expression changed, and she grabbed Sukan and ran. Quick, let's go. This is a level 2 ferocious beast, the giant lobster. Its entire body was covered in barbs, and its enormous claws gleamed coldly. Sukin was stunned. What a huge lobster. 5 Snow Maidens surrounded the giant lobster, their figures swaying with the current. But the next second, the lobster's claws swept across, sending one of the Snow Maidens flying. Sukin asked, the Snow Maiden is a silver-tier unit. Can't you defeat it? Suyulu frowned and said, Of course we can defeat a regular level 2 ferocious beast. The giant lobster had a hard shell, immense strength, and was very agile in the water. The Snow Woman couldn't break through its defenses. As they spoke, another Snow Woman was swept away. The ice arrows struck the giant lobster, leaving only shards of ice and faint white marks, unable to harm it at all. Sukin didn't retreat further. With a thought, a swarm of azure refining insects instantly appeared. Don't forget, my azure refining insects can shatter gold and break iron. Suyulu looked at him. The azure refining insect is only a level 1 unit. Can it bite through its armor? Sukin stared at the giant lobster. We'll know once we try. Under his control, several green crickets pounced on the giant lobster's eyes. Blind you first. Let's see if you're still so arrogant. The giant lobster went berserk instantly, frantically pounding the green worm with its pincers, making clanging sounds. But the green worm's body was hard, and it couldn't be killed at all. The remaining green crickets burrowed underwater and began to bite from their abdomens, while others attacked the junction between their pincers and bodies. The giant lobster soon emitted a piercing hiss, its tail thrashing wildly, stirring up the river water into a murky mess. Sukan's eyes lit up. The attack had worked. Suyulu looked at him. She hadn't expected that Sukan, after awakening, was truly different from before. Before long, the giant lobster's struggles gradually weakened, and its massive body began to sink. Sukin quickly said, Quickly, have the Snow Maiden lifted up. 5 snow maidens and the blue worm worked together to drag the giant lobster ashore. It was over 2 meters long, and with its pair of large pincers, it was nearly 4 meters long, exuding an imposing aura. Sukin had just breathed a sigh of relief when his heart suddenly sank. Wait, why didn't the system notify him that the task was complete? The next instant, the giant lobster lying on the ground suddenly let out a ferocious hiss, and one of its large pincers slammed down on its head. Su Yulua's face turned pale, and she stood there stunned. A shield of spiritual light. Sukin instinctively mobilized his spiritual power, and a rhomboid shield of light appeared above his head. With a deafening crash, the pincers slammed into the light shield, cracks instantly spreading outwards. Go! Sukin grabbed Su Yulua and retreated hastily. The next second, the spiritual shield shattered and dissipated into spiritual light. Sukin patted his chest, still shaken, but then suddenly froze. When did his pectoral muscles get so big? Sukin. Su Yulu's beautiful eyes widened. Do you want to die? Sukin quickly let go and said with a dry laugh. Misunderstanding. Let me check if the giant lobster is dead first. Su Yulu waved her hand coldly, and 5 snow maidens stepped forward, grabbed the giant lobster's large claws, and twisted them forcefully. With a snap, the pincer bitten by the green-bladed insect fell off. The other large pincer was quickly broken off as well. Sukin felt a chill run down his spine. So ferocious. Chapter 13, from the very first word, revealed him to be a cunning old merchant. A system notification sounded. Ding. Host has successfully slain a ferocious beast. Mission complete. Ding. It has been detected that the host has killed a second-tier ferocious beast, the giant lobster. The mission has been exceeded, and the reward is a critical hit. Sukin's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a good thing to happen. Ding. Reward issued. Silver Unit Azure Firefly Evolution Path. 300 evolution points. Sukin was stunned for a moment. That's it. The promised critical hit reward only resulted in 200 more evolution points? He complained verbally, but he was being honest in his heart. It smells so good. Soon, information about the evolution of the Azure Firefly flooded his mind. There are only 3 materials needed for evolution: Fire Cloud Grass, Fire Lotus Fruit Core, and Fire Iron. Sukin didn't recognize any of them, but judging from the name, the Azure Refining Worm was clearly evolving towards the fire attribute. Bamboo belongs to the wood element. Since wood overcomes it, let's evolve the ability to burn the bamboo. That makes perfect sense. Su Yulu kicked him in the shin. Sukin, the lobsters are all dead. What are you spacing out for? Sukin casually said, I'm thinking about how to deal with this giant lobster. Su Yulu's eyes lit up. Of course we'll sell it. Level 2 ferocious beasts are very valuable. She immediately ordered 5 snow women to surround the giant lobster and freeze its corpse with their cold air. Soon, the giant lobster became an ice lobster. Su Yulu waved her hand. All done. Let's head back to the city. Sukin quickly grabbed a lobster leg. Keep this leg, we'll eat it ourselves. Su Yulu bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before finally nodding reluctantly. Sukin thought to himself, what a little money grubber. After returning to Jiangqing, Su Yulua took him straight to the Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce. The Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 major chambers of commerce in the Dragon Kingdom, with branches all over the country. It is said that as long as you can afford the price, you can even get a succubus. However, the Jiangqing branch doesn't look very impressive. It's just a small 2-story building of about 100 square meters. Sukin was somewhat skeptical. Is this place reliable? Is it really one of the 3 major chambers of commerce? Su Yulua said in a low voice. The Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce has declined a lot in recent years, but it is precisely because of its decline that it cherishes sellers like us even more. Sukin glanced at her. You're such a clever little devil. Su Yulu smiled with narrowed eyes and patted his shoulder. I'll leave the rest to you. If you get tricked, you know what will happen. After saying that, she shook her little fist. Sukin was helpless. He didn't know how much the lobster was worth. At that moment, a waiter approached and asked, Are you 2 here to sell this ferocious beast's carcass? Sukin nodded, feigning composure. Yes, a level 2 ferocious beast, the giant lobster, fresh. The waiter's eyes lit up. Please wait a moment. I'll go get the manager. Taking advantage of the moment the person left, Sukin quickly took out his phone to check the price. Online quotes show that a giant lobster can sell for around 5,000 dragon coins. He immediately felt confident. Soon, a middle-aged man with a goatee walked over. When he saw the giant lobster, a glint flashed in his eyes. Then, noticing Su Yulua's snow maiden, his expression changed slightly. Is that a Yukiana? Su Yulua immediately withdrew her snow maiden, her tone unfriendly. Stop asking nonsense. How much is this lobster worth? Goat Huyang Kaihua circled the giant lobster once, then slowly spoke. Honesty is the key to doing business, and I, Yang Kaihua, have always adhered to this principle for decades. Sukan's face darkened. This isn't doing business, it's clearly chanting scriptures. The more honest a person is, the more likely they are to be a shrewd businessman. 3 minutes later, Yang Kaihua finally cleared his throat. Fixed price, 2,000 dragon coins. Sukan sneered inwardly. As expected of a cunning old merchant, he immediately placed a bet of 3,000. Yang Kaihua remained calm. Don't rush to refuse. The ice on your lobster is already melting. If you refreeze it, the shrimp meat will become mushy and won't even be worth 2,000. He smiled smugly. Unless you find a buyer within half an hour, you can only sell it to me. Su Yulua instantly became furious and raised her fist, ready to step forward. You're asking for it. Yang Kaihua remained completely calm. We are just ordinary people. If the deal with the nest master falls through and we resort to violence, the Military Affairs Bureau will not let you off the hook. Upon hearing Military Affairs Department, Su Yulu's eyes turned cold. Even if I have to go to the Military Intelligence Bureau, I'll smash all your teeth in. Sukan quickly hugged her. My dear aunt, please don't get carried away. Chapter 14, I suspect you're making a suggestive joke. Brother Wang, the Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce has fallen into such a state. What are we doing here? Outside the door, a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion said confidently, You don't understand. When people of our status come here, wouldn't they bring out their best things? The woman beside him said sweetly, Brother Wang, you're amazing. Wang Fugue smiled smugly and slapped her on the shoulder. Don't you know how amazing I am? As soon as he finished speaking, he strode into the store and shouted, Boss Zhang, I, Wang Fugue, am here. Bring out whatever good stuff you have. Upon hearing the name, Wang Fugue, Yang Kaihua's goatee trembled, and he immediately abandoned Su Kan and Su Yula to go and greet him. A rare guest indeed. Brother Wang, just tell me what you want. I'd sell all my flesh, which weighs over 100 pounds, for you. Wang Fugue was the richest man in Jiangcheng, and he was very generous. Yang Kaihua was so happy that his face almost turned into a chrysanthemum. Wang Fugue laughed and scolded. You old codger, I wouldn't take you even if you were given to me for free. After saying that, he walked into the store with his hands behind his back and soon saw the giant lobster on the ground. A level 2 ferocious beast, the giant lobster. He reached out and touched the shrimp shell, then licked it with his tongue. So fresh, it must have been dead for no more than an hour. Sukan was stunned. How could someone lick that clean? Wang Fugue looked at him and asked, Young man, do you sell your giant lobster? Before Sukan could speak, Yang Kaihua hurriedly squeezed in. Sell, of course sell. If Brother Wang wants it, 7,000 dragon coins. Su Yulu's face puffed up instantly. Shady businessman. Yang Kaihua only gave them 2,000, but then sold it for 7,000. No wonder she was angry. Wang Fugue squinted. Boss Yang, if I'm not mistaken, this lobster hasn't been sold to you yet, right? And the giant lobster costs 7,000 dragon coins. Do you really think I'm a sucker? Yang Kaihua's face stiffened. He hadn't expected that Wang Fugue, who was rumored to be unreasonable when it came to spending money, would be so clear-headed today. Wang Fugue turned to Su Kan and said, Young brother, how about I sell it to you for 5,000 dragon coins? Su Kan nodded immediately. No problem. This price was already very reasonable, especially since he originally wanted to keep the 2 shrimp claws. But Wang Fugue offered such a generous price that he felt bad about keeping them. To everyone's surprise, Wang Fugue waved his hand and said, Keep the shrimp claws. I'm mainly craving the shrimp brains. He licked his lips and laughed. The giant lobster brain is not only delicious, but it can also nourish yin and yang, strengthen the kidneys and body. 1 bowl is enough to keep you full of energy for 3 days and 3 nights. The woman next to her exclaimed, Full of energy? Wang Fugue emphasized, Yes, it's full of vitality. Sukan paused for a moment. He had no evidence, but he suspected the two were driving. Wang Fugue asked, Young man, do you want dragon coins or spirit stones? Su Yulua immediately replied, Spirit stones. Spirit stones have a wide range of uses. They can be used as energy sources and also allow nests to absorb energy to level up. A low-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 dragon coins. A flash of light appeared on Wang Fugue's ring, and 5 low-grade spirit stones appeared in his palm. Sukan took the spirit stone his gaze involuntarily falling on the ring. That's a storage ring. Online, a storage ring of 1 cubic meter costs 100,000 dragon coins, which is ridiculously expensive. He couldn't help but complain to himself. Everyone else's system has space. Why doesn't his system react at all? Wang Fuguei put away the giant lobster and said with a smile, "Young man, leave your contact information. If you have any good stuff in the future, just contact me. I'll never let you down." Sukin naturally wouldn't refuse. "Then thank you very much, Brother Wang." After the transaction was completed, the group left immediately, ignoring Yang Kaihua's gloomy expression. After they walked away, Yang Kaihua was so angry that he kicked the wall, only to be in so much pain that he jumped up and down clutching his foot. The waiter quickly replied, "Don't worry, manager. I'll have someone dig down the wall right away and get revenge for you." Yang Kaihua slapped him. "Don't you have to spend money to find someone?" The waiter changed his mind. "Then I'll dig it myself." Yang Kaihua slapped him again. "Don't you need money to repair it after digging it up? Money is the most important thing right now." He had hoped to make a fortune, but unexpectedly, Wang Fuguei appeared out of nowhere, and he didn't get a single penny. The waiter's eyes lit up. "Manager, that kid took the item to the Brocade Chamber of Commerce, but refused to sell it to us, and even caused you to get injured. Why don't we teach him a lesson and get some medical expenses while we're at it?" Yang Kaihua stroked his beard, his eyes shifting between light and shadow. The girl was accompanied by a snow maiden, who must be the little girl from 2 years ago. He thought the giant lobster was killed by the snow maiden, but he never expected that it was Su Kan's green refining worm that actually did it. "Manager, just say the word, and I'll immediately arrange for someone to teach them a lesson." Seeing that Yang Kaihua remained silent, the waiter spoke again. Chapter 15 is free. Yang Kaihua ignored the waiter, but his expression changed several times. 2 years ago, on the day of the Jiangqing awakening ceremony, a blood-cursed demon suddenly appeared in the sky above the garden square. Jiang Baihe, the city lord of Jiangqing, arrived immediately and commanded the silver-tier azure-winged dragon to fight against the blood-cursed demon. Just as the blood-cursed demon was about to be killed, it unexpectedly self-destructed before dying, spraying its cursed blood onto the crowd. The cursed blood is extremely polluting. Ordinary people who come into contact with it will go insane and lose control. At that time, Su Yulu was at a critical moment of awakening. The cursed blood fell on her. She was fine, but the newly awakened nest, the Ice and Snow Maiden Pavilion, was contaminated and could not absorb spiritual power. The fact that nests cannot absorb spiritual energy means that troops can only remain at level 1 forever. Yang Kaiwa heard about this from Jiang Baihe back then. Jiang Baihe once purchased Holy Spirit stones from the Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce, hoping to purify the pollution for the genius girl who had awakened the Snow Maiden. But when no more news of the Snow Maiden genius came from the city, he knew that the matter had probably failed. Unexpectedly, he ran into her today. Yang Kaihua snapped out of his thoughts and said coldly, "Remember, don't kill anyone. Just take the spirit stones back." The waiter nodded quickly. "Don't worry, I guarantee they'll obediently return the spirit stones." Yang Kaihua did not want anyone to die. After all, Su Yulua had caught Jiang Baihe's eye back then. Stealing a few spirit stones might be fine, but if she really killed someone, that would be a huge problem. On the other side, on the way home, Sukin was in an extremely good mood, carrying a large fish basket on his back. 5 low-grade spirit stones are a lot of money. He had just checked and found that the fire cloud grass, a material used to evolve the azure refining insect, was worth about 5,000 dragon coins. In other words, the evolutionary path of the green flame insect has been 1/3 completed. Su Yulo suddenly leaned closer, her ruby-like eyes fixed on him. "Why are you laughing so happily?" Sukin touched his nose. "Did I laugh?" "No. Is there?" The two were bickering, but Sukin felt a little uneasy. Su Yulu is quite the little money grubber. If she knew he was planning to secretly spend the spirit stones, she would definitely give him a good beating. Just then, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the alley. "Haha, I've finally been waiting for you." Chun Xiaohei emerged from the shadows, holding a bamboo stick in his hand. "Kid, you had a lot of fun playing in the garden square, didn't you? Now it's your turn, Grandpa Chun Xiaohei's turn." Sukin looked at the bamboo stick in his hand and raised an eyebrow. "You're quite well prepared." Chun Xiaohei sneered smugly. "Your green refining worm is so powerful, isn't it? I have a bamboo stick in my hand. Let's see how arrogant you can be now." As he spoke, he summoned 5 croaking frogs, and the smile on his face grew increasingly ferocious. Sukin tilted his head and looked at Su Yulua. "Shouldn't you make a move now?" Su Yulu snorted softly and waved her hand. 5 snow maidens in white appeared in the alley, and a chill instantly spread. Chen Xiaohei's expression changed drastically. Snow? Snow woman. Sukin crossed his arms and grinned in a way that was sure to get punched. Surprised? Delighted? Chen Xiaohei gritted his teeth and said, if you're so capable, then do it yourself. What kind of skill is it to rely on a woman? Sukin didn't even reply and waved his hand. Snow maiden, get on top of me. The alley was quiet, and the 5 snow women didn't move an inch. Sukin scratched his head awkwardly and looked at Su Yulua. Su Yulu rolled her eyes at him, raised her chin, and the 5 snow maidens immediately surrounded Chen Xiaohei. Soon, a scream echoed through the alley. Chen Xiaohei lay on the ground, his clothes tattered, while the 5 croaking frogs were frozen into ice sculptures. Su Yulua recalled the snow maiden. Let's go. Sukin smiled and said, you go first, I'll catch up soon. After Su Yulua left, Sukin looked at the unconscious Chen Xiaohei and revealed a wicked smile. He summoned the azure refining insects, which quickly tore Chen Xiaohei's remaining clothes to shreds. He then found a rope and tied Chen Xiaohei into an extremely humiliating position. Sukin looked at it and felt that it was still lacking something. A moment later, he bought a pen and wrote 4 big characters on Chen Xiaohei's body. I'm paying for it for free. Chapter 16. So young and already has such severe hemorrhoids. That's tough. A cool breeze blew, and Chen Xiaohei shivered on the ground. After groggily opening his eyes, his expression changed instantly. Where are my clothes? He tried to reach out and touch it, but found that his hands were tied behind his back and his legs were also restricted by ropes, so he could only stand in an awkward V shape. Chen Xiaohei's lips turned pale as he murmured, could it be that Sukin finally made a move against me? Just then, 2 voices came from the alley entrance. Brother Nyo, I heard you've recently hooked up with a rich old man. Of course not. Chen Xiaohei was startled. If someone saw him like this, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. In a moment of quick thinking, he pressed his face firmly against the wall. As long as they can't see my face, they won't recognize me. The footsteps grew closer, and a small man with glasses and a short, stocky man entered the alley. The boy with glasses asked, what techniques do you have? Can you teach me? Brother Nyo said smugly, there's nothing special about it. It's just a matter of practice. The next second, Chen Xiaohei's shrill scream came from the alley. On the other side, Sukin caught up with Su Yulua and paused slightly upon hearing the voice behind him. Doesn't he look a bit like Chen Xiaohei? He picked at his ears, trying to listen more carefully, but there was no sound. Sukin shook his head. I must have misheard. Su Yulu then spoke softly. Sukin, where did you get the spiritual technique that blocked the giant lobster's attack? Sukin said directly. This is what Xiaomu gave me. Consider it payment for accompanying him into the Baiha mudflats. He thought for a moment, then added, I'll send you a copy of the spirit shield. You can study it when you have time. Su Yulu gave a coquettish snort. You're smart to know what's good for you. Back home, Sukin wanted to show off his cooking skills, but Su Yulu didn't trust him at all and kicked him out of the kitchen. He wanted to persist a little longer, but when he saw 5 snow women appear and quickly begin processing the fish and shrimp claws, he had no choice but to shut up. It has to be said that as soon as the snow woman appeared, the room felt like it had an air conditioner on, incredibly cool. Soon, the shrimp claws and silverfish were ready. The shrimp meat was tender and sweet, almost melting in the mouth. After eating it, Sukin felt a small warm current flowing into his body, slowly dissolving into his muscles. He was somewhat surprised. His strength seems to have increased a bit. Can the flesh of a ferocious beast really enhance one's physique? Su Yulua explained. The meat of ferocious beasts contains spiritual energy, which can slightly enhance one's physique. This is the first time you've eaten it, and you've just developed spiritual power, so the effect is more pronounced. Sukin nodded and immediately began to eat heartily. After finishing the meal, Su Yulu waved her hand, and Xuenu obediently came over to clear away the dishes. Sukin watched with envy. These weren't soldiers, they were practically maids. Seeing that Su Yulua had started watching TV, he cautiously asked, It's too hot at night, and there's no air conditioning at home. Could you lend me a snow woman to cool off? Su Yulu raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Sukin quickly backed away. If you don't want to lend it, then don't. Why are you being so fierce? He muttered to himself. Am I the kind of person who would do something to a snow woman? After saying that, he quickly slipped back into his room. After killing the giant lobster, he now has 300 more evolution points, bringing his total to 315. However, Kankwi Mountain is still 495 points away from reaching level 2, which is clearly not enough at the moment. Thinking that he could get another 300 evolution points by signing in at the Baiha beach, Sukin temporarily gave up his plan to upgrade the nest. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that spirit stones could also upgrade the nest level. He took out the 5 low-grade spirit stones he had obtained from selling the giant lobster. With a thought, one of them immediately disappeared and appeared in the verdant mountain range within his body. A misty white fog rose from the spirit stone, which was being slowly absorbed by the nest. After watching for a while, Sukin couldn't help but sigh. At this rate, it'll probably take more than a day to absorb it all. It seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out how much progress a low-grade spirit stone can increase. Chapter 17 taught me that boys are actually cuter. Although Sukin was somewhat disappointed, he quickly adjusted his mood. The nest cannot be upgraded for the time being, but evolution points can still be used to upgrade the aura shield. Even a basic aura shield can block a blow from a giant lobster. If it is improved to minor, major, or even perfect, its ability to survive will definitely increase greatly. He immediately said, "System, upgrade the spirit shield." System notification. Upgrade to lesser mastery requires 70 evolution points. Upgrade now. Sukin replied without hesitation. Promote. After the evolution points disappeared, his understanding of the spirit shield deepened instantly, as if he had personally cultivated it for many years. Continue to improve. Soon, the spirit shield was upgraded from minor to major, and then 140 evolution points were consumed to reach perfection. The next second, rhomboid light shields appeared around Sukin, swirling with a faint silver light, and were noticeably thicker than before. The old spirit shield felt like thin plastic, but now it feels like a steel plate. More importantly, a perfect level spirit shield can be used almost at will. As long as he has enough spiritual power, he can cast it continuously. Sukin summoned the Azure refining insects to test the defense. The Azure refining insect gnawed at the light shield for a full half hour before finally breaking through it. But as soon as the light shield shattered, a new light shield appeared instantly, almost seamlessly. The swarm of Azure refining insects were stunned for a moment, as if they hadn't reacted yet. Sukin couldn't help but laugh and immediately put them back into their nest. These evolution points were well spent. Now that the survival issue is resolved, the most important thing next is to evolve the Azure Fireworm into an Azure Fireworm. The recipe for green firefly requires 3 materials: fire cloud grass, fire lotus fruit core, and fire repelling iron. 5 low-grade spirit stones of fire cloud grass, 10 fire lotus fruit kernels, and 15 fire iron. All in all, it would cost a full 30 low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 30,000 dragon coins. For ordinary people, it would take 10 years of not eating or drinking to save up enough money. Sukin finally understood why some nest masters would lie low and sell their troops. With no money and weak troops, going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts is gambling with your life. However, for Sukin, having a perfect level spirit shield in hand makes hunting ferocious beasts a good option. After all, he is really short of money right now. Time passed quickly, and it was already late at night. Sukin lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep at all. Moonlight streamed into the room through the window, like a thin layer of shimmering water. He suddenly remembered that the crab vendor had said that Mayan Chunlu had good stuff. Sukin's eyes lit up, and he touched the 4 spirit stones in his pocket. This night and this moon are perfect for market research. He quietly opened the door. The room was quiet, with only Su Yulua's soft breathing audible. Sukin tiptoed into the courtyard and was just about to open the door when a hushed voice suddenly came from outside. "Sun Mao, are you sure this is the place?" "Of course I'm sure. I've been watching this place for hours. It's the right one, there's no mistake." Sukin's eyes darkened, and he immediately retreated to the side of the door, summoning the Azure refining insect at the same time. The people outside the door were clearly there for him, and Su Yulua. Could it be that Qin Xiaohe found them? The sounds from outside continued. I don't know whether to say they were unlucky or lucky. They offended the Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce, and they were only allowed to take a few spirit stones. The Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce is not what it used to be, and they dare not go too far in their actions. Besides, we 2 first-grade nest masters are not needed to kill people. Sukin sneered inwardly. As expected, it is the Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce. He simply refused to sell the giant lobster to Yang Kaihua, and the latter actually sought revenge. Another person suddenly laughed and said, "But have you seen their photos? Those 2 young men are really good-looking. Especially that handsome young man. I got a little excited just looking at him. I used to think I only liked women, until I saw that photo and realized that boys can be quite cute too." Sukin's face darkened instantly. These two not only wanted to rob money, but also had ulterior motives. That's so unruly. However, upon hearing that they were only first-grade nest masters, Sukin breathed a sigh of relief. He's now a man who has perfected the spirit shield. Outside the door, Zhao Shan whispered, "Stop talking nonsense. Blow the Mandan Yuan first. This amount is enough to knock out even a level 1 ferocious beast for an hour. At that time, that handsome young man will be completely at our mercy." Sun Mao chuckled. Brother Shan is really thoughtful. It seems we really will be kindred spirits tonight. Chapter 18. I am such a considerate and kind person. At the market entrance, two white figures were tied together with hemp rope in an extremely bizarre posture, which had a certain artistic flair. The story begins 10 minutes earlier. Sukin opened the courtyard gate, and under the moonlight, he met Zhang Shan and Sun Mao's eyes. The air froze instantly. Zhang Shan forced a smile. "Young man, getting up in the middle of the night? What a coincidence. I didn't expect we'd be kindred spirits." Sukan's face darkened. "Damn your mother's big banana." His aura shield activating, he delivered two powerful punches, knocking Zhang Shan unconscious and sending him swaying from side to side. Sun Mao was startled. Although he and Zhang Shan were only first-grade nest masters, they had been tempered by spiritual power for many years, and ordinary strong men could not get close to them. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shan fell down without even reacting. Sukin looked at Sun Mao and said calmly, "Will you do it yourself, or shall I?" A swarm of blue-green insects hovered above his head, their claws gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Sun Mao gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't go too far. I'm also a nest master. You won't come out unscathed if we fight to the death." As soon as he finished speaking, 6 tan-colored puppies appeared in front of him, their bright green eyes fixed on Sukan. Sukan shook his head. "Then there's nothing we can do." Just as he was about to rush forward, Sun Mao immediately shouted, "Peeing dog, pea shooting." Sukan's expression changed, and he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Peeing dogs are not strong fighters. Once their urine gets on them, the stench is extremely difficult to wash off. You either have to expose them to the sun for 3 hours, or spend a lot of money to have them cleaned. When Sun Mao saw him stop, he immediately became smug. "Ha, scared now?" Sukin snorted coldly, withdrew the azure refining insect, and approached step by step alone, shielded by the spiritual light shield. He wasn't afraid of himself, but rather that the green-striped insects would be tainted with the flavor. Sun Mao panicked. "Peeing dog, stop him." After saying that, he turned and ran. But the azure refining insects flew out again, instantly surrounding him. Sukin kicked the small dog blocking his way away, and said coldly, "Take another step and you're dead." Sun Mao immediately backed down. "The Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce sent us. They are your real enemies." Sukin was not surprised, and simply said, "Go over there and strip him naked." Sun Mao was stunned. Although he felt uneasy, he still ran over and started to pull off Zhang Shan's clothes. Zhang Shan woke up groggily and was horrified when he saw this scene. "Sun Mao, you." Sun Mao knocked him unconscious with a karate chop. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not Sun Mao." Soon, Zhang Shan was completely exposed. Just then, a notebook fell out of the clothes. Prescriptions for medicines such as stunning ox, fiery powder, and 3 days and 3 nights pill. His eyes lit up, and he immediately stuffed the notebook into his pocket. Sun Mao asked cautiously, "Can I leave now?" Sukin looked at him and said, "What's the rush? Take off your clothes too." Sun Mao's face fell. "This." Several green crickets immediately flew to his neck. Sun Mao, with a mournful face, said, "Fine, I'll take it off, okay?" After they had both undressed, Sukin instructed, "Face to face, hug each other." Then, King Lianchong dragged a rope from the yard. Sukin circled around the two of them and began to seriously demonstrate his rope-tying skills. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. "Perfect." He held the rope with one hand, letting the green refining insect pull from below, dragging the two of them into the darkness. This great art cannot be appreciated by only him. After thinking it over, Sukin decided to leave them at the market. Have breakfast in a happy mood tomorrow morning. Sukin couldn't help but sigh. "I'm such a considerate and kind person." Sun Mao's face was filled with grief and indignation. "Kind? This is simply the devil." Chapter 19. My Innocence. Sukin wandered around outside for a while, but ultimately did not go to Minchuan Tower. After his enthusiasm was dampened, he became too lazy to bother with it anymore. He quietly returned to his room and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one had noticed. "I didn't do anything tonight, so it would be such a shame to get caught." However, he did not come away empty-handed. Zhongshan's notebook clearly contained a lot of information. What interested him most was the 3 days and 3 nights pill. Upon opening it, his face instantly froze. 3 days and 3 nights of pills, the loss of 1 boar, but the benefit to a pig farm. Sukin was completely stunned. This is actually veterinary medicine? Undeterred, he then read, the fiery woman scattered like fire. The product description stated that it was a cure for sow infertility, and that 1 dose could result in 10 litters in a year. Sukin was completely speechless. This notebook is not only unserious, but it also contains advertisements. Fortunately, there was a recipe for mending nyo, which, as the name suggests, is a drug that can knock out a cow. If they can take down cows, taking down people shouldn't be too difficult. Just as he was about to close his notebook, he suddenly saw a recipe in the corner. Incense that attracts beasts. It has a strong attraction to ferocious beasts below level 3. Sukin's eyes lit up. He was planning to hunt ferocious beasts to make money, and this thing would come in handy. He immediately checked the materials. 1 copy cost 500 dragon coins. Although he felt bad about it, he still decided to buy it tomorrow. He then flipped through the notes again, but found nothing of value. Just as he was getting ready to go to sleep, he suddenly remembered that in novels, secret manuals are often hidden in the inner lining of the cover. He touched the book cover and indeed found something amiss. After opening it, a thin piece of paper fell out. The inscription on it is a low-grade spiritual technique called the slowing technique. There was also Zhongshan's cultivation experience beside it. Sukin secretly rejoiced that he had knocked Zhongshan unconscious last night. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time dealing with the opponent's slowing spell. However, he was not in a hurry to start cultivating. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he was very clear about his talent. If you can't even learn meditation and the aura shield, then this kind of spiritual art is even more impossible. The next morning, while Sukin was still asleep, his bedroom door was suddenly kicked open. Suyulu walked in wearing her pajamas and yanked off his blanket. Don't you know you have to go to school today? Sukin woke up instantly, clutching the blanket tightly. Suyulu said expressionlessly, 3 years ago you broke your leg, and I bathed you for half a year. What haven't I seen? Sukin felt a surge of grief and indignation. No wonder she looks like her biological mother. Suyulu stepped onto the edge of the bed and said coldly, get dressed in 3 minutes. After saying that, he turned and left, letting out a soft, tisk sound. Sukin's face darkened. So what if you looked at it? What does this disdain mean? He quickly got dressed and came to the living room, where several snow women had already set out the tableware and were standing quietly. The silver unit, Yukiana, truly lives up to its reputation as a popular choice. After dinner, the two went to Jiangxing's #1 nest teacher school. The scene at the school gate was bizarre. Some people were riding pink pigs, some were sitting on stone statues, and some were being carried by zombies. Sukin's eyes were opened. After entering the school, Suyulu went to her class. Sukin walked around for a while, and only came out of the toilet after the class bell rang, then slowly walked into class 3 of senior 3. There was only 1 empty seat left in the classroom, and a young female teacher was standing on the podium. He had actually found the classroom long ago, but deliberately waited until class started before coming in so he could lock in his seat directly. He thought he was very clever. As soon as she sat down, the female teacher spoke up. Wang Dachui, where's your theory of ferocious beasts? A voice came from the back row, my dog ate it. Sukin turned around and saw Wang Dachui, who had awakened the stink bug yesterday. The female teacher frowned. This is the 3rd time already. Bring the dog here tomorrow so I can see it. The whole class burst into laughter. Sukin also thought this excuse was too stupid. The next second, the female teacher looked at him. Sukin, what about yours? Sukin was taken aback, then his eyes darted around. My dog ate it, and then it felt guilty and jumped off a building. Chapter 20 isn't exactly the same. It's more like identical. The classroom, Wang Dachui whispered. Sukin, you're so smart. You even came up with such a perfect excuse. Sukin leaned against the wall and waved his hand modestly. You flatter me, you flatter me. Jiangxing's #1 Nest Master School mixes nest masters and regular students in classes, which mostly consist of theory. Sukin listened for a while but realized he couldn't understand, so he promptly started chatting with Wang Dachui about private lessons. By the end of the class, he had gleaned quite a bit of information. The beautiful teacher was named Song Yueshue, and she was said to be very powerful. The most powerful student in the class is Zhao Hong, who possesses the bronze-grade earth-splitting turtle and is already a 2nd-rank nest master. He ranks 10th among the top 10 strongest students in Jiangxing. Wang Dachui lowered his voice, and I heard that he's already preparing to challenge the 3rd place. Sukin was taken aback. Isn't he 10th? Why isn't he challenging 9th, but directly challenging 3rd? Wang Dachui chuckled. He's stubborn. He always thinks he should be ranked 3rd. Every time there's a challenge, he's the first to challenge the 3rd place finisher, and then he gets a beating. Sukin felt a deep sense of respect. Just as the two were chatting enthusiastically, Song Yueshua suddenly turned back. Sukan, come to my office. Sukin was a little confused, so he could only obediently follow along. When they arrived near the office building, Song Yueshua did not go inside, but instead led him towards the grove. The sunlight fell on the yellowing leaves, which should have been beautiful, but Sukin was not in the mood to appreciate it. He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, we agreed to go to the office, but instead the teacher led him into the woods. I never expected the teacher to be this kind of person. Song Yueshua suddenly stopped and took out a letter. Sukan, did you write this letter? Sukin was taken aback, then took the letter and began to read it. Baby, the night in the darkness is not the night. It's the night I miss you. Baby, the white in the daytime isn't white. It's my way of expressing my love for you. After reading just 2 sentences, Sukin couldn't bear to look anymore. What's worse, the signature included his full name. Song Yueshua said calmly, I've compared your handwriting. I can't say it's exactly the same. Sukan's eyes lit up. How about it? Song Yueshua stroked her chin. I can only say they are exactly the same. Sukin was completely devastated. Song Yueshua continued. If you don't believe me, I can call your sister over to see for yourself. I remember she's in class 5 of the 2nd year of high school. Sukan's heart skipped a beat. I believe you. I believe you. If Suyulua comes over, I'll have to beat him up first. Song Yueshua's smile deepened. Since you believe me, shall we settle this officially or privately? Sukin asked. How did it become public? Song Yueshua parted her red lips slightly. I will post this love letter in the most conspicuous place on the school bulletin board, and then have the broadcasting room read it aloud every day. Sukan's face stiffened. If he actually did that, he would probably suffer social death in the entire Jiangxing city. All he could ask was, then how can we settle this privately? Song Yueshua smiled faintly. My aunt will be coming from Shanghai in 3 days. You will pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me to see her. Sukin was speechless. The plot was just too cliché. He probed. Your aunt isn't here to force you into marriage, is she? Song Yu rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? She just wants me to go back to Shanghai. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief and could only nod. I agree. Song Yueshua smiled brightly. Then you'll be my little boyfriend from now on. Sukin gave an awkward smile. He dared not even imagine how Su Yulu would discipline him if she found out. When he returned to the classroom, the 2nd class had already begun. This class was about the characteristics of ferocious beasts, and Sukin listened with great interest. After all, he had already decided to make money by hunting ferocious beasts. After class, he was still flipping through the encyclopedia of ferocious beasts. It recorded many common low-level ferocious beasts, especially those from the White River, which interested him the most. Among them, the giant lobster was prominently listed. Besides it, there is also the level 3 monster, the 3-tailed serpent fox, and the level 2 monster, the green-eyed python. Chapter 21. Why are you looking at me like that? Sukin spent a whole day looking at the encyclopedia of ferocious beasts, and he was still somewhat unsatisfied. This knowledge was already familiar to other students, but for him, a time traveler, it was something that could save his life. After school, he immediately packed his school bag, plotting how to shake off Suyula. Tonight he's going to make beast-attracting incense and hunt ferocious beasts. This is too dangerous. If we bring Suyula along and things go wrong, it will only cause more trouble. As soon as he came down from the teaching building, he saw Suyulu standing under the shade of a tree. Her snow-white dress billowed slightly, revealing the girl's fair and jade-like face. Just by standing there, she attracted countless gazes. Sukin scratched his head and walked over. Suyulu asked directly, Is there something you need? Sukin was taken aback. How could he have noticed that? He was racking his brains for an excuse when he suddenly saw Wang Dachui and immediately said, I need to practice unit combat with Wang Dachui. I'll be home later. Suyulu glanced at Wang Dachui, who had just come downstairs. Really? Sukin nodded firmly. Yes. After saying that, he grabbed Wang Dachui and shouted, Dachui, don't forget to practice unit-based combat today. Wang Dachui had been sleeping all afternoon and was still not fully awake when Sukin grabbed him by the neck, preventing him from speaking. After a while, Suyulu nodded and left, seemingly in a good mood. Sukin stroked his chin, and the way he looked at Wang Dachui changed. Wang Dachui finally managed to break free and immediately panicked. Why are you looking at me like that? Sukin chuckled dryly. It's nothing. It's nothing. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the school gate. Wang Dachui said resentfully from behind, Didn't you say you wanted to practice unit-based combat with me? Sukin didn't even turn her head. Huh? Did I say that? You misheard me. He remembered that Wang Dachui had awakened a stink bug. If you send this type of soldier to hunt ferocious beasts, they'll probably suffocate themselves first. Following the shop marked last night, Sukin quickly arrived at a pharmacy. Boss, give me 2 portions of each of the fragrant herbs and the meat-flavored branches. The shopkeeper replied quickly, All right, 1,000 dragon coins. After thinking for a moment, Sukin bought 3 more sets of ingredients for making mendao nyo, a type of beef dish. The shopkeeper smiled even more enthusiastically. Total 1125 dragon coins. Sukin took out a low-grade spirit stone. How about 1,000 dragon coins to make friends? The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll be your friend. You'll come back to me next time you need medicinal herbs. Satisfied, Sukin left, bought some pharmaceutical tools, and went directly to the Baiha River outside the city. This time, he specifically chose a sparsely populated section of the river with a wide surface. Summoning the green-breaking insects as a warning, he first began to make the smothered ox. To be on the safe side, he used all 3 ingredients and made a bottle of yellow-green liquid. He then began making animal-attracting incense. Attracting incense requires the assistance of spiritual energy, which significantly increases the difficulty. It took him a full half-hour to make a yellow incense stick about the length of a chopstick. The surface of the incense sticks was pitted and uneven, making them look like a defective product. Sukin sighed. Just make do with it. He had already consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy in order to make this beast-attracting incense. If we make another one, I'm afraid we won't even be able to use the spirit shield. He lit the animal-attracting incense and stuck it by the river, then took the sedative and hid on the hillside. A thick cloud of smoke slowly rose, and a fishy smell spread through the air. The azure refining insects hovering around him also began to stir. Sukin's eyes lit up. Looks like it'll work. But as time passed, the incense used to attract beasts was almost half burned, yet the river remained calm. Sukin asked impatiently, Aren't there any ferocious beasts around here? He was hesitating about whether to change locations when suddenly, a large splash appeared on the calm river surface. A tall, dark figure moved underwater, stirring up waves. Chapter 22 Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you. They're here. Sukin was overjoyed, but then became nervous and immediately ordered the azure refining insect to fly above the beast-attracting incense. The next second, the river surface exploded with a splash, as if the ferocious beast at the bottom of the water had been enraged. Attracted by the beast-attracting incense have long regarded it as their own property, and any creature that suddenly approaches will be attacked by it. Sizzle. A strange roar came from underwater, followed by a green figure 3 or 4 meters long bursting out of the water. Sukin narrowed his eyes. A level 2 ferocious beast, the short-tailed crocodile. He had seen this ferocious beast in the illustrated guide. Its entire body was covered in scales, its snout was relatively short, it was slow on land, and its abdominal scales were relatively soft. Compared to the giant lobster, this guy is obviously much easier to deal with. Attack the abdomen. Sukin emerged from behind the hillside and simultaneously ordered the swarm of azure refining insects to pounce on them. The short-tailed crocodile immediately scrambled ashore, creating a large wave. Sukin's lips twitched. Damn, you've taken a liking to me? A shield of spiritual light, he remained calm. Even a beginner-level shield of spiritual light had blocked a blow from the giant lobster. Now, with a perfect level shield in hand, he was even tempted to engage in hand-to-hand combat. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Good people don't fight with beasts. As Sukin backed away, he beckoned to the short-tailed crocodile with his finger. Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you. Before he could finish speaking, the short-tailed crocodile suddenly pounced, instantly leaping 2 or 3 meters away. Sukin's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Holy crap, wasn't it supposed to be slow on land? This is considered slow? He cursed the person who wrote the illustrated guide in his mind, but at the same time, he became more cautious. Blindly believing everything in books is worse than having no books at all. The ancients were right. Crocodile, Sukin consciously lured it away. The green cricket cannot kill with a single blow. If the short-tailed crocodile escapes back into the river before it dies, then he will suffer a great loss. After being pulled for 200 or 300 meters, The green cricket clinging to the short-tailed crocodile finally bit through its scales, and blood slowly oozed out. The ground was stained red, especially the abdomen. The short-tailed crocodile roared and rolled around, but the green cricket held on tightly, completely unaffected. Sukin smiled and said, "Little crocodile, go in peace. I will take good care of your body." Not long after, the short-tailed alligator stopped moving completely, and blood pooled in a small patch beneath its body. A system voice then sounded. Ding. Hunting Encyclopedia achievement unlocked. Ding. Host has been detected to have killed a short-tailed crocodile. The short-tailed crocodile's Pokédex entry is now active. Reward: +1 strength, +200 evolution points, +1 system space. Before Sukan's eyes unfolded a huge scroll, covered with countless creature patterns, most of which were gray and dark, except for the short-tailed crocodile, which was clear and bright. Holy crap, the rewards are this generous? He clenched his fist and clearly felt his strength increase. Then, with a thought, a gray space of about 1 cubic meter appeared in his perception. It's not big, but it's enough. The only problem is that the short-tailed alligator is nearly 4 meters long, so it's impossible to fit inside unless it's cut into pieces. Just as I was struggling with this decision, I heard the sound of rushing water coming from the Baiha River again. Sukin rushed over and saw a turtle the size of a basketball with a tuft of green hair on its head, cautiously approaching the beast attracting incense. It's a green-haired turtle. Sukan's eyes lit up. The green-haired turtle is only a level 1 ferocious beast. It is timid and cautious, and its attack power is not strong. However, its blood is a treasure for middle-aged men, and its price is often higher than that of ordinary level 2 ferocious beasts. He immediately thought of Wang Fugue. But for now, let's focus on securing it first. The green-haired turtle stared at Sukan, holding the beast attracting incense behind its back, and opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, as if warning him. Sukin couldn't help but laugh. Is the beast attracting incense that powerful? It even dares to be aggressive towards the timid, green-haired turtle. With a wave of his hand, 50 green refining insects swirled upwards like green clouds. The green-haired turtle took 2 steps back, clearly frightened, but ultimately couldn't bear to give up the beast-attracting incense. Instead, it stretched its neck and let out a sharp hiss. Sukin certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. The swarm of azure fragrance insects instantly surrounded the green-haired turtle, dragging it directly towards Sukan. The green-haired turtle gnawed and thrashed about with its 4 claws, but to no avail. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sukin reached out, grabbed its neck, and exerted force suddenly. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and the green-haired turtle's life force quickly dissipated. He didn't let the green-breaking worms gnaw on the turtle's body, since the turtle's blood was the most valuable part of it. Soon, the system beeped again. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the green-haired turtle. The green-haired turtle's illustration has been activated. Reward: Constitution +1, Evolution Points +100, System Space +1. Chapter 23 Level 3 Ferocious Beast, Three-Tailed Serpent Civet. A warm current flowed through Sukan's body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Unlike strength attribute points, which only increase a single strength, these constitution attribute points also enhance speed, physical strength, and overall qualities. Although the improvements in each aspect weren't exaggerated, Sukan was already very satisfied. With a thought, he stored the green-haired turtle in his hand into his system space. After killing the green-haired turtle, the system space had expanded to about 2 cubic meters, but unfortunately it still couldn't hold the alligator. Sukan regretted it a little. I should have brought Su Yulua with me. If there were 5 snow women here, they could easily carry away the alligator. He was about to message Wang Fugue to ask if he wanted an alligator when suddenly a splash erupted from the river. A yellow figure leaped out of the waves, standing 2 or 3 meters tall. It resembled a mountain fox, but trailed 3 snake tails behind it. Sukan's heart skipped a beat. A level 3 ferocious beast, the three-tailed snake fox. The three-tailed raccoon emitted a sound that resembled both a cat and a snake, and light blue water bullets quickly condensed in its mouth. Sukan's expression changed, and he immediately turned and ran, shielding himself with his spiritual energy. Under his command, the azure refining insects also condensed into an insect shield behind them. The next second, the water bullet hurtled through the air. The insect shield didn't even last a second before being blasted apart. The blue water bomb slammed into Sukan's back, the powerful force sending him flying dozens of meters away. He fell heavily to the ground, feeling as if his bones were about to crack. The perfect level aura shield flashed, and then dissipated into aura light. Sukin felt a wave of fear wash over her. If the spirit shield hadn't been fully perfected, this attack would probably have blasted him into pieces. Even worse, more than a dozen green refining insects lost their lives in that attack. Sukin forced himself to stand up, and the rhomboid light shield reappeared around him. On the banks of the White River, the three-tailed lemur tilted its head and glanced at him, then looked at the alligator carcass, seemingly hesitating about which was more valuable. A moment later, it roared at Sukin and turned to walk towards the alligator. Sukin finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately made a strategic retreat. Consider the alligator a loss to avoid further misfortune. Although today was a bit thrilling, the overall gains were considerable. 300 evolution points, system space, 2 attribute points, and a green turtle that can be sold for money. Sukin watched the three-tailed lemur devouring an alligator in the distance. His heart ached more and more. He held up the middle finger from afar. Just you wait, my stuff isn't so easy to eat. Sooner or later, I'll make you spit it all out, with interest. The three-tailed raccoon suddenly raised its head, its mouth full of blood, and looked at him. Sukin immediately smiled apologetically. Big brother, I was just kidding. Please enjoy your meal. I'll be leaving now. He took off running towards Jiangqing. As they approached the city gate, Sukin took the green-haired turtle out of his system space. The city is full of people and eyes, and he doesn't want anyone to find out that he can take things out of thin air. He contacted Wang Fuguwei as he walked. Brother Wang, do you want some good stuff? A green-haired turtle, you know. Wang Fuguwei replied quickly. Yes, yes, yes. 8 low-grade spirit stones. Brother, I'll take them. Sukin's steps immediately became much lighter. The market price of a green-haired turtle is only 5 or 6 low-grade spirit stones, but Wang Fuguwei asked for 8. He is indeed a rich man. As soon as Sukin arrived at the city gate, he saw several people wearing black and red robes standing there, with white cloud patterns embroidered on their cuffs. They were accompanied by a black dog that was about half a person's height and had a very large nose. Sukin recognized them at a glance. They were from the Military Intelligence Bureau. Black and red robes are standard issue for the Military Affairs Department of the Dragon Kingdom. The white cloud pattern indicates that they are at least third-rank nest masters. Just then, the black dog suddenly barked twice at Sukin. All eyes in the Military Affairs office immediately fell on him. Sukin's heart tightened. He shouldn't have done anything wrong, right? One of them squatted down and patted the dog's head. Are you sure, old black? Others had already begun to gather around. The black dog barked twice more, drooling, its eyes fixed on the green turtle in Sukin's hand. The man patted the dog's head speechlessly. Get to work, don't be greedy. He then looked at Sukin and said, It's all right, you can go now. Sukin chuckled dryly. All right, I'm off. He hurried into the city, but secretly made a mental note of it. We'll get our revenge later. And that black dog, it's definitely going to get what's coming to it. But what exactly happened? Why is even the Military Intelligence Bureau involved? Chapter 24 Chi. Devouring Souls. Manipulating Corpses. On the streets of the city, Sukin could clearly sense that something was off today. There were many pedestrians coming and going, but the air was chilly, especially as squads of city guards patrolled by, adding to the somber atmosphere of the city. The Grand Council and the city's defense forces have both been mobilized. Something major has likely happened in Jiangqing. However, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Sukin can't even beat a level 3 ferocious beast right now, so even if he knew, he couldn't help. Without thinking twice, he took the green-haired turtle and went to find Wang Fuguwei. In the most bustling area of Jiangqing, at the entrance of a mansion covering more than 1,000 square meters, a chubby little boy was waving at him. Sukin was taken aback. Wang Dachui, what are you doing here? He then realized. Wang Fuguwei is your father? Wang Dachui said speechlessly. Didn't you already know that 3 years ago? Sukin touched his nose and looked up at the sky. I've become more handsome lately, but my memory has declined a bit. Wang Dachui almost broke through the defense. Sukin handed him the green-haired turtle, saying, This is the green-haired turtle your father wanted. Wang Dachui asked in surprise. So you ran so fast after school because you went hunting ferocious beasts? Sukin rolled her eyes. Otherwise, did you think it would just come to us on its own? Wang Dachui's chubby face lit up with anticipation. Then next time you hunt ferocious beasts, can you take me with you? Sukin hesitated. Hunting ferocious beasts was no joke, and Wang Dachui's unit was the stink bug. Bringing him along would be somewhat dangerous. Wang Dachui quickly said, My stink bug has evolved into a bronze-level soldier, the the poisonous stink bug, and I've also learned a life-saving spiritual technique, so I definitely won't hold anyone back. Sukin was taken aback. Don't stink bugs have no evolutionary path? Wang Dachui laughed and said, my dad spent a lot of money to buy it from the nest master who studies the evolution path of troops, but unfortunately there was no follow-up, so it can probably only stay at the bronze level. Sukin scoffed inwardly. Damn money power. He comforted him, saying, it's all right. I believe you will definitely become a fart king in the future. Wang Dachui's eyes lit up. Really? Sukin nodded seriously. Really? Wang Dachui immediately pressed. Then will you take me to hunt ferocious beasts? While Sukin was still hesitating, Wang Dachui added, I have a storage ring that can help you store the corpse of a ferocious beast. Sukin touched his chin. Wang Dachui continued, all the ferocious beasts you hunt are yours, and I can even get my dad to buy them at twice the market price. Sukin immediately replied decisively, I agree. It's not that he loves money. It's just that Wang Dachui, being a hothouse flower, really needs to be tempered by wind and rain. Wang Dachui was overjoyed and tried to run away with the green-haired turtle in his arms. Sukin grabbed his shoulder and said, stop. You haven't paid yet. Wang Dachui quickly took out a bag of spirit stones. Here are 10. The extra 2 can be used as a deposit for the next transaction. Sukin nodded in satisfaction. You're sensible. After leaving the Wang family, Sukin touched the spirit stone in his pocket and almost thought about going to Mianchuan Tower to investigate the market. However, considering that it was getting late and he might be in trouble if Su Yulua found out, he decided to go home. In the living room, Su Yulua was watching TV while holding a rag doll. One snow woman was cooking in the kitchen, and another snow woman was exhaling cold air in the corner, looking like she had been exhaling for a long time. Sukin shook his head and sighed. What a heartless and wicked woman. If it were me, I would have held her in my arms and felt sorry for her. Just as he was about to go back to his room, Su Yulu suddenly sniffed. Why does it smell like blood? She walked barefoot around Sukin once. Where have you been? Sukin was startled. Was that nose like a dog's? He laughed and said, on my way back, I passed by the market and saw someone slaughtering a 3-legged sheep. I guess that's when I got it. Su Yulu waved her hand and said, then it's all right. Sukin returned to his room, preparing to learn the slowing technique, when his phone suddenly vibrated. Xiaomu sent a message. Qi creatures have been appearing in the city recently. Be careful. Sukin looked puzzled. Qi? What is that? Soon, Xiaomu sent a document. After reading it, Sukin finally understood. The so-called Qi can be considered a modified version of the nest master. They do not awaken their nests, nor do they breed soldiers, yet they are born with the ability to manipulate souls. Qi can devour the souls of living beings, control soulless corpses, and even burrow into corpses, living in their skin. Even more terrifying is that after they devour a soul, they can also obtain the other person's recent memories. Under normal circumstances, no flaws would be noticeable. Chapter 25 Headhunter Sacrifice. Sukin looked at the information about Qi that Xiaomu had sent him, and the more he read, the more alarmed he became. Inheriting memories and donning human skin are merely common tactics employed by the common scoundrels. The powerful Qi can stitch bodies together, not only to stitch corpses together, making them even stronger than they were in life, but also to stitch themselves together, making them even more like monsters than monsters themselves. What's even more terrifying is that the Qi tribe would hold headhunting sacrifices from time to time. They hunted down living beings, took their heads, and offered them to their ancestral gods. Therefore, the Qi were also known as the headhunting tribe. Xiaomu. 5 headless corpses appeared in the city today, which most likely means they started a headhunting sacrifice. Xiaomu. The Military Affairs Bureau and the City Defense Army have both been mobilized. Qi's subsequent actions will become more secretive and cautious, and also more ruthless. He will definitely not let anyone he encounters escape. Xiaomu. These days, it's best not to go out alone, especially at night. Xiaomu sent several more messages. I see. Sukin understood. No wonder there were military officials guarding the city gates when he entered the city, and city defense troops were also present inside. Xiaomu. By the way, how's your spiritual cultivation going? The opening time for the Baiha Beach is going to be brought forward. It should be within this week, so get ready. The Baiha mudflats were opened ahead of schedule. Sukin stroked his chin. He had already mastered the Spirit Shield spell to perfection, and even had an additional slow spell at his disposal. Compared to before when he only planned to check in at Baiha Beach and get some evolution points, now he doesn't want to miss this great opportunity to run a dungeon. Especially after the system unlocked the Hunting Encyclopedia achievement mission He originally wanted to take advantage of this time to hunt ferocious beasts and strengthen his strength as much as possible before entering the Baiha Beach, so as to get a share of the pie in the Baiha Beach. However, the early opening of the Baiha mudflats disrupted his plans. Yet to evolve the Azure Refining Worm into the Azure Refining Fireworm. The Azure Refining Insect needs 25 Spirit Stones to evolve, and he currently only has 14 Spirit Stones, so he is still short 11. Sai, how about we borrow some from Xiaomu? With a sudden thought, Sukan did not hesitate. Sukan, the Spirit Shield is too simple. I've already mastered it. Completed cultivation? Xiaomu shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Although the Spirit Shield is not a top-tier spiritual technique, very few people have mastered it to perfection. It's not that it's impossible, but it's not worth wasting so much energy and resources on a low-grade defensive spiritual technique. Moreover, he only gave the Spirit Shield to Sukan yesterday afternoon. Even if Sukan has great talent, he would be lucky to even get to the basics of cultivation. Perfect cultivation is impossible. Sukan, could you lend me 15 low-grade Spirit Stones? He originally only planned to borrow 11 low-grade Spirit Stones, but after thinking about it, he decided to borrow more, since having some money on hand is more convenient. Besides, if that little money grubber Su Yula suddenly asks him for Spirit Stones and he can't produce them, he'll probably get another lecture. Xiaomu, no problem. Xiaomu, Spirit Stones cannot be transferred, so I will directly transfer 15,000 dragon coins to your phone. Spirit Stones can be exchanged for dragon coins, but the digital representation of Spirit Stones is not officially recognized. Therefore, online transfers can only use dragon coins, while the exchange of dragon coins for Spirit Stones needs to be done offline. Furthermore, the official platform does not provide a trading platform for exchanging dragon coins and Spirit Stones, nor does it guarantee that dragon coins can be exchanged for Spirit Stones. This means that large transactions requiring a significant amount of Spirit Stones must be completed offline. Because no one can guarantee that a large number of dragon coins can necessarily be exchanged for Spirit Stones. Compared to dragon coins, Spirit Stones, which contains spiritual energy, are the currency with real value. Fewer restrictions on small online transactions. Mu directly transferred dragon coins to Sukan when he borrowed Spirit Stones. It's only 15 Spirit Stones. There's absolutely no problem with not being able to exchange them. He wasn't surprised that Sukan asked him to borrow Spirit Stones. Although Nest Masters cannot use Spirit Stones for cultivation, the cultivation of spiritual arts and the upgrading of nests are inseparable from Spirit Stones. He guessed that Sukan borrowed the Spirit Stones to cultivate the Spirit Light Shield, so he readily lent them out. After all, the trip to the Baiha Mud Flats wouldn't have been possible without Su Sanqing's help in refining insects. Consider it an investment in advance. The materials needed for the evolution of the Azure Refining Insect online. Fire Cloud Grass, Fire Lotus Fruit Core, and Fire Iron, totaling 25 Spirit Stones. Because he needed to pay both online and offline, he opted for cash on delivery. Demons, cross-regional online shopping is basically impossible in this world, but same-city home delivery is still no problem. About half an hour later, he received a notification that the goods had been delivered. She ran quickly out of the yard, and, before Su Yulu could react, ran back to her room with a small box in her hand. Carefully opening the small box, Sukan looked at the 3 fiery red items and immediately summoned the system. System, evolve the Azure Refining Insect. Fire Iron detected. Materials complete. Initiate evolution. Ding. Evolution failed. The troop composition of the nest in the verdant mountain range is incomplete. Evolution can only proceed after the troop composition is completed. Damn it. Sukan was speechless. He remembered that when he encountered the level 3 ferocious beast, the 3-tailed serpent, he used the Azure Refining Insects to block an attack, resulting in the death of more than a dozen Azure Refining Insects. After the green burning insect dies, a new green burning insect will be spawned every hour in the verdant mountain ridge. There are still 10 green burning insects short of 50. In other words, he has to wait 10 hours before he can undergo the evolution of the green refining insect. Ding. Evolution points can be spent to accelerate the spawning of certain units. Would you like to spend evolution points to speed up the spawning process? Flower. Sai, wait a minute. How many evolution points are needed to nurture a green flameworm? Sukan discovered that this system was only thinking about taking away his evolution points. Learning meditation requires evolution points. Learning spiritual arts requires evolution points. Upgrading your nest requires evolution points. There's no way to learn without spending evolution points. Moreover, Meditation techniques that anyone with a brain can learn require evolution points for a nest master to master. He had reason to suspect that the system deliberately lowered his talent in order to exploit him and waste his evolution points. He's so handsome. Does he look like someone without brains? Ding. Accelerate the development of Tier 1 units, each requiring 50 evolution points. This time, the system did respond. However, Sukan's face darkened. Nurture all 10 Azure refining insects. Moreover, the price of a level 1 unit is 50 evolution points. It's obvious that as the unit level increases, the number of evolution points required for accelerated breeding will inevitably increase. Sukan rolled his eyes and immediately decided to wait 10 hours before evolving the Azure refining insect. There's nothing much going on right now, and he can wait 10 hours. He needed the evolution points to learn the slow spell, and he couldn't let the system waste them like this. Chapter 26 Evolution. Azure Firefly. System, learn the slowdown technique. Knowing the system's nature, Sukan didn't try to cultivate the slowing technique. Instead, he directly spent evolution points. Ding. The slowing spell has been detected and is available for learning. Would you like to spend 100 evolution points to learn the slowing spell? Damn it. 100 evolution points? That's such a ripoff. Sukan's face turned green. Of Spirit Shield only cost 50 evolution points, but the cost of slow is double that. This is still a low-grade spiritual technique, only at the beginner stage, and it already requires so many evolution points. What will happen after that? In an instant, Sukan felt that his future was bleak. Other people's systems are supposed to make you a god in one step, right? Why is this damn system so terrible? He just wants to cheat and win without lifting a finger. After a long pause, he said through gritted teeth, "Study." Instantly, his 305 evolution points became 205 evolution points, and at the same time, a faint dark green light swirled around his fingertips. Slowing down techniques, beginner level. Immediately, Sukan summoned a green refining insect. With a flick of his finger, a dark green beam of light shot towards the Azure refining insect. Struck by the beam of light, the Azure flame insect was covered in a dark green light, and its flight speed was reduced by almost half. Not only did its flight speed decrease, but the entire Qinglian insect became much stiffer, as if it had been put in shackles. Sukan's spiritual power was also greatly reduced, and he could only cast the slow spell once more at most. The spiritual power of a first-grade nest master is still too low. The green refining worm that had been affected by the slowing spell, Sukan sighed inwardly. After about a minute, the dark green light on the surface of the green burning insect began to dim, and in less than half a minute, the dark green light completely disappeared. Don't underestimate this less than 1.5 minutes. If used well, it can be enough to turn the tide of a battle. That night, if he hadn't accidentally knocked Zhao Shan unconscious first, and then used the slowing spell, he might have been the one in trouble. However, the slow spell also has obvious drawbacks. 1. The flight speed is not fast enough, so it is not difficult for agile opponents to dodge it. 2. The effect of the slow spell will probably be greatly reduced against powerful enemies. Overall, it's still pretty good, and for him right now, it's a trump card. The slow spell from beginner to intermediate level, so Sukan gave up after thinking about it. For him at present, there is not much difference between the beginner level of the slowing technique and the minor mastery level. The key problem is that his spiritual power is insufficient. The most urgent task is to save evolution points to upgrade the nest level, troop types, and increase the spiritual power within the body. A ray of dawn rises from the horizon, and the soft sunlight, accompanied by a refreshing morning breeze, falls into the room, making it exceptionally comfortable. Clatter. Just as the clock struck 6, the duck-shaped alarm clock by the bedside went off precisely on time. Sukan, are you trying to die? Why set an alarm clock so early in the morning instead of sleeping? An angry, sharp shout suddenly rang out. Bang! Immediately afterwards, his door was kicked open again. Su Yulu burst in with her eyes closed, her fist landing precisely, smashing the duck alarm clock's head into its belly, silencing the alarm clock abruptly. What a white fist. Large swathes of fair skin peeked out from Su Yulua's pajamas. Sukan felt something warm flowing out of his nose again. If there's a next time, I'll hit you on the head. With a forced lift of her eyelids, Su Yulua staggered and turned to leave. Touching his nose, a hint of regret flashed in Sukan's eyes. Damn it, what are you thinking about? Is that your sister? Patting his handsome face, Sukan shook off the unhealthy thoughts in his mind. You are orphans, and she is not your biological sister. Another idea popped into my head. Even so, she's too ruthless. A handsome guy like me shouldn't be allowed to fall into her hands. Shaking his head, Sukin prepared to begin evolving the Azure refining insect. He set his alarm so early so that he could wait for all 10 green refining insects to be conceived. System, evolve the Azure refining insect. Fire iron detected. Materials complete. Evolution initiated. A beam of light swept across, and the 3 items in the small wooden box vanished instantly. Inside Sukan's body, the verdant mountain range shone with a lush green light, and the fire cloud grass and other creatures floated within the lush green light curtain. Upon closer inspection, one can see tiny, fiery red specks of light appearing and falling towards the Azure refining insects crawling below the light screen. As more and more fiery red spots appeared, the Azure flame insect was gradually enveloped in clusters of fiery red light. 50 clusters of fiery red light, like 50 small flames. In an instant, the verdant mountains were enveloped in blue and red light. Time flows slowly. The fire cloud grass and other objects in the light screen had completely disappeared, and the figure of the green refining insect slowly emerged from the red light cluster. Small red dots appeared on the verdant insect's body, especially its pair of pincers, which gleamed with a cold light. Its body also grew larger than before, from the size of a coin to almost the size of 1.5 coins. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Sukan, First Class Nest Master. Nest, Verdant Mountain Ridge. Level 11%. Population, 50/50ths, hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Output, green firefly, level 1 silver. Talent, 1, sharp teeth and a sharp tongue. 2, as hard as steel. Skill, fire rain bullet. Currently possessing 50 silver units, level 1 silver. Evolution points, 205. The quality has been upgraded from bronze to silver, and an additional skill has been added. Fire rain bullets. The Azure Firefly can spew out a series of fire bullets in a short period of time, providing an evolved fire attack on distant targets. Having gained an additional range skill was a good thing in Sukan's opinion. In this way, even if others know the weakness of the green flirting insect and prepare bamboo in advance, it will not be so easy for them to target it. Moreover, after the Azure refining insect evolved into a silver tier soldier, Sukan could clearly feel a depletion of spiritual energy within his body. It wasn't that he had consumed spiritual energy, but rather that the improved quality of his troops allowed him, as a nest master, to hold more spiritual energy. It was still early, so Sukan sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Countless points of light converged on him from the surrounding void. The pea-sized ball of light in his dantian seemed to have been thirsty for a long time and began to frantically absorb the surrounding points of light. Before long, the mung bean ball had more than doubled in size and was now about the size of a peanut. After finishing his meditation, Sukan sat up and sensed the changes in the spiritual energy within his body. The more spiritual energy there is, the stronger the nourishing effect on his body. He believed that before long, even without considering the attribute points awarded by the system, his physical strength would become as great as Su Yulaw's. Of course, if one remains at the first grade nest master level, the improvement of spiritual power on the body will quickly reach its limit. Even so, his current strength is much greater than before. If I encounter the three-tailed snake fox again, never mind, he's still a younger brother. Chapter 27. Your scalp is detached. Let me pick it up for you. At Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Sukan slumped listlessly on his desk. The after effects of waking up at 6 in the morning became apparent at this time. As expected, every early morning comes at a price. On the podium, a Mediterranean man was spitting as he spoke. This is their tactics teacher, Han Ming. When fighting ferocious beasts, you must pay attention to tactics and use kiting tactics. Do not be reckless. You must remember my square kiting tactic. I used this tactic to make a name for myself back then. Teacher, I've heard they all call you Han the Runner. Wang Dachui, who was sitting behind Sukan, stood up abruptly with a loud bang, his voice as loud as a rooster crowing. That's because they're ignorant. I call that a tactical retreat. Besides, can the matter of the nest master be easily dismissed? Han Ming started talking nonstop, filling the classroom with a cheerful atmosphere. Happy times always pass too quickly, and a class ended in no time. Sukan, didn't you say yesterday you'd take me hunting ferocious beasts? When are we going? Wang Dachui patted Sukan on the shoulder and said. Sukan stroked his chin and thought for 2 seconds, then his eyes darted around. Let's go now, are you coming? Hunting ferocious beasts not only earns him money, but also improves his strength, while he can only sleep in class. He can tell which choice is better. This world also has its own college entrance examination. Whether you're a master or an ordinary person, you can enter a higher-level school through the college entrance examination, but there are less than 2 months until the exam, and he hasn't inherited any memories. Even though the academic portion of the college entrance examination for Chaohu Normal University is not large, passing the college entrance examination is still an impossible task for him. A struggle appeared in Wang Dachui's eyes. Although he was not a good student, he had never skipped class. Especially Tsang Yueshue, who is the homeroom teacher, may be beautiful, but in the eyes of the students she is extremely serious and aloof, and very authoritative. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth. Go. Having made up his mind, Sukin didn't hesitate and swaggered out of the school gate with Wang Dachui. However, instead of heading directly out of the city, he walked into the city. Shouldn't we be going outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts? Why are we heading back into the city? Wang Dachui asked curiously, his eyes darting around like a thief, still worried about being discovered. If you want to do a good job, you must first have the right tools. Just follow me. He only bought 2 sets of materials for attracting beasts yesterday. There's still time today, so he has to prepare more. Otherwise, where will he find ferocious beasts? Sukin went straight to the herbal medicine shop from yesterday, and, without hesitation, ordered 6 portions of materials for attracting beasts, totaling 3 low-grade spirit stones. The boss was grinning from ear to ear. Big hammer, pay up. Sukin waved his hand and gave Wang Dachui a look. Since the mission is to take him to kill ferocious beasts, it's reasonable for him to provide the materials needed to lure them. Wang Dachui didn't mind and quickly paid the bill. 3 low-grade spirit stones are nothing at all. A rich person. After watching Wang Dachui's cool payment gesture, look at his big fat face. For a moment, Sukin actually felt that Wang Dachui was 1,000th as handsome as him. With everything prepared, Sukin stopped wandering around and took Wang Dachui directly out of the city towards Baiha. What he didn't know was that not far from here, on the 2nd floor of the Jinsho Chamber of Commerce, a pair of eyes were watching him. Didn't Li Shi send someone to teach him a lesson? Yang Kaihua put his hands behind his back, spoke in a low voice, and his face turned gloomy. He was a petty person by nature, and seeing Sukin reminded him of the 5 spirit stones he had lost. He couldn't feel happy all day. Li Shi, come to the 2nd floor. Turning his gaze away, Yang Kaihua shouted loudly. Manager, you wanted to see me? Footsteps sounded, and Li Shi, a waiter from the Brocade Merchant Guild dressed in black, came up behind Yang Kaihua. However, Li Shi's eyes seemed a bit strange, especially his bare palms. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if something was swimming inside them, which was quite terrifying. How did you handle this? Didn't you say you could get the spirit stones back for me soon? It's been 2 days. Where are the spirit stones? Yang Kaihua spat, spraying Li Shi's face with his saliva. A dangerous glint flashed in Li Shi's eyes, and his palm twitched and then retracted, as if something was about to come out. Are you mute? Speak up. Yang Kaihua seemed to feel that he hadn't said enough, so he raised his hand and slapped him on the head. Snap! Li Shi's scalp and hair were slapped away by a single blow, but strangely, not a drop of blood came out. You? Yang Kaihua paused, then his pupils contracted sharply. Ha! Ha ha! Your scalp is flaked off, let me go pick it up for you. He forced a laugh and tried to take a step forward, but his legs trembled so badly that he could barely move. Heh! A coughing sound came from Li Shi's mouth. He raised his head, his expression extremely strange. Sizzle. Immediately afterwards, a sound like tearing silk rang out. A crack extended from Li Shi's face to his waist and abdomen, then split in 2, falling to the ground like a piece of clothing, without a drop of blood. I didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on courting death. A pale figure appeared where Li Shi had been standing. If you let me go, I'll do anything for you. The Military Affairs Bureau and the City Defense Army are looking for you. I can help you hide your identities. Yang Kaihua was drenched in sweat and could barely stand. He never imagined that she, who had put the entire city on high alert, was actually right beside him. He never imagined that a single slap would bring out Chi, who was hiding right next to him. Why am I so shameless? Why do I have to be so ungrateful? Yang Kaihua wished he could slap himself twice. You want to be a traitor by helping me hide my identity? Chi, who crawled out of Li Shi's body, was not in a hurry to kill Yang Kaihua. He crossed his arms and a smile with an ambiguous meaning on his lips. I'm willing to do anything as long as you don't kill me, Yang Kaihua said hastily. By the way, I know that your clan likes to collect heads, especially those with exquisite features. A cold glint flashed in Yang Kaihua's eyes. I know a young man whose head is absolutely a masterpiece of art. Is that so? Chi's shoulders suddenly split open, growing two thick, gorilla-like arms that directly embraced Yang Kaihua's head. Don't worry, I will go find him. But now it's time to send you on your way. The Military Intelligence Bureau has a very keen sense of smell. If we're exposed for too long, they might come knocking on our door. Bang! Yang Kaihua's head exploded like a watermelon, but his face remained completely unharmed. Perfect, the force was just right. Chi nodded in satisfaction and began cleaning up Yang Kaihua's body. But then he frowned. As expected of a dog's nose, it found us so quickly. Chapter 28 instantly kills the giant lobster. Woof woof. In the streets of Jiangcheng, the barking of dogs rose and fell in an instant, interspersed with angry shouts. The Military Intelligence Agency and the City Defense Forces headed towards the Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce and surrounded it in an instant. Yeah, you've arrived just in time, but can you stop me? Qilin laughed coldly. At this moment, he had transformed into Yang Kaihua's appearance, and in front of him stood four figures, some human and some beast. Through the window, he could see the chaotic crowd outside the street, as well as the squads of military officials and city defense troops, their bodies radiating a cold and austere aura. Let's go. I stretched. Swish, swish, swish. With a whooshing sound, 5 figures emerged from the Brocade Chamber of Commerce in 5 different directions and sped off into the distance. Suddenly, barking dogs rang out from 5 directions simultaneously. On the banks of the Baiha River, Sukin had already made 6 beast-attracting incense sticks. Since it was his second time making them, and with Wang Dachui's help, the process was much faster. However, he didn't rush to light the beast-attracting incense, as he didn't have much spiritual energy left in his body. After instructing Wang Dachui and Qinglian Firefly to be on guard, Sukin began meditating to recover his spiritual power. Faint spiritual particles gathered from the surrounding void toward his body. Compared to his home, the spiritual particles in the wild were noticeably more concentrated. In less than half an hour, most of the spiritual energy he had consumed in his dantian had been restored. Is it finally about to begin? Wang Dachui rubbed his chubby hands together, already impatient. Just stick the animal-attracting incense sticks by the river and light them. With the chubby boy around, Sukin didn't need to move at all. He had already happily lit the beast-attracting incense by the river. Just wait patiently from now on. Sukin told the fireflies to keep an eye on the riverbank, while he put his arms behind his head and prepared to take a nap. The chubby boy, however, was impatient. Although Sukin had told him that the beast-attracting incense could attract ferocious beasts, he still harbored doubts. His small eyes contained excitement, anxiety, and anticipation. Sukin ignored him. Everyone is nervous the first time, but once you get used to it, it will take shape for you. Otherwise, it will become relaxed. Something just doesn't feel right. Time passed quickly, and 10 minutes had gone by in the blink of an eye, but there was still no movement. Wang Dachui finally couldn't hold back any longer. He ran to the incense burner, squatted down, and even kept sending the smoke into the river with his hands. It's terrible to be uncultured. The air temperature is low over the river, and the water flow also causes air to move. The pressure is low near the river surface, so the incense burns and produces high-temperature smoke, which naturally falls onto the river surface. Instantly, Sukin couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority, as if he were in a completely different league. Back in the day, he was a physics prodigy. Ah, help! Suddenly, Wang Dachui exclaimed and ran over quickly, causing the swarm of azure fireflies to become restless. The mighty lobster is a level 2 ferocious beast. Wang Dachui ran and shouted, not expecting that a ferocious beast would appear as soon as he reached the riverbank. He was so frightened that he forgot to use his defensive magic. The giant lobster waded through the river and climbed straight ashore. It didn't chase after Wang Dachui, but instead circled around the beast-attracting incense, its pair of tentacles, several meters long, constantly swaying. He looked extremely excited. Azure fireflies, fire rain attack. Be careful not to hit the beast-attracting incense. In an instant, countless fiery red light spots spewed out from the mouth of the azure firefly, forming a red beam of light that rushed towards the giant lobster. Actually, Sukin didn't need to give any special instructions. The giant lobster saw the green firefly. It had already braced itself, raised its pincers, and used the beast-attracting incense as a shield behind it. The fiery beam of light struck the giant lobster, producing a series of crackling sounds that lasted for nearly 10 seconds before dissipating. At this moment, the giant lobster's brain was covered with small black holes. Its pair of neat antennae had disappeared, and its eyes had turned grayish-white. Wang Dachui's eyes widened as he looked at Su Kan and then at King Lian Huchong. When did the Azure flying insect become capable of ranged attacks? And fire-based ranged attacks at that? He was shocked, but he didn't ask any further questions. It's no exaggeration to say that the abilities of the unit types are the Nest Master's greatest secret. Uft! A cloud of white foam billowed from the giant lobster's mouth. It raised its claws slightly, but ultimately collapsed weakly to the ground. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the giant lobster. The giant lobster encyclopedia entry is now available. The host is rewarded with 1 point of strength, 200 evolution points, and 1 point of system space. Feeling the warmth flowing through his body, Sukin couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips into a smile. The firefly's new skill, Fire Rain, was somewhat beyond his expectations. He thought it would at most severely injure the giant lobster, but it unexpectedly pierced through the giant lobster's armor and killed it instantly. Is this the true strength of silver tier units? But why is Su Yuluo, who is also a silver-ranked snow maiden, so weak? Still puzzled, he patted the dazed Wang Dachui. Don't just stand there, quickly put the giant lobster into your storage ring. This is all just small change. Oh, okay. After quickly putting away the giant lobster, the chubby boy was beyond shocked. The level 2 ferocious beast, the giant lobster, was instantly killed. Is this reasonable? Is this still a bronze level unit? If it were his bronze tier unit, the venomous beetle, it would probably be getting its ass kicked by now. Of course, he also knew in his heart that something must have happened to Su Kan's green refining insect that he was unaware of. From the incense wafted slowly, attracting the lobsters, there was no movement for half a day. The chubby boy became well-behaved and dared not run to the riverbank to look around anymore. Splash! A splash of water erupted, and a green figure rose from the river. A level 2 ferocious beast, the alligator. Sukin skillfully manipulated the fireflies to lure the alligator away from the riverbank, and a fiery red streak of light exploded onto the alligator's body. In an instant, its back became a bloody mess. But unlike the giant lobster, it did not die. By breaking the shell of the giant lobster's brain, you can directly attack its brain and kill it. However, the short-tailed crocodile has incredibly thick muscles, and fireballs cannot penetrate it. Roar! With a roar from its gaping maw, the short-tailed crocodile swung its tail and crawled toward the riverbank. Barrage of fireballs from the green fireflies, it was clearly afraid. But how could Sukin let it escape so easily? His body shimmered with spiritual light, surrounded by a rhomboid light shield. As he commanded the azure fireflies to attack, he himself pressed forward. With a perfect level aura shield for protection, plus attribute points and spiritual power that bring about an improvement in physical fitness. Now he is no longer afraid of level 2 ferocious beasts. Bang! With a punch imbued with all his might, he slammed it into the alligator's back, leaving a fist-shaped mark with traces of blood on it. He was already able to injure an alligator using only his own strength. The enraged alligator turned to bite, but the attack was easily blocked by the aura shield surrounding him. The perfect level spirit shield, which can even block attacks from level 3 ferocious beasts, is clearly not something that this short-snout crocodile can break through. Chapter 29 System. Upgrading the Nest. Under the shield of spiritual light, Sukan's arm was enveloped by the azure fireflies. The reddish claws pointed outwards, making them appear even more ferocious and terrifying than before. With his fangs opening and closing like saw teeth, Sukin's every strike left the alligator a bloody mess. The bloody hand-to-hand combat resembled that of humanoid beasts, and was nothing like that of a Nest Master. This fighting style was something he came up with that night, while fighting Sun Mao and Zhang Shan. The green firefly possesses sharp claws and a tough body. However, its small size means that it can only deal limited damage to enemies in a single attack. Even if he could crush steel in one bite, it wouldn't be enough to kill a level 1 ferocious beast. It must first bite through the beast's skin, tissues, and even bones step by step before reaching the core brain or heart to kill its opponent. For other silver tier units, killing a level 1 ferocious beast might be as simple as a punch or a kick, making it incomparable. Therefore, if insect-type units want to have strong combat power, they must first reach a certain scale. This is actually a common problem for all insectoid units, including the Nester. Even among silver units, Zerg units are no match for other silver units in 1-on-1 or even 10-on-1 battles. However, insect units also have an advantage that other units do not have. Namely, the number of units increases with each promotion. The number of other types of troops is fixed from the moment they are created. Ding. Host detected killing an alligator. Reward, Constitution +1. The short-tailed alligator lay motionless on the ground, its skull cracked and its eyeballs squeezed out. Sukin slowly climbed off the short-tailed crocodile, somewhat dissatisfied. Only 1 point of physique? What about evolution points? What about the system space? However, he quickly realized that only by being the first to kill each type of ferocious beast and unlocking the corresponding hunting guide would there be a rich reward. After that, it would probably just be a token reward. Shaking his head, Sukin waved to the chubby boy standing in the distance. Get to work. Gurgle. The chubby boy glanced at Sukin in horror at how the short-tailed crocodile had been brutally beaten to death. Is this even human? This level of skill should be close to that of the top 10 students in the school. But those people all awakened successfully at the age of 13, a full 2 years earlier than Sukin. Big Hammer, don't envy me. It's normal for someone as handsome as me to be strong. Sukin reached out to pat Wang Dachui on the shoulder. When the chubby boy saw Sukin's ferocious insect arm, he quickly dodged away. If it were filmed on your body, wouldn't it result in a bloody mess? Using his physical strength and the help of the fireflies to beat the alligator to death, Sukin completely fell in love with the exhilarating feeling of each punch landing on the skin. The level 1 ferocious beast, the licking-tongue frog, was killed with 2 punches. The reward is +1 agility, +100 evolution points, and +1 system space. The level 1 ferocious beast, the green-haired turtle, was killed with a single punch, rewarding 100 evolution points. Level 2 ferocious beast, green-tailed boa, killed by punch. Reward, +1 strength, +200 evolution points, +1 system space. In just a few hours, more than 24 ferocious beasts died at Sukin's hands. The evolution points have increased from the original 205 to an unprecedented 1305. Sukin felt like he was about to laugh his teeth out. He can upgrade the nest at any time if he wants, making the green fireflies a level 2 unit. Even if the slow spell is upgraded to perfection, there will be no problem. Not only that, the nearly 10 attribute points he received also greatly improved his physical fitness. A slight clench of the fist unleashes explosive power. In particular, the agility attribute points not only give him speed, but also improved reaction speed. His reaction time has improved by at least 2 seconds compared to before. Don't underestimate those 2 seconds. They're enough for him to easily defeat his 2 previous selves with the same power. To put it bluntly, he can now fight a level 1 ferocious beast with his bare hands, and he has the courage to face a level 2 ferocious beast without any fear. Once the Azure Firefly forms its insect arm, it can kill a fully healthy level 2 ferocious beast within a few punches. In just half a day, his strength had changed dramatically. Sukin, I've noticed that your strength seems to be getting stronger and stronger. The chubby boy was grilling a bluefish that was over a meter long in front of him, pouring out bottles and jars, and the fragrant aroma wafted far and wide. This was a level 1 ferocious beast, the rending fawn green fish, which was killed by Sukin with a single punch that cracked its skull. Hehe, maybe it's easier for handsome people to improve their skills. Sukin smiled, grabbed a piece of grilled fish, and stuffed it into his mouth. The reward of nearly 10 attribute points in a short period of time made him extremely hungry, as if he could eat a whole cow. Upon hearing Sukin's words, Wang Dachui's chubby face immediately fell. He certainly didn't believe Sukin's words, but cultivation, besides consuming resources, also heavily relies on talent. Talent is something you can't envy. You can only judge it by its appearance. He glanced at Sukin's face, then resignedly lowered his head. After hunting down more than 10 ferocious beasts, no more beasts have appeared for quite some time. Sukin casually tossed the fishbone aside. Level 1 and 2 ferocious beasts no longer held much interest for him. His current goal was level 3 ferocious beasts. Especially the 3-tailed snake, like fox. With his current strength, he is confident that he can fight the 3-tailed serpent tanuki once he upgrades his lair. Big Hammer, light the remaining 3 beast-attracting incense sticks. Whether or not we can attract a level 3 ferocious beast depends on these 3 beast-attracting incense sticks. A few wisps of smoke drifted by, and an incredibly strong, fishy odor filled the air, which even Sukin himself found hard to bear. This smell is incredibly tempting to ferocious beasts, but not so friendly to humans. It's like a stinky, pus-filled rat on a hot day being mixed with the smell of floral water. In short, it's intoxicating. Sukin, this tastes even more potent than the poisonous farts of my venomous blister beetle. Wang Dachui covered his nose and said in a muffled voice. Have you ever smelled the fart of a stink bug? Sukin astutely spotted the blind spot. I have to test how much more powerful the stink bug has become, since it's evolved into a stink bug, the chubby boy said matter-of-factly. I conducted a careful comparison with the control group, and found that the stink bug's farts can make a person faint from the stench in a confined space within 10 minutes. The stink bug can knock a person unconscious with its stench in just 3 minutes, and it can also poison them. What grudge? What resentment? Using himself as the experimental subject, he was literally knocked unconscious by the stench of farts. Sukin was dumbfounded. He's ruthless. Sukin gave the chubby boy a thumbs up. From now on, you'll definitely be the king of farts. A woo. Just then, a sharp screech rang out. The Baiha River suddenly surged with waves, and a 3-meter-tall, earthen yellow figure leaped into the air, landing on the ground and kicking up dust. Behind him, 3 black snake tails twitched, making a whooshing sound and crackling in the air. The level 3 ferocious beast, the 3-tailed serpent fox, has finally appeared. A smile appeared on Sukan's lips. System, upgrade the nest. Chapter 30. A brutal beating of the 3-tailed snake fox. The 3-tailed snake-like fox's brutal gaze fell on Sukan, revealing a cold, killing intent. Sukan stood tall and composed. Ding. Host, would you like to spend 495 evolution points to upgrade the nest to level 2? Upgrade confirmed. Sukan immediately agreed. The 1305 evolution points instantly became 810 points. At the same time, the nest inside his body also underwent a huge change. The verdant mountain ridges were shrouded in mist, and the hazy verdant light radiated outwards in waves. A click sound rang out from inside the verdant mountain ridge, and dozens of insects flew out from the light waves. Their claws are menacing, their green bodies are speckled with red, and their wings rustle as they flap. Sukan, second-rank nest master. Nest, verdant mountain ridge. Level, 2, 0%. Population, 100/100. Incubation rate 1 unit/hour. Output, green firefly, level 2, silver. Talent, 1, sharp teeth and a sharp tongue. 2, as hard as steel. Skill, fire rain bullet. Currently possessing 100 silver units, tier 2, silver. Evolution points, 810. After upgrading to a level 2 lair, his troop count increased from 50 to 100. The level 2 Azure Fireflies showed no change in body or appearance, but Sukan could sense that they were stronger. This is a powerful leap in the level of life. Azure Fireflies, Sukan felt a surge of confidence welling up within him. It's been upgraded. When Wang Dachui saw the sudden increase in the number of green fireflies, he was so speechless that he stammered. Sukan only awakened his powers a couple of days ago, didn't he? How come his lair was upgraded after only 2 days? Her looks are off the charts. Does one's talent for cultivation also involve cheating? He patted his chubby face, feeling completely dizzy. The nest upgrade seemed to take a long time, but it was actually completed in an instant. At this moment, the 3-tailed snake fox obviously couldn't understand why so many insects suddenly appeared around Sukan. But this did not change its decision to kill the human in front of it. With a roar, pale blue spiritual light gathered in the mouth of the 3-tailed snake-like creature, and a water bullet quickly formed. Damn, you're going for a beam attack right off the bat? Is this a tradition of your 3-tailed fox clan? Sukan mentally complained and waved his hand dismissively. Azure Fireflies, fire rain bullets. Instantly, the red star-like spots on the Azure Firefly's body flashed, and countless fiery red light particles formed a red light stream in midair, sweeping towards the water bullet spat out by the 3-tailed fox. Compared to before, the level 2 Azure Firefly's fire rain is more vibrant and faster. Boom! The red light stream and the blue water bullets collided with a deafening roar. The azure lights splashed like water droplets. The water bullets visibly decreased in size, and the stream of light formed by the fire rain bullets also gradually extinguished. Ultimately, both vanished into nothingness in midair. The Azure Fireflies are only level 2 and are insect-type units. Their sheer numbers make up for it, and they are also silver-level units. In their first encounter, the two sides were evenly matched. Whoa! The 3-tailed snake-like creature was clearly dissatisfied with the result. Its small, pavilion-like body darted towards Sukan, its 3 tails lashing out from 3 different directions, producing a series of sharp, piercing sounds. This demonstrates the immense power of the 3-tailed raccoon's tail. With a rhomboid light shield in front of him, Sukan commanded the Azure Fireflies to form insect arms as he charged straight forward. He must personally take action to kill the three-tailed snake fox. Otherwise, given its enormous size, the three-tailed snake fox would likely have easily escaped into the White River before the green fireworms could even bite through its body and sense the danger. Perfected spirit shield, his current physique, and the insect arm formed by the level 2 Azure Firefly, he was 70% confident he could crush the three-tailed serpent. Bang! A strong gust of wind swept by, and a snake's tail lashed against the spiritual shield. The shield trembled a few times, rippling with spiritual energy, and dimmed slightly. The immense force caused him to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. However, the aura shield absorbed most of the impact, and with his current physique, he could barely withstand it. He glanced at the spirit shield and pursed his lips. It can withstand 2 more attacks. Having made up his mind, Sukin didn't dodge or evade at all, and charged towards the three-tailed snake fox. Bang! Bang! 2 more snake tails lashed out, causing the spiritual shield to tremble violently, its light to scatter and weaken considerably. With a thought, Sukan's tattered spiritual light shield dissipated, and a new spiritual light shield appeared around him. The perfect level spirit shield has no cooldown, which is why he dares to fight the ferocious beasts at close range. As long as his aura shield cannot be broken in one blow, he is essentially invincible until his aura is exhausted. Although he has not yet acquired the spiritual power of a second-grade nest master through meditation, after the Azure refining insect evolved into a silver-grade soldier, the spiritual power within him is enough for him to use the spirit light shield 6 times. Sizzle! Sukin punched the three-tailed snake fox in the hind leg. The sharp fangs of the Azure Firefly twitched rapidly, more terrifying than a chainsaw, like a meat grinder, tearing up a large chunk of flesh and blood. The three-tailed snake-like fox let out a miserable cry, its sharp front claws flashing with a fierce, cold light, and suddenly slammed down on Sukan's head. The shield of light trembled slightly, but remained steadfast. While sensing the strength of the spiritual light shield, Sukan attacked frantically with both fists. Every punch landed, a shower of blood and flesh. Whoosh! A snake's tail sliced through the air and appeared behind Sukan, coiling around his waist as if it were a living snake. Good timing. Sukan was not surprised but delighted. He grabbed the snake's tail with one hand and chopped down with the other. Crack! The snake's tail was broken into 2 pieces. His current strength is no joke. Coupled with the sharpness of the Azure Firefly's pincers, he could cleave an iron rod in 2. Fear finally flashed in the eyes of the three-tailed snake fox, while Sukan remained as still as a lump of iron. You can hit him without any problem, but if he hits you, you can't withstand it. Hey, it's too late to be scared now. Sukan's 5 fingers, like hooks, plunged into the body of the three-tailed snake fox. He pushed off the ground with his feet, swayed, and appeared on the back of the three-tailed snake fox. And it quickly climbed toward its head. A sharp pain shot through his body, and the three-tailed snake-like fox trembled violently, trying to throw Sukan off. But it was to no avail. Sukan appeared firmly on the head of the three-tailed snake-like creature, pounding his fists with explosive force. Within moments, the three-tailed raccoon's head was a bloody mess, with yellowish-white liquid flowing from the broken skull. The 3-meter-tall body crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 3 ferocious beast, three-tailed serpent fox. The three-tailed serpent fox illustration has been lit up. The host is rewarded with +1 to Constitution, +1 to Strength, +300 evolution points, and +1 to System Space. Surprisingly, it rewarded both Constitution and Strength attribute points at the same time. Sukan was slightly surprised, but then he understood. The power of the level 3 ferocious beast, the three-tailed serpent fox, was incomparable to that of a level 2 ferocious beast. If it weren't for his spirit shield being at its peak, coupled with the unique properties of the Azure Firefly, he really wouldn't have been able to handle this big guy. Chapter 31. Can't you handle this? Why are you eating shit? Wang Dachui walked over with a complicated expression. He doesn't know what to say anymore. Grade Nest Master in just 2 days, but he also cultivated the spiritual art's spiritual light shield to perfection. Although the spirit shield is not a top-tier spiritual technique, the difficulty of mastering any spiritual technique to perfection is undeniable. Resources and talent are both indispensable. Perfect-level spirit arts are not only more powerful, but their ability to be released without interruption is also the envy of all Nest Masters. However, very few Nest Masters can cultivate a spirit art to perfection. Seeing that Wang Dachui looked somewhat dejected, Sukin thought for a moment and decided to comfort him. Although it only took me 2 days to become a second-grade nest master and to cultivate a spiritual technique to perfection, do you know how much I paid for it? Sukin's tone was very heavy. The chubby boy's eyes lit up. So what is the price? Of course, I've only slept for 20 hours in the last 2 days. Wang Dachui, stunned. Mumu put the three-tailed snake fox into her storage ring, and Wang Dachui just wanted to be quiet now. Good heavens, it has already housed so many ferocious beasts, and now it can still hold the enormous three-tailed snake fox. This storage ring is absolutely terrifying. Sukan's eyes widened in disbelief. In that instant, he looked at Wang Dachui as if he were looking at a huge, walking spirit stone. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Dachui felt a little uneasy under Sukan's gaze. Hee, don't worry, I absolutely didn't intend to kill you and rob you. You shouldn't have said it. Now that you've said it, I'm scared. After stretching, Sukan decided to return to the city. Today's harvest has been very fruitful. Of course, the main problem is that during the battle just now, all 3 beast-attracting incense sticks were swept into the water by the fighting. The water surface was slightly yellow, and the incense had completely dissipated. It looks completely broken. It's a bit of a pity. He shook his head and prepared to leave. Gurgle. Suddenly, a large splash of water rose from the water. I never expected that a ferocious beast would give me a souvenir before I left. It's too kind of you. Sukan's eyes lit up, and his arms transformed into insect arms once again. My little cutie, your big brother can't wait to punch you in the chest with his little fists. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In just a moment, huge bubbles rose to the surface of the river, as if it were boiling. This gift is far too kind. Sukan swallowed hard and slowly took 2 steps back. Even a fool would know the seriousness of the situation if he saw countless dark shadows moving beneath the surface of the water. Sukan. The chubby boy's legs were already trembling. Run! Without saying a word, Sukan turned and ran, and the chubby boy's short legs followed quickly like wheels of fire. Splash! Roar! Just as they turned around, countless ferocious beasts emerged from the water. Alligators, giant lobsters, green-tailed boas. Even a few 3-tailed snake bream appeared, and even more terrifyingly, a level 4 ferocious beast, the thunder roar crocodile, appeared. Beasts below level 3 are considered low-level ferocious beasts, while those above level 3 are considered mid-level ferocious beasts. Don't underestimate the difference of just 1 level. The difference in combat power is enough for the thunder roar crocodile to easily kill the 3-tailed serpent tanuki. Roar! A loud bang came from behind, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Sukan felt the surrounding trees tremble, and his ears were ringing. Damn it! Isn't it said that the beast-attracting incense can only attract ferocious beasts below level 3? Could this level 4 ferocious beast be fake? Zhao Shan is such a jerk. Next time I see him, I'll have to show him even better rope skills. Sukan cursed inwardly and ran for his life away. Sukan, the ferocious beasts are catching up. The chubby boy turned his head and looked at it. He was almost in tears. He had originally planned to experience the thrill of hunting ferocious beasts with Sukan. As a result, he was utterly defeated by Sukan, almost became depressed, and now he's being chased by ferocious beasts. It's just too miserable. The roars of beasts continued to echo in his ears, growing ever closer, and Sukan's face paled. Even someone as fearless as him, who dared to fight a level 3 ferocious beast head-on, is now at a loss. Behind them were not just 1 or 2 ferocious beasts, but more than a dozen, including level 3 and level 4 ferocious beasts, the thunder roar crocodile. Even if you add 3 more, he still wouldn't be a match for them. Release your poisonous stingers. Sukan had a sudden inspiration and quickly said, "What's the use of a level 1 venomous beetle?" Wang Dachui asked, and then summoned the poisonous beetle. A small gray shadow appeared above their heads, and there was an unsettling smell in the air around them. Sniffing, Sukan gritted his teeth and said, "Let the poisonous blister beetles aim at us and release their poisonous farts. The reason these ferocious beasts are chasing us is probably because we have the scent of beast-attracting incense on us. By using the poisonous farts of the venomous blister beetles to mask the smell, these ferocious beasts should stop chasing us." Sukan's tone was somewhat heavy, but there was no other way now. If they keep running, they will soon be caught up by the pack of ferocious beasts. If there were any other way, who would want to smell poisonous farts? I remembered how I used to mock Wang Dachui for smelling poisonous farts, calling him a ruthless person. Sukan smiled helplessly. I never expected karma to come so quickly. Good idea. Wang Da's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Poisonous blister beetle, aim at us and use your poisonous fart attack. Suddenly, the venomous blister beetle spread its gray scales, revealing its bulging rear end. Puffed. Black smoke billowed out, mixed with yellow specks. The chubby boy raised his face, opened his arms, and looked as if he were embracing his dream. Spirit shield. With a soft shout, Sukin activated the spirit shield. He admitted that he couldn't hold on any longer the moment he saw the yellow stars. Black smoke filled the air, and the surrounding grass, trees, and leaves withered at a visible speed. The slightly trembling leaves are their last act of defiance. Gah! A crow that was passing by cawed halfway before falling straight down in front of the two of them. It flapped its wings twice, then finally rolled its eyes and lay flat on its back with its legs in the air. Clap, clap, clap. One after another, the sounds of collisions rang out, and the ferocious beasts chasing them came to an abrupt halt. They stopped and stood still, wagging their tails. Roar! Finally, the thunder crocodile roared, glanced at them with its large, scarlet eyes, and then, in a surprisingly human-like manner, shook its head and turned to leave. That look in his eyes was practically saying, "Are you a sore loser or something? Why are you eating shit?" Sukin's eyes widened. His spiritual shield blocked the yellow stars of unknown origin, but it couldn't stop the all-pervasive black smoke. In that instant, he felt as if someone had shoved a piece of 1998 adult excrement right in front of his nose and mouth. He felt a tingling sensation. The chubby boy had a face covered in yellow specks, and his hair stood on end because of the stench, and it was even slightly steaming. "We agreed to smell the poisonous farts together. Why did you secretly activate your shield?" The tone of his voice was incredibly melancholic. Chapter 32 Chi. Yonkaihua. The pack of ferocious beasts left. Sukin finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then new problems arose. At this moment, Wang Dachui looked at him as if he had been violated countless times and then cruelly abandoned. "Big Hammer, you know me. I'm not the kind of person who would betray his brothers." Sukin sighed, then continued, "You poisonous blister beetle, you can fart all you want, but why are you spitting yellow splatters? Aren't you just a sore loser?" "Really?" Wang Dachui looked at him suspiciously. He recalled the first time he experimented with the poisonous farts of the stink bug. When he saw the stink bug spraying out yellow splattering particles, he instinctively used a defensive spell. The problem is, his defensive spiritual techniques are only at the beginner level. As a result, he only used his defensive magic after being soaked in yellow specks. Thinking about this, he began to believe Sukin. "Really?" Sukin quickly replied, "See, I don't mind you anymore." As he spoke, he raised his hand to pat Wang Dachui's shoulder, but when he saw that Wang Dachui was covered in yellow specks, especially some of which were still half dry, he instantly lost his courage. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and slapped his own forehead. "I almost forgot, isn't this fart poisonous? Is there an antidote? Don't get poisoned by this fart before you're killed by the ferocious beast." The stink bug is an evolved form of the stink bug. Its farts are not only smelly, but also poisonous. Sukin was a little worried about being poisoned by this fart. Then, literally, they would be infamous for eternity after death. "Don't worry, it won't kill you. At most, you'll just be unconscious for a while. Besides, the poison is in the yellow specks." "Oh, that's all right now." Sukin patted his chest. Thankfully, his spiritual shield had blocked all the yellow stars. "I have something to do, bang." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Dachui collapsed to the ground with a thud. He could have held on for a few more minutes, but unfortunately, there were just too many yellow specks falling on him, causing him to collapse from the poison in less than a minute. Sukin quickly dragged Wang Dachui by the feet to an open and well-ventilated spot. The air here has been completely polluted by the poisonous farts of the stink bug. The poison may not kill people, but it is very likely to suffocate them. Released green fireflies to guard the surroundings, and then began to meditate cross-legged. After using the spirit shield repeatedly throughout the afternoon, his spiritual energy was already quite low. Especially in the end, in order to resist the yellow specks of the poisonous blister beetle, all the spiritual power was used up, and now there is not a drop left. The mountain breeze rustled the leaves, and the faint chirping of birds drifted in from afar, clear and melodious. The setting sun casts its rays across the sky, making the clouds appear as if they are ablaze, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Sukin slowly opened his eyes as he meditated. In his dantian, there was a ball of spiritual energy about the size of 3 peanuts. The promotion to a second-grade Nest Master brought a 3-fold increase in spiritual power. Now, he could cast 20 spirit light shields in a row without any problem. This can be considered as achieving freedom for the spirit shield. Moreover, his body also became slightly stronger under the nourishment of this new spiritual energy. He sensed the enhancement from about 3 points of physical attribute, but this enhancement was still slowly increasing. Having just been promoted to a second-grade nest master, his physical condition is far from reaching its limit. That his physical attributes shouldn't be too much worse than those of an average second-grade nest master. Sukan, you finally finished meditating. Wang Dachui, who had already woken up, saw Sukan open his eyes and hurriedly said, I just secretly went to check, and those ferocious beasts have all disappeared. Let's hurry back to the city. The sun is about to set. After dark, the area outside the city will be a world of ferocious beasts. Let's hurry. Sukan nodded. The two retraced their steps, finding themselves surrounded by fallen vegetation, the result of the previous horde of ferocious beasts. The Baiha River can be vaguely seen, but there are no animals on its vast surface. The two dared not delay any longer and hurried along the river towards Jiangqing. Look, there's a figure on the river. After walking a few steps, the chubby boy suddenly shouted loudly. A figure dressed in black floated on the river, not very clear, but Sukan felt a strange sense of familiarity about it. Let's go take a look. Taking 2 steps closer, Sukan discovered that the person was actually Yang Kaihua from the Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce. I never expected to run into this cunning old merchant here. What a coincidence. Sukan sighed inwardly. Should we save him or not? The chubby boy asked. The wilderness is not a place where you can just rescue someone, especially someone whose identity is unknown. It might just turn into a human version of the farmer and the snake. Save him? Of course we'll save him. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Besides, I know this person. Even if he's a cunning businessman who cheated me before, I'll still help him out now that he's in trouble. As a well-rounded young man who excels in moral character, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, Sukan still firmly remembers the 8 honors and 8 shames even after time traveling. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui was immediately filled with respect and completely understood Sukan's earlier decision to activate the shield alone. Such a kind person should not be doubted. Hey, Manager Yang, are you still alive? Sukan cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted loudly. This voice sounds so familiar. Chi, now disguised as Yang Kaihua, had a sudden thought. Having barely escaped the pursuit of the Military Affairs Bureau, he unexpectedly encountered the person Yang Kaihua had been longing for. Recalling that stunningly handsome face from his memory, he immediately waved. Live, save me. He's actually still alive. Sukan touched his chin. Weren't we supposed to save him? Why do you sound so disappointed? Wang Dachui stared blankly at Sukan. Don't just stand there, quickly find a stick, saving lives is the priority. Sukan said to the chubby boy. Oh, okay. It seems I misunderstood him. Wang Dachui couldn't help but feel a little guilty for having that thought in his mind just now. But wouldn't it be faster to just pull him out of the river from this distance? The chubby boy scratched his head in confusion. Soon, he picked up a stick about 2 meters long from a short distance away and handed it to Sukan. Manager Yang, grab the stick, I'll pull you up right now. Sukan stretched the long stick into the river. Chi pretended to struggle for a moment, and then tried to turn his body over. So handsome. How can someone be so handsome? Compared to him, my face looks like it was rubbed raw by someone's feet. The moment Chi saw Sukan's handsome face, he felt a sense of inferiority, but then his eyes were filled with greed. I must get this body. This head will be my most precious possession. Staring intently at Sukan, he even forgot to grab the stick. Grab the stick, I'm talking to you. Sukan suddenly thrust forward, and the stick slammed into Chi's face, submerging his head underwater. A string of bubbles rose up with a glug-glug sound. Isn't your strength a bit too much? Wang Dachui said in a low voice. Chapter 33, Are you looking for death? Chi pulled his head out of the water, forced a smile, and pretended to be extremely weak. I've got him. Pull me up. All right. Sukan exerted force with both hands and slammed the stick into the water. Instantly, Chi's entire upper body was submerged in the water. I'm sorry, this is my first time rescuing someone. I don't have much experience. Sukan looked at Chi, who was struggling to pull himself out of the water, and said, Are you sure you're saving people and not killing them? Wang Dachui suddenly wanted to stay away from Sukan. But not wanting to assume the worst about Sukan, he decided to wait and see. It's okay. Is it your first time? It's normal if you don't do well. Chi smiled and offered words of comfort. Yes, don't worry, I'll definitely do it this time. Sukan nodded, his face full of determination. Thump. With a series of bubbles, Chi was submerged in the river again. Cough, cough. Coughing out the river water, Chi's face turned somewhat pale. He had been seriously injured when he escaped from Jiangxing, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to float on the river. Moreover, he suspected that the kid in front of him was playing a trick on him. Would you believe me if I said I didn't do it on purpose? Sukin said innocently. Let her. Chi coldly uttered a single word, deciding to give Sukin another chance. Gurgle. The chubby boy swallowed hard, quietly moved a few steps away from Sukan, and gave Chi a brave look. You actually believed an excuse that even a dog wouldn't believe. Oh no? Even a dog wouldn't believe it, so I won't. So I'm a dog? A hint of sadness flashed in Wang Dachui's eyes. Chi aimed at the wooden stick Sukin handed him and lunged forward with both hands. This time, he would not give Sukin the slightest chance. Snap! With a crisp crack, the first half of the stick broke off. Chi gripped the broken stick with both hands, and due to inertia, his head plunged into the river again. This really has nothing to do with me. Sukin explained loudly. Are you looking for death? A deep, cruel voice rang out, each word distinct, and an air of chilling menace inexplicably filled the space. Hee, Manager Yang, you're already floating on the surface of the water. You could have just swum up to cover those 2 or 3 meters. What do you need me to save you for? And that last one really had nothing to do with me. Sukin smiled and subtly retreated, having also noticed the unusual smell in the air. He didn't realize that Yang Kaihua was actually a disguised Chi. He simply thought that Yang Kaihua could swim ashore on his own from that distance and wouldn't need him to save him, so he decided to play a prank on him. Chi let out a chilling laugh, and his body swayed as he stood on the water's surface. Sizzle. As if a zipper was being pulled open, a clean rip appeared on Yang Kaihua's face, and a figure emerged from Yang Kaihua's body. His skin was ashen, and his mouth was filled with jagged, unnatural teeth, making him extremely creepy. Chi. It's Chi. Wang Dachui screamed loudly, his face turning deathly pale. He never expected to encounter Chi. Chi-Ku is far more ferocious than any other beast. Sukin's expression also turned serious. He just thought Yang Kaihua was a bit strange, never expecting that Yang Kaihua had actually become Chi's skin. However, he noticed a horrific wound on Chi's waist, with the tissue inside faintly visible, and a large scar on his shoulder, as if something had been severed. It seems that Chi escaped from Jiangxing after a fierce battle. In an instant, he made up his mind. The azure refining insect enveloped his 2 arms, transforming them into ferocious insect arms. Sukin looked up at Chi and said, You're injured, but we're perfectly fine. Let's leave as if we didn't see you, okay? He dared to fight a fully healthy level 3 ferocious beast hand-to-hand, but when facing Chi, he had absolutely no confidence. Chi's mouth stretched to the back of his ears, his eyes filled with greed and coldness. Leave? Of course, I'll leave as long as I take your perfect head. Really? What do you think of that chubby kid's head over there? Chi with a horrified expression. Chi glanced at Wang Dachui, his face full of disdain. You're too ugly, not even a fraction as handsome as you. What do you mean? Killing is one thing, but how can you still insult a superior? Chi defiantly. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Then I'll just kill you. Chi waved his hand, and 2 figures appeared on his left and right. Haha, just kidding. The chubby boy immediately chickened out. Extremely from the heart. Sukin looked at the 2 figures standing to the left and right of Chi. The person on the left is obese, with layers of fat covering his body, resembling a mountain of flesh, except that his head is unusually small. One side of the body has 2 arms, and the other side has only 1 arm. Judging from the scars on his body, he should have originally had 6 arms. On the other side was a 3-headed dog, but its fur was covered in scales, which were also covered in scars. The middle dog was blind in one eye. Chi stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Sukan, and slowly said, My 2 treasures both possess the combat power of a level 4 ferocious beast. Although they have suffered a great loss of combat power after a fierce battle, they still have combat power no less than that of a level 3 ferocious beast. I advise you to just offer me your head, that way you can suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame me for not cherishing you. Chi's smile grew increasingly cruel. Ding. A powerful enemy. The enemy before you is incredibly powerful. You have only a 10% chance of defeating and killing him. Rewards. 1. Second nest. 2. 500 evolution points. What is the second nest? Does it simply mean multiple nests as the name suggests? However, he quickly realized that the key was to survive from Chi's clutches, regardless of the reward. Damn it. 1 in 10 chance. You wish I were dead, don't you? Sukin thought to himself, this is what I'm thinking. At this point, shouldn't the system provide some kind of teleportation spell or experience card? Damn it, I'm not someone to be trifled with either. Even if it kills me, I'll break 3 of your teeth. Sukin glanced at the system panel. He still had 1,310 evolution points. I tried to increase the nest experience. Goodness, it takes a full 30 evolution points to improve by 1%, and it takes 3,000 evolution points to reach level 3, which is 10 times more than going from level 1 to level 2. It seems the only way to improve the slow spell is through this. After some thought, Sukin decided not to rush into improving his skills. The system upgrade for spiritual arts can be completed in an instant. There's no rush now. Big Hammer, protect yourself, run if you have the chance. Chi's target was clearly the overly handsome one. An ugly, chubby guy like Wang Dachui would still have a chance to escape. Damn it. Sukin turned to look at Wang Dachui, his lips twitching involuntarily. A yellowish-brown light shield enveloped him, its radiance flowing and its weighty aura indescribable. It was clearly a high-grade spiritual technique with extraordinary defensive power. That's not all. Inside the light shield, the chubby boy was wearing a set of pitch-black armor, completely covered up without leaving a single gap. It's basically just a big black lump of iron. Chapter 34 complete. Slowing spell. Sukan, this full suit of armor is a low-grade spirit weapon that my father had someone forge at a cost of nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even a level 4 ferocious beast wouldn't be able to break through it so easily. I'll hold them off. You hurry back to the city and ask the military affairs office for help. Wang Dachui stepped forward, his voice firm, but his eyes, hidden behind the transparent mask, trembled uncontrollably. In the wilderness, there is no cell phone signal, and the only way to call for help is to return to the city. Huh. Big Hammer, still showing off your wealth at a time like this. You're such a pathetic fatso. Sukin smiled faintly. Spirit weapons are weapons forged by nest masters who are skilled in forging techniques, using exquisite forging skills and various spiritual materials to assist nest masters in combat. Spirit weapons can increase the combat power of nest masters, but the effect varies from person to person. For example, a creature like Little Fatty with amazing defense and full-body heavy armor can only be effective when used by a nest master with extraordinary strength. Otherwise, they'll just be punching bags. The chubby boy is clearly not that type. In this way, this heavy armor, which can withstand the attack of a level 4 ferocious beast, would probably be difficult to stop even a level 3 ferocious beast in the hands of the little fat boy. Sukin, what time is it? Saving your life is the priority. Wang Dachui was getting anxious. Sukin could fight against level 3 ferocious beasts, but the 2 monsters in front of Chi were both level 4 ferocious beasts in their prime. Even though their combat power is not as good as before, they are still stronger than level 3 ferocious beasts. Chi also watching from the sidelines. Even a 4th-rank nest master would probably find it troublesome to face. Letting you say so much before you die is already the greatest mercy I, Moses, have shown you. Chi Shuang waved his hand impatiently and smiled cruelly. The mountain of flesh and the terrifying hounds have begun their work. Be careful not to injure that exquisite head. Roar! Woof! In an instant, 2 figures rushed over, stepping on the water. Sukan's eyes narrowed, and his muscles tensed up like a taut bow. Even though they were severely injured, both of these monsters were still stronger than the 3-tailed fox. The chubby boy trembled, but still stood in front of Sukan. Only 2 figures flashed past him, pointing directly at Sukan. Buzz! The mountain of flesh reached out from 3 directions with its 3 arms. Unlike the 3-tailed snake-like creature's tail and thick arms, the arms formed by the green firefly could not be severed in a short time. Sukan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly exerted force with both legs, pushing off the ground to dodge the giant hand that the mountain of flesh reached out to grab him and rushed towards the other side of the fearsome dog. He has to deal with one of them first. 2 enemies of similar strength, the smaller ferocious hound, were easier for him to deal with. The green firefly's pincers opened and closed rapidly, causing Sukan's arm to tremble slightly. Bang! A punch landed squarely on the dog's waist, sending a spray of blood and flesh flying, exposing its internal organs. The dog didn't utter a sound, as if it felt nothing, and immediately turned around and lunged at him. Creak! The shield flickered rapidly, as if it were about to go out at any moment. What a powerful attack! Sukin's pupils contracted. The aura shield instantly rose again. A perfect level spiritual technique. And he's a genius. Moses smiled faintly, but his eyes became even more excited. Destroying geniuses is the most exciting thing in the world. Sukin endured the ferocious dog's bites, pounding its body with his fists as if pounding garlic. Finally, when the third shield of spiritual light was raised, half of the fear dog's body was smashed into a pulp. Even so, the fearful dog didn't utter a single scream and struggled to stand up with its front half of its body still intact. This is the terror of Chi's manipulation techniques. What they control is no longer living beings, but soulless corpses. Sukan, you deal with Chi. I'll handle this big guy. Wang Dachui shouted loudly. The poisonous blister beetle hovered above the mountain of flesh, spewing out black mist mixed with yellow specks, but the mountain of flesh remained completely unaffected. How dare you look down on me, you poisonous blister beetle? Stink this monster to death. He himself stood in front of the mountain of flesh, shielded by a shield and clad in heavy armor. Bang! The mountain of flesh slapped through the light shield and landed on Wang Dachui's heavy armor with a muffled thud. Wang Dachui was sent flying by the slap. Haha, this strength won't kill you, fatty. The chubby boy nimbly got up and charged towards the mountain of flesh again. Flesh Mountain swept him away with another palm strike, then grabbed a handful of the still farting poisonous blister beetles and stuffed them into his mouth, making a continuous crunch sound and splashing juice everywhere. It's absolutely terrifying. Then be careful. Sukin nodded. Heavy armor, worth nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, can still hold out for a while. Sukin turned his gaze to Moses. Moses slowly walked up from the water, step by step. Not bad. Judging from your spiritual power, you should be a second-grade nest master. I didn't expect a second-grade nest master to be able to deal with the fear dog so quickly. Young man, I admire you more and more, and I can't wait to crawl into your body. Soon as Moses finished speaking, he rushed towards Sukin at an extremely fast speed. His figure was as fast as a shadow, so fast that Sukin couldn't catch him at all. Call. Taking a deep breath, Sukin forced himself to calm down. System, upgrade the slowness technique. Ding. Host, would you like to spend 200 evolution points to upgrade the slowness spell to minor mastery? Yes. Ding. The slow spell has been successfully upgraded. In the blink of an eye, the slow spell had progressed from beginner to intermediate level. Before Sukin could even feel the pain of losing his evolution points, a grayish-white figure appeared beside him, and a sharp claw reached towards Sukin's chest. The perfect level aura shield was easily broken in less than a second. But that's enough. A beam of green light shot out and struck Moses precisely, instantly slowing him down. Bang! A punch slammed down. It's empty. Sukin was startled, but saw that Moses had already retreated several meters away from him, looking at him with a smile. I never expected that you not only mastered a spiritual technique perfectly, but also learned a slowing type spiritual technique. But unfortunately, the difference in strength between us is too great, and your spiritual technique will have very limited effect on me. The faint green light that was wrapped around Moses was rapidly dissipating and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Xiaocheng's slowing technique had almost no effect on him. Sukin pursed her lips. System, continue upgrading the slowing technique. Evolution points minus 300, slow spell mastery. Evolution points minus 500, slow spell maxed out. In an instant, Sukin had a realization, as if he sensed a chain descending from the void into his hand. A chain-like phantom seemed to appear in his dantian. But soon, that feeling disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Kid, stop staring blankly. Moses appeared, tearing through the aura shield with a claw and grabbing at Sukin's face. Bang! With his arms crossed, sparks flew from his insect-like arms, blocking Moses' attack. However, several azure fireflies were reduced to fragments by this attack. Chapter 35, A Deadly Battle. Chi. Wow, this unit is pretty powerful. It can even block my attacks. The firefly on Sukin's arm with surprise. Although he was seriously injured, with his strength as a third-grade nest master, he could easily kill him. However, Sukin was only a second-rank nest master, yet he managed to block the attack using his troop type. This really surprised him. Alright, we've played long enough. It's time to end the battle. Moses stretched. Sizzle. Suddenly, a thick arm grew out of his left shoulder. It was covered in long, black hair, and its sharp nails gleamed coldly. It doesn't look like a human arm at all. It looks more like a chimpanzee's arm. Hee, this arm of mine comes from the level 5 ferocious beast, the black ape. Feel the final despair. Moses stepped forward slowly, and with each step, the smile on his lips twisted into a more sinister grin. Sukin's eyes narrowed. knowing that he was about to face Moses' strongest attack. If you can't stop it, there's only one way out: death. With intense concentration, the slowing technique is ready to be used at any moment. A perfect level slow spell was his last hope. As the fierce aura drew near, Moses' left shoulder arm slammed down, striking towards Sukan. The opportunity has arrived. Seeing Moses' relaxed and confident demeanor, Sukan knew this was his last chance. His spiritual energy surged in his dantian, and a beam of green light shot towards Moses. Ha ha, I told you long ago, your spiritual magic has no effect on me. Moses crossed his arms over his chest, completely unguarded. Sukan exerted force with both legs, ignoring the arm that was slapping him, and rushed towards Moses. What? How is that possible? The moment the green light fell on Moses, his eyes widened in disbelief. He was bound by a green chain, which shimmered with green light, and the arm that was about to strike him down became incredibly slow. Die! Sukan seized this opportunity, landing 2 punches on Moses' head in quick succession. The basic slow spell had almost no effect on him before, but this also lowered Moses' guard. When Sukan cast the slow spell for the second time, he did not dodge or evade at all. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Moses, who told him to run into Sukan, this overpowered guy, who instantly upgraded his beginner-level slow technique to perfection. If Moses were in good condition, he might have been able to struggle even if he was hit by a perfect slow spell, but unfortunately, he was already seriously injured when he escaped from Jianqing. Even so, when Sukan's third punch landed, the green chains binding Moses began to dim. Faster, faster. Gritting his teeth, Sukan roared inwardly, wishing he could punch any faster. Boom. Bang. Sukan finally smashed Moses' head. He was also slapped away by a hand that fell from the sky. The perfect level aura shield was like a bubble, unable to stop it for even a moment. With immense force applied, Sukan was sent flying several meters away like a withered leaf, crashing to the ground, his fate unknown. At least Moses was killed. This was his last thought before his consciousness faded. Sukan! Wang Dachui shouted loudly, and charged towards Sukan. When Sukan killed Moses, the mountain of flesh lay on the ground like a pile of rotten flesh. The monsters controlled by Qi are entirely centered around Qi himself. When Qi lives, they act according to Qi's will. When Qi dies, they also die completely. Wang Dachui's heavy armor was covered in palm prints and fist craters. Although the flesh mountain couldn't break through the heavy armor, its power could still penetrate it. Although the heavy armor neutralized much of the force, it still left Wang Dachui pale, bleeding from his mouth, and his teeth stained red with blood. If Sukan hadn't killed Moses, he would have been shaken to death by the power of the mountain of flesh. After putting the heavy armor back into his storage ring, Wang Dachui checked Sukan's breath. Fine. He breathed a sigh of relief. But Sukan's condition remains critical. Moses' final attack left Sukan's shoulder a bloody mess, and his chest cavity was pierced by broken bones, with blood flowing uncontrollably, quickly staining a large area red. We must get back to Jianqing immediately, otherwise. The chubby boy gritted his teeth, hoisted Sukan onto his back, and ran quickly toward Jianqing. But soon, he turned around, twisted off Qi's bloody, mangled head, and hung it on his body. This is Sukan's glory. As the sun set, the two figures were stretched exceptionally long. Jianqing, City Lord's mansion. What are you people good for? The Military Affairs Bureau dispatched more than a dozen people, including 3 fifth-rank nest masters. How could you let that guy get away with so many of your people? I just want to know, is what you guys are carrying between your shoulders a human head or a pig's brain? A middle-aged man pointed at a dozen or so men in black and red robes standing in front of him and shouted curses, spitting all over the leader's face. The middle-aged man was also wearing a black and red robe, but while the others had white cloud patterns on their cuffs, his had black cloud patterns. Commander Zhao, although Qi is only level 4, he has the arm of the level 5 ferocious beast, the black ape, and the corpse monsters he controls are all no less than level 4 ferocious beasts. Moreover, he is incredibly cunning, and we almost lost a brother. The man in the black and red robe, his face splattered with spittle, tried to explain. You have the nerve to say that? You, Hua Wumu, were the one leading the team. Are you just a nobody? Or are you saying your rank 5 nest master status is fake? You got away with a level 4 Qi? You still have the nerve to say that? If I were you, I would have jumped into the Baihe River and fed the fish. Commander Zhao launched into a tirade of curses. If demons and humans are sworn enemies, then they are naturally opposed to each other. The Chi people and the human race were natural enemies. There is absolutely no other explanation. Because the Chi tribe hunted humans just like a hunt, humans were prey to them. Letting one Chi escape means that countless innocent humans will sacrifice their lives for it. That's why he was so angry. You can't blame them entirely. My city defense troops also bear a significant responsibility. Old Zhao, calm down. The man who had been sitting in the head seat spoke. This person is none other than Jiang Baihe, the city lord of Jiangqing. Chi's escape is something no one wanted to happen, but you know how cunning and ruthless he is. He's like a cockroach in the gutter, hard to guard against. Didn't Captain Hua say that Chi is already seriously injured? To be so badly injured and still not be discovered by the military intelligence's hounds, it's clear that Chi has probably already escaped outside the city. That's not bad. Old Jiang, a kind heart cannot command an army, you sigh. Zhao wanted to say something, but ultimately sighed and didn't continue. Just then, a man dressed in city defense armor rushed in. Reporting to the city lord and commander Zhao, Chi has been killed, and his head is lying at the city gate. Chapter 36. Could it be that I'm going to lose my happiness forever? Chi was killed, and his head was left at the city gate. Commander Zhao looked surprised. He had just been criticizing Hua Wumu and his men for their poor performance in battle, but before he knew it, Chi's head was lying on the city gate. Who committed the murder? Jiang Baihe was slightly surprised and asked. Chi's methods of manipulating corpses and changing their appearances were so sophisticated that ordinary nest masters would not be able to tell the difference without the spirit rhino hounds of the Military Affairs Bureau. Moreover, the fact that this Chi was able to escape from the encirclement of the military headquarters and the city defense forces is quite extraordinary. He was curious about who had killed Chi. Reporting to the city lord, the one who killed Chi was a student from Jiangqing No. 1 High School, a second-rank nest master. The city defense soldiers replied, "How is that possible? How could a second-rank nest master kill that Chi? Especially since he's just a high school student in his teens." Hua Wumu looked on incredulously. He had fought against Chi, and no one knew better than him how strong Chi was. Without exaggeration, even as a fifth-grade nest master, he wouldn't dare say he could win a one-on-one fight. His severely injured state, Chi could not possibly be killed by a second-rank nest master. Jiang Baihe and Commander Zhao exchanged a glance. They were also somewhat incredulous. Captain Hua, this is absolutely true. Chi's head is still at the city gate. The high school student who killed Chi was critically injured and is currently receiving treatment at Jiangqing Hospital. The city defense soldiers said indignantly, "Does Captain Hua think that if you can't kill Chi, then no one can?" The Military Intelligence Bureau is powerful and has always been arrogant. Now that it is denying even the facts, he is slightly displeased. "You?" Hua Wumu's expression froze. Hua Wumu, shut up. Commander Zhao glared at him, then said, "Whether it's true or false, we'll find out when we get there, won't we?" Jiangqing Hospital. Sukin was awakened by the urge to urinate. The pure white color pierced his eyes, and he subconsciously opened his mouth. "Where is this?" "A hospital." "Sukan, you're finally awake." In the ward, Su Yulu lunged forward. "But I can't hold it in any longer." The feeling of his bladder bursting grew stronger with the stimulation, making Sukin feel as if he was about to explode. Just as he was about to reach out and push Su Yulu away, he found that his shoulders seemed to be non-existent. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't feel anything. Does this mean I'm going to lose my happiness forever? At that moment, he thought of the hands that had worked tirelessly through countless nights to bring him joy. "Teacher, are you leaving me?" "Raindrop, let go of Su Kan. Do you want to suffocate him?" San Yueshua's voice rang out. Teacher." Su Yulua blushed and quickly released Su Kan. Her fair face turned red as she lowered her head and clutched the hem of her clothes. "This is insane. Is this shy young girl Su Yulua?" Sukin was surprised and gave Su Yulu a strange look before smiling at San Yueshua. "Teacher San Yu is here too." I didn't expect someone so young to have such a big heart, daring to even kill Chi." San Yueshua said irritably. "Small? I'm not small at all." Sukin immediately objected. "Sukan, you're not allowed to argue with the teacher." Su Yulu's red eyes widened, and her little fists clenched, making her completely different from before. "If you ever dare to do anything dangerous again, bang." Before she could finish speaking, her fair fist slammed down, hitting the bedside. Bang! The iron bedboard was smashed in half. "Holy crap! This power, it feels stronger than mine." San Yueshua also looked at Su Yulua with slight surprise, clearly not expecting her to be so powerful. In shock, the blanket slipped off first, and just as Su Kan was about to roll onto the ground, Song Yueshua grabbed Su Kan and pulled him back. What a terrible thing. Su Kan felt no enjoyment whatsoever. He only felt pain. Because, my bladder is really about to explode. You scoundrel. I need to pee. Without hesitation, Su Kan hurriedly called out. Snort. After glaring at Su Kan, Su Yulu finally withdrew her fist. Teacher, let me go? I need to go to the bathroom. Seeing that Song Yueshua was still holding him, Su Kan had no choice but to look up and say something. Oh, okay. Okay. Song Yueshua released Su Kan, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. There was a bathroom in the ward, and Su Kan breathed a sigh of relief, but he soon discovered an embarrassing problem. I can't move my hands by myself. How do you urinate? For a moment, he stood at the door of the ward bathroom, unsure whether to go in or not. What are you standing there for? Get inside now. Seeing that he was standing still, Su Yulua immediately shouted. Although she had taken care of Su Kan's basic needs for a period of time when he broke his leg, Su Kan was still young at that time. I can't use my hands. Su Kan said awkwardly. Don't worry, the ice healing technique was used to treat you before. This is just a side effect, and it will disappear in about 2 or 3 hours. Song Yueshua's red lips moved slightly. I see. Su Kan breathed a sigh of relief. But the question is, how does he urinate? If I can't move my hand, how am I supposed to pee? Su Kan simply gave up and went all out. If this drags on any longer, it's really going to explode. Su Yulua and Song Yueshua exchanged a glance, both of them blushing slightly, and then spoke at the same time. Go help him. You're his teacher, of course you should help him. Su Yulu said. You're his sister, you should help him. I'm not his biological father. Then let's use special troops. Song Yueshua's eyes lit up as she spoke. Ice woman emanating a chilling aura and a fox half the height of a person with blue fur appeared in the ward. Chapter 37 Heroic Units. Looking at the ice maiden and then at the green-haired fox, Su Kan felt his heart couldn't take the shock. The ice maiden was humanoid, but she emanated a chilling aura, especially her jade-like hands that seemed to be made of ice and snow. She might just freeze his second brother into an icicle. As for the green fox, he noticed that while he was sizing up the green fox was also sizing him up, and the terrifying aura that occasionally emanated from its body made Su Kan feel a chill run down his spine. Especially his long, narrow eyes, which were exceptionally bright and curious. What the hell is going on? Su Kan was suddenly startled. Is this a hero unit? He looked at Song Yueshua. Hero units are a very special type of unit. Like regular units, they are born from layers. Unlike ordinary soldiers, they possess extremely high intelligence and learning ability, making them far more powerful than ordinary soldiers. If regular units are the Nest Master's weapons, then hero units are his companions. However, while regular units can be resurrected from their lair upon death, hero units are truly dead once they die. Moreover, the emergence of hero units is completely unpredictable. Some people are born with hero units right after awakening, while others may not be able to produce hero units in their nests even after a lifetime of effort, or even after advancing to the 9th rank. The intelligent glint in the eyes of this blue-haired fox was clearly not something that ordinary soldiers possessed. Yes, Qing is very smart. Why don't you let it help you? You know, if you tell it what to do, it will learn quickly. Song Yueshua suppressed a laugh. Do you think it's because its teeth are weak? Or its claws are not sharp? Su Kan rolled her eyes, speechless. This woman is absolutely devastating. Snort. Song Yueshua blushed. Su Kan tried his best to keep his legs together, his handsome face turning bright red. He really couldn't hold it in any longer. Bending over, Su Kan was getting a little frustrated. Su Yulua and Song Yueshua looked at each other, their jade-like faces flushed. Su Kan, what's your unit? Song Yueshua suddenly asked. Do you think this thing will work? With a thought, a swarm of azure fireflies appeared, their ferocious claws opening and closing, gleaming with cold light. Just looking at it made Su Kan feel a dull ache. I'll do it. After a while, seeing that Su Kan couldn't hold back any longer, Song Yueshua parted her red lips and said, her pretty face seemingly dripping with blood. Although she was Su Kan's teacher, she was just a 22-year-old young woman who had never even had a boyfriend and had never experienced anything like this before. It's no big deal. After all, I already made him my fake boyfriend, didn't I? Song Yueshua kept reassuring herself. Su Yulu bit her lip, her eyes sparkling, and her cherry lips parted as if she wanted to say something, but she quickly lowered her head and stomped her foot. Let's go in. Song Yueshua lowered her head, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Snap! Just then, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open, and the chubby boy Wang Dachui walked in. Su-kan, you're finally awake. Wang Dachui shouted excitedly. The ward inexplicably fell silent, with 6 pairs of eyes staring at him. Why are you all staring at me like that? The chubby boy scratched his head and said, You've come at the right time. Quickly help me to the bathroom. Su-kan has truly reached his limit. Call. Seeing Wang Dachui help Su-kan into the bathroom, Song Yueshue breathed a sigh of relief. But why is there a faint sense of loss? Kan emerged from the bathroom with a blissful expression on his face. However, Wang Dachui's arrival at such a crucial moment, rather than earlier or later, made him slightly unhappy. Wang Dachui followed closely behind Su-kan, head down, his face as red as a young bride. You're blushing like a teapot. Su-kan rolled her eyes at him unhappily, thinking, You've taken advantage of me the whole time. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. Is Su-kan in this ward? Who is it? The group exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion. Come in. Su-kan turned his gaze toward the doorway. A middle-aged man dressed in a plain white robe, and another dressed in a black and red robe with black cloud patterns on the cuffs walked in one after the other. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Changshan, the commander of the Jiangqing Military Affairs Bureau, and this is Jiang Baihe, the Lord of Jiangqing. Zhao Changshan chuckled and looked at Su-kan. Young man, you must be Su-kan. Not bad, not bad, you're quite handsome, about 80% as good-looking as I was when I was young. As he spoke, he casually stepped forward, put his arm around Su-kan's shoulder, and winked at her. Are these 2 beautiful women your girlfriends? The gazes directed at him by Su Yulaw and Song Yueshue, he hurriedly said. No. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Zhao Changshan as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't rush to deny it. What's so special about having only 2 girlfriends? A man who isn't a womanizer in his youth is a wasted youth. If you have the chance, I'll tell you the story of how I had 9 girlfriends at the same time back then. Story? Was it an accident? Su-kan rolled her eyes, speechless. You probably don't know, but Master Chung died by the woodcutter's knife. Su-kan tried to break free from Zhao Changshan's arm, but he couldn't use his shoulders, so he could only use his waist. Hey, young man, are you trying to seduce me by wiggling your butt? I know I'm mature and handsome, but I really don't like men. Zhao Changshan grinned. Damn it. Who is this person? How shameless. Su-kan's face contorted with anger, but she didn't dare to struggle anymore. Although he did not know Zhao Changshan and Jiang Baihe, he knew that they had come looking for him most likely because he had killed Qi. Old Zhao, be serious. Jiang Baihe coughed lightly and said. He glanced at Su Yulaw, his expression somewhat complicated. He already knew Su-kan's identity from the city guards at the city gate, and also knew that Su Yulaw was his sister. But looking at this white-haired girl now, he still felt a pang of sadness. 2 years ago, she was a genius girl who awakened the Silver Soldier Snow Maiden. Unfortunately, due to the cursed blood of the blood-cursed demon, her nest could not absorb spiritual energy. Of the Snow Maiden unit are also greatly affected, and it is even inferior to that of the bronze units. He even went to the Jinxiu Chamber of Commerce to buy a Holy Spirit stone that was supposed to purify evil spirits, but unfortunately, it was useless. Uncle Jiang. Song Yueshue rolled her beautiful eyes and stepped forward to call out. Long time no see, Xiaoxue. Jiang Baihe smiled kindly. He was on very good terms with Song Yueshue's father. Song Yueshue first came to Jiangqing. She even visited him. Yu Luo greets Lord Jiang. Su Yulaw also stepped forward and called out. Chapter 38 Dragons, Saliva Land. Old Jiang, judging from your expression, you seem to know these 2 pretty girls. Zhao Changshan stroked his chin curiously. Su-kan was also a little confused. He wasn't surprised that Song Yueshue knew Jiang Baihe, the city lord of Jiangqing. Although Song Yueshue was a teacher, the aura she exuded could not possibly come from an ordinary family. But he was a little curious that Su Yulaw knew Jiang Baihe. Could it be because of her silver unit, Yukiana? Song Yueshue, a teacher at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, is the daughter of Song Yu Batian. Jiang Baihe introduced with a smile. Zhao Changshan heard the name Song Yu Batian. His pupils suddenly contracted. The Sanyue family of Shanghai. The Sanyue family is renowned not only in Shanghai, but also throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and its current patriarch, Song Yu Batian, is even more famous. Zhao Changshan and Song Yu Batian were from the same era, but Song Yu Batian was a prodigy who had now surpassed the 9th rank and become a king. He was merely a 7th rank nest master. Jiang Baihe nodded and looked at Su Yulaw. She is the girl who was affected by the blood curse 2 years ago. Not only are the abilities of the silver-rank snow maidens greatly affected, but their nests are also unable to absorb spiritual energy due to the taint of the cursed blood. A hint of regret flashed in Zhao Changshan's eyes. He came to Jiangsheng to serve as the commander of the military affairs department because of the blood-cursed demon attack 2 years ago. He had heard Zhang Baihe talk about Su Yuluo's experience before, but he never expected to encounter it himself today. I see. A look of understanding flashed in Su Kan's eyes. He finally understood why the silver-rank snow maiden was so weak, unable to even defeat the level 2 ferocious beast, the giant lobster, and why Su Yu didn't ask him for spirit stones to absorb for the nest. Is there any way to solve this? Su Kan asked. Well, Zhang Baihe shook his head. Su Yuluo's bright eyes dimmed slightly at this moment. Song Yueshua looked at Su Yuluo with extreme heartache. Very few people in the entire Jiangxing knew about Su Yuluo's situation, and this was the first time she had heard about it. Originally a genius girl, she suddenly became a nest master who was even worse than an awakened useless soldier. The difference is too big. She thought for a moment, and then spoke. Uncle Jiang, the Holy Spirit Stone contains holy power. It should be able to remove the pollution of the cursed blood on the rainfall nest. She comes from the Tsangyue family and knows quite a bit about the demon race. The blood curse, the demonic curse, the filth of blood. She immediately thought of the Holy Spirit Stone. It's no use, Zhang Baihe said. Generally speaking, the blood curse of the blood curse demon can be removed by the Holy Spirit Stone, but the blood curse on Su Yuluo's nest cannot. It is not only tainted by the cursed blood of the blood cursed demon, but also by a strange, foul power. I tried using the Holy Spirit Stone 2 years ago, and it was completely useless. It's not like there's absolutely no way out. Zhao Changshan suddenly spoke up. What method? Su Kan immediately asked. After spending a few days together, he had already accepted Su Yuluo's identity as his brother. Although Zhao Changshan may seem unreliable, he is, after all, the head of the Military Affairs Bureau, and he wouldn't joke about such matters. Su Yulu's eyes lit up as well. She naturally wanted to remove the cursed blood contamination from the nest. Have you ever heard of ambergris? Zhao Changshan said slowly. Su Kan shook his head, looking completely bewildered. How would he know anything about ambergris? Dragon's saliva is the saliva of a true dragon, containing a trace of the true dragon's power. It is naturally majestic, dazzling, and unpredictable, and extremely effective against evil and filth. Song Yueshua continued with a complicated expression. The saliva of a true dragon? Those that can be called true dragons are all super level 9 ferocious beasts, which is almost impossible to obtain. Zhang Baihe, however, looked at Zhao Changshan. You mean the dragon's saliva land in the Baihe River mudflats, right? But you should know that the Baihe River mudflats have been opened dozens of times in the past 100 years, and no one has ever obtained dragon saliva from the dragon's saliva land. Shouldn't we at least give it a try? Zhao Changshan said nonchalantly. Isn't the Baihe mudflats going to open in the next few days? This is also an opportunity. Su Kan's heart stirred. He had already promised to go to the Baihe mudflats, but he didn't expect that the dragon's saliva was also related to the Baihe mudflats. Zhang Baihe frowned and said, to enter the dragon's saliva land, you must first pass through a vortex zone, where the currents are swift and there are many ferocious beasts. Without water-type troops, it is not easy to pass through that area. Su Kan's troops are green refining insects. Their combat strength in water is not diminished, but they don't have much of an advantage either. Su Kan's eyes flickered. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Baihe knew his troop type, but what he didn't know was that his Azure refining insects had evolved into Azure refining fire insects. However, in water combat, fire is countered by water, so the power of the fire rain bullets would likely be greatly reduced, and the combat strength of the Azure fireflies would also be damaged as a result. Hee, I happen to have a good thing on hand. Zhao Changshan grinned, and a beast tooth pendant appeared in his hand. The beast's teeth were slightly curved, with flowing patterns of light on them, like ripples on water. This is a spirit tooth pendant made from the teeth of the water-dividing beast after being forged. It can barely be considered a low-grade spirit weapon. Although it does not possess great power, it allows people to walk on water as if on flat ground. With it there, the danger in that vortex area will be greatly reduced. Su Kan did not accept the pendant that Zhao Changshan offered. The water-dividing beast is a level 6 ferocious beast, and a pendant made from its teeth with water-repelling properties would certainly be very valuable. He understood the principle that he who eats another's food is bound to him, and he who takes another's money is bound to him. Moreover, he and Zhao Changshan were not familiar with each other at all. Take it, Su-kan. Jiang Baihe smiled and said, you killed Qi, which solved a big problem for Jiangqing. A mere spirit tooth pendant is nothing. Besides, this guy's intentions towards you are not pure. Old Zhao, stop beating around the bush and just say it. What's the meaning? Is your intention towards me not entirely pure? Could it be? For a moment, he felt as if something was pressing against his buttocks. Feeling his arm gradually recover, Su-kan grabbed the spiritual pressure pendant, broke free from Zhao Changshan's arm, and ran forward. But his foot hit the bed leg directly, and he fell straight to the ground. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed something haphazardly. So soft, no? So big, no? It's both soft and big. As luck would have it, his hands landed squarely on Song Yueshue's large breasts. Song Yueshue's pretty face flushed red, and she froze, forgetting even to push Su-kan away. Su-kan. Su Yulu shouted angrily, and then punched Su-kan on the head. Instantly, a large bag bulged up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Young man, you can do it. Zhao Changshan gave Su-kan a thumbs up. I really didn't mean to. Su-kan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Ahem. Old Zhao, why don't you get to the point? Jiang Baihe coughed twice and hurriedly said. At the same time, I wish Su-kan good luck. If Tsang Yubatian knew that his daughter had been taken advantage of so much, they'll probably storm all the way from Shanghai to Jiangxing and beat Su-kan to a pulp. Chapter 39, The Military Intelligence Bureau will send out succubi. Song Yueshue's face was as red as a cloth. She stood next to Su Yuluo, but her eyes were always on Su-kan, as if she were looking at a pervert. What the hell? Su-kan's eye twitched. The chubby boy also quietly moved a few steps away from Su-kan. He seemed afraid that Su-kan might do something terrible to him as well. Damn it. Is this really necessary? You took advantage of me for ages in the bathroom, and I didn't say anything. You're actually looking at me like that now? Su-kan gave the chubby boy a very resentful look. Let's get down to business. Seeing the atmosphere become strange, Zhao Changshan quickly spoke up. Su-kan, as the commander of the Jiangxing Military Intelligence Bureau, I invite you to join the Military Intelligence Bureau. When he said this, Zhao Changshan's tone was extremely solemn. Invited me to join the Grand Council? Su-kan blinked. Isn't the Military Affairs Bureau only open to nest masters of the 3rd rank and above? I'm still only a 2nd rank nest master. Formal members of the Grand Council do indeed need to be at least of the 3rd rank, but there is no such restriction for reserve personnel. And I guarantee that even if you are a reserve officer, you will enjoy the same treatment as a regular member of the Military Intelligence Bureau. And as long as you are promoted to a 3rd rank nest master, you can immediately become a formal member of the Military Affairs Department. Zhao Changshan said seriously. He valued Su-kan highly, otherwise he wouldn't have offered such terms. If it weren't for the fact that being a 3rd rank nest master was a strict requirement for entering the Military Affairs Bureau, even the commander-in-chief of the Military Affairs Bureau with the golden cloud pattern couldn't grant him special privileges. He would have even considered making Su-kan a full member directly. The chubby boy's eyes were filled with envy when he heard Zhao Changshan's words. What is the Grand Council? The strongest organization in the Dragon Kingdom. The 7 golden cloud pattern commanders are all supreme experts above the 9th rank. To put it bluntly, even a commoner can instantly gain several times the status and position once they enter the Grand Council. Even his father, Wang Fuguo, who was incredibly wealthy and a 5th rank nest master himself, dared not offend an ordinary member of the Military Affairs Bureau. This is what makes the Military Affairs Bureau so powerful. Song Yueshue's beautiful eyes flickered. Zhao Changshan invited Su-kan to join the Military Intelligence Bureau, but the conditions Zhao Changshan offered truly shocked her. Promoted to the 3rd rank and directly joined the Military Affairs Department? Less than 1 in 10 can become a 3rd rank nest master. The rigorous tests are enough to eliminate more than 90% of the applicants. Su Yulu's expression didn't change much. She only knew that the Military Intelligence Bureau was powerful, but she didn't know anything else about it. Jiang Baihe smiled faintly, showing no surprise. Although Su-kan only awakened his powers at the age of 16, he advanced to the 2nd rank in just 2 or 3 days, which was simply astonishing. Most importantly, Su-kan was able to kill the heavily injured Qi single-handedly. From the city's garrison, even as the lord of the city, he was utterly shocked. Although Qi had been seriously injured by the military intelligence officers, even a 3rd rank nest master would usually only be doomed if he encountered him. Su-kan, however, killed him while still at the 2nd rank. Its combat strength is even comparable to that of a typical 4th rank nest master. At the same time, He knew in his heart that Sukin had definitely awakened some incredible and terrifying talent. Awakening their nests. A very small number of nest masters can also awaken their talents. For example, Mighty Talent grants nest masters greater physical strength, even comparable to that of ferocious beasts of the same level. Ice Talent. Spiritual power changes from having no attribute to having an ice attribute, making it more powerful than ordinary spiritual power and easier to learn ice attribute spiritual arts. Mastery of spiritual arts. The spiritual arts one cultivates directly advance to a minor realm. Once the spiritual arts are mastered to the highest level, one directly reaches perfection, which is terrifying. Twin Nests. He possesses twin nests within his body, enabling him to command 2 major troop types. Calling him a prodigy is no exaggeration. He didn't know what talent Sukin had awakened, but it was absolutely terrifying. Of course, he knew this, and Zhao Changshan knew it too. This is why Zhao Changshan offered such generous terms. If the military affairs department hadn't had a higher priority in recruiting, he would have extended an offer long ago. Sukin scratched his head. His knowledge of the Military Intelligence Bureau came entirely from surfing the internet. The strongest organization in the Dragon Kingdom. The 7 Golden Cloud Pattern Commanders are invincible. The Military Intelligence Bureau will issue succubus maids. For a moment, he was undecided. By the way, does the Military Intelligence Bureau really issue succubus maids? It's not that he wants them, it's just that he has a cheat that can increase his physical attribute points. If he really gets succubi, he feels that he has the responsibility, obligation, and confidence to take over all the succubus maids. It is important to know that the more you sweat in peacetime, the more likely you are to bleed in wartime. He's in good health, he doesn't sweat. Seeing that Sukin remained silent, Zhao Changshan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Jiangqing's military command was not powerful, otherwise, it wouldn't have been his turn to be the commander, given he was only a 7th-rank nest master. He absolutely did not want to miss the opportunity to meet a genius like Sukin. Does the Military Intelligence Bureau frequently fight against the Demon Clan? Sukin thought for a moment and asked. Haha, of course, how could we, the sons of the human race, not kill the demons? Zhao Changshan laughed heartily, his gaze towards Sukin growing increasingly satisfied. And demons have been enemies since ancient times. Although humans are weak, they never seek to survive at all costs. Live with dignity and integrity, live a life worthy of being called human. The demon race was powerful, and countless human ancestors also fought their way to a glorious era. Sukin has guts, and he likes that. However, he still offered an explanation. The main force in the Dragon Kingdom's fight against the demons is the 4 major military departments. They are stationed on the Dragon Kingdom's borders year-round and are the main force. Our Military Intelligence Bureau is responsible for dealing with the demons within the Dragon Kingdom's territory. They are nomadic and bewitch humans, so we often have missions to hunt demons. Sukin nodded. The 4 military departments were responsible for external affairs, while the Grand Council was responsible for internal affairs. One inside and one outside, each performing their respective duties. He then asked, would the Military Intelligence Bureau capture demons? Good lad, you have ambition. Not only do you want to defeat the demons, but you also want to capture them alive. Zhao Changshan valued Sukin even more. This kid will definitely become a backbone force for humanity in the fight against the demons. He made this judgment in his mind. We have a lot of demons imprisoned in the Jiangqing Military Affairs Bureau's prison. If you want to see them someday, I can take you there. Well, Sukin nodded repeatedly. Look how excited the child is. He's definitely a promising talent for fighting against the demons. Zhao Changshan laughed so hard his eyes were practically slits. Succubi in the Military Intelligence Bureau's prison. Sukin asked somewhat shyly. Huh. So, after all that asking, this is what your real purpose is? Song Yueshue glared at Sukin, her face flushed red. She knew what Sukin was thinking without even asking. Slurp. The chubby boy couldn't help but suck in his saliva. Young people are interesting. Jiang Baihe smiled, but there seemed to be a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. It was a story from his youth. Bang! Without saying a word, Su Yulua landed her fist on Sukin's head again. A large package appeared, perfectly symmetrical to the previous one. Chapter 40. Even with just a fraction of my peripheral vision, you could still notice. What kind of expressions are those on your faces? Sukin felt it was necessary to salvage his image. He said with righteous indignation. You have really disappointed me. I asked if there were any succubi in the dungeon. Did you think I was lusting after succubi? Do you think I, Sukin, am that kind of person? Sukin looked grave and continued. The demon race and our human race have been enemies for generations. Succubi are skilled in the art of seduction, and their combat power should not be underestimated. They are a great enemy of our human race. I asked Commander Zhao about this information because I wanted to learn more about succubi and understand their capabilities. That way, when we encounter them again in the future, we can accurately grasp their weaknesses and defeat them with one chicken. Zhao Changshan took 2 steps back and gave Su Ken a deep salute, a traditional Chinese military salute. Su Ken is so righteous and has such a noble spirit, it's really wrong of him to misunderstand. And you, Song Yueshua, as my teacher, don't you know who I am? How dare you doubt me? Song Yueshua blushed, feeling somewhat guilty for misunderstanding Su Ken earlier. Little fatty sigh? I won't even mention you. Wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth. It's about to fall to the ground. Lord Jiang. No need to say I believe you. Jiang Baihe quickly interrupted. Lord Jiang is truly wise and righteous. Su Ken nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Su Yuluo, only to see her big eyes staring at him intently. He felt a slight panic, but quickly calmed down. Rain, you know who I am. Su Yulu nodded her little head. Phew. Su Ken breathed a sigh of relief. If you weren't constantly glancing at teacher Song Yueshua's chest out of the corner of your eye, I'd believe you. You're still reminiscing about how it felt earlier. Su Yuluo's lips curled into a cold smile. Her small fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Damn it. I only used 1% of my peripheral vision. How could you even notice that? Song Yueshua blushed and glared fiercely at Su Ken. Jiang Baihe's lips twitched. He knew this kid was unreliable, especially seeing Zhao Changshan's awkward expression. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, and a ring appeared on his hand, which he handed to Su Ken. This storage ring is a reward from my city lord's mansion for your killing of Qi. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. He had originally wanted to see if there was any chance to bring Su Ken to their city lord's mansion. But judging from Su Ken's appearance, he had obviously decided to join the Military Intelligence Bureau, so there was no point in him staying here any longer. By the way, we'll meet again tomorrow. I look forward to seeing how you do then. As they approached the door, Jiang Baihe suddenly turned back and spoke to Su Ken. Su Ken was completely bewildered. What can happen tomorrow? He looked at Song Yueshua. Song Yueshua blinked, her face blank, clearly unaware of what was going on. Su Ken, since you've decided to join the Military Intelligence Bureau, I'll be leaving now. I'm coming to my senses, Zhao Changshan said. He just wants some peace and quiet right now. Commander Zhao, is there any reward for joining the Military Intelligence Bureau? Seeing that Zhao Changshan was about to leave, Su Ken immediately asked. Although he joined the reserve force, as Zhao Changshan just said, he enjoys the same treatment as the regular members. Haha, look how old I am, I almost forgot. Zhao Changshan laughed heartily. Given that you killed Qi, you may choose any low-grade spiritual technique from the Military Affairs Bureau's official shop. As he spoke, Zhao Changshan took out his phone, went to the official online store of the Military Intelligence Bureau, and handed it to Su Ken. Good heavens. Su Ken was stunned when he saw it. Not only were there low-grade spiritual techniques, but there were also mid-grade spiritual techniques, and even high-grade spiritual techniques. However, when he tried to open the page for superior spiritual techniques, he found that he couldn't. Only the commander of the Military Affairs Office, or a member who has made significant contributions to the Military Affairs Office, can apply to the Jade Capital headquarters for approval before purchasing high-grade spiritual techniques. Moreover, as long as you have the ability, not to mention high-grade spiritual techniques, the Military Affairs Department can reward you with even top-grade spiritual techniques. Zhao Changshan explained. Su Ken thought about it, and then felt relieved. High-grade spiritual techniques can be considered clan treasures. Even the Military Intelligence Department wouldn't allow its members to purchase them casually. If a traitor were to appear, wouldn't that be directly aiding the enemy? The spiritual arts that are rarely seen outside are nothing special on the official website of the Military Intelligence Bureau. There are over 1,000 low-grade spiritual techniques and nearly 100 mid-grade spiritual techniques. They are also categorized into defensive, binding, healing, offensive, and curse types. Prices are also listed above. Low-grade spirit techniques are generally priced below 500 low-grade spirit stones, while mid-grade spirit techniques start at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Terrifying. Su Ken thought for a moment and then clicked on the defense category. Spirit Shield fully mastered, it's still not enough for him now. It's not a big problem against level 1 or 2 ferocious beasts, but it's already very difficult to defend against attacks from level 3 ferocious beasts. But seeing 200 or 300 defensive spirit spells on the page made him feel dizzy. Water Cloud Shield, Steel Earth Armor, Ice Shield. He had absolutely no idea which one to choose. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and immediately clicked on the value sorting and started looking at it from high to low. You should choose a spirit spell that suits you, not one that is expensive. Zhao Changshan couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. I almost forgot there was someone knowledgeable here. Su Kan's eyes lit up, and he said to Zhao Changshan, just tell me which defense is the strongest. Sigh, I'm still too young. Zhao Changshan sighed inwardly and spoke patiently. The choice of spirit spells should be in conjunction with your troop type. Your troop type is the Azure Flying Insect, so defensive spirit spells and binding spirit spells are good choices for you. But I don't recommend you choose the one with the strongest defense, because that means you'll have to spend a lot of time and resources to train it to a high level. There's even a risk of failing the cultivation attempt, I think. Commander Zhao, have you ever practiced the Spirit Light Shield? Su Kan quickly interrupted. It's time to show him the terror of cheaters. You've practiced cultivation, so what? Spirit Shield is a classic defensive spirit technique among unranked spirit techniques, and many nest masters will practice it when they reach the first rank. Have you completed your cultivation? Su Kan continued to ask. This, Zhao Changshan scratched his head. Who would bother to perfect a defensive spiritual technique that hadn't even reached the first grade? Then guess how long it will take me to master the Spirit Shield? Without waiting for Zhao Changshan's reply, Su Kan tilted his head slightly and said. Seeing Su Kan's expression, Zhang Changshan felt a headache coming on. He really didn't want to guess. 3 days? Finally, Zhao Changshan spoke slowly. Su Kan awakened the nest in just 3 days. To master a spiritual technique in 3 days is nothing short of heaven-defying, even if it's a technique he hadn't even begun to learn. Guess again. 2 days? Commander Zhao, can't you be a little bolder? Su Kan said, tilting his head back. The light in the ward was so bright it hurt his eyes. But since I've chosen to show off, I'll finish the act even if it's tearful. One day, Zhao Changshan spoke slowly, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Chapter 41. Su Kan is not that kind of person. Good. Su Kan slowly lowered his head and said. In the face of the light, he finally gave in. Damn it. My eyes were almost blinded by the light. Next time I want to show off, I'll definitely choose a room with soft lighting. He originally wanted Zhao Changshan to continue guessing. After thinking about it, I still think that showing off should be done in moderation. After all, his handsome face is already a constant source of arrogance. He should be more low-key about his talent. He could upgrade his aura shield to its maximum level in just 1 minute, but he told others it took him a whole day. That's very low-key. Zhao Changshan gave Su Kan a deep look, but said nothing. It wasn't that he thought Su Kan was lying. The fact that Su Kan, at the 2nd rank, could kill the 4th rank Chi beast made him realize that Su Kan must have awakened a terrifying talent. However, the city defense troops did not witness Su Kan kill Chi with their own eyes, and the information they obtained from the chubby boy was also very limited. Su Kan and Chi were fighting. The chubby boy was being brutally beaten by the mountain of flesh and couldn't care less about anything else. By the time he realized what was happening, Chi had already been killed by Su Kan. However, the city defense forces still detected traces of the slowing technique on Chi's body, so it seems that Su Kan has now perfected the slowing technique. Thinking of this, Zhao Changshan's face lit up with a bright smile. Since you have the talent to cultivate spiritual arts, then I won't waste any more words. Since Su Kan had already joined the Military Intelligence Bureau, he couldn't be more eager for Su Kan to have even more talent. Among low-grade spiritual arts, the strongest defensive skill is Golden Light Defense. Zhao Changshan activated the Golden Light Defense spiritual technique. A scene immediately appeared. A man was forming complex hand seals. Not far from him, a ferocious bovine beast charged forward, its massive horns gleaming with a sharp, cold light. In an instant, the ferocious beast was 20 meters in front of him. He calmly formed a hand seal. 10 meters away, he was still forming a hand seal, and 1 meter away, he was still forming a hand seal. Finally, just as he was split in two by the bull's horns at his waist, a golden light appeared before him, and a golden shield engraved with mysterious patterns emerged, only to quickly dissipate into a faint spiritual light. Su Kan noticed that at the last moment, the man smiled. What did you see in this video? Zhao Changshan asked. What can you learn from this? Even if I had a cheat code, I couldn't learn it just by looking at it. He mentally scoffed, but still stroked his chin and thought for a moment before speaking. That person passed away peacefully. God, he passed away peacefully. Can't you see that the person only released the Golden Light Guardian after being killed by the ferocious beast? Your body is already broken in two. What good is your spiritual magic? Is it for celebration? Golden Light defense is powerful, even comparable to some mid-grade defensive spirit techniques. However, it has two fatal flaws. First, the hand seals are too complicated, and even if one masters the technique, the speed of forming the hand seals will not increase much. Unless it's perfect, it's just a useless thing. Another aspect is the difficulty of cultivation. Jin Guangyu is widely recognized in the military affairs department as having the most difficult cultivation. Even the basics are difficult to grasp. Even though Sukin had the talent to cultivate spiritual arts, he didn't want Sukin to waste time on the Golden Light Imperial. Fine, if you want to choose, then choose. Zhao Changshan shook his head. But in his heart he was thinking that when Sukin regretted it, he could just say a few nice words to him, and he would change his spiritual technique. With a few swipes of his fingertips, Zhao Changshan transmitted Jin Guangyu's cultivation method to him. Sukan's eyes remained fixed on the Military Affairs Department's official online store on Zhao Changshan's phone. The magical arts described above are incredibly tempting. Unfortunately, even low-grade spiritual techniques cost hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, which he simply couldn't afford. By the way, I hunted quite a few ferocious beasts before. Sukin looked at the chubby boy, his eyes shining brightly. Big Hammer, didn't you say that your old man buys the ferocious beasts I hunt for twice the market price? A total of 356,711 dragon coins are all here. The chubby boy handed Sukin a small cloth bag, his face showing obvious pain. Sukin grabbed the cloth bag, a happy smile immediately spreading across his face. However, he still remembered Wang Dachui, the chubby boy who fought alongside him. After hesitating for a full 3 minutes, he said with some pain in his heart, "I'll give you the change." Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's pained expression immediately turned into a smile. He had previously told Sukin that his father could buy them for twice the market price in order to get Sukin to take him hunting ferocious beasts. But what he never expected was that Sukin was so good at killing nearly 20 ferocious beasts. When his father learned that Sukin had killed the ferocious beasts and that he would buy them back at double the price, he readily paid the money. And she gently patted the chubby boy's head, praising his business acumen. Before the chubby boy could even feel happy, his father's next words cut off his allowance for the entire month. Truly penniless now. Seeing Sukin rummaging through the bag, an expectant look appeared on his face. What do you call this? This is what you call finding a new path after a dark period. His father never expected that even though he had run out of pocket money, he could still get a small amount from Sukin. The remainder of 356,711 dragon coins is roughly 6,711 dragon coins, or possibly 711 dragon coins. If he's frugal, he can live comfortably for a month. As for 11 dragon coins, he had never even considered it. He felt that Sukin wasn't that kind of person. Sukin rummaged through the cloth bag for a long time, his fingertips occasionally touching the spirit stones and dragon coins, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Suyulu looked a little nervous, afraid that Sukin would be extravagant. Song Yueshue was wondering what kind of trouble Sukin would cause. She always felt that Sukin was unreliable. Zhao Changshan was somewhat gratified. The child rummaged through the money bag for a long time, probably afraid of not getting enough change and wanting to get more. This child is someone I can get along with. After a long pause, Sukin gritted his teeth, carefully picked out a dragon coin, and solemnly placed it in the little fat boy's hand. Call. I took a deep breath. Losing 1/356,711 dragon coins all at once, it hurts a little. The chubby boy stared blankly. Is this what you mean by rounding down the price? That's fucking zero. But he accepted it anyway, since he didn't have a single penny to his name. Song Yueshue wrinkled her nose. She knew Sukin wouldn't come up with anything good. Zhao Changshan pinched himself hard, reminding himself to be careful when interacting with Sukin. Su Yulua's face showed a satisfied expression. This child is teachable. With the spirit stones, Sukin felt much more confident. Commander Zhao, which low-grade spiritual technique has the highest attack power? Help me choose. Choose the best. The most expensive. Money's no object. With defensive spells and support spells like slow, all that's missing now are offensive spells. Zhao Changshan looked utterly exasperated. This little bit of money couldn't buy any powerful spiritual techniques. However, he also knew Sukin's nature. If he didn't help him choose, the matter would never end. Low-grade spiritual technique, Lightning Strike, valued at 499 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 42 Fusion of Spiritual Arts. Zhao Changshan pointed to the Lightning Strike technique, which was worth 499 low-grade spirit stones, and said to Su-kan, a smile appearing on his face. Don't you want something powerful? There are some capable ones, but the key question is whether you have enough money. Slurp. Su-kan stared intently at the phone screen, her eyes practically bulging out of it. Lightning-based spiritual arts are powerful, even a fool could tell. Old Zhao, I feel an instant connection with you the moment I see you, like my long-lost son, a brother I don't recognize despite not having the same father or mother. Given our relationship, why don't you just sell me this spiritual technique cheaply? Anyway, I've already joined the Military Intelligence Bureau, so I'm all yours from now on. Su-kan blinked and said. 3 black lines appeared on Zhao Changshan's forehead. Unrelated biological brothers with different fathers and mothers. How could you make this up without batting an eye? Besides, I'm old enough to be your father, right? Like this? You're not really planning to sell me off, are you? Zhao Changshan was speechless for a moment. Commander Zhao, sell him the lightning flash technique. I'll lend him the money he needs. Song Yueshue couldn't stand it any longer. Do you think I, Su-kan, am the kind of person who relies on women? Don't even mention lending me this money. Even if you offered it to me, do you think I'd take it? Su-kan stared intently at Song Yueshue. He decided to give this woman a chance so she would know that he, Su-kan, was not a money-grubbing person. Snort. Song Yueshue gave a soft snort and ignored Su-kan. She was certain that Su-kan would want it. Damn it. They actually saw through it. Am I really that obviously greedy for money? Su-kan touched his nose. However, he didn't forget Zhao Changshan, and his eyes darted around. Old Zhao, could you open an account for me on the official online store of the Military Intelligence Bureau? He suddenly realized that he didn't have this thing. Does this mean that only commanders level officials can access the official online store of the Military Intelligence Bureau? Ahem. Alright, Su-kan, I'll sell you this spiritual technique cheaply. After coughing twice, Zhao Changshan snatched the small cloth bag from Su-kan's hand. I've taught you the lightning flash technique. Also, here are 100 low-grade spirit stones, which is your salary for this month. Zhao Changshan tossed a small cloth bag to Su-kan and immediately made his escape. He dared not delay any longer, fearing that Su-kan would seize the opportunity to target the official online store. The Military Intelligence Bureau's official online store is open to all formal Military Intelligence Bureau members, and he promised that Su-kan, even as a reserve officer, would enjoy the same treatment as a formal member. But in fact, before Su-kan became a formal member of the Military Intelligence Bureau, all the benefits he enjoyed were paid for out of his own pocket. The only way to enjoy the benefits of a full member of the Grand Council is to become a full member of the Grand Council. Of course, these can also be considered his investment in Su-kan. Su-kan quickly put away the spirit stones, ignoring Zhao Changshan. Now that he had 2 more low-grade spirit techniques, his strength would definitely increase greatly after he learned them. In an instant, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. By the way, didn't the system also reward me with a second lair? Suddenly, he remembered the reward for killing Qi. With a thought, he obtained information about the second lair. Second nest. The source of the second nest has already been opened within the host's body. As long as the host refines an external nest, the second nest can be fully opened. What? They actually need to find a nest themselves to refine it. Su-kan was slightly disappointed. Besides the nester's body, nests also exist in the outside world, where various magical creatures are nurtured. Generally speaking, when encountering a nest that matches one's zodiac sign, the nest master will use it as material to refine into their own nest, which may give their troops a chance to learn new skills. Su-kan scratched his head. Finding a suitable nest wouldn't be so easy for him. Well, this system is so incompetent. Since you're going to give out rewards, why don't you give out a complete reward? Not just find a real dragon's lair or a fox spirit's lair anywhere. I'm not a greedy person. We're home. What are you spacing out for? And why are you smiling so lewdly? Teacher Song Yueshue is gone. Su-Yilu kicked Su-kan's shin. Not only Song Yueshue, but the little fat boy is also missing. Su-Yilua was now only a silhouette, and Su-kan quickly followed after her. Upon returning home, Su-kan went straight to his room. Having just acquired 2 spiritual techniques, he couldn't wait to start practicing them. I glanced at the system panel. Su-kan, second-rank Nest Master. Nest, Verdant Mountain Ridge. Level 2 1%. Population, 100/100. Incubation rate 1 unit/hour. Output, Green Firefly, Level 2, Silver. Talent, 1, Sharp Teeth and a Sharp Tongue. 2, As Hard as Steel. Skill, Fire Rain Bullet. Currently possessing 100 silver units, Tier 2, Silver. Evolution points, 760. There are only 760 evolution points left. Even this low-grade spiritual technique cannot be mastered to perfection. Sukin was speechless. He originally had over 1,000 evolution points, but he consumed a lot of them in order to upgrade the slow spell to perfection. He has 760 evolution points now because he was rewarded with 500 evolution points for killing Chi. Forget it. Let's focus on cultivating Golden Light defense first. Sukin didn't hesitate and immediately summoned the system. System, learn from Jin Guanyu. Ding. Host, would you like to spend 100 evolution points to master the low-grade spiritual technique, Golden Light? Sure. Ding. Jin Guanyu has entered the gate. Sukin sensed the information about Jin Guanyu transmitted to him by the system in his mind and began to form hand seals. Half a minute later, a golden shield with a patterned surface finally appeared before him. Damn it. Is this shield meant to be used to collect my corpse? Sukin finally understood the meaning behind the man's final smile in the video. Ding. The Spirit Light Shield and Golden Light attribute have been detected to be compatible. Do you wish to fuse the two spiritual techniques? Is this a new feature? Sukin was a little confused. However, he still understood the principle that fusion leads to strength. Mix it for me. Without hesitation, Sukin agreed immediately. Ding. The Spirit Light Shield and Golden Light defense have successfully merged, and the Golden Light defense's defense has been slightly improved. That's it. A slight improvement in defense? How much is a little? Can you please stop being so perfunctory? He had spent a lot of evolution points to upgrade the Spirit Shield to its full potential, and now it was all gone. Then I thought about the Golden Light Guardian of the corpse collecting style. Sukin was practically going crazy. Ding. The Spiritual Aura Shield has disappeared. 360 evolution points have been returned. Sure. Small system. I initially thought you were a shrewd businessman, but it turns out you still have some conscience. Upon hearing that the evolution points would be returned, Sukin was overjoyed. Now his evolution points have exceeded 1,000 again, reaching 1,020. System, upgrade my Golden Light defense. Evolution points minus 200, Golden Light Guardian, minor success. Evolution points minus 300, Golden Light Guardian fully mastered. Evolution points minus 500, Golden Light Guardian perfected. With 1,000 evolution points remaining, he cultivated Golden Light Guard to perfection in less than a minute. With a thought, a golden shield appeared before him in an instant. Once you reach the pinnacle of spiritual arts, the instantaneous nature of your abilities is truly terrifying. Chapter 43 High School Championship. The golden shield has mysterious patterns on its surface, shimmering with golden light, giving it an extremely solid feel. Moreover, just as he was perfecting the golden light control, a small golden shield phantom slowly appeared in his dantian. It looks exactly like the shield in front of him. Just like when the slow spell was perfected before, the small golden shield quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. This phantom image must be a symbol of mastering a spiritual technique to perfection. Sukin guessed in his heart. The spirit shield was at its peak, but since the spirit shield is an unranked spiritual technique, it's not a true spiritual technique, so it's normal that it didn't exist. He only has 20 evolution points left, so it's obviously hopeless for him to learn the lightning flash technique. But he wasn't in a hurry. He would go to the banks of the Baiha River tomorrow to find the cute and fierce beasts and have a discussion about the meaning of life. That would be enough. Sukan, dinner's ready. A soft voice came from outside his door. Is it Su Yulua? Sukan's heart skipped a beat. When did Su Yulua, that arrogant and violent woman, become so gentle? Could it be that she's finally plotting something against me, being so handsome? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sukan's heart was pounding. Bang! The door was kicked open with great force. Sukan, what are you doing? Didn't you hear me calling you for dinner? Su Yulu stood with her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out. They're here. They're here. That's more like it. Sukan breathed a sigh of relief. In the living room, Sukan was surprised to find that the snow woman was actually wearing a maid outfit. The flesh-colored stockings perfectly showcased the snow woman's long, slender legs, and the well-fitting top made her ample breasts sway as she moved. Su Yuluan must have changed them into these clothes. If it were me, I would definitely help them change myself and never let them suffer the hardship of changing clothes. Sukan couldn't help but think. Is it pretty? It's not good looking at all. That was close. Sukan secretly exclaimed in alarm. Wipe the drool from your mouth. Suyulu rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Damn it. I just can't control my drooling. Following behind Su Yuloa with his head down, Sukan couldn't help but wonder what Su Yulua was up to. The snow woman in her maid outfit. But this time he was smarter and only used 1,000th of his peripheral vision to look. He refused to believe that he could be discovered this way. The two went to the dining table. The snow woman stepped forward at the opportune moment to prepare the meal. The charm revealed as she bent over. This bowl is so big and so white. LSP. Su Yulu rolled her eyes at Sukan. She noticed that Sukan seemed to have grown up quite a bit. 3 years ago, when Sukan broke his leg and was taken care of by her, he was just a little brother. Now, thinking back to that morning when I woke him up, he's really grown up. Su Yulu's face flushed slightly, and she quickly banished that image from her mind. After finishing the meal, Sukan felt both happy and pained. If I told Su Yulua that I wanted to use her snow maiden to study the physical structure of humanoid soldiers so that I could better deal with them when facing the enemy, would she believe me? Sukan stroked his chin, lost in thought. He felt that with his upright, pure, and noble character, there was no reason why he shouldn't be trusted. But he also felt that Su Yulua wouldn't believe him. So whose problem is this? It's definitely not his problem, that innocent young boy. Nothing more was said that night. As the morning light began to fall, Sukan yawned lazily about the Yukiana's body structure all night and finally decided. When in doubt, use your left hand and your right hand in a slow motion. Stretching, Sukan quickly cleaned up the remaining traces in the room, afraid that Su Yulua would notice something was wrong when she came in. In the living room, the snow woman had already prepared breakfast. Unfortunately, the snow woman changed into normal clothing, which disappointed Sukan. Su Yulu smiled faintly, but then she remembered that when she tried on the maid outfit in her room last night, she found that her chest felt tight and she couldn't breathe. She couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. She lowered her head slightly and found that her view was completely blocked. It's still too big. After finishing breakfast, Sukan was about to lie down on the chair and take a nap before going back to sleep, but Su Yulua grabbed him with one hand and headed towards school. As you approach the school gate, you can see all sorts of strange creatures. However, after attending classes for 2 days, Sukan was no longer surprised. After arriving at school, Su Yulu warned him not to skip class to hunt ferocious beasts before heading to the second year of high school. With his hands behind his head, Sukan swayed as he walked toward class 3 of senior 3. Sukan. As soon as he entered the classroom, the chubby boy shouted loudly. You finally arrived. I thought you weren't coming today. What's wrong? Sukan asked curiously. Didn't you see the message teacher Tsang Yueshua sent this morning? The chubby boy stared wide-eyed as he spoke. What news? As Sukan asked the question, he took out his phone from his storage ring. Acquiring the storage ring, he simply threw all his personal gadgets into it, unaware of any other information. Sai, I'll just tell you directly. The school has suddenly decided to start a high school championship. The chubby boy's face turned red. You know, these kinds of competitions have always existed, but they are always held privately by students, and the school never gets involved. But this time the school actually organized it, and I heard that some big shots were even watching. What's even stranger is that this competition was held in Moonlight Forest. The Moonlight Forest is teeming with ferocious beasts. Going in would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog, a one-way trip. Sure, young man. You seem to have a pretty clear understanding of your own position. Sukan glanced at the chubby boy. Besides the chubby boy, everyone else in the class was also discussing it. Even those who weren't students of the Nest Master were enthusiastically joining in the fun. However, Moonlight Forest is not only teeming with ferocious beasts, it's also quite far from Jiangqing. Most importantly, shouldn't these kinds of competitions be announced in advance? Wrong. He suddenly remembered that Jiang Baiha had said to him in the hospital yesterday, "We will meet again tomorrow." Combined with what the chubby guy said about big shots watching, it makes sense. So this match was arranged a long time ago, but the students were only told about it this morning. Sukan stroked his chin. But isn't this a bit too hasty? He always felt there was something wrong with it. Since everyone is here, you must have all seen the message I sent, so I'll cut to the chase. Tsang Yueshua, dressed in a teacher's uniform and wearing exquisite leather boots, walked into the classroom with a cool and serious expression, but her figure was well-proportioned, like a swaying ice lotus. Sukan blinked and looked at Tsang Yueshua. This serious and aloof image is so contradictory to the shy look I had yesterday. Tsang Yueshua seemed to notice Sukan's gaze as well, and her pretty face blushed slightly before she quickly looked away and continued speaking. This competition will be held in Moonlight Forest. Not only will students from Jiangqing No. 1 High School participate, but all high school students from Jiangqing will also participate. There is a certain degree of risk involved. Those who do not wish to participate may withdraw. Of course, The rewards are also very generous. The first place winner will be awarded a mid-grade spiritual technique and a low-grade spiritual weapon. The second place winner will be awarded a low-grade spiritual weapon. The third place winner will receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Reward for 4th to 10th place, 500 low-grade spirit stones. The 11th to 20th place winners will receive 300 low-grade spirit stones. The 21st to 30th place winners will receive 100 low-grade spirit stones. As the reward was revealed, gasps of amazement erupted in the classroom. Chapter 44, When did it become your place, little girl, to talk about my students? The first place winner is rewarded with a mid-grade spiritual technique and a low-grade spiritual weapon. This reward is too generous. It's probably worth more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you mean by fear? It means it will definitely exceed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. What does the first place prize have to do with us? We should be looking at the prizes for all the other winners. That's what a boy wearing glasses said. That makes sense, but shouldn't our focus be on participation? Another short-haired boy chimed in. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. You should say, if we don't participate, what's the point of the rankings? Aren't you implying that we're just cannon fodder? I, Zhao Hong, deserve first place without hesitation. A tall boy suddenly slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Zhao Hong. Sukin had previously heard the chubby boy mention that he possessed the bronze-level earth-splitting turtle, was a second-grade nest master, and was ranked 10th among the top 10 strongest high school students at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. All right, everyone quiet down. Those who have decided to go, please line up outside. Those who aren't going, please stay in the classroom. Song Yueshua finished speaking. The classroom immediately fell silent. Sukin scratched his head. He needed to hunt ferocious beasts to gain evolution points, so there was no reason for him not to participate. Moreover, the rewards are so generous. Perhaps, I might even accidentally win first place. After all, he's so handsome, there's no reason why he shouldn't get first place. He wasn't after the first place prize. After all, he was a man who regarded money as dirt. Of course, he was also a considerate man, so he decided to bear the pain of enjoying the dung alone. Ding. First place. Ding. The Jiangxing High School Student Championship is about to begin. Please win first place in the competition. Rewards. 1 hero unit, 2 hero units, 1,000 evolution points. This reward is great. Upon sensing the information from the system in his mind, Su Qin was overjoyed. Hero units are extremely rare. He had been worried about when he would get a hero unit, but he didn't expect that a mission rewarding hero units would appear so soon. Heroic units with high intelligence and strong learning ability significantly enhanced the combat power of the Nest Army. Sigh, it's a pity my unit is the Azure Firefly. If it were a snow maiden, that would be great. I'd have another snow maiden who blushes and calls me master. Just thinking about it made Sukin excited and full of energy. Let's go, Sukin. Seeing that Sukin was sitting still, the chubby boy urged him on. Nearly half of the students had already left the classroom. The remaining students were either ordinary students or those who felt their class was too weak and lacked confidence in themselves. After all, it's not unusual for people to die in these kinds of events. Outside the classroom, the entire senior section was bustling with excitement, and the students were unusually excited. Clearly, they are looking forward to this event. Sukin roughly estimated that there were nearly 100 people. So, it seems that nearly 1,000 people from the entire Jiangxing will participate in this competition. He guessed to himself. About half an hour later, Song Yueshua led them to the school playground. Shortly after arriving at the playground, a shadow loomed over us, blotting out the sun and darkening the sky. Holy crap, that's a huge bird. This is a level 5 ferocious beast, the whale bird. I was still thinking about how to get to Moonlight Forest, but I didn't expect that whales would be involved. The whale bird spread its wings and floated in the air. Its broad back was hundreds of square meters, easily accommodating the 100 or so people inside. Sukin was also surprised. Whales are military resources, but he never expected them to be used to transport them to Moonlight Forest. As the whale bird landed, teachers began organizing students to line up and go up. Although whales are level 5 ferocious beasts, they are gentle in nature. Otherwise, they would not have been tamed by humans. Soon it was Sukin's turn. The chubby boy stayed close to Sukin, determined to cling to Sukin's coattails. Sukin, follow me. Suddenly, a clear, cold voice rang in Sukin's ear. A girl in a green dress appeared beside him at some point. She had a delicate and beautiful face, but she exuded a cold aura. The chubby boy who had been following him was pushed aside by the girl in the green dress. Sukin was slightly taken aback and didn't react for a moment. Then, his gaze swept over her flat chest, and he immediately understood. Lu Qingyu. The girl in the green dress was the one who said she would take care of him in the garden square on the day he traveled through time. But how could Su Kan, a dignified 7-foot man, be kept by a woman? How could he be tempted by mere money? He refused immediately, without hesitation. Follow me, and I'll protect you, Lu Qingyu said to Su Kan. She is a second-rank nest master and possesses the silver-rank Thornflower Fairy Troop. Few students in the entire Jiangxing No. 1 high school can reliably defeat her. She pursed her lips and continued. If you don't want to participate, you don't have to. I can give you whatever you want. Spirit techniques, spirit weapons, spirit stones. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Lu Qingyu added at the end. This darn heartbeat. Gurgle. Sukin couldn't help but swallow. He swore he wasn't after these things. He simply wanted to keep these things safe for their future owners. Without a doubt, he is such a kind and unready person. Su Kan. San Yueshua walked over. She knew Lu Qingyu. She was ranked second among the top 10 strongest high school students in Jiangxing. She didn't expect that Lu Qingyu knew Su Kan, and it seemed that they had a pretty good relationship. She frowned and said directly, the whale is about to take off. Hurry up and get on. Teacher, you are aware of the dangers involved in this activity, which is being held in Moonlight Forest. Sukin is not required to participate. You have no right to force him to participate. Lu Qingyu stared directly at San Yueshua, showing no sign of weakness. Oh, since when did it become your place, a little girl, to lecture me as a student? San Yueshua crossed her arms over her chest, making her chest appear even more magnificent. Sukin felt a chill run through his body for no apparent reason. Something seems off about this atmosphere. The chubby boy, who was about to approach, gave Sukin a look that said, take care, and then silently moved away. So what if I'm young? I'm young, that's what matters. If I'm not mistaken, the teacher must be over 20 years old, right? Lu Qingyu smiled, her red lips curving upwards. A hashtag appeared on San Yueshua's forehead, clearly indicating that she was about to go berserk. Damn it. What do we do now? Waiting for an answer online. It's quite urgent. I feel like Master Chung is beckoning to me. The key point is that Master Chung did everything, but I did nothing. Sukin trembled with fear. Hey, you guys over there, stop wasting time. If you're not going up, go down. At that moment, the teacher on the whale suddenly shouted loudly. Savior. Up, coming up now. Sukin was overjoyed and quickly stepped onto the whale bird's wings. San Yueshua and Lu Qingyu exchanged a cold snort and followed Sukin upstairs. Chapter 45 Lu Qingyu's Double Standards. On the whale. San Yueshua and Lu Qingyu. Sukin felt numb from the gazes on both sides. Suddenly, the whale bird cried out, and the wind and clouds shifted instantly. The powerful airflow made Sukin lose his balance, and he almost fell forward. With Lu Qingyu in front of him, he dared not lean forward. He leaned back as far as he could. Roll. This is bad. He hurriedly pressed his hands on Lu Qingyu's shoulders, but still pressed against Lu Qingyu's body. In an instant, Lu Qingyu's eyes seemed to widen, and her face flushed red. Their eyes met. Lu Qingyu's eyes were like those of a rabbit. She dared not look at Su Kan. Sukin chuckled dryly twice. We've arrived at Moonlight Forest. The team leaders, please head to meet up at your respective whalehead locations. Just then, a voice came. San Yueshua walked towards the head of the whale. That was close. Sukin secretly exclaimed in alarm. Without a doubt, if San Yueshua found out, he might be kicked off the building. However, it must be said that whales are indeed fast. Jiangxing is at least 100 kilometers away from Moonlight Forest, but it only took less than 10 minutes to get there. Not only them, but also 7 or 8 whales were perched in the sky, their backs covered with people, students from other high schools in Jiangxing, who were participating in the competition. Above these whales, there was a flying dragon covered in blue scales, with a wingspan of several meters. Although not as large as whales, it exudes a fierce aura far surpassing that of whales. Several figures stood on it, including City Lord Jiang Baihe and Military Affairs Commissioner Zhao Changshan. That's the City Lord's Level 7 Silver Tier unit, the Azure Winged Dragon. Lu Qingyu pursed her lips and said, although the Azure Winged Dragon is a silver level unit, it has dragon blood in its body, and its combat power and potential are no less than those of the gold level units of the same level. So strong. Sukin was deeply shocked. Sukin had never seen the gold tier unit, but some information about it had circulated online. Golden-headed monk, black tortoise, crimson dragon, two-winged angel, Golden Behemoth. Those that can be called Golden Soldiers are all legendary creatures. They represent not only formidable combat power, but also the potential to surpass the 9th rank. He never expected that Jiang Baihe's silver tier unit, the Azure-Winged Flying Dragon, could rival a gold tier unit. This was terrifying. Don't be surprised. Dragon-blooded creatures are generally stronger. Although the dragon blood on the Azure-Winged Dragon is that of an ancient dragon, not as strong as that of a divine dragon, it is still very powerful. The ancient dragon resembles the Western dragons on Earth, while the divine dragon is an Eastern dragon. These dragons are incredibly powerful creatures, capable of annihilating cities and destroying kingdoms. Divine dragons are stronger than ancient dragons, but they are also much rarer. Flood dragons with divine dragon blood are considered the strongest golden troops. Lu Qingyu glanced at Su Kan, then continued with a quick glance at her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, my Thornflower Fairy is currently a silver unit, but it can evolve into a gold unit, the Thorn Queen, which is no weaker than the Azure-Winged Dragon. I, the mighty, overpowered prince, don't need your care. Besides, I, Su Kan, have always been a strong-willed person and never asked for favors. System, when will we get an evolution quest for a gold tier unit? Wah, silver units can't even show off anymore. They're either no weaker than gold units or can evolve into gold units. Silver units are completely insufficient. Actually, I don't care. Let them show off. I'm not envious at all. But that would make you, the most handsome system in history, lose face. If I, as the host, am looked down upon, doesn't that make you seem incompetent? Maybe you'll lose your title as the most handsome man in history, and when you start dating the system girl, the female system might not want to be with you anymore. By the way, do you want to tell the female system that your host is the most handsome in the world, and then trick me into getting another female system? So noisy. Shut up. System, you can talk? Sukin was completely stunned. Isn't the system supposed to be silent? Why is it speaking now? After those two sentences, the system fell silent again, and no matter how Sukin called out, there was no response. Greetings, fellow students. I am Jiang Baihe, the city lord of Jiangqing. At that moment, Jiang Baihe's voice rang out from high above. I cannot guarantee that all of you will come out alive from this trip to Moonlight Forest, so you have one last chance to withdraw. As soon as the words were spoken, the students on the whale bird became restless. Roars of beasts bring waves of oppression. While they were at school, they didn't feel much of a sense of dread, but now, standing here, seeing this scene, and hearing Jiang Baihe's words, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Quitting is not shameful. Forcing yourself to do something that is impossible is disrespectful to your own life. Jiang Baihe continued. I'm quitting. Finally, one student couldn't take the pressure anymore and shouted it out. I'm quitting too. I'm quitting. One person took the lead, and in an instant, nearly 100 students raised their hands. Coward. Lu Qingyu snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Sukin thought it was normal. There was no need to risk his life for a single match. Of course, he didn't think that Jiang Baihe and the other organizers would let things continue like this. The ferocious beasts in Moonlight Forest are no pushovers. Among the roars, Sukin could sense that the power of several of them was no weaker than that of the level 4 ferocious beast Thunder Roar crocodile he encountered in White River. Moonlight Forest is too dangerous. Why don't you quit? Just as Sukin was pondering, Lu Qingyu suddenly leaned her little head over. You've only been awakened for 2 days. Don't participate in this stupid competition. It's too dangerous. As the city lord just said, there's nothing shameful about quitting. That's such a double standard. Didn't you just say that quitting is cowardly? Sukin was speechless for a moment. Quitting is out of the question. Putting aside the competition rewards, the system is giving away too much. He knew in his heart that Lu Qingyu was doing it for his own good. Normally, an ordinary Nest Master student like him, who has only awakened his powers a few days ago, would at most possess a basic, low-grade defensive spirit spell, and would indeed have no need to participate in such a competition. Alright, to the students who stayed behind, I must say you have commendable courage, but I also hope you have the luck to achieve a good ranking. After the students who had withdrawn were taken away by the whale, Jiang Baihe spoke again. Then the competition will officially begin. Chapter 46, A Few Things About the Gray-Haired Mountain Dog. Thump. Jiang Baihe pulled out a large drum and pounded it hard, producing a deafening sound. This is the first time the Jiangqing High School Students' Championship has been held, and I only came up with the rules last night. Gah? You only came up with the rules last night. Shouldn't a competition like this be prepared well in advance? How hasty. Yes, the city lord seems really unreliable. Sigh, I should have quit too. Sukin also face-bombed. He initially thought only Zhao Changshan was unreliable, but he didn't expect Jiang Baihe to be just as unreliable. The rules I came up with last night were used this morning. Could you be a little more careful? The rules are simple. We will be waiting for you on the other side of the Moonlight Forest. Before sunset, those who cross the Moonlight Forest and have more spirit mirrors in their hands will be ranked higher. To enhance the fun, each of you will receive an initial spirit mirror. As for what the spirit mirror is, Jiang Baihe waved his hand, and a machine resembling a computer appeared, followed by a projection in midair. A beam of light, shimmering with a faint spiritual glow, appears either on a ferocious beast, on the edge of a cliff, or in a bird's nest on a treetop. Clearly, this beam of light is the spirit mirror. Next, each of you will be given a spirit detection bracelet. It will display your location and provide you with a light shield strong enough to withstand level 5 ferocious beasts. Of course, the activation of the light shield also means that you are eliminated. Haha, I knew they wouldn't let us into the Moonlight Forest like this. That was close. Luckily I didn't quit, and I managed to hold back. They've already withdrawn. If they knew this news, they'd probably regret it terribly. Clearly, many students were taking a gamble, hoping that Jiang Baihe would provide them with self-defense measures. It seems they made the right bet. Sukan, however, did not seem surprised. It would be absurd to let a group of first or second grade, at most third grade, Nestmaster students enter the Moonlight Forest without any preparation. Unless, of course, they want to provide extra food for the ferocious beasts inside. The teacher in charge acted quickly, and the spiritual mirrors were distributed in no time. Be safe. Song Yueshua walked over and placed the spirit mirror collection bracelet in Su Kan's hand. No need for you to worry, teacher. I will protect Su Kan. Lu Qingyu immediately said. You? Song Yueshua's eyebrows were drawn horizontally. Ahem, teacher Songyue, the students in the back are still waiting. Su Kan quickly interrupted. 3 women make a drama, but 2 women can have a direct showdown on stage. The spirit mirror collection bracelet can be adjusted to fit the thickness of the arm, making it easy to wear on the wrist. The small screen on the bracelet displays the number 1, which is their initial spiritual count. It must be said that Jiang Baihe really understands the game. As a result, many students who consider themselves exceptionally capable will definitely choose to snatch the spirit mirror from other students rather than wander around the Moonlight Forest. Competition increases linearly. But someone as handsome and kind as me definitely won't get robbed. You have 10 seconds to put on the wristband. Thump. Accompanied by the heavy drum beats, Jiang Baihe's resounding voice echoed through the sky. 10, 9, 1, the match begins. Holy crap, is that how you count? Your math skills must have been taught to you casually while your PE teacher was sleeping. Before Su Kan could react, the entire sky went dark, and his vision went completely black, as if he had been blinded, unable to see anything. Humph. The whale's cry rang out again, creating gusts of air. Help! He heard a shout, but it quickly disappeared. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he suddenly fell off the whale's back and heard a series of screams in his ears. This is to prevent the students from ganging up from the start, blinding them directly, and then throwing them from high above into the Moonlight Forest. Su Kan immediately guessed Jiang Baihe and his group's intentions. I could feel the wind whistling past my ears. But with that feeling of falling, won't you just die from the fall? Even if Jing Guanyu is already at its peak and slightly enhanced, it would probably shatter upon falling from this height. Damn it! Who the hell took my pants off? Just as Su Kan was pondering, he suddenly felt a chill on his lower body, and his underwear was falling down rapidly. That's incredibly unethical. Su Kan quickly reached out and grabbed his underwear. You dare pull down my pants? Here we go. Blinded and unable to see, Su Kan grabbed his underwear with one hand and threw a punch based on instinct. Puff! This feels like hitting a ball of cotton. I'm going to kill you. He heard a voice coming from afar, and it seemed somewhat familiar. Sizzle. Before I could think any further, the sound of fabric tearing rang out. In an instant, he was left with only half a piece of cloth. Damn it! The mission failed before it even began. He cried out in sorrow. Finally, after breaking a branch, he landed safely on the ground. A soft landing. A soft layer of material covered his back, which not only prevented him from getting hurt, but also made him feel exceptionally comfortable. At this moment, he was finally able to see. What was blocking his way was a transparent, bubble-like balloon that was rapidly dissipating. You're quite well prepared. Clearly, Jiang Baihe and his group had prepared everything long ago. So the problem now is, how should I put on this half-up underwear? Where is he supposed to find clothes in this desolate wilderness? There was nothing else in the storage ring and system space except for the phone and spirit stones. It wasn't that he wasn't prepared, but the competition came too suddenly, like a tornado. Phew. A mountain breeze swept up a few leaves, and Su Kan, holding half a pair of underwear, stood alone in the forest with his bare bottom exposed. It was as desolate as it could be. A whoa. Suddenly, the grass ahead began to shake violently, accompanied by suppressed, low roars of beasts. Could it be an injured wild animal? Sukin's eyes lit up. Now I have clothes to wear. The beasts are so kind and cute, and he's so handsome. If we borrow their skins to help him out in this emergency, they'll surely be very happy to oblige. Damn it. Sukin walked into the bushes under the golden light, his face instantly darkening. 2 greyhounds were vigorously shaking the chickens, and the deep growl came from the greyhound lying on the ground. What's most infuriating is, the gray mountain dog above glanced at it indifferently, then turned back to continue with its important canine life. That look, it was like looking at a single person. You're underestimating dogs, no? You're underestimating people. Sukin was furious. With a wave of his hand, a green firefly appeared. Go! With a casual gesture, the azure firefly transformed into a streak of azure light and flew directly over. Then, precise shot. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Woof woof woof. A woo-a-woo. Arrogant gray-haired man, Shango, suddenly hopped away, legs tucked between his legs. The gray-haired female mountain dog lying on the ground gave Sukin a resentful look, slowly got up, glanced at the male mountain dog bleeding all the way, shook her head, and walked in the exact opposite direction from the gray-haired male mountain dog. Chapter 47 Boys, they all like. Bad female dog. Sukin pursed his lips, then shouted loudly at the gray mountain dog that was hopping around. Brother dog, no need to thank me. I just helped you see the true colors of that wicked female dog. Trust me, you'll meet an even better female dog. A woo. The gray-haired mountain dog whimpered, tears of sorrow streaming from its eyes. It's all broken. Is it still usable? I am grateful to your ancestors for 8 generations. Why does it seem like it's not very grateful to me? Sukin shook his head. It must be an illusion. Holding the half-pulled pair of underwear in his hand, Sukin was now extremely nervous. Anyway, there's no one here, so I might as well stay naked. He made up his mind and casually tossed the half-up pair of underwear far away. Which scoundrel is so inconsiderate that he threw his underwear on someone's head? And he even threw only half of it. A tall, thin boy emerged from the woods, carrying half a pair of underwear in his hand and looking furious. Holy crap, someone's there. Su Kanrin was stunned. He never expected that after he defiantly threw away his underwear, someone would suddenly appear. Thank goodness it was a boy. If it had been a girl, he would have been at a huge disadvantage. But why am I a little disappointed? It must be another illusion. He shook his head and simply put his hands on his hips. What are you looking at? Don't you have one? Liamo was dumbfounded. He thought the worst thing that would happen to him today was having half a pair of underwear thrown at his head. The most unfortunate thing right now is when a man tells you don't have it. Even though you do, it's nowhere near as big as his. Boys, you know, they all like big ones. Suddenly, it was as if he had returned to last night. After pursuing her for 2 years, Shally finally agreed to go to his house that night. He was excited. He went crazy. He was thrilled. He took off his pants. Us so young, and you dare to pursue me? Shally glanced at it indifferently, her eyes full of disdain and mockery. That tone, that look, that expression, it revealed the deepest pain in his heart. Hey, that's going too far. Just take a look, don't stare at it. Sukin crossed her arms and looked at him suspiciously. Did we encounter a pervert? Are you insulting me by not wearing pants? Liamo took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth. If I were like you, young and ambitious but not self-indulgent, Shally might not have left me. Oh. Sukin stroked his chin, pondered for 2 seconds, and roughly understood what a sad story this was. Young man, listen to my advice. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. To draw the sword and die a swift death is a fitting end to my youthful ambition. Then it's completely gone. Liamo was instantly enraged. How dare you humiliate me like this? I will not let you get away with this. Black Eagle, come out. Instantly, 5 black eagles circled above Liamo's head, their wingspans reaching a full 3 meters in length. The bronze-class Black Eagle is actually a little genius. Sukin was not afraid. He reached out and summoned 100 azure fireflies. You're such a big, blackbird. Why are you so self-conscious? Liemo ignored him, but when he sensed the aura emanating from the Azure Firefly, his expression changed, and he took a slight step back. A second-rank nestmaster? Of the nearly 1,000 students who entered Moonlight Forest this time, there were definitely no more than 30 second-grade nestmasters. He didn't expect to encounter one right at the beginning. But then a sinister smile crept across his face. If it were any other second-rank nestmaster, he would have turned and run without a word, but an insect nestmaster. High-ranking insect nestmasters can summon tens of thousands of insects at a time, forming a vast insect swarm that is a nightmare for all enemies. But the combat power of low-level insect nestmasters is pitifully weak. Weak insects are not a threat until they form a large number. Moreover, his black eagle is a bird-type soldier, giving him a natural advantage. These 100 or so insects are far from enough for Black Mountain Eagle to eat. Black Eagle, attack! Liemo suddenly shouted coldly. Li! A sharp cry pierced the air as 5 black eagles swooped down from midair. Azure Fireflies, fire-rained bullets. If this black eagle were a Tier 2 unit, dealing with it might be a bit troublesome, but it's merely a Tier 1 unit. The bright red light bullet formed a beam of fire, sweeping out like a laser. Instantly, a mournful bird cry echoed through the sky, and black feathers fluttered in the air. In less than half a minute, all 5 black eagles were wiped out. How is this possible? Liemo stared at the 5 black mountain eagles on the ground, their bodies riddled with bullet holes, his face filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible, Sukin said calmly. Hand over the spirit mirror. After defeating the monsters, the next step is to collect the treasures. Liemo didn't want to give it, but seeing the ferocious green fireflies with their claws and fangs beside Sukan, he ultimately didn't have the courage not to. For you. He tapped his finger on the spirit mirror to collect the bracelet, and a beam of light appeared in front of him, then flew straight towards Sukan. Instantly, the number on his spirit detection bracelet changed from 1 to 2. May I leave now? Liemo said upon seeing this. Not only was he humiliated, but he also lost his spiritual mirror. He didn't want to stay here for another minute. Let's go? Sukan waved his hand and said. Seeing Liemo turn around, Sukan stroked his chin. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something important? A mountain breeze blew by, and Sukan shivered. I suddenly realized it. I'm still naked. Stop. Liemo had only taken 2 steps when Sukan called him back. Take your pants off. Don't go too far. Liemo said, feeling humiliated. They've already taken off their pants to humiliate him. Are they going to take off his own pants to compare and humiliate him even more? That's really too much. You can choose not to take it off. Sukan smiled faintly. Don't worry. I know that the Spirit Mirror Collection Bracelet can provide a spiritual shield that is strong enough to withstand the attack of a level 5 ferocious beast as a last resort. Therefore, I will absolutely not wait until the spirit shield disappears before stripping you naked and tying you to a tree. I am a kind person, and I would never do such a thing. Fine, I'll take my clothes off, okay? Liemo's voice was already trembling with tears. You're making it sound like I'm threatening you. Am I threatening you? Sukan was unhappy. No. Did you take it off voluntarily? Yes. That's right. Like him, who has always kept the 8 honors and 8 shames in mind, and has developed morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and practically, possibly force others to do things they don't want to do? Okay, just take off your outer pants. You can keep your underwear. Seeing that Liemo was about to take off his underwear, Sukan quickly stopped him. The evil gazes of Teacher AI, Teacher Lin, and Teacher May constantly swept across the heavens, and he dared not be careless in the slightest. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about your brothers. But these pants are way too tight. It's so tight. Chapter 48 King of the Nesters. Outside Moonlight Forest. In midair, Zhang Baihe and the others sat on the azure-winged flying dragon, looking quite relaxed. Why hasn't Su moved from his spot for so long? Zhao Changshan pointed to a computer-like machine in front of him and said that there were countless small red dots on the screen, each representing a participating student. This makes it easier for them to observe the student's situation. These students are the future of the Dragon Kingdom. It's impossible to just throw them into the Moonlight Forest and leave them to their fate. Zhao Changshan had been watching Su Ken's movements closely, and seeing that he hadn't moved much, he became curious. What could he possibly be up to? Maybe he's waiting for someone to bring him a spirit tablet? That kid's got some nerve. Zhang Baihe said with a smirk. Uncle Jiang, Su Ken is actually a good student. Song Yueshua pursed her lips and said. Song Yueshua a strange look, and then laughed. A good student, a good student. Song Yueshua felt a little guilty looking at Jiang Baihe. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she didn't know what to say. As expected of the young man I value, his charm is only slightly less than mine in my youth. Zhao Changshan touched his receding hairline, and said with great reminiscence. All right, Lao Zhao, stop being so cocky. Who do you think will win this competition? Jiang Baihe asked. That girl from the Liu family is quite good. She became a second-grade nest master a year ago. The Thornflower Fairy has the potential to grow into a golden soldier. She possesses wood elemental power and has the strength to compete for first place. Zhao Changshan stroked his chin and thought for a moment before speaking. The Liu family is a prominent family in Jiangxing. The current head of the Liu family, Liu Rumei, is not only extremely beautiful, but also ruthless. Her family's business extends to all walks of life in Jiangxing, and she is very famous in the city. As one of the most outstanding geniuses in Jiangxing and the commander of the Military Intelligence Bureau, Lu Qingyu was certainly aware of this. Oh, what about Qi Yan? You think he's not good enough? Jiang Baihe remained non-committal and continued. Qi Yan is known as the strongest high school student at Jiangxing's #1 high school, and Shui Yadu is a teacher at Jiangxing's #1 high school, so let Shui Yadu speak. Zhao Changshan smiled at Song Yueshua. Song Yueshua's red lips parted slightly. Qi Yan possesses explosive fire spiritual power, has mastered several explosive fire-type spiritual techniques, and his troop type is the silver-grade rock armored bull. He is only one step away from becoming a third-grade nest master. Perhaps I will be promoted to a third-grade nest master in the Moonlight Forest this time. It seems that Shuya has taken a liking to Qi Yan. Jiang Baihe laughed and said, as far as I know, Qi Yan seems to be an abandoned son of the Qi family in Jinling. In a few years, there might be a good show of him recognizing his ancestors and returning to his clan. That's not necessarily true. The Qi family is, after all, a royal family. Unless Qi Yan can demonstrate the potential to advance to the 9th rank, the Qi family won't take him seriously. Zhao Changshan, however, disagreed with Jiang Baihe's viewpoint. Let's not talk about him anymore. What about the others? Sukan, don't you think he'll do well? Jiang Baihe smiled and didn't dwell on the topic any further. His awakening time was too short. If Sukan were given another year, I believe he could easily take first place. He should be in the top 10 now. Zhao Changshan frowned and said, that's strange. I thought you would say he deserves a place in the top 3. Jiang Baihe glanced at Zhao Changshan in surprise. The foundation is still not enough. Zhao Changshan said frankly, give him a year, and not only in Jiangxing, but in the entire Dragon Kingdom, he will be second to none among his peers. Are you that confident? A strange light flashed in Jiang Baihe's eyes as he spoke. Although his unit, the Azure refining insect, is an ancient and powerful insect, it is afraid that the bamboo's weakness makes it too easy to be targeted. More importantly, there are no examples of green refining insects rising to level 4. Moreover, the green flame worm has no evolutionary path. Aren't you afraid that he'll get stuck at the 3rd grade nest master level and stop progressing? I believe him. Zhao Changshan smiled and said, my silver soldiers, the black gold ants, didn't evolve from the fine-legged ants, which had no evolutionary path. Now that I am a 7th rank nest master, his future achievements will surely far surpass mine. I'm not as good as you, old Zhao. Jiang Baihe sighed. He and Zhao Changshan were of the same generation, but he started as an azure-winged flying dragon, and his parents were also nest masters. Zhao Changshan, on the other hand, came from an ordinary family and awakened as a fine-legged ant. To have reached this point, whether in terms of luck or ability, one can be considered to be in the top tier among their peers. All right, enough of this nonsense. You keep asking us, so who do you think will win first place? Zhao Changshan rolled his eyes and asked. Sun Jimao, a 3rd-rank nest master, possesses the silver-winged tiger, a silver-grade soldier, and is a rapid talent. He is a contender for first place. Jiang Baihe said directly. Only 3rd-grade nest master in this competition. Song Yueshua added. Compared to Shui Yadu, these people are far inferior. You've already advanced to the 6th rank, haven't you? Jiang Baihe smiled and said, yes, I entered a few months ago. Song Yueshua nodded. The future belongs to young people. Jiang Baihe sighed and asked curiously, I heard your father say a few years ago that he was preparing materials for your Storm Fox to evolve into a gold tier unit. How is it going? My aunt will bring the materials over in the next few days. My father attaches great importance to the upcoming King of Nesters competition. Song Yueshua said. The first King of Nest Masters competition is being held, and the top 3 are said to be able to meet with Emperor Hua and Emperor Xia. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an honor? It's a pity that this competition is only open to those under 30. If I were 20 years younger, I would also compete for the title of King of Nest Masters. Zhang Baihe said with emotion. Old Zhang, you're shameless. You dare to compete for the title of King of Nest Masters? 20 years ago, you went up there and got beaten to a pulp. What are you even competing for? Do you even have the right to compete? Zhao Changshan couldn't stand it anymore and started criticizing. What's wrong with me? San Yue, who was covering her mouth and chuckling, and blushed. He said, if I can't do it, can you? You're not even good enough to be eliminated in the first round. I'm not qualified, so I never said I wanted to participate. Zhao Changshan picked his nose and said, drip, drip. Just as the two were arguing, a series of alarms suddenly sounded from the direction of Jiangqing. The piercing alarm sounded much quieter here, but they still noticed it immediately. I knew those rats hiding in the sewers wouldn't let this opportunity pass me by. Zhao Changshan said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I'm going back to Jiangqing. I'll leave this place to you. Whether it's demon bastards or the disgusting Qi clan that came this time, I will make sure they never leave alive. Zhao Changshan stepped off the azure-winged dragon, and a pair of transparent azure wings immediately appeared on its back. The wind howled, and he transformed into a green afterimage, appearing on the horizon in an instant. It moves several times faster than whales and birds. Chapter 49. If this grudge isn't avenged, I'm not worthy of being a pig. Huff. A wild boar, over a meter tall, pawed at the earth and rocks with its hooves, its blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity, and its tusks flashing with a sharp, cold light. Only a long wooden stick was stuck in his anus, with drops of scarlet blood dripping from it. Little piggy, I really didn't mean it. Can we just let it go? Sukin scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. I swear to God, he only wanted to rub against her, but he never expected that he would end up going straight inside her. He's still quite embarrassed. Roar. Its rear end stained with blood, roared and charged forward with a ferocious aura. This pig ever suffered such humiliation? If I don't avenge this, I'll be a worthless pig. Sigh, why bother? Sukin sighed, and a golden light appeared in front of him. Boom. The wild boar collided with the golden light, stumbled, and was almost knocked over by the reaction force. Even so, its two fangs still broke in two under the impact. The golden light flashed, but it remained intact. Sukin smiled faintly, not surprised by the result. He could block the attack of a level 3 ferocious beast, let alone this level 2 ferocious beast, the long-toothed mountain boar. At this moment, under Sukan's command, the swarm of azure fragrance insects charged towards the long-toothed boar. Their sharp fangs gnawed at the boar's body, drawing blood, and the intense pain made it even more ferocious. With a mournful cry, as a green firefly burrowed into its eye socket, the long-toothed boar collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and died. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 2 ferocious beast long-toothed boar. The long-toothed boar illustration has been lit up. The host is rewarded with 1 point to physique, 200 evolution points, and 1 point to system space. Upon hearing the system's voice, Sukan's lips curled into a smile. In the past 2 hours, he has killed 2 level 3 ferocious beasts and 6 level 2 ferocious beasts, a truly fruitful haul. The increased attribute points also significantly boosted his physical strength, and his system space has now reached 10 cubic meters. The evolution points have also reached 850. The only regret is that his number of spirit mirrors is still 2, which means that none of the ferocious beasts he encountered had spirit mirrors. Sukin reached out and put the 2 tusks of the long-toothed boar into his storage space, then looked at the boar's corpse and sighed. They're all spirit stones. Unfortunately, his system space was almost full after storing the corpses of 2 level 3 ferocious beasts. The storage ring that Zhang Baihe gave him was only 5 cubic meters in size and couldn't hold many ferocious beast corpses. It's alright. We already have the most valuable part of the long-toothed boar, its tusks. The rest aren't worth much, only 2 or 3 spirit stones. Worthless, worthless, worthless. Sukin clutched his chest, struggling to look away. He wasn't in pain, just a tiny bit heartbroken. System, upgrade lightning flash. The best way to distract yourself from pain is to shift your focus. Ding. Host, would you like to spend? Stop wasting your breath, just promote me. The system fell silent. Hee, system, I was just kidding. Go on, go on. Ding. Host, would you like to spend 100 evolution points to learn the lightning flash technique? Yes, yes, yes. Sukin nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. There's nothing I can do. What else can you do but pamper a cold and arrogant system? Soon, as his 500 evolution points decreased, his lightning flash skill was upgraded to the highest level. A fully mastered lightning strike should be quite powerful. After all, lightning-based spiritual arts are widely recognized as the most powerful and difficult to dodge. Touching his chin, Sukin looked around, searching for something to test the power of his perfected lightning strike technique. Rustling. Suddenly, he noticed a large grove of trees rustling in the distance ahead. Judging by the commotion, it's definitely a big one. Sukin was overjoyed and crawled through. In an instant, behind the trees, their eyes met. A large black bear, about 4 meters tall, was rubbing its body against a big tree. When it saw Sukin, the bear was stunned for a moment, then opened its mouth wide and roared angrily. Hey big guy, I'm a good person. Aren't you scratching an itch? Let me help you. Sukin's eyes lit up, and he formed a hand seal. This big black bear is a level 4 ferocious beast, the Ironback bear. This is the first level 4 ferocious beast he has encountered in the Moonlight Forest. Moreover, he noticed a beam of light above the Ironback bear's head, which was the spirit mirror. With his mastery of the lightning strike technique, Sukin could form hand seals very quickly, completing them in less than a second. Snap! A bolt of bright silver lightning, about the thickness of a little finger, struck the Ironback bear directly on the head. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. Before the Ironback bear could react, it was struck by lightning and turned into a mangled mess, with blood trickling from its mouth and nose. Roar! The Ironback bear, realizing what was happening, blazed with rage in its eyes, and a visible sonic wave shot out from its mouth towards Sukin. Bang! The sound wave struck the Golden Light Guardian, causing golden light to splash and dim considerably. Even so, Jin Guanyu still possesses strong defensive capabilities, and Sukin estimates that he can withstand another sonic attack from the Ironback bear without any problem. Azure Fireflies, go and bite him. Fire Rain bullets are quite effective against level 1 and 2 ferocious beasts, but they are ineffective against level 3 beasts, and against level 4 beasts, they can probably only break the skin. Compared to Fire Rain bombs, their teeth are much better. Fireflies opened and closed their pincers, clinging to the Iron-backed bear and gnawing at it. The Iron-backed bear was not a tusked wild boar after all. The fireflies that flew towards its head were swatted away, and several fireflies that tried to crawl into its mouth were bitten to pieces. The seemingly invincible talent suddenly became utterly vulnerable when facing an Iron-backed bear 2 levels higher. The firefly perched on its back then proved its worth. The iron-armed bear, known for its iron back, was still easily bitten through by the sharp claws of the firefly. Of course, it would be impossible for the firefly to bite through the tough muscles and enter the Ironback bear's body in less than 3 to 5 minutes. Bang! 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 The Ironback bear, unable to reach the back of the bear, roared and pounded its chest with both hands. A series of faint waves spread out, shaking the green fireflies that were clinging to its back. You've got something. A hint of surprise flashed in Sukin's eyes. With a thought, the Qinglian fireworms that had been knocked away flew back to his side and wrapped around his arms, forming insect arms. Little bear, this handsome guy is here to meet you. With a stomp of his foot, the sand and gravel beneath his feet were crushed, demonstrating the terrifying strength of Sukin's body. Boom! The insect arm slammed heavily into the Ironback bear's thigh. With Sukin's strength amplified, the sharp fangs easily ripped a large gash in the Ironback bear's leg, causing blood to gush out. The iron-backed bear descended from the sky, with its paws carrying a powerful gust of air. It wanted to smash the two-legged creature in front of it into a pulp with one slap. Chapter 50 Overt Schemes, Covert Currents. Boom! A loud bang rang out above Sukin's head. The enormous bear paw slammed down on the golden light, creating ripples of golden spiritual light. Jin Guanyu was reduced to a thin layer. That level of attack can't defeat me, little bear. Sukin raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and the golden light transformed into spiritual light, revealing a brand new golden light. Golden light flowed around it, demonstrating its incredibly powerful defensive capabilities. Ironback Bear stared at the newly appeared golden light guardian for a moment, then suddenly pounded its chest with both arms, and tiny ripples spread out from it. If you keep hitting it, it'll turn into an airport. Sukin mentally complained, but actually stepped back. This Ironback Bear looked like it was about to unleash a powerful attack. Although he was confident in Jin Guanyu's defense, he knew very well that this was the case. Those who are confident in their own defenses are always the ones who get killed. This is similar to the saying that those who drown are always the ones who can swim. Seeing Sukin retreat, the ironback bear rolled its eyes and took off running away into the distance. Damn it! Are even ferocious beasts so lacking in martial ethics? Sukin's lips twitched, and he instantly cast a slowing spell. A beam of green light struck the ironback bear's back, instantly transforming into an illusory chain that bound it. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, Sukin rushed forward in an instant. Boom! Roar! As Sukin punched the ironback bear's hand, the illusory chains binding it disappeared, but the ironback bear still had a faint green light on its body, which slowed its movements by almost half. Even a perfect level slow spell can still have a considerable effect on level 4 ferocious beasts. Strike while the iron is hot, and kill it. Sukin certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. With rapid swings of his fists, each punch tore a large gash in the black iron bear's body, leaving a green firefly in each wound. Faced with Sukin's attack, the ironback bear completely ignored the green fireflies gnawing inside its body. When the green light dissipated, the ironback bear completely transformed into a blood bear, its blood staining a large area of land red. Bang! Sukin blinked, and his outstretched arm was blocked by the ironback bear's paw. Having lost so much blood, the ironback bear was extremely weak. It swayed its body, and a burst of power suddenly erupted from its paws, sending Sukin flying. Despite the boost from attribute points, Sukin's strength has increased considerably, but it is still far inferior to that of the ironback bear. Bang! Jin Guangyu, who was blocking behind him, collided with the tree, and Sukin finally stopped his momentum. Grabbing the treetop with his palm, he executed a beautiful mid-air spin and landed perfectly on the ground. Sukin flicked her bangs, and a smug smile appeared on her lips. Even when a handsome person falls to the ground, they still look handsome. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of fabric tearing rang out repeatedly, and his pants ripped into strips of cloth from the waist down. Sukin was speechless. These pants are so unique. He considered taking off his pants, but then he thought about how dangerous it would be if he encountered a female pervert. After all, he's so handsome. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it's not bad. It's loose, cool, and has an artistic feel, which suits his artist temperament perfectly. If combined with his rope skills, it feels like it could create a new trend. Touching his chin, Sukin gradually became excited. Roar! Bang! Just as Sukin was examining his trousers, which were enough to lead the fashion world of China, the ironback bear suddenly let out a roar that shook the mountains and forests, and then fell heavily to the ground. Several blood-stained fireflies crawled out of its chest. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed a level 4 ferocious beast, the ironback bear. The ironback bear's illustration has been activated. The host is rewarded with 2 points to physique, 500 evolution points, and 1 point to system space. At the same time, the beam of light from the ironback bear's head flew towards Sukin, and the number on his Spirit Mirror Collection bracelet finally turned 3. And at this moment, in a valley several kilometers away from Sukin, a cold-faced young man sat atop a tall, fiery red bull. With swift hand seals, a fireball the size of a basketball blasted a level 3 wolf-like beast away. He frowned, his sharp eyes seemingly trying to pierce through the layers of trees to find the source of the roar. Has anyone already been able to hunt level 4 ferocious beasts? In another direction, a young man sitting on a silver-winged tiger heard the roar of the iron-armed bear and felt a powerful aura emanate from his body. He was none other than a third-rank nestmaster. Beneath the waterfall, Lu Qingyu's eyes suddenly sharpened. The roar of a level 4 ferocious beast. Which guy is that? Qiyan? Sun Jimao. I wonder how Sukin is doing. Thinking of Sukin, her expression immediately softened. Just thinking about how I was punched in the chest when I fell from the whale bird, and how my chest still aches slightly now. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. But why does that person's aura seem somewhat similar to Sukin's? A hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Could it be Sukin? No, Sukin is so handsome. How could he be so shameless? And hit so hard? Outside the moonlight forest, Jiang Baihe and Song Yueshua, sitting on the azure-winged dragon, were also shocked when they heard the ironback bear's roar. That was the sound of an ironback bear before it died. Song Yueshua made a judgment instantly. Who do you think it could be? Jiang Baihe stroked his chin and asked. Lu Qingyu is no match for the ironback bear. Qiyan might be able to if he advances to the 3rd grade nestmaster. Sun Jimao's silver-winged tiger has the strength to kill the ironback bear. The silver-winged tiger is indeed a very powerful silver rank unit. Jiang Baihe also expressed his agreement. Even among units of the same quality, there are differences. Jiang Baihe's Azure-Winged Dragon possesses the bloodline of an ancient dragon and is among the top-tier units in the silver rank. Sun Jimao's Silver-Winged Tiger is not as good as his Azure-Winged Dragon. It is still stronger than ordinary silver-level troops. Although Su can have the ability to kill a severely injured level 4 Qi, in Jiang Baihe and the others' eyes, he was still a notch below Sun Jimao and the others. Uncle Jiang, aren't you worried about the situation in Jiangxing? Song Yueshua suddenly asked. Zhao Changshan has been gone for a while, but there is no signal in the wilderness, and no one knows what the situation is in Jiangxing now. I trust Lao Zhao. When we were organizing this competition, we already knew that the rat in the shadows wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Jiang Baihe looked toward Jiangxing. This match is a calculated scheme, both for the rats in the shadows and for us. Since the Qi clan has started the headhunting ceremony and chosen Jiangxing as their target, there must be other Qi clan members hiding in the city. Lord Jiang is indeed a wise man. Now that the headhunting feast of my Qi clan has begun, wouldn't it be a disgrace to my clan's name if Jiangxing didn't shed blood like a river? A sinister voice echoed from all directions, enveloping Jiang Baihe, Song Yueshua, and the others. Chapter 51. The military council receives orders to leave the city and meet the enemy. Careful. Jiang Baihe immediately shielded Song Yueshua behind him, warily looking around. Sizzle, sizzle. Several whales split open on their backs, and pale, grotesque human figures emerged from their bodies. Bulging bulge on their backs, as if it were alive and pulsating. Some had the arms of ferocious beasts on their shoulders, and so on. The only thing they had in common was that their skin was deathly pale, like that of corpses. As they appeared, the whale bird's body throbbed again, and hundreds of dark figures emerged. They had ferocious faces and at least 2 pairs of arms on each side of their bodies, with some having as many as 6 pairs, totaling 12 arms. The Qi clan and the multi-armed demon clan. I never expected you two to join forces. Jiang Baihe's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried about the situation in Jiangxing. He was not surprised whether the Qi clan or the demons appeared. But their joint attack was something he hadn't expected. Qi not only hunted the heads of humans, but also the heads of demons. This collaboration between the demons and Qi gave him a very ominous feeling. Are you worried about the situation in Jiangxing? Rest assured, Jiangxing will be awash in blood today, and countless headless corpses will be the best gift we can give you. A tall, imposing figure approached the head of the whale bird. His muscles bulged all over his body, and his right arm was many times larger than his entire body. His imposing aura was so captivating that the teacher leading the group on the whale finally realized what was happening. His face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Little did he know that the whale he was riding was being controlled by Qi. Qi's strange and enormous right arm moved with lightning speed, crushing the teacher in charge into a puddle of flesh in the blink of an eye, without even summoning any troops. Alas, it's a pity he's only a 5th-rank nest master. His head is not worthy of being included in my collection, Hero. With a grin, Hero turned his gaze to Jiang Baihe. Lord Jiang, I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I might spare your life. You're going to spare my life? Jiang Baihe's gaze was icy cold. Do you really think you can stop me with your level 7 Qi beast? Or do you intend to rely on this group of demon cubs who are at most level 6? A multi-armed demon represents its level. The number of pairs of arms indicates its level. He didn't take these multi-armed demons, who were at most level 6, seriously. If you don't take the opportunity to live, then don't blame me. Hero's expression instantly turned cold, and he stopped talking nonsense. I'll hold Jiang Baihe off. You all go to the Moonlight Forest and clear out those human brats. As soon as he finished speaking, Hero charged towards Jiang Baihe. His huge arms suddenly stretched out, like a pillar supporting the sky, and slammed over 100 meters away. The arm scraped against the air, producing a booming sonic boom, demonstrating the power of the strike. Azure Wing. Jiang Baihe's expression hardened, and the air around him rippled, instantly revealing 7 azure-winged dragons. The leading azure-winged dragon was more than twice the size of the others, with pale golden spots around its eyes, exuding an imposing aura. Even the whale bird controlled by Qi was now twisting its body restlessly. The dragon's might descends, and all races submit. Roar! The disgusting Qi clan die. Qingyi opened its mouth and spoke in human language. then swept its dragon tail horizontally, the azure light enveloping the tail as it fiercely lashed out at Zyro. Boom! With a loud bang, an invisible shockwave spread far and wide. Hero's massive arm was slapped away by Chingy, and his feet slid backward through the air, landing back on the whale bird. Hero units are really tough to deal with. Hero shook his arm, his eyes filled with gloom. I was planning to have some fun, but it seems like I should just deal with you directly. With a snap of his fingers, 3 figures, some human and some beast, appeared around Hero, each radiating an aura no less powerful than his own. These corpse monsters were created by him using the corpse sewing technique of the Chi clan, combining them with level 7 creatures. Each corpse monster is stronger than they were in life, possessing strength beyond level 7. A little further away, whales were already leading other Chi and multi-armed demons down toward the Moonlight Forest. Uncle Jiang, the students in Moonlight Forest are no match for them. I'll take the other teachers to stop them. Song Yueshua hurriedly said. The strongest students in Moonlight Forest are only at the 3rd rank. If these 5th and 6th rank Chi and multi-armed demons were to enter, it would be a massacre. Jiang Baihe frowned. Be careful. Then he suddenly shouted. Dragon Flame. In the sky, along with the azure-winged dragon beneath him, a sudden roar erupted, and 7 beams of azure dragon flame shot out like 7 pillars of fire, sweeping towards Hero and the other Chi and multi-armed demons. Under the sudden onslaught of the mighty flames, many Chi and demons were engulfed, turning to ashes before they could even utter a scream. Song Yueshua and the others seized the opportunity to ride the whale bird and intercepted them. With a wave of her hand, the 6-headed storm fox, its feet treading on the gentle breeze, blocked a controlled whale bird with a fierce glint in its eyes. In Jiangcheng, Zhao Changshan stood atop the city wall, his face unusually grave. Thousands of multi-armed demons lined up outside Jiangcheng, with the leader being a multi-armed demon with 7 pairs of arms. He held weapons such as swords, spears, clubs, and shields on his 7 arms, all of which shimmered with spiritual light, clearly indicating that they were all spiritual weapons. Commander Zhao, these demons were able to gather such a large number of people silently. It seems they came prepared. I am serious, said Hua Wumu, the captain of the military intelligence department. Should we ask the military for help? The 4 military commands all have the important task of guarding the borders, resisting the 9 nether demon lands, and protecting the territory of our dragon kingdom. Why would we need them to mobilize a mere few thousand demons? Zhao Changshan waved his hand. Military command, on your orders, proceed out of the city to meet the enemy. Here you go. Their black and red robes fluttered, and the members of the Military Intelligence Bureau looked solemn. The city defense troops are stationed on the city walls to maintain stability within the city. Zhao Changshan looked at the middle-aged man in silver armor to one side. Commander Lung Yu, I'm leaving the city to you. We will not fail in our mission. Lung Yu clasped his hands in a fist salute. Battles broke out in several places in the city. As the multi-armed demons attacked, the Chi clan, which had been hiding in Jiangcheng, also began to move. Take care, Commander Zhao. His expression was very solemn and heavy. City defense troops, follow me to besiege and annihilate Qi. Thousands of multi-armed demons attacked Jiangcheng, marking the greatest crisis the city had ever faced since its founding. Zhao Changshan's black and red robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression turned icy cold. The Qi clan. The multi-armed demons, very good. A sinister smile spread across his face, and blue wings appeared behind him, rising into the air. Black gold ants. They're out working. In an instant, a thick black cloud appeared behind him, sweeping across the sky and pressing down on the earth. Chapter 52 Zhao Changshan of the Military Affairs Bureau invites the multi-armed demon clan to their death. Zhao Changshan's expression was cold and stern, with black gold ants behind him resembling a black storm. Commander Zhao Changshan of the Military Affairs Bureau beseeched the multi-armed demon clan to meet their death. The loud voice made the air vibrate. Haha, not bad, but I don't know if you have the ability. The multi-armed demon with 7 pairs of arms laughed loudly. Having long heard of the Dragon Kingdom's Military Affairs Bureau's formidable reputation, I, Como of the multi-armed demon clan, will test your skills today. Como slammed his foot into the ground, sending a blast of air through the air, and instantly leaped into the air. 7 pairs of arms wielded 7 magical weapons, charging towards Zhao Changshan with unparalleled momentum. Good timing. Zhao Changshan gave a cold shout, and the black gold ant swarm behind him transformed into a giant composed entirely of black gold ants. The black gold giant, several meters tall, stood in midair and then suddenly threw a punch. Boom! Sent flying by the immense power unleashed by the black gold giant. At the city gate, dozens of figures in black and red robes fluttered, manipulating various types of troops to engage in battle. Mechanical puppets manipulate metal wires, their 10 fingers dancing, each movement sending up a spray of blood. A heavily armored rhinoceros charged into the fray, but was quickly overwhelmed by the swarming multi-armed demons. Firebird soldiers unleashed fireballs, burning the demonic bodies one by one. Within minutes, the city gate was covered with layers of blood and flesh. Multi-armed demons was far greater than that of the military intelligence officers. Even though they were quite strong, they were struggling to withstand the onslaught of such a large number of multi-armed demons. Bang! A black and gold arm descended from the sky, tearing apart the flesh and blood of the multi-armed demons, killing a large number of them instantly. Zhao Changshan, I am your opponent. How could Como allow Zhao Changshan to kill those low-level demons? He soared into the sky again, his brutal eyes turning cold, and he licked his lips. The insectoid broodmothers are indeed troublesome, but I, Como, am no ordinary person either. Como opened his mouth and spewed out a ball of black flame. The strange flame was extremely viscous, almost like a liquid. He then flicked the flame with his weapon. Immediately, the 7 pairs of arms danced wildly, and the black flames surged, instantly transforming into a black fire dragon. Go! Cuomo suddenly swung his arm. A black fire dragon pierced through the air, leaving a trail of black flames in its wake. Sparks burned in the void, as if trying to burn through the air itself. Black demon fire. A look of surprise flashed in Zhao Changshan's eyes. Black demon fire is a very strong fire talent among demons. When developed to its fullest extent, it is extremely powerful and can burn almost anything. Once, a demon of king-level status left behind a ball of black, demonic fire that burned in the void for more than 3 days before being extinguished. Boom! The black gold giant's chest was pierced by a black fire dragon, and countless black gold ants were burned to ashes. Burst! Cuomo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Boom! The black fire dragon transformed into raging flames, surging towards the black gold giant like a tidal wave. Zhao Changshan, what do you think of my black demon fire? When Como saw the black gold giant enveloped in black demon fire, he immediately laughed triumphantly. The power is good, but it's still lacking. Zhao Changshan said calmly, and then shouted, Black gold vortex. In an instant, the black gold giant collapsed. All the black gold ants radiated a black gold light, and swirling light appeared on each of them. The immense suction force generated a huge black and gold storm vortex that instantly appeared in the sky. The raging black demon fire was drawn into the space as if by a magnet, transforming into streams of black flames that flowed into it. Ant, come out here too. Zhao Changshan glanced at the black demon fire being absorbed by the black gold storm and said softly. A faint black and gold glow diffused in the air. A slender, delicate-looking girl appeared out of thin air. The girl was dressed in a black bodysuit, with a pair of black and gold scales on her back, and a pair of slender black and gold tentacles on her forehead, making her extremely cute. Owner, the ants made soft, sweet sounds. Kill him. Zhao Changshan patted the girl's head and said with a smile. Ant's pair of black and gold eyes instantly sharpened, and a powerful aura surged from her body. Die. Before she could finish speaking, the girl's scales flapped behind her, and she shot towards Como like a bolt of black and gold lightning. Splash! Como only felt a flash of black light in his eyes, followed by a sharp pain, and then he saw that one of his arms had appeared in Ant's hand. Heh! As expected of an insectoid hero unit, quite formidable. He then revealed a sinister smile. Doran, stop holding back and make your move. I can't wait any longer. A burst of wild laughter came from the multi-armed demons, and another level 7 multi-armed demon soared into the sky. As soon as Duolong appeared, he didn't waste any words and rushed straight towards Zhao Changshan. Ant's pupils contracted, and it was about to go back to rescue Zhao Changshan. Hee, your opponent is me. You can't just leave so easily after tearing off one of my arms. How could Cuomo possibly send the ants back to help? Right now, the black gold ant colony is being held back by the black demon fire, which is when Zhao Changshan is at his weakest. Once the black gold ant swarm dissipates the black demon fire, even if he and the 2 demons, Duolong, Join forces, they probably won't be a match for Zhao Changshan. The ant moved with lightning speed, trying to break through Komo's obstruction. Komo suddenly formed a hand seal, and a transparent light shield descended, covering an area of several meters in radius. Bang! Ant punched the light shield, the ripples spread out, but the light shield was completely undamaged. This is a high-grade spiritual technique. Breaking it won't be easy. Komo grinned maliciously, his figure flashing as he launched the first attack on the ant. Royal Heaven. Zhao Changshan glanced at the rapidly approaching level 7 multi-armed demon, and his hands formed hand seals at an incredibly fast speed. A silver-white shield of light appeared from the void, with pale silver ripples surging in the air. Boom! Doran wielded his 14 arms and unleashed a massive hammer strike, the deafening roar echoing in all directions. Faint cracks spread out, and the silver light shield was already showing signs of cracking. Zhao Changshan frowned and formed a hand seal again. A ball of red light condensed in his hand. Inspiring. A red beam of light shot towards the swarm of black gold ants, instantly causing all the ants to glow red. The black gold vortex suddenly became much more powerful, sucking all the black demon fire into it. After defeating the black demon fire, the black gold ants reassembled into a black gold giant, its entire body glowing red. Boom! With a sonic boom, Doran disregarded the silver light shield in front of him, his muscles bulging on his 14 arms, and white flames soaring into the sky. Roar! With a roar, Doran swung his giant hammer, which was not much smaller than the black gold giant's fist, and fiercely met the attack. Boom! The air blast spread outwards like a shockwave. Doran was forced back, and the black gold giant's fist was shattered by this blow. The black gold ants moved, and the vanished fist instantly returned to its original state. After being burned by the black demon fire and Doran's punch, the black gold giant shrank by several meters, now less than 10 meters tall. Chapter 53. The Military Affairs Department. All members, fight to the death. Haha, that's all there is to it. Duolong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the white aura emanating from his body grew even stronger. He possesses superhuman strength, and the mid-grade spiritual weapon, the mountain-shaking hammer, greatly amplifies his power. The black gold giant, transformed from black gold ants, possessed formidable strength, yet he showed no fear whatsoever. Boom! The mountain-shaking hammer swept across fiercely, unleashing a powerful force that shattered the black gold giant's arm once again. Such powerful strength. Zhao Changshan was surprised and made another hand seal. Weak. A streak of gray light shone on Duolong. Invigoration can unleash the potential of the person being treated, granting them greater strength in a short period of time. Weakening is a spiritual technique that weakens the state of the practitioner. The gray light shone on Duolong, but instead of panicking, he smiled. Sizzle. Like ice melting and snow thawing. The gray light that struck Duolong was completely incinerated by the white flames, having no effect on him whatsoever. Haha. Use whatever spiritual techniques you have, and see if you can break through the bright aura around my body. Bright light chi is a very special spiritual technique. It has no rank, and its power depends entirely on the caster's physique. The stronger the physique, the stronger the bright light chi. Furthermore, the bright light chi has a strong restraining effect on negative effect spirit spells, which is why Zhao Changshan's weakness could not affect Duolong. This is getting a bit tricky. Zhao Changshan frowned, his expression somewhat grave. Commander Zhao, I'm here to help you. At this moment, Hua Wumu, who had been leading the other military officers guarding the city gate, roared and extended a pair of thin wings of spiritual energy from his back, flying towards Zhao Changshan. Don't come any closer. Zhao Changshan was startled and hurriedly shouted. Hua Wumu was only a 5th-rank nest master, so he couldn't get involved in the battle here at all. So eager to die? Then I'll send you on your way. Duolong was not about to let this opportunity slip by. He grinned and unleashed his mountain-shaking hammer. Bang! Hua Wumu was sent flying by a single blow without any chance to fight back. Countless multi-armed demons bared their fangs and claws, their eyes flashing with bloodlust. Just wait for the moment when the flower falls, then tear it to shreds. Of his magical wings, Zhao Changshan flashed over and caught Hua Wumu. Thank you very much, Commander. Hua Wumu, who was being held by Zhao Changshan, suddenly curled up a wicked smile. Not good. Zhao Changshan was startled and was about to throw away Hua Wumu, but it was too late. Boom! A tiger's paw suddenly tore through Hua Wumu's body and struck Zhao Changshan's chest with unparalleled force. A tremendous force struck him, and Zhao Changshan was slammed to the ground. Boom! Zhao Changshan smashed a deep crater in the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. Countless multi-armed demons swarmed forward, roaring excitedly, before disappearing into the dust and smoke. Commander Zhao, a soldier from the Military Intelligence Bureau, shouted. The changes happened too fast. From Hua Wumu being hammered away by Duolong to Hua Wumu revealing his true form and knocking Zhao Changshan away, it all happened in an instant. By the time they realized what was happening, Zhao Changshan had already been overwhelmed by the multi-armed demons. Get out of my way. The multi-armed demon in front of him in two with a single slash, then urged his swift leopard to rush to Zhao Changshan's rescue. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced his abdomen from the side. The multi-armed demon flailed his 4 pairs of arms, his face contorted with cruelty. Xiaowu, a soldier from the Military Intelligence Bureau, formed a hand seal, and silver lightning descended from the sky, scorching the multi-armed demon black. But more multi-armed demons surged forward, spraying blood everywhere, leaving only a mutilated corpse wrapped in a black and red robe on the ground. Vice Captain, there are just too many multi-armed demons. We've already held them off. A soldier from the Military Intelligence Bureau, covered in blood, roared. Li Long, I'm going first. The rest is up to you. Another voice called out. Li Long turned around, only to see a corner of a black and red robe fly into the air with a flash of blood. The battlefield behind them was extremely brutal. Before they knew it, there were fewer than 10 soldiers left in the Military Affairs Department, and their black and red robes were already tattered. But they remained firmly at the city gate, guarding the last line of defense. The battlefield at City Wall Mountain was equally fierce, with the Qi clan and the city defense forces locked in a bloody battle, and countless first and second rank nest masters also participating in the fight. They were once either vendors at a vegetable market or drunkards lying dead in a corner. They've all joined the battle. Phew, he exhaled deeply. Now that Zhao Changshan is dead and the whereabouts of the Military Intelligence Bureau are unknown, and Hua Wumu, the captain of the Military Intelligence Bureau, has been replaced by Qi at some unknown time. The only one who can be in charge of the Military Intelligence Bureau in Jiangcheng is the deputy captain. Military command. All personnel, listen to my command. Fight to the death. The black and red robes fluttered, gleaming faintly in the setting sun. From the moment one dons the black and red robe, it signifies a life bathed in blood and fire. In the moonlight forest, a bolt of silver lightning struck. Snap! A flash of lightning struck, and a charred body collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, and then died. The multi-armed demon? Sukin looked at the charred corpse with 3 pairs of arms in front of him with a puzzled expression. Moonlight Forest was chosen as the venue for this competition, so it must have been thoroughly inspected beforehand. How could demons possibly appear there? I looked around. He felt that the atmosphere in the Moonlight Forest had become strange. The chirping of insects and birds had disappeared at some point. Even ferocious beasts are encountered less frequently. Killing the ironback bear, he encountered no other ferocious beasts except for a level 1 ferocious beast, the jumping rabbit. The rabbit was cute, so of course he killed it without any mercy. So cute, but brainless. That's more in line with the image of a rabbit. Is it because I'm too handsome that those ferocious beasts, sensing my good looks, were too ashamed to come out and all hid away? Touching his chin, he thought about it more and more, and it seemed more and more likely. A guy as handsome as him, whose good looks are second only to the reader, is someone who can make all living beings feel ashamed, inferior, and even give up on themselves in his presence. I'm incredibly lucky. I've encountered a human so quickly. A voice came from beside Su Kan. It was a level 5 multi-armed demon, with all 10 arms covered in claw-like arm guards. The claw blades gleamed with a cold light, clearly exceptionally sharp. Oh, you actually killed a level 3 piece of trash. It seems you're quite a little genius after all. The multi-armed demon's lips curled into a smile, his expression growing increasingly excited. What's wrong? Are all villains this excited when they encounter geniuses? No wonder it's always you who die. Don't you know that geniuses usually have an extremely strong ability to turn the tables? Sukin curled his lip, looked at the multi-armed demon with the villainous face, and shouted loudly. You look stupid. You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. The multi-armed demon was immediately displeased. Why did he call the demon stupid the moment they met? So that means you're very smart. Certainly. The multi-armed demon smirked smugly and didn't rush to make a move. In his view, a mere 16 or 17-year-old human boy was nothing to him. Then do you dare lick the paws on your hands? If you dare, I'll admit you're smart. Chapter 54 is interrupted. Ha! The claws on my hands are low-grade spiritual weapons, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Why would I lick them? Do you really think I'm stupid? The multi-armed demon looked at Sukin smugly, pleased that he had seen through his trick. Human intelligence is just low. They actually dared to try and deceive me, Heed, with such a stupid trick. That's incredibly disrespectful to demons. The multi-armed demon in surprise, not expecting that he hadn't fallen for the trick. He blinked and continued. You're so smart. You must know that weapons won't harm their owners. He had originally planned to give up, but this multi-armed demon looked so intelligent that it would be a real shame to give up now. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? He'd looked at Sukin with suspicion, then at the claws on his arm. With your intelligence, do you think I could fool you? Sukin smiled and said, or are you insecure about your own intelligence, and actually just a stupid devil? I, Heed, am the smartest demon in the world. Of course I know that weapons will not harm their masters. Heed's face turned red, and he said loudly, I tried it last night, and it works great. It's much faster than using my hands. This? Several question marks appeared on Sukin's forehead. He felt that the demon in front of him was not a proper demon. How did you try it? Sukin asked curiously. That's it. The multi-armed demon general pulled down his pants and rolled up his arms. It's broken. Crimson blood dripped from the claws of Keed's left hand, and there was an unidentified object about the thickness of a thumb on the ground. Sukin also felt a chill in his lower body and unconsciously took a few steps back. Damn it. All demons this brave? Sukin was genuinely terrified. We can't afford to mess with them. He was getting ready to make a runaway. My little kid, I'm going to kill you, you treacherous and despicable human. Keed roared, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Sukin. This has nothing to do with me. You were the one who wanted to try it. I just asked you to lick it, but who knew you would go straight for your talent show? Sukin said innocently. Die. Keed didn't care what Sukin said at all. All he wanted now was to slice the human in front of him into pieces to appease his brother's spirit in heaven. With claws slicing through the air, Keed charged forward at incredible speed. Damn it. Such speed. Is this the power of a level 5 multi-armed demon? His pupils contracted sharply, and while ordering the Azure Fireflies to defend, Jing Guanyu also stood in front of him. Sizzle sizzle. Azure Fireflies was instantly cleaved open by Keed. 10 claw-like beams of light enveloped Sukin, leaving streaks of white in the air. The golden light flashed rapidly, and at the same time, a tremendous force pierced through the golden light and struck Sukin's body, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. As expected of a level 5 multi-armed demon, so powerful. Sukin rubbed his chest, his eyes filled with apprehension. With his current strength, he is no match for a level 5 Keed. Although the Golden Light Guardian had not yet shattered, Kuda's power had exceeded the upper limit that the Golden Light Guardian could withstand, and directly affected Sukin. This means that Mad can kill him by shock without breaking through his Golden Light barrier. If it weren't for the fact that his body had become much stronger thanks to the attribute points, that attack would have left him unable to stand. Keed's 10 arms were intertwined, and the sound of his claws clashing was like a death knell. The Azure Fireflies that approached Keed were easily killed by him. Sukin's eyes narrowed. Lightning flash. A perfect level lightning spell descended from the sky, landing on top of Keed's head. After killing the iron-armed bear, he spent 500 evolution points to upgrade his lightning strike spell to its maximum level. Sizzle. The lightning bolt shot forward, only to be shattered by a single claw from Keed. We're doomed. Seeing that even the lightning spell was ineffective, Sukin felt a chill in his heart. The surrounding area was filled with lush trees, and a high cliff was not far behind. Running into the forest would be a certain death sentence, given that Keed was pursuing them. The only option left was to jump off the cliff. Sukin took a deep breath, reconstituted the Golden Light Guard, and leaped down. A leap of faith. With his hands braced against the golden light, Sukin plummeted downwards. A silver ribbon of water crashed down from the mountainside, splashing droplets onto Sukin's face. Fall. Sukin was overjoyed. Thump. As the waterfall plunges into the deep pool below the cliff, it creates a large splash. Those who survive a great calamity will surely have descendants. Sukin suddenly emerged from the water, only to be met with a vast expanse of surging waves, dotted with water droplets, making it even more rich. Sukin spat out the water in his mouth and uttered a single word. Rogue. Lu Qingyu was stunned. She had been killing ferocious beasts, But when she saw this huge waterfall and pool, she was completely taken aback. He thought about the bloodstains on his body from hunting ferocious beasts. She couldn't hold back any longer. Unexpectedly, just as I was enjoying my bath, a thug fell from the sky. For a moment, her mind went blank, and she instinctively clasped her hands together and raised them high, then brought them down with all her might. It hurts. Sukin's vision went black, and he sank directly into the pool. Wait, that person just now looked like Sukan. Realizing what was happening, Lu Qingyu's expression suddenly became tense. Wah, I just hit Sukan. Will he think I'm a violent girl and stop liking me? In an instant, she was filled with immense inner turmoil. Or I could just knock him out, and when he wakes up, I could say that he was attacked by a ferocious beast when he fell into the pool, and that I saved him. He'll definitely be moved to tears then. Lu Qingyu grinned, showing her small white teeth, and laughed triumphantly. No, we have to act quickly, or it will be too late if we wait until he surfaces. With a twist of her body, Lu Qingyu disappeared into the water like a mermaid. Hey, where's Sukan? Where's that big Sukan? Lu Qingyu looked around. The water was crystal clear, but there was no sign of Sukan. Did I just knock him out? Fainting in the water can be fatal. Lu Qingyu panicked and hurriedly swam to a deeper area. The pool was clear, but the bottom was completely invisible. However, Lu Qingyu soon discovered an undercurrent in the pool, from which a suction force swept out and enveloped her. I hope Sukan wasn't sucked away by the undercurrent. Although the suction of the undercurrent is not strong, it is by no means weak. It is not difficult to suck in a person who is completely defenseless. Let's go in and take a look. With a gentle bite of her teeth, Lu Qingyu voluntarily gave up resisting the undercurrent and plunged into it. The undercurrents were turbulent, and the suction force inside was far greater than that outside. After entering, Lu Qingyu didn't even have time to react before being swept away by the undercurrents and rushed towards an unknown place. Soon, the undercurrent disappeared, and Lu Qingyu finally regained control of her body, and also saw the figure lying not far away. Sukan. She was overjoyed and quickly swam over. Chapter 55. Your unit has a rather unique appearance. Crossing the water, Lu Qingyu went directly to Sukan's side. Although they are only a few meters apart, there is not a drop of water here, and the air is fresh, as if they are two different worlds. Lu Qingyu didn't care about anything else, and picked Sukan up in her arms. Sukan, wake up. She gently patted Sukan's cheek with her jade-like hand, feeling very flustered inside. Feeling dizzy, Sukan opened her eyes groggily. A bluish-white hue tinged with pink flickered before my eyes. This was... His eyes suddenly widened to their maximum size. Lu Qingyu saw Sukan's eyes widen suddenly, yelled, and then punched him on the head again. Sukan's mind was a complete blank. He stubbornly tried to keep his eyes open, but in the end, everything went black, and he slowly closed them. Lu Qingyu's face flushed red as she hurriedly got up and took out her clothes from her storage ring to put them on. After a while, Sukan slowly woke up, rubbing his head. His head is still throbbing. Sukan, you're finally awake. Lu Qingyu jumped over immediately. You suddenly fell off the waterfall and were attacked by a ferocious beast. I saved you. A ferocious beast? More like a chest beast. Sukan's eye twitched. He wasn't stupid. I never would have guessed that a girl with such a smooth and flat chest could have such a voluptuous side. But why is it gone now? Sukan looked Lu Qingyu up and down. She was penniless. Can girls change size? What are you looking at? Lu Qingyu crossed her arms, her pretty face slightly flushed. No, it's nothing. Sukan scratched his head, glanced around, and asked curiously, where's this? He could see water flowing not far from him, but he couldn't feel a trace of moisture here. It was amazing. Behind me was a stone wall and a large cave entrance. I don't know either. You were attacked by a ferocious beast and sucked into the dark current in the pool, so I followed you here. Lu Qingyu said in a low voice. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Sukan smiled, seemingly unconcerned. He was already very satisfied that he had survived. By the way, did you encounter any multi-armed demons in the Moon Pass Forest? No. Lu Qingyu shook her head. Having been in Moonlight Forest for several hours, she spent the first hour killing several ferocious beasts before taking a bath in the pool. During this period, she didn't encounter a single demon, let alone a ferocious beast. You encountered a multi-armed demon? Lu Qingyu blinked and asked. Okay, Sukan nodded. I killed a level 3 multi-armed demon, and then fought a level 5 multi-armed demon for 300 rounds, but ultimately lost by a narrow margin. Sukan said without blushing or skipping a beat. After all, The multi-armed demon also suffered a fatal blow. As expected of the man Lu Qingyu, have my eye on, he's amazing. Lu Qingyu's eyes sparkled with hearts. Damn it, what a terrifying gaze. Sukin swallowed. The 404 mythical beast is watching you closely, so don't do anything rash. Otherwise, they will suffer a dimensional reduction attack. Squeak, squeak. Just then, a soft voice sounded from behind him. A cat-sized figure flew out from a cave not far away. It is entirely black, and its mouth is needle-shaped, similar to that of a mosquito. Vampire bats. Lu Qingyu glanced around and shouted. Thornflower fairy, come out. Suddenly, 6 plant-type soldiers with red flowers on their heads and thorns on their limbs appeared around her. Binding thorns. Suddenly, the arms of a thornflower fairy stretched out like chains, binding the vampire bat flying in midair. These vampire bats are only level 1 ferocious beasts, while the thornflower fairies are level 2 silver tier troops, making them extremely easy to deal with. Pulla. The flowers on the thornflower demon's head opened, revealing a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Wait. Sukin saw the thornflower fairy about to stuff the vampire bat into its mouth and hurriedly shouted. What's wrong? Lu Qingyu looked at Sukan with a puzzled expression, then waved her hand, and the thorny flower fairy stopped what she was doing. It's unhealthy to eat while alive. Sukan chuckled, and the azure fireflies had already attached themselves to his arm, forming an insect arm. Snap! With a single punch, the vampire bats had exploded, killing it instantly. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed a level 1 ferocious beast, the vampire bat. The vampire bat illustration has been activated. Rewards, agility +1, evolution points +100, system space +1. Even a small mosquito is still meat. We can't let the thornflower fairy waste it like this. Okay, you can continue. Sukin raised his hand to touch the thornflower fairy's head, but immediately gave up when he thought of the ferocious mouth inside its flower. Your branch of the military has a rather unique appearance. Yeah. Lu Qingyu's eyes narrowed as she smiled. The squeaking sound could still be heard inside the cave, but no more vampire bats came out. Let's go in and take a look. Sukin thought for a moment and then said, Multi-armed demon has appeared in Moonlight Forest. It's definitely not safe to go out now. It's better to stay here and bully some vampire bats to farm some evolution points. Lu Qingyu had no objections, nodded her head, and followed behind Sukan. But when she looked down, her face immediately flushed red. Sukan's uniquely styled pants, after being soaked in water and further impacted by the undercurrent, had many strips of fabric fall off. His butt is still half sticking out. Sukan. Lu Qingyu blushed and called out softly. What's wrong? Sukan turned around and asked. Your pants. Lu Qingyu covered her eyes with one hand, fingers spread apart, and pointed to Sukan's pants with the other. Holy crap. Sukan looked down and his lips twitched. When did my pants, which were setting a new trend in China, become like this? Where's my missing half of the cloth? Because he was soaked to the bone, he hadn't felt it at first, but now that Lu Qingyu had reminded him, even his incredibly handsome face felt a little embarrassed. Stay calm. Don't panic. It's a minor incident. With a faint smile, Sukan suddenly spun around in a waltz, touching his head with one hand in Michael Jackson's classic pose. These are the latest trendy pants from China, didn't you know? But oops. Lu Qingyu stamped her foot and hurriedly turned around. Holy crap. Sukan then realized that he wasn't wearing underwear, so he immediately covered his private parts and squatted down. Even the most handsome man couldn't resist. Cough cough. After clearing his throat twice, Sukan still tried to explain. If I told you that when I came down from the whale, some bastard ripped my pants off, leaving me without any pants to wear, would you believe me? Lu Qingyu, whose heart was pounding, blushed even more upon hearing Sukan's words. Isn't that her? So, the person who attacked her chest was Sukan. She let go of her lingering resentment, and with a flash of light from her storage ring, several pieces of clothing appeared in her fair hand. Chapter 56. Which boy doesn't have a heart that longs to cross-dress? Lu Qingyu touched the few pieces of clothing in her hand. Her pretty face flushed red, bit her lip, and threw them at Sukan. Put them on. Huh. Sukan took the clothes that Lu Qingyu threw to him with a bewildered look. A black slip dress and pink pig-themed underwear. The hell is all of this? Sukan's face was as black as charcoal. Sukan, a dignified 7-foot-tall man, with a handsome face. Who else could be more handsome than you, dear reader? He possesses a system, making him an overpowered character. Is it really possible that I've been reduced to wearing women's clothing? But why am I feeling a little excited inside? Don't turn around. Sukin called out and quickly took off his cloth pants. So tight. So tight. After putting on the pink pig-themed underwear, Sukin immediately closed her legs together. It's so tight. I feel like I'm about to explode from being strangled. Fortunately, the pink pig was very elastic, and as the pink pig turned into a pink fat pig, Sukin finally got used to it. But when Sukin saw the black stockings and suspender dress, she was dumbfounded. The lower half of the skirt is made of black stockings, followed by 2 thin black leather straps, and finally a small skirt. Is this a design that any human could come up with? And how do you even put this on? After Sukin put on the black stockings, he was completely dumbfounded. Where do you fasten this little black leather belt? Sukan, are you dressed yet? Lu Qingyu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Those were all her clothes. Although they were all new, the thought of Sukin wearing her underwear made her head spin and her heart pound, especially when she imagined the indescribable scenes. How embarrassing. She quickly covered her burning face with her little hands. How do I tie these 2 straps? Sukin asked, holding a strap in each hand. This, Lu Qingyu paused for a moment, then whispered. You get dressed first. I'll help you fasten it. All right, you can come now. Upon hearing Sukan's voice, Lu Qingyu covered her face with her hands and slowly turned around. Your fingers so far apart? You just burying your head in the sand. Sukin was speechless. With a blush on her face, Lu Qingyu slowly approached, took the suspenders from Sukan's hand, and then put her small hand inside the skirt. Don't you dare try to take advantage of me. Sukin quickly said. A handsome boy like him must always be on guard. I will take responsibility for you. Lu Qingyu said with her head down. Humph, they really were plotting against me. Seeing that Lu Qingyu had fastened the belt, Sukin immediately took 2 steps back. Uffed. Upon seeing Sukan's expression, Lu Qingyu, who had just stood up, couldn't help but blush and smile. With the boost from the attribute points, Sukan's body became extremely well proportioned. His legs, accentuated by black stockings, were long and shapely, and apart from being a little thicker, they were in no way inferior to Lu Qingyu's. You're laughing at me. Sukan's eye twitched. No, I just remembered something funny. Damn it. This answer sounds so familiar. Sukin rolled her eyes. I must say, it actually looks pretty good. After taking a second look, he realized that he couldn't rule it out. After all, what boy doesn't have a dream of dressing as a girl? Snap, snap, snap. A series of bright lights flashed by as Lu Qingyu took out her phone from her storage ring and took pictures of Sukin from various angles. The phone had no signal in the wilderness, but that didn't affect the use of the camera function. Yes, just like that. Furrow your brow. Make it a little more melancholy. Lu Qingyu. Sukin shouted. Don't go too far. Hey. Sticking out her tongue, Lu Qingyu blushed, as if afraid Sukin would snatch the phone away, and stuffed it directly into her chest. Surprisingly, his chest didn't even puff out. That something so big just vanished. But even a cell phone can disappear. Is this Doraemon's magical chest? Sukanrin was completely stunned. Didn't you say you wanted to go into the cave? If we don't go in now, we won't have time. We still need to go back to Moonlight Forest for the competition. Feeling embarrassed by Sukan's gaze, Lu Qingyu quickly reminded him. The level 5 multi-armed demon in Moonlight Forest that had suffered a fatal beating, Sukan's eyes twitched. Maybe he's searching the whole mountain for him right now, seeking revenge for his brother? The Thornflower Fairy and the Green Firefly led the way, while Sukan and Lu Qingyu followed behind. They didn't notice it from the outside, but once inside the cave, they discovered that a light from an unknown source made the cave not dark at all. Several vampire bats were clinging to the cave wall. Some were level 1, and some were level 2. Upon seeing Sukan and the others enter, they immediately swarmed around them. Azure Fireflies, fire-rained bullets. Before Lu Qingyu's Thornflower Fairy could make a move, Sukin directly ordered the Azure Fireflies to attack. More than 80 fireflies spewed out fiery red bullets that converged into a fiery red beam. In one volley, several level 1 and 2 vampire bats were instantly riddled with holes. Fire rain bullets are ineffective against large, high-level ferocious beasts, but they are incredibly easy to use against these level 1 or 2 vampire bats. Ding! Killed a level 2 ferocious beast, a vampire bat. Reward, 200 evolution points. Ding! Killed a level 2 ferocious beast, a vampire bat. Reward, +1 to Constitution. Ding! Killed a level 1 ferocious beast, a vampire bat. Reward, Strength, +1. A series of system notification sounds made Sukin grin from ear to ear. The results of these few minutes are equivalent to the hours he spent working hard in the moonlight forest. Lu Qingyu's mouth gaped open. Her pretty face was full of surprise. Will the green flame worm use fire-type attacks? Moreover, Sukin has been promoted to a second-grade nest master. But he's only been awakened for a few days. Wah! The boy I like is just so amazing. In an instant, the questions in her little head were filled with red hearts. Inside the cave, the two continued forward, encountering several vampire bats every few steps. In just half an hour, Sukin felt as if he were immersed in a sea of system notification sounds. This cave is a treasure trove. As the swarm of azure fireflies enveloped a level 3 vampire bat. Ding! Killing a level 3 vampire bat has rewarded you with +1 spirit power. Holy crap! Holy crap! There's even a reward of spiritual power? A small ball of light slightly increased in size in his dantian, and he was stunned for a moment. Since he unlocked the beast hunting encyclopedia, he has killed at least 80, if not 100, beasts. This is the first time that spiritual energy has appeared. Compared to other attribute points, spirit power attribute points are undoubtedly more important. After all, apart from upgrading the level of the nest and the quality of the troops, there is no other way for the nest master to increase their spiritual power. If I keep gaining spiritual power attribute points, plus the system, wouldn't I be able to become a self-propelled spiritual magic turret? The thought of becoming Su Kan, the self-propelled artillery turret, made Su Kan's mouth water. Unfortunately, another half hour passed, and although dozens of vampire bats had been killed, no more spirit attribute points appeared. Su Kan, watch out. Just as Su Kan was completely absorbed in the system backend, Lu Qingyu suddenly shouted loudly. Chapter 57 The Mysterious Palace, the Golden Throne. A strong gust of wind swept in from the front. It was a vampire bat, about half a meter in size. With a swipe of its claws, several claw blades swept away the green fireflies and thornflower demons blocking its way, and went straight for Su Kan. Lu Qingyu rapidly formed hand seals, but the claw-like light was too close. There was no time to react. Jingguanju, a golden shield materialized in the golden light. The claw strikes, creating ripples that then vanish without a trace. Perfect level spiritual technique. Lu Qingyu opened her mouth wide, her beautiful eyes darting around as she glanced at Su Kan. Su Kan has shocked her so much today. Su Kan raised an eyebrow as his gaze swept over the enormous vampire bat. That aura? It's actually a level 4 vampire bat. A level 4 vampire bat could be called the Vampire Bat King, right? Vampire bats typically grow to level 3 at most, but this bat has grown to level 4, which means it can be considered to have the potential to be an emperor within its own kind. Thornflower Fairy, a sea of thorn flowers. Despite her surprise, Lu Qingyu quickly recovered and shouted, ordering the Thornflower Fairy to launch an attack. Instantly, countless vines covered with thorns extended from the bodies of the 6 Thornflower Fairies. In the blink of an eye, the thorny vines intertwined, forming a sea of thorns. At this time, white flowers began to bloom on the thorny vines, revealing the serrated fangs inside. Squeak! The vampire bat swung its 4 claws, and the thorny vines that wrapped around it were easily shredded like tofu, along with the flowers. Su Kan, let's get out of here quickly. This vampire bat is a level 4 ferocious beast. My thornflower sea can't hold it for long. Lu Qingyu said anxiously to Su Kan. Although Su Kan has the strength to kill a level 3 vampire bat, once the ferocious beast advances to level 4, its strength will be greatly enhanced. This is why level 4 ferocious beasts are called intermediate ferocious beasts. Just a level 4 ferocious beast. Su Kan smiled faintly. If not now, when? Snap! Lightning flashed from the void, and a bolt of lightning struck. Squeak! The vampire bat let out a miserable cry, blood seeping from its mouth and nose, and faint electric sparks crackling around its body. The Thornflower Fairy, of course, would not let this opportunity pass by. Countless thorny vines swept up, coiling around her like pythons. Thorns piercing flesh and rubbing against bones echoed from the cave. The vampire bat struggled at first, but as its blood continued to drain away, it quickly became critically ill. Sizzle! With vines swaying, and the thorny flower fairy cleverly delivered the nearly dead vampire bat to Su Kan's hands. The insect arm materialized, and Su Kan reached out with his palm, precisely piercing the vampire bat's heart. Having killed so many vampire bats, he had gained considerable experience. Ding! Killed a level 4 ferocious beast, a vampire bat. Reward, +2 agility, +500 evolution points. As the system notification sounded, his evolution points in the background had increased to 17,000, reaching an unprecedented new height. That's enough to upgrade the Azure refining insect to level 3, maybe even level 4. Sukin wasn't in a hurry, since upgrading would happen in an instant anyway. Sukan, we've already encountered a level 4 ferocious beast here. There might be level 5 beasts deeper in. Why don't we go back? Lu Qingyu glanced at the seemingly endless cave and parted her teeth slightly. Although Sukan's strength was beyond her imagination, they would definitely not be a match for a level 5 ferocious beast. Let's take a closer look. With 17,000 evolution points in his hand, Sukin was full of confidence and was not afraid even if there were level 5 ferocious beasts in the cave. Of course, the system's secrets could not be revealed to Lu Qingyu. He can't exactly say that I'm a cheater, killing every ferocious beast that comes his way and making 2 of them fly away together. Alright, but let the Thornflower Fairy explore a bit deeper first. Lu Qingyu puffed out her cheeks. Thankfully, the Thornflower Fairy can't speak, otherwise she might have shouted. The lives of soldiers matter too. The two followed the Thornflower Fairy for quite a while, and there wasn't a single ferocious beast, not even a mosquito. Just when Sukin was about to give up and go no further, the cave suddenly opened up. A magnificent palace appeared. The palace is exquisitely built, with beautifully carved reliefs on the walls and pillars. Just by looking at its whitish surface, you can tell that it is an extremely ancient object. Sukan, I feel a little creeped out by this palace. Lu Qingyu quickly moved closer to Sukan. Apart from them and various reliefs, there were no other living beings in the vast palace. At this moment, they stood in the empty palace, and the reliefs on the high walls and pillars around them seemed to be looking down on them. That's really a bit scary. Don't worry, there definitely won't be any female ghosts here with disheveled hair, blue faces and fangs, everted lips, pus dripping from their heads, and blood flowing from their feet. Sukin immediately offered words of comfort. After hearing this, Lu Qingyu trembled so badly, she almost clung to him. Well, I've already offered so much comfort, yet you're still scared. You've really wasted all my good intentions. Warm, cotton-like sensation on my arm. Sukin immediately felt that he needed to comfort her more. Wait, why does this feel so familiar? Suddenly, he remembered that when he fell from the whale bird, he punched the guy who had pulled down his pants, and he hit this very thing that was made of cotton. Could it be? Was it Lu Qingyu who took off my pants back then? She just put black stockings and suspender pants on me. So all of this was planned in advance. First, she would catch me off guard, ambush me, and pull down my pants. Then, she would find an opportunity to make me wear women's clothing to achieve her unknown purpose. Now, with my tender comfort, she pretends to be scared and clings tightly to my arms. Bad woman. Sukin suddenly felt that he had seen through Lu Qingyu's true colors. Never mind. For the sake of others, I'll take the blame for this bad woman's badness. Wah! Suddenly, eerie sounds emanated from the palace. Immediately, ripples appeared in the void within the palace, and the gray-white reliefs began to undulate with the ripples, as if they had come to life. Sukan. Lu Qingyu's voice was trembling with tears. She wasn't afraid of ferocious beasts, but the eerie palace and strange reliefs kept bringing to mind the female ghost Sukan had just mentioned. At that moment, it felt as if a terrifying female ghost was actually lunging at her. Sukin was also stunned by what he saw. He wasn't afraid of female ghosts. As the saying goes, if you're bold enough, even a female ghost can take maternity leave. Besides, he's so handsome, the female ghost would definitely be willing to take maternity leave. As the ripples disappeared, the changes in the palace gradually ceased. The once empty palace has now been completely transformed. In the very center of the palace appeared a tall bronze cup with a white flame burning fiercely on it. But strangely, there was no heat at all. At the head of the palace stood a golden throne, upon which rested strange objects, a lush, dark forest, within which tiny figures seemed to flutter. Before the golden throne stood a figure draped in a black dress. Chapter 58, 1,000 years ago. The Dark Moon Queen. The figure was shrouded in a black dress, and had a pair of black wings growing from its back. She stood quietly before the golden throne, exuding an inexplicable aura. She wouldn't be a female ghost, would she? Lu Qingyu clung tightly to Sukan, tears welling up in her large eyes. The Thornflower Fairy, in a semicircle, stood in front of them, warily surveying its surroundings. Sukan twitched the corner of his mouth. He was feeling a bit numb too. How did such a beautiful palace suddenly become like this? Did they think he was too handsome, and specially arranged for a woman in a black dress with wings to entertain him? But does Sukan seem like the kind of person who could be bought off by women? Sukan, she moved. Lu Qingyu suddenly shouted. The figure in the black dress slowly straightened up from her half-bent position, her black hair fluttering eerily without wind. Eek. Chirp. The reliefs on the palace suddenly came to life, stretching as if they were about to fly off the walls. Damn it. Seeing this, Sukan couldn't remain calm any longer. Shut up. A cold voice suddenly rang out, and an invisible shockwave struck, instantly restoring the reliefs to their previous state, and the palace fell silent once more. Human, who allowed you to trespass into our people's resting place? The figure in the black dress suddenly turned around, her eyes coldly fixed on Sukan. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her eyes were like the dark moon, and her body, wrapped in a black dress, had an explosive curve that was hard for any human woman to match. The woman in the black dress was stunningly beautiful, and her aura was equally icy cold, like ice buried at the bottom of an abyss, never to see the light of day. Everything that is seen will be frozen into an ice sculpture. Human, am I really that good looking? Suddenly, as if traversing space, the woman in the black dress appeared directly in front of Sukan from in front of the golden throne, her dark eyes flashing with murderous intent. Gurgle. Sukan swallowed. So big, no? So tall. He wasn't short to begin with, but now that the woman in the black dress was standing in front of him, he could see right up to her chest. The woman in the black dress frowned, and suddenly reached out to grab Sukan by the throat. He's good-looking and quite bold. If it were 1,000 years ago, perhaps I would have stayed to have some fun, but now. Her red lips curled into a smile, and the force in her hand suddenly increased. Sukan's face immediately turned a deep liver color. A silver lightning bolt struck the woman in the black dress on the head, but not a single hair fell out. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Looks like I'm going to die here. Sukan felt a pang of despair. The woman in the black dress was far more powerful than he had imagined. He even thought that if Jiang Baihe and Zhao Changshan faced this woman, they would be instantly killed. Let go of Sukan. As Lu Qingyu commanded the Thornflower Demon to step forward, she formed hand seals, and azure spiritual light bloomed at her fingertips. So noisy. With a soft shout, black smoke billowed from the woman in the black dress, transforming into several black chains. A black, snake-like chain swept in, leaving Lu Qingyu and the Thornflower Fairy helplessly suspended in midair. The woman in the black dress turned her gaze back to Sukan, and countless black wisps of energy from her palm coiled into Sukan's body. Instantly, intense pain struck his body, and Sukan felt as if countless insects were burrowing into his body. These black energies will make your body immortal, and you will become one of the members of the wall, enjoying eternal life. Human, this is your reward for entering the Dark Moon Temple. Her red lips curved into a smile, but the words she uttered sent chills down one's spine. The Dark Moon Temple? The temple of the Dark Moon Fairy race. Lu Qingyu said with a shocked expression. Oh, the Dark Moon Fairy race has been extinct on the earth for thousands of years, and you actually know that. The woman in the black dress glanced at Lu Qingyu with surprise. You are the last queen of the Dark Moon Fairy race, aren't you? 1,000 years ago, the 9 Netherworld demons invaded the Dragon Kingdom. The Dark Moon Fairy clan and our Dragon Kingdom joined hands to fight against the powerful enemy in front of the Dragon City. To this day, the queen's heroic figure can still be seen on the map of Wanli Longqing. Lu Qingyu quickly replied. 1,000 years ago, the 9 Netherworld demon realm once conquered most of the Dragon Kingdom's territory, directly threatening the capital, Jade Capital. The Dragon City, as the last line of defense, was also the place where the fiercest battle took place. The war raged for more than a decade, turning the vast city of Longqing into a blood-red mess. The Dark Moon Fairy clan, one of the allies of the Dragon Kingdom, also participated in that final battle, but after the battle, the Dark Moon Fairy clan disappeared into the years that followed. However, the history of the Dragon Kingdom records this momentous event, and the Dark Moon Queen is the first non-human hero in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Legendary painting 10,000 Miles of Dragon City also features the majestic figure of the Dark Moon Queen. She remembered this history, but she wasn't sure if the woman in front of her was the Dark Moon Queen from 1,000 years ago. However, she couldn't care less about that now, and could only take a gamble. If the gamble goes right, there might be a chance to survive. Yeah, something from 1,000 years ago. I never thought anyone would still remember it. The woman in the black dress smiled, and the atmosphere in the palace relaxed. They should be saved. Lu Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. But if this woman before her was truly the Dark Moon Queen, her heart trembled. If she only knew that the Dark Moon Queen was already a king-level powerhouse 1,000 years ago, then now. Don't be happy yet. When did I ever say I would let you go? Especially this little guy, he's extremely mischievous. Sukin was seen gripping the black-dressed woman's arm tightly around his neck with both hands, his feet kicking against her chest, his face contorted as he tried to break free. Twin nests. Just then, the woman in the black dress changed her expression, and the black energy that was wrapped around Sukin instantly changed direction and gathered at Sukin's chest. In an instant, Sukin's chest seemed to open up like an alternate dimension pocket, revealing a void of chaos inside. Ha, it really is a twin nest. Heaven has spared my Dark Moon Fairy clan. The woman in the black dress laughed loudly, and her gaze towards Sukin instantly changed from icy to that of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Sukin felt the pressure on his neck loosen and the black aura around him disappear. He immediately broke free from the woman in the black dress. He didn't forget to put all his strength into kicking the woman in the black dress. You're trying to strangle me, huh? I'll kick you to death. Gurgle. A powerful elastic force came from Sukin's feet, like kicking a giant spring, and he was sent flying. Wow, that's amazing. Everyone who saw Lu Qingyu was stunned. The woman in front of him was at least a king-level expert, and Sukin dared to be so presumptuous. He was simply too fierce. Handsome young man, I'm offering you a chance. Would you like it? The woman in the black dress didn't care. She flashed and appeared directly in front of Sukin, staring straight at him. That hungry look in his eyes. You wouldn't be plotting something against me, would you? Let me tell you, I am a pure and innocent young man who has kept my chastity pure, and I will never let you succeed. Even if you stripped naked and stood in front of me, I wouldn't be tempted in the slightest. Sukin strained his eyes and spoke in a serious tone. Chapter 59 Dark Moon Demon Nest. Golden Troops. I see. The woman in the black dress slightly curved her red lips, and her tone suddenly turned cold. Then I'll just kill you. You can take my clothes off. I definitely won't resist. Sukin gave a dry laugh and quickly replied. Everyone who buys vegetables at the market knows how to bargain. So why don't you know how to bargain? He muttered to himself, but he had no choice but to painfully give up his virginity. It wasn't that he didn't resist. It was that the enemy was too powerful. Really? But I'm already over 3,000 years old. The woman in the black dress, her playful nature aroused, stroked Sukin's cheek with her fingers, her sharp nails occasionally clashing, creating tiny sparks. I just like big ones. Sukin quickly replied. There's a saying in my hometown. A woman 3 years older brings a golden brick. A woman 30 years older brings an empire. A woman 300 years older brings a golden elixir. A woman 3,000 years older ascends to the ranks of immortals. The bigger the better. The woman in the black dress chuckled softly, ceasing her teasing. With a wave of her hand, the object resembling a small forest on the golden throne appeared directly in her grasp. As she gently stroked it, a rare tenderness appeared in her eyes. That battle 1,000 years ago, and the blood and fire that lasted for more than a decade, left the vast dragon city as if it had been forged in blood, with countless powerful warriors of the Dragon Kingdom sacrificing their lives for their country. Her Dark Moon Fairy clan also suffered a terrible fate, and the clan was wiped out in that battle, with no more Dark Moon Fairy clan remaining on the earth. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, people would still remember my Dark Moon Fairy clan. The woman in the black dress smiled, her eyes deep and dark, seemingly filled with countless memories. As long as the Dragon Kingdom exists, the Dark Moon Fairy will exist in this world. She could still vaguely hear the words spoken by that towering figure standing atop Dragon City. Kid. The woman in the black dress glanced at Sukin. He was calling me handsome young man, just now, and now he's calling me kid. Sukin rolled his eyes inwardly, but put on a bright smile. Tell me, whatever position you like, just name it. If I, Sukin, even frown, I'm not a man. What are you thinking about? The woman in the black dress flicked Sukin's forehead with her finger. This Dark Moon Demon Nest is the last mother nest of my Dark Moon Fairy clan. There happens to be an empty nest source within you, so I will give you this mother nest. Don't worry. You won't be treated unfairly. The first Dark Moon Fairy to emerge from among them is a golden soldier. If you nurture it well, perhaps you will even produce one like me. The woman in the black dress licked her lips. She now had a pretty good idea of what kind of person Sukin was. Sukin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly replied. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself to the cause until my dying breath, using every last bit of strength to ensure the continuation of the Dark Moon Fairy. I hope you will keep your word. The woman in the black dress unleashed a burst of dark light from the Dark Moon Demon nest in her hand, which spun rapidly before disappearing directly into Sukan's body. In an instant, Sukan was enveloped by a black light. Ding. Foreign nest detected. Host, do you wish to merge? Merge. Sukan readily agreed. Suddenly, everything went dark before his eyes. Dark moon hung high in the hazy sky, and the air was filled with a gray mist. Suddenly, moonlight condensed within the dark moon, and 5 beams of light pierced through the heavens and earth. As the beam of light dissipated, 5 figures appeared in front of him. He was clad in light black armor, his hands wielding sharp, cold swords. Her features were exquisite, yet possessed a unique kind of beauty. This is the Dark Moon Fairy? How come she's different from the woman in the palace? He looked them up and down. The plain was flat and smooth, without a single undulation. Good heavens! Is this a man or a woman? Sukan realized he was at a loss. The system panel expands. Nest, Dark Moon Demon Nest. Level 10%. Population, 5/5. Hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Reward, Dark Moon Fairy, level 1, gold. Talent, Dark Moon Blessing. Skills, Blade Impact, Piercing Scream, Dark Moon Dance. Currently possessing 5 gold tier units, level 1, gold. Dark Moon Blessing. The Dark Moon Fairy race, blessed by the Moon Goddess, possesses greater combat power on moonlit nights. His talent is quite good, much more reliable than Qing Lianchong's. Sukan continued reading the skill descriptions. Blade Impact. The Dark Moon Fairy is proficient in the art of dual swords and can unleash a wave of sword energy with her own spiritual power and superfast slashes. Piercing Scream. A unique vocal cord vibration technique with immense power. Do not attempt to do anything strange with the Dark Moon Fair, or the consequences may not be pleasant. That kind of thing? Explain yourself. Am I, Sukan, that kind of person? The host knows this. The system responded, which was unusual. Damn it. Bung Bu is settled. Dark Moon Dance. A beautiful sword dance, accompanied by blood. The fewer the words, the greater the power, right? It seems that Dark Moon Dance should be considered a powerful move. With a thought, Sukan's vision instantly returned to normal. The woman in the black dress had one hand on his neck, her fingernails sliding along his throat. How is it? Are you satisfied? She asked with a smile. Before you speak, take your hand away. Hee, I'm satisfied, but it's not quite what you said. Sukan's lips twitched, and 5 Dark Moon Fairies emerged from the void. They're the same. How are they different? The woman in the black dress blinked and asked. Are you sure it's the same? Sukan swallowed hard, glanced at the woman in the black dress, and asked cautiously. Giggle. The woman in the black dress smiled, crossed her arms, and swayed as she walked to the Dark Moon Fairy's side. The Dark Moon Fairy race is neither male nor female, and their gender is indistinguishable. Only when they fall in love with someone and develop feelings for them will their gender be revealed. I see. Sukan looked regretful. Why is it that this Dark Moon Fairy seems to have an ambiguous gender? Moreover, this feels like something out of another world. Images are for reference only. The actual product shall prevail. He glanced at the woman in the black dress and muttered to himself. Work hard, and when the hero unit comes out, maybe he'll fall in love with you, and then... The woman in the black dress licked her red lips. Snort. Am I, Sukan, that kind of person? My acceptance of the Dark Moon Demon Nest was simply to contribute my share to the legacy of the Dark Moon Fairy. I'm not lusting after their bodies. System, when are you going to send me a Dark Moon Fairy hero unit? Silence is the Cambridge of tonight. Alright, little guy, I'll give you another chance as well. But it depends on whether you have the ability to get it. The woman in the black dress beckoned with her finger, and the white flame on the bronze cup in the center of the palace flew over. The white flames burned close to Sukan's nose, visibly melting the void bit by bit, but he couldn't feel any heat at all. This is the nether flame. Just this one ball is enough to burn a level 7 expert into nothingness. If developed to its fullest potential, even kings and nobles would have to back down. Flame Spirit Seed. Sukan was startled. Chapter 60 Azure Flame Insects. Deep Netherworld Burning. Spiritual seeds are formed from the condensation of the spiritual energy of heaven and the essence of earth, possessing unfathomable power and being extremely rare. More importantly, spirit seeds are a game changer for troops. Even the most useless troop nests will gain unimaginable benefits once they are fused with and refined into spirit seeds. But spirit seeds are not easy to refine. If they are rashly introduced into the nest, at best the nest will be damaged and the quality of the troops will decrease. At worst the nest will be destroyed and the nest master will die. The nether flame before us is a fire-type spirit seed. What? You're scared now. The woman in the black dress raised an eyebrow and said, I see that your green refining insect has evolved and now possesses the fire attribute. Combined with its innate characteristics, it has a very high chance of success. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Once you miss this opportunity, you might not get another one. The woman in the black dress tapped her chin with her finger. Who knows, it might even evolve directly into a gold tier unit. I have a feeling you're trying to instigate me. Su Kanbai looked at the woman in the black dress. However, just as the woman in the black dress said, the spirit seed was right in front of him, and it was impossible for him not to give it a try. Men, you know, always like to try new things. For example, if your girlfriend says no, you would say you'll give it a try. He gritted his teeth. He immediately thought to himself with a smug grin. The ultimate handsome guy Sukin is calling for the ultimate handsome system in history. Is there any hope of fusing the verdant mountain range with the nether flame? The most handsome system in history has been received. You forgot to ding. Sukin mentally complained. Ding. Detection of the spirit seed, heavy nether flame. Nest and spirit seed matching check. Are you trying to pair people up here? Ding. Verdant mountain range and dark flame have a 90% compatibility rate. Dark moon demon nest and dark flame have a 50% compatibility rate. As expected, the verdant mountains and ridges were a better match. Sukin was not surprised by this result. After all, the Azure Firefly has the fire attribute, while the Dark Moon Fairy should have the moon attribute or no attribute at all. Since that's the case, system, select verdant mountain range to merge with the dark flame. Ding. Assisted fusion will cost 5,000 evolution points. Do you agree? Agree. With 17,000 evolution points, Sukin is now more wealthy than ever before. Instantly, green light emanated from Su Kan's body, and the phantom of a verdant hill appeared on Su Kan's body. Chongming flame seemed to be attracted, and transformed into a streak of white light, disappearing into the illusory image of the small mountain. Is this kid really that reckless? The woman in the black dress was astonished. She had only intended to tease Su Kan, but Su Kan had unexpectedly absorbed the Chongming flame into the verdant mountain range without warning. Her eyes twitched, and black mist bloomed in her hands, ready to protect Su Kan in case of an accident. Even powerful kings and marquises need to make numerous arrangements when refining spirit seeds using a nest. Someone like Su Kan, even after living for thousands of years, this was the first time she had ever seen one. The nether fire plunged into the verdant mountain range, instantly covering it like a vast net, its blazing flames turning the verdant peaks charred black in an instant. Not good. The woman in the black dress frowned, about to make a move. But then the once raging nether flames suddenly went out, and then slowly flickered with small flames. It was as if a fierce tiger with its claws outstretched had instantly transformed into a docile kitten. What's going on? The woman in the black dress was dumbfounded. Hee, you didn't expect me to be a cheater. Sukin smiled smugly. With the system's assistance, the nether flame has slowly merged into the verdant mountain range. The verdant mountain peaks have returned to their original state, except that a flickering white flame has appeared on their summits. Ding. The fusion of the verdant mountain range with the nether flame has been successful. The panel changed as the system notification sounded. Nest, verdant mountain ridge. Level 2 1%. Population, 83/100. Hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Output, Azure Flame Insect, level 2 gold. Talent, 1, sharp teeth and a sharp tongue. 2, as hard as steel. Skills, Fire Rain Bullet, Dark Burning. Currently possessing 100 gold units, level 1 gold. Not only did it evolve into the gold tier unit Azure Flame Heavy, but it also gained an extra skill. The Dark Flame Burns. The Azure Flame Insect burns itself, unleashing the true dark flame. Good grief, he's the type who would self-destruct at the slightest provocation. However, this can be considered a trump card. That nether flame just now could even burn the void itself. Its power was absolutely terrifying. With a thought, an Azure Flame Insect appeared in front of Su Kan. It had grown larger, now the size of 2 coins, and its body was still pale green, though faint white flames flickered around it. Not bad, judging from this aura. It should have evolved into a gold-tier soldier. The woman in the black dress made a grasping motion with her palm, and the Azure Flame Insect landed directly in her hand. Her delicate hands casually grasped the flames, yet the light and flames couldn't cause her the slightest harm. The nether flame will gradually become apparent as your unit level increases. The woman in the black dress seemed to notice Su-kan's confusion and explained with a smile. Go back, little one. With a flick of his fingernail, the clear nether flame insect somersaulted through the air and returned to Su-kan's side. The woman in the black dress stretched, making her voluptuous figure appear even more alluring. Su-kan was stunned. Forgive him for his limited experience. He's never seen anything this big before. All right, things are settled here. It's time to see you off. The woman in the black dress rolled her eyes at Su-kan, then suddenly leaned down and gently pecked Su-kan on the forehead. When the dark moon shines in the sky, remember to come back to the temple to find me. Hey, me too. Put me down. I want to go too. Seeing that the woman in the black dress was about to send Su-kan away, Lu Qingyu suddenly came to her senses and shouted loudly. You've been so quiet. I almost forgot about you. The woman in the black dress slapped her forehead and beckoned to put Lu Qingyu down. Bad woman. She just stole a kiss from Su-kan. Don't think I didn't see it. If it were Tsang Yueshue, she would have already gone up and argued with her, but considering the woman in the black dress, she felt that she should still respect the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. It's not cowardice. It's respect. Very loudly. Su-kan scratched his head awkwardly. He had almost forgotten about Lu Qingyu. Leave now. Remember to come find me again when the dark moon is high in the sky. The woman in the black dress patted Su-kan's head and spoke again. Dark moon in the sky. Su-kan scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, but still nodded quickly. Having received all the benefits, why stay here instead of leaving? The problem is, this woman has such a huge bust. I can't handle it. By the way, are your pants in the current men's clothing style in China? Just as Su-kan and Lu Qingyu turned to leave, the woman in the black dress suddenly pointed at his black halter dress and asked. She had long been curious about Su-kan's attire, but it was normal for his style to change after 1,000 years of not having left the country. Su-kan was taken aback, then his expression suddenly became serious. In our Dragon Kingdom, only true warriors dress like this, and I. He didn't continue, thinking the woman in the black dress should understand his meaning. Lu Qingyu, who was standing to the side, quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Chapter 61 Storm Prison. Giant Python of Blade Chi. What an interesting kid. But that cheeky look is really similar. The woman in the black dress watched Su-kan and Lu Qingyu's figures gradually disappear into the palace. A scroll appeared in her jade-like hand. On the pristine white Xin paper, the man's body is slightly turned to the side, one hand scratching his head. The man was wearing a smiling mask, so his face was not visible. 1,000 years have passed. I survived, but you are gone, and the Dark Moon Fairy clan is gone too. The woman in the black dress stroked the man's cheek with her jade-like fingers. Is it true, as you say, that reincarnation exists in this world? Will the Dark Moon rise again 1,000 years later, and will you reappear? After leaving the temple, Su-kan pulled Lu Qingyu and quickly ran out of the cave. Lu Qingyu's small hand was held by Su-kan, her pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with a hazy, watery light. Call. Finally escaped. Su-kan let out a breath. The woman in the black dress was beautiful and alluring, but her strength was terrifying. Su-kan felt that he couldn't control her at all. It's better to have a cute little girl like Lu Qingyu. So cute. If I punched her, she'd cry for a long time. Su-kan, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Qingyu's face flushed instantly when Su-kan looked at her. He wouldn't be planning something here, would he? But I'm not mentally prepared yet. I'm so nervous, what should I do? But I like him so much. Why don't we pretend to resist? I'm so shy. It's nothing. Su-kan gave an awkward smile and looked away. The fight hasn't even started yet. I feel like I'm about to cry. If you punch someone, wouldn't that just cause a massive flood? We've been down here long enough. If we don't get out soon, we might end up at the bottom of the competition. He only had 3 spirit mirrors in his hands, and he was a little anxious. Having gained so many benefits from this underground palace, he wasn't particularly concerned about the reward for first place in the competition, but the system had missions to complete. He would never give up the rewards of hero units. Lu Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and thinking about what she had just been thinking, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Luckily, he didn't know. She breathed a slight sigh of relief and followed behind Su-kan with her head down. As soon as he entered the water, Su-kan saw the undercurrent not far away. Glug. Damn it. I forgot I was in the water. After taking a few sips of water, Sukin quickly took out a pendant that looked like a beast's tooth from his storage ring. This is a spirit tooth pendant that Zhao Changshan gave him. It has the ability to repel water. The spirit Fong pendant appeared, and a faint light pattern emanated from it. At this moment, the water flowed as if it were air. Even more miraculously, he felt as if he were walking on land when he stepped into the water. Lu Qingyu, who was very close to him, was also within the light patterns of the spirit Fong pendant. Amazing! Lu Qingyu's face was full of shock. She wasn't unsophisticated, but this was clearly the first time she had ever seen such a unique item as the spirit tooth pendant. Is this the undercurrent that brought us in here before? Sukin pointed to the undercurrent and asked. Lu Qingyu nodded her little head, and couldn't help but think of the scene when Sukin fell down. She immediately dared not look at him. The fact that the undercurrent brought them here doesn't mean it can send them out, but now there's no other way to get out. Walk. Pulling Lu Qingyu along, the two of them disappeared directly into the dark current. The light patterns allow them to remain unaffected by the water flow, but they offer no resistance to the suction of the undercurrents. With a ripple from the undercurrent, they suddenly found themselves in the other side of the water. The soft sunlight pierced the water, scattering golden sparkles. The rumbling sound of the water seemed to be mixed with other sounds. They should be out by now. Sukin was overjoyed and immediately scrolled up. Thump! Just as his head emerged from the water, a white shadow fell directly from the sky and smashed him down on his head. Sukan, how did you come out of the water? Song Yueshua held Sukan's head in her hands and was a little confused for a moment. Sukin felt a faint fragrance wafting from the tip of his nose. His eyes glazed over, and his mind went completely blank. Old woman, get off Sukin right now. Lu Qingyu was only slightly taken aback, but quickly realized what was happening and began to frantically scramble with both hands. Song Yueshua then realized what was happening, especially when she saw her own sitting posture, and hurriedly jumped off Sukan's shoulder. Underwater, amidst the shimmering light, 6 eyes stared at each other. Sukin is still not fully aware of what's happening. Sukan, why is your nose bleeding? Lu Qingyu suddenly said. Feeling the warm liquid around his nose and mouth, Sukin stammered. But maybe the food is just too good. Song Yueshua's face turned red all the way down to her neck. She always felt that Sukan's words had a hidden meaning. By the way, teacher Songyu, how did you suddenly fall into the water? After sniffing to stop the nosebleed, Sukin asked curiously. That's right. Song Yueshua slapped her forehead and quickly said. You all hide underwater and don't come out. Outside are multi-armed demons and Chi mini students have already fallen into their hands. I'm going up now, so don't show yourselves and don't get spotted. Without further ado, Song Yueshua stepped out of the light pattern and swam towards the water's surface. Sukin was stunned. No wonder he encountered the multi-armed demons before. It seems that their competition has been targeted. Moreover, Song Yueshua has been thrown into the water, so her situation is probably very bad. With a quick thought, Sukin placed the spirit tooth pendant into Lu Qingyu's hand. Hide well underwater. I'll go up and check. His strength has greatly increased, and with the backup plan of the heavy nether flame, he is confident that he can fight against a level 6 multi-armed demon. With a push of his legs, Sukin swam towards the surface of the water like a fish. Lu Qingyu stamped her foot and hurriedly followed. Little beauty, you are no match for me. Submit to me, and I promise I won't kill you. Multi-armed demon with 14 arms shook his weapon and grinned lewdly. Azure, storm prison. He was met with a sharp shout from Song Yueshua. A vibrant blue azure light emanated from a blue fox that was half the height of a human. A storm roared, and a tempest gathered in the void, forming a blue prison several meters high that enveloped the multi-armed demon. Quack! If you were a 7th rank official, I would turn around and leave, but you are only a 6th rank official, so you can't do anything to me. The multi-armed demon held a giant blade, its cold light flashing, surrounded by a swirling aura that formed a giant python of blade energy. Break! A roar. The giant python of blade energy let out a sharp shriek and crashed into the blue prison. Boom! The giant python burst through the storm prison, creating a violent shockwave. The blue fox was thrown sideways by the blast wave and crashed heavily to the ground. The battle happened in an instant. Sukin emerged from the water just in time to witness this scene, and also saw dozens of students fighting against the multi-armed demons and Chi die on the shore. Chapter 62 New Talent. Conquest. The battle was extremely fierce. The ground was littered with the corpses of soldiers of all kinds, and many students were pale-faced and covered in blood. In contrast, the multi-armed demons and Chi seemed to be playing around, their blades flashing and their claws tearing through the air, constantly dodging the soldiers and leaving trails of blood on the students. On the brutal battlefield, there was one extremely peculiar sight. A figure clad in heavy armor was shrouded in a gray mist with specks of yellowish excrement. The stench was overwhelming, and wherever it passed, both the multi-armed demons and the Chi clan avoided it from afar. Occasionally, a blade would strike the heavily armored soldier, sending him flying backward, but he would quickly get back up. Continuing its rampage, it managed to protect many injured students behind it. Su can't. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from the heavy armor. Wang Dachui was surprised that Sukin would emerge from the pool beside him, but his expression immediately changed, and he shouted, "Su Kan, run away. Don't worry about us." Sang Yueshua also looked at Su Kan, her expression somewhat complicated. Her red lips parted slightly, but she ultimately said nothing. She only had one hero-type unit, Azure, left by her side. All the other Storm Foxes had perished in battle. There is also a level 7 multi-armed demon on the field. If she were at her peak, she wouldn't be afraid of a typical level 7 multi-armed demon. But now, her spiritual energy is almost depleted, and Qing's condition is also very poor after several battles. However, the battle on the field was temporarily halted because of Wang Dachui's shout, and all eyes turned to Su Kan. Lu Qingyu then emerged from the water, gritted her teeth, and summoned the Thornflower Fairy. Hee, they're just the multi-armed demon clan and the shameless clan. Sukin said with a faint smile. Young master, I'm here to teach them a lesson today. Great handsome system, upgrade Dark Moon Demon Nest. Sukin shouted to the system in his mind. Ding. The handsome system has been received. The system didn't waste any words, it went straight to the point. Ding. Evolution points minus 500, Dark Moon Demon Nest upgraded to level 2. Ding. Evolution points minus 3000, Dark Moon Demon Nest upgraded to level 3. Ding. Evolution points minus 7000, Dark Moon Jade Pool upgraded to level 4. As the notification sounds rang out, his evolution points instantly shrank to 1500. As the Dark Moon Demon Nest leveled up to level 4, he felt a massive spiritual force pouring directly into his body from the void. The spiritual power in his body increased by more than 10 times. Has taken another small step closer to becoming Su self-propelled turret can. Open the panel. Su Kan, rank 4 Nest Master. Nest, Dark Moon Demon Nest. Level, 40%. Population, 5/5. Hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Reward, Dark Moon Fairy, level 4 gold. Talents, Dark Moon Blessing, Conquest. Skills, Blade Impact, Piercing Scream, Dark Moon Dance. Currently possessing 5 gold tier units, tier 4 gold. Hey, there's another new talent. With a thought, information about a new talent appeared. Conquest. The Dark Moon Fairy race is fearless and every wound makes their swords even sharper. Holy crap, that's amazing talent. The more they fight, the braver and stronger they become. Sukin's eye sparkled. Despite being only level 4, Sukin believed that the Dark Moon Fairy would not be much less formidable than a level 5 opponent. In an instant, he became even more satisfied with his choice to upgrade the Dark Moon Nest. Initially, he intended to upgrade the Azure Flame Insect. However, the strength of insect units largely depends on their large numbers, and the 4th and 7th ranks are the 2 major thresholds for insect unit nest masters. Upon advancing to the 4th rank, insect-type troops will experience a surge in numbers, and insect nest masters will also be able to overcome their previous weakness and become somewhat more resilient. But it can only get hard, just a little bit hard. Only when one advances to the 7th rank can an insect nest master condense a sea of insects and soar into the sky, wielding overwhelming power with the might of the insect swarm. The Azure Fireflies more as weapons before. Flame Insect, now a gold tier unit, is far more powerful than ordinary insect units. However, without sufficient numbers, it remains difficult to achieve a rapid kill. Unless you go for a mass production strategy, directly using the dark flame to destroy the enemy along with them. The fireworks were fleeting, followed by endless torment. For the hundreds of clear nether flame insects to hatch again, which is terrifying to think about. Although consuming evolution points can speed up hatching, even a fool could guess that the system would inevitably charge him an enormous amount of evolution points. Once an insect nest reaches level 7, it will spawn a child nest, which will contain semi-complete units. Once a large number of units are killed in battle, The semi-complete units in the hatchery will quickly hatch into complete units. This is why it is said that insect nest masters can only truly stand up after advancing to level 7. Kid, weren't you so arrogant? Weren't you going to teach us a lesson? Don't just stand there like an idiot. Or are you just scared out of your wits? A multi-armed demon sneered. Hee, since you're so eager to die, I certainly won't indulge you. Sukin smiled coldly, ready to let him test the Dark Moon Fairy's edge. It's you, you treacherous human brat. Give me back my second brother's life. Suddenly, an extremely angry voice rang out. The multi-armed moked, who had a grudge against Sukin for killing a chicken. He walked up with a gloomy expression, his sharp claws flashing with a chilling light that was terrifying. What was even more terrifying was the large, still wet bloodstain on his pants. It truly sends chills down the spines of all males. What a brutal beating this chicken went through. You cunning little brat, don't think I won't recognize you just because you changed your pants. He'd continued to roar. It's over. Sukin was startled, a very bad feeling rising in his heart. Sure enough, no one had noticed his clothes before, but after Keed mentioned it, everyone immediately looked at Sukin's lower body. Stockings, and suspenders. A voice rang out. Gurgle. That's the sound of swallowing. Immediately, Sukin felt a cold sweat break out on the back of his head. Swallowing your saliva like that is going too far. Sukan. San Yueshua's gaze at him was also incredibly strange at this moment. Boys really do look better in girls' clothes. A boy with a full head of red hair grinned. Your name is Sukan, right? That's good. After we leave Moonlight Forest, I'll treat you to a movie. Chi-yen, right? Going to see a movie, huh? Sukin secretly made a mental note of him. What's so great about movies? Once you get through this ordeal, I, Sun Jimao, will treat you to a swim at the beach. I have a collection of classic bikinis, and I'll give them all to you then. A bikini, huh? Sun Jimao, right? Sukin made another bold entry in his notebook. Sukan. I have money. Lots of money. The chubby boy raised his hand and said, Chapter 63 Twin Nests. King of the Same Level. The chubby boy's voice wasn't loud, but to Sukan's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap, incredibly loud. Money. Am I, Sukan, the kind of person who loves money? Wiping away his drool, Sukin stared intently at the chubby boy. 100 low-grade spirit stones a day. The chubby boy swallowed hard and held up one finger. Sukin doesn't love money. 300 low-grade spirit stones. The chubby boy probed. What's going on? Why do I feel like my mouth is betraying me? He pursed his lips tightly. Money was the last thing he liked, and he absolutely couldn't let his mouth ruin his reputation for life. 500 low-grade spirit stones. The chubby boy simply stretched out one palm. Bang. As soon as Sukin opened his mouth, he saw a chi controlling a flesh mountain monster slap the little fat boy and send him flying into the pool. I'm taking this kid. I will definitely use the most exquisite skills to manipulate your body and make you my most perfect collection. Shara's lips curled into a sinister smile. Sukin had no time to pay attention to him at the moment. As soon as the chubby boy fell into the pool, the clear water immediately turned yellowish and spread rapidly. Gurgle. With a splash, countless fish floated belly up on the surface of the water. The fish's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and its mouth was agape. It seems hard to believe that they would end their lives in such a way. Sukin quickly grabbed Lu Qingyu and jumped to the shore just before the yellow halo spread to him. Die. The multi-armed moked immediately pushed off the ground with its feet, and its 10 arms crossed, the cold light from its claws weaving into a large net in midair, covering Sukan. Even before the gleaming net drew near, its sharp aura already made Sukan's skin sting. Dark Moon Fairy, Blade Impact. He took a soft sip. In an instant, as the air rippled, 5 graceful figures with black wings sprouting from their backs appeared before Sukan. The Dark Moon Fairy's 2 blades gleamed with light, and 5 crescent-shaped beams of light from the blades formed a straight line that struck the incoming net of cold light. Sizzle. The cold light net was shredded into specks of light and dissipated like tattered cotton, while the remaining sword light struck Keed with undiminished force. Bang! Blood splattered as Keed was sent flying backward, his fate unknown. So strong. The level 5 multi-armed demon was knocked away in one move. Was he really a student who competed with us? And these humanoid soldiers. I can't even tell what kind of unit they are, but they're just so beautiful. Slurp. You're so unserious. Unlike me, I've already figured out 18 uses for this unit. Chi-yin and Sun Jimao snapped out of their shock and couldn't help but think of what they had just said. Now their eyes darted around, and they didn't dare to look at Sukin anymore. But when did such a freakishly gifted high school student appear in Jiangxing? Their small eyes were filled with great confusion. Song Yueshua looked at Sukin with her beautiful eyes and pursed her red lips. A twin nest. Nest masters possess a variety of talents, some leaning towards spiritual arts cultivation, others towards physical fitness, and still others towards realm cultivation. But the twin nest talent is undoubtedly the most outstanding. Those with such talent are destined to be kings among their peers from the moment they are born, and fighting against opponents of higher levels is not a difficult task for them. Amidst the shocked or envious gazes of the crowd, Sukin remained calm and composed. It was just a little show-off, not worth bragging about. Dark Moon Fairy, Dance of the Dark Moon. Without saying anything, let's go straight for the ultimate move. Slowly snapping his fingers, Su Kanwei tilted his head back, his eyes fixed on the battlefield out of the corner of his eye. When it's time for me to show off, you guys better give me some support. The level 7 multi-armed demons who were a bit further away. There were also several level 5 multi-armed demons, and even one level 6 multi-armed demon. In an instant, the Dark Moon Elves were enveloped in a faint, dark moonlight, their twin swords resembling crescent moons, their figures graceful and ethereal, like spirits of the moon. Blood blossoms accompanied the sword dance, like splashes of ink, sketching a series of deathly scenes in the air. Armed demons and Shi, including those below level 4, were completely powerless to fight back and fell in droves. The level 5 multi-armed demon fought back fiercely, even leaving wounds on the Dark Moon Fairy, but it didn't have time to rejoice. But the blood flowing from the wound vaporized into a blood mist and gathered on the Dark Moon Fairy's twin swords. Then, to their astonishment, they were beheaded by an even sharper flash of sword light. Level 6 multi-armed demon remained on the field. The sword light enveloped his graceful dance and surrounded him. Sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, several wounds appeared on his body. But since he was a level 6 being, it wasn't so easy for the Dark Moon Fairies to kill him. The sounds of metal clashing and roaring mingled together. Moreover, as the Dark Moon dance was about to end, even with the support of the battle, the Dark Moon Fairies gradually showed signs of decline. Dark Moon Fairy, pierce scream. Sukin immediately gave the order. 5 sharp whistles rang out simultaneously, causing ripples in the air. The aftershocks made Sukin feel as if he had been suddenly pricked by a needle on the head. The shriek entered his mind, and for a moment, chaos appeared in the eyes of the multi-armed demon. Sukin would never let this opportunity slip by. Click, click, click. In an instant, 7 or 8 lightning bolts descended from the sky onto the level 6 multi-armed demon. The Dark Moon Elf's twin swords gleamed coldly, cleaving him into several pieces. Perfect. Upon recalling the Dark Moon Fairy, Sukin couldn't help but smile. With the strength of the Dark Moon Fairies, they might not be afraid of the level 6 multi-armed demon if they directly activated Dark Moon Dance, but after a battle, they would be no match for it. Fortunately, he now has abundant spiritual energy within him, and his perfected lightning strike technique has no cooldown or consumption. 7 or 8 lightning spells were unleashed, which was roughly equivalent to a mid-level spiritual spell. Of course, only someone as overpowered as him could pull this off. Everyone else, when using spiritual techniques, is extremely careful, for fear of accidentally exhausting their spiritual power. All that's left is that level 7 multi-armed demon. Sukin turned his gaze and happened to meet the multi-armed demon's eyes. I never expected to encounter a human prodigy here. He twisted his neck, his 14 hands gripping 14 guillotines, and glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground with a sinister grin. Having hunted down a human prodigy, the deaths of these good-for-nothings were worthwhile. Sukan, you need to leave quickly. Song Yueshua flashed and hurriedly came to Sukan's side. The other teachers and students exchanged glances and then stood in front of Sukan. Hee, my human race's prodigy cannot die here. Chi-Yin sat on the rock-armored bull, raising his eyebrows. Let's go, Sukan. When you grow up, kill 100 or so level 7 multi-armed demons, and that will be revenge for us. Sun Jimel laughed. Chapter 64, 100% silence in the air. Dozens of teachers and students, along with nearly 100 soldiers, firmly shielded Sukan behind him. At the 4th rank, one can slaughter level 4 or 5 multi-armed demons as easily as killing dogs, and can even kill level 6 multi-armed demons. With such talent, he already possesses the bearing of a king or nobleman. Every human king and noble is a pillar of the nation. They are worth protecting with their lives. A bunch of chickens and dogs. Do you think they can stop me? The multi-armed demon chuckled disdainfully. Level 4 is a hurdle, level 7 is another hurdle, and he doesn't take these people seriously at all. The only person who posed a threat to him was Tsang Yueshua, but Tsang Yueshua's combat strength was now less than 1/10 of what it used to be, so he didn't take her seriously at all. Su Kan, you go, we'll hold him off for you. At this moment, Lu Qingyu also tugged at Su Kan's sleeve. Believe me. Su Kan tilted his head and whispered in Lu Qingyu's ear, his breath making her blush instantly. This kid, what time is it, and he's still flirting with girls? Tsang Yueshua saw this, her pretty face flushed slightly. She was a little angry, but she knew that now was not the time to dwell on such things. Su Kan. Trust me, teacher Tsang Yue. Su Kan smiled confidently. Ripples appeared around him, and the azure refining nether flame insects, tinged with transparent flames, slowly emerged. Haha, and another one with the twin nest talent. That makes me even more excited. Boy, your value is already comparable to that of a king or nobleman. Realm with your head and collect my reward, I will thank you properly. The multi-armed demon's eyes flashed with cold light, its killing intent towards Su Kan growing ever stronger. Killing such a genius would surely reward him beyond imagination. Perhaps he could even marry 5, 6, 7, or 8 witches. Ugh, the multi-armed demon which has too many arms. I can't handle her. The Snake Queen clan is not bad, but they have venomous fangs, which could cause serious problems. Succubuses are great, but the problem is they might not get enough nutrition. Is this the torment of sexual bliss? Ugh, you rascal, grinning like that. Are you having erotic daydreams? Su Kan pursed his lips and said, I didn't, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. The multi-armed demon instinctively denied it, but quickly realized what he was doing, and his eyes twitched. You sharp-tongued brat, do you think revealing your second type of soldier will save your life? It will only excite me more. It's not about sexual arousal. Su Kan glanced at his slightly bulging animal skin skirt. I never expected that the last remaining demon would be a perverted demon. Could it be that he had some strange thoughts about me after seeing me wearing black stockings and a suspender dress? Su Kan's expression froze. Azure Flame Insects, go and take him down. Immediately, the Azure Flame Insect swarm flew towards the level 7 multi-armed demon. Haha, a mere level 2 soldier? You want them to tickle me. Seeing that Su Kan not only did not leave, the multi-armed demon also sent the newly appeared level 2 troops to attack him. Instantly, he crossed his arms, stood tall and proud, his eyes filled with utter disdain. If you brought this on yourself, then you can't blame me. Su Kan gave a cold laugh. Darkness incinerate. In an instant, the azure flame insect swarm transformed into countless flames, and the bright nether flame instantly enveloped the multi-armed demon. Sizzle. The nether flame flickered, and the chest of the multi-armed demon was melted through as easily as paper. More than 80 azure flame insects and more than 80 heavy flames. The multi-armed demon, with his 14 arms wrapped around him and his body engulfed in flames, collapsed to the ground. Everyone was speechless. They never imagined it would end like this. The azure flame insect's self-sacrificing technique, heavy flame burning, will unleash the true heavy flame, which is Su Kan's confidence in facing this level 7 multi-armed demon. His original plan was to use the burning of the netherworld to scare him away. Unexpectedly, he became so arrogant that he didn't resist. It's true what they say, if you don't court death, you won't die. However, it's not hard to see that he must have thoroughly read the self-cultivation of a villain. Gulp, the level 7 multi-armed demon is dead. After a long while, a voice rang out. This is too powerful. A level 2 unit can actually kill a level 7 multi-armed demon. That flame feels like a flame spirit seed. Su Kan's insectoid troop nest must have refined a flame spirit seed. That's what one of the teachers leading the group said. His expression was extremely complicated. He was already 30 years old when he became a 5th grade nest master, while Su Kan, a high school student, was already more powerful than him. However, the thought that Su Kan possessed the bearing of a king or nobleman made him feel relieved. What's the point of comparing yourself to a prodigy? Isn't that just being a busybody? Qi Yin and Sun Jimao's eyes darkened. They were both geniuses, but compared to Su Kan, they were nothing. But being in the same class as someone like that is what makes it challenging. In an instant, their eyes gleamed with high morale. Tsang Yueshua's beautiful eyes turned to look at Su Kan. When we met yesterday, he was lying in a hospital bed after killing a severely wounded level 4 Qi, but now he can kill a level 7 multi-armed demon. In just one day, he achieved what many nest masters could never achieve in their entire lives. Perhaps he will also shine brightly as the king of nesters in the near future. She couldn't help but think that way. Teacher, why are you looking at me like that? Do you have ulterior motives towards me? But I'm just an innocent young boy. Sukin blinked and looked at San Yueshua. Snort. San Yueshua gave a soft snort. Teacher Sanyua, stop being so narcissistic. Sukin doesn't like big things. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingyu immediately interjected. No, I like big ones. All the teachers and students turned their attention to Su Kan. What I mean is that I like people who are broad-minded. Sukin said without blushing or skipping a beat. San Yueshua blushed and glared fiercely at Su Kan before straightening her expression. There are other students in the forest being chased by the multi-armed demon, and we must hurry to rescue them. The relaxed atmosphere became a little tense again, but everyone was relieved to know that Su Kan was there. Unbeknownst to them, Su Kan had become their pillar of support. Teacher. At that moment, a quiet girl suddenly raised her hand, and several bright red birds were standing at her feet. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she blushed and mustered up her courage to speak. Wang Dachui fell into the water and hasn't come out since. Quick, 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 get him out of there. San Yueshua hurriedly called out. Many people stepped forward, ready to jump into the pool, but upon seeing the yellowish, brown water emitting a foul odor, they all stopped in their tracks. Of the multi-armed demon and but they were truly terrified when they saw this pool of murky yellow water. Thornflower Fairy. Thorns entwine her. With a wave of her hand, Lu Qingyu sent countless thorny vines into the pool, quickly pulling out a heavily armored figure. Wang Dachui's eyes were closed, his lips were white, and only his chest was rising and falling slightly. Looks like we'll have to prepare for artificial respiration. A voice rang out, and the air fell into complete silence. Chapter 65 Black Gold Burial. The chubby boy lay on the ground, dozens of poisonous blister beetles crawling on his body, and occasionally yellowish-brown droppings would ooze from behind their tails. That's truly terrifying. No one dared to hiss in the cold air. Everyone stared at the chubby boy, but no one dared to step forward. The student who had just mentioned artificial respiration was hiding far behind, covering his mouth tightly, his face full of terror. Everyone stared at the chubby boy, their faces displaying an indescribable expression. Well, how about letting my super-strong monkey give it a try? A boy spoke up. Does your super-strong monkey know how to give CPR? Someone asked. Yes, its mouth is very flexible. The boy blushed slightly. The silence level in the air is once again at 100%. I'd like to ask you how you know that the monstrous ape's mouth is very flexible? I didn't mean anything by it. I was just curious. The powerful ape stepped forward, sneezed, and instinctively resisted, but under the command of its master, it began to perform artificial respiration on the chubby boy. Puffed, puffed, puffed. As streams of yellow fluid gushed from the chubby boy's mouth, his complexion finally improved, and he wrapped his arms around the strong waist of the monstrous ape. The scene made several girls cover their eyes with their hands and peek through their fingers. With a groan, the chubby boy finally woke up. Damn it, wasn't it supposed to be a beautiful woman? Why is it a monkey? The chubby boy kicked the powerful ape away, his expression quite interesting. Vomit. On the other side, the super-strong ape finally couldn't hold on any longer and began to vomit violently. What's wrong? What are you spitting out? Did you eat shit? As soon as the words left his mouth, the chubby boy quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. Everyone looked at the chubby boy, speechless. The girl who reminded everyone to save the chubby boy had a conflicted look in her eyes. Cough, cough. Aren't we supposed to go rescue the other students? Seeing this, Sukin reminded him. Yes. The teachers in charge realized what was happening and quickly began to organize the students. Sukan, come up here. San Yueshua waved to Sukin from Qing's back. All right. Sukin nimbly jumped onto Qing's body. I want to come up too. Lu Qingyu gave a soft snort and quickly jumped up as well. Suddenly, Sukin was sandwiched between the two. Good heavens. Is this the legendary cheese sandwich between two buns? Feeling the soft, fragrant flesh pressed against his back, he unconsciously shrank his buttocks. San Yueshua seemed to sense something, and her body stiffened involuntarily. Roar! Just then, a loud dragon roar rang out in the sky, and a huge azure figure streaked across the sky. Dragon! City Lord, it's City Lord Jiang. It's City Lord Jiang's azure-winged dragon. Lord Jiang, we are here. Immediately, everyone shouted loudly. Hoo-hoo! A massive figure descended from the sky, and the azure-winged dragon appeared before everyone. with Jiang Baihe prominently positioned at its head. His clothes were stained with blood, and there was a wound on his face that ran from the corner of his eye to his jaw. The azure-winged dragon beneath him also had several scabbed, terrifying wounds on its body. This is enough to show how fierce the battle they went through. We've finally found you. Jiang Baihe's eyes slowly swept over the scene, and when he saw that Song Yueshua was all right, a smile finally appeared on his lips. He truly couldn't imagine how he would explain to Song Yubatian if Song Yueshua were to perish here. The other students have already been let out of Moonlight Forest by their teachers. You all come with me. Blue-winged dragons with mottled scales appeared, one of which had lost a forelimb. When Jiang Baihe appeared, Song Yueshua breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got off Qing and jumped onto the azure-winged flying dragon. Su Kan and Lu Qingyu naturally followed. The three-headed azure-winged dragon, carrying dozens of teachers and students, pushed off the ground with its legs, flapped its wings, and stirred up a whirlwind, disappearing in an instant from the sky above the Moonlight Forest. Jiangqing, at the city gate. Owner, a piercing scream tore through the sky. When Ear saw Zhao Changshan being knocked away by Qi Yi, who was disguised as Hua Wumu, and his fate unknown, she went berserk. Strange runes appeared on her black armor, and her fair face seemed to be affected by the black light, with dark lines appearing on it. Her hands turned into black and gold blades. Die! She suddenly shouted, and a black vortex of energy condensed on the blade, emanating an incomparably sharp aura. Boom! The cyclone storm surged upwards, instantly shattering the protective shield, and Como was also battered and bruised by the cyclone storm. After the attack, the ant's aura weakened considerably, but she couldn't care less about that. Her scales and wings vibrated, and she transformed into a black light, heading towards the direction where Zhao Changshan had fallen. Doran Roama, stop him! Covered in blood, Como roared, and instantly the multi-armed demon wielding the mountain-shaking hammer and the chief figure that attacked Zhao Changshan flashed, blocking the ant's path. Cuomo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned maliciously. What's the rush? Your master isn't dead yet. Wait until my little devil gives him a good talking to before you go. Why don't you stay here and play with us? If you serve us well, we might even leave your master with a whole corpse. When the nest master dies, the nest will collapse, and ordinary troops will inevitably die. Even hero troops will suffer severe damage, and their strength will drop drastically. From the condition of the ants, Zhao Changshan was clearly not dead. You will die. Their path was blocked, compounded by Cuomo's harsh words. Ant's eyes suddenly flashed with black and gold light, and the black and gold blade in its hand attacked wildly, leaving white marks in the void. Hee, this kind of strength is not enough to deal with the three of us. Doran's 14 arms bulged with muscles, the veins bulging like small snakes. Boom! Duolong, wielding his mountain-shaking hammer, found an opening and slammed it down on the ant. The powerful shockwave caused ripples to appear in the void. Ant's small body flew through the air as if hit by a train, leaving a trail of blood before crashing into the city wall of Jiangqing. Owner! Blood trickled from her forehead into the corner of her mouth, and Ant's lips parted, emitting a soft murmur. You deserve to die? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out on the battlefield. A figure staggered to his feet, his black and red robe now stained with blood. One arm was severed at the shoulder, and the other arm revealed a mangled bone. Beneath him, the eyes of more than a dozen multi-armed demons still held lingering fear. Zhao Changshan's face was covered in blood, and his eyes were also stained red with blood, glowing with a bloody light, making him look terrifying and eerie. His chapped lips moved. Black gold burial. Ants scattered in the sky gathered together again, and the leisurely black gold ant swarm formed a continuous expanse, resembling a black sandstorm. An atmosphere of death and horror permeated the air. Chapter 66 Fighting to the Last Moment of Life. A chilling aura surged from the black gold ant swarm, shrouding the sky in darkness and gloom, and an atmosphere of despair instantly filled the air. Zhao Changshan was dressed in rags, his bloodshot eyes filled with endless coldness and rage. Black gold funeral, a violent burial. A cold shout rang out, and the temperature in the air seemed to drop considerably. Scatter and escape. Seeing the black gold ant swarm sweeping over like a black sandstorm of death, Como shouted and fled into the distance without looking back. Duolong and Ruama's expressions changed drastically, and they turned and ran. But it was too late. The swarm of black gold ants instantly covered half the sky, enveloping the two demons and Qi. Screams and roars echoed in the storm of death, but as a faint crimson hue appeared on the surface of the black gold storm, all sounds vanished. Quite a while. The sky was clear and bright. The black gold ant swarm vanished, leaving only 3 skeletal figures. Bang! Bang! 2 loud explosions rang out, and the 2 skeletal figures vanished. The last skeletal figure grinned, revealing its fleshless mouth. A grayish-white light emanated from its bones, and flesh began to regenerate. In the blink of an eye, a pale-skinned, somewhat hunched figure appeared in midair. It was Qi, who had attacked Zhao Changshan earlier. However, compared to before, his aura had weakened considerably, and he seemed to be at less than level 5. A spiritual technique that can only be used once in a lifetime. I never thought it would be used up like this. Fortunately, I survived. Ruama let out a hoarse voice, stepping on the blood-soaked, muddy ground, and walked step by step toward Zhao Changshan, revealing a cruel smile. How should I punish you, the one who started this? Zhao Changshan didn't speak, he just smiled. The anger in his eyes vanished at that moment, replaced by resentment and a sense of relief. Having fought this far, he had exhausted his last bit of strength. His blood-red eyes turned towards the city gate of Jiangqing. The sight of black and red robes fluttering in the wind is no longer there. Zhao Long, the deputy captain of the Military Intelligence Bureau, leaned against the city gate with one trouser leg hanging empty. He mechanically swung the knife in his hand. There were no other figures around him except for a heavily armored rhinoceros with a bloody mess beside him. That was his last unit. Inside the city walls, there were continuous bursts of fire and explosions, as well as devastating roars. It's over, Zhao Changshan murmured. Yes, it's over. Before anyone knew it, Rama had already approached, holding a white blade in his hand, a ferocious smile on his lips. A white light slashed down. Sizzle. Crimson blood splattered across the sky, and a jade-like arm fell to the ground in the sunlight. Owner, with her last ounce of strength, Itoi stood in front of Zhao Changshan, her right arm severed at the shoulder. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Ruama glanced at Ear in surprise, then smiled disdainfully. Then I'll send you both on your way. The white blade was raised high once more, its cold light flashing. Old Zhao, a blue figure rapidly approached from the sky, and Zhang Baihe's eyes widened in fury. After rescuing the students in Moonlight Forest, Zhang Baihe led Su Kan and the others back to Jiangcheng at top speed, just in time to witness this scene. Faster, faster. Zhang Baihe roared furiously in his heart, his hands frantically forming hand seals. The 10 seals he once took pride in per second now seemed incredibly slow. Zhao Changshan smiled, his eyes narrowing, upon hearing Zhang Baihe's shout. He knew Jiangqing. There's hope. Qingyi, faster. Click, click, click. Silver light flashed across the sky as bolts of lightning struck one after another. The silver snake exploded for more than 10 seconds before stopping. Sensed something was wrong when the first lightning bolt struck his head, but then more than 10 lightning bolts rained down on him. Is the sky sending down a thunderstorm? This was the last thought in his mind. The overflowing lightning spread to Zhao Changshan, turning his bald spot into a completely bald head. Whoosh! The azure-winged dragon landed and pulled Zhao Changshan and Ear, who had been stunned by the aftershocks of the lightning bolt spell, out of the water. Su Kan, thank you, Zhang Baihe said to Su Kan with a solemn expression. Without Su Kan, he absolutely would not have been able to save Zhao Changshan from Mo's blade. Of course, Su Kan said solemnly. The ferocity of the battle made him feel a deep respect for Zhao Changshan, this unconventional Mediterranean man. The azure-winged dragon charged wildly, killing the level 7 multi-armed demon and Qi, and the rest were routed with a single blow. The group quickly arrived at the city gate. Zhao Long saw the azure-winged dragon. He twitched his lips and dropped the already chipped blade from his hand to the ground. Qingyi, save them. The azure-winged dragon landed, and with a sweep of its tail, it wiped out the multi-armed demons at the city gate. However, Zhao Long's body was already stiff. Zhang Baihe sighed softly, gave Zhao Long a Dragon Kingdom military salute, left some of the teachers and students in charge of dealing with the battlefield outside the city, and headed into the city. The battle outside the city was drawing to a close, but the city itself was devastated. Many headless human corpses could be seen along the street, clearly the work of the Qi clan. The multi-armed demons attacked outside the city, while the Qi clan wreaked havoc inside, truly catching Jiangqing completely off guard. Zhao Changshan's decision to disregard the Qi clan within the city and fight to the death against the multi-armed demons outside was a last resort. Otherwise, if the multi-armed demons enter the city and form an alliance with the Qi clan, Jiangcheng will truly be doomed. Lord, the Lord is back. The city Lord is here, brothers, hold on. Suddenly a shout rang out. The azure-winged dragon continued to approach. It saw a large contingent of city defense troops, led by a middle-aged man in silver armor, fighting a group of Qi tribesmen. As the soldiers clashed with the zombies, several figures fell every second. The magical light shone brightly, and fireballs, wind blades, lightning, and dazzling light rained down continuously. However, the corpse monsters of the Qi clan felt no pain and showed no fear, continuing to brutally reap the lives of the city's defense troops and soldiers. Lung Yu, hang in there. Jiang Baihe patted the azure-winged dragon he sat on, and immediately azure flames condensed in the dragon's mouth. Lord, don't worry about us. Go to Jiangxing No. 1 High School. The Qi clan is slaughtering students there. Lung Yu shouted anxiously. These Qi creatures was precisely to block them and prevent them from passing. Rain is falling. Upon hearing this, Su Kan's expression changed. Su Yulua is still studying at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Her Snow Maiden is affected by the blood-cursed demon blood, and is not even as good as a bronze soldier. She could probably be killed by any Qi. He pushed off with both legs and jumped off the azure-winged dragon, running wildly towards Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Careful! Jiang Baihe's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly. On the side of the street, an octopus arm-like tentacle pierced through a house and rapidly twisted towards Su Kan. Moreover, judging from the aura of those tentacles, it's undoubtedly level 7. They never imagined that there was a level 7 expert lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and that his target was Su Kan. Song Yueshue was also greatly alarmed and immediately summoned Qing, who flew swiftly towards Su Kan's direction. Lu Qingyu's pretty face turned pale, and she took a step forward, following closely behind. Chapter 67 Fiery Lion. Yellow Wind Bird. Easily crushing any obstacles in its path. Such a blow, if it hits flesh and blood, would probably explode into a pile of blood and foam. Su Kan also noticed the rapidly approaching tentacles at this moment. The powerful aura emanating from them made his heart skip a beat. Judging by his imposing presence, Jing Guanyu is probably no stronger than a piece of thin paper. Boom! Just as the tentacles were about to reach him, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked his way. Boom! The tentacle lashed out at the blue figure, instantly sending scales flying and blood and flesh splattering. With a deep roar, the azure-winged dragon that had been blocking Su Kan's path crashed to the ground. I'll hold him off. You guys go to First High School. Jiang Baihe rode the azure-winged dragon. He was sitting on to Su Kan. That attack was blocked by Jiang Baihe at the cost of sacrificing a green-winged dragon. After the battle, Jiang Baihe's 8 azure-winged dragons have been reduced to only 1 hero type and 2 ordinary type. Just now, another ordinary soldier was sacrificed to save Su Kan. Su Kan nodded solemnly and headed straight towards the First High School. This is not the time for idle talk. Every second wasted could cost several lives. Come on up. Song Yueshue stretched out her jade hand and pulled Su Kan onto Qing's body. The two people and the fox transformed into a fleeting blue shadow, rushing towards the direction of the First High School. Lu Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Su Kan was not injured, but when she saw Song Yueshue take Su Kan away in the blink of an eye, she stomped her foot angrily. A despicable, wicked woman. Qing was incredibly fast, speeding along, either swatting away any Qi that tried to block its path with a single claw or dodging it directly. Soon, they would be able to see the gate of the First High School. A large group of Qi and corpse monsters surrounded the entrance of No. 1 High School. The teachers of No. 1 High School, along with students with combat skills and the nest masters who came to the rescue from Jiangcheng, struggled to resist the Qi's attack. The school is mostly made up of ordinary students who are powerless to fight back. If these bastards were to enter, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fiery Lion, Flame Impact. Wang Fuguei shouted loudly. A tall, fiery red lion opened its mouth and spewed a burst of flames, incinerating several Qi and corpse monsters. But it was soon overwhelmed by even more corpse monsters. Holding a shield in his hand, Wang Fuguei's complexion was no longer as rosy as before. Of his 6 fiery lion soldiers, only 3 remain, while the Qi and corpse monsters surrounding them seem endless. In midair, a beautiful woman in green stood on a yellow bird. The bird breathed out yellow wind, which instantly turned a group of flying bird corpses into ashes. But soon more corpse-like flying birds appeared to fill the gap. Damn Qi, how come we can't kill them all? Her face was deathly pale. After fighting for so long, both the soldiers and she herself had almost exhausted their spiritual energy. The Chi who besieged the first high school were not very strong. Most of them were level 2 or 3, and there were only 2 or 3 level 6 ones. However, these low-level Chi tribes managed to tie down most of their efforts. Hee hee, you've got a good brain. I'll take it. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. A creature with a pair of fleshy wings on its back and feet resembling elephant hooves flew into the sky. Judging from his aura, he has already reached level 6. Have they finally chosen this moment to make their move? The beautiful woman in green suddenly became serious, her attention fully focused. Normally, she wouldn't be afraid of a level 6 Chi, but now her spiritual power is less than 30%, and the stamina of her unit, the yellow wind bird, has also dropped significantly. Alas! The creature made a strange sound and suddenly charged forward. Humph! The yellow wind bird let out a cry, and several gusts of yellow wind spewed out. Haha! You think you can hit me with such a slow attack? Chi smiled smugly, his body suddenly rising upwards, and then falling sharply, one foot landing heavily on the back of the yellow flying bird with a thunderous sound. Scare! With a mournful cry, the yellow wind bird plummeted straight to the ground, only to be overwhelmed by the surging corpse monsters before it even hit the ground. The beautiful woman in green glanced at the 4 remaining yellow wind birds around her. She no longer hoped to defeat the Chi beast, she only hoped to buy as much time as possible. Come out! Chi let out a sinister laugh. Headed, eagle-bodied corpse monsters appeared around him, and judging from their aura, they were all at level 6. My darlings, go help me tear those yellow birds into pieces. He grinned. A human head and an eagle's body descended upon them with a howling sound. Chi followed closely behind, his feet enveloped in gray light, and suddenly kicked at the beautiful woman in green on the yellow wind bird. The beautiful woman in green was greatly shocked, and a look of panic flashed in her eyes. She had only managed to cast a green spiritual shield when she felt a tremendous force strike her. In an instant, the spirit shield shattered, and the person flew to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Su-kan and Song Yueshua sat on Qing's back, while 5 dark moon fairies with chilling sword lights swiftly slaughtered the Chi and corpse monsters that surrounded them, advancing towards the school gate. Call! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and a figure in blue descended from the sky, crashing down on the 2 of them. The wind seemed to rush from beneath Qing's feet, and he tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! Song Yueshua, who hadn't even reacted yet, to the ground. Su-kan landed on the back of his head, seeing stars and feeling dizzy. The feeling of 2 heavy objects pressing down on his face and stomach made him extremely uncomfortable. Song Yueshua saw the figure opposite her. Her eyes were a little confused, but she quickly realized what was happening. Lu Wanjun. The beautiful woman in green realized what was happening when she saw Song Yueshua. Teacher Song Yue, aren't you in Moonlight Forest? It's a long story, let's kill these chief first. Song Yueshua smiled bitterly. Mom! Suddenly, a voice shouted. Lu Qingyu came running quickly from a distance, her face flushed red. What are you doing? Get off Su-kan right now. Lu Wanyun was taken aback, then blushed, and stood up. Song Yueshua also quickly stood up from Su-kan's stomach. Su-kan, are you alright? Lu Qingyu quickly pulled Su-kan up. It's nothing, I'm just a little dizzy and my nose hurts a bit. Su-kan still hasn't figured out what's going on. All he knew was that by the time he realized what was happening, he was already lying on the ground. Wah, you have a nosebleed, and a big bump on the back of your head. While rubbing the back of Su-kan's head, Lu Qingyu covered his nose in a panic. Finally, he glared fiercely at Lu Wanjun and Song Yueshua. Lu Wanyun's pretty face flushed slightly, and she subtly shifted her body to the side. No wonder she felt a warmth beneath her. It took Su-kan a while to come back to his senses. Song Yueshua a resentful look. If it weren't for the boost to his body from the system's numerous attribute points, he probably would have been crushed to death by the 2 of them. Chapter 68, could Suyulua also be a cheater? Cough cough. Don't you know healing magic? Lu Wanyun coughed lightly and saw that blood was still seeping from between Lu Qingyu's fingers as she covered Su-kan's nose, so she couldn't help but remind her. I'm sorry, Su-kan. Lu Qingyu blushed and quickly formed a hand seal. A faint blue aura gathered, and the gentle aura emanating from it was exceptionally comforting. The spirit of wood. A beam of vibrant wood elemental energy shot towards Su-kan, its gentle, soothing power enveloping his entire head. The pain in the back of his head quickly subsided, and the bleeding from his nose stopped. Soon, The gentle spiritual energy dissipated, and Su-Kan's head injury was completely healed. Buy one get one free. So many prey have appeared all at once. Chi, who had injured Lu Wanyun. Be careful, he's a level 6 Chi. Lu Wanyun's expression became tense. Her yellow wind birds were all killed by Chi, and her spiritual power was almost exhausted. At this moment, she was practically a burden. Green. San Yueshue called out softly. In an instant, Storm Fox Ching rode on a blue whirlwind and rushed towards Chi in the sky. But they were quickly blocked by several human-headed, eagle-bodied corpse monsters. Dark Moon Fairy, Dance of the Dark Moon. Sukan also shouted directly. The dark moonlight descended. The Dark Moon Fairy wielded her twin swords, her graceful sword dance radiating a chilling, killing intent. Sukan wasn't idle either. He fired several perfect-level slow spells directly. Although they could only have a slight effect on level 6 corpse monsters, they were enough for the Dark Moon Fairy. Before long, the Dark Moon Fairy, having slain several human-headed, eagle-bodied corpse monsters, arrived before Chi. As the green light enveloped him and the illusory shackles descended, Chi's expression changed, and his body flickered with gray spiritual light, instantly freeing him from the effects of the slowing spell. But countless sword lights, accompanied by moonlight, seemed to splash ink, directly painting on his body. As a hideous head shot into the sky, the sword dance abruptly stopped. Wow, that's amazing. Lu Wanyun's red lips parted wide, her eyes filled with shock. The aura emanating from Su-Kan is only at the 4th rank, so how could he be so powerful? Moreover, Su-Kan cast at least 7 slowing spells in that instant. Wasn't he afraid of exhausting his spiritual power all at once? All these shocks made her less surprised that Su-Kan had mastered the slowing technique. After eliminating the level 6 Chi, Su-Kan didn't rest. Teacher Tsanyue, you stay here and protect them. I'll handle these Chi. For the Dark Moon Fairy, killing these level 5 and below Chi is incredibly easy, especially with the Conquest talent buff. Sang Yueshue and the others could react. Su-Kan rushed into the Chi ditch with the Dark Moon Fairy, bringing with him a shower of blood and flesh. Wang Fuguei held the shield in both hands, sweat beading on his forehead. He was almost exhausted, but the Chi beasts around him seemed endless. Especially after seeing Lu Wanyun being knocked away by Chi in midair, he felt a deep sense of sorrow. He and Lu Wanyun were both at level 6, but they were also struggling to cope with the Chi high offensive. Looks like it'll be my turn soon. Wang Fuguei grinned. Only one fiery lion remained in front of him. Sigh, Brother Wang, you still look as weak as ever. Su-Kan fought his way through the crowd and smiled at Wang Fuguei. Su-Kan. Wang Fuguei didn't react for a moment. It's only been a few days, and you don't recognize me anymore? Su-Kan grinned. Dark Moon Fairies surrounded him, and the flying sword light was like a meat grinder, severing a large number of limbs every breath. You fool, what are you doing in here? Get out. Wang Fuguei, realizing what was happening, looked anxious. Wang Yifan's strength was stronger than he had expected. He simply couldn't kill such a large number of Chi by himself. They'll end up like him. The soldiers were overwhelmed by the sheer number of corpse monsters controlled by Chi, and their own physical and spiritual energy was quickly depleted. It wasn't that he was no match for these Chi, but that he had to defend this place. Behind him were countless students who were powerless to even kill a chicken. How could he retreat? Su-Kan is here and will soon face the same situation as him. How can he not panic? It's all right. Lord Jiang and the teacher leading the team will be here soon. Just hold on for a little while. Su-Kan smiled nonchalantly, shielding Wang Fuguei from the golden light. Of course, he dared to barge in because he had his own reasons. The system's troop resurrection function is his greatest source of confidence. A level 4 Dark Moon Fairy dies in battle. It can be instantly resurrected by consuming 500 evolution points. He still has 1,500 evolution points, plus the Dark Moon Fairy's Conquest talent, so he can hold on no matter what. Phew. Okay, then be careful. Wang Fuguei breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, how's my silly son? Is he dead? Good grief. The first question they asked was whether I was dead. Are you sure you're his biological father and not his stepfather? But seeing Wang Fuguei's round, chubby face, which was basically an enlarged version of a little fat boy, he felt relieved. If even this doesn't prove the child isn't biologically related, then even a paternity test specialist would probably cry. Don't worry, Brother Wang, he's perfectly fine. Su-Kan said with a smile. I never expected that simpleton would be so lucky. Wang Fuguei pursed his lips, but a hint of relaxation flashed in his eyes. Su-Kan smiled but didn't say anything. Bang! Suddenly, A loud bang came from not far away, and a level 2 corpse monster was pierced through by a fair and tender fist. A white-haired girl led several students toward them. Suyulu? Sukin was a little confused. Shouldn't Suyulu stay at school? How did that fair, delicate fist manage to punch right through a level 2 zombie monster? Even with his current physical strength, he's only about this level. Is Suyulu also a cheater? Sukan. Upon seeing Sukan, Suyulu jumped up and hugged his neck with both hands. Wah! I heard they said Jiancheng is surrounded by Qi and the multi-armed demon. I thought I would never see you again. Suyulu's ruby-like eyes reddened even more, with tears welling up in them. It's all right, I'm standing right here. Sukan's heart skipped a beat. He gently patted her back. Suyulu had always been a strong and proud woman. He almost forgot that she was actually a little girl a year younger than him. Snort. Suyulu quickly wiped her eyes. I'm not worried about you. I'm just worried that if the multi-armed demon sees you as pieces, I'll have to collect your corpse. That would be disgusting. This? Sukan's expression froze. She's the kind of girl who cries for ages if you punch her. How come she's suddenly become so unlovable? Chapter 69 Yang Calamity. Annihilation of the Light Feathers. Seeing that Suyulu was unharmed, Sukan felt much more at ease. But the battle is far from over. First high school, outside of the school. Qi and the corpse monsters surged like waves, their swords flashing, and with each strike of sword light, severed limbs and fragments shot into the sky. After continuous battles, the Dark Moon fairies began to tire themselves out, and their sword-wielding speed noticeably slowed down. Despite their increasing combat prowess due to their battle talents, the massive loss of blood makes it increasingly difficult for them to wield their swords. Qi, whose palms were covered in bone spurs, suddenly struck a Dark Moon fairy through the chest. Crimson blood splattered down, and the Dark Moon fairy's arms fell limply to her sides. She was then engulfed by the Qi and the corpse monster. Before Qi could even grin, a chilling sword light slashed down, severing him in two. Looking at his severed lower body, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The fierce battle continued, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more Dark Moon elves were overwhelmed by the corpse monsters. Sukan, are we going to die here? Suyulu blinked and asked. Of course not. Sukan stroked her soft white hair, and then said to himself. System, expedite the resurrection of the 3 Dark Moon fairies. Ding. 1,500 evolution points consumed. 3 level 4 gold unit Dark Moon fairies have been revived. Dark Moon fairies in perfect condition emerged from the void. Directly revived troops? Wang Fugue's chubby face was full of shock. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything more. Everyone has their own secrets. Peeping into someone else's secrets is like wanting them to strip naked and dance in front of you. They don't even know how many 13ths there are. Suyulu was also surprised, but she was surprised in many ways. Why is Sukan so powerful even though he just awakened? Wasn't Sukan supposed to awaken the Azure refining worm? How did it turn into a pretty young lady? With too many questions, she simply stopped caring. She held Sukan's arm tightly with both hands. Rain falls. Sukan felt the softness enveloping his arms and tried to pull away, but Suyulu held him even tighter. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded, like a thunderclap in a clear sky, and the earth trembled at the sound of the roar. Suyulu screamed and clung to Sukan. The only remaining fiery lion beside Wang Fugue collapsed to the ground, its eyes filled with fear as if it had sensed a natural enemy. Roar. Another majestic roar resounded, and a colossal figure descended from the sky, rising above the clouds. It was a white tiger that was at least 3 meters tall, and a human figure was standing at the tiger's head. She was dressed in a white dress, her figure was stunning, and her face was covered by a white veil, so her features could not be seen. But thanks to Sukan's discerning eye, he could tell at a glance that she was definitely a great beauty. Snort. Suyulu gave a soft snort, and suddenly twisted his waist with her jade-like hand. Is it really that beautiful? My mouth is watering. Sukan cried out in pain, ignoring the pain in his waist, and hurriedly raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth. Where's the saliva? He immediately realized that he had been tricked by Suyulu. You underestimate me. I, Sukan, am not that kind of person. He immediately retorted righteously. A rat from the gutter dares to act recklessly in my human city. Just as he and Suyulu were arguing, the woman in the white dress patted the tiger's head, and an immense pressure emanated from the white tiger. The Qi people collapsed and lay sprawled on the ground in large swaths. Yang Calamity. Annihilate all the radiant feathers. Another cold remark. The white tiger opened its mouth wide in fury, and an incredibly dazzling white light gathered in its mouth. The intense white light was extremely eye-catching, and then the white light transformed into a dazzling ball of light about 1 meter in diameter, which flew into the sky. Suddenly, the entire sky brightened up, as if a second sun had appeared. A blazing ball of light floated in the sky, its surface covered with feather-like specks of light. As the light feather fell, Chi and the corpse monster were instantly melted without making a sound, like ice and snow exposed to high temperatures. In a matter of seconds, the entire Jiangcheng was emptied, and there was no trace of Chi and the corpse monster. All the Chi and the corpse monsters silently turned to ashes within this luminous feather. Gurgle. Sukin swallowed. This is absolutely terrifying. Could this woman in the white dress be a king or nobleman? For a moment, he couldn't help but think of the woman in the black dress in the underground temple. It would be really exciting if the two of them fought. Damn it. What am I thinking? Sukin quickly shook his head, banishing this absurd idea from his mind. Aunt. While everyone was stunned by this scene, Song Yueshua sat on Qing's back and flew towards the woman in the white dress. Qing twisted its body uneasily, flying crookedly, looking terrified but having no choice but to go over. Oh my. Swear, I've missed you so much. The woman in the white dress narrowed her eyes, waved her hand, and a chain of spiritual energy swept Song Yueshua and Qing together. And Qing, it's been a long time. Have you missed your aunt? The woman in the white dress grabbed the pair of green fox ears with one hand and lifted it up. He held his limbs and claws half-bent in front of his chest and nodded hurriedly, only to find that his head was completely immobile. If you don't nod, it means you don't miss me. The woman in the white dress rolled her eyes. Then I'd better hurry up and find a male fox to marry you. Your children will definitely listen to me then. Its eyes were filled with terror, its body trembled uncontrollably, and all the blue fur on its body stood on end. All right, Auntie, stop bullying Qing. Song Yueshua pouted in dissatisfaction, quickly snatched Qing back from the woman in the white dress, and then swiftly put it back into the nest, giving her no further chance. Oh dear, you're so boring. The woman in the white dress rolled her eyes and said, Swear, do you have a boy you like? Tell your aunt, and your aunt will just tie him up for you. No. Song Yueshua blushed and hurriedly waved her hand. She's now hesitant to let Sukin pretend to be her boyfriend, otherwise who knows what might happen. Your face is all red, and you still say you didn't? The woman in the white dress glanced at Song Yueshua, then suddenly her pupils widened, and she pointed incredulously at Song Yueshua's pants. Swear you who did this. Tell your aunt, and your aunt will cut him into a human stick and bring him to you. Auntie, what are you saying? Song Yueshua looked down with a puzzled expression, only to see a bright red bloodstain on her pants. Her expression froze for a moment, then her face turned bright red. She remembered where the bloodstains came from, and the image of falling into the pool flashed through her mind, her shameful sitting posture, and Sukin's nosebleed. The bloodstains must have been left at that time. Her pretty face turned even redder. The woman in the white dress exuded a terrifying aura, and in that instant, the white clouds above Jiangcheng were dispersed. The sun shone brightly through the clouds. The overwhelming pressure, like the blazing sun, pressed down on Jiangcheng. Chapter 70, A Terrifying Woman. Mingfei. A powerful and oppressive aura enveloped Jiangcheng, filling the entire sky with a sense of oppression and terror. Bang, bang, bang. Many people couldn't withstand the pressure and fell to the ground. So strong. Sukin gritted his teeth, his legs trembling. He felt as if someone was hammering his back. Jiang Baihe, the city lord of Jiangcheng, greets consort Ming. At this moment, Jiang Baihe's voice rang out. His robes were stained with blood, and half of Qingyi's wing was torn apart. That level 7 Qi was far more powerful than he had imagined. If it weren't for the arrival of the light feather at the end, he might have died at the hands of that Qi. However, with the arrival of consort Sun Yue in Jiangcheng, this ordeal was considered over. Jiang Baihe breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Jiang Baihe, I didn't expect you to be the city lord of Jiangcheng. A crisp sound rang out, and the woman in the white dress casually glanced at Jiang Baihe before her gaze swept over the crowd on the ground again. This kid, at the 4th grade nestmaster level, can actually withstand my pressure? Song Yu Mingfei said with slight surprise, and immediately an even more powerful aura surged down. Damn, the sense of oppression is even stronger now. Sukin bent his legs, his clenched teeth grinding as if they were about to shatter. Song Yueshua also noticed Sukin's unusual behavior, and her expression immediately became anxious. Auntie, I'm really fine. I got this blood on myself during the battle. No, no, why are you so nervous? Song Yumingfei gave her a strange look. Do you know that kid? Or are you having an affair with him? He is my student. Song Yueshua blushed slightly as she spoke. Teacher-student relationship? Just thinking about it is exciting. Song Yumingfei stroked her chin. How about I kill that girl next to that kid for you, and then capture him to be your boyfriend? That's his sister. Song Yueshua quickly said. Consort Song Yue always kept her word, and she had no doubt that her aunt would really kill Su Yulaw. You know so much about him. Could it be that you really have feelings for him? Song Yumingfei looked at Song Yueshua suspiciously, but the surging aura around her gradually disappeared. This? Song Yueshua blushed. She knew that the reason Song Yumingfei appeared in Jiangsheng was not only to give her the materials to evolve the Storm Fox into the Golden Unit Three-Tailed Storm Fox, but also to make her return to Shanghai. The King of Nestmasters event is about to begin. She was going to leave Jiangsheng sooner or later, but for now, she secretly glanced at Su Kan out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that the terrifying aura emanating from Song Yumingfei had disappeared, Zhang Baihe flapped his blue wings and flew unsteadily into the air. Thank you for your help, Your Highness. On behalf of all the people of Jiangsheng, Zhang Baihe expresses his gratitude to Your Highness. Zhang Baihe said respectfully. Song Yue Mingfei is Song Yue Beishan's younger sister. He and Song Yueshua's father, Song Yu Batian, were good brothers, but he dared not overstep his bounds in front of Song Yu Mingfei. After all, Song Yu Batian was often beaten so badly by Song Yu Mingfei that he had to run away with his tail between his legs. It's been over 10 years, and you're still stuck at the 7th rank. You're really useless. Song Yu Mingfei directly mocked her. Zhang Baihe smiled wryly, but having known Song Yu Mingfei for over a decade, he was already used to it. Jiangsheng has suffered great chaos and is in dire need of reconstruction. We would be grateful if Your Highness could stay at the City Lord's mansion for the time being. Alright, let's go see how you've been enjoying yourself all these years. Consort Song Yue headed directly towards the Jiangsheng City Lord's mansion. Zhang Baihe quickly summoned Lung Yu, the commander of the city's defense forces, said a few words to him, and then hurriedly followed. Su Kan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and even after the oppressive aura in the air had dissipated for a long time, he was still shaken. Su Kan. At this moment, Lu Qingyu and the others arrived. Are you alright? Lu Qingyu asked worriedly, and the wood's spirit breath emitted a shimmering green light that shone on Su Kan, making him feel much better immediately. Fine. Su Kan grinned. But that woman is really strong. Then let's go to the City Lord's mansion. Commander Lung Yu said that City Lord Jiang told us to go to the City Lord's mansion to assemble first. Su Kan naturally had no objections. Compared to the dilapidated state of the City Lord's mansion was in better condition. Although there were remnants of various spiritual energy attacks on the exterior walls, the overall structure was still intact. They arrived at the City Lord's mansion. There were already many people standing outside, including Qi Yin and Sun Zhimao. Song Yueshua beside him. Is this the younger generation of Jiangsheng? They're really useless. They can't even compare to the Demon City. Song Yue Mingfei said with a light laugh. Although the sound wasn't loud, everyone present was no ordinary person. Their 5 senses were greatly enhanced under the nourishment of spiritual energy. The seemingly soft voice was no different from whispering in their ear. Zhang Baihe gave an awkward laugh. The younger generation in Jiangsheng was naturally not as good as those in Shanghai, but only Song Yu Mingfei could say it so bluntly. Many students' eyes flashed with anger, but when they thought of the woman's terrifying strength, their anger vanished instantly. To her, they were nothing but ants, nothing at all. Su Kan smiled. The younger generation in Shanghai may be powerful, but in front of this cheater, he only wants to say one thing. Everyone is equal before a cheater. Kid, what's wrong? You have a problem with that. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. But then he saw Consort Song Yue's bright eyes fixed on him. The other students were taken aback, but after noticing Song Yu Mingfei's gaze, many of them instantly showed excitement in their eyes. They were all students who had witnessed Su Kan's strength in the Moonlight Forest. Su Kan is a genius of the Twin Nest, capable of killing even a level 7 multi-armed demon, making him undoubtedly the strongest young generation in Jiangsheng. Su Kan, don't back down. Let her see the strength of the younger generation in Jiangsheng, Qi Yin shouted directly. My lord, Su Kan is the number 1 among our younger generation. Why don't you witness his strength firsthand before you evaluate the younger generation of Jiangsheng? Sun Zhimao then clasped his hands in a fist salute and addressed consort Song Yue Mingfei. Damn it. They're all a bunch of troublemakers. Sukan's face darkened. You all wish I were dead, don't you? He didn't want this terrifying woman to notice him. Your Highness, please calm down. They are still students who have never left Jiangqing. They are unaware of the vastness of the world and have little experience. Please do not take it to heart. Jiang Baihe quickly said. He had heard from other students about Su Kan's invincible achievements in the twin nests and slaying a level 7 multi-armed demon. But Song Yu Mingfei never plays by the rules. It's not surprising that she even personally took to the field to let them know the terrifying strength of the young generation in Shanghai. Sorry, she's just that sharp-tongued and shameless. Song Yu Mingfei completely ignored Jiang Baihe and stared directly at Su Kan. Hey kid in black stockings, come out for a stroll and let me witness your power. Chapter 71 Bright Daylight White Tiger. Unparalleled Hero Order. Damn it. Am I a dog? They even came out for a stroll. And why do you insist on calling me the guy in black stockings? Am I so handsome that you can't even ignore the black stockings? Sukan noticed the gazes directed at him, especially the TSK, glug, and nice legs, which made him feel a little hot, even with his thick skin. Lu Qingyu couldn't even hold back her laughter anymore, because she noticed Lu Wanyun's gaze was directed at her. As Lu Wanyun's mother, she was very familiar with her daughter's style of dressing. These black overalls are clearly Lu Qingyu's. It seems my daughter has grown up. She twitched her lips and looked Sukan up and down with the same eye one would give a prospective son-in-law. That dog is handsome, innate talent and strength. He is worthy of his daughter. However, just thinking about the scene of falling onto Su Kan, her fair face couldn't help but blush. If you're going out for a stroll, then go for a stroll. Su Kan, however, did not notice Lu Wanyun's gaze. He gritted his teeth, tilted his handsome face at a 45-degree angle to look up at the sky, and confidently walked out of the crowd. Sorry, wearing black stockings is just that powerful. Su Kan, my aunt was just joking with you. Why don't you take it back? Song Yueshue couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly spoke up. 3 years ago, her aunt, posing as a 13-year-old, participated in the Shanghai Children's Palace Nestmaster competition and managed to bully a group of newly awakened Nestmaster boys and girls until they cried. They were met with harsh criticism from the adult world as soon as they took their first steps. Kid, I admire your courage. Of her hand, consort Sanyue summoned a gigantic white tiger that emerged from the void, its lantern-like eyes fixed on Su Kan. Then, let my Dawn White Tiger keep you company and have some fun. Song Yu Mingfei narrowed her eyes, and a tiger paw even larger than Su Kan's body pressed him directly to the ground. Mingzhou Baihu lowered its head and looked at Su Kan, its mouth wide open, revealing its ferocious fangs that gleamed with cold light. A fierce aura swept over us. Su Kanren was somewhat dumbfounded. This is utterly unsportsmanlike. If I knew the lightning 5-strike whip, you'd be in for a world of hurt. Jiang Baihe smiled bitterly. He knew this would happen. The other students were also stunned, their legs trembling. Is this what they call the younger generation in Shanghai? Are you sure you're not from the Annie generation? Of course, they dared not speak again. Qi Yin and Sun Jimao could only cast an apologetic glance at Su Kan. Bright daytime white tiger, let him broaden his horizons. Song Yue Mingfei said with a light laugh. In an instant, the white tiger's gaping maw suddenly lunged down at Su Kan. Buzz! Just then, a wisp of black light appeared on Su Kan's cheek, and a bright red lip print appeared. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Qingyu let out a soft In the underground palace, the woman in the black dress had kissed Su Kan, and this lip print must have been left at that time. She just didn't expect that the lip print had a hidden meaning. The instant the lip print appeared, countless black light threads bloomed, and the endless black radiance made the city lord's mansion seem to enter the night. Within the black light, a crescent moon rose and fell, and a tall, graceful figure emerged from it. Oh, it's only been a short time since we last met, and you've been bullied so badly. The woman chuckled softly, gently patting out her jade-like hand and pressing it against the massive head of the white tiger in the daytime. A bullying little tiger is no good. With a soft laugh, a surge of black energy erupted forth, was sent flying hundreds of meters backward without any chance to fight back, and all the buildings of the city lord's mansion along the way were destroyed. This flight almost turned the city lord's mansion upside down. Aren't you in the underground palace? Sukan blinked, looking in surprise at the woman who had effortlessly vanished Mingzhou Baihu with a single palm strike. I'm here too. The woman in the black dress chuckled softly. I was just worried that you wouldn't keep your promise when the dark moon was in the sky, so I left myself a backup plan. Damn it. As expected, the old demon was so cunning that he even knew I had no intention of going back. However, he just chuckled to himself. You've misunderstood. How could I not go? Am I, Su Kan, the kind of person who doesn't keep his promises? The woman in the black dress smiled, her dark eyes fixed on him, without saying a word. Su Kan scratched his head, revealing the most genuine smile he had ever shown in his life. How dare these powerful alien beings appear so openly in our human city? Do they think our human military is weak? Do they think our two emperors of China don't exist? At this moment, Consort Sanyue spoke coldly. As his voice rang out, 5 white tigers appeared around her, one of which had a king character on its forehead that shimmered with a bright golden light. An aura of dominance emanated from the city, and the entire Jiangxing fell into complete silence in that instant. Who is the current commander of the human race military command? Is Long Zhantian present? I hold Emperor Hua and Emperor Xia in the highest esteem. But I wonder if you recognize this token. The woman in the black dress had black light wrapped around her hands. In an instant, a token appeared in the void. The token had the word hero printed on the front, and below it was a figure with a face that looked exactly like the woman in the black dress. The back of the token is printed with the words peerless, followed by a map of the Dragon City and the golden dragon flag of the Dragon Kingdom. The entire token simply floated silently in the air, yet it exuded an inexplicable sense of majesty. The Order of Unparalleled Heroes. Jiang Baihe murmured, his pupils widening instantly, and without thinking, he knelt down on one knee. Jiang Baihe, Lord of Jiangxing, pays his respects to the hero. Hero's Order. The Dragon Kingdom has been established for 10,000 years, and less than 100 of these tokens have been distributed. Moreover, as far as he knows, the earliest hero token was issued 1,000 years ago. He had lived half his life, and this was the first time he had ever seen a hero's token. Those who can obtain the hero's token are undoubtedly people who have made great contributions when the Dragon Kingdom faced a life-or-death crisis. In today's Dragon Kingdom, living holders of the hero's token are all powerful figures who live in seclusion and rarely appear in public. Even kings and nobles must treat them with utmost respect and dare not be the slightest bit presumptuous. The fallen heroes, with their hero tokens, also made their families hero families, shining with the glory of the Dragon Kingdom and being revered for generations. The sudden appearance of this woman, who was actually holding the hero's token, caused a huge uproar in Jiang Baihe's heart. Is she a living hero? He had no doubt that the hero token was forged. The hero token was empowered by the power of Emperor Hua and Emperor Xia. To forge a hero token, one would have to be stronger than Emperor Hua and Emperor Xia. Even the phantom of the hero's token can only be condensed by the holder of the hero's token. Consort Sangyue's expression was incredibly complex. Looking at the hero's token in the black-dressed woman's hand, she felt a strange, indescribable feeling. Her Sangyue family is a family of heroes, and her ancestor was a living hero token holder. This woman, could he be someone on the same level as her ancestor? Chapter 72 is outrageous. Not only did they bully me, they even tried to take advantage of me. The order for unparalleled heroism was issued. Jiangxing fell silent. Jiang Baihe was shocked. He was not qualified to receive the hero's token, regardless of his status or position. He's now numb to the sight of heroes. I don't know what to do. He knew that Sangyue of Modu was also a heroic family, and its ancestor was a genius from 1,000 years ago, whose strength was unfathomable and who was among the top in the Dragon Kingdom. Sangyue Batian and Sangyue Mingfei are both at the king and noble realm, and were leading figures of their time. Compared to the woman in the black dress holding the hero's token, Consort Sangyue was nothing. He had just witnessed the woman in the black dress slap her hand, sending the king-level diamond-class soldier, Bright Tiger, flying hundreds of meters and collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. With that kind of strength, she could absolutely crush Sangyue Mingfei. But then she produced the hero's unrivaled token. Could it be? Baihe swallowed hard. Could she be planning to kill Consort Sangyue? If that's the case, then the Sangyue family will definitely not let it go. The hero platform might be upgraded, and hero battles might begin. The glory of heroes must not be dishonored. At that time, it would definitely be a fight to the death. That was an event that would shake the very foundations of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Baihe turned his gaze to Su Kan. That kid is really something else. I initially thought he was just a jerk, but now it seems his ability to cause trouble is also exceptional. However, this is not entirely Su Kan's fault. Jiang Baihe sighed and looked at Su Kan. He believed that Sukin could handle this matter well. Sukin was completely bewildered. He was a little confused about the situation, but he knew that the woman in the black dress was very strong and had him back, which was enough. Suddenly, he put one hand on his hip, raised his head, squinted his eyes, and pointed vaguely at consort Sanyua. It's you. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come over here and apologize to me now. This. Jiang Baihe was dumbfounded. You little rascal, you think things aren't bad enough already? Song Yumingfei's almond-shaped eyes widened as she stared at Su Qin in disbelief. From a young age, consort Sanyue was deeply loved by the patriarch, and the entire Sanyue family regarded her as the apple of their eye. When had anyone ever pointed a finger at her? When had anyone ever spoken to her in such a tone? But that's not all. I'm talking to you, you veiled woman. I'm telling you to come over here and apologize to me. Didn't you hear me? Weren't you having a good time bullying me just now? Come over here now, bow deeply, and apologize while saying, Uncle Su Can, I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again next time. Say it 3 times, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, Sukin turned his head, a big smile on his face, and said to the woman in the black dress, Boss, she bullied me. Help me get revenge, and beat her up. Giggle. The woman in the black dress laughed and flicked Su Can's forehead. You're quite the bully, but since you've called me boss, I'll help you vent your anger. The woman in the black dress made a grasping motion with her jade-like hand, and black mist spread from the surrounding void, instantly transforming into an enormous dark palm. With a single grasp of the giant black palm, the 5 bright white tigers beside Song Yumingfei were easily held in the palm like kittens. That's really fierce. Sukin was overjoyed at the sight, and his aura immediately rose to another level. Song Yueshue was also stunned. It took her until this moment to come to her senses. A trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes. She wanted to open her mouth and say something to Su Can, but in the darkness, she felt as if the surrounding void was imprisoned by an overwhelming force, and she couldn't even speak. The same was true for the others. Apart from their wide, trembling eyes, their bodies could not produce any other reaction. You come here. Sukin didn't care about anything else. His expression became even more smug, and he beckoned to Song Yumingfei with his finger. Court death. Song Yumingfei's eyes, a hint of murderous intent stirring within them. What? Still not convinced? Sukin twisted his neck. Boss, help me restrain her. I'm going to teach her a lesson. Go. The woman in the black dress smiled and snapped her fingers. A black chain descended from the void, its surface shimmering with mysterious runes, resembling a chain of divine order. Just one glance was enough to inexplicably send shivers down one's spine. The dark god chain swung and pierced directly into Song Yumingfei's body. In an instant, Song Yumingfei felt as if the spiritual power in her body had been sealed, completely extinguished. Not only that, her king-level body, which had been nourished by spiritual power day and night, now became just like an ordinary person. How is that possible? Her pupils trembled. Hee, weren't you being very arrogant just now? Sukin noticed Song Yumingfei's unusual behavior and immediately stepped forward. S handsome face instantly drew close to Song Yumingfei's, his big eyes blinking with a smile. Get out of my way. Song Yumingfei felt Sukin's breath on her nose. Her jade face flushed red, and she pushed Sukin's chest hard. With the support of spiritual power and system attribute points, Sukin's body is no weaker than a level 3 ferocious beast. How could the imprisoned Song Yumingfei possibly move him? Sukin remained motionless, while Song Yumingfei, due to the reaction force, fell directly onto Sukin's body. The soft, warm sensation was almost like a bouncy collision. But is Sukin a pervert? As a well-rounded student who excels in moral character, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, and has received the 3 Good Student award every year, he immediately straightened his expression and said, You're so mean. Not only did you bully me, but you even tried to take advantage of me. She's the epitome of a bad woman. You, consort Sanyue blushed and hurriedly left Su Can's embrace. Smack. In the black dress snapped her fingers again, and a dark light appeared on Song Yumingfei's body, instantly freezing her in place. Let me go. Song Yumingfei's eyebrows furrowed, while the woman in the black dress simply smiled, crossed her arms, and watched her with interest. My ancestor is also a hero who holds the hero's token. If you dare to treat me like this, my ancestor will not let this go. How dare you speak to my boss like that? You're asking for it. Sukin immediately became unhappy, took off his shoe, and slapped it hard on Song Yumingfei's pert buttocks. Song Yumingfei was taken aback for a moment. then realized what was happening and looked at Sukin with icy eyes. Are you looking for death? Oh ho, looks like we still have to fight. With the woman in the black dress as his backer, how could Sukin possibly indulge consort Sangyu? Slap, slap, slap. He slapped the shoes in his hand one after another. So elastic. Could there be a spring inside? Sukin looked on suspiciously, and his hands moved even faster. At this moment, consort Sangyu's face was flushed crimson, her jade-like neck was also covered in red blush, and her eyes were glistening with moisture. Do you know you were wrong? Sukin stood with his hands on his hips, holding his shoes, and looked at consort Sangyu. With her eyes glazed over, consort Sangyu looked at Sukin, feeling the burning sensation at her pert buttocks, and her eyes flashed with murderous intent once more. I swear, I will kill you. Damn it. If I, Su Xiaoya, don't make you kneel down and sing conquer today, then I, Sukin, will change my name to Kansu from now on. Sukin smiled coldly, picked up his shoe, and was about to pull it up again when he suddenly noticed the veil on Song Yumingfei's face. A smile played on his lips as he reached out. Chapter 73 Boundaries, Black Moon Annihilation Boundary. Stop. Panic flashed in Song Yumingfei's eyes, as if she was extremely afraid of Sukin's outstretched hand. Do you know you were wrong? Sukin said, pinching the corner of her veil. Consort Sangyu wished she could slap the boy in front of her to death, but once her veil was lifted, she thought of the consequences. Her long eyelashes fluttered. I was wrong. Too soft, I can't hear you. You're speaking so softly, and you still say you know you're wrong? Speak louder. I was wrong. Song Yueshua puffed out her cheeks and shouted loudly. You spoke too loudly, but you said the wrong thing. You should have said, Uncle Sukin, I know I was wrong, and I will never do it again. Sukin stroked his chin and said, why does he seem a bit like an ancient villain? However, this feeling is not uncomfortably strong. Song Yumingfei pursed her lips, her teeth grinding together. Uncle Sukin, I know I was wrong, and I will never do it again. The soft, sweet voice lingered in his ear, and Sukin narrowed his eyes. Is he very talented? But I still want to lift the veil and see for myself. A wicked smile crept across Sukin's lips. Since he was now playing the role of a spoiled brat, he naturally had to do the things spoiled brats love to do. With a flick of his wrist, before consort Sangyu could react, the veil appeared in Sukin's hand. What a nice view. Sukin was subconsciously amazed. Her face was incredibly beautiful, her cherry lips were luscious, her nose was delicate, and her eyes and brows exuded boundless charm. Just looking at her made one feel as if they were about to be completely captivated. He's not someone who's never seen a beautiful woman before. Su Yuluo, Lu Qingyu, Song Yueshua, and Lu Wanyun are all stunning beauties. Their figures and temperaments easily surpass those of the celebrities in his previous life. But the beauty, or rather the allure, of Song Yumingfei is so captivating that it goes straight to the heart. One glance is enough to steal one's soul. Sukin stared blankly at Song Yumingfei, completely unaware of the white veil in his hand. All I saw was, the white veil shimmered with a brilliant white light, within which mysterious symbols appeared. But soon, the veil, along with the mysterious symbols, turned into translucent points of light and vanished. Song Yumingfei's veil disappeared. A terrifying aura emanated from her. Her long, black hair was as blue as the sea, and her eyes were also a deep blue. Her alluring face had become seductive, and her deep blue eyes looked at Sukin, who instantly snapped out of his daze. The moment he met those deep blue eyes, he felt as if he were being submerged by a bay of seawater, first at his feet, but then instantly up to his head. His eyes widened, and his heart nearly stopped beating. Not only him, but the entire Jiangcheng was shrouded in azure light at this moment. Jiang Baihe, Song Yueshua, and others were all pale-faced and had fear in their eyes. The scent of death lingered throughout the entire city of Jiangcheng. Looks like we've gone a bit too far. The woman in the black dress chuckled and stretched, her explosive curves breathtaking, but unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate them. Sangyue, the soul-seizing heavenly light realm. The woman in the black dress tapped her chin with her jade-like finger, a smile playing on her lips. I didn't expect her to be a descendant of an old friend. However, it's not a good thing that a realm has appeared at the king noble level. It's a wonder that Sangyu dared to let her run around everywhere. Forget it, let's make a move. Otherwise, not only will she be drained of her life force and die by this soul-seizing heavenly light realm, but this city will also turn into a dead city. Little guy, you really know how to cause trouble. The woman in the black dress kicked Sukin in the buttocks. Her eyes were like dark moons hanging upside down, and a vast black aura swirled behind her, like a dark sea. The endless black mist made the sky behind her appear as if it had been dyed with ink. Black Moon Annihilation Realm. With a clear shout, suddenly, a dark moon appeared in the dark sky behind the woman in the black dress, like a soul-snatching hook. But soon, the dark moon changed color, becoming stained with endless darkness and turning into a black moon. The black moon hung in the sky, and endless darkness engulfed the entire Jiangxing, instantly swallowing up the azure light. At this moment, if someone were to look at Jiangxing from the outside, they would find that the entire city is shrouded in darkness, as if it had been swallowed by the void. After a while, the darkness in the city dissipated, leaving only a black moon suspended in the air. Song Yumingfei's eyes also faded at this moment. Once he returned to normal, Sukin blinked. All he knew was that the sky suddenly turned blue, then suddenly dark, and then suddenly bright again. He was completely baffled as to what had happened. But consort Songyue knew the truth, and she glanced at the woman in the black dress with a complicated expression. If it weren't for the woman in the black dress, she and all the other living beings in Jiangxing would probably be dead. Thank you. She moved her red lips and spoke to the woman in the black dress. Without the woman in the black dress, the heroic glory of the Songyue family might cease to exist because of her. Of wiping out the entire population of a city is one that even a heroic family could not bear. To be able to open a realm at the king level, your talent far surpasses that of Tsang Yu Changfeng. The woman in the black dress said. You know my ancestor? Consort Songyue asked in surprise. He Xiaofengzi. Back in the Dragon City battle, when he was beaten to tears by the demons, it was me and... Never mind. The woman in the black dress smiled, but didn't continue. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and said, however, the fact that he couldn't help you seal the realm suggests that his growth over the past 1,000 years is worrying. Song Yumingfei's lips twitched. Her ancestor was a remarkable figure from 1,000 years ago, and his current level of attainment is unfathomable. Now, she's being called Little Fengzi in a superior tone, and people are saying things like her growth is worrying. She feels a little dizzy. Fine, since we've run into each other, I'll take care of it. The woman in the black dress formed hand seals, and the black moon in the sky shone brightly, its black light descending to envelop consort Songyue. Instantly, she felt a powerful force surge into her body, and a black moon rose within her. The dark moon shone brightly, making her body feel warm and incredibly comfortable. But in just a few breaths, the black moon inside her body disappeared, as if it had never existed. To her surprise, she could sense the power of the realm hidden within her body. Even a single thought could seemingly manipulate that power and expand its domain. A domain is a power that can only be used by those at the venerable lord level, but the domain she accidentally opened when she advanced to the king level was their Songyue family's soul-seizing heavenly light domain. In an instant, the entire Songyue family was shaken, and even the demon city was in an uproar, with everyone thinking that a new venerable lord had appeared in the Songyue family. However, this is not a good thing for her. Above the 9th rank are kings and marquises, below them are overlords, and above the overlords are lords. She was merely at the king noble realm, and could not possibly control the power of the realm. If the soul-seizing heavenly light realm is allowed to unfold, not only will the creatures around her suffer, but she herself will also soon have her life force drained and perish under the soul-seizing heavenly light. Therefore, his ancestor had to spend a great deal of money to obtain a divine object for her. It was the white veil that she wore before. Of course, even with a white veil, there's no guarantee of safety. The main material of the white gauze is the divine light of the sun and the white mist of the gods. Chapter 74, A Gentleman Takes Revenge, From Morning Till Night. The heavenly sun divine light is the sacred light that falls when the sun rises. It is extremely rare and has a very strong sealing effect. The divine white mist is even more magical. It can be made into the form of white gauze, which has the effect of penetrating and sealing. The heavenly sun and divine light seal, along with the divine white mist, allowed consort Songyue to fully unleash her power even while sealed. When the two are combined, they can be called a divine object. However, it is not without its drawbacks. Once the white veil falls off, the divine white mist will be extinguished and disappear by the divine light of the sun and moon, at which point the white veil will cease to exist. For years, she has always worn a white veil and has never taken it off. That cheeky kid today. However, the matter was eventually resolved satisfactorily. Now, She has not only shed the white veil, but can also utilize the power of her inner realm. Don't be too happy yet. Under the seal, your soul-seizing heavenly light realm's power will be greatly weakened, and the seal will loosen a little bit every time you use the power of the realm. I don't need to say more about what the final outcome will be. The woman in the black dress pursed her lips. Don't worry, Senior, Mingfei will be careful. Consort Songyue bowed and said, faced with a woman who dared to call her ancestor Little Fengzi, and who could seal a realm that even her ancestor couldn't handle, she dared not be presumptuous again. Good to know. The woman in the black dress nodded and looked at Su Kan. This kid is a bad apple. You can teach him a lesson if you want, just don't kill him. Boss, I'm innocent. I'm a good person. No. A prostitute. No. A good person. Su Kan sensed something was amiss and quickly spoke up. The woman in the black dress smiled, then transformed into a streak of black light and vanished, flying towards the red lipstick mark on Su Kan's cheek. A black light flashed, and the red lipstick mark vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared at all. Boss, come out here. Su Kan immediately panicked and hurriedly slapped his cheeks. Wah! Boss, you can't abandon me. Consort Songyue walking towards him. Su Kan almost burst into tears. Handsome face paled slightly as he thought about how he had treated her. Big sister. Auntie. Song Yumingfei's eyes were filled with a chilling light. Auntie. Song Yumingfei's eyes could already shoot out knives. Mother. Su Kan slowly backed away and tentatively called out. He really is a bad apple. Song Yumingfei smiled charmingly, and with a slender hand, a white ribbon materialized out of thin air, instantly binding Su Kan and flying directly into her hand. How should I punish you? Holding Su Kan by one hand, Song Yumingfei licked her red lips and looked at Su Kan with her beautiful eyes. The thought of Su Kan hitting her but with the sole of his shoe made her blush, and then a cold smile appeared on her lips. You had a lot of fun playing just now, didn't you? I'm not happy. Su Kan said hurriedly. He certainly wouldn't admit that because hitting someone felt like hitting a spring, he was somewhat addicted and therefore hit them 100 million more times. But why do I feel like you're so happy? Song Yumingfei's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Since you're happy, it's my turn to be happy. With a flick of her wrist, a spiked club appeared in her hand. Boss, help. That old woman, Song Yumingfei, is trying to do something weird to me. Su Kan struggled and shouted loudly. A spiked club is too big, absolutely not. Upon hearing Su Kan's voice, Song Yumingfei snorted coldly, and the spiked club in her hand disappeared, replaced by a meteor hammer. As big as a winnowing basket, was covered with sharp, gleaming spikes. Just looking at it sent chills down one's spine. This thing, it will break, it will definitely break. Boss, come out and save me. Su Kan's face turned deathly pale. Song Yumingfei blushed slightly, her hand trembled, and the meteor hammer disappeared, replaced by a leather whip. Smack! She pulled out a leather whip and, without saying a word, lashed it across Su Kan's buttocks. Hoo. Su Kan struggled, but was bound by the white ribbon and couldn't break free at all. Slap. Did you enjoy that? Haha, I'm annoyed. Not satisfied? So you haven't had your fill of fighting yet. Slap. 3 more lashes landed on Su Kan's buttocks. Ooh. With a scream, Su Kan hurriedly said, Awesome. Feels good, doesn't it? Hearing Su Kan's strange cry, Song Yumingfei felt a little ashamed, but then she thought about how her buttocks were still burning with pain. She immediately hit harder. Auntie, why don't we just forget about it? Just as Consort Songyue was about to strike again with her whip, she suddenly heard a weak voice from the side. Schwer. Consort Songyue was about to strike, suddenly stopped. He immediately noticed that not only Songyue, but everyone's eyes were on her. There was shock, fear, astonishment, and envy. Her face flushed red as she realized that Su Kan's black stockings had long been torn from the beating, exposing his white buttocks. There were also crisscrossing whip marks on it. I'll let you off this time. Of her hand, Consort Songyue vanished, along with the white silk ribbon and the leather whip. Wah! Su Kan clutched his buttocks, his face filled with grief and indignation. Just you wait, I've got a cheat code. Once I get back, I'll go all out, and we'll see if they come back to beat me. Won't be sexually aroused if I don't make you kneel down and sing conquer. Su Kan secretly made the most vicious vow in his heart. His gaze lingered on Song Yumingfei's shapely figure. He knew he would have to test her depth someday, so that she would know why the flowers are so red. What? You seem pretty defiant. Song Yumingfei said with a light laugh. I admit it. Of course I admit it. Sukin quickly smiled. Fortune changes every 30 years, so never underestimate a young person's potential. A gentleman takes revenge from morning till night, from dusk till dawn. We'll see how things unfold. Snort. Of course, Consort Song Yue wouldn't believe Sukin's nonsense. However, since she is a queen, if this brat dares to be presumptuous again, he will surely suffer the consequences. My God, it's finally over. Jiang Baihe wiped the sweat from his brow. Not just his head, he was soaked from head to toe. Good heavens. No wonder Consort Song Yue has had a white veil on her face for several years. He had initially thought that Consort Song Yue was hiding her face because she had too many suitors, but he never expected it to be a seal. That makes sense, given Song Yuming Fei's personality and strength. Lust after her, but very few in the entire city dare to pursue her, and even fewer have the means to do so. However, there is one guy in the capital who has been showering her with attention. That guy's identity is so great that even the Song Yue clan, a family of heroes, wouldn't dare to offend him. Thinking of Sukin's outrageous behavior just now, he knew that he had to keep that scene buried deep in his heart forever. And at this moment, the jade capital of the Dragon Kingdom, atop the vast dragon city, a figure stood with his hands behind his back, gazing towards Jiangxing. Chapter 75 Heroic Troops, Qinglian. The vast and boundless dragon city, with its majestic and imposing city walls, evokes endless emotions of awe and excitement in anyone who beholds it. When viewed from the sky, it resembles a soaring dragon on the ground, guarding the mountains and rivers. Such creation is truly the work of gods and spirits. A figure in a plain robe stood with head bowed, a gentle breeze causing her hair to flutter. His calm face was like a sculpture, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Magnificent. I can feel the presence of an old friend, so I'll go and see him. The void rippled, and a middle-aged man emerged out of thin air, dressed in spotless black, with half of his hair black and half white. Hee, you're talking about me. What about you, Xia? A slight smile appeared on the lips of the man in the plain robe. We'll meet sooner or later. There's no rush, and besides, she's not her true form in this world. The man in black robes smiled faintly, then his expression hardened. He must have come from Jiangxing back then too. Yes, 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye, but the old friends are long gone. The man in the plain robe spoke with great emotion. What is the situation in the Nine Netherworld? The man in the white robe asked, changing his tone. What else can we do? The demonic aura is overwhelming, and the demonic sun is blotting out the sky. Before long, they will besiege the nations, and the Dragon Kingdom will be the first to bear the brunt. How are the talks going regarding the Alliance of Nations? An Alliance of Nations? The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is a bunch of servile cowards, without a shred of backbone. They can accomplish nothing. Australia is a land of sin, a land of exile. They turn their heads to the demon world. Becoming the demon's dogs is commonplace. The Golden Eagle Kingdom is in a state of chaos, and it is rumored that they are already researching human-demon hybrids. How can they cooperate? The Bear Kingdom could be allied with, but the Frozen Bitter Realm is eyeing them covetously. They are too busy to take care of themselves. How could they have the strength to resist the demon world? Well, the man in the plain robe sighed, his figure transforming into faint specks of light and disappearing from Dragon City. Jiangcheng is in great turmoil, so I've sent people over to check it out. In addition, the King of Nest competition needs to be expedited. The man in black remained silent, his eyes fixed on the infinite distance. The demonic sun blots out the sky. How many lives are left on Earth? Jiangxing. Wang Yifan touched his buttocks and secretly vowed that he would make her pay in the future. What? You think you haven't been beaten enough? Song Yumingfei smiled charmingly. Snort. Sukin turned her head away. He didn't want to talk to this woman for the time being. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Jiang Baihe coughed twice and quickly said something. Now that everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. He dared not let Su Kan and consort Song Yu continue their feud. His old heart really couldn't take any more stimulation. Although our Jiangsheng has suffered great chaos this time, since the competition has been held, there must be a result. Jiang Baihe's tone became serious. You are all the future of my Dragon Kingdom, the future of Jiangxing. Today, my Jiangxing has suffered a great calamity because of the demon clan, and I believe that you will be able to avenge the dead in the future. Jiang Baihe glanced around and said slowly. Ranked 21st to 30th, Li Shiran, Zhao He, Huang Si. As Jiang Baihe read out each name, everyone couldn't help but tense up. Sukin looked at the spirit mirror on his wrist, which was flashing with the number 3. I'm awesome. I feel like I'm doomed. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, especially thinking about the first mission the system had given him. It seemed that the hero unit was out of the question now. Ranks 11 to 20. The students whose names were called all showed joy on their faces. Receiving a reward after a tough competition was undoubtedly a happy thing. 4th place, Lu Qingyu will be awarded 500 low-grade spirit stones. Damn it. I hope I won't even make the top 30. This is so embarrassing. Sukin scratched his head, and suddenly he saw Song Yu Mingfei looking at him with a smile. Depend on. What does this woman mean? Are you mocking me? 3rd place, Qi Yan, reward 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Holy crap. Red hair is impressive, he actually came in 3rd place. 2nd place, Sun Jimao, will be awarded a low-grade spiritual weapon. 1st place. Jiang Baihe drew out his voice, and all eyes turned to him. Something's not right. Sukan's heart skipped a beat. Among this group of students, Sun Jimao and Qi Yan were the strongest. Now that they had taken 2nd and 3rd place, what about the 3rd place? Could it be me? Sukan's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his gaze to Jiang Baihe. Old Bai, read it quickly, is it me? He raised his eyebrows and kept giving Jiang Baihe meaningful glances. Sukan, are you having an epileptic seizure? What's with all that shaking? Or are you trying to get Jiang Baihe to give you special treatment and let you in 1st place? Song Yu Mingfei's red lips curled up. Old Bai, hurry up and read it. It's driving me crazy. Song Yu Mingfei, Sukan shouted directly at Jiang Baihe. Old Bai. Jiang Baihe's lips twitched. Lao Jiang or Lao He are both fine. You know how to address people properly. Just call him Lao Bai. Sukan. Jiang Baihe uttered 2 words. Ding. Mission complete. The reward for the host is the hero unit Qinglian. Please check it. Well done, Lao Bai. I won't forget you when I make it big in the future. Sukan was overjoyed and immediately opened the system panel. Name Qinglian. Quality, legend. Nest, verdant mountain ridge. Level 2. Talent, sharp teeth and a mouth as hard as steel, capable of shaking mountains. Skills, explosive fire rain, nether flame heavy fist combo, 8 dragon fire pillars, heaven burning. The hero unit Qinglian immediately appeared in Sukan's mind. Not only that, he also saw Qinglian's appearance very clearly. A little girl wearing a green dress and with her hair tied in a ponytail. Compared to the Azure Flame insect, the Azure Flame insect is of legendary quality. Above gold are diamonds, and after diamonds comes legend. Normally, hero units are only 1 level higher than regular units, but this little girl is actually 2 levels higher than the Azure Flame insect. In terms of skills, it's completely superior. The 4 skills, judging from their names, are sure to be more powerful than the last. On the other side, everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard Jiang Baihe place Sukan in 1st place, but they quickly realized what was going on. Multi-armed demon in Moonlight Forest, they did see Sukan leading the Dark Moon Fairies in a massacre among a large group of Qi. This handsome guy in black stockings is on a completely different level in terms of combat power. It's simply outrageous. It's ridiculously absurd. It's outrageous to the extreme. Sun Jimao and Qi Yan exchanged a glance. If anyone else had been in 1st place, they might have been dissatisfied, but Sukan, they agreed with him. Jiang Baihe, are you mistaken? How could this unscrupulous brat possibly be number 1? Consort San Yue was not pleased. Seeing Sukan's smug grin only made her more and more annoyed. Chapter 76 Baihe Beach, the place where the divine dragon fell from its nest. Song Yumingfei finished speaking. Jiang Baihe scratched his head in distress. What kind of mess has he made? But when Consort Song Yue asked him a question, he couldn't refuse to answer. Your Highness, it is a fact that Sukan's strength far surpasses ours. Moreover, he even killed a level 7 multi-armed demon in the Moonlight Forest, which is why we are able to stand here. Qi Yan suddenly stepped forward and spoke, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Great, little one. Jiang Baihe's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but glance at Qi Yan again. This young man from the Qi family really helped him out of this predicament. What? Sukan actually killed a level 7 multi-armed demon. Holy crap, he only recently awakened his power. How could he be this strong? You don't know, do you? It's a twin nest, where the Azure refining worm absorbed and refined the flame spirit seed. Back then, that level 7 multi-armed demon was burned to death by the flame spirit seed. Holy crap, this is cheating. Consort Song Yue heard the students' discussion, glared at Qi Yan, and then glanced at Sukan with her almond-shaped eyes. What? You've fallen for someone as handsome as me? Let me tell you, you're too old. We're not a good match. Sukin immediately refused to tolerate this woman. You? Song Yu Mingfei clenched her fists, preparing to punch him. Aunt! Song Yueshua quickly pulled her back. Jiang Bieha rubbed his forehead. He felt like he was going crazy. Reporting to the city lord. At this moment, Lung Yu, dressed in silver armor, walked in, followed by a young man. However, the boy was lying on a stretcher, being carried by 4 dark-skinned orcs. Xiaomu. Sukin was immediately delighted when he saw it. He still remembered the first time he saw Xiaomu. He even cosplayed as a black coffin bearer. I haven't seen him for a few days. He's already on a stretcher. Is this the start of our ascent up the mountain? Speaking of which, I think I still owe him spirit stones. It seems I'll have to give a gift when I attend the banquet. Xiaomu also saw Sukan, but he was a little taken aback by the look in Sukan's eyes. What's with that pitiful look in your eyes? I'm just injured, not dead. However, he had already experienced Sukan's shamelessness before and quickly adjusted his mindset. Lord City Lord. Xiaomu cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and said solemnly. The Qi clan has entered the Baiha beach area. What? Jiang Baiha's expression suddenly darkened, and he said in disbelief. The Baiha mudflats are not yet ready to open, and they are filled with spatial and temporal turbulence. How could they possibly enter them? It's a void beast. They subdued one and broke through the spatial turbulence at the entrance to the White River mudflats to enter. Xiaomu said without hesitation. He was fighting Qi near the city lord's mansion when he witnessed Qi riding a giant void beast into the Baiha beach. This is why he insisted on coming to the city lord's mansion despite his injuries. He didn't know the purpose of the Qi clan, but it was clear that they had something big in mind. Void beasts are a race of giant beasts that live in the void. They are born with a grasp of the laws of space and can roam freely in space. Moreover, the void beasts are incredibly powerful, and the fact that the Qi clan was able to use them to enter the White River mudflats at this time clearly indicates that they came prepared. Upon hearing Xiaomu's words, Jiang Baiha's brows furrowed into a deep frown, and his face turned ashen. It's over, Jiangxing is finished. He murmured unconsciously. They are merely the Qi clan. With me here, what waves can they possibly make? Consort Song Yue saw Jiang Baiha acting this way. She was immediately displeased. You do not know. Jiang Baiha laughed bitterly. Although the Baiha Beach is a small secret realm, it is not simple. A divine dragon, a true pure-blooded divine dragon, has perished there. The Qi clan used the void beast to enter, which clearly indicates that they have a grand scheme. You know their clan's sowing skills. If they obtain the dragon's corpse from it, Jiangxing will be utterly devastated. At that time, let alone a single king or noble, even if several kings or nobles come, it will be of no use. Upon hearing Jiang Baiha's words, Consort Song Yue's expression also turned serious. She was indeed no match for the pure-blooded dragon. Even though the dragon had perished countless years ago, it would unleash unimaginable power if manipulated by Qi. However, she turned her beautiful eyes to Sukan. There's still an unparalleled expert inside this brat. We can let him take the hit when the time comes. Immediately, Jiang Baiha turned his hopeful gaze to Sukan. If that woman in the black dress had intervened, perhaps we could have survived this ordeal safely. Sukan felt a little numb. What if the woman in the black dress doesn't show up? He couldn't guarantee that the woman in the black dress would definitely show up. Isn't there any other solution? Sukan asked. It's not that there aren't any. Jiang Baiha paused for a moment and said, anyone who can enter the Baiha mudflats and stop the Qi clan's actions will suffice. Jiang Baiha spit it out. Don't you know my personality? Just tell me, what do you need me to do? Song Yue Mingfei pouted and said, actually, the opening time for the Baiha mudflats is in the next few days. Although it is not the right time yet, it is still possible to force it open. However, opening it ahead of time requires the power of a king or marquis to stabilize the spatial passage, and in addition to the age limit of 20, the number of people entering it cannot be too large. After speaking, Jiang Baiha looked at Su Kan, the meaning of which was self-evident. Startled by his gaze, Old Bai, the Qi clan used a void beast to enter. Who knows how many experts they have? Sending me in is just sending me to my death. Jiang Baiha's lips twitched. He didn't like Sukan calling him Lao Bai, but he knew Sukan's personality and that he definitely wouldn't listen to him, so he didn't bother to correct him. Don't worry. Even if the void beast can travel through space, the age limit of 20 still applies in the White River mudflats. And all the Qi clan members who went inside are under 20 years old. Hearing Jiang Baiha say that, Sukan felt much relieved. He's not bragging. He's incredibly powerful. He's unbeatable in the world under 20, whether it's a human, a beast, or a void behemoth. If you're under 20, just stick your neck out and get ready to get beaten up. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten that he still needed to enter the dragon's saliva land in the Baiha River mudflats to obtain the true dragon's saliva for Su Yulaw and lift the blood curse on her nest. In this way, things have come together. As for the system's task of rewarding 300 evolution points for signing in at Baiha Beach, Sukin could only scoff. This crappy system is so useless. They only gave such a small reward. You scoundrel, since that's how it is, then I'll prepare to send you in. Don't die in there. Song Yuan Mingfei chuckled lightly. Chapter 77 Song Yuan Mingfei. One day, I'll make you call me Dad. Jiangqing. Entrance to the Baiha River mudflats. Sukin had already changed into a comfortable set of clothes. After taking off her black stockings, Sukin felt a little uncomfortable all over. Could it be that I've awakened some strange attribute? Stroking his chin, Sukin muttered to himself. Xiao Mu, Qi Yan, and Sun Zhimao were also with him. The original plan was to let him go in alone, but more people means more strength. Sun Zhimao was already a third-grade nest master, while Qi Yan broke through in battle and had just been promoted to a third-grade nest master. Xiao Mu is a fourth-grade nest master, and although their combat strength is not as great as Su Kan's. However, they are not weak among those of the same level. I didn't realize. You've got a bit of a masculine vibe after changing your pants. Consort Song Yue glanced at Su Kan and said, What's so special about this? I have an even more masculine side. Do you want to see it? Sukin said with a smirk. You dare spank me? I'll get my revenge. Really? I'd like to give it a try, but I don't know if you dare to come. Song Yu Mingfei smiled charmingly, and a gleaming spiked club appeared in her hand. Little brother, want to try something exciting? Damn it. Can't afford to play this game. Or what? If you're so capable, put down that spiked club and talk. However, he still glanced away without saying a word. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that I don't want to lower myself to the level of a woman. Passing through this spatial vortex will take you into the Baiha mudflats. Jiang Baiha, however, dared not let the two continue arguing, and pointed to a vortex in front of him. The spatial vortex slowly twisted, and countless tiny transparent fragments could be seen flying around inside. A faint wailing sound could also be heard, as if a storm was raging inside. It's much weaker now. The space vortex is even more terrifying on ordinary days. It's not only filled with countless void fragments, but also void storms. It's absolutely impossible to enter it. But the void vortex will be still for a period of time every 3 years, so Jiangxing will open the White River Beach secret realm once every 3 years. As for the age limit of 20, it is like a law. As long as someone is over 20 years old and enters the Baiha Beach, the surrounding void will generate a great force that will directly squeeze them into a pile of flesh. Jiang Baiha carefully explained the situation of the Baiha mudflats. Jiang Baiha, why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's get started. We've already wasted half a day. If you keep dawdling, the chi creature inside might have already been killed by the dragon's corpse. Song Yu Mingfei interrupted impatiently. Chi, who is skilled in manipulation, would be a terrifying thing for Jiangxing and the human race if he were to control the corpse of the divine dragon. Jiang Baiha smiled bitterly. It has indeed taken a lot of time to get Su Kan and the others back to their normal condition. Alright, now that everyone is ready, we'll have to trouble Consort Ming to make the move. Without wasting words, Consort Sun Yue stepped forward, and 6 bright white tigers appeared around her. Instantly, 7 beams of spiritual energy appeared from her and Mingzhou White Tiger, forming a spiritual energy array that enveloped the spatial vortex. The light array glowed dimly, and the spatial vortex gradually stabilized, soon transforming into a spatial channel. It was just a gray, hazy place inside, and you couldn't see anything. Go inside quickly. Consort Song Yue felt the spiritual energy rapidly draining from her body and immediately shouted. Suppressing space with the power of a king or marquis is an impossible task. It is only because the time for the Baiha Beach to open has already been reached, and the spatial power within it has weakened considerably. Even so, in an instant, white sweat broke out on her forehead. Okay, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. Sukin couldn't help but retort. Take a step forward and go straight ahead. The moment they enter, they will be scattered to various parts of the Baiha River mudflats by spatial forces. It doesn't matter whether they enter together or not. You scoundrel, get out of here. When Song Yu Mingfei saw Sukin step forward, she curled her lips into a smile and suddenly kicked Sukin in the buttocks. Propelled into the space tunnel as if he had been given a rocket booster. Song Yu Mingfei, you wait. One day I will make you call me daddy. A heart-wrenching sound lingered in the air. Xiao Mu and the others twitched their lips, and without daring to delay, they hurriedly entered the spatial passage. Sukin was spinning rapidly in the spatial passage, and he was frantically cursing Tsang Yu Mingfei in his mind. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before my eyes, and then I fell straight down from midair. After spinning around for a while, he was so dizzy that he didn't have time to summon the Dark Moon Fairy before he fell headfirst into a beach. Pa! Pa! Sukin pulled his head out of the sand and spat out several mouthfuls of sand. Tsang Yu Mingfei, I will make you vomit it up when the time comes. Sukin made another note of it in his mind. Ding! You have entered the Baiha Beach. Check-in successful. Reward, 300 evolution points. Damn system, do you dare to give me more rewards? Sukin muttered a complaint and began to observe his surroundings. Not far from him was a lush tropical rainforest, so green that it seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. On the other side was a vast blue sea, and further away, the sea and sky met in a white expanse. At this moment, he was on a beach between a tropical rainforest and the sea. He looked around, but he didn't see a single ferocious beast, let alone Chi. To prevent Chi from finding the dragon's corpse, he must go to the land of dragon's saliva. A flash of inspiration appeared in his hand, and the map of the Baiha mudflats given to him by Jiang Baiha appeared. The dragon's saliva land is located at the intersection of the tropical rainforest and the sea, in the very heart of the Baiha mudflats. His current position is at best equivalent to the 18th ring. Damn it! It's so far away, by the time I get there I'll probably just be offering myself up as a sacrifice. Sukin stroked his chin, feeling utterly speechless. According to the distance on the map, it would definitely take him at least 6 hours to get there. Oh right, isn't there a Dark Moon Fairy? His eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned the Dark Moon Fairy. The Dark Moon Fairy, clad in black armor, gripped 2 cold blades in her hands, staring expressionlessly at Sukin. Sukin felt slightly embarrassed by the gaze. Fortunately, ordinary Dark Moon Fairies lack intelligence, otherwise he would have been too embarrassed to ride one. Literally, to ride. Sukin emphasized this sentence in his mind. He gestured for the Dark Moon Fairy to bend down, and then lay directly on her back. With a thought, the Dark Moon Fairy flapped its black wings and took him into the air. However, after carrying him on her back, the Dark Moon Fairy's speed noticeably decreased. After all, the Dark Moon Fairy isn't designed as a mount. Sukin wasn't feeling well either. The airflow from the flapping of the wings always blew into his nostrils, and he was also hurt by the Dark Moon Fairy's armor. Should we make her take it off? The thought popped into his head, but he quickly suppressed it. He, Su, a gentleman, would never do such a thing. Huh. Just then, a delicate voice rang out. Sukin felt a weight on his back, a powerful force slammed down, and then he and the Dark Moon Fairy crashed into the plane. Chapter 78, 8 Dragonfire Pillars, Little Lowly Qinglian. You? Sukin stared blankly at the little girl in the green dress and pigtails sitting on his back. After a moment, he blinked and realized what was happening. Qinglian that the system rewarded him with? How did it get out? Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. At this moment, the little girl was sitting excitedly on Sukin's back, patting his back with her little hands, her little bottom swaying back and forth, as if she were riding a horse. That's too much. Are you the master or am I the master? Sukin's face darkened. He grabbed the little girl by the back and lifted her up. Surprisingly, despite its small size, it's quite heavy. If Sukin's body hadn't been significantly strengthened, he might not have been able to lift it. The little girl was being held in Sukin's hands, seemingly unaware of what was happening, her short legs and little arms constantly kicking at the air. Fly? Fly. Is he an idiot? Sukin looked at the little girl with a suspicious expression. Do you know who I am? He asked tentatively. Horse. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly. System, why did you reward me with an idiot hero unit? No way, I want a refund. I don't need any little lowly, just give me any 48H big sister. Host, don't get your hopes up. The system's eerie voice rang out. No, you're not a horse. The little girl suddenly said. Hey, looks like there's still hope. Sukin was overjoyed and looked at the little girl with anticipation. You're my father. The little girl bit her finger and pondered for a moment before speaking. Master, I am my master. Sukin finally couldn't hold back any longer. By the way, you're a pig. The little girl nodded frantically. Fine, from now on you can call me brother. Sukin sighed, genuinely at a loss for words. Why don't you go into the nest? I have something very important to do. Stroking the little girl's hair, Sukin spoke in a consultative tone. Unfortunately, hero units are highly intelligent and have a high degree of freedom. If she doesn't want to enter the nest, Sukin can't force her to. But it's all gray and gloomy inside. You can't see anything, and Qinglian is all alone. Qinglian will be scared. Brother, can Qinglian stay outside? Qinglian will definitely listen to me. The little girl's expression instantly turned pitiful, her big eyes becoming watery, as if she might cry at any moment. You win. Even Su Kan, a man of steel, showed only his tender side at this moment. Wearing black stockings was only out of necessity. Wow, the lady down there has wings. That's amazing. The little girl twisted her small body and jumped directly onto the Dark Moon Fairy. The Dark Moon Fairy was hit and let out a soft, her face turning pale and her aura weakening by 3 points. Damn it. Sukin hurriedly got up and pulled the little girl down with him. The Dark Moon Fairy get ruined. Don't let her small size fool you. She's definitely not small in weight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have crashed. The sea, brother. Qinglian is going to play in the water. The little girl made excited noises when she saw the azure sea. The little legs moved swiftly, leaving rows of tiny footprints on the beach, and the person had already run straight into the sea. This isn't a soldier. This is practically a little emperor. Sukan's eyes twitched. He didn't come to the Baiha River mudflats for fun. How could such an upright person like him end up in such an unreliable military branch? Boom. Suddenly, the seawater in the distance boiled instantly, and 8 pillars of fire wrapped with dragon patterns rose up. In the large swaths of evaporating water vapor, a small figure could be seen barefoot standing on one of the pillars of fire, with her pigtails bouncing up and down. What happened this time? Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 4 ferocious beast water spirit spiked crab. Reward: Constitution +2, Evolution points +500, System space +1. Sukin was still confused when he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Good heavens, this is monster killing. Brother, look. Qinglian caught a big crab and roasted it. It smells delicious. The little girl was seen dragging a water spirit spiky crab that was dozens of times larger than her with one hand, parting the waves as she ran quickly towards Sukan. Her little mouth was wide open, and she couldn't stop drooling. Is this the legendary super strong Loli? Sukin swallowed hard, the little girl's information panel appearing before his eyes. Name Qinglian. Quality, legend. Nest, verdant mountain ridge. Level 2. Talent, sharp teeth and a mouth as hard as steel, capable of shaking mountains. Skills, explosive fire rain, nether flame heavy fist combo, 8 dragonfire pillars, heaven burning. Shaking mountains, a powerful force capable of moving mountains. The introduction is simple, but it already shows how terrifying this talent is. Of course, the little girl Qinglian is currently only level 2, so she definitely cannot reach the level of shaking mountains. That just killed the level 4 ferocious beast, the spirit water spiked crab, should be the 8 dragonfire pillar. A water spirit spiked crab clad in armor with powerful defense, demonstrates a burst of damage that even the Dark Moon Fairy cannot match. Brother, eat you eat. Sukin was stunned. The little girl was not idle. With a flick of her little hand, she easily tore off a large pair of pliers, and thoughtfully crushed it and handed it to Sukan. So you're here on vacation? Sukin sighed inwardly, but still honestly accepted the crab leg with his hand. It smells so good. Sukin ate even more heartily after feeling the warm and comforting sensation that welled up in his body after digesting the crab meat. Splash! Just as the two were enjoying their meal, the seawater suddenly surged, and wave after wave crashed onto the beach. Countless figures can be seen rising and falling in the churning waves. With its bluish-green armor covered in sharp spikes, gleaming claws, and twitching tentacles, it was none other than the spirit-patterned spiny crab. Countless spirit-patterned spiky crabs surrounded them. Did we stir up a crab's nest? Sukin picked up the little girl with both hands and quickly retreated into the rainforest behind him. The Dark Moon Fairy's sword gleamed coldly, easily dismembering several level 2 or 3 spirit-patterned armored crabs that crawled over. Brother, don't be afraid. Watch me. I'm very good at dealing with these big crabs. The little girl broke free from Sukan's embrace. His calves were slightly bent, and bursts of white flames suddenly rose from his body. Nether flame heavy fist combo. The little girl gave a soft shout. The small fist transformed into a phantom, rapidly pounding the air in front of it. The white, dark flames gathered, condensing into fiery fists that burst through the air and blasted into the distance. Boom! Streams of seawater exploded, and countless spirit-patterned spiky crabs hissed, as they were either blasted through by fiery fists or blasted into the air and burst into pieces. For a moment, the aroma of burning filled the air. After bombarding her for nearly half a minute, the little girl finally stopped. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face was slightly pale. Clearly, the attack had taken a considerable toll on her. However, compared to the countless spirit-patterned spine crabs on the sea surface, the little girl killed less than 1% of them. Moreover, in the more distant waters, there were several figures that occasionally revealed powerful auras. Chapter 79 Burning Heaven. Burning Heaven. It's still burning the heavens. On the azure sea, waves surged and churned, and countless ferocious figures brandished their pincers as they rushed toward the beach. The little girl's delicate face glistened with beads of sweat, her eyebrows furrowed, but she stood silently in front of Su-kan, either smashing the spirit-patterned spiky crabs that appeared or roasting them. The dark moon fairy's sword swirled, each flash of cold light reaping the life of a crab. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 3 ferocious beast spirit-patterned spiked crab. Reward: 300 evolution points. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 2 ferocious beast spirit-patterned spiked crab. Reward: 200 evolution points. Reward: 500 evolution points. Reward: strength +1. The data in the system's backend is constantly fluctuating. In a short period of time, his evolution points have reached 20,000. At this moment, the little girl finally couldn't hold on any longer and was caught in the back of a cunning spirit-patterned spiky crab, which then clamped her little bottom. The little girl trembled, her little mouth twitched, and large tears welled up in her eyes. Wah! Her pigtails trembled, and the little girl opened her mouth wide and burst into loud sobs. You've gone too far, you spiky crab. They have absolutely no sense of crab ethics. Su-kan couldn't stand it anymore and slapped the level 2 spirit-patterned spiky crab away. Okay, it's alright now. Patted the little girl's hair and comforted her. It hurts. It hurts so much. The little girl sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears. Good heavens. Su-kan looked down and saw that there was still a big crab claw left on the little girl's butt. Just bear with it, the pain will stop soon. Su-kan stepped forward, and with a snap of his hands, a powerful force surged from his body, breaking the crab claw in two. But then again, that little butt's defenses are really strong. Despite the little girl crying loudly, there wasn't a trace of blood in her eyes. The level 2 spiky crab could easily crush an iron rod, but it didn't break the little girl's skin on her buttocks. The little girl's talent for being as strong as steel is quite powerful. I just don't know how sharp-tongued and quick-witted they are. Or should we let her bite it? I think the host is becoming more and more rebellious. A faint voice from the system sounded. Shut up. I, Su-kan, a gentleman, am not that kind of person. But after fighting for so long, the little girl is almost at her limit. Brother, you go ahead. Qinglian will hold off these giant crabs. Countless spiky crabs surrounded her, and the little girl completely lost her previous imposing manner. Her eyes were red, but she still put Su-kan's safety first. What are you thinking? These big crabs are all little cuties in your brother's eyes. How could he leave like this? Su-kan's lips curled into a smile. Several figures in the distance were all exuding the aura of level 7. Although they seemed to be far away, they had actually locked onto them long ago. However, these crabs were also valuable experience points for Su-kan. The ever-increasing evolution points in the system's backend made him wish these spiny crabs would call over their brothers, sisters, and ancestors for 8 generations. After all, a family should be together. System, upgrade Verdant Mountain Range. Ding. Consumed 3,000 evolution points. The Verdant Mountain Range has been upgraded to level 3. The unit Azure Flame Insect has been upgraded to level 3. The hero unit Azure Flame has been upgraded to level 3. The little girl, her eyes brimming with tears, twitched her nose halfway, and her mouth split open as she felt a tremendous force welling up from her body. Pale, dark flames appeared around her, and her pigtails bounced even more joyfully. Burning the heavens. The little girl suddenly let out a soft shout, and flames appeared out of thin air beneath her feet, dragging her into the air. A powerful aura emanated from her, and behind her, raging flames appeared. The white flames burned the sky, without any temperature, but they possessed a power capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Boom! The white flames behind her surged back, transforming into a sea of fire that descended from the sky. In an instant, The sea area within a radius of 100 meters was covered by white flames. The sea surface boiled and churned, steam rose, but in an instant it vanished into nothingness. Spiky crabs, engulfed in a white sea of fire, burst open like popping beans, filling the air with a rich aroma of crabs. Sukin grinned from ear to ear as he watched the evolution points rapidly increasing on the backstage screen. But after the little girl unleashed her ultimate move, she immediately became listless again, and her pigtails drooped limply. System, upgrade Verdant Mountain Range. Ding. Consumed 7,000 evolution points. Hero unit Qinglian has been upgraded to level 4. In the sky, the little girl, whose spiritual energy was mostly depleted, was preparing to return when an even more powerful force surged into her body. Her eyes lit up, and her expression became even more excited. 2 pigtails stick up, burning the heavens. Suddenly, an even larger and more powerful white sea of fire swept across the sea, scorching the ocean and instantly clearing a large area of sea. The spirit, patterned armored crab, which had always acted fearlessly, visibly cowered. The large pincers that were swinging around so enthusiastically suddenly drooped down, and some even had one pincer pressing down on the other, as if afraid that the pincers would become too sharp and out of control. On the distant sea, 3 spiky crabs, each nearly 10 meters in diameter, had half their bodies suspended on the water. The leftmost spirit-patterned spine crab spewed a long string of bubbles from its mouth. Holy crap, bro, shouldn't you run out of spiritual energy after unleashing a powerful attack? How come this little girl is so strong? Third brother, don't panic. This just shows that the little girl's essence is powerful. That way, we can devour her and gain more benefits. The middle one, the spirit-patterned spine crab, answered in crab language. Once a ferocious beast reaches level 7, it enters the ranks of advanced ferocious beasts and possesses considerable intelligence. I think the eldest brother is right. The second brother, the spiny crab on the right, agreed. Good heavens. The system gained another 23,000 evolution points after unleashing a powerful move. Sukin smiled so hard his gums were showing. These little crabs are so cute, we can't let them get away. System, upgrade the nest to Verdant Mountain Range. Ding. 17,000 evolution points consumed. Hero unit Qinglian upgraded to level 5. The little girl, standing on flames, had her 2 pigtails stick up into the sky, bouncing around, which showed just how she felt. Burning the heavens. Instantly, flames larger and more turbulent than before swept in, boundless water vapor rose, and a vacuum zone was burned out in the near sea, exposing the seabed. Damn, bro, this little girl seems to be getting fiercer and fiercer. The spiny crab was shocked again, his crab eyes bulging out of their sockets. Don't worry, I have a plan. Based on the width and intensity of this last sea of fire, this little girl has definitely exhausted her spiritual power. Get ready to start the feast. The spiny crab's face radiated confidence. I think eldest brother is right. The second brother, the spiny crab, waved his pincers, burning the heavens. The little girl's loud voice rang out, and the sea of fire swept through once again. After leveling up to level 5, she was able to unleash 3 full heavenly slashes without even breaking a sweat. Chapter 80 Lightning, 5 Thunder Whip. Flames swept across the sky, and no living crabs could be seen on the sea surface. The little girl, with flames under her feet, jumped on a Sukin and wrapped her arms around his neck. Brother, isn't Qinglian amazing? Sharp. Sukin grinned. He doesn't feel any strain when he's holding Qinglian now. The large number of dead spirit-patterned spine crabs not only provided him with a large number of evolution points, but also significantly increased his speed, strength, and constitution attribute points. My spiritual power also increased by 5 attribute points. The only regret is the system space, which is a reward only available for the first kill of each type of ferocious beast. Spiritual energy in his dantian had grown to the size of a ping-pong ball, radiating brilliant spiritual light. Sukin felt his body, strengthened by the system, slowly growing stronger under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Sigh. I really miss the days when I was weak and vulnerable. He shook his head, and a scroll appeared in his hand, which recorded a mid-grade spiritual technique, the reward for winning first place in the high school competition. Mid-grade spiritual technique, Lightning 5 Thunder Whip. System, upgrade the spiritual technique Lightning 5 Thunder Whip. Ding. Evolution points minus 300, Lightning 5 Thunder Whip beginner level. Ding. Evolution points minus 700, Lightning 5 Thunder Whip Minor Completion. Evolution points minus 1000. Evolution points minus 1500. Lightning 5 Thunder Whip perfected. As the Lightning 5 Thunder Whip reached its perfect state, a phantom image of a Thunder Whip appeared in his dantian. Not only the Thunder Whip, but also a phantom image of lightning appeared in his dantian, which was the lightning flash technique that had been perfected earlier. Ding! The lightning flash technique and the 5 Thunder Whip have been detected to be compatible. Do you want to fuse the two spiritual techniques? Merge. As soon as Sukin finished speaking, the lightning phantom merged into the lightning whip, and the lightning whip seemed to brighten a little. Ding! The spiritual technique fusion was successful, and the power of the lightning 5 Thunder Whip has been significantly enhanced. Ding! Lightning flash has disappeared. 1100 evolution points have been returned. With only 1,100 evolution points, Sukin glanced at the 27,000 evolution points in the back end, fully demonstrating his disdain for such a small number of evolution points. Splash! At this moment, 3 figures in the distance finally arrived at the nearshore area. With a diameter of nearly 10 meters and legs that are more than 10 meters long, this crab is simply terrifying. With their long whiskers swaying and their crab eyes darting around, the 3 crabs began to communicate again. Damn! Big brother, that little girl and that incredibly handsome kid didn't run away when they saw us. That's really strange. Crab brother sizzled foam from his mouth. Didn't big brother just say that the little girl is speechless now? And as for that kid, he's definitely too intimidated by big brother's domineering aura to run away. Big brother crab was full of confidence. That kid is for your older brother to eat later. Your older brother's looks are just a little short of being as handsome as the crab. When the time comes, your older brother will go out for a stroll and easily find wives for you guys. I think big brother is right. Crab brother's voice was loud this time. And what about you, eldest brother? Second brother crab didn't think that eldest brother crab would be such a good crab. I have the bearing of a hero. I'll help you find wives, and then I'll be truly happy. Crab's tone was slightly heavy. Why do I feel like they're talking? Sukin blinked as he looked at the 3 level 7 spirit, patterned spiky crabs that were resting near the sea. They're using tricks to get married. The little girl said disdainfully. As an insect-type hero unit, she has maxed out her beast language skills. The crab in the middle even said you're handsome, and it will become even more handsome if it eats you. It actually wants to eat my brother. Qinglian must roast it until there's not a single bit left. The little girl grinned, her eyes sweaty and menacing. Sure enough, my handsomeness has reached the point where it's hard to distinguish between a human and an animal. Sukin, however, felt that this spiky crab had potential. However, he still dared not be careless in the face of 3 level 7 ferocious beasts. System, upgrade the Dark Moon Demon Nest. Ding! 15,000 evolution points consumed. The Dark Moon Demon Nest, currently at level 5, has upgraded its golden unit, the Dark Moon Fairy, to a level 5 unit. In an instant, the Dark Moon Fairy's slightly weakened aura was completely restored, and not only that, their aura also became even stronger. Sukin originally wanted to upgrade the Verdant Mountain range to level 6, but that would require 30,000 evolution points. Even with the bonus from Lightning Bolt, he only has 28,100 evolution points, which is still quite a bit short. Furthermore, there are no other spirit-patterned spiny crabs nearby, so it's temporarily impossible to obtain evolution points. The little girl is a level 5 unit. As a legendary quality hero unit, coupled with powerful talents and skills, she has no problem suppressing a level 7 spirit pattern spiked crab. 5 level 5 gold tier Dark Moon Fairies should be able to hold off a level 7 spirit pattern spiked crab. The remaining one. Sukin felt the surging spiritual power within his dantian. It was time for Sukin, the self-propelled cannon, to show his true colors. Superior. Sukin gave the order, and his spiritual energy surged. In the blink of an eye, one enhanced version of the perfected 5 thunderbolts of lightning materialized from the void, directly enveloping the spirit-patterned spiky crab in the very center. Purple lightning condensed into a thunder whip, and in the flashes of lightning, it had already unleashed 5 consecutive lashes. Clap, 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 clap. 5 lightning whips struck Brother Crab, leaving only slight scorch marks. Crab didn't care. He swung his claws, parted the waves, and rushed towards Sukin. Second brother, third brother, today I'll show you what your eldest brother is capable of. But, crack, 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 crack. Crab could take 2 steps, Countless lightning whips enveloped him. Its entire crab transformed into a purple crab. If it withstood 2 or 3 mid-grade spiritual techniques, but in an instant, more than a dozen enhanced, perfect-grade mid-grade spiritual techniques struck it. If it had foresight, it would surely have chosen the best of the 36 stratagems. Retreat. The overflowing electric current spread from the sea surface, causing Crab Brother 2 and Brother Sia 3rd to feel a tingling sensation in their abdomens. Their initial excitement, stemming from Crab Brother's plan to help them find wives, vanished instantly upon being stimulated by the current. Not only that, they also seemed to smell a faint fragrance coming from their lower bodies. The two crabs looked at each other, confirming with their eyes that they were crabs in the same boat, sharing the same fate. The little girl flew over, her feet resting on white flames. She didn't care about anything else. She stretched out her little hand and shouted, 8 dragons fire pillar. 8 pillars of flame rose up, their white, dark flames burning fiercely, and faint dragon roars could be heard, as if a fire dragon was among them. Crab Brother could react. The entire crab was imprisoned by the 8 dragon fire pillars. As the nether flame burned, its entire crab shell turned red in an instant. It hurts. It hissed as it moved, its body surging with blue spiritual energy, which transformed into a water dragon that crashed down on the little girl. The little girl twisted her small body and dodged the water dragon's impact. Netherflame heavy fist combo. She wasn't going to tolerate this crap. She clenched her little fists and swung her arms like phantoms. Countless fists burning with white flames exploded on Crab Brother's body like cannonballs. Feeling that his crab shell was starting to crack, Crab Brother 2 immediately became anxious. Sizzle. A large plume of blue bubbles shot out of its mouth. Chapter 81 The number 3000, Netherflame Fireball. Blue bubbles, like little balloons, blocked Crab Brother's way. The fiery fist that was bombarding the blue bubble was instantly enveloped and then annihilated within it. The 8 fiery dragon pillars that had imprisoned Crab Brother were now slowly dissipating. Netherworld flames on the 8 dragon fire pillars is limited. Otherwise, Brother Crab 2 would probably have already vaporized. The little girl puffed out her cheeks, flames erupted around her, and a white sea of fire ignited behind her. The flames surged, carrying boundless power as they swept back towards Crab Brother. Damn it! My brother has ruined my life. Hiss! Crab Brother 2, along with the blue bubble, was directly engulfed by a sea of white fire. Meanwhile, Brother Crab had already been struck by countless lightning bolts and thunderbolts, losing consciousness and dying instantly. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 7 ferocious beast spirit pattern spiked crab. Reward, strength +4, speed +3, evolution points +2000. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 7 ferocious beast spirit pattern spiked crab. Evolution points increased by 2000. 2 voices rang in Sukan's mind in a row. Sukan exclaimed, wow! Level 4 ferocious beasts reward 500 evolution points, while level 7 ferocious beasts directly reward 2000 evolution points. This forced him, a kind, considerate, and animal-loving good young man, to commit the crime of murder. For a moment, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Crab Brother 3. On the other side, 5 dark moon fairies fluttered around Crab Brother 3, their cold blades flashing as they left crisscrossing wounds on its carapace. Sensing the impending deaths of his 2 older brothers, the 3rd Crab Brother felt a chill in his heart and wanted to run away. As for avenging its brother, it hesitated for 0.001 seconds before decisively deciding that its own crab life was more important. But when he saw Sukan standing not far away, stepping on Brother Crab, his eyes shining, licking his lips as he looked at it, the hairs on my body stood on end. Could this incredibly handsome young man be planning something strange about me? In an instant, it couldn't help but curl its crab rear end. Crabs can be killed, but not. Never mind. Go ahead and insult me all you want. Crab immediately raised its snow-white back claw and shook it in the air, while also sticking out its crab rear end. The arches seemed to say, come on, come on. Extremely bizarre. It kept making a sizzling sound. What does this mean? Raise the white flag. Kowtow. Sukan looked at the little girl in a daze. It said it wanted to surrender and could acknowledge its brother as its master. If my brother wants to do anything weird to it, that's fine too. There's no need to pity it. The little girl translated, and then asked Sukan curiously, what's this strange thing? Sukan was stunned, but his face quickly darkened. Damn it. Is Sukan's LSP, low spirit person, nature really that obvious? There was once a chivalrous hero named Su Daxian. A hero like Su Dakan, who plays the grass crab today? Excuse me. Mine is too small for you to handle. Sukin refused. Grass pythons are still a viable option. Grass crabs are definitely a path never before imagined. He couldn't resist giving this unruly crab an electrocution treatment to correct its evil thoughts. He clenched his fist, but ultimately suppressed the thought. After all, he was a kind person. He would never retaliate against the crab. At most, he would lock it up with a dozen or so hot-tempered male crabs during the male crab's mating season. Sukin is just that kind. Sizzle. Brother Crab couldn't help but speak up again. Brother, it said it can be your mount, and you can ride it however you want. Qinglian translated it again. Mount. Sukin's lips twitched. He always felt an inability to look directly at those two words coming from the mouth of this unconventional crab. And riding a crab is just too ugly. Sukin was a little disgusted. Hey, we can use it to go to the land of dragon's saliva. With a gleam in his eyes, Sukin stopped the Dark Moon Fairy while summoning the Azure Flame insect to fly towards it. In the Battle of Moonlight Forest, his Azure Flame insects were completely wiped out, and he has only recovered about 10 so far. However, once the Verdant Mountain Range reached level 5, the number of Azure Flame insects increased directly to 3,000, already reaching a considerable scale. Sukan, rank 5 Nest Master. Nest, Verdant Mountain Ridge. Level, 5, 0%. Population, 2913/3000. Hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Output, Azure Flame Insect, level 5, gold. Talent, sharp teeth and a sharp tongue, as hard as steel. Skill, Nether Flame Fireball, heavy nether burning. Currently possessing, gold units, level 5, gold, 2913. Not only has the quantity increased, but the original Fire Rain Bullet skill has been transformed into Nether Flame Fireball. Its body has grown to the size of an adult's fist, completely losing the small size of insects. It's hard to imagine what it would be like if a swarm of insects formed after level 7. Sukin couldn't help but feel anticipation. Crab Brother 3 saw the ferocious Azure Flame insect flying towards him. His heart pounded, but when he saw Sukan with a faint smile, he ultimately dared not resist. After the Azure Flame insects had finished crawling over the vital points on Crab Brother 3's body, Sukin leisurely jumped onto Crab Brother 3's body. Crab Brother 3's eyes darted around, wondering whether he should give Sukin a hard time. Snap! Sukin snapped his fingers, and an Azure Flame insect floated directly in front of Crab Brother 3, unleashing its heavy flame-burning technique. A fist-sized white flame burst open in the void, emitting no heat whatsoever, yet leaving visible black marks in the void. The Netherworld reveals the true power of the Netherworld flame. Such power is something that a level 7 ferocious beast like it cannot withstand. The crab immediately became obedient. Flame insects that landed on its vital spot would instantly melt through its body and take its life. Sukin beckoned Qinglian and the Dark Moon Fairy to sit on Crab Brother 3's back and directed it to head towards the confluence of the rainforest and the sea. With the waves crashing, the third Crab Brother unleashed his full power, darting swiftly through the seawater. I must say, this speed is much faster than any yacht he owned in his previous life, and it's also green and pollution-free. 1 crab is all you need for fuel consumption per kilometer. Less than an hour later, Brother Crab brought Sukan and the others to the outskirts of Dragon's Saliva Land. This sea area was full of turbulent currents and whirlpools, and one could see ferocious water beasts appearing from time to time. However, sensing the aura of the level 7 spirit pattern spiky crab, they all dared not show their faces and sank to the bottom of the water to hide. Crab Brother completely ignored the surrounding whirlpools and turbulent currents, swinging his 8 crab legs and steadily traversing above the whirlpools. Before long, Sukin saw a small island full of abandoned buildings appear in front of him. The figures on the island also turned around instantly. Their eyes met, and both looked at them with ill intent. Chapter 82. Now that we've met the great commander, why not pay our respects? Sukin sat on Crab Brother 3's back, blinking as he looked at the figures opposite him. But soon, he grinned, put one hand on his hip, tilted his head back slightly, and shouted loudly. Ugly bastards, since you've seen such a handsome guy, why don't you bow down to him? There's no way around it. After all, he inherited the reader's good looks, and that's just how confident he is. Especially when facing Chi, who had wolf claws or crocodile tails, pale skin, and a mouth full of ferocious fangs. He couldn't help but feel confident. Zhou once said, as long as the other person is ugly enough, your looks will be off the charts. Through practical experience, Sukin realized that Zhou was right. Eh, kid, you are indeed handsome, more than 1,000 times better than any of us, but... The leader, a man with a pig's head on one arm, laughed. Holy crap, our villains speaking in a much more pleasant tone these days. Immediately complimented the person on their good looks. Or should we go easy on him later and just twist his head off? Chi, who spoke so eloquently, Sukin felt it was necessary to show his kindness. Hey, kid, are you even listening to me? Seeing Sukin looking lost in thought, Chi immediately became unhappy. Uve finished reciting your lines, so why aren't you listening to others recite theirs? Even as the main character, this is going too far. Go on, I'm listening. Sukin quickly replied. He cherishes the fact that he's encountered such a nice-talking villain. Humph, Chi sneered. But we will still kill you without mercy, and your head will be made into the finest work of art. You, boss, the spirit-patterned spiky crab he's riding looks like a level 7 ferocious beast. Just as Chi was spewing his spittle, a weak voice sounded beside him. A level 7 ferocious beast is nothing. Gulp, Chi realized halfway through his sentence and took 2 steps back. Very impressive. After pausing for a moment, he glanced at Crab Brother 3 and said slowly, Human brat, the level 7 ferocious beast you ride is powerful, but we are not to be trifled with either. How about this, you leave now, and we'll pretend we didn't see anything, okay? Hee, what do you think? Sukin crossed his arms. He realized that not only was Chicho stupid, but he was also not very smart. Could this be the legendary, ugly, and short-sighted? He's already barged in. How could he be dismissed with just a few words, unless he can say 180,000 words? Chi's eyes flickered. The most core member of them, Chi, had led the void beast into the ruins to search for the dragon's corpse. Of the Chi who remained outside, he was the strongest. He was no match for a level 7 ferocious beast, but the dozen or so Chi beasts behind him were no pushovers. Chi who could participate in this operation was level 3. With their combined efforts, they weren't too afraid of this level 7 ferocious beast. As for Sukan, he only had a level 5 aura, so he didn't take him seriously at all. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed. Kid, since you're courting death, don't blame me. Chi made a gesture, and instantly, dozens of terrifying-looking corpse monsters appeared around him, forming a semicircle to surround Sukan. Ding. Treasure chest monster. Ding. Look at these uniquely shaped little things. Don't they look like treasure chests waiting for you to explore? Defeating Chi has a chance to spawn a treasure chest. This magical treasure chest contains everything, including the 48H Big Sister. Holy crap. System, I'm noticing you're getting more and more handsome. Sukin was stunned for a moment upon receiving the information in his mind, then overjoyed. The system understands me best. Suddenly, his gaze towards the Chi people around him became incredibly fervent. It was as if these Chi were no longer Chi, but rather a group of 48-year-old older sisters. Slurp. Sukin swallowed hard, snapped his fingers, and instantly a swarm of insects appeared behind him. The nearly 3,000 fist-sized azure flame insects didn't look like insects at all. Instead, they resembled small beasts. Boss, something seems off about this aura. One of the men said uneasily. What's there to be cowardly about? They're just a bunch of big bugs. Although he was a little flustered, he obviously couldn't show it at this moment. Let's get to work. Sukan's lips curled into a smile, and the azure refined nether flame insects instantly transformed into a cloud of insects, covering everything below. Monsters blocking the way were no different from Chi and Bubble. In an instant, they were reduced to severed limbs. In just a few breaths, only a handful of the dozens of figures remained. Ding. The host has been detected to have killed a level 3 Chi. A beginner treasure chest has been awarded as a reward. Ding. The host has been detected to have killed a level 4 Chi. A mid-level treasure chest has been awarded as a reward. Bite. Sukin couldn't hide his smile as he saw the constant stream of messages popping up in the system's backend. It's time to send you on your way. Figures surrounded by azure flame insects. Sukin gave a soft shout. Azure flame insect, flame fireball. Since I have a new skill, I should definitely give it a try. The azure flame insect swarm opened and closed its mouth parts, spewing out countless black fireballs the size of ping-pong balls. Thousands of fireballs fell, making it look like a black fireball rain was falling from the sky. Several Chi creatures stared wide-eyed as they were engulfed in the rain of fireballs. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a level 5 Chi. Reward, intermediate treasure chest. The system's voice sounded again, and as far as the eye could see, There were no other figures standing there besides them. Crab Brother 3 stared wide-eyed. Even as a level 7 ferocious beast, he felt that his crab life was probably going to end in the face of such a group of monstrous insects. Dealing with the chi, Sukin scanned the area with his mind, and 7 treasure chests shimmering with a faint light appeared before him. 3 low-level treasure chests and 4 mid-level treasure chests. Sukin was quite satisfied with the 7 treasure chests that came out of the dozen or so chi monsters. Rubbing his hands together, Sukin couldn't help but feel excited as he looked at the treasure chest in front of him. The little girl squatted down to the side, her eyes full of curiosity. Ding! The low-level treasure chest has been opened, and the reward is a pair of smelly socks that haven't been washed for 3 months. Seeing a pair of black, steaming socks appear where the treasure chest used to be, Sukin was dumbfounded. Is this the treasure chest you mentioned that reveals the 48H bust of older women? Ugh, it stinks. The little girl waved her hand dismissively, her face full of disdain. Stay calm. Stay calm. Opening treasure chests is all about luck. If you don't get anything good from the first chest, it just means your good luck is coming later. After muttering to himself for a while, Sukin reached for another low-level treasure chest. Ding! A low-level treasure chest has been opened, rewarding you with a yogurt container that's been licked spotless. Phew! Stay calm. It's nothing. Ding! The low-level treasure chest has been opened, and you will be rewarded with a hand warmer. Fuck you, civility, civility. Sukin felt a rush of blood to his head. It's okay, there are still 4 intermediate treasure chests. It's normal not to get good stuff from low-level treasure chests. Taking a deep breath, Sukin reached for the intermediate level treasure chest. Chapter 83 Pain in the Throat, Heartache. Ding! The intermediate treasure chest has been opened, rewarding 100 evolution points. Not bad, even a small mosquito is still meat. Sukin's mood improved slightly. Although you need to kill at least a level 4 chi to get a mid-level treasure chest, compared to the low-level treasure chests in the complete black pit, this reward of 100 evolution points is 1,000,000 times more powerful. It's a terrible system after all, what more can you expect from it? Sukin mentally gave the system the middle finger and continued opening treasure chests. 100 evolution points as a reward. Reward with the low-grade spirit technique, Flash Step. Holy crap, he's used a spiritual technique. Sukin didn't hesitate and immediately started upgrading. Evolution points minus 100, Beginner's Guide to Flash Step. Evolution points minus 200, Flash Step Technique, Minor Mastery. Minus 500, Flash Step Technique Perfected. A faint phantom of a foot appeared in Sukin's dantian, and then quickly disappeared. Flash Step is a spiritual technique for rapid movement, as for speed. As Sukin's dantian energy fluctuated, a long trail of afterimages appeared in the air in an instant, and he had already appeared 10 meters away. It was as if they had teleported. However, crossing 10 meters in the blink of an eye is actually no different from teleportation. However, this spiritual technique also has its flaws. Its spiritual energy consumption is even greater than that of the intermediate level spiritual technique, Lightning 5 Thunder Whip. That is, Sukin, replaced by another 5th grade Nest Master. If one has mastered the Flash Step technique to perfection, one dares not use it lightly, otherwise the spiritual energy in one's body will not last long. Moreover, the Flash Step can only move in a straight line, and it is almost useless in environments with many obstacles, such as forests, unless you only need to move a few meters. But for Sukin, that cheater. Even if he only moves 2 or 3 meters at a time, it's enough to leave the enemy nowhere to be seen when his spiritual power is exhausted. Brother, you're so fast. Are you a contestant from the Superboy competition? The little girl saw Sukin appear in the distance in the blink of an eye, and then return to Crab Brother 3's back in the blink of an eye. She immediately clapped her hands and cheered. Her little face was full of excitement. Don't say brother is so fast next time, and definitely don't say Superboy. Sukin's lips twitched. What the hell is this? Moreover, how would she know about the term Superboy? It must be that lousy system's doing. After all, he was just a pure, kind, and handsome young boy. Why? The little girl tilted her head in confusion. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Sukin gently pinched the little girl's cheek. To be honest, it felt really nice to the touch. Looking at the last intermediate treasure chest, Sukin silently recited, Jade Emperor, Lousy, Buddha, Guanyin, Jesus. Please, I need a 48-hour girl. I have no ill intentions. I just want to become close friends with her. Sukin reached for the treasure chest. Ding. The intermediate treasure chest has been opened. Reward, transparent lace panties. Looking at the white lace panties in his hand, Sukan's face turned pale, and he felt like he was about to choke on his own blood. Luckily, there was no one around. Thinking of this, Sukan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, his lifelong reputation would have been ruined. You trash system, once I've built up my power, I'll owe you 100 times over. Warning to the host, do not have any strange thoughts about this system. This system's gender, male, preference, female. Understand? So what if you're male? Everyone's male, right? Brother, what is this? The little girl came closer and curiously pointed at the lace panties in Sukan's hand, asking a question. Sukan paused for a moment, but quickly realized. It's a hat. What a beautiful hat. Qinglian loves it. Can you give it to Qinglian, brother? The little girl said, already holding the hat in her hands. With a quick grab of its little hand, it snatched the item and then slipped it over its head. Damn it! Sukan's face darkened, and with lightning speed, he snatched it from the little girl's hand and put it directly into his system space. This hat isn't nice. I'll get you a better one later. The little girl saw the hat disappear. Her mouth immediately pursed, and tears welled up in her eyes. Don't cry, your brother will show you how to roast crab legs alive. It's fun and delicious. Sukan quickly said. A bad feeling suddenly arose in the heart of the third brother crab. Several azure flame insects raised one of its small legs, and a faint white flame burned it, soon releasing a fragrance. It smells so good. The little girl immediately beamed with joy, though tears welled up in her eyes. Finally done. Sukan breathed a sigh of relief. Third crab brother also had tears in his eyes. Pain enters the throat, and heart aches. This is a world where only it suffers. Jiangqing. It had been some time since Sukan and his group entered the Baiha mudflats, and Zhang Baiha and the others were still standing at the entrance. Lu Qingyu held Su Yulua's small hand, whose face was full of worry, and whispered something to her. Song Yueshue, and the smug look in Lu Qingyu's eyes made Lu Wanyan chuckle. She had known for a long time that her daughter had feelings for Sukan. She hadn't interfered when Sukan was just a handsome, ordinary student, so naturally she wouldn't interfere now. But every time she thought of Sukan, she couldn't help but recall the moment she crashed into his face from the sky, and the red blood from her nose staining her pants. Her pretty face flushed red. Zhang Baiha was filled with sorrow. You brat, no matter what, you absolutely must. Qi, who has entered the Baiha River mudflats, takes control of the corpse of the fallen dragon. Not only Jiangqing, but the entire dragon kingdom will be greatly affected. But now, Sukan is the only one they can rely on. Did they notice that consort Sangyue's expression was extremely strange at this moment? Her face glowed with a rosy light, and a fierce glint flashed in her alluring eyes. Whoever you are, don't let me, Sanyue Mingfei, catch you, or I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Grinning with her silver teeth, she thought of the underwear that had vanished from her body in an instant, and her eyes seemed to hold a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. His eyes swept around, and he realized that the strongest person in the arena was Zhang Baiha. Zhang Baiha was only at level 7. Even if he had mastered some special spiritual technique, he certainly didn't have the strength to use it face-to-face without her noticing. Moreover, she had known Zhang Baiha for quite some time. Although he was a bit of a good-for-nothing, his character was still quite good. Her gaze swept over Su Yulua, Lu Wanjun, Lu Qingyu, and others, and even Song Yueshue was not spared, but she rejected them all. None of the people present had the power or ability to do such a thing. Her eyes were deep, and her delicate hands were clenched into fists. Is it a special unit ability? Or is it a special spiritual technique? Who exactly is it? Suddenly, a handsome face with a sly smile appeared in her mind. Could it be that bad apple? Does he have that ability? And didn't he enter the secret realm of the Baiha River mudflats? Chapter 84 The Golden Nine-Headed Lion. Song Yu Mingfei gritted her teeth, determined to give Sukan a good beating the moment she saw him. Anyway, he's such a scoundrel. He's definitely not innocent if he gets beaten up. Auntie, what's wrong? Seeing Song Yu Mingfei gritting her teeth, Song Yueshue finally couldn't help but ask. Not only Song Yueshue, but everyone else also turned their attention to Song Yumingfei at this moment. From the beginning, they noticed that consort Song Yue was acting strangely. Feeling a little uneasy under so many gazes, her face flushed slightly, and then a cold glint flashed in her eyes as she squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Nothing, I just wanted to kill someone. Song Yueshue paused for a moment, then silently turned her head to the side. She knew her aunt well. She never joked about anything. If she's talking about murder, then she's thinking of murder right now. The others looked at her blankly, none of them daring to look at her anymore. Your Excellency, there is no need for such formalities. It is already a great honor for Jiangxing to receive Your Excellency's help today. Zhang Baihe will lead the people of Jiangxing to resolve the remaining issues. Your Highness, please don't upset yourself. Why don't you let Qingyi take you to rest first? Zhang Baihe thought that Consort Song Yue was angry about the harm that the Qi clan had caused to Jiangxing, and he was immediately deeply moved. Unexpectedly, after several years, Consort Song Yue's princess temper has changed a lot, and she is now more considerate of others. Under Zhang Baihe's command, Qingyi descended from the sky, its dragon wings flapping and stirring up gusts of wind. Song Yu Mingfei felt the cool breeze blowing under her white dress, and the murderous aura on her face intensified. Her eyes moved, flashing with cold light, as she looked at Zhang Baihe. It's you. Incredibly chilling, colder than the north wind in the dead of winter. Zhang Baihe looked completely bewildered. What's the meaning? Fine. Taking a deep breath and looking at Zhang Baihe for a while, Song Yu Mingfei finally looked away. The azure-winged dragon flapped its wings, ready to fly away. This woman was too ferocious. It didn't want to stay here any longer. But when Song Yu Mingfei swept her with her cold gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and she lowered her head and took small steps to hide behind Zhang Baihe. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar suddenly rang out in the sky. A golden figure appeared in the distant sky and quickly arrived above Jiangxing. Its entire body is golden, as if it were cast from gold. Its 9 heads are all extremely ferocious, and its enormous body is as tall as a 2-story building. Its golden mane bristled at its neck, exuding majesty and domineering presence. The golden 9-headed lion. Song Yu Mingfei uttered a few words from her red lips. Despite having golden in its name, the golden 9-headed lion is of far superior quality to gold, even surpassing its diamond tier unit, the bright tiger. The golden 9-headed lion, a mythical creature, has already surpassed the legendary level in quality, reaching the epic level, and has the potential to reach the mythical level in the future. It recreates the domineering and majestic nature of ancient mythical creatures. A golden 9-headed lion descended from the sky, and a figure slowly walked down from it. Black and red robe, gold cloud pattern. It was Jin Yunwan, a member of the Military Affairs Department. Lord Jiangxing greets Commander Jin. Zhang Baihe quickly bowed. He wasn't surprised that the Military Intelligence Bureau of Jiangxing had sent people over, since Zhao Changshan's entire army had been wiped out, and he was also seriously injured. But he never expected that a commander with gold cloud patterns would come directly to him. The 6 officials in the Military Affairs Department with golden cloud patterns are all experts above the 9th rank. You are too kind, Lord Jiang. Jiangxing has suffered such a calamity, which is also due to our dereliction of duty. Jin Xingtian clasped his hands together, his tone somewhat heavy. News of the situation in Jiangxing had already reached Yujing, which is why he came to Jiangxing. The Qi clan, in alliance with the multi-armed demons, attacked Jiangxing, something none of them had anticipated. But since it has already happened, the only way to avenge it is with blood. Human warriors will never sacrifice themselves in vain. The Qi clan will surely pay a bloody price for the destruction of the Jiangxing Military Affairs Bureau. That is why I have come here today. Jin Xingtian said solemnly. Besides me, there are 100 soldiers from the Military Affairs Bureau on their way from Yujing. They are all of the 5th rank or above and will arrive in Jiangxing shortly. By the way, there's one more thing. Not long ago, the aura of the heroic token appeared in Jiang City. I wonder what the situation is. Could City Lord Jiang please tell me? Jin Xingtian looked at Zhang Baihe. This? Zhang Baihe was completely dumbfounded. He was so stunned by the powerful aura that he didn't know anything else except that he saw a woman in a black dress. Mingfei has some guesses about that hero's token. Consort Song Yue stepped forward gracefully. In the land of dragons, Saliva. Su Kan and his group have entered the interior of the ruins. Crab Brother 3 walked through the ruins, feeling somewhat nervous. It was eerily quiet all around. As a ferocious beast, it knew that such places usually harbored powerful creatures. Its crab eyes darted around incessantly, as if afraid that it might lose its crab life if it wasn't careful. Sukin glanced around at his surroundings, sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat unsettling. They had been on the island for quite some time, and apart from the first wave of Qi, they hadn't encountered any other Qi. Is it because I'm too handsome that they feel ashamed and hide away? Touching his chin, Sukin thought about it more, and it seemed more and more likely. Hey, there seems to be something over there. Sukan's eyes narrowed. He thought he had just seen a dark shadow flash by. No, Something just appeared. His improved physical fitness also greatly enhanced his eyesight, making it almost as good as eagle eyes. Go! He raised his hand, and instantly a swarm of azure flame insects flew out from behind him, transforming into a cloud of insects that rose into the sky. Although the azure flame insects cannot provide him with vision, they can serve as scouts. He can be notified immediately if anything unusual happens. Buzz! In just a few breaths, the swarm of insects began to buzz and rapidly descended in one direction. Found it! Sukan's eyes lit up, and he immediately beckoned Crab Brother 3 to follow. In the corner of the messy ruins, a strange creature that looked somewhat like a humanoid dinosaur was curled up in a ball. With its rough black skin, thick lower limbs, short claws, and dinosaur head, it crouched in the corner, its paws wrapped around its knees, trembling as it watched the swarm of azure flame insects approach. Stop! Sukan twitched his lips when he saw the behemoth, which was at least 30 meters tall, but looked pitiful, and stopped the swarm of insects from attacking. Golza, the monster from the tokusatsu shows he watched in his previous life? The only difference is that it is tens of meters smaller and has no ferocity or domineering presence like Golza. Hurrah, hurrah! Seeing that Sukan did not attack it immediately, the monster raised its head slightly, waved its short claws gently, and made strange noises. Chapter 85 Void Beast. The spread of instigation has been discovered. Sukan, whose monster language level was 0, was completely bewildered. Are you trying to make things difficult for me, Sukan? Brother, it said not to kill it. It's a good monster and has never harmed any other creature. The little girl bit her lip and stepped forward to translate. You can even understand monster language? Sukan looked at the little girl with a look of surprise. The little girl, being a hero-type soldier, could understand the language of the ferocious beasts. After all, they and the beasts were creatures from the same world. Powerful and ferocious beasts can speak human language. But this monster doesn't look like a creature from the same world as them at all. How can you understand this? Alala lala woo woo. The little monster continued to speak in its monster language. It said it got separated from its mother during a spatial turbulence, inexplicably came to this world, and was suddenly captured by a group of bad guys. Those bad guys are vicious. They not only don't let it eat its fill, but they also beat it often. Upon hearing the little girl's translation, Sukan exclaimed, "Wow! Isn't this the young void behemoth that led the Chi clan into the White River mudflats? Wait a minute. Aren't void behemoths supposed to be able to travel through space at will? Why isn't this guy running away? Why is he just being surrounded like this? Could this be a fake monster?" Hurrah! The monster waved its hands repeatedly, and then let out another hurrah. Some bad guys put something around its neck, which restricted its ability to travel through the void. Is that so? Sukan looked it over, and then noticed that it had a silver collar around its neck. It also said that the bad guys are fighting a big snake, that it escaped, and that the bad guys are looking for it, and want us to help it. The little girl was translating dutifully, but at this moment, the way she looked at the monster was no longer right. Brother, why don't we help you eat it? It looks so ugly, it must taste delicious, and Qinglian has never eaten a void beast before. Wah! Upon hearing this, the little monster's eyes reddened, and it covered its head with its paws, looking like it was about to cry. Sukan was speechless for a moment. Good grief. If another beast asks for your help, just help it by eating it. You really helped your stomach. Whoosh! Suddenly, the little monster reached into its mouth with its claws and pulled out a large pile of spirit stones. The spirit stones, shimmering with a faint spiritual light, were piled up in front of Sukan like a small mountain. Judging from the density of the spiritual light above, there are not only low-grade spirit stones, but also quite a few mid-grade spirit stones, and even some high-grade spirit stones. A rough estimate would be around a few $1,000s. Goodness, what a rich guy. Sukan touched it and directly put the spirit stone into the system space. Ahem. I'm not after your spirit stones. It's just that it's not safe for you to keep them. I'll keep them for you for now. The little monster blinked, its pure, large eyes looking at Sukan. Don't worry, I'm not lying to you. Sukan, never lie to beasts. And look at your height. Sukan sized up its nearly 30-meter tall body. You must be an underage beast. I'll return you to you when you're an adult. I'll also preserve the green resin for you. The little girl's big eyes darted around, and she started bouncing and shouting. Hurrah! The little monster reached out with its claws and pulled out a long spear. The black gun body is decorated with a coiled dragon pattern, and the blade gleams coldly, captivating the eye. The two characters Han Yuan are also engraved on the grip of the gun. Frost Abyss Spear. Feel the aura emanating from this spiritual weapon. A look of shock flashed across Sukan's eyes. This is actually a high-grade spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons are divided into 3 grades: superior, middle, and inferior, as well as the supreme grade. Superior grade spiritual weapons are not even something that a 9th grade expert might possess. Sukan suddenly felt that the pile of spirit stones he had just received wasn't so appealing anymore. The little girl gripped the spear tightly, her eyes filled with excitement. As she waved her little arms, layers of transparent flames appeared on the spear. Qinglian, I also have a spear. How about we swap? A red-tasseled spear appeared in Sukan's palm. This was also his reward for winning first place in the competition, a low-grade spiritual weapon, which looked far less imposing than the gun in the little girl's hand. No, brother's gun is too small. The little girl pouted and hugged the cold abyss spear to her chest. If you don't want it, then don't say things like brother's gun is too small. Sukan touched his nose. I feel insulted. Boom. A ruined building suddenly exploded, sending scattered stones flying everywhere. Roar. At the same time, a beastly roar came, its dark body covered with scales the size of bowls, and even with only half of its body exposed, it seemed to be more than 10 meters long. Hurrah! The little monster then cried out again. It said that this was the giant snake it had encountered before. The little girl's translation was quite professional. But even without the little girl translating, Sukan already knew. The giant serpent's full form has been revealed. It is even larger than the small monster, probably 40 meters long, and the powerful aura emanating from it has exceeded level 7. Around the giant serpent, there were also many corpse monsters and chi figures. Their lowest level is level 5. The void beast is there. Go and bring it back quickly. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. The chi soldiers who were besieging the giant serpent rushed over, emanating powerful auras. They were all level 6. Human brat, it seems you've already discovered our presence, but it's too late. My young master is controlling the dragon's corpse. He will succeed soon, and then you will all die. The leader, Chi, had a sinister grin on his face. Kid, I advise you to obediently offer up your head, and you might at least have a whole corpse left. Otherwise, I'll make sure your bones are never found. A chilling voice came from his mouth. He wasn't in a hurry to capture the void beast. With the void suppressing ring in place, the void beast had no chance of escaping their pursuit. So you're very brave. Sukan stood on Crab Brother's back with his arms crossed, a faint smile on his lips. He didn't even consider Chi, who was only at level 6, a threat. Hero, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and kill them to capture the void beast. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, you can prepare to spend the rest of your life in a latrine. A furious shout came from the direction where the giant serpent was being attacked. Hero shuddered and immediately ordered the corpse monster to attack Sukan. This won't do. I think he's only at level 6, and you're at level 6 too. Why should he let you go to the latrine just because he tells you to? If it were me, I would make him stay in the latrine until he's thoroughly seasoned before coming out. Sukan was unhappy. He always speaks out against injustice. He witnessed this scene of bullying within his own clan, and he felt he couldn't ignore it. Wait. Upon hearing Sukan's words, Hiro's expression changed, and he stopped the charging corpse monster. As a genius of the Chi clan, how could he allow himself to be bossed around by other Chi clan members, especially in front of an outsider? Hiro have any pride? Hiro, you're such a pig-headed idiot. Can't you see that human kid is stirring things up? Chi next to him rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Are you stirring up trouble? Hiro's voice grew even colder. At that moment, he felt his intelligence had been insulted, especially in front of so many of his own kind. What gave this human the right to do that? Sukan touched his chin, feeling sorry for Chi Guai, and thought he couldn't deceive him anymore, so he nodded. You're so clever. You even caught me trying to stir things up. Chapter 86 Level 8 Ferocious Beast, Silver-Scaled Giant Python. Die. At that moment, Quairo was truly enraged. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. Kill. Accompanied by an angry shout. Suddenly, 3 strangely shaped corpse monsters rushed towards Sukan. The other Chi were not idle either. They summoned their corpse monsters to surround Sukan, since Sukan had a level 7 ferocious beast on his back, and they dared not be careless. The little girl, having just acquired a new weapon, didn't wait for Sukan's orders and charged forward with the cold abyss spear. The spear tip gleamed coldly, with white flames dancing on it. As it was swung, it resembled a white serpent. A flash of cold light, and the level 6 corpse monster had already pierced through the heart. The ability to shake mountains becomes even more monstrous when combined with weapons. With a single, sweeping shot, a sonic boom erupted, and a zombie-like creature, about the size of an elephant and over 4 meters tall, was sent flying backward by the little girl's blow. Then, it exploded in midair, turning into a rain of blood. The little monster's heart skipped a beat, and it shrank back. That's terrifying. Damn it. Is this a rampaging loli? Sukin touched his nose, somewhat speechless. To be a soft and cuddly little girl. However, while the little girl was fierce, the Chi were equally formidable. A winged creature, Chi, controlled 5 rock-covered monsters that surrounded the little girl. The Frost Abyss spear slammed into the Rock Beast Corpse monster, blasting out craters, but breaking through the Rock Beast Corpse monster's encirclement in a short time was not so easy. Superior. Seeing this, Sukin immediately ordered the Azure Flame insect swarm to attack. Azure Flame insects, each the size of a fist, swooped down and instantly engulfed the Chi and corpse monsters present. Of its ferocious, sharp fangs, large chunks of flesh and blood were torn apart, especially with the scorching effect of the nether flames. Instantly, a series of pitiful screams echoed through the sky. The corpse monster felt no pain and ignored the bites of the Azure Flame insects, as well as their attacks with flames and hail. But for the level 5 Azure Flame insects, these attacks were no different from tickling them. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a level 6 Chi reward. 1 mid-level treasure chest. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a level 6 Chi reward. 1 mid-level treasure chest. Bite. 5 system notifications sounded in succession, and there were no longer any Chi and corpse monsters standing in front of Sukan. The little girl had just finished dealing with the rock monsters, and came over carrying Han Yuan. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes couldn't hide her excitement. What a battle maniac. Sukin patted her little head. Chi, who was fighting the giant snake, had obviously also noticed what was happening here. Quickly lure this giant snake over there. Chi, who had spoken earlier, felt Sukan's gaze and immediately shouted loudly. Sukan's combat power was so strong that it terrified him. Nearly 10 Chi beasts, plus the corpse monsters they controlled, were so easily killed, they were no match for them. In an instant, he came to a conclusion. However, once he lured that level 8 ferocious beast, the giant serpent, over there, he didn't believe Sukan was a match for it. The battle quickly shifted towards Sukan's location. Since they've come to me for help, then don't blame me. Sukan crossed his arms, and the Azure Flame insect swarm charged forward. However, their primary target was Chi, not the giant serpent. Sukan wasn't stupid. Attacking the giant snake would just be helping Chi attract hatred for nothing. Damn it. They only attacked us and not the giant snake. Cunning humans. Chi shouted, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the swarm of insects. The giant snake was not idle either. Its mouth widened, spewing out streams of cold air. As the cold air surged, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and ice crystals even appeared in the air. Many Azure Flame insects were frozen by this cold current. Hiss roar. Excitement flashed in the giant snake's scarlet eyes. Regardless of whether it was the Azure Flame insect, the corpse monster, or the Chi, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed them whole. Like swallowing popsicles, several icicles formed by the cold air disappeared directly into the giant snake's mouth. Good heavens. You really don't discriminate against raw or cold foods. Didn't your parents teach you that you can't eat just anything? In Sukan's perception, none of the frozen Azure Flame insects had died. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson today. With a cold laugh, Sukan uttered a few words. Darkness incinerate. He originally planned to deal with Chi first, but the giant snake's aura was too powerful for him to provoke. But he brought this upon himself, so he can't be blamed. Hundreds of Azure Flame insects swallowed by the giant serpent instantly exploded into burning nether flames, raging inside the serpent's belly. The giant snake's smug look instantly turned into panic, and then terror, as Sukan sneered. Soon, it was seen that the giant snake's belly had been burned through, its internal organs spilling out onto the ground, accompanied by the smell of burning. Roar. The giant serpent opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to let out a final roar, but unfortunately, the heavy flames covered most of its body. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, powerless. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 8 ferocious beast silver scale giant serpent. Reward: Constitution +7, Strength +6, Evolution points +5,000, System space +3. A warm current flowed through his body, and Sukan clearly felt that his body had become stronger again. While his physical form remained unchanged, his muscle density, bone hardness, and skin resilience were all greatly enhanced with each increase in attribute points. He had a feeling that even without using spiritual techniques or the help of troops, he was confident he could defeat a level 4 ferocious beast based solely on his personal strength. At this terrifying rate of growth, it probably won't be long before he grows into a humanoid ferocious beast. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed a level 6 chi. Reward, a mid-grade treasure chest. Ding! Slaying a level 5 chi. Reward, a mid-grade treasure chest. Bite! A system notification sounded in his mind. The Azure Flame insects had annihilated all the chi creatures. Posed absolutely no challenge when facing these level 6 chi and corpse monsters. Flame insects also perished. Sukan, rank 5 Nest Master. Nest, Verdant Mountain Ridge. Level, 5, 0%. Population, 2567/3000. Hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Output, Azure Flame Insect, level 5, gold. Talent, 1, sharp teeth and a sharp tongue. 2, as hard as steel. Skill, Nether Flame Fireball, heavy nether burning. Currently possessing, gold units, level 5, gold, 2567. Clear Nether Flame Insects has increased from over 2,900 to over 2,500. However, after killing the level 8 ferocious beast, the Silver Scale Python, his evolution points increased to nearly 20,000. Qinglian, have the little monster lead us to where he escaped from. Having resolved the issue here, Sukan dared not delay any longer. Chi that was controlling the corpse of the divine dragon inside. Chapter 87 The Corpse of the Divine Dragon, Unrivaled Power. The little monster hunched over, its head constantly peering around, looking extremely lewd. Sukan rolled his eyes, pulled out his red-tasseled spear, and poked its rear end. Hurry up, or I'll let you experience what it means to have withered chrysanthemums and wounds all over the ground. The little monster was startled, covered its bottom with its 2 paws, and walked much faster all of a sudden. Before long, they reached the heart of the ruins. The surrounding buildings are so dilapidated that their original appearance is no longer visible, but one can still vaguely sense from the ruins that when it was intact, it must have been an amazing creation. Having reached this point, the little monster became hesitant and reluctant to go any further. Sukan also sensed an extremely powerful and ancient aura permeating the surrounding air. Crab's legs were also shaking violently. Just sensing this aura evoked a fear from the depths of its soul. Phew, looks like we've arrived. Sukan let out a light breath and jumped off Crab Brother 3, his body surrounded by a faint golden light. The little girl's face was unusually tense at this moment. Clearly she also felt the powerful and intimidating aura in the air. Brother, let Qinglian go take a look first. The little girl tugged at Sukan's clothes and said, Of course, you have to choose a lucky person to do this kind of thing. Sukan patted the little girl's head and said. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in the heart of the third brother crab. It's you. Stop looking around and walk straight ahead. Sukan patted Crab Brother 3's crab leg with his red-tasseled spear. Big brother, second brother, third brother, I'm coming to join you. Crab Brother 3 let out a wail in his heart, not daring to refuse at all. The little monster patted its chest cautiously, as if it had breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, after turning a corner, they arrived at a wide, dilapidated square. What a sight it was. The majestic and ferocious dragon head stands tall in the center of the square, its whiskers flowing and its black mane billowing. Even a glance at it is enough to give people a great sense of awe. Sukan swallowed hard, his face filled with shock. The dragon's body was coiled on the plaza, a full 1,000 meters long, emanating a powerful dragon aura that made Sukan feel a sense of unease. If it weren't for its tightly closed eyes and lack of any breath, no one would have thought it was a dead mythical creature. Beside the dragon's corpse stood a red-haired boy. Bridge and was fairly good-looking, but his eyes were exceptionally sinister and his skin was as pale as a dead man's. You could tell that he was not human, but chi. At this moment, he held his hands in a daze at the reverse scales on the dragon's neck, and black light threads continuously spread from his palms into the dragon's corpse. Sukan's eyes narrowed immediately, and the 5 Dark Moon fairies charged forward. The Dark Moon dance brought down dark moonlight, and every ray of moonlight was filled with killing intent. Not bad unit type, but what a pity. The red-haired boy gave a cold laugh. Suddenly, the dragon's corpse moved, raising its enormous dragon paw with 5 distinct claws, the tips of which gleamed with a chilling light. Boom! The dragon's palm slammed down, creating a sonic boom. The 5 dark moon fairies were instantly reduced to nothingness, and cracks appeared in the void beneath the blow. Heh. If you had arrived a moment earlier, I might have had no choice but to surrender, but now, tremble before the might of the dragon. The red-haired Chi laughed coldly. The dragon's corpse slowly raised its head, and its eyes seemed to open. A powerful pressure permeated the void, and Su-Kan's face turned slightly pale. This kind of power was simply beyond his ability to resist. But it's not that there's no chance. Azure flame insects, dark flame combustion. Instantly, more than 2,000 azure flame insects swept upwards, transforming into white flames that bloomed in the void. The nether flame rose, transforming into a sea of fire that enveloped the red-haired Chi and the dragon's corpse. Spirit flame? It's a pity. Even though you used the lives of your soldiers to unleash the true power of the spirit flame seed, you only barely reached the king level, far from reaching the spirit flame's ultimate potential. If this is your backup plan, then prepare to say your last words. Seeing the sky filled with dark flames, the red-haired Chi showed no sign of panic. The dragon claw grasped in midair, and a binding force seemed to emerge from the void, causing the raging sea of fire to transform into a fireball that landed in the dragon claw. Then, as the dragon's claws tightened, the fireball vanished completely into nothingness. From the spirit seed nether flame, which cost over 2,000 azure refined nether flame insects their lives, failed to leave even a single burn mark on the divine dragon's claws. This is not even on the same level of power. Su-Kan's pupils contracted. Kid, remember that the one who killed you was Salil, the son of the red demon. Sally Lu didn't waste any more words. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. The dragon claw reached out towards Su-Kan, as if a canopy of sky had descended upon him. Huh. The little girl held the cold abyss in both hands, the blades gleaming with a cold light and enveloped in a white flame, as she blasted it towards the divine dragon claw. The spearhead pressed against the dragon's claw, feeling as if it were a toothpick. Despite the little girl's flushed face and sweat pouring down her forehead, she couldn't slow down the speed of the dragon claw's descent even slightly. Not by one's own strength. Sally sneered. Come back, Qinglian. Su-Kan picked up the little girl and pinned Han Yuan to the ground. But in an instant, the shaft of the cold abyss spear bent in an extremely terrifying way, as if it had become a large bow, and seemed about to break apart at any moment. You should know that this is a top-grade spiritual weapon. At the king or marquis level would find it difficult to destroy. How could the corpse of a divine dragon, which had been dead for an unknown period of time, still possess such formidable power? Su-Kan was shocked, feeling the shadow of death loom over his heart. Giggle. Kid, you really know how to stir up trouble. Not long ago you offended a king, and now you've offended the corpse of a divine dragon. Ugh, he's still being controlled by Chi. The lip print on Su-Kan's cheek lit up, and the figure of the woman in the black dress appeared gracefully. She rolled her eyes at Su-Kan, clearly annoyed. You really know how to cause me trouble. Boss, you're finally out. Upon seeing the woman in the black dress appear, Su-Kan was overjoyed. He almost forgot that there was such a terrifying power within his body. Heh, I didn't expect you to have brought helpers. But faced with the might of the divine dragon, even those above the rank of kings and nobles can only perish in regret, becoming nothing more than another soul lost. Sally's face was contorted with rage. She didn't take the woman in the black dress seriously at all. Yes, in front of the dragon, even I in my prime am nothing. But it's still a dead body. The woman in the black dress suddenly turned cold, exuding a powerful aura. Furthermore, you dared to plot against the body of my deceased friend. Are you prepared to pay the price? Chapter 88. I even said this dragon was my deceased father. The woman in the black dress spoke softly, but her voice was also cold, chilling to the bone. She glanced at the black dragon's corpse, a look of reminiscence appearing in her eyes, her gaze softening slightly. I never expected that our reunion would be like this. With a soft sigh, her eyes once again turned icy cold. Su-Kan blinked. Good heavens. Back in Jiangcheng, when he came out and revealed some kind of unparalleled hero's token, he intimidated that woman, consort Sanyue, so much that she didn't dare to say a word. At this moment, the corpse of the dead dragon has become an old friend. The woman in the black dress is truly terrifying. However, it seems that the current crisis has been resolved. Su-Kan breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed the little girl's pigtails and said, Qinglian, try to get along with her and become closer to her later. Aside from being a little cunning, The little girl is incredibly cute with her pink and tender appearance. Okay. The little girl rolled her eyes and nodded her head. Playing tricks. You say this dragon is your old friend? I could say it's my dead father. Surilu immediately retorted, clearly unconvinced. You a real genius. Sukin was stunned. This father is someone who acknowledges. You two species are the same. So even if there is a genetic mutation, you can't change. Didn't you just say your dad was a red devil? Why have you changed your mind now? Sukin asked, speechless. It's none of your business. I, Surilu, can call whoever I want fathered. Instead of feeling embarrassed, Sally said with an air of arrogance. Damn it. He's a real talent. Shameless as Sukan, who prides himself on having a thick skin, can only admit defeat when faced with someone like Shalalu. But soon his eyes lit up. If you're so awesome, then do you dare call me dad? It's ridiculous. There's no one in this world that I, Salieri, wouldn't dare call father. Sally Road looked smug. It seems you've reached the supreme level where everything can be your father. Sukin rolled his eyes, suddenly no longer wanting to be called dad. He certainly didn't want to share a son with some strange or weird creature. Foolish human brat, thank you for buying me time. Now, feel the true majesty of the dragon. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Sally's face, and he abruptly raised his hands high. Suddenly, the dragon's body, which had been lying prone on the square, began to move slowly. Its body swayed, its whiskers fluttered, and it flew into the sky with its claws outstretched. Haha. Just now I could only control half of the dragon's body, but now the dragon is completely under my control. Die. Sally's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. The dragon seemed to come alive, swooping down from the sky towards Sukan, its fierce dragon might like a demonic mountain crashing down upon him. Damn it. He spent his days hunting geese, but unexpectedly, a goose pecked his eye. I actually fell for this kid from the Chi clan's trick. In that instant, Sukin felt his intelligence had been insulted. I initially thought the other person was a clown. Unexpectedly, the clown was myself. The dragon's might was overwhelming, and endless pressure pressed down upon us. Sukin felt that he had suffered a double blow, both psychologically and physically. Isn't it always the villains who die from talking too much? How did I, a genuine transmigrator, get tricked? While Sukin was lost in thought, the woman in the black dress slightly parted her red lips. Black Moon Annihilation Realm. In an instant, the black moon rose, and endless darkness engulfed everything. The surging black energy was like a vast ocean, with raging waves sweeping across the land. At this moment, the dragon's corpse was also enveloped by overwhelming darkness. A realm? You're a venerable Lord-level expert. Upon seeing this, Sally's pupils constricted sharply. He never expected that the woman in the black dress could use a domain. A realm requires at least a Lord-level expert to control, and this woman is at least a Lord-level expert. Above kings and nobles is the Overlord, and only after the Overlord is the supreme ruler. Upon the sudden appearance of such a powerful figure, he felt parched and thirsty. It should be noted that his father, Red Demon, one of the 4 demons of the Chi clan, was only at the Overlord level. Such a powerful figure, even his father would have to kneel before him. At this moment, his joy in controlling the dragon's corpse vanished completely. The Chi clan's control over corpses is incredibly mysterious. They can control any corpse, but it depends on the specific Chi clan member. He was merely a level 7 Chi, yet the dragon's corpse was incredibly powerful. To fully control it and unleash its power, even surpassing its former strength, he needed to reach at least level 9. Now, he is unable to unleash the full power of the dragon's corpse. Moreover, his purpose in coming here was to steal the dragon's corpse for his father. He hadn't expected this to happen so suddenly. In the sky, the black mist was as dark as ink, and the black moonlight descended, enveloping the dragon's corpse like a veil of mist. The dragon's 1,000-meter-long body tumbled and danced, stirring up billowing black mist. Its claws swept across the void, producing a sound like tearing silk. But in the end, it was just an inanimate object. In a short while, it was wrapped in layers of black gauze and stood stiffly under the black moon, unable to move. That ropework is pretty good. Sukin glanced at the dragon's corpse in the sky, which was entangled by countless black ropes of mist, and sighed. Compared to humans, it is indeed more suitable to use such a huge creature to showcase rope art. He couldn't help but glance at the little monster who was trembling and watching with its eyes covered. Suddenly, I felt that it seemed rather handsome. Have I awakened some strange pee? Sukin stroked his chin, quickly suppressing the dangerous thought in his mind. It's been 1,000 years since we last met. and I never imagined that our reunion would be like this. Alas, the woman in the black dress looked at the bound dragon and couldn't help but sigh. If this dragon were still alive, she would certainly be no match for it. Or perhaps a king-level chi could be put in charge. No, even a level 9 chi would be no match for her. Unfortunately, a level 7 chi is simply not enough to make it display the true power of a divine dragon. Brush. Just then, the dragon's corpse suddenly opened its eyes, its gray-white pupils strange and terrifying. An even more powerful aura emanated from the dragon corpse than before. Bang, bang, bang. The black mist that was wrapped around it exploded one after another. The black moon in the sky was swallowed whole by the dragon's corpse, and then it swooped down with overwhelming dragon might. The black moon was broken, and the boundless darkness receded swiftly like a tide, restoring brightness to the sky. How is that possible? The woman in the black dress was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. As the dragon's claws drew near, she disregarded everything else. A large, heavy sword materialized in her jade hand, its overwhelming sword light slicing through the void to meet the dragon's claws. Snap! With a sudden clench of its claws, sparks flew as the sword's edge was crushed, and the claw continued its relentless attack on the woman in the black dress. The heavy sword was held in front of him, but it was no match for the dragon's claws. Like brittle glass, the heavy sword shattered into pieces, and the woman in the black dress vanished into nothingness under that grasp. As the woman in the black dress disappeared, the lip print on Su-kin's cheek vanished without a trace. The last look of shock and confusion lingered in the void. Chapter 89. The garbage system is confirmed. Su-kin was dumbfounded. He never imagined that the incredibly powerful woman in the black dress, whom he considered his greatest asset, would be defeated and vanish in such a way. The situation changed in an instant, and he had no time to react. Ha ha ha! What realm? What lord? What are they compared to a dragon? At this moment, Sally laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. Although he was puzzled as to why the dragon's corpse, which was clearly the weaker party, suddenly became so powerful. But that's not important. He is now the victor. Kid, have you prepared your last words? Sally looked at Su-kin, her eyes flashing with cold light. This human brat almost ruined his plans. How could he possibly let him go? Moreover, hey. Touching his chin, he looked at Su-kin with a strange smile on his face. Holy crap. Looking at me like that, with that strange smile, could it be that she has some strange thoughts about me? He felt a tightness in his anus and involuntarily shrank his buttocks. Sigh. It's all because I'm too handsome. If I were less attractive, I probably wouldn't have so many worries. At this point, Salalu was not in a hurry to kill Su-kin. Because he suddenly no longer wants to hand over the dragon's corpse to his father. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have such powerful energy under your control? The Chi clan consists of 4 ghosts and 1 emperor. The green ghost and his father, the red ghost, are both among the 4 ghosts. However, the green ghost is fond of men. If he were to don Su-kin's skin and tie up the green ghost. Although some things may be sacrificed, those who achieve great things never concern themselves with trifles. In an instant, he made a decision. Enter Su-kin's corpse, join green ghost, and accumulate strength. Once he reaches level 9, wouldn't it be wonderful to switch roles with the green ghost and engage in a battle of offense and defense? He glanced at the dragon's corpse in midair, his eyes flashing. Although the dragon corpse had just gone berserk in terms of combat power, he knew in his heart that he could not truly unleash the dragon corpse's combat power at the moment. This is terrible. Su-kin quietly shrank back. His purity is probably gone today. System, come out and save me. I'm dying. Left with no other choice, Su-kin had to call upon the system. What a pity. There wasn't a sound. What a garbage system. It's completely useless when it really matters. Su-kin couldn't help but think of the treatment other transmigrators received. He was born with an invincible system and a million-fold critical hit system, starting from the womb and crushing everything at the age of 3. Unlike him, who still needs to grind monsters to level up. Now a boss has appeared, and I'm about to die here. Boom. Just as they were each lost in their own thoughts, the dragon's claw suddenly slammed down from the sky. A fierce gust of wind swept through, and Su-kin could barely keep his balance. He couldn't even open his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes. A huge claw mark appeared not far from him, with a faint trace of blood in the center. This is that red-haired Chi? Su-kin blinked. Is going on here? The red-haired Chi already successfully controlled the dragon's corpse? How come I was killed by the dragon's corpse instead? Could it be that the dragon's corpse has turned into a zombie? Sukin was puzzled but impressed, feeling as if the oppressive atmosphere in the air had subsided. The little girl's 2 pigtails stood straight up, clinging tightly to Sukan's leg, her small body still trembling. "Ha, don't be afraid." A voice suddenly rang out in the air. "It's not a zombie, nor is it some kind of reanimated corpse." The voice paused for a moment, then instantly turned sinister and terrifying. "There's a ghost." "Awa." The little girl's pigtails trembled, her little mouth twitched, and she burst into tears from fright. The torrent of tears instantly soaked Sukan's pants. What a nostalgic cry. A faint figure then floated up from the dragon's body. His hands were casually placed behind his head, and a faint smile played on his lips. However, the upper half of his face was covered by an exquisite silver mask, making his features unclear. But Sukan knew that this person must be an incredibly handsome man. "You know me?" The little girl secretly raised her eyes, and when she saw that the phantom wasn't so scary, she immediately stopped crying. It can cry and stop at the same time, switching between them with ease. It's even more convenient than a faucet. How should I put it? I should know you, but I don't know the you now. The phantom stroked its chin and said. Sukin's lips twitched. What the hell is this? I don't understand anything at all. The little girl looked completely bewildered. She clearly had no idea what the other person was talking about. Aren't you curious about who I am? The illusory figure looked at Sukan and asked. Just curious. Sukan blinked. Then why didn't you ask? Didn't you ask that yourself? A moment of silence fell over the air. Quite a while. The phantom's eye twitched. How come I never realized I was so shameless? Good heavens. He's even cursing himself. He must be mentally ill. I deliberately killed that woman in the black dress, who was actually me. The illusory figure paused for a moment, then spoke again, though its tone was somewhat enigmatic. She'll settle this score with you later. As he said this, the illusory figure's lips curled up, and he seemed to be in a better mood. Sukan. What does this mean? It's simple, because I am you. A faint smile appeared on the phantom's lips. Are you me? That the illusory man was an incredibly handsome man, even through the mask. No, he's me? Then who am I? Hee. Are you wondering, if I were you, then who are you? Or are there two of you? The illusory figure spoke to itself. I am you in the river of time, or rather, a possibility of you in the river of time. In my time, that would be several hundred years from now. The human race was completely defeated by the demon race's attack. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom was the first to fall, with very few survivors. The Australian Kingdom and other countries quickly followed suit. The Bear Kingdom held its rear and fought against the Frozen Bitter Realm, while the Dragon Kingdom and the Golden Eagle Kingdom formed the last line of defense, fighting against the ancient ancestors of the Demon Clan in the Dragon City of 10,000 miles. But with the demonic sun overhead and the demonic aura rising, it was a war in which victory was nowhere in sight. So, I appeared 1,000 years ago with some kind of cheat code. Hang up. You know what I mean. The phantom gave Sukan a knowing look. What could Sukan say? I just felt uneasy. Even cheating couldn't save the world. It's definitely a garbage system. The man continued. That battle 1,000 years ago was the closest war between humans and demons to the present world. Of course, there's nothing I can change. The only thing we can do is to bring as many allies as possible to the human race during that great war. That's just how the Dark Moon Fairy race is. It's a pity. Speaking of the Dark Moon Fairy race, the Phantom sighed. However, their queen is still alive, and you are still here. I believe you can shoulder the responsibility of strengthening the Dark Moon Fairy race. The Phantom gave Sukan a meaningful look. Chapter 90. Was the ancient ancestor of the demon race a bug? What's with that look? Sukan couldn't help but clench her legs, feeling as if her biggest secret had been exposed. His eyes flickered. Expanding the Dark Moon Fairy clan was a matter for the woman in the black dress to consider in the future. Now, looking at the illusory man, Sukan said, You mean, in the next war between humans and demons, the human race will be wiped out by the demon race? He was somewhat skeptical of the Phantom's words. After all, putting aside other countries, China has 2 emperors, 4 major military ministries, and the powerful and arrogant Sukan. There's no reason why we can't defeat the demons. But the Phantom could control the dragon's corpse. Killing him would be a piece of cake, and it even knew how to cheat, so it didn't seem like it was deceiving him. 1 in 10 humans remained. Damn it. How is this any different from genocide? He even suspected that the guy might have run away with the bucket at the last minute. Damn it. I, Sukan, am not that kind of person. However, another question came to his mind. They have a system. So is this system really that useless? Where's your system? Even with a system, you can't save the world? Having thought of it, Sukin simply asked directly. Let's not even talk about that garbage system. The illusory figure waved its hand. You've gone too far. What do you mean by a garbage system? It means that the ancient demon ancestor was a bug. You know what a bug is? Even cheaters are afraid of bugs. Suddenly, a phantom image of a husky appeared, glaring with dog eyes and a face full of dissatisfaction. Brush. The air rippled, and a little husky appeared next to Sukan. The dog's deep blue eyes looked at the adult husky phantom opposite it. Are you what I'll look like when I grow up? You're so damn ugly. Damn it. Look at this again with your wise eyes. This is ugly. It's obviously incredibly handsome. Sukan was speechless. He thought it was already outrageous that the system could talk, but it could also turn into a dog, and a damn husky at that. That's absolutely outrageous. His mother amputated his leg on the spot. That's fucking outrageous. Just like that garbage system said, that ancient demon ancestor is a bug. Even if you use cheats, you still can't beat him. The illusory figure shrugged. Stop calling me a garbage system, or I'll fight you to the death. Bang! The phantom slapped him across the face, and before the husky phantom could finish speaking, it vanished. Don't waste your breath on this garbage system anymore. The phantom smiled as it wiped its hands. Sukan's eyes lit up as she looked at the little husky beside her, feeling a little itchy to touch it. Beating up the system seems kind of interesting. A flicker of panic flashed in the little husky's eyes, and then it vanished with a pop. You know pretty much what happened. Normally, we overpowered beings should be the most dazzling stars under the sun, but unfortunately, there's a bug in the demon race. At this point, even the phantom figure seemed helpless. You previously said that you went back to the last great war to help the human race gain more allies. Would that have been useful when facing the ancient demon ancestors? In this world, the outcome of a war depends entirely on the combat power at the top. The side with the stronger top-level combat power will be the one to win. According to the phantom, the demon ancestor is an invincible bug. As long as you can't defeat the demon ancestor, no matter how many allies you gather, it's useless. It's useful, but not entirely useful. The phantom figure touched its chin. Sukan's forehead creased with annoyance. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. The phantom stretched. When I used my cheat to travel through the river of time, I also brought the ancient demon ancestors with me. So, there are two ancient demon ancestors in the present world. The ancient ancestors of the demon race have existed since time immemorial. When two ancient ancestors of the demon race meet in the long river of time, a battle is inevitable. Since we can't defeat the ancient demon ancestors, let's just let them fight each other. Of course, there are risks involved. If in the end it's not that the two ancient demon ancestors perish together, but rather one ancient demon ancestor devours the other, perhaps humanity will be wiped out 1,000 years ago. But this is the last chance. The illusory figure paused for a moment, then continued. The two ancient demon ancestors did fight, but it wasn't a mutual destruction or one devouring the other. Rather, a third outcome emerged. After discovering that his power was no match for the ancient demon ancestor who had traveled back with me, the ancient demon ancestor of this era directly used the forbidden ancient demon technique, heavenly transformation, causing space-time chaos and distorting the river of time. The ancient demon ancestor from 1,000 years in the future already retained the aura of the river of time. As time and space distorted, his memories became chaotic, and he fell into a deep sleep. I was also directly annihilated by time because of the influence of the river of time, and only a trace of my true spirit remained here. Of course, the one who used the forbidden ancient technique, otherworldly transformation, also suffered, directly transforming himself into one of the masses. The phantom's expression was somewhat wistful. Good heavens! Sukan used his brilliant mind, which was hailed as the most intelligent person, to think for a full quarter of an hour before finally figuring things out a little. He blinked. So you mean that there are still two ancient demon ancestors in the world, one whose memories are chaotic and who is in a deep sleep, and the other among the masses of living beings? That's right. The phantom nodded. 1,000 years have passed, and you haven't been hunted down by the demons, which means that the ancient demon ancestor who fell into slumber should still be asleep, or at least his memories haven't returned. What you need to do is find that ancient demon ancestor in the heaven of transformation before the ancient demon ancestor in the 9 netherworld regains his memories. Use your handsome face to influence her, and finally let the two demons fight each other. Something doesn't sound right here. Do you know where the ancient demon ancestor of the heaven of transformation is? Sukan asked. After all, It concerned the life and death of the human race, so he dared not be careless. I know, bullshit. The Phantom smirked. Damn it. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Why pull this stunt? How shameless of you. Oops. Wait, am I insulting myself? It's all down to luck for the ancient demon ancestor of the heaven of freedom. If you can find him, great. If not, then just wait for that one in the demon world to regain his memories and beat you to a pulp. Damn it. You make it sound so easy. Suken's eye twitched. Alright, my true spirit is about to dissipate, so I'll give you one last opportunity. The Phantom scratched its head and dropped the subject. A ball of radiant, seven-colored light was raised from the fingertips, and the dazzling seven-colored light instantly filled half the sky. Go! With a clear shout, a seven-colored radiance shot towards Sukan. Sukan felt as if his muscles and bones had been refreshed by the spiritual light, and an incredibly comfortable feeling flowed through his body. In addition, he felt as if another nest had appeared inside his body. Chapter 91 Purple Lightning Dragon, Eternal Myth. You're right, this power has opened another nest in your body. The Phantom hand made a grasping motion, and the dragon's corpse in the sky began to glow with spiritual light. At first, the light was faint, but it quickly became denser and denser. Within a few breaths, a dense aura of light scattered and enveloped the entire ruins. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, and a purple figure appeared amidst the vast spiritual light. A woo! Another dragon roar resounded, yet one could still detect a childlike quality within it. Sukan finally saw the figure of the illusory silhouette clearly. It is a purple divine dragon. It is 3 meters long and as thick as an adult's arm. Its purple scales are like beautiful jade. Its dragon head is majestic but not ferocious. In fact, it has a cute and beautiful feel to it. I must have been single for too long, because everything I see seems so attractive now. The purple dragon hovered in the air, its large purple eyes glancing at Sukan and then at the illusory figure, seemingly puzzled. The little paws even touched the chin, as if it was thinking about something. However, this situation did not last long. After a moment of stunned silence, it swung its body and plunged directly into the dense spiritual energy. Then a small island, no more than half a meter in size and seemingly cast from purple jade, slowly flew up. The rich spiritual energy slowly dissipated at this time. Take it. The Phantom waved its sleeve, and the purple island spun around and flew towards Sukan. Ding. Detection detected whether the nest, Purple Sky Dragon Island, needs to be merged. Integration. Sukan said without any hesitation. Even a fool knows what's on that purple island. In an instant, the purple island disappeared into his body. Nest, Purple Sky Dragon Island. Level 10%. Population, 3/3, hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Reward, Purple Thunder Dragon, Level 1 Mythical. Talent, Dragon's Might, Magic Immunity, Divine Power. Skills, Dragon Breath, Thunderstorm Field, Lightning Storm, 3000 Thunder Annihilation Prison, Thunder God's Descent. Currently possessed, Mythical Units, Level 1, Mythical, 3. Dragon's Might. The might of the divine dragon overwhelms all spirits. Its powerful might is enough to terrify any adversary. Magic Immunity. Dragon scales greatly weaken energy attacks, reducing energy attacks by 50%. Divine Power. The dragon's powerful physique provides it with ultimate strength. This is the Purple Lightning Dragon's talent. After reading it, Sukan could only say one thing. This is terrifying. However, Purple Sky Dragon Island contains not only ordinary mythical units, but also a heroic unit. Name Purple Shah. Quality, an eternal myth. Nest, Purple Sky Dragon Island. Level 1. Talent, Super Dragon Might, Super Magic Immunity, Super Divine Power, Transformation. Skills, Dragon Breath, Thunderstorm Field, Lightning Storm, 3000 Thunder Annihilation, Thunder God's Descent, Eternal Divine Thunder. Good heavens. Myths are one thing, but eternal myths are another, and the talent is even more outrageous. Don't be fooled by the fact that it only has the word super added. Dragon's might and divine power were directly enhanced tenfold. Magic immunity grants immunity to 80% of energy attacks. Besides my baby, holy crap 666, and awesome, Sukan couldn't find any other adjectives. The additional talent, transformation, as the name suggests, allows one to transform into human form. Whoosh! As the air rippled, the little purple dragon that had appeared earlier reappeared. With a sway of its small body, It appeared directly in front of Su-kan and rubbed its little head against Su-kan's cheek. It's slippery and cold, and it feels a little tingly. Roar. The little purple dragon let out a soft roar, and a little girl with purple hair appeared in the sky. Shimmering purple hair cascaded down her back, and her pretty face was as clear as jade, making her look exceptionally quiet and lovely. But is that high bulge on his chest for real? Su-kan's lips twitched. He never expected it to be such a busted little lowly dragon. Hello. The purple-haired little girl transformed. She ran through the air on her little legs and jumped towards Su-kan, grabbing Su-kan's head with both hands. Master, master. A soft, sweet voice rang in Su-kan's ears, and he felt waves of emotion wash over him. Damn it. I'm getting more and more reckless. With a dark expression, Su-kan pulled the little girl down. Su, a gentleman, doesn't buy into that. Just call me brother from now on. There's a little girl over there. You can play together. Zisha, held in Su-kan's arms, rolled her eyes as she looked at Qing Lian. The usually bold Qing Lian shrank back at Su-kan's feet after being stared at like that. Dragon might has a natural advantage over other creatures, and the epic quality Azure refinement is clearly very afraid of Purple Fiend. You two should be good friends. Su-kan stroked Zisha's head and said, while also picking up Qing Lian with one hand. From now on, I'm the older sister. Zisha blinked and said directly. As she spoke, a powerful aura rose from her body. Qing Lian glared, about to retort, but under this imposing aura, her small mouth trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Even though she was already at level 5, while Zisha was still at level 1, she felt a strange fear in her heart when faced with Zisha's powerful dragon might. Alright, Qing Lian was born first. She's the older sister. Su-kan smiled wryly, gently patted Zisha, signaling her to withdraw her dragon's might, and said helplessly, these two little ones are going to cause trouble in the future. Isn't the highest quality unit only mythic? How come there's also an eternal mythic? Su-kan turned to look at the illusory figure and asked curiously. The highest level for ordinary troops is only myth, but for hero troops, above myth, there are super myth, eternal myth, and eternal immortal myth. The illusory figure smiled and said, an eternal and indestructible myth? If the purple demon of eternal myth is already this monstrous, how heaven-defying must the eternal undying myth be? You don't need to think so much. Even if you have the eternal and immortal mythical troops, you can't change the general trend. The most important thing right now is to find the ancient ancestor of the demon race in the heaven of freedom and build a good relationship with her. The Phantom reminded him again. You're quite the talker, aren't you? Where the hell am I supposed to find it? Is it really true that cheaters can't beat bugs? Su-kan still asked, unwilling to give up. He has never been one to place his hopes on others. Maybe, the Phantom smiled. Isn't there a saying in my hometown that man can conquer nature? Perhaps you can grow even stronger than the ancient demon ancestor. You don't need to worry too much, even though I am you from the future. But when I appeared before you, the future had already changed. The Phantom yawned. Alright, you can go now. I'm about to disappear completely. Su-kan scratched his head. This feeling is so strange. He told himself that he was going to disappear completely. By the way, do you have the true dragon's saliva? Su-kan quickly asked. We can't very well go back and have Zisha use her saliva to remove the blood curse and blood seal from Suyilo. Chapter 92 Mountain Glory. The Terror of the Purple Demon. Dragon's saliva? The Phantom raised its hand and beckoned, and a drop of liquid shimmering with a faint golden light flew out from the ground. Here you go. There's only one drop left. Just as Su-kan was about to catch the golden droplet, Zisha leaped up and swallowed it whole. Buzz of golden light emanated from her body, and her aura became stronger. This is insane. Su-kan's lips twitched. There's nothing we can do about it. The illusory figure shrugged. If you want it again, go to her. However, the true dragon's saliva is not the saliva of a dragon, but the essence of life, containing a trace of the true dragon's original power. You'd better upgrade her to level 3 first, so as not to affect her essence. Also, don't do anything strange to her before she's promoted to king. The Phantom concluded. Damn it. Am I, Su-kan, that kind of person? Wrong. These words were spoken by a phantom. Could it be? Su-kan stared at the illusory figure with a look of horror. Ahem. Don't overthink it. Don't you believe in yourself? An abnormal expression appeared on the Phantom's face. Su, a gentleman, be a lecherous man? But seriously, this little girl looks really fierce. The true dragon's saliva, Zisha flew directly to Su-kan's shoulder, hugged his neck, and her big eyes started rolling around again. Qinglian was being held in Su Kan's arms. She looked at Zisha, seemingly wanting to play with her, but also looking a little hesitant. The phantom then clapped its hands at Su Kan and gradually turned into specks of light and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the square became empty again. Crab Brother 3 and the little monster finally moved. Ever since the phantom appeared, they had felt themselves bound by an indescribable force. Even move his mind. Now that things are back to normal, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Bewildered about what had just happened, Sukin touched his chin. Although I experienced a lot of messy things in this instance, the overall gains were good. He is not in a hurry to leave. There are still a bunch of treasure chests he hasn't opened after killing Chi. There were 8 intermediate-level treasure chests lying in the system space. Ding. Intermediate treasure chest opened. Evolution points added by 100. Good grief, you're going to go all out right from the start. You need to kill at least 1 level 4 Chi to get a mid-level treasure chest, and it only gives you 100 evolution points. It's a complete ripoff. Ding. Intermediate treasure chest opened. Evolution points added by 100. Damn it. Ding. 100 evolution points added. Grass. Ding. 100 evolution points added. Damn it. I opened 5 intermediate treasure chests in a row and got a total of 500 evolution points. Sukan's face turned as black as charcoal. Garbage system, did you embezzle all my rewards? He questioned it directly in his mind. He used to treat the system like royalty, calling it handsome guy all the time. But after hearing his future self say that the system was utterly useless, he immediately realized he couldn't spoil it anymore. It's none of my business. I have no control over this thing at all. The system whispered in Sukan's mind. There was nothing it could do. Seeing its future self as so useless, it lacked confidence. As a transmigrator, I've been stuck with such a terrible system. It's such a waste of my amazing good looks. Shaking his head, Sukan continued opening treasure chests. A real man should defy fate and change his destiny. Ding. Opening the intermediate treasure chest, you have obtained the intermediate grade spiritual skill Mountain Glory. Accompanied by a flash of light, a jade scroll appeared before Sukan. Sure, a mid-grade defensive spirit technique. That's not bad. Sukan's mood improved. System, directly upgrade Mountain Glory to its maximum level. Ding. 3,500 evolution points have been reduced. The mid-grade spirit technique Mountain Glory has been upgraded to perfection. A small, illusory mountain peak appeared in Sukan's dantian. It did not disappear immediately, but began to slowly merge with the golden light shield that had previously disappeared from his dantian. Ding. The Mountain Glory technique has been enhanced by fusing with the low-grade spiritual technique Golden Light Defense. Ding. The low-grade spiritual technique Golden Light Defense has disappeared, and 1,100 evolution points have been returned. The system has clearly become much more mature, and it no longer needs to ask Sukan for help with many things. It simply operates directly. I'm probably the worst performing system ever. It grumbled inwardly, but dared not say anything. Well done. Sukan nodded. Fortunately, the system knew what was good for it. If it had acted all high and mighty like before, it definitely wouldn't have gotten any juice. With a thought, a phantom of a mountain enveloped him, exuding a sense of weight, and clearly possessing extraordinary defensive capabilities. Qinglian, try hitting me. Sukan stroked the little girl's hair and said. The little girl rolled her eyes, and without refusing, she punched the mountain phantom with her backhand. A faint gray light emanated from it, but the mountain phantom did not change at all. Put some effort into it, go all out. Sukan crossed his arms. Qinglian did not go all out just now, and did not test the defensive strength of Mountain Glory at all. Okay. Qinglian grinned, also sensing the powerful defensive force of the mountain phantom surrounding Sukan. Her calves were tucked into a small horse stance, her little face was slightly flushed, and her pigtails stood up. Haha. The fair, delicate fist pierced the air, creating a whooshing sound. The little girl is a level 5 diamond unit, and with her mountain shaking talent, her brute strength is even stronger than that of a typical level 6 ferocious beast. Boom. The aura of the Mountain Glory dissipated, but quickly gathered again, though its light was somewhat dim. Even a level 7 ferocious beast would have a hard time breaking through this defense in one blow. He glanced at the third crab brother beside him, wondering if he should let it give it a try. I want to come too. I want to come too. Zisha, sitting on his shoulder, had an excited glint in her eyes. She wiggled her little bottom and slid down. Haha. The small fist, glowing with a faint purple light, pounded on the Mountain Glory, causing the spiritual light to dissipate slightly. But Sukin was secretly alarmed. What incredible power! This power is actually approaching that of a level 4 ferocious beast, and you have to know that Zisha is only level 1. Could this be the terror of the eternal myth? Moreover, when Zisha's fist came down, there was a faint pressure emanating from it, making him feel a sense of submission. This little girl could probably fight even a level 4 ferocious beast. Eternal mythology, terrifying indeed. System, upgrade Purple Sha. Ding. Evolution points -500, Purple Sky Dragon Island upgraded to level 2. Hero unit Purple Fiend upgraded to level 2. Ding. Evolution points -3000, Purple Sky Dragon Island upgraded to level 3. Zisha was initially a little frustrated because she wasn't as powerful as Qing Lian, but when she felt the surging power within her body, she immediately became excited. Haha. With a single punch, Mountain Glory rippled violently. Ding. Evolution points -15,000, Purple Sky Dragon Island upgraded to level 5. Hero unit Purple Fiend upgraded to level 5. A powerful force surged through her body, and Zisha's small face was filled with excitement, her purple pupils shining brightly. Haha. The fist shattered the air, accompanied by a powerful dragon's might that crashed against the glorious mountains. Chapter 93 Divine Fire Cave. Fire God Soldiers. Don't come any closer. Sukin sensed the rising aura of the purple demon and immediately felt that something was wrong. But it was too late. The shockwave generated by the overwhelming physical strength was like a heavy hammer, carrying unparalleled power as it struck Mount Glory. The already ravaged glory of the mountains was instantly shattered by the impact. Damn it! Sukan's face turned pale. Even with his body enhanced by numerous attribute points, he felt utterly unafraid when facing this punch. His hair stood on end, and he was genuinely panicked. That punch would definitely leave him paralyzed from the waist down. Flash step. With a thought, his figure transformed into a streak of light and flew away into the distance. He dodged the punch, but the powerful shockwave still sent him flying, and even his dodge step was of no use. After all, Flash step is just a magic technique for rapid movement, not like Flash that can traverse space. Elder brother. Seeing that she had sent Sukan flying with her punch, Zisha panicked and rushed towards Sukan. It has to be said that the dragon's speed is fast. In a flash of purple light, Zisha had already appeared next to Sukan. Elder brother. Zisha clutched the hem of her clothes with her small hands, lowered her head, and dared not look at Sukan. Okay, I'm fine. Sukan clutched his chest and stood up from the ground, pinching Zisha's little face. His chest still ached slightly. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he might have been killed by this little girl. Qinglian arrived at this time as well. She was also terrified. When Zisha leveled up, the dragon's might that she inadvertently revealed made her feel as if she were being watched by an ancient thunder dragon, and even her soul was trembling. Sukan rubbed his chest and gave a wry smile. As probably the first person to be so badly defeated by his own troops. Fortunately, no outsiders saw it, so it wasn't too embarrassing. Holding a little girl in one arm, he had to continue his treasure hunt. Hey, Zisha, haven't you gotten a little bigger? Sukan suddenly realized that Zisha was actually a little taller than Qing Lian by a small amount, about the size of a finger. But with his current eyesight, he can feel even a centimeter, let alone a finger. It seems to have gotten a little bigger. Zisha held up her two small hands to herself. Hey, stop spouting nonsense. Sukan was speechless. Only 2 treasure chests remained on the ground. Sukan took a deep breath and bowed to the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother of the West, Buddha, Jesus, and God. Ding. Intermediate treasure chest opened. Reward, Divine Fire Cave Nest. A fiery red cave appeared in midair, and the overflowing fire elemental spiritual energy raised the surrounding temperature. Nest Divine Fire Cave. Output, Vulcan Soldier, Gold. Talents, Fire Control, Forging Mastery, Mighty Strength. Skills, Vulcan Spear, Roar of War, Blazing Armor, Burning Mountains, and Boiling Seas. This? Sukan was a little dumbfounded. He hadn't expected to be able to open the nest. Or the Vulcan Soldier, a top-tier unit. The forging proficiency alone is enough to make all of them as valuable as diamond-level units. In this world, because the power of nest masters is usually low, the forging of spirit weapons is extremely difficult. Aside from nest masters with exceptional forging skills and special talents, no one can forge spirit weapons. However, spirit weapons are extremely valuable, as they can be used not only by nest masters, but also by some humanoid hero units. The powerful spiritual weapons undoubtedly enhance the combat strength of troops. However, there is another type of nest master. Their awakened units are born with a talent for forging, especially after the appearance of hero units. With the guidance of nest masters, they can even become a generation of forging masters. They are the main force in forging spiritual weapons. Among them, the Vulcan soldiers are a highly representative type of soldier with forging talent. Although those without the talent of a second layer cannot absorb and utilize the Divine Fire Cave. If their layer devours the Divine Fire Cave, there is a chance that the talent of forging proficiency will appear. And if the layer master who owns the Divine Fire Cave devours it, his forging talent of the Fire God Soldier will be further enhanced. Sukin glanced at the two little girls, Qing Lian and Zisha. A little blacksmith with a face covered in soot involuntarily popped into my mind. He shook his head, quickly banishing the thought from his mind. Never mind, let's keep it for now. Maybe he'll need it when he opens another lair. After storing the Divine Fire Cave in his storage ring, Sukin looked at the last intermediate level treasure chest. Ding! Intermediate treasure chest opened. Reward, a white lace bra. The white bra with lace trim floated in the air. Sukin's face darkened. Good heavens. This now completes the set with the lace panties from last time. Wow, what's this? It's so beautiful. Zisha stared in astonishment at the white bra floating in the air. Qinglian was also very curious. Hee, this is an eye mask, an eye mask. Sukin chuckled dryly, grabbed it, and put it into the system space. Damn it. It was still warm on top. Could this have come directly from that unlucky guy? Everyone was stunned. System, stop pretending to be dead and tell me what's going on. I really don't know. I'm only responsible for issuing tasks and rewards. I can't decide anything else. The system's tone was extremely aggrieved. Good grief, this is the first time I've ever seen such a useless system. Sukin was speechless. Jiangqing, the main hall of the city lord's mansion, consort San Yue, who was listening to the military commander Jin Xingtian and Jiang Baihe discussing matters, suddenly turned cold. Snap! Her hand crushed the armrest of her chair into pieces. What's wrong? Jin Xingtian looked at San Yu Mingfei. Although this was his first time meeting consort San Yue, he had long heard of her unbridled and unrestrained style of doing things. It's all right, you can continue. San Yu Mingfei said with an icy expression. Jiang Baihe shrank back. This was the second time today. Is she going through menopause? Of course, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't dare to ask. Jin Xingtian frowned, but didn't say anything. The Military Affairs Bureau has always maintained strict military discipline, and consort San Yue's sudden outburst of temper at this time clearly displeased him. But San Yue Mingfei was, after all, a powerful figure no less than him, and a member of the San Yue family of Shanghai, so he couldn't say anything. Who is it? At this moment, consort San Yue felt like she was going crazy. Not long ago I felt a chill, and now I feel a chill all over my body. Her eyes scanned the city lord's mansion, as if she wanted to find the guy hiding in the shadows, drag him out, and give him a good beating with a spiked club. San Yue Mingfei, do you have any other opinions on our plan to attack the Qi clan's stronghold tonight? Jin Xingtian exchanged a few words with Jiang Baihe, then turned and asked. He, along with the 100 military officers who were about to arrive, were there for revenge. The Qi clan, in alliance with the multi-armed demons, launched an attack on Jiangqing, but they themselves also revealed their true colors. This time, blood must be paid for. Chapter 94 Space Fragments Fly. A terrifying aura. I have no objections, as long as I can kill people. San Yu Mingfei's eyes, and her pretty face was incredibly icy. She feels like she's about to explode. This is outrageous. Had consort San Yue ever been so humiliated? San Yue Mingfei, if you have any objections, please speak them directly. I don't want any mishaps to occur during the battle. Jin Xingtian frowned slightly. All operations tonight must be carried out under my command. Otherwise, you'd better not go. The Qi clan is no pushover, especially since one of their targets this time is very likely to be one of the four ghosts. Moreover, the battlefield is ever-changing, and he didn't want any accidents to happen because of consort San Yue. To sacrifice a king-level combatant as a result. On the battlefield, following orders is the most important thing. Even though he was a king-level nest master, as the Golden Pattern commander of the Military Affairs Department, he awakened the Nine-Headed Lion Peak Nest and mastered the epic unit, the Golden Nine-Headed Lion. Even when facing a hegemon-level powerhouse, he was not afraid. Don't worry, I'll follow your instructions. San Yue Mingfei took a deep breath and said. She wasn't deliberately giving me a hard time, but could she explain it? He said his body and lower body felt cold. I'm not feeling well, so I'll go back to my room to rest first. Once you've discussed it, just let me know. After saying that, she got up and left with a cold expression. In any case, she had to get dressed first. We can't just go into battle empty-handed. General Jean, please don't be offended. Women have their days every month. Seeing that Consort Sang Yue had walked away, Jiang Bai has said in a low voice. The Grand Council wielded immense power, and Commander-in-Chief Jin Yunwen held even greater authority, directly subordinate to the two emperors of Yujing. He did not want Jin Xingtian to harbor any resentment towards Consort Sang Yue because of this. He was also puzzled. Although he couldn't say he was familiar with Consort Sang Yue, he had known her for over 10 years. She had an unpredictable personality, but she wasn't someone who didn't understand the bigger picture. What's wrong with me today? Lord Jiang, you are overthinking it. I am not a petty person. Consort Sang Yue has rendered a great service by rescuing Jiangxing from its predicament today. Jin Xingtian said with a smile. My tone wasn't harsh enough, but the matter of annihilating the Qi clan cannot be taken lightly. I hope Lord Jiang can understand. I understand. Jiang Baihe nodded repeatedly in relief at Jin Xingtian's frankness. The 6 officials of the Grand Council are all connected by a single golden cloud pattern. Offending one of them is equivalent to offending all 6, a super double blow. Let alone Consort Sang Yue, who is a prince. Even the Sang Yue family would have a headache if they were targeted by the 6 golden cloud pattern commanders of the Military Affairs Bureau. Moonlight Forest. Inside the underground temple, the woman in the black dress suddenly sat up from the golden throne, then slowly sat down again, leaning back in the golden chair, her jade-like fingers touching her chin. The avatar left on that brat has actually perished. A clear voice rang out in the hall, and a playful glint appeared in her eyes. Since her avatar did not return, she could not fully know what had happened. But vaguely, she still sensed a familiar presence. Was it one of my old friends who made the move? But with the peerless hero's power, who can defeat my avatar? She frowned slightly. Or are they people of a different race? But why isn't that kid dead? She stretched out her jade-like hand, and black energy rippled, revealing a small black figure that looked exactly like Su Kan in her palm. This is the mark of her life that she seized from Su Kan. Since the life imprint hadn't disappeared, Su Kan was naturally out of danger. Never mind. That bad boy doesn't seem like he's going to die young. He stretched, revealing his explosive curves. It's a pity that no one appreciates it. Su Kan took the 2 little girls for a stroll around the square, but finding nothing of value, he decided to leave. The little monster was still following him. Su Kan originally wanted to see if he could remove the silver collar around its neck, but it was too sturdy. With his current methods, he cannot shake it in the slightest. The azure flame insects burning into a deep flame, besides scaring the little monster into howling, had no other effect. I might as well just give up and deal with everything after we get out. Little monster, from now on I'm your boss. You can't touch dogs, you can only catch chickens, you can't go east, understand? At this moment, Zisha was like a little devil, sitting on the little monster's head and tapping its head with her little hands. Hurrah, hurrah. The little monster made strange noises while nodding repeatedly. Qinglian, and Qinglian too. Qinglian is also a boss. Qinglian said to Zisha. After Su Kan's efforts, the 2 little girls gradually became acquainted. Su Kan smiled and ignored them. The little monster looked big, but Su Kan guessed it was probably not very old. Firstly, its aura was only about the strength of a level 5 ferocious beast. Secondly, the little monster's eyes were indeed very pure, with a childlike innocence. Moreover, it did not possess any ferocious aura. Even if it did, facing Qinglian and Zisha, 2 seemingly harmless but actually violent little girls, all it would get is an electric shock and barbecue. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the vortex zone. Brother Crab breathed a sigh of relief. The experience of that day was truly magical for it. Its brother, with whom it had spent decades, died suddenly. The thought that it had survived all this time filled it with a sense of relief. I'm grateful to have met these 2 brothers. Without their sacrifice, I might have already lost my crab life. Let's go, big crab. Su Kan glanced back at the ruined island, feeling a pang of sadness. Humanity truly suffer a crushing defeat in the next war between humans and demons? Forget it, never mind. He muttered to himself. No one says that a transmigrator has to become a savior, and who knows, maybe the ancient demon ancestors suddenly went mad while cultivating. Roar! A beastly roar suddenly rang out from the void, and an overwhelming pressure spread out. Crab Brother 3's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Sukin felt the pressure, and his expression changed drastically. In a daze, a ferocious beast 100 meters tall appeared before his eyes, opening its blood-red maw to bite him. The menacing and domineering aura made it difficult for him to even move a finger. Damn it. Could this be a case of after the darkest hour comes the dawn? I should have just left. Instead, I'm just reminiscing about Mao. Was that 1 minute really a minute? That's my life. If there were a way to undo mistakes, Sukin would definitely chug 3 large bowls of soup to teach himself a lesson. Euro woo. At this moment, a child's cry rang out. It came from the little monster next to it. Its eyes were full of excitement as it cried out and jumped around on the ground. The 2 little girls sitting on its head were pale-faced, their little hands unconsciously gripping the rough skin on its head. Boom! Ripples spread through the void. Countless fragments of space flew about, and a huge, ferocious figure emerged from them. Chapter 95 Void Beast. Cigar. Amidst countless flying spatial fragments, a colossal beast, hundreds of meters tall, strode out. The dinosaur had a ferocious and domineering head, thick and powerful legs with gleaming claws at the ends, and a pair of smaller forelimbs that were still several meters long. Its towering form stood there, emanating a terrifying aura, like a demonic mountain. Gurgle. Sukan's Adam's apple bobbed. This is a larger version of the little monster. In his past life, he was the monster Golza from a tokusatsu drama. Faced with this monster, he would probably have to ask, "Bro, what did you eat to grow so big? Recommend me to your buddy. You can go find that giant of light and fight him, get your revenge." Humans, daring to hunt the offspring of my void beast, Cigar, prepare to bear Cigar's wrath. The rumbling sound was like rolling thunder, shaking the void and causing ripples. The massive, pillar-like foot rose and stomped down on Sukan. The sky turned black at that moment. Hurrah! Hurrah! The little monster made an urgent sound and rushed to Sukan, its 2 monster claws waving incessantly. "Oh, he saved you? And killed those bad guys." The voice softened a bit. The little monster kept nodding. "Lucky human, you have gained the friendship of Sigil." The void beast Zigger's giant foot landed on the other side, accompanied by a loud boom, causing the earth to tremble violently, and countless wide cracks spread out like a spider web. They survived. Sukin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we didn't mistreat that little monster, or we would have been really doomed. This old monster isn't some easy experience point. It's a damn divine punishment. Whoosh! A black bone, about the size of a palm, floated down from the sky and landed in front of Sukan. Crush this bone, and you will receive 1 aid from the void beast Cigar. This is a return gift for your protection of Cigar's offspring. Is this what Sigil's friendship is like? Sukan touched the black bone with his palm. Apart from being unusually smooth, there was nothing else particularly special about it. "Let's go." Sigil patted the little monster on the back, carefully removed the 2 little girls from its head, and tears welled up in its big eyes. I wanted to touch them with my huge hands, but I didn't dare. After all, in its eyes, the 2 little girls were like exquisite and fragile porcelain. Oomph, what a spineless coward. Zigger snorted coldly, waved his giant hand, and amidst the ripples in the void, 2 enormous figures, one large and one small, vanished. The void returned to normal, and everything was calm again, as if nothing had happened except for the huge footprints and cracks on the island. The 2 little girls finally recovered by then. Wah! Qinglian pursed her lips and burst into tears from fright. Zisha was all right, though her face was deathly pale. But she was, after all, a dragon, and her innate pride wouldn't allow her to show any weakness. "All right, stop crying. I've already chased the big monster away," Sukin said shamelessly. "My brother was also terrified just now." Zisha directly undermined the platform. Whoosh! Uffed! Qinglian burst out a string of snot bubbles and laughed. Sukan's face darkened, and he gently pinched Zisha's little cheek. "You mustn't undermine your brother in the future." After calming the 2 little girls down, I put the black bone away. He didn't know how strong Zigger was, but judging from that aura alone, that old woman Sanyue Mingfei would only get beaten up. "Get up, big crab." Sukin glared at Crab Brother 3, but didn't react at all. "You weren't scared to death, were you?" Sukin took out the low-grade spiritual weapon, the red tassel spear, and poked it. Oh no, I pressed the wrong spot. Looking at the slightly yellowed gun tip, Sukin felt a little embarrassed. He really didn't mean it. It was just a subconscious poke. Little did I know it would lead to an indescribable place. It wiped the red-tasseled spear on the ground, originally intending to put away the level 7 spirit-patterned spiky crab. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to give up. After all, there was a debt of gratitude between them for riding on the back of the third crab brother. It would be too cruel to not even spare its corpse. The vortex land is teeming with turbulent currents, but there is the purple demon. Zisha, take your brother there. Sukin touched Zisha's hair and said, roar. Accompanied by a dragon roar that already showed its majesty, Zisha directly revealed her true form as a divine dragon. Compared to before, the purple demon is now more than 10 meters long, and its fierce dragon might unconsciously emanates. The crab legs of the dead crab brother even trembled. Sukin smiled, picked up Qing Lian, and jumped directly onto Zisha. Let's go. Once Sukan and the others' presence disappeared, Crab Brother 3 finally came back to life. One of the crab claws touched its own rear end and could still feel a burning pain. My chastity is in danger. Its crab eyes were filled with sorrow, but it had no other choice but to do this in order to survive. Crabs are always destined to experience some unforgettable things in their lives. For example, he was anally violated by humans. On the other side, Sukin was beaming with excitement. He finally rode the dragon. Riding a dragon felt absolutely wonderful. The approaching vortex was instantly dispersed by Zisha's claw, and the dragons might spread out, causing the ferocious beasts hidden in the vortex to not dare to show their heads. Transforming into her true form as a divine dragon, Zisha was also very excited. She led Sukin on a wild dash through the vortex land, where they encountered some blind, ferocious beasts. A bolt of lightning struck directly at them. Snap! Purple lightning struck. A jellyfish several meters in size and entirely green was blown to pieces. Ding! The system has detected that the host has hunted the level 4 ferocious beast, the venomous jellyfish. The reward is 500 evolution points, 1 physique, and 1 system space. Qinglian wasn't idle either. With a flick of her small hand, she unleashed a fireball. A 2-headed snake died a gruesome death. Ding! Detected hunting of a level 3 ferocious beast, the 2-headed water snake. Reward: 300 evolution points, 1 strength, and 1 system space. Sukin was happy to receive a reward and let the purple flames fly around. We finally get to run this dungeon once, so why not try to get as many benefits as possible? Touching his chin, he couldn't help but picture the trembling crab legs in his mind. He originally planned to kill the level 7 water spirit spiny crab. Aside from the attribute points, the reward of 2,000 evolution points was extremely tempting. After thinking about it, I finally gave up. He was, after all, a crab who had gone through thick and thin with him. In the end, he accidentally violated my anus, and then he killed other crabs. That's really a bit unreasonable. Brother, there are people over there. While hunting ferocious beasts and having a great time, Zisha suddenly shouted. Sukin took a closer look. Several people, dressed in rags, were seen traveling through the whirlpool in a small boat as darkness fell. It was Xiao Mu, Qi Yan, and Sun Jimao. Sukin's lips twitched. Luckily, he had solved the problem. Otherwise, these 3 guys would have been nothing but suicide missions if they had come to the island. It's very likely that they'll offer up both their heads and their buttocks. Holy crap, that's a dragon. I'm doomed. I, Qi Yan, am a man of extraordinary talent and the bearing of a king, but today I'm going to die here. Alas, what a misfortune this is. The Dragon Kingdom has lost a great talent. Chapter 96: The Intimidating Power of Purple Sha. Who is the werewolf? Qi Yan stood tall on the small boat, surrounded by several small, transparent, fiery red shields. You all escape first. I'll hold off this evil dragon. When you get back, tell them that after fighting the dragon for 300 rounds, I, Qi Yan, was ultimately defeated and tragically perished. Qi Yan raised his head slightly, put his hands behind his back, and spoke faster and faster. There's no need to say my name. Just say that a young hero has emerged in Jiangqing. At the age of 16, he almost slew a dragon. He is a warrior and deserves to be remembered. Of course, if they are willing to make a golden statue of me for worship, I will not refuse. Sun Jimao and Xiao Mu's mouths twitched as Qi Yan's words became increasingly exaggerated. You be any more outrageous? A narrow defeat. Are you sure you weren't instantly killed by a single claw? Or do you call a narrow defeat a flash kill? Almost slayed a dragon? Are you sure it's not just a tiny bit short? The two fell silent for a moment. Sukan, riding on Zisha's back, naturally heard Qi Yan's words. I rolled my eyes, speechless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he decided to scare Qi Yan. Didn't you want to slay the dragon? Didn't you want to invite me to a movie in Moonlight Forest last time? And there's Sun Jimao behind him. That guy even wanted to treat him to a meal back then. Were they there to see a movie? Or to eat? Obviously lusting after his body. He wrote it all down in his little notebook. A smile played at the corners of his lips. Touching Zisha's little dragon horns and giving some instructions, he picked up Qing Lian and got off Zisha. Roar! Zisha was overjoyed to receive Su Qian's instructions. Its purple eyes gleamed, and a sudden burst of dragon might emanated from them. Instantly, the surrounding vortexes slowly stopped, and a powerful dragon's might descended. Qi Yan, who was directly in the blast, turned pale, and his legs trembled. On this whirlpool-filled sea, his rock-armored bulls were of no use other than being sent to their deaths. Roar! Sun Jimao, braving the dragon's might, summoned the silver-winged tiger. It wasn't that he didn't want silver-winged tiger to lead them in, but rather that he encountered a group of monsters attacking him as soon as he entered the Baiha beach. If he hadn't met Xiao Mu during his escape, he probably would have confessed long ago. And so, of his 5 silver-winged tigers, only one remained, and it was seriously injured. Zisha looked at the silver-winged tiger trembling in midair, terrified by her, and a look of disdain flashed in her eyes. If Sukin hadn't given her instructions, she would have killed that winged tiger with a single swipe of her paw. She didn't take the mere level 3 silver rank soldiers seriously at all. Roar! Another roar. Zisha suddenly rushed towards Qi Yan. Thump! With a roar, the dragon's might filled the air, and the silver-winged tiger fell directly from the sky with a thud, splashing up a large spray of water. If it weren't for the ferocious beasts around them fleeing after sensing the dragon's might, they would have been in danger. The silver-winged tiger was torn to pieces the instant it fell. Qi Yan's eyes were glazed over, filled with terror. At this moment, he felt as if he were imprisoned by an invisible force. His chest was being squeezed tightly, and he felt like he couldn't breathe. Seeing that it was about time, Su Qian, who was watching from the shadows, used his perfected flash step, and his figure appeared in front of her in a few flashes. Then he jumped onto Zisha's back. Su Qian. Xiao Mu was the first to react, and shouted somewhat uncertainly. What a coincidence. Su Qian's lips curled up in a smile. Yo. Isn't this Qi Yan, who's going to slay the dragon? A young hero, narrowly defeated by the dragon, forged a golden body, and he even invited me to dinner? Sukin looked at Qi Yan with amusement. You, the dragon is yours. After a long while, Qi Yan finally managed to utter a complete sentence. He was truly terrified. Sukin nodded. There's nothing to hide. After all, Zisha can't stay in the lair forever and never see anyone. So they simply and openly admitted it. Zisha then reverted to her little girl form and stood beside Su Qian. By the way, I've already taken care of the matter concerning the Qi clan. Sukin stepped onto the small boat. Qi Yan and the other two exchanged glances, unsure of what to say for a moment. Qi Yan and Sun Jimao had witnessed Su Qian's methods of killing a level 7 multi-armed demon, so they naturally had complete faith in him. What's more, he now has a divine dragon by his side. However, Sukin showed up with 2 nests in Moonlight Forest, so does he have 3 nests? The 2 were shocked, but they wisely refrained from asking any further questions. Xiao Mu had many doubts, but when he saw Zisha following Su Qian, he swallowed hard and finally gave a bitter smile. Just a few days ago, Sukin was still awakening under his guidance, but now, upon seeing him again, he has far surpassed him. By the way, Xiao Mu, didn't you say you needed my help after entering the Baiha mudflats? Sukin looked at him. For this reason, Xiao Mu directly gave him a meditation method and a defensive spiritual technique. She was his mentor. Now we don't need to, Xiao Mu said. My silver unit, the dark half-human, needs dark stones to evolve into the gold unit, the dark warrior. I heard that there might be such materials in a cave on the Baiha River beach, but there is a dark barrier there that I need to break through. I want to use the spirit-breaking ability of your Azure refining insect to bite through the barrier and get the dark stone. But after Lord Jiang found out, he gave me a dark stone, so I don't need to go anymore. Sukin nodded and said nothing more. It's always better to avoid trouble. As for the reward Xiao Mu had given him before, he remembered it and would naturally repay him. Ugh, it smells like urine. It looks like someone wet their pants. Zisha and Qing Lian suddenly wrinkled their little noses and immediately snuggled into Su Qian's arms. Suddenly, silence fell over the small boat. Xiao Mu looked at Sun Jimao. Sun Jimao looked at Qi Yan. Qi Yan was about to look at Su Qian, but after thinking about it, he glared at Sun Jimao instead. After a long pause, he spoke. I, Qi Yan, am exceptionally gifted and possess the bearing of a king. It is impossible for me to urinate in my pants. He spoke with such conviction, but heaven knows how insecure he truly was. The thing he's most grateful for right now is that he's awakened his explosive flame spiritual power talent. It has to be said that this innate spiritual power is not only more powerful when using fire attribute spiritual arts, but it is also first class when used to dry clothes, comparable to a dryer. Sun Jimao felt uneasy under Qi Yan's intense gaze. Although he urinated a little for a fleeting moment, he quickly used his wind-based spiritual magic to blow it onto Xiao Mu. There's no reason to suspect it was him. I don't. After a long pause, he managed to utter a few words, while simultaneously widening his eyes to look at Xiao Mu. Now everyone's attention turned to Xiao Mu. Cough cough. It wasn't me, he said calmly. Could it be that I was discovered after only peeing a few drops? That's impossible. I clearly rubbed those drops all over Sun Jimao. There's no reason why he would have noticed it was me. Good grief, are they playing werewolf? Sukin stroked his chin, his sly gaze sweeping over the three of them. So who is the werewolf? Or are all three of them werewolves? Chapter 97 The Beast Descends. A wave of destruction. Jiangcheng, once a prosperous and peaceful city, is now in ruins and in dire need of reconstruction. The city's defense soldiers and young men are working hard, sweating profusely, participating in the city's construction and the resettlement of its residents. Throughout the millennia of the Dragon Kingdom, those who lived the longest witnessed an era truly marked by blood and fire. This is nothing. After all, the Chinese people have a spirit of never admitting defeat, never being afraid of losing, and never being afraid of losing. Roar! Suddenly, with a majestic and domineering roar, the space above Jiangxing began to ripple like water. Space debris flew around. A monster 20 or 30 meters tall emerged from the void and plummeted rapidly. Immediately, a colossal beast, hundreds of meters tall and resembling a mountain, appeared, its enormous claws grabbing the thigh of the falling monster. Hurrah, hurrah! The monster, held upside down by one leg, roared wildly, its claws waving like fans. If you look closely, you can see tears glistening in its bright eyes. These two giant beasts are none other than the void beast Zigger and the little monster, which emerged from the White River mudflats. Roar! With a roar, Zigger slowly descended from the sky, carrying the little monster with him. Boom! The earthquake trembled, and countless cracks stretched out into the distance like a spider web. The already battered city walls of Jiangxing shook violently under this tremor, as if they would collapse at any moment. An overwhelming pressure spread out, causing many Jiangxing residents to turn pale and break out in a cold sweat. They felt as if a huge boulder was pressing on their chests, making it extremely difficult to breathe. How dare you run wild in Jiangxing, my dragon kingdom? You're asking for death. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Then a golden light appeared outside Jiangxing as fast as lightning. Jin Xingtan stood on the golden nine-headed lion, his powerful aura surging out, confronting the giant beast's oppressive aura. Two whirlwinds suddenly appeared in the air outside Jiangxing, crackling and rubbing against each other, with tiny white glints occasionally appearing. Seeing that it had landed safely, the little monster blinked its big eyes, patted its chest, and quickly hid behind Zigger. Jin Xingtian's expression was solemn and grim. Judging from the aura emanating from the Void Beast, it is definitely a Void Beast of the Overlord level. The Void Beast is enormous in size, possesses an innate ability to manipulate space, and is exceptionally powerful in combat, far surpassing other ferocious beasts of the same level. Fortunately, they mainly live in the Void, and such a direct arrival around human cities has only happened a few times in the Dragon Kingdom's 10,000 years of history. But describing each one as a natural disaster is not an exaggeration. After all, their combat power is simply too formidable. We must lure it away. If we fight here, the entire Jiangxing will be doomed. Jin Xingtian made his decision without hesitation. 5 golden, 9-headed lions emerged from the void. The 9-headed golden lion, which was 10 meters tall, looked like a toy in front of the 100-meter-tall void behemoth. Golden 9-headed lion, golden tornado. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and the 5 golden lions, with their 45 heads, roared fiercely. Immediately afterward, 5 golden tornadoes, each tens of meters high, enveloped Zigger from 5 directions. Jin Xingtian completely disregarded the outcome and manipulated the golden 9-headed lion beneath him to move to another location. 9 heads spewed out 9 energy waves of different colors, which converged in midair into an extremely dazzling attack, striking the little monster hiding behind Cigar. The golden tornado in front was just a feint. His real target was the little monster. This little monster is clearly an offspring of a void behemoth. If it is killed, the void behemoth will surely be enraged and turn to hunt him down. That way, Jiangxing will be safe. Roar. Zigger roared, his lantern-sized eyes turning bloodshot. It sensed a threat from behind. Such an attack would absolutely kill any small monster that gets hit. At this moment, 5 golden tornadoes rapidly approached from in front of him, while a 9-colored beam of light behind him slammed in with terrifying destructive power. Normally, simply letting the little monster disappear into the void would easily solve the problem. But now, it glanced at the silver collar around the little monster's neck. This damn thing is causing the void to repel the little monster. Previously, it forcibly carried the little monster through the void, intending to return to the void behemoth's territory and then find a way to solve the problem. However, when it arrived above Jiangxing, the little monster was directly squeezed out of the void. It is impossible to re-enter the void for a short period of time. Thoughts can turn in an instant, leaving no time for reflection. Roar. With a roar, it lifted the little monster up, taking the hits from the front and back. Boom. The golden tornado swept in, leaving trails of blood in front of Zigger. The 9-colored beam of light, however, left a bloody hole in Zigger's body. The tough skin was pierced, exposing the flesh. A sharp pain gripped his body, and Sigel's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Boom! A thick beam of light shot out from its mouth, the scorching heat turning the void crimson. Golden folding boundary. Kim Sungcheon's expression changed drastically. The beam of light emitted by Zigger was aimed directly at Jiangxing. If it isn't stopped, countless people in Jiangxing will likely die under the beam of light. A faint golden spiritual energy emanated from the 9-headed golden lions, and the air in front of them seemed to fold up, forming an independent world. Sizzle. The fiery red beam of light pierced through the first layer of the golden barrier, and continued its powerful attack through the second and third layers. After piercing through 5 layers of the golden barrier, the energy of the beam of light was finally weakened. However, it still sent the 5 golden 9-headed lions flying backward, spitting out blood. It's blocked. Jin Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief. He must lure this void behemoth away from Jiangxing as soon as possible. Fighting it here is too dangerous. Roar. Seeing that the attack had only achieved so little, Sigel became even more enraged. The ferocious giant head rose, and endless light from the void converged into its mouth. At this moment, even the sky seemed to dim a little. An indescribable sense of crisis gripped everyone's hearts, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe had already been raised and would fall in an instant. Song Yueshue arrived riding the bright day white tiger. The thought of my personal clothing falling into the hands of some disgusting guy, and even being subjected to unspeakable things, is horrifying. She felt a wave of nausea. She only felt a little better after soaking in the bath for half a day and scrubbing her entire body. She had just changed her clothes when she heard a huge roar from a beast. I rushed over and just happened to see this scene. A void behemoth? Such powerful pressure. It surpasses even the king/marquis level. In an instant, she made a rough assessment of Sigel's strength. At this moment, Jin Xingtian also urged the golden 9-headed lion he was sitting on to come to the front. The void beast's target was obvious, Jiangxing. Moreover, this powerful energy fluctuation. If they can't stop it, Jiangxing will probably become a dead city, and no one will survive. Chapter 98 Gold, The Demise of a Star. Sigel harbored boundless rage. It was attacked fiercely simply because the little monster was expelled from the void and revealed its form. His own children almost died. Anyone would be furious. An endless rage burned within it, but it did not lose its reason. Compared to targeting Kim Sungcheon, this immovable human city is undoubtedly the best choice. This is similar to how Kim Sungcheon previously designated the small monsters as his primary targets. A powerful energy fluctuation emanated, and the void beside the giant maw of Zigger was impacted by this energy, creating spatial holes. Songyue Mingfei, I'm not entirely confident I can withstand this attack from the void beast. You'd better leave, or you'll perish here. Don't blame me for not warning you. Jin Xingtian said without turning his head. I, consort Songyue, am not one to fear death. Songyu Mingfei said in a cold voice. My ancestor fought valiantly for the Dragon Kingdom. How can I, consort Songyue, tarnish his name? Today I'll show you that the descendants of the heroic family are not arrogant and domineering, nor are they empty-headed fools. Songyu Mingfei spoke with a firm tone, and a black moon quietly bloomed on her forehead. Jin Xingtian looked at the woman in the white dress fluttering in the air. A look of amazement appeared in his eyes. This woman possesses the grace and elegance of a heroine. Although he and Sanyue Mingfei were contemporaries of Nest Masters, Sanyue Mingfei came from a heroic family, possessed stunning beauty, exceptional talent, and numerous accolades. Despite his humble origins, he awakened the Golden Lion Cave, which gave birth to the epic-level unit, the Golden Nine-Headed Lion, and rose to prominence, becoming a chosen one of heaven. However, his path was completely different from that of consort Sanyue. When he was promoted to the 3rd rank, he was noticed by Commander Jin Yunwon of the Military Affairs Bureau and joined the Military Affairs Bureau. We fought our way through countless battles to get to where we are today. Consort Sanyue before. Golden Lion, we can't lose. Jin Xingtian patted the golden nine-headed lion he was sitting on, his tone icy. Golden Starfall. In an instant, the golden nine-headed lion, the hero unit he rode, roared, and the stars in the endless universe twinkled and swayed. Slowly, the starlight intertwined, and the fragments scattered in the starry sky were connected and enveloped by the starlight. Soon, a huge sphere formed, shining brightly with starlight, and quickly descended from the stars into this space. Song Yumingfei's pretty face turned pale. Her domain was sealed by the woman in the black dress, making it difficult to move. But for the sake of Jiangqing, she had no other choice at this moment. After all, this is the most powerful force she currently possesses. Unable to withstand the attack of the Void Beast, not a single citizen of Jiangqing survived the devastating energy surge brewing within it. Realm, soul-capturing celestial light realm. In an instant, azure light filled the sky, and the captivating celestial light drifted down. When Zigger was bathed in the soul-capturing light, his mind became slightly dazed. In a blur, it felt as if it were immersed in a blue sea, with countless handsome, dashing, and majestic male void beasts flirting with it and showing off their muscles. A bunch of seductive and cheap vixens. I, Zigger, have lived for thousands of years. What haven't I seen? Its mind was shaken, and its eyes regained their clarity in just a moment. The illusory realm was shattered, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Song Yumingfei's mouth. This void behemoth has such an unwavering will. She was startled. The soul-seizing heavenly light realm is a confrontation focused on the spiritual level, killing people invisibly. However, its drawbacks are also obvious. Its power will be greatly reduced when it encounters someone with a firm mindset, especially when confronting enemies across borders. After all, the power of her domain that she can currently exert is limited. If it were that scoundrel Su Kan, he would have already fallen into depravity. Her mind raced, and sensing the increasingly powerful energy fluctuations from Zigger's side, her eyes blazed with blue light. A long, azure blue sword emerged from the void. Although Jin Xingtian was shocked that Song Yumingfei could use her domain, now was clearly not the time to be doubtful. The enormous sphere, scattered with starlight, slowly descended as the azure greatsword struck Zigger. Roar! A purple beam of energy, radiating an aura of endless destruction, was then exhaled from Zigger's mouth. Bang! The greatsword formed from the soul-capturing heavenly light struck the pillar of light first. Sizzle! Countless blue fragments scattered, and the beam of light, like a chainsaw, swiftly sliced through the blue greatsword. The star sphere, carrying immense stellar power, pressed down forcefully. Boom! Starlight scattered, and the giant sphere was pierced through at a speed visible to the naked eye. Golden folding boundary. Seeing that things were not going well, Jin Xingtian immediately ordered the other 9 golden lions to use the golden boundary break again. Beneath, Sanyue Mingfei also unleashed a blazing ball of light, as intense as the sun, to attack the purple pillar of light. On the city wall of Jiangqing, Zhang Baihe saw this and rode over on his green wings. The azure dragon breath spewed out, but before it could even get close to the purple pillar of light, it was annihilated by the overflowing energy. But at this point, there was no other choice. Every bit of energy that can be worn down increases the chance of victory. Song Yueshue, Lu Wanjun, and others also approached and used various methods to wear down the power of the light pillar. In an instant, countless Jiangqing nest masters arrived in formation, flying units, flashing with various colors of light, and unleashing a barrage of attacks. Despite being weak, despite countless attacks, they were annihilated before they could even get close. But there was no sign of retreat in their eyes. Behind them lies Jiangqing and countless ordinary people. Those are the places they must protect with their blood and lives. Hateful. Damn it. Ziggur felt attacks coming from all directions, and the fierce aura around him intensified. Roar. Its skin began to crack, and blood flowed down its body like small rivers. At this point, it also started to fight desperately. The little monster was held high by Ziggur, its eyes filled with terror. It never imagined that something like this would happen. It also sensed its mother's gradual decline. Hurrah! It let out a mournful cry. It didn't want the fight to continue, but at this point it was clear it couldn't make any decisions. Boom! The pillar of light radiating destructive energy began to weaken. Ziggur's eyes were also filled with exhaustion. The azure light soared in the sky vanished and reappeared, while several golden figures stood before the giant star sphere. Boundary was completely useless. Jin Xingtian directly had the golden nine-headed lion take its place. Besides the hero unit that unleashed the golden starfall, the 5 golden nine-headed lions used their flesh and blood to wear down the energy waves of Ziggur. The endless attacks from all sides were initially neutralized before they even got close, but eventually they broke through the overflowing energy. At first, only 1 or 2 attacks landed, but soon there were a dozen or 20, and finally, countless attacks, gradually eroding the power of the purple light wave. Even ants can radiate such dazzling light. Without realizing it, a sense of shock and fear settled over Ziggur's heart. Chapter 99 Battle. Defeat. The destructive light waves spewed by Sigar were finally extinguished by the endless attacks. The azure lightsaber struck its body, but instead of tearing its skin, its aura weakened visibly, and the light in its eyes dimmed considerably. Star Sphere crashed down, and although most of its power had been dissipated by the destructive light wave, it still caused Ziggur's flesh to explode, and blood flowed like a river. He staggered backward, leaving deep craters in the ground, barely managing to steady himself. Hurrah, hurrah! The little monster cried out in worry. It wanted Sigar to leave, because with the Void Beast's ability to traverse the void, there was no way to imprison the void here, and Sigar could easily escape. Roar! Ziggur roared. How could Tashigal abandon his offspring and flee? However, there was a sense of weakness in his voice. Jin Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Ziggur's life force decline. A void beast of the Overlord level is no ordinary Overlord level. To put it bluntly, a single Overlord level void beast is enough to hold its own against 3 equally powerful ferocious beasts. Only a few creatures, such as true dragons and titans, have the ability to fight and defeat void behemoths head-on. His hand tightened. The small knife that had appeared in his hand vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint aura of sharpness lingering in his palm. At this moment, Songyue Mingfei dispelled the soul-seizing heavenly light realm, her eyes filled with exhaustion. But it was ultimately blocked. It slowly landed back on the bright white tiger, its gaze fixed on the void beast. The battered and bruised sigil held the little monster, blood gushing out, his chest heaving violently, and he was panting heavily, clearly at his limit. Hey, that's the void-suppressing ring. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed the silver collar around the little monster's neck. The void-suppressing ring is crafted from void-suppressing stone using a unique forging technique. It allows space to repel a target, effectively restricting its spatial abilities. Moreover, the void-suppressing stone is extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. The Qi clan who had previously entered the White River mudflats through the void beast. Could it be that they came from the Baiha mudflats? This is not hard to guess. Using the void-binding ring to hunt void beasts is not exactly a secretive matter. However, doing so would easily provoke retaliation from the void beast race. In an instant, she guessed that the little monster must have been rescued from the Qi clan by Ziggur. Cheeky face involuntarily popped into her mind. He's so despicable, he shouldn't die so easily. She pursed her red lips and subconsciously turned her head to look at the entrance to the Baiha River mudflats. Ripples spread through the void, and several figures emerged from them, with Sukin standing among them. What's going on? As soon as Sukin appeared, he saw the huge, mountain-like phantom outside the city. A little monster? Sigil. Without a second thought, with a slap of the purple chariot, amidst the roar of a dragon, Su Kan, carrying Qing Lian, rode the purple chariot and soared into the sky. Xiao Mu and the others were also stunned. On the way back, they also heard Sukin brag that he took in a void beast as a follower, and even the void beast's mother, upon seeing his overwhelming aura of dominance, immediately bowed down and wanted him to take her in. In the end, he felt it was against ethics and morality, so he let the mother and child go. I never expected to see this scene as soon as I returned to Jiangxing. And Sukin was in such a hurry. Could it be that they really developed a friendship that transcends worldly conventions? The dragon's roar was clear and resounding, radiating its might. Countless soldiers trembled in fear. By the time they realized what was happening, Sukin was already right in front of them. Roar! Consort Sung Yue saw Sukin charging straight at her. She urged her mount, the white tiger of bright day, to block him. Do you want to go and die? She said coldly. Although the void beast's aura has weakened considerably, it could still easily kill him. But this kid is actually riding a divine dragon? Moreover, his aura has become even stronger. It seems they have gained quite a bit from the Baiha mudflats. Jiang Baiha, Song Yueshue, and the others arrived at this time. Su Kan, the void beast is being handled by Commander Jean. Don't go over there. Yes, it's too dangerous over there. You have no idea how ferocious that void behemoth was just now. It almost destroyed Jiangxing. Don't stop me, it won't attack me. Sukin hurriedly said upon seeing the devastation in Ziggur. Hell, won't attack you? Although you are indeed good-looking, do you think the aesthetics of void behemoths and humans are the same? Song Yumingfei sneered. Although she hated this brat, she had to admit that he was indeed good-looking. There's no time to explain. Without further ado, Sukin communicated with his mind, and with a flick of his tail, the purple dragon charged directly toward Ziggur. Song Yumingfei never expected Sukin to move so quickly. By the time she reacted, Sukin was already more than 100 meters away. Jin Xingtian, who was confronting Ziggur, also noticed Su Kan. Although he had never met Su Kan, he had learned a thorough understanding of him from Jiang Baiha. Kid, this isn't a fight you should be getting involved in. As Jin Xingtian spoke, a golden barrier appeared in front of Su Kan. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Ziggur. Sukin wisely refrained from attacking the golden folding boundary and instead shouted loudly. Hurrah! The little monster then started yelling and thrashing its body. For some reason, hearing this human voice gave it an instinctive sense of security. Human brat. Ziggur's voice was like muffled thunder, but the weakness in it could not be concealed. Sensing the little monster's struggle, it hesitated for a moment before putting it down. After fighting for so long, it no longer has the ability to protect itself. Hurrah! As soon as the little monster landed, it ran towards Su Kan. Jin Xingtian frowned slightly, raised his hand, and then put it down. The main reason was that although the small void beast looked big, its aura was only at the level of a 5th-grade ferocious beast, while he could sense that Su Kan was also a 5th-grade nestmaster. It differs from what Jiang Baiha described as a 4th-rank nestmaster. However, Jiang Baiha also didn't mention the type of divine dragon soldiers he was riding. If someone at the 5th rank, equipped with a divine dragon weapon, were killed by a void behemoth of the same rank, they would be no different from a piece of trash. He also knew that this kid was highly valued by Zhao Changshan, who had tried to recruit him to the military affairs department when he was only at the 2nd-grade nestmaster level. Clap, clap, clap. The little monster patted the golden folding boundary, tears welling in its eyes, and kept chanting, Ula Urala. It says that they were attacked by these humans after the collars around their necks were expelled from the void. They did not harm anyone, nor did they ever intend to harm anyone. Qinglian is providing real-time translation. Sukin nodded. He roughly understood what was going on. Given Ziggur's immense power, his sudden appearance around a human city naturally caused terrifying panic. Chapter 100 Imperial Beast Bloodline. In particular, the ferocious aura that Sigil involuntarily exudes is enough to terrify ordinary people to death. Even some nest masters would feel suffocated if they suddenly sense this aura. In this way, they will naturally face a strong counterattack from the powerful humans. After all, no one can be sure they don't mean any harm. Just like in his previous life, when humans encountered ferocious beasts like tigers and black bears, they wouldn't directly attack or drive them away because their civilization, or rather, the power that humans possessed, could easily crush them. Void behemoths are like tigers or other ferocious beasts, but they don't have the ability to completely crush them. The only option is to forcefully drive them away from a reality from which there is no way to retreat. Because the fragile lives behind them couldn't withstand the rampage of the void beasts. Especially given that there was a commander with gold cloud patterns in Jiangxing. Jin Xingtian urged the golden 9-headed lion he was riding to come to Su Kan's side. Do you recognize them? Su Kan greets the commander-in-chief. Su Kan bowed slightly in greeting. The military commanders have fought bloody battles to protect the Dragon Kingdom for generations. Whether it is because of their status or their cultivation level, they deserve his respect. He didn't hide anything and recounted the events related to the void beast in the Baiha beach. Sanyue Mingfei saw that Zigger not only did not attack Su Kan, but also put the little monster down. Everyone was astonished. Is Su Kan really that charming? If I had known that I should have used Su Kan as a template when using the soul-seizing heavenly light realm, I might have directly trapped the void beast in an illusion. How about we try it next time we face the enemy? Song Yu Mingfei's lips curled into a smile. I plan to try this next time I encounter a powerful member of the pig demon clan. Although the aesthetics of the pig demon race differ from those of humans, Su Kan's good looks might be able to overcome this difference. The thought of the powerful female boar demon ravaging Su Kan's illusion in the dream world filled her with inexplicable excitement. Auntie, why are you laughing in such a weird way? Song Yueshua said softly. No, I didn't. You must have seen wrong. Song Yu Mingfei directly denied it 3 times. I see. Jin Xingtian stroked his chin, waved his hand, and removed the golden fold. The little monster glanced at him timidly, then quickly ran to Su Kan's side. He bent down, wanting to rub against Su Kan, but then realized Su Kan was too small and hesitated. It's all right, I'm fine. Su Kan reached out and touched the little monster. Zisha also stretched out his dragon claw and patted the little monster. Don't be afraid, the boss is here. There's also Qinglian. Qinglian jumped directly onto the little monster. 2 hero units. A look of surprise flashed across Jin Xingtian's eyes. Zisha goes without saying. The intense dragon aura emanating from her is enough to prove her identity as a pure-blooded divine dragon. Although he couldn't tell what kind of soldier Qinglian was, he could sense that her quality was not low. He couldn't help but think of the previous statement that Su Kan was a genius with 2 nests. Now it seemed he was probably a genius with 3 nests. Commander, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up and they meant no harm, could you please let them go? Su Kan turned to look at Jin Xingtian and said. Consort Song Yue arrived just then and overheard Su Kan speaking. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed in anger. Su Kan, you really can't tell what's important. For your unethical feelings, you actually said such things. If this void behemoth returns and seeks revenge on my dragon kingdom, how many sons and daughters of the dragon kingdom will pay for your feelings with their lives? If you are truly unbearably thirsty, old woman, don't worry. Even if all the women in the world die, even if I jump off Zisha's body, I will never look at you. Seeing that consort Song Yue was talking more and more outrageous, Su Kan interrupted her directly. What the hell is all this? You? Song Yu Mingfei heard Su Kan call her an old woman. A hashtag symbol immediately appeared on her forehead, and her jade hands clenched into fists, wishing she could give Su Kan a good beating. How come she's an old woman? He's only 18 years and 168 months old. How did you become an old woman? His teeth were grinding together, his full chest heaving, and he finally managed to suppress his anger, planning to put a sack over Su Kan's head on a dark and windy night. Who dares to provoke consort Song Yue? He'll learn what it's like to have a spiked club. Su Kan was somewhat dazzled by the lights. It's still huge. Who? Su Kan, a man of integrity and upright character, be so shallow. But it's really big. How is it? Does it look good? Sensing Su Kan's gaze, Song Yu Mingfei revealed a dangerous smile. How about we find a place where you can take a good look? No need. Su Kan, am not interested in women. Did Su Kan really think he was a hothead after their first parting? Besides, Zisha's breasts don't seem to be any smaller than hers. Damn it. What am I thinking? He shook his head and quickly banished the horrific thought from his mind. You? Song Yu Mingfei clenched her fists again. After reading it, you feel more assertive? Kim Sungchion's lips twitched as he stood to the side. This kid really is as Jiang Bai has said. His face is thicker than a city wall. He secretly glanced at Song Yu Mingfei and was quite envious of Su Kan. Ahem. As if afraid of being discovered, Jin Xingtian immediately looked away and coughed twice. Can you guarantee they won't hurt anyone? If they go back and bring back void beasts to retaliate, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Jin Xingtian said solemnly. Hurrah! The little monster hurriedly waved its claws. They won't retaliate. Qinglian continued translating. Humans, Sigil, guarantee that I will not seek revenge after I leave. At this point, Zigger also spoke up. Su Kan took a deep breath and glanced at the little monster and Zigger. I believe in them. He spoke slowly. In the secret realm, Sigil was able to kill him, but in the end, not only did he not kill him, he also gave him a black bone that could summon him once. He felt that Sigil was not a ferocious and bloodthirsty void behemoth. Jin Xingtian stroked his chin without saying a word. Even though Su Kan is a genius of the three nests, once the void beast returns and takes revenge, it could destroy a human city at any time. Such matters allow no room for luck. Rationally speaking, taking this opportunity to kill these two void behemoths here is the best option. But emotionally, he could see the trust that the two void behemoths had in Su Kan. Otherwise, why would they have let the little monsters come over? They can annihilate little monsters with a wave of their hand. Moreover, the reason why that void monster chose to fight to the death instead of fleeing was probably because of this little void behemoth. The void restricting ring around the little monster's neck. To form a pact with my offspring, Sigil? Seeing that Sukin had fallen silent, Zigger spoke up. Sukin was taken aback. What does this mean? Upon hearing Zigger's voice, the little monster's eyes lit up, and it opened its mouth to spit out a beam of blood-red light, within which was a beating heart. Human boy, if you agree, then drip your blood on it. At that time, you will learn its true name as a behemoth. Look forward to it, human youth. The offspring of Zigger with the bloodline of the imperial beast in your body has the potential to become a giant beast emperor. Chapter 101 True Name. Divine Weapon. Blood splattered, illuminating the void in a vibrant crimson. The incredibly warm glow fell on his body, and Su Kan even felt his blood flow much more smoothly. The little monster looked at Su Kan with wide, expectant eyes. Song Yu Mingfei and Jin Xingtian were also stunned by this scene. The void beasts are known for their ferocity and tyranny, and each of their appearances is like a natural disaster, which is why Jin Xingtian took direct action to drive them away. Otherwise, once they enter Jiancheng, even if they just take a few steps, countless people will be trampled into mincemeat. The friendly attitude of Zigger and the little monster towards Su Kan already surprised them. Now they're actually making Su Kan form a contract with the little monster. It is still a descendant of the Emperor Beast, possessing the bloodline of an Emperor Beast and the potential to become a giant beast emperor. If this hadn't happened right in front of them, they would never have believed it, even if you beat them to death. In the 10,000-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, it is said that the founding emperor, Emperor Ing, was a contractor of a void beast. However, the detailed records are no longer available, and all that is known is that giant beasts roam the boundless void world, and there are countless void treasures. The Dragon City stretches across the heavens and earth, protecting the Dragon Kingdom. It is said to be a precious treasure that Emperor Ing obtained from the Void Treasury. Su Kan was unaware of these things. Although this little monster looks cowardly and useless, it's kind of ugly cute, which isn't so bad. After thinking for a moment, he summoned an azure flame insect to bite his finger. Crimson blood dripped onto the beating heart amidst the blood-red light, instantly transforming into countless blood threads that enveloped the crimson heart. A look of pain appeared in the little monster's eyes. However, the blood vessels quickly disappeared into the heart, as if they had never appeared at all. At this moment, Su Kan could clearly feel that there was a special connection between himself and the little monster. With a thought, his consciousness seemed to immerse itself in a pulsating, blood-red sphere. A strong sense of life burst forth. He knew it was the little monster's heart. Is this what a contract is? A contract that places life and death in the hands of humanity. I felt a slight pang of regret, but I knew it was the best solution. Based on past cases of conflict between void beasts and humans, even with his guarantee, Jin Xingtian would most likely still not let the mother and child leave. After all, there's no going back once an accident happens. Soon, Su Kan composed herself. After all, he was never some kind of saint. Hurrah! The little monster then opened its mouth wide and swallowed the heart. Then Su Kan heard a rumbling sound in his ear. Human boy, congratulations on successfully forming a contract with the descendant of the Imperial Beast. You are now preparing to inherit the true name of the Imperial Beast's descendant. Emperor of the Void, beast that devours stars, dragon of destruction, embodied in creation and destruction, last master of the Void Treasury, Gaius. Damn it. Su Kan's lips twitched. It's too long to remember it all. If nothing unexpected happens, the author must have spent a long time coming up with this series of titles. Hurrah! The little monster, however, was completely oblivious and even proudly raised its head. All right, from now on I'll call you Xiao Su. Su Kan patted the little monster. There's nothing I can do. It's his fault for not being able to remember. Jin Xingtian and Song Yumingfei's eyes twitched. That kid is really daring. A mighty imperial beast, with such a grand and imposing list of titles, was ultimately called Little Su. Isn't this like someone calling him Long Out Yin, and you calling him Godan instead? The little monster didn't mind at all, and instead rubbed against Sukin affectionately. May we leave now? Zigger looked at Jin Qingtian, and it knew who was truly in charge here. Haha, of course. Jin Qingtian laughed. Zigger could have left, but he chose to fight to the death here for the sake of the little monster. Now that the little monster and Sukin have successfully formed a contract, there is no need to worry about them taking revenge. Young human, Gaius needs to return to the ancestral land of the giant beasts to revert to its ancestral form. It cannot stay by your side for the time being. After it reverts to its ancestral form, its strength will increase dramatically. At that time, it will find you by following the binding mark. Zigger turned to look at Sukin. Sukin naturally had no objections, as the little monster's current strength was indeed of no help to him. Hurrah! Hurrah! The little monster let out 2 soft cries, seemingly reluctant to part. Forming a contract with Sukin, it instinctively developed a strong sense of dependence on him. All right, we won't be long before we meet again, Sukin said with a smile. Qinglian then slid down from the little monster's head. Don't be this weak next time we meet. Remember to prepare a small gift for the boss. He loves sparkly things, Zisha added. The little monster nodded heavily and returned to Sigel's side. With a wave of his giant claw, Zigger caused the void to ripple and spatial fragments to fly around, as he prepared to enter with the little monster. But soon, the little monster was repelled by the void. Hateful! Zigger roared angrily, his claws scratching at the void sealing ring, sparks flying, but the void sealing ring only gained a very shallow mark. The monster's neck ring was impenetrable to it. Let me lend you a hand. Upon seeing this, Jin Qingtian raised one hand, and a small black knife slowly emerged from his palm. As the dagger appeared, an incomparably sharp aura emerged in the void. At that moment, even the flowing air seemed to transform into sharp blades. Divine weapon. Song Yu Mingfei's beautiful eyes widened. Divine weapons are weapons that surpass even top-tier spiritual weapons, and their most notable characteristic is that they can be absorbed into the body. The Sanyue family also possesses divine weapons, but only 2. One is in the hands of the patriarch, and the other is in the hands of Sanyue Batian, the current patriarch of the Sanyue family. She never expected that Jin Qingtian would possess a divine weapon. Just a low-grade divine weapon. Jin Qingtian smiled slowly. This is the source of his confidence in facing the void beast. However, activating a divine weapon consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, so even he dared not use it lightly. The Qi clan was waiting for him tonight. But destroying the void sealing ring with a divine weapon was a trivial matter for him, and it wouldn't consume much spiritual power. Zigger, my low-grade divine weapon, the Xianming carving blade, is incredibly sharp. It can easily cut through even the void. Breaking the void-binding ring is extremely easy. How about I give it a try? When the little monster saw the Xianming carving knife, fear flickered in its big eyes. A moment's thought, Sigel pulled out the little monster hiding behind it. Thank you for your trust. Jin Qingtian smiled and flicked his finger. The Xianming carving knife pierced straight through the void, and by the time it reappeared, it was already around the little monster's neck. Clang! With a crisp sound, the void sealing ring split in 2, the break being perfectly smooth, leaving no trace of the cutting. Thanks, human. Sigel nodded slowly, patted the little monster, and then disappeared into the void. Chapter 102 The Eve of the Night Raid. It's already quite good that things have been resolved to this extent. Although the 2 sides fought a major battle, at least there were no casualties. Forming a contract with the little monster. Even though the little monster was thousands of miles away, Sukin could still clearly sense its life status. In the sea of consciousness, that vibrant, blood-red heart is the best proof. The city lord's mansion. A little girl was sitting on one of Sukin's laps, and Su Yulua was pouting in the seat next to him, but there was nothing she could do. What's most infuriating is that those 2 little girls love playing pranks. They always like to crawl under her skirt. Especially that little girl in the green dress with pigtails, who said something about hats being a mess. She suspected that Sukin might have done this on purpose. Sukin was speechless. The original intention was to let Qinglian Zisha and Su Yulu get to know each other better, but he almost scared him to death. He was determined not to give them any opportunity to be alone together. Otherwise, if one person says it's a hat and the other says it's an eye patch, wouldn't that ruin his lifelong reputation? The others looked at Sukin with envy. There are 3 nests, as well as 2 hero units, one of which is a dragon. Is practically cheating. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Sukin really had a cheat code, even though it was a useless system. Sukin, Are you sure one of them said he is the son of the Red Demon? Jin Qingtian asked. Sukin had already recounted the events that had occurred in the Baiha Mudflats, including the origins of Zisha and the fact that he possessed 3 nests. Of course, he wouldn't say anything he shouldn't. The future is never static. The ancient demon ancestors' words had no effect other than causing panic, doubt, and controversy. Even if they believed what he said and reported it to the 2 emperors of China, could they really march directly into the 9 netherworld demon land and kill her before the demons would be resurrected? It should be noted that although the current balance of power between humans and demons is almost even, humans are still in a weaker position. The demons aren't launching a full-scale attack or starting a war to penetrate the 9 netherworld demon land. Sure, Sukin nodded solemnly. He knew this was not the time for jokes. Hee. It seems that our actions tonight might really lead us to face one of the 4 demons of the Qi clan. Jin Qingtian had only suspected it at first, but after hearing what Sukin said, he was basically certain. Fortunately, I didn't use the Xianming carving knife when fighting Zigger, otherwise I would have been in trouble tonight. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, 100 soldiers from the Military Affairs Department have arrived in Jiangqing. Just then, a man strode into the city lord's mansion and said in a resounding tone. It was Zhao Changshan, the commander of the Jiangqing Military Affairs Bureau. However, his once full head of black hair was now half white and half black, his steps were slightly unsteady, and one sleeve was empty. Changshan, I told you to rest, but you sigh? Jin Qingtian stopped mid-sentence with a sigh, saying, just find a place to settle them in for now. Here you go. Zhao Changshan nodded, turned around, and did so without any hesitation. Sukin also felt a bit uneasy. Compared to the carefree and talkative Zhao Changshan of the past, he seemed like a completely different person now. The multi-armed demons right before his eyes. No one could accept that. For tonight's operation, Song Yu Mingfei and I will lead 100 soldiers from the Military Affairs Department. The rest of you will stay in Jiangcheng to guard against any eventuality. Jin Qingtian didn't want to say anything more. It wasn't that he looked down on others, but Jiangcheng had just suffered a major blow, and they had fought a hard day, so it was really not suitable for them to continue fighting. Moreover, Jiangcheng cannot afford to leave people behind. Count me in. Sukin spoke up. Don't underestimate me just because I'm only a 5th grade nest master. Ordinary 6th or 7th grade nest masters are no match for me. With a slight smile on his lips, Sukin stood up abruptly. Normally, he might not have gone, since a night raid on the Qi clan's territory was far too dangerous. It could easily have been suicide. But now he is unwilling to let go of any opportunity to improve his strength, even if it means risking his life. Moreover, he still had the black beast bone that Zigger had given him, which could be considered a trump card. You scoundrel, you're really talking big without fear of getting hurt. Since you're so good, let's have a match. Song Yu Mingfei curled her red lips and flexed her wrists. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Sukin's abilities. She was simply holding a grudge. After all, not long ago Sukin called her an old woman. Shall I practice with you? Sukin's lips twitched. He knew perfectly well what consort Song Yu meant. She just wanted to beat him up. Taking a deep breath, Sukin smiled. I'd rather not fight you. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Besides, my teacher taught me from a young age to respect the elderly and care for the young. You? Song Yu Mingfei's face turned fierce. Wasn't Sukin indirectly insulting her for being old? Jin Qingtian couldn't stand it anymore, so he rubbed his temples and looked at Sukin. Tonight's operation is extremely risky. The 4 ghosts of the Qi clan are all powerful figures above the level of kings and marquises. If we encounter them, even I cannot guarantee your safety. You need to think this through. With your talent, becoming a king or marquis is not a difficult thing. Are you sure you want to come along? Go. Sukin nodded firmly. With the black beast bone as his trump card, he could summon Zigger to help him in case of an unexpected situation, ensuring his survival. Jin Qingtian smiled, revealing a hint of appreciation. When Changshan recruited you to join the Military Affairs Department, you were only a 2nd-rank official at the time, so you were still in reserve. Today, I am inviting you to officially join us. Of course, you have the right to refuse. He admired Sukin very much. He advanced to the 5th rank in a short period of time and possessed 3 nests. He could simply be called a prodigy. With the addition of the Divine Dragon troops, if they were incorporated into the Military Affairs Bureau, it wouldn't be long before the Military Affairs Bureau would once again have a commander with the golden cloud pattern. As for Sukin's unusually rapid promotion, he had no intention of investigating. Of all the human kingdoms, Only the Dragon Kingdom has endured for millennia, precisely because of their immense openness and tolerance towards geniuses. Moreover, as the commander of the Grand Council, he knew some top-secret information. The war between humans and demons is about to reignite. The peaceful days will not last much longer. There's nothing to refuse. I chose to join back then, and my choice remains unchanged now. Sukin said with a smile. Good, good, good. Jin Qingtian said good 3 times in a row, which shows how much he values Su Kan. Song Yumingfei pursed her lips. Unexpectedly, this scoundrel Su has some redeeming qualities besides being handsome. With my talent and strategic genius, shouldn't Commander Jin give me 70, 80, or 90 high-grade spiritual techniques as a welcoming gift when I join the Military Intelligence Bureau? Sukin blinked and said, I shouldn't have had any hope for him at all. Consort Song Yue's lips twitched. Jin Qingtian was also stunned by this sentence. 70, 80, 90, or even more superior spiritual techniques. Do you think high-grade spiritual techniques are as common as cabbage? Bought all the available spiritual techniques. Jin Qingtian gained a new understanding of Su Kan's shamelessness. 70, 80, or 90 high-grade spiritual techniques at a glance. Back then, when he joined the Grand Council, he was just ecstatic, but he got nothing in return. 3 gates. He rubbed his temples and said, Sukin may be a bit shameless, but his talent is undeniable. If he joins the Military Intelligence Bureau, he will definitely become a high-ranking military commander with golden cloud patterns. 5 gates. Sukin opened his palm. 4 gates, no more than that. Jin Qingtian's face darkened. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Deal. Sukin knew when to stop. Jiang Baihe was dumbfounded. Even the dignified city lord of Jiangqing only possessed 5 high-grade spiritual techniques, while Su Kan, this kid, just asked for 4 spiritual techniques with a few words. Of course, a typical 7th-rank nest master only masters 3 to 5 high-grade spiritual techniques. Besides the difficulty in obtaining high-grade spiritual techniques, the difficulty in cultivating them is also a major factor. For someone like himself, it would take at least half a year to cultivate a high-grade spiritual technique to a minor level of mastery, and it would take an unknown amount of time to cultivate it to a major level of mastery, or even perfection. Where would I find the energy to learn more advanced spiritual techniques? Moreover, once a spiritual technique is mastered to perfection, it can undergo a qualitative change. Furthermore, their nest masters primarily rely on troop types for combat. Spiritual arts are merely supplementary means. However, he knew that Su Kan had extraordinary talent. He estimated that Su Kan had mastered at least 3 low-grade spiritual techniques at the perfect level. Thinking of this, he felt his heart clench suddenly. Su Kan has only been awakened for a few days. Really, comparing goods will only lead to discarding them. Comparing people will only lead to ruin. Kid, now that you've officially joined the Military Intelligence Bureau, I'll open the Military Intelligence Bureau's online store for you. With your current privileges, you can purchase any low-grade spiritual techniques as long as you have spirit stones, and you can purchase up to 50 mid-grade spiritual techniques. Any more than that will require you to apply for additional privileges. Besides the 4 high-grade spiritual techniques I gave you, you also need to apply to purchase them. Jin Qingtian took Su Kan's phone, fiddled with it for a while, and then tossed it to him. I know you are very talented, but a person's energy is ultimately limited. I don't want you to waste too much time and energy on spiritual arts. As nest masters, our spiritual power is limited. Only by choosing spiritual techniques that can be used in conjunction with our troops can we maximize our combat power. Jin Qingtian looked at Su Kan solemnly and said, he has encountered many young geniuses who, despite their powerful military skills, are obsessed with cultivating spiritual arts. During battle, relying on the spiritual arts he had learned, he charged forward even more fiercely than the soldiers. As a result, they died even faster than the soldiers. He didn't want Su Kan to follow in their footsteps. Rest assured, Commander, I would never put the cart before the horse. Su Kan said with a smile. Jin Qingtian said this for his own good, and of course, it was also because he didn't know that he was a cheater. The thought of being able to freely purchase low-grade spiritual techniques made his mind race. While the garbage system is largely useless, the spirit fusion function is still quite good. Most importantly, you get evolution points back after a successful fusion, which is incredibly awesome. Once he integrates all his spiritual techniques, he'll be invincible. Moreover, he also had many spirit stones given to him by little monsters in his system. As for what was initially said about storage, some damage during storage is quite normal. With a wave of his hand, A large pile of spirit stones appeared in front of him. Commander, I bought all the available spiritual techniques. Damn it. Jin Xingtian's lips twitched violently twice. Isn't this kid an orphan? Where did he get so many spirit stones? They robbed the city lord's treasury? And didn't you just say that you wouldn't put the cart before the horse? So your so-called not putting the cart before the horse means you're planning to go down a dead-end path of learning spiritual arts? Su Yulu saw these spirit stones. Her eyes lit up with golden light. It took her a while to control herself and rush over. Zisha's eyes sparkled, but she preferred things that were colorful and shiny. For stones like spirit stones, which have a single color, I'm attracted, but not completely attracted. Fine. I won't try to persuade you anymore. With a wave of his hand, Jin Xingtian directly stored the spirit stones into his storage ring. With these spirit stones, the funds for rebuilding the Jiangxing Military Affairs Bureau will be available. Moreover, he didn't believe that Su Can really wanted to learn all those spiritual techniques. I will transfer the amount converted from spirit stones into your military intelligence account. Then, he looked at Su Can with a solemn expression. However, I still have to warn you that although the Military Affairs Bureau doesn't care about the leakage of low-grade spiritual techniques, you'd better not do anything like buying and selling them. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. There are very few spiritual techniques circulating in the market. If a low-grade nest master does not have a background in strong capital, it is extremely difficult to obtain even a low-grade spiritual technique. As for mid-grade spiritual techniques, that was something they couldn't even imagine. He can still distinguish between what he can and cannot do. Su Can's decision to join the Military Intelligence Bureau was partly due to this reason. Otherwise, relying solely on the useless system to open treasure chests, one might spend forever and still not obtain many mid-grade spiritual techniques. Yes, it's good that you know what I mean. Jin Xingtian glanced at Su Can and then said, Okay, that's all for now. Everyone should take this time to rest now. We will officially take action at midnight tonight. Let's go home and sleep. Su Can turned to Su Yulaw and said, Now that Zisha is a level 5 unit, it's the perfect time to use true dragon saliva to remove the blood curse from her body. No, my brother sleeps with us, he can't sleep with her. The two little girls immediately hugged Su Can's legs and glared fiercely at Su Yulaw. After being reprimanded by Su Can for playing a prank on Su Yulu, they transferred all their hatred to Su Yulu. What are you two talking about? Su Can sighed and flicked each of them on the forehead. He, Su Can, is a dignified and upright gentleman. His innocence cannot be tarnished out of thin air. Su Yulu's face turned bright red, and she glared fiercely at the two little ones. I made up my mind that when I found an opportunity, I would definitely spank them hard so they would know who was in charge. Your place has been badly damaged by the fighting. Why don't you stay at my place for now? Lu Wanjun spoke up at this moment. She knew about her daughter's feelings for Su Can, and now that she had the opportunity, she immediately began to help her. Song Yueshue was just about to call Su Can to her place when Lu Wanyan beat her to it, her chest heaving as she prepared to say something. But when she thought about how her aunt and Su Can didn't get along, she moved her lips a few times but didn't say anything. She was also afraid that her aunt would fight with Su Can again. That will be troublesome. Moreover, she felt that her aunt's gaze towards Su Can seemed a little different. At least she had never seen a man who had offended her aunt survive so well. Could it be? What are you thinking about? She quickly dismissed the strange thought from her mind. Still looking? He's already run off with another woman and disappeared. If you keep going like this, you might not even get a single hair. Song Yu Mingfei rolled her eyes at Song Yushue in annoyance. Auntie, what are you saying? Song Yueshua blushed. Chapter 104 is outrageous. It's simply outrageous. Two little girls darted around Su Can's feet. Su Can stared intently at them, his muscles tense, looking ready for battle. It wasn't that he was pretending to be nervous. The two little ones were just too naughty. When Qinglian and Zisha weren't familiar with each other, but now the two little girls are close. Every now and then, their little heads are touching, their eyes darting around, and their mouths are all smiles. Without a doubt, he's plotting some prank again. Call. Zisha's short legs suddenly bounced off the ground, landing directly on Lu Qingyu. Su Can, who was about to pounce on him, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. As long as he didn't crawl under her skirt, everything would be fine. The thought of them crawling under his skirt and then mentioning a black hat made his heart race. It wasn't anything else, but mainly I thought of the two lace items I got from that awful treasure chest. Fortunately, the blindfold wasn't outside, so they couldn't see it. Otherwise, Su Can would really lose all face. Little purple Shao is so cute. Lu Qingyu immediately hugged Zisha and rubbed her smooth little face. Zisha's eyes darted around, glancing at Lu Wanyun, then at Su Yulaw, before finally looking down at herself, blinking her big eyes and asking curiously, "Sister Qingyu, why are you different from us?" Lu Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and she didn't react immediately. "It's different there. Here." Zisha grinned, and then suddenly grabbed down with her little hand. "You're just like Qinglian, but your brother says Qinglian is still too young, but you." Halfway through her sentence, Zisha's eyes suddenly widened as she stared incredulously at her small hand that had sunk into the ground. His little head was full of question marks. "Why is this different from what I saw?" Lu Qingyu's pretty face flushed red. She hadn't expected Zisha's sudden attack. Lu Wanjun was also taken aback, but she just covered her mouth and smiled without saying anything. As a mother, she naturally knew what Lu Qingyu's situation was. "I looked at my 36D. All she can say is that each generation is better than the last." Su Yulua's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected that Lu Qingyu, who seemed so unassuming, was actually so cunning. She must be trying to seduce Su Kan. Little purple demon, well done. She couldn't help but cheer Zisha on in her heart. However, the smile in her eyes had only just begun to appear when her pretty face suddenly turned bright red, and her eyes even glistened with tears. "Eek!" He let out a very suppressed groan. The little girl Qinglian grinned, her small hands forming the shape of a pistol, and suddenly attacked Su Yulua's vital points. "We succeeded." Qinglian grinned, his eyes full of smugness. Su Kan's gaze was drawn to Zisha's side, and he was caught off guard, never expecting that Qinglian would seize the opportunity. "You brat." He quickly grabbed Qinglian and then swiftly picked up Zisha. With a thought, he forcibly took them into his nest. "You weren't allowed to come out." Realizing the two little ones were planning to sneak out, he quickly pretended to be angry and said, "There's no way around it. Hero units have just too much autonomy. If I don't use a stern tone, I won't be able to control these two little girls at all." Su Yulu covered her buttocks and glared fiercely at Su Kan, her teeth grinding together. Lu Qingyu also looked at him with a resentful expression. "Would you believe me if I said I really didn't teach these things?" Swallowing hard, Su Kan said in a low voice, "What do you think?" The two women said quietly. Fortunately, they were not far from the Lu family's residence. In just a few minutes, a large mansion surrounded by a courtyard wall came into view. The bluestone walls are mottled, with bloodstains in many places, and large sections have collapsed in some areas. However, the houses inside are relatively well preserved, and many people are cleaning up the surrounding rubble and broken tiles. Upon seeing them enter, a butler-like man jogged over, but Lu Wanjun waved his hand, and he turned directly in another direction. Lu Wanjun led them further inside. Only now did Su Kan truly appreciate what a grand mansion was like, but when he thought about the Lu family's wealth, it all seemed normal. Moreover, in the previous battle with the Qi clan, Lu Qingyu and Wang Fuguei, the richest people in Jiangqing, fought to the death to protect the children of Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. There are only 5 or 6 hours left until midnight. You've been fighting all day, so let's get you some rest. As she spoke, Lu Wanjun led Su Kan directly to a room on the side. The decor is luxurious, and every piece of furniture and decoration is exquisite. Most importantly, there is no unpleasant smell in the guest rooms. Instead, it makes guests feel right at home. Su Yulua's room was right next to Su Kan's, and the two rooms were not much different. The only difference is that one is more masculine and the other is more feminine. Go through this door, and you'll find a hot spring. Lu Wanjun led them forward a few steps, and they arrived at a backyard with an artificial hill standing there. Below the hill was a pool of water emitting wisps of white smoke. Back then, I spent a lot of money to hire someone to hunt down an 8th-level ferocious beast, the fire rock giant lizard, to get its heart, and then combined it with many other spiritual materials to create this hot spring. Lu Wanjun said with a smile. Su Kan smiled softly, but felt nothing in his heart. In the past, he would have been extremely envious, but with his current strength, as long as the 3,000 azure flame insects are present, killing an 8th-level ferocious beast is not too difficult. In fact, the world is the same everywhere. When you have enough strength, you will find that things you couldn't get before will become readily available as long as you want them. Looking at the huge mansion, it's really just like this. Lu Wanjun smiled gently. Besides the housekeepers and nannies who live in the front yard, it's just my mother and me here on weekdays. With the two of you here, it will be much more lively. Please make yourselves at home here, don't be shy. If there's anything, just tell Aunt Lu. Lu Wanjun said gently. Sukin was no longer the naive newcomer he was when he first arrived in this world. Lu Wanjuan's husband died in a beast tide while she was pregnant with Lu Qingyu. It's truly remarkable that she's been able to build such a large business empire over the years and take such good care of Lu Qingyu. By the way, Aunt Lu, could you help me dispose of these ferocious beast corpses? Sukin wiped his storage ring and released all the ferocious beast corpses. Whether the storage ring in his hand was a gift from Jiang Baihe, since Jiang Baihe had given him so many spirit stones without batting an eye at the city lord's mansion. The three women were completely oblivious to why he could store so many ferocious beast corpses. Their attention was drawn to the mountain of beasts. This huge pile of ferocious beast corpses, the weakest of which was rank 4, and the strongest even reached rank 7. Keep in mind that Sukin is currently only at the 5th grade Nestmaster level. Although Sukin said that his combat strength was no less than that of an ordinary 6th or 7th rank cultivator when he was at the city lord's mansion. But seeing the power of these ferocious beasts, the three women were still stunned. Sukin didn't care. He threw away all the low-level ferocious beast corpses because he couldn't fit them all in his bag. Otherwise, there would have been even more. Furthermore, if the Chongming flame hadn't burned that level 8 serpent to ashes, the value of his spoils would have increased dramatically. Chapter 105 Friction. Friction is the devil's pace. Sukin stretched and soaked comfortably in the hot spring. A tingling, numb sensation spread throughout my body, creating an indescribable, wonderful feeling. He was at ease leaving the beast's corpse to Lu Wanjun for disposal. Ah, that feels good. He squinted, his arm resting comfortably on the water's surface, the warm sensation making him drowsy. Especially the slowly spreading water ripples, which lapped against his body in waves, felt like a massage. Before he knew it, he was snoring softly. 2 or 3 hours had passed in the blink of an eye, and it was completely dark. A bright full moon shone in the night sky, illuminating the earth with a shimmering white light. A gentle evening breeze blew as the city's defense soldiers, clad in armor and standing in neat rows, surveyed the city, which had just survived a great calamity, with burning eyes. Lu Wanjun returned after dealing with the ferocious beast corpse that Sukin had given her, looking slightly tired. Normally, it would be easy to deal with the corpses of these ferocious beasts. But now, she has to do it herself. Qingyu, what are you doing standing here? Upon entering the back hall, Lu Wanjun saw Lu Qingyu standing there like a pillar, and asked her in surprise. Nothing. Lu Qingyu hid the clothes she was holding behind her back. Just send clothes to Sukin. If you want to, just send them. When did you become so indecisive? Lu Wanjun laughed without any politeness. Lu Qingyu blushed. Clutching the clothes, the scenes that had unfolded in the pool of moonlight forest unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Just thinking about Sukin's burning gaze made her face burn. Moreover, she had just controlled the Thornflower Fairy to secretly steal Sukin's clothes. If I take the clothes in now, will he find out? And then you think I'm a bad woman? For a moment, her little head was completely blank. Finally, after much difficulty, he made up his mind to deliver it to Sukin, only to be caught red-handed by Lu Wanjun. In an instant, all the courage she had just mustered vanished. You deliver it. Lu Qingyu placed the clothes heavily in Lu Wanjun's hands, blushed, and ran away. This girl. Lu Wanjun shook her head helplessly. Holding the clothes, she gently knocked on Sukin's door, but there was no response for a while. When she pushed the door open, she found that the room was empty. Are they soaking in a hot spring? She turned and walked to the entrance of the hot spring, but hesitated for a moment. The thought of Sukin bathing naked in the tub made her blush. It's all right. The hot spring is filled with steam and water, so you won't be able to see anything even if you're not wearing clothes. With a soft murmur to herself, Lu Qingyu slowly stepped inside. Sukin stood outside the hot spring, looking completely bewildered. His clothes have disappeared. Where are my clothes? Where are the clothes I took off? He blinked and looked around the hot spring, but couldn't find the clothes he had changed out of. Damn it. Who on earth did this? Sukin was dumbfounded. He only wore that one set of clothes. This isn't the Moonlight Forest anymore, where you can just casually hold your own and find some unlucky guy to steal it. Now that he's in the Lu family's house, he can't exactly go out and rob someone while naked, can he? I should have bought 2 more outfits. Sukin truly regretted it. Soaking in a hot spring is certainly comfortable, but humans are ultimately terrestrial creatures. Soaking in a hot spring occasionally is very comfortable, but soaking in it for a long time feels no different from soaking a corpse. Oh right, there are 2 more pieces of clothing. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in Sukin's mind. and a lace bra appeared in her hand. The lace bra was large and the material was very comfortable, but he didn't need it. He squeezed it and put it back into his system space. Looking at the white lace panties in my hand, Sukin was somewhat conflicted. Could it be? Will we have to go through this all over again? I tugged at it, and the elasticity is pretty good. Fine, wear it. You can't go out naked, can you? He gritted his teeth and prepared to put it on, when suddenly a terrible thought occurred to him. What if the source of these panties is also a cross-dressing man? Why is it also? This issue is worth discussing for a second. But now, he was holding the lace panties, unsure whether to wear them or not. As for Qinglian and Zisha, he'd rather walk around outside naked than ask them to come out and help. The thought of cross-dressing men makes him feel a bit uncomfortable with the thing in his hand. People shouldn't be this unlucky, right? Besides, I'm so handsome. I should be very lucky. Is it because I'm too handsome that even luck is shy when it sees me? If I were even 1 in a billion as lucky as I am handsome, the ancient ancestor of the demon race might have already committed suicide. I shook my head, banishing the increasingly outrageous thoughts from my mind. Even cross-dressing masters can't do anything about it. At worst, we can go fencing. Who's afraid of who? It's just that you're a brother. I'm sorry to have to put you through this. With a determined look, Sukin began to put on her lace panties. Snap! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out. Sukan's body stiffened instantly, then he slowly raised his head. Their eyes met. A glance was enough to confirm it. They were all stunned. Lu Wanyan never expected to witness such a shocking scene as soon as she entered. Her red lips parted slightly, her bright eyes widened, and her pretty face flushed. Hee. Sukin chuckled dryly and hurriedly put the white lace panties in his hand into his system space. But he reacted instantly, and the vanished lace panties reappeared in his hand, blocking his vital areas. The soles of my feet slid across the ground. Friction. Rub it on this smooth ground. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps. It's the devil's pace. Thump. Upon reaching the hot spring, he disappeared inside in a flash. Everything should be all right now. Uft. Looking at Sukan's expression, Lu Wanjun couldn't help but burst out laughing. You silly child, Aunt Lu is old enough to be your mother. What hasn't she seen? Why are you still shy? As she spoke, she picked up the clothes that had fallen to the ground and placed them on a chair next to her. I'll leave your clothes here. Remember to wear them later. After saying that, she turned around casually and walked away slowly. Her slightly heavy breathing and increasingly rapid pace revealed that she was not at peace. Call. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Wanjun disappear. However, there was a sense of utter despair on his face. She was dressed as a woman before. Now this has happened again. Won't I be considered a pervert? With a pained expression, he still climbed out of the hot spring and got dressed. What can we do? We can't stay away from home forever, can we? Wait a minute. Why would she give me clothes? Sukin was startled, thinking of the clothes she had changed out of that had disappeared. Could it be that Aunt Lu has something to do with me? What's with feeling a little aroused? He swallowed. Could it be that I also possess the qualities of a ruthless and powerful figure? I once thought Chao Mingde was just Chao Mingde. Unexpectedly, Chao Mingde was actually myself. Chapter 106 Purple Radiance. Blood-Cursed Demon Shadow. Lu Wanyan emerged from the hot spring with a flushed face and burning body. She felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Call. She took a deep breath, quickly grabbed a glass of ice water, and drank it all in one gulp. Only then did she feel a little better. Mom. At this moment, Lu Qingyu moved in stealthily and asked in a low voice. Did Sukin ask you why his clothes are missing? Lu Wanjuan's eyes widened in panic when she saw Lu Qingyu, but she quickly regained her composure. No. What's wrong? It's nothing. I was just asking casually. Lu Qingyu blushed slightly, her eyes darting around. Secretly stole Sukan's clothes in order to deliver them to him? Mom, why is your face red? Lu Qingyu asked curiously. This. Lu Wanyun's hand tightened involuntarily, and a smile appeared on her lips. Hot springs are too stuffy, you know that, right? As she spoke, she hurriedly took a large gulp of ice water. Oh. Lu Qingyu nodded, without suspecting anything. Is Sukin still soaking in the hot spring? Su Yulua came out of the room, glanced at the hot spring, and grinned her little teeth. She originally wanted to go to the hot springs to relax. After taking a shower, I took a nap and found that Sukin still hadn't come out. You called me. Just then, Sukin walked into the hall, and, seeing someone mention his name, asked curiously. Only a dog barks at you. Suyulu rolled her eyes. But then her cheeks puffed out. Wasn't she just criticizing herself? Snort. Thinking of this, she glared fiercely at Su-kan. Uffed. Upon seeing this, the Lu family mother and daughter covered their mouths and chuckled. Their interactions must be very interesting, Lu Wanyan thought to herself. She quickly looked away, not daring to look at Su-kan. There was no way around it. The moment she saw Su-kan, her mind would race with a flurry of thoughts, and her heart would race. What does this have to do with me? Su-kan touched his nose helplessly. Rainfall, let Zisha come out, and use the true dragon saliva to remove the blood curse on your nest. As they were talking, Zisha had already excitedly slipped out of the nest. His big, bright eyes darted around, watching the girls. Lu Qingyu immediately clutched her chest and took a few steps back. Lu Wanyun smiled gently and fed the child with some exquisite pastries from the table. Zisha's little face beamed with joy as she nestled into Lu Wanyun's arms, squinting her eyes as she devoured the food. Mom! Lu Qingyu let out a dissatisfied shout, her tone tinged with jealousy. Don't be fooled by her innocent, porcelain doll-like appearance. She might actually be up to no good. She was deceived by Zisha's cute appearance. How big is he? Lu Wanjun rolled her eyes at her. Su-kan had no time to worry about Zisha at this point. Qing Lian discovered that Zisha had started causing a ruckus in the nest after she left. Her little mouth was pouting, her pigtails were trembling, and her big eyes were full of tears. The three nests within Su-kan's body are like three special worlds, unable to contact each other, but able to see each other. She was having a great time playing with Zisha, gesturing with her little arms, when in the blink of an eye, Zisha was released by Su-kan, and she was immediately heartbroken. If she really wants to go out, she can. However, she dared not disobey Su-kan. Or play pranks after you get out. I'll let you out. Su-kan said with a headache. Qinglian nodded her little head rapidly. Well. Su-kan sighed helplessly. He figured that whatever he said now, Qinglian would agree without hesitation. As for what happens after you come out, only God knows. However, he couldn't bear to see the little girl so sad, so he released her on a whim. As soon as he came out, bubbles were coming out of Qing Lian's nose. You? Su Yulu glared at Qing Lian, her eyes wide, her fists clenched, and her teeth grinding together. Laluru. Qing Lian stuck out her little tongue, not to be outdone. She had long forgotten what she had promised Su-kan. Good heavens. Su Yulua's face turned pale with anger. Stop making a scene. Su-kan gave Qing Lian's little bottom a light pat. He knew this brat wouldn't listen. Seeing that Su-kan was a little angry, Qing Lian immediately became obedient. Seeing Zisha eating delicious food in Lu Wanjuan's arms, her eyes lit up, and she ran over with her short legs. Qing Lian is so cute. Lu Wanjun accepted all comers without hesitation, and with a quick reach, she pulled Qing Lian into her arms as well. Mom! Seeing this, Lu Qingyu became even more jealous. Lu Wanjun ignored her, stroking the two little ones' hair with gentle eyes. Can you call me Mom too? The two little girls exchanged a glance, swallowed the pastries in their mouths, and then said in unison. So, are you going to be your brother's mother too? It's not impossible, but it depends on whether your older brother and sister agree. Lu Wanyan squinted at Su-kan and Su Yulua. But then, as if she had thought of something, her face flushed slightly. Damn it. This plot is getting weirder and weirder. Su-kan's eye twitched crookedly. He felt that it was somewhat similar to the several hard drive tutorial videos he had collected in his previous life. Cough cough. He coughed twice, then stepped forward and lifted Zisha up. Purple Demon, could you give my brother some true dragon saliva? He hadn't forgotten the important matter, and Zisha was now a level 5 soldier, so a drop of true dragon saliva wouldn't affect her true dragon essence. Zisha nodded her little head, then twisted her little body and jumped out of Su-kan's arms, transforming into a purple dragon. The aura of the true dragon involuntarily spread, and the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs at night disappeared at this moment, becoming completely silent. The three women stared in amazement at Zisha, who had transformed into the true form of a divine dragon in midair. Handsome, majestic, and exquisite, he is simply the darling of heaven and earth. Of her head, the purple dragon flew out of her mouth. Rain is falling. Su-kan called out. Su Yulu, looking slightly nervous, revealed her lair. Ice and Snow Maiden Pavilion. Whoosh! The true dragon's saliva dripped onto the Ice and Snow Maiden Pavilion, immediately spreading out layers of radiance that enveloped it, with layers of purple light washing over the pavilion like ripples of water. Black and red blood streaks rose from the Ice and Snow Maiden Pavilion, intertwining to form an extremely complex blood-red rune, which confronted the sweeping purple light. Sizzle. Tiny bolts of lightning appeared within the purple light, striking the crimson runes. With each bolt of lightning, the crimson color of the blood-red runes dimmed slightly. The saliva of a true dragon is used to ward off evil spirits and demons, and it has a strong restraining effect on this type of alien energy. Moreover, Zisha is a lightning-type dragon, making the restraining effect even more pronounced. Before long, the crimson runes were reduced to a faint, ethereal layer, within which one could vaguely discern a tall figure with a ferocious expression. But with a burst of purple light, the phantom and runes completely vanished. Whoosh! On the ice and snow pavilion completely disappeared, and Su Yulu's aura suddenly surged, with faint ice crystals filling the air. Chapter 1079 Sun's Control. Fivefold increase. 5 white figures appeared in the hall, their white dresses fluttering, their figures graceful and captivating, even without expression. 5 snow women appeared, and the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped significantly. Su Yulua's white hair fluttered in the wind, and her aura surged wave after wave. In just 3 to 5 minutes, he was promoted from a first-grade nest master to a third-grade nest master. A look of joy flashed in Su Yulua's eyes. The true dragon's saliva lifted the blood curse on her nest. She felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupting from the nest. This is the spiritual power she had previously accumulated in her nest. Tainted by the blood curse, Jiang Baihe not only found the Holy Spirit Stone, but also many other spiritual materials for Su Yulua. They only gave up when there was absolutely no other way. At this moment, the curse was lifted, and the spiritual power hidden in her lair surged out, and was absorbed and refined by the ice and snow maiden pavilion. This is why Su Yulu was able to advance to the 3rd rank instantly. Thanks. Raising her head, Su Yulua said to Sukin in an unprecedentedly gentle voice. Thank you too, Zisha. Zisha twisted her body, transforming into the form of a little girl, her eyes darting around, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Su Yulua's back. They looked eager to try. Su Yulu's gentle gaze instantly changed. Even without using her head or butt, she could guess what this little girl was up to. Moreover, she still has a dull ache in her back. Thinking of this, she turned around and glared fiercely at Qing Lian. Qing Lian, biting into the delicious pastry that Lu Wanjun fed him, blinked his eyes, looking completely innocent. Have to. The silence lasts less than 3 seconds before chaos erupts again. Sukin picked up Zisha and prepared to send them into the nest together. It's almost midnight, and he still needs to use his cheat codes to learn some spiritual arts. I tried so hard. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zisha clearly sensed Su Kan's intention, and with a sudden push of her body, she slipped out of Su Kan's arms. As soon as it landed, it turned around and jumped onto Lu Wanjun. Even more outrageous, he even burrowed his head into Lu Wanjun's dress. Qinglian followed suit. Suddenly, only 2 little bottoms were left outside. Lu Wanjun didn't mind at all. Instead, she gently patted their little bottoms, her face full of affection. Su Kan, Aunt Lu will take good care of them, so you don't need to worry. It's almost midnight. You should go back to your room and get some rest. There's a big battle tonight. Sukin touched his nose helplessly. Was he worried that the 2 little ones wouldn't be taken good care of? He was afraid that the Lu family would be thrown into chaos by the 2 little ones. However, given what Lu Wanyan said and the 2 little girls' unruly behavior, he couldn't very well reach out and pull them out of Lu Wanyan's clothes. Who knows what they might catch then? He swore he had absolutely no intention of grabbing anything strange. But wrongful arrests are quite normal. Lu Wanyan seemed to sense his gaze, and her face involuntarily flushed. Then I'll have to trouble Aunt Lu. Sukin chuckled dryly, looked away, and quickly turned back to his room. On his phone, Jin Xingtian had already transferred the money converted from those spirit stones to his military intelligence account. Seeing the figure of nearly 200,000, Sukin felt dizzy for a moment. Good heavens, you should know that he had only taken out half of the spirit stones that the little monster had given him. But that's quite normal. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 high-grade spirit stone is worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Among the pile of spirit stones the little monster gave him, there were not only mid-grade spirit stones, but also high-grade spirit stones. Open the official online store of the Military Affairs Department. Looking at the rows of spiritual techniques above, Sukin felt a surge of excitement. It's reminiscent of going to a brothel where the girls stand in a row, ready for you to choose. After calming down a bit, Sukin began to select spiritual techniques. The fusion of spiritual techniques within the system is also limited. They can only be fused if the elements are compatible. After thinking for a moment, he began to select defensive spirit spells. Low-grade spiritual techniques, rock armor technique, spirit water shield, wooden armor. Mid-grade spiritual technique, radiant armor. Mid-grade spiritual technique, ice general's protection. Upon seeing the superior grade spiritual technique, Sukin became more cautious. He could only choose 4 high-grade spiritual techniques. Moreover, the official page only lists fewer than 50 high-grade spiritual techniques. Each one is worth no less than 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is the internal price of the Military Affairs Bureau. Outside, any high-grade spirit technique would be worth no less than 100,000. In some families, high-grade spiritual techniques are practically like family heirlooms. Superior defensive spirit technique, Earth King Spirit Guard. The superior defensive spiritual technique, 9 Yang Control. Looking at the selected 33 low-grade defensive spirit techniques, 12 mid-grade defensive spirit techniques, and 2 high-grade defensive spirit techniques, Sukin grinned and summoned the system. Stop talking nonsense, you worthless bastard. Just start learning. Just a few days ago you were calling him a handsome big shot, and now you're calling him a worthless bastard. The system muttered something, not daring to say anything more. After returning from the Baiham mudflats, it kept thinking about one question. Is it really that useless? It's a good thing it doesn't have hair, otherwise it would be a bald spot by now. Why are you taking so long? Get started already. Bite. 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 After a flurry of rapid dings, Sukin learned all the low-grade and mid-grade spiritual techniques without spending a single evolution point. The fusion technique returns evolution points, which is incredibly satisfying. Ding. Evolution points minus 1,000. The superior grade spirit technique Earth King Spirit Guardian has been upgraded to the beginner level. Ding. Evolution points minus 2,000. Ding. Evolution points minus 3,000. Ding. Evolution points minus 5,000. Ding. Spiritual technique fusion. Ding. Evolution points minus 5,000. The superior grade spiritual technique 9 Yang Control has been upgraded to perfection. Ding. Spiritual technique fusion. May I ask which high-grade spiritual technique the host will use as the main element for fusion? The system stopped halfway through the fusion process and asked a question. It knew Sukin's nature. If I'm not satisfied with the fusion, I'll definitely complain about it. Thinking about this, it felt like crying. Its system was just too frustrating. Use the 9 Yang Control as the main fusion element. The fused spiritual technique's main body serves as the final form for releasing the spiritual technique. Considering the descriptions of the 2 spiritual techniques, Sukin directly chose 9 Suns Control. Ding. Spiritual technique fusion successful, 11,000 evolution points returned. The defensive power of the superior spiritual technique 9 Suns defense has been increased 5-fold. Goodness, before it was just a slight enhancement, not a big deal, but now it's a 5-fold enhancement. That's truly terrifying. However, a 5-fold increase in power for a superior grade spiritual technique should be comparable to a top grade spiritual technique. With a thought, a dazzling light shone forth, and a thin halo enveloped his entire body, leaving no gaps between his body and his surroundings. A halo of light flowed around the body, while 9 blazing white orbs swirled around the outside. The temperature in the room rose rapidly in an instant, and the surrounding air seemed to distort as the incandescent white sphere rotated. A perfect blend of offense and defense. Sukin was very satisfied. Of course, Sukin valued the defensive form of 9 Suns Control the most. This allows him to exert his maximum combat power even in defensive battles. It's good, but it consumes too much spiritual energy. Feeling the spiritual energy flowing away from his body, even with his cheat-like abilities, his spiritual energy, like a river, could only be released about 30 times in a row at most. Chapter 108 Thunderstorm. Has the seal been broken? Sukin stroked his chin, looking helpless. We need more spiritual energy. Thankfully, the others couldn't hear Sukin's words, otherwise they would have been driven mad with anger. It should be noted that even a 7th grade Nest Master can only use about 10 high-grade spiritual techniques with the spiritual power within their body. He's only at the 5th rank, and he still thinks it's not enough to use a high-grade spiritual technique 30 or so times. There any justice in this world? Hull. Zisha and Qing Lian lay in Lu Wanjuan's arms, grinning and giggling at Su Yulaw and Lu Qingyu. The 2 women stared at each other, their faces flushed red, their chests heaving violently. Especially Lu Qingyu, whose clothes were half open, revealing a large expanse of fair and tender skin through the cracked neckline. Zisha was holding a long piece of white brocade cloth, and Qing Lian was holding one end each. Just now, taking advantage of Su Yulaw and Lu Qingyu's inattention, the two little ones sneaked down and each delivered 1,000 years of kill. Zisha curiously reached her little hand into Lu Qingyu's clothes and pulled out the white strip. She was still very curious about what had happened earlier. Lu Qingyu's pretty face was flushed red at that moment. Okay, don't be angry, Lu Wanjun said with a light laugh. And wearing this thing all the time isn't healthy either. Snort. Lu Qingyu snorted but didn't refute. She had originally intended to take off the bra wrap she was wearing. She just couldn't find a reason, but now Zisha has given her an excuse. However, feeling the burning sensation on her buttocks, she immediately bared her teeth again. These two little girls are so naughty. Could it be that Sukin taught him? Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. If it were Sukin, it doesn't seem like it's unforgivable. A hint of shyness welled up in her eyes. None of the girls seemed to notice the sudden rise in temperature. With a major battle imminent, it was normal for Sukin to practice his spiritual arts in his room. Inside the room, Sukin found several more spiritual techniques. Mid-grade spiritual technique Wind Wings. Mid-grade spiritual technique Flame Wings. Superior spiritual technique Hurricane Thunder Wings. Flying spirit techniques remain scarce. There are none at the low-grade level, only 2 at the mid-grade level, and a few at the high-grade level. However, his choices are limited, since he only has 4 slots for high-grade spiritual techniques. Bite. Bite. Ding. The mid-grade spiritual technique Flame Wings and the high-grade spiritual technique Hurricane Thunder Wings have been successfully fused. The speed of the high-grade spiritual technique Hurricane Thunder Wings has doubled. The system notification sounded. Although the speed had only increased by 100%, Sukin was already very satisfied. There was plenty of time in the future. Next, he selected a bunch of lightning-based spiritual techniques. Bite. Ding. Fusion successful. The power of the superior grade spiritual technique, Thunderstorm, has increased 5-fold. At this point, all 4 slots for superior grade spiritual techniques have been used up. Of his more than 30,000 evolution points, he now only has a pitiful 1,500 left. Even though there are evolution points returned for fusing spiritual arts, each high-grade spiritual art requires a full 11,000 evolution points from beginner to mastery. However, compared to before, his combat strength has increased by more than 10 times. To put it bluntly, even if facing an 8th-level ferocious beast, a few of its lightning storms would surely mean certain death. A perfect level lightning storm with 5 times the power. Sukin now feels an urge to challenge a king or noble to a duel. That old hag Song Yue Mingfei. Just wait until she kneels on the ground and sings Conquer for me. Sukin stood barefoot on the bed, hands on his hips, and let out a silent laugh in the room. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. After laughing for a while, Sukin quickly suppressed his excitement. Making a fortune quietly is the only true principle. However, he was full of confidence as he faced the upcoming midnight operation. No way. Even if this guy tries to be low-key, his good looks alone make him a walking sun. City Lord's mansion. Jin Xingtian was resting with his eyes closed. He had just fought a battle with the Void Beast Ziggurar during the day, and there was another tough battle tonight. He needed to conserve his energy. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a series of beeps on his phone woke him up. He frowned and took his phone out of his pocket. Immediately, his eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide it could fit a fist. A series of records show. Sukin purchased a total of 67 low-grade spiritual techniques, 34 mid-grade spiritual techniques, plus the 4 high-grade spiritual techniques he had promised. In just a few hours, Sukin spent nearly 200,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 105 spirit techniques from the Military Affairs Department's official online store. This is like their wholesaling magical arts here. Soon, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. Although he had previously promised that Sukin could purchase any low-grade spiritual techniques and up to 50 mid-grade spiritual techniques, he was still able to do so. But now, seeing the number of spiritual techniques Sukin had purchased, his brows furrowed deeply. He wasn't worried that Sukin would waste his energy buying so many spiritual techniques to learn. To put it bluntly, he would rather believe he was actually a dog than believe that anyone could learn so many spiritual arts. After all, a person's energy is limited. Moreover, most of them are low to mid-grade spiritual techniques. After reaching the 9th rank, lower and middle-grade spiritual techniques become largely useless. With Su Kan's talent, surpassing the 9th rank is a certainty. He knew Su Kan's identity. The Military Intelligence Bureau could investigate a person's ancestors for 18 generations. The Su family had been present in Jiangsheng for a long time, but remained ordinary until Su Kan's father's generation awakened the bronze soldier Iron Fist ape, which brought them some progress. Unfortunately, he died in the beast tide in Jiangsheng 16 years ago, and Su Kan's mother also died of grief not long after giving birth to Su Kan. 1,000 years ago, there was an unparalleled expert in Jiangsheng named Su, but even he could only find fragments of information about him. However, it is clearly unrelated to Su Kan. Thinking about the information in his mind, his brow relaxed slightly. What does that kid need so many spiritual techniques for? My phone was still buzzing with messages. They were from the Yujing headquarters of the Military Affairs Department. Clearly, Su Kan's purchase of so many spiritual techniques at once aroused suspicion from headquarters. After replying to the message, Jin Xingtian turned off his phone and put it into his storage ring. He shook his head and muttered something to himself. Kid, I hope you won't let me down. It was already midnight. Jin Xingtian rubbed his temples, pushed open the door, and went out. Stretching, Su Kan walked out of the room. His eyes suddenly widened. The hall was now in complete chaos. The two little girls, Zisha and Qing Lian, formed their hands into the shape of pistols, grinned, and ran around the living room with sparkling eyes. Lu Qingyu and Su Yuluo, not to be outdone, clasped their hands together in a gesture of respect. Lu Wanjun sat to the side, watching the show with a smile, and seemed quite happy. They didn't care about the chaotic hall. At that moment, Lu Qingyu ran up to Su Kan, and their eyes met. Su Kan glanced down, her eyes widening even more. This means the seal has been broken? Looking at the still pulsating white flesh, Su Kan swallowed. Lu Qingyu stopped in her tracks upon seeing Su Kan, blushed slightly, and quickly opened her clasped hands. Qinglian, who was chasing her, would not let this opportunity pass and suddenly unleashed 1,000 years of kill. Eek! Lu Qingyu's cheeks flushed, her body stiffened, and she let out a soft moan. The sound came from Qinglian. Su Yulu seized the opportunity and did not hesitate. Then, eek! Su Yuluo was quickly taken advantage of by Zisha. For a moment, the scene was incredibly beautiful. Chapter 109 Losing an arm is nothing, one hand is enough. Su Kan was speechless. He carried a little girl in one arm and walked towards the city lord's mansion. Even though it was only 5 minutes until midnight, he remained unhurried and walked at a leisurely pace. There's no way around it. My school days in my past life gave me a strong heart and a knack for timing things perfectly. He gets a headache just thinking about what happened in the hall. Qinglian was successfully attacked by Su Yuluo and immediately shouted that he wanted revenge. After Su Yuluo succeeded once, she was not afraid even though she had been caught by the mantis and said she would accept the challenge. Seeing this, Zisha, not wanting to miss the spectacle, fanned the flames from the sidelines, encouraging the two to engage in a passionate encounter. Even Lu Wanjun suggested that they have another fair battle, saying that the final winner would receive the title of Chrysanthemum de Law. The two little girls were overjoyed. He was truly afraid that if things continued like this, he might accidentally get into trouble one day. The midnight wind blew gently, and the black and red robes fluttered in the moonlight. Jin Xingtan looked at the assembled soldiers of the Military Affairs Department and nodded in satisfaction. Song Yu Mingfei leaned lazily against the pillar, her arms wrapped around herself. Aren't you going to call that kid? Wait 5 more minutes. Whether he comes or not is entirely up to him. Jin Xingtian glanced at the darkness in the distance and spoke slowly. At this moment, there are exactly 5 minutes left until midnight. He. Consort Song Yue smiled and said nothing more. He will come. Zhang Bai has said. Although Su Kan may seem a bit cheeky at times, this is no joke, and he believes Su Kan will definitely show up on time. Jin Xingtian glanced at him, slightly surprised. According to his understanding, Zhang Baihe and Su Kan had not been in contact for very long. I also believe he will come. Zhao Changshan shouted loudly, his voice deep and firm, his sleeves fluttering in the evening breeze. A strange light gleamed in the eyes of a soldier from the Military Intelligence Bureau. Are we gathered here right now, just waiting for someone? Clearly, they didn't know who Su Kan was. However, the Grand Council has always maintained strict rules, especially when there are missions. No matter how confused or surprised they are, they won't ask a single question they shouldn't. Even the 8th rank and 9th rank military officers at the very front stood ramrod straight, their eyes fixed straight ahead, waiting only for Jin Qingtian's order to depart. Time passed second by second, and 5 minutes quickly dwindled to just 1 minute. Kim Sung-cheon's eyelids twitched. Zhao Changshan and Zhang Baihe also became nervous. They weren't worried that Sukin would be afraid to fight and wouldn't come, but rather that the kid might forget the time. This wouldn't be likely to happen to anyone else, but for Sukan, it's possible, and the probability is quite high. In 30 seconds, Jin Qingtian had slowly turned around. In 20 seconds, Jin Qingtian scanned the area with his eyes, making a final confirmation. In 10 seconds, Kim Sung-cheon raised one arm. Snap! Footsteps sounded, and a figure pierced the darkness, walking slowly towards them with his hands behind his head. At his feet were two playful little figures. A hint of a smile appeared in Jin Qingtian's serious eyes, and Song Yumingfei also smiled and straightened up from the pillar. Zhang Baihe and Zhao Changshan breathed a sigh of relief, putting their hearts back down. Why are you so slow? Are you strolling around admiring the scenery? Zhao Changshan released his sweaty hand and strode towards Sukan, hooking his arm around Sukan's shoulder. Sukan was stunned. When he saw Zhao Changshan during the day, he had a cold and aloof demeanor, so why had he changed so much this time? Zhao Changshan blinked, noticing his confusion, and whispered something in his ear. Hee, I put on that act before so that I could participate in tonight's operation. Otherwise, Commander Jean wouldn't have sent me to deal with those scumbags. The day I joined the military council, I was prepared to die on the battlefield. Dying on the battlefield is the best interpretation of our black and red robes. Don't look at me like this. Losing an arm is nothing. One hand is enough. Zhao Changshan winked at Sukan, giving him a knowing look. Sukan's lips twitched. How did such a serious art style suddenly change? Now that you're here, rejoin the team. Sukan, these are your clothes. You have 1 minute to change. Jin Qingtian walked over and casually tossed a black and red robe into Sukan's hands. All right. Sukan chuckled and casually slipped into a room. 51 seconds later, Sukan strode confidently into the room. Perfectly tailored robes accentuated his imposing stature, the black and red hues flowing like dragons and snakes. Even though he was usually playful and carefree, he now exuded a chilling aura. I didn't expect that he would look somewhat human after changing into clothes. Song Yumingfei pouted. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. Sukan's eye twitched, and he ignored her. Now that everyone has arrived in the capital, let's prepare to set off. Jin Qingtian's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Here you go. The soldiers of the military affairs office stood up and acknowledged the order. Instantly, the 100 people separated, some unfurling their spiritual wings, others summoning flying units. As the aura unfolded, Sukan was secretly alarmed. Among these 100 people, the lowest rank is 5th grade, most are 6th or 7th grade, and the two leaders are definitely 8th or 9th grade. This force alone, not even counting Jin Qingtian, would be enough to wipe out Jianqing several times over. However, he also noticed that none of those who spread their spirit wings were below the 7th rank. Flying-type spiritual arts do not consume as much spiritual energy as other spiritual arts of the same level. The continuous consumption is not something everyone can withstand. Nest masters below the 7th rank generally use flight magic as a last resort to save their lives. Being able to fly always provides an additional escape route. Sukan, however, had no such concerns. While others had one nest, he had 3, all of which were of the lowest quality and were gold. In addition, with the spiritual energy points he gained from killing ferocious beasts, the total amount of spiritual energy in his body was extremely astonishing. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body, the void behind him trembled. A pair of exquisite indigo wings, surrounded by purple lightning, appeared. As the hurricane thunder wings appeared, a hurricane accompanied by lightning tore through the air in the void beside him. For a moment, the soldiers of the Military Intelligence Bureau who were preparing to set off were all stunned by Sukan. This is a superior grade spiritual technique called Hurricane Thunder Wings. A 6th rank military officer couldn't help but speak in a low voice. The conversation quickly stopped. Good discipline prevented them from discussing it extensively. Many soldiers from the Military Intelligence Bureau looked at Sukan with suspicion and uncertainty. If they sensed correctly, Sukan was only a 5th grade nest master, right? A 5th rank nest master can already master high-rank spiritual techniques. Moreover, even among high-grade spiritual techniques, the Hurricane Thunder Wings are extremely difficult to master. Ben, a 9th rank military officer, was so shocked that the only word to describe his feelings at that moment was shock. He is absolutely the most qualified to speak on how difficult it is to cultivate the Hurricane Thunderwings. Because he was a victim of practicing Hurricane Thunderwing. Chapter 110 True Strength can only be forged in blood and fire. Hurricanes followed, and lightning wings soared through the sky. Hurricane Thunderwing can be considered the top tier among superior-grade flight spirit arts. Of course, it is also extremely difficult to learn. Lu Bin advanced to the 9th rank. He disregarded the advice of his relatives and friends and resolutely chose Hurricane Thunderwing. For 3 whole years, he was a devoted admirer, but in the end, he never even got inside. Finally, he gave up in despair. Who would have thought that when I saw it again, it had obediently fallen into the arms of another man and had been trained so skillfully? With just one glance, he could tell that Sukin had definitely mastered the Hurricane Thunderwings to a very high level. At least a minor success. It's entirely possible that he will achieve great success. He didn't even dare to dream of a perfect ending. Everyone, including Zhang Baihe and Zhao Changshan, was stunned. As many inner monologues as Lu Bin. But it's just ridiculous for a 5th-grade nest master to use a high-grade spiritual technique. It's not that there are no precedents of 5th-grade nest masters using high-grade spiritual techniques, but with their spiritual power, they can only release them once or twice at most. Afterwards, it was absolutely as shaky as a 3-day, 3-night battle with the 5 Fingers girl. But judging from Su Kan's appearance, he showed no signs of straying. Jin Qingtian's eye twitched violently. With his level of cultivation, he sensed the surging spiritual power within Su Kan the moment Su Kan unleashed the Hurricane Thunderwings. That amount of power, let alone a 5th grade, is almost on par with a typical 9th grade. No, that kid Hurricane Thunderwing only bought it a few hours ago. How could he have reached this level so quickly? Or did he already possess the Hurricane Thunderwing? But the Hurricane Thunderwing was among the 4 superior grade spiritual techniques he chose. For a moment, Jin Qingtian felt a little numb. He knew Su Kan had a talent for cultivating spiritual arts, but damn, this was too terrifying. Could it be that he really bought those 100+ spiritual techniques for his own learning? Suddenly, a thought that even he found frightening flashed through his mind. He gave Su Kan a deep look, then stopped exploring the issue of spiritual arts. Lord Jiang, Jiang City is now in your hands. Jin Qingtian turned his head and solemnly said to Zhang Baihe, "Rest assured, my lord, as long as I live, Jiangsheng will not fall." Zhang Baihe responded seriously. "Let's go." Jin Qingtian nodded and took off into the sky first. The crowd followed in an orderly fashion. Su Kan chuckled, picked up the 2 little girls, flapped his Hurricane Thunderwings, and soared into the sky. Sanyue Mingfei moved last, causing the void to ripple. Mingzhou Baihu walked out with elegant steps, carrying her into the night sky. The 3 women of the Lu family stood on the rooftop, watching the figures gradually disappear into the night sky under the moonlight. "Mom, I hope they'll all come back alive," Lu Qingyu asked. Su Yulua looked at Lu Wanjun with her red eyes full of worry. "You're worried about Su Kan, aren't you?" Lu Wanjun pointed it out without hesitation. Lu Qingyu blushed slightly, but still spoke. "With such talent, he'll surely rise even higher in the future. Why does he need to join the war now?" "You're so girlish." Lu Wanjun shook her head and smiled. True strength can only be forged in blood and fire. In the hazy moonlight, there is a valley with dense trees and craggy rocks. The valley is flanked by incredibly steep peaks on 3 sides, towering into the clouds. There is only one narrow, winding path leading to the west. The narrow path was surrounded by bonfires, and in their light, one could see all sorts of strange figures. Somewhere in the valley, a light of unknown origin illuminated the area as if it were daytime. For figures sat around a stone table. With its deathly pale skin and bizarre, beast-like appearance, it's enough to send heart patients flying at first glance. "Red Demon, you've gone too far this time." A figure with green hair and a pair of dragon wings on its back spoke first. "Not only did you attack Jiangcheng without authorization, but you were also audacious enough to use a void beast to enter the Baihe beach and plot to steal the dragon's corpse. You are truly ignorant and incredibly audacious." The figure with purple hair and a third eye on its forehead spoke. "I originally intended to take the dragon's corpse and present it to the king. What's there to say? Besides, I didn't make a move, so I definitely won't reveal my presence and delay your majesty's grand plan," the red demon said with a gloomy expression. Hideous claw, covered in red veins, slammed down on the stone table. With a bang, the stone table shattered, turning into grayish-white powder that was scattered by the evening breeze. Why get so angry? The figure with white hair and half of its body resembling a skeleton spoke. With a flick of his skeletal finger, the ground cracked open, and a stone table reappeared, exactly as it had been before. It's a good thing you didn't make a move, otherwise green ghost, purple ghost, and I would be here to take your life right now. Snort. Red demon snorted coldly, his face growing even more gloomy. He finally managed to hunt down a cub of a void behemoth, and sent his favorite and most talented son, along with a group of other talented individuals under the age of 20, into the Baiha River mudflats to plot against the dragon's corpse. As a result, we still haven't seen them. Their fate is self-evident. They lost their son and their army. He had originally planned to launch a night raid on Jiangcheng to avenge his son, but unexpectedly, he was greeted by 3 uninvited guests. The king gave you a drop of true dragon blood, not so that you could secretly plot against the dragon's corpse. The green ghost said with a cold laugh. The corpse of a divine dragon is on the Baiha beach. The Dragon Kingdom's high-ranking officials know this, we know this, and the demon clan also knows this. But nothing has happened for so many years because the dragon's corpse involves a great secret and has always been valued by the Dragon Kingdom's high-ranking officials. In the past century, the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom has gradually stopped paying attention to the Baiha River mudflats, which was originally our opportunity. True dragon blood can attract the aura of a true dragon and find the corpse of a divine dragon, but you've wasted it like this. If it weren't for the king's mercy, you would be a corpse by now. As for your claim that you retrieved the dragon's corpse for the sake of the king, do you really think we're 3-year-old children? Upon hearing Green Ghost's words, Red Ghost's expression shifted unpredictably. However, your rash actions have attracted a golden cloud pattern from the Military Affairs Department, which is of some value. Purple Ghost smiled and said, We have already spread the word about this location, and the Military Affairs Department should be making a move soon. Although the person who came is ranked last among the 6 golden cloud patterns, the golden cloud patterns have always had the strength to fight across realms. The 3 of us came here to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The white ghost raised his hand and flicked out 4 small flags of 4 different colors, which were then placed in 4 different locations in the valley. The 4 flags landed, and a faint glow, like ripples on water, enveloped the entire valley before disappearing into nothingness, and the 4 small flags vanished. A forbidden airspace. The king actually ordered you to bring this thing here. The red demon said incredulously. The 4 small flags that activate the anti-air domain are 4 colored anti-air flags, and the set of 4 flags is a low-grade divine weapon. The no-fly zone, not only can flight ability be restricted, but the gravity of the no-fly zone can also be adjusted. The gravity applied to the body is enough to crush a person to death. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to deal with just a golden cloud pattern? Chapter 111 Two Kings and Nobles? Don't be surprised. His Majesty instructed that no accidents must occur during this operation. This Jin Yunwen who has come to Jiangcheng must die here, so as to ensure the success of the king's grand plan. Furthermore, no one can say for sure whether there really is only one golden cloud pattern statue. This is also the reason why the 4 of us have gathered here today. The white demon noticed the red demon's confusion and explained calmly. This is your chance to redeem yourself. Purple Ghost said coldly. Jiangcheng and the Baiha mudflats are part of your Majesty's grand plan. I hope you can seize this second opportunity. Otherwise, you might really have to go and be with your precious son. The purple demon's undisguised threat made the red demon's lips tremble. But since he was the one who made the mistake first, there's nothing he can refute. As one of the 4 ghosts, he was well aware of the methods of the Qi clan's king. At this point, it would be meaningless to say things like, I plotted to seize the dragon's corpse for the king's sake. His gaze swept over Qi, who remained oblivious to their plan, his eyes filled with uncertainty. This time, the scheme wasn't just targeting Jin Yunwen of the Military Affairs Bureau, but also him. Those scattered Qi creatures were bait that the military commander gradually led into the valley. The 4 demons and the forbidden zone await those who come to fall into their trap. Under the moonlight in the night sky, led by Jin Xingtian, the group moved very quickly and arrived at the outer edge of the valley in less than half an hour. The deep valley is surrounded by high mountains and dense forests. From the air, the valley, which is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, looks like a ferocious beast with its blood-red mouth wide open, ready to devour people. From the air, people could see the flickering firelight and patrolling figures in the dense forest. Jin Xingtan sat atop a golden 9-headed lion, and the void around him rippled slowly, from which 5 golden 9-headed lions emerged. The soldiers of the Military Affairs Department also began to be divided into groups. Those units that couldn't fly all landed on the ground. Without anyone noticing, hundreds of figures had appeared on the ground. There were mantises whose bodies looked like they were cast in silver, giant black snakes with 3 heads, and white jade spiders several meters tall. There were also more figures in the sky. Centipedes with 3 pairs of wings, large birds engulfed in flames, and even dragons appeared. Sukin chuckled, and 5 figures appeared around him. Wearing black armor, wielding sharp blades in both hands, and with wings on its back, it is none other than the Dark Moon Fairy, a golden-class soldier. Not only that, as the void rippled like waves, 3 more figures appeared. Agile body, tens of meters long, stretched across the air, its purple scales shimmering with faint electric light. The dragon's head was ferocious and imposing. The first time he had summoned them since he acquired the Purple Sky Dragon Island. With the appearance of the 3 mythical-level unit, the Purple Thunder Dragon, many units became restless. Especially the dragon soldiers, who even slowly lowered their bodies, not daring to be level with the Purple Thunder Dragon. Sukin touched his nose. This was only because he had tried his best to make the Purple Thunder Dragon restrain its dragon might. Otherwise, who knows what might happen. Unfortunately, not many Azure Flame insects have been revived yet. Otherwise, the scene around him would be completely different. The other soldiers in the Military Intelligence Department looked at him as if he were a ghost. They were at the City Lord's mansion. Sukin had already shocked them by using the superior-grade spiritual technique Hurricane Thunder Wings. Now he had actually summoned a divine dragon soldier. They looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Twin nests? Dragon unit? Who isn't a child prodigy who gets into the Grand Council? But when they encounter someone like Sukin, they're completely dumbfounded. At that moment, the sound of firelight and footsteps came from the dense forest towards them. The chi creatures inside had discovered them. Attack! With a cold shout from Jin Xingtian. The soldiers of the Military Intelligence Department swarmed forward, controlling their respective units. Sukin would certainly not let this opportunity pass. Although killing Chi would not yield evolution points, it would provide various treasure chests. The 3-headed Purple Thunder Dragon and the 5 Dark Moon Fairies also charged forward. For a moment, the rumbling sounds continued, and the screams, along with the blood and severed limbs, sounded incredibly eerie under the moonlight. These military officers were all at least at the 5th rank, and their charge into battle was like tigers among sheep. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a level 4 chi. Reward: 1 mid-level treasure chest. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a level 5 chi. Reward: 1 mid-level treasure chest. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a level 2 chi. Reward: 1 low-level treasure chest. The system notifications kept ringing, and Sukin couldn't help but smile. The 2 little girls were also eager to try, wanting to go in and wreak havoc. Be careful, don't go too deep. After thinking for a moment, Sukin released them. With a swift movement, Qinglian summoned the Cold Abyss Spear, its shaft enveloped in transparent flames, each strike igniting a streak of blood. Zisha was even more decisive, transforming directly into the true form of the Zisha Thunder Dragon and rampaging through the area. Her body is covered in tough scales, making it almost impossible for chi beasts below level 7 to harm her. Soon, they advanced deep into the dense forest. Before them lay a narrow, winding path from which countless chi and corpse monsters surged forth. The valley was filled with the sounds of fighting. Occasionally, a level 8 or 9 chi would appear, but Lu Ben and his men would snipe it halfway through their journey. Jin Xingtian quietly surveyed the battlefield below, making no move. Song Yumingfei also looked languid, clearly not very interested in the battle below. Boom! Just then, 2 powerful auras surged forth from the valley. 2 chi creatures with bone wings on their backs flew over. A powerful aura swept out, and Lu Ben, who was fighting fiercely against a level 9 chi, was almost knocked off the sky by the impact of these 2 auras. So a king-level chi has emerged so quickly? It seems there might be 4 ghosts of the Chi clan in the valley. At this moment, Consort Songyue's expression unconsciously became slightly serious. They are the ones we're killing. Jin Xingtian smiled faintly, his tone icy cold. Oh. Song Yumingfei's bright eyes darted around. For ghosts are overlord-level powerhouses. Even with his divine weapon, Jin Xingtian can only fight against one of them at most. What should he do if there are 2 of the 4 ghosts inside? Or is there a master operative from the Military Affairs Bureau hiding in the shadows? The Military Affairs Bureau? How dare you trespass on the territory of my Chi clan? A king-level figure, Chi-in spoke coldly. Hell, what utterly absurd. 2 kings and nobles, along with a bunch of chickens and dogs, dare to be so presumptuous? They really don't know the meaning of death. Another king-level Chi sneered. As they spoke, 8 powerful corpse monsters appeared around them. Looks like I've finished my nonsense. Let's get ready to hit the road. Without any hesitation, Jin Xingtian sent his 5 golden 9-headed lions to pounce. Seeing this, Sang Yue Mingfei chuckled, and Mingzhou Baihu followed closely behind. A powerful attack erupted in midair, and the battle reached a fever pitch the moment they made contact. Chapter 112. Those who play tactics are truly cunning. Powerful energy fluctuations spread through the void. Under the barrage of powerful attacks, the night sky was suddenly as bright as day, and then suddenly so dark that even the moon was obscured. In an instant, another explosion rang out, and the orange-yellow light illuminated the night sky in a golden hue. Sukin sensed the energy fluctuations high in the sky and couldn't help but shrink back. My original intention to have consort Sang Yue kneel down and sing Conquer has been put on hold. It's not that I'm cowardly, it's just that I'm following my heart. A sweeping glance revealed that the Qi clan was in a state of constant retreat under the attack of the Military Affairs Bureau, with the 3 purple thunder dragons and purple demons specifically targeting and hunting down level 7 Qi clansmen. In a short period of time, 3 level 7 Qi have already died at their hands. Little girl Qinglian was having a great time killing level 5 or 6 Qi, but after seeing Zisha fiercely slaughter a level 7 Qi, the tone of the conversation changed. With her strength, she could hunt down a level 7 Qi, but she would have to go all out and there would be some risks involved. Her eyes darted around, and she gripped her spear, her small body darting about on the battlefield. Every now and then, he would suddenly poke at me, followed by a long, philosophically inspired scream. Moreover, she was quite picky, specifically looking for level 7 Qi, and looking down on those 1 level higher or lower. The battlefield descended into chaos. Sukin's lips twitched violently. Is this going further and further down the path of Chrysanthemum Dolaw? The others had obviously noticed Su Kan's situation as well. Zisha was incredibly powerful. With the Thunderbolts, a level 5 cultivator brutally killed a level 7 cultivator, a truly terrifying feat. Although Qinglian's combat strength was not as dazzling as Zisha's, the cold light flashing from the Cold Abyss spear made them instinctively tighten their back door every time. I didn't dare get too close to her. I'm afraid that if I'm mistaken and look at the wrong thing, then the only normal one is the Dark Moon Fairy. A level 5 being able to surround and kill a level 6 is within their acceptable range. Boom! Amidst the explosion, a 9-colored beam of light pierced the night sky and struck a mountain peak, creating a crater more than 10 meters in diameter. Inside the pit, a blurry mass of flesh and blood could still be vaguely seen. At this moment, Jin Xingtian slowly descended from the sky, riding on a golden 9-headed lion. It possesses the epic level unit, the golden 9-headed lion, and its hero units are even mythical level, clearly placing it among the top-tier warriors in terms of combat power. Sang Yue Mingfei was able to suppress Qi, a king-level being, high in the sky. She obviously couldn't kill him quickly without opening her domain. Jin Xingtian frowned and sent 3 golden 9-headed lions to assist in the battle. Sang Yue Mingfei frowned, about to say something, but then remembered what Jin Xingtian had said earlier, so she snorted and remained silent. Sensing the powerful aura approaching from behind, the Qi beast panicked and tried to send its corpse monsters to fight back, but Sang Yue Mingfei's 5-headed bright day white tigers were extremely ferocious. Once his fighting strength is diverted, he will be torn to shreds in an instant. Lord Red Demon, save me. With the aid of spiritual power, the loud sound reverberated throughout the valley. Unfortunately, there was no sound from the valley until he was surrounded and killed. Jin Xingtian's face was gloomy. The 2 king-level Qi appeared. He guessed that the 4 ghosts of the Qi clan existed in the valley. Now that the 2 kings and nobles are dead, there is still no movement. What are they planning? Luring them into a trap? He then gave a cold laugh, glancing at a certain spot. Luring someone into a jar is just as bad as catching a turtle in a jar. In the valley, the red demon's face was extremely gloomy, and its ferocious and terrifying giant claws cracked through the void. Tribes outside the valley were all his subordinates. Those 2 kings and nobles were the pillars of his team. I never expected to die out there like this. After this great battle, no matter the outcome, he will be the loser. Hee, don't get excited, Red Devil. Out with the old, in with the new. Making mistakes always comes at a price. It's better for them to die than for you to die, isn't it? Purple Ghost said with a light laugh. The other two ghosts also nodded with smiles. The red-faced demon's eyes turned red as he spoke in a gloomy tone. I want to know, was using them as bait, even sacrificing 2 kings, part of your plan, or the king's order? Does it matter? The white ghost said nonchalantly. Does it matter? Red demon stood up abruptly. How many kings and nobles did my clan have? 2 of them fell in an instant. Do you think that's important or not? His eyes were bloodshot. He would rather have 2 more sons die than see 2 of his princes and nobles perish. A son can be born again after his death. Cultivating a subordinate of kingly caliber is much harder than having a son. Moreover, with the deaths of the 2 kings and nobles, his 4 ghosts are practically just empty titles. How could he not be furious? No matter what happens today, I will definitely report the situation here to the king. The red demon surveyed them and said coldly, She has emerged in my royal court. The green ghost stood up, placed his hand on the red ghost's shoulder, and slowly pressed him down. The newly appeared Chi-Ji is highly valued by the king. You know the king is getting old, and it's time to choose a successor. But he deliberately delays his choice and is even plotting some grand scheme to overturn the world, vainly hoping to break through to the venerable Lord Realm and enter the Emperor Realm. He's really getting senile. He should have started the king's trial and given us the opportunity to advance to the Lord Realm. The more Green Ghost spoke, the more gloomy his expression became. In my opinion, he just wants to use this so-called grand plan as a pretext to send us away, and then let that newly emerged overlord-level Chi enter the king's trial. We all suspect that the newly appeared Chi is his illegitimate son. Purple Demon said, stroking his chin. The red demon's face grew increasingly gloomy. So you're planning a rebellion? What treason? I just wanted to persuade the king to begin the king's trial as soon as possible. White Ghost chuckled. Coincidentally, you just happened to be in this situation, and that senile old man even asked the 3 of us to come over together. Isn't that a coincidence? So all your previous claims that I ruined the king's grand plan, that the king was furious and wanted to punish me severely, were false. Real. Otherwise, do you think that old man would hand over something as valuable as the no-fly zone to us? And it's also true that we were told to leak the information to the Military Intelligence Bureau, thus setting up a trap for a hunt. However, it's true that we are dissatisfied with him. Then what about all this scheming against me? Red Demon said, taking a deep breath. Of course, it's so that the newly appeared Chi can rightfully take over your position as one of the 4 ghosts. The white ghost chuckled coldly. After this battle, your men will surely suffer heavy casualties. Given the mistakes you've made, you can forget about keeping your position among the 4 ghosts. Given the king's fondness for that person, he will surely support his ascension to the throne. When that happens, there won't be enough manpower, so we'll have to draw manpower from us. Our people aren't so easy to use, Green Ghost sneered. We'll easily sideline them when the time comes. At that time, it will appear to be 4 ghosts, but in reality, it will be 3 ghosts, which will make our actions much easier. Purple Ghost added as a final conclusion. Red Demon took a deep breath, swallowed, and slowly sat down. He glanced at the other 3 ghosts, and all he could say was, those who play tactics are truly fucking dirty-minded. Chapter 113, Luring the Enemy into a Trap. Crisis looms. Outside the valley, the Chi clan was finally terrified. The ground was stained red with blood, and severed limbs and internal organs were scattered all over the place. These all belonged to Chi and the corpse monsters they control. Sukan and his men barely lost any soldiers. This was a complete and utterly crushing battle. Stepped forward, their feet sinking into the muddy ground stained with blood. Chise's legs trembled as he retreated step by step into the valley behind him. They were truly terrified of being killed. What frightened them even more was that despite the deaths of 2 powerful kings and marquises, there was no reaction within the valley. They knew about the red demon returning to the valley. Have they been abandoned? After killing 2 powerful kings and marquises, Jin Xingtian and Song Yumingfei did not make another move. Sitting leisurely on the back of the soldier, they slowly flew into the valley as Su Kan and his men advanced. Soon, they entered the valley via the narrow path. Surrounded by towering peaks on 3 sides, the cliffs are so steep that, apart from the clouds and mist, the summit is nowhere to be seen. Jin Qingtian frowned. This valley seems to be a trap for them. Song Yumingfei's eyes also became serious, and she had a vague sense of unease. On the ground, Su Kan also sensed that something was wrong with the surrounding situation. The valley is surrounded by high peaks on 3 sides, with only one narrow path leading through it. The valley is spacious and vast, like a large basin, or even more like a cage. Suddenly, a water-like radiance shone from all around. The four-colored radiance, like ripples, rose from all directions, resembling a colorful curtain. Before Sukin could react, he saw many soldiers flying in midair fall like dumplings, and then the purple thunder dragon also fell down. Zisha flailed around, but couldn't avoid her fate of falling. Even Jin Xingtian and Song Yumingfei couldn't hold on for long and wobbled down from midair. Haha, I've been waiting for you guys for so long. You've finally arrived. Loud laughter echoed from the depths of the valley. Chi, who was originally timid and fearful, suddenly brightened up and stared at Su Kan and the others with a fierce light. At this point, no one paid any attention to these Chi, for figures were slowly approaching, stepping through the void. These are the four demons of the Chi clan. With each step they took, the pressure in the valley grew heavier, and as they approached, a powerful, overwhelming force swept through the valley. It was as if a wave had crashed down from the sky, so oppressive that Su Kan almost lost his balance. Such overwhelming pressure was even greater than the ferocious power of Ziggurar. Jin Xingtian's face was extremely ugly at this moment. He thought that there might be four ghosts of the Qi clan in the valley, and even prepared for the possibility that 2 or even 3 of the 4 ghosts might appear. But the arrival of all 4 ghosts was something he never expected. Not only did the 4 ghosts arrive, but they also set up a no-fly zone in the valley. Such a scheme? Are they determined to attack this place? Jin Xingtian clenched his fists. No doubt about it. The information here was deliberately leaked by us. Bai Gui seemed to have guessed Jin Xingtian's thoughts, and said leisurely with his arms crossed. They were 4 Overlord-level powerhouses, while their opponents only had 2 King-level powerhouses. With the restrictions of the no-fly zone, they're already on the verge of defeat. How could they possibly lose? Sukin was numb at this point. The immense pressure had rendered more than a dozen level 5 or 6 military intelligence officers unable to stand. Fortunately, his superior spiritual technique, 9-yang control, is powerful enough. The pressure is a form of mental and physical oppression, which is not within the scope of ordinary defensive spiritual techniques. However, since his 9-yang control was formed after a great mix of elements, it was not effective. Although its final form is 9 suns control, it also possesses the characteristics of many other defensive spiritual techniques. Although he couldn't completely withstand the oppressive aura of the 4 ghosts, he could still stand without any problem. The 9-yang controlling spiritual light shone on Su Kan, the military affairs department personnel, who were already struggling to withstand the pressure of the 4 ghosts, felt as if they had been struck another heavy blow to their hearts. And yet another high-level spiritual technique with an extremely high level of mastery. You really a 5th grade nest master? Even Zhao Changshan, who claimed to know Su Kan well, was dumbfounded. Previously, he possessed a superior grade flight technique called Hurricane Thunder Wings. Now, he has acquired another superior grade defensive technique called 9 Suns Control. How come this kid has become like he's been cheating all of a sudden after just one day? The 4 ghosts in midair also noticed Su Kan. A 5th grade cultivator actually masters a high-grade spiritual technique, and that divine dragon soldier must also be his. I thought that killing a golden cloud pattern one would be a great gain, but I didn't expect to get a king and a young prodigy as a bonus. You humans really know how to do business. A sinister smile appeared on the purple ghost's face. Jin Xingtian's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but he couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. His eyes glanced at a certain spot out of the corner of his eye. It was the last hope. But facing 4 Overlord-level powerhouses, that hope seemed much slimmer. Damn it! This purple-haired guy's so arrogant? Sukin was immediately displeased upon hearing this, and wanted to give him a taste of a thunderstorm. But after thinking about it, I held back. There's nothing I can do. He's always valued harmony above all else. Consort Sanyua SIs. What do you mean by giving away a prince as a bonus? That's incredibly disrespectful. When has Consort Sanyue ever been so disrespected? But then he remembered that the 4 opponents were 4 powerful overlords, so he had no choice but to remain silent. Now we can only hope that Kim Sung-cheon still has some trump cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, they might really have perished here. If there had been no air ban, and everyone had scattered and fled, there would have been a glimmer of hope. But being grounded and unable to fly, there was absolutely no chance of escape. Commander, don't be angry. I, Green Ghost, have always been kind-hearted. I will now give your subordinates a way out, but I don't know if you dare to accept it. The Green Ghost chuckled coldly. Explain. Jin Xingtian squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. He didn't believe a word the green ghost said, but he had no other choice now. The Grand Council commander is indeed straightforward, so I won't hold back either. The green ghost chuckled. Let your men and my little brats keep fighting. If your men can last half an hour, I'll let the survivor go. How about it? Upon hearing Green Ghost's words, Red Ghost's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Those Chi were all his subordinates, and more than half of them had died in the battle outside the valley. I never expected that even these last few things wouldn't be left for him. The Green Ghost is going to leave him completely alone. Jin Xingtian and Sun Yumingfei's gazes turned strange. Chi creatures below, but not a single one was level 9. Their combat strength has basically not been lost. They were able to crush them outside the valley before, and they can crush them now as well. Could this Green Ghost actually be an inside agent? For a moment, Jin Xingtian was also confused about what he was up to. Does the commander-in-chief not wish to? The green demon's lips curled into a sinister smile, his green hair flying wildly, unleashing his full, domineering aura. Clearly, if Jin Xingtian's answer did not satisfy him, he would take action directly. Attack! Commander, let's attack! Before Jin Xingtian could speak, Lu Ben shouted loudly. He certainly didn't believe the Green Goblin's promise to let them go. But whatever their purpose may be, this is definitely an opportunity for them. At the very least, they can kill more Chi. So it's not a complete loss. Then let's begin. The Chi and corpse monsters from the valley to surround him. The expressions of the military intelligence officers who were preparing to fight suddenly changed, as they felt their bodies suddenly become several times heavier. At this moment, even raising one's hand has become extremely difficult. Chapter 114, The Mighty Thunderstorm. Jin Xingtian's expression turned cold. He too had noticed this change. Gravity. In an instant, he realized what was happening. The gravity they experienced instantly increased several times over. Not only them, but all military units also became incredibly sluggish under the influence of gravity. The no-fly zone is not only able to prohibit flight, but can also manipulate gravity. Purple Ghost smiled faintly and took 2 steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Green Ghost. Hasn't your Dragon Kingdom always liked to survive in adversity? Are you afraid today? Jin Xingtian's face was extremely ugly. Under this gravitational force, their combat strength will decrease by more than 50%. As a result, they not only fail to gain any advantage, but are actually at a great disadvantage. Lu Ben felt the weight attached to his body, and his teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. His golden unit, the Spirit Wind Phoenix, was already unable to fly due to the no-fly zone, which reduced its combat power. Furthermore, it was subjected to gravity. I'm afraid even a level 8 Chita wouldn't be a match for him. The atmosphere at the Military Affairs Office was particularly heavy. Their original thought was that even if they couldn't defeat the 4 ghosts, killing some of their subordinates, Chi, would be a good thing. But in the current situation, once the fighting starts, they will face a one-sided massacre. Go ahead and fight. The atmosphere was quiet, but Sukin slowly walked forward with a faint smile on his face. Even with the 9 suns controlling force and the numerous attribute points boosted to his body, he still felt very uncomfortable with this gravity. However, the smile on his face was very bright. In battle, Nest Masters are not the main force to begin with. The sudden increase in gravity has the greatest limitation on them, which is to reduce their hand seal speed and the combat power of their troops. But he was a man who had mastered all spiritual arts to perfection, and the spiritual power in his body was surging and boiling. To put it bluntly, all the units in his 3 nests combined are no match for him. For others, military units are the main fighting force. Kan, who has already begun to transform into a humanoid self-propelled cannon. He himself is the real terror. Sukan, what are you saying? Go back to the back. We're not dead yet. Who gave you the right to stick your neck out? Zhao Changshan immediately shouted. He knew that Sukan's combat strength might have surpassed his own, but his thinking was simple. As a junior, Sukan could only die after them. You rascal. Now's not the time to pretend to be a man. Song Yu Mingfei glanced at Sukan with surprise, then chuckled and said, Damn it. That old woman. What a foul mouth. Sukan immediately became unhappy. What do you mean by pretending to be a man? I'm a real man. Who knows? Consort Song Yue glanced at it indifferently. You? Sukan's expression froze. It was only here. If it were somewhere else, he would definitely have a 300-round battle with her to show her what a real man is. You can still flirt and banter calmly, even when facing life and death. I'm starting to admire you. Baigui looked at Sukan. Stop babbling. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost. Sukin stared wide-eyed and said. Things had already come to this. He simply gave up and went all out. Humph. A hint of anger rose on the white ghost's face, which instantly turned into a sinister grin. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Hey guys, whoever can bring that kid to me alive will be richly rewarded. The white ghost shouted loudly. Instantly, the Chi tribes in the valley went crazy, their eyes shining as they stared at Sukan, as if they were looking at a naked beauty. Sukan's hair stood on end just looking at it. Bai Gui smiled faintly. He could easily capture Sukan alive if he took action, but that would be rather boring. A life that struggles to survive, only to have its hopes dashed in the end, is what makes it interesting. Jin Xingtan looked at the situation in the valley, his expression uncertain, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He has a trump card, but he's waiting for the best opportunity. The Chi and the corpse monsters surged forward like a tidal wave. Zhao Chanshan reached out to pull Sukan towards him, but Sukan walked forward step by step. They stood at the very front. The Nine Suns' imperial light blazed brightly around him, and his black and red robes fluttered in the wind. Sukan raised his head, a smile playing on his lips. Thunderstorm. The words fell softly. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky, shaking the void and echoing for miles. Before the thunder had even subsided, countless thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky like a storm. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared like a giant serpent. Those Chi and corpse monsters below level 6 couldn't withstand even a single exchange of lightning strikes, and were reduced to ashes. Ding! You have killed a level 3 Chi, and have been rewarded with a low-level treasure chest. Ding! You have defeated a level 6 Chi, and have been rewarded with a mid-level treasure chest. Ding! You have killed a level 2 Chi, and have been rewarded with a low-level treasure chest. Chi, at level 7, could barely hold on, but his skin was torn and bleeding all over, resembling charcoal, and it was clear that he wouldn't last much longer. Only a few level 8 Chi beasts, their bodies shimmering with spiritual light, resisted the falling lightning. But their expressions were grim and their eyes trembled, clearly indicating that the power of this thunderstorm was far beyond their imagination. After all, they had personally witnessed a level 6 Chi being killed by a bolt of lightning while wearing a shield. Even though lightning-based spiritual arts are powerful, the power of the lightning storm was still somewhat beyond their control. If it were a single target attack, that would be fine, but damn it, this is a group attack. Are you absolutely sure this destructive power isn't some top-tier spiritual technique? But this is only the first shot. Sukan's smile widened. Thunder roared once more in the void. As the lightning flashed by, not only Jin Xingtian and San Yueshue, but even the four ghosts were a bit bewildered. They certainly knew the power of the superior spiritual technique thunderstorm, but wasn't it a bit too much? And before the first thunderstorm had even finished, another one appeared. Has a 5th grade nest master mastered a superior grade spiritual technique to perfection? You're cheating, aren't you? But Sukan wouldn't give them a chance to be shocked. The spiritual energy within his body poured out all at once, and more than 20 bolts of lightning shook the void, causing cracks to appear on the surrounding peaks and mountain walls. The thunderstorm, enhanced 5-fold, is now comparable to some top-grade spiritual techniques. An endless sea of lightning poured down like a violent storm, engulfing not only the Chi tribes in the valley. None of the four ghosts were spared. The lightning flashed and merged into one, making the valley seem like a vast sea of thunder. The night sky, illuminated by purple light, shimmered with a purple glow. Half of the sky was enveloped in purple hues. In the valley, apart from the roar of thunder, there was no other sound. As for the thousands of Chi tribe soldiers, they were all reduced to ashes when the third thunderstorm struck. Ding! You have killed a level 7 Chi, and have been rewarded with a superior treasure chest. Ding! You have killed an 8th level Chi, and have been rewarded with a superior grade treasure chest. Ding! You have killed an 8th level Chi, and have been rewarded with a superior grade treasure chest. The constant notification sounds in my head are the best proof. Chapter 115. Can't even be squeezed? The night sky turned purple. Thunder roared through the heavens. Even in Jiangcheng, hundreds of kilometers away, the rumbling of thunder could be heard. Jiang Baihe stood on the azure-winged dragon, gazing at the distant night sky with a solemn expression. That was the direction Su Kan and the others had gone. This fluctuation, is it a top-grade lightning-type spiritual technique? Lu Wanjun also rode the yellow wind bird, taking Lu Qingyu and Su Yulaw into the night sky. Lord Jiang. She gave Jiang Baihe a slight bow and said with concern. With so many powerful lightning-based spiritual techniques erupting at once, won't they be in danger? With Commander Jean and Lord Sangyu here, there should be no problem. Jiang Baihe smiled, but his brows furrowed involuntarily, clearly indicating that his inner state was not as calm as it appeared. In the valley, thunder roared and lightning flashed, leaving everyone speechless. This child has the potential to become an emperor. Jin Xingtian was the first to react, giving Su Kan a deep look. He exhaled a long breath, his eyes burning as he stared intently at the raging sea of lightning. Although Su Kan's thunderstorm was far more powerful than a normal thunderstorm, it was still far from enough to kill 4 Overlord-level powerhouses. As the thunder gradually subsided, 4 figures slowly emerged from the sea of lightning. They were enveloped in a shimmering light of white, purple, green, and red. Su Kan was somewhat disappointed, but after all, the opponents were 4 Overlord-level beings, so it was normal that they hadn't died. You deserve to die. A cold and cruel voice fell. Around the 4 ghosts slowly faded, and they had some scorch marks on their bodies, but they did not appear to be seriously injured. However, the 4 ghosts' heads were shiny and smooth, without a single hair, and even reflected the moonlight. Human brat, I should have slapped you to death. At this moment, the red demon felt as if a ball of flame was burning in his chest. He had originally thought he could at least retain some subordinates, but Su Kan's series of drastic measures completely turned him into a commander without any troops. His flowing red hair was also completely destroyed by the thunderbolt. He not only became a commander without troops, but also a commander without a head. Fortunately, he was unaware that his son, Shalalu, had also been killed by Su Kan in the Baihe mudflats. Otherwise, he might be so angry that he dies. With each step, Red Ghost took the lead, approaching Su Kan step by step. An overwhelming pressure then pressed down. Boom! Just then, a sword light suddenly rose from behind Su Kan. The dazzling sword light was chillingly cold, and even the void itself was cleaved open by the sword light. Sizzle! The sword light slashed down with unparalleled speed. The red demon stopped abruptly. Its mouth opened and closed twice, and with a whoosh, it split in 2 from the middle and fell from midair. Internal organs mixed with blood flowed on the ground. Pat! Pat! Footsteps sounded, and a figure slowly walked forward from behind. Su Kan, right? Well done. He placed a hand on Su Kan's shoulder, his tone extremely clear and cold. Su Kan turned his head. The newcomer had sharp, prominent eyebrows and a clear, handsome face. He held a black sword in his hand, its blade radiating an incomparably sharp aura that sliced through the surrounding void. All the soldiers of the Military Affairs Bureau, including Liu Ben, a 9th-rank official, looked at this person in surprise. They had obviously not expected that there was a king or nobleman hidden among them. Greetings, Commander Shi. Liu Ben was the first to react and hurriedly bowed. At a time like this, why bother with formalities? Commander Shi waved his hand to interrupt. Song Yu Mingfei guessed that Jin Xingtian had a backup plan, but she was still somewhat disappointed to see that it was a king-level figure who appeared. Even if we kill the red demon, there are still 3 king-level beings on the other side. Their situation remains very bad. While the military command of the Golden Cloud Pattern Army is indeed powerful, capable of defeating even a king, it still depends on the opponent. The Qi clan are all extremely famous Overlord-level powerhouses. Among them, the White Ghost and the Purple Ghost even have records of killing Overlord-level powerhouses. The Red Oni who was killed was ranked last among the 4 Oni and was also the weakest. Very good. I really underestimated you. You actually have a king hidden among you, and you even have a divine weapon. The Purple Ghost said with a ferocious expression. But with your king-level spiritual power, can you still activate the divine weapon for a second attack? Of course not. Otherwise we wouldn't have waited until now to make a move. I am very straightforward, said Commander Shi. Divine weapons are incredibly powerful, but activating them at full power consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, even for a king-level expert. As he spoke, 6 figures emerged from around him. They were all 2 or 3 meters tall, clad in golden armor, and wielding halberds, exuding an undeniable aura of power. Epic-level unit, halberd-wielding divine general. Su Kan was secretly alarmed. The halberd general is said to be a type of soldier transformed from an unparalleled warrior of the ancient dragon kingdom after his death. They are known for their unmatched fighting spirit and fierce, domineering nature. Even after death, they can transform into battle spirits and continue fighting, making them comparable to mythical soldiers. Snort. Zigawei snorted coldly, not being arrogant, and 5 figures appeared around him. each exuding an aura of overlord level. He vividly remembered how the red demon had died under the divine weapon's sword energy, before he could even summon a corpse demon. Jin Qingtian then slowly stepped forward. Used the Xianming carving knife when Commander Shi made his move. The reason why Shi Dushui was able to succeed was mainly because Hong Gui was careless and had no other helpers around him. When the other three ghosts were standing together, if he attacked, he could at most seriously injure one of them, but he would definitely not be able to kill them. Therefore, it is best to keep this trump card in hand. At this point, the divine weapon is similar to the nuclear bomb, which only has the greatest deterrent effect when it is not launched. Let them go, and the two of us stay here. Jin Qingtian looked directly at Zigui and said, "Huh." Purple Ghost was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Haha, you're so naive. Even if you kill the red demon, we three demons are still here. What right do you have to negotiate with us?" The white ghost and the green ghost also stepped forward, each surrounded by 5 abstract-looking corpse monsters. "If you two were to commit suicide here, we might consider letting them go," the white ghost said in a sinister tone. He didn't care that Red Ghost was dead. In fact, he was somewhat grateful to Red Ghost. If it weren't for Red Ghost, they would be in a more difficult situation now, facing Commander Shi, who was wielding a divine weapon. After all, nobody wants to become the target of a divine weapon. At best, it can cause serious injury. At worst, it can lead to death. Who dares to test their skills? "Oh, suicide." Jin Qingtian smiled, raised his hand, and a small knife flew out of his palm while spinning. A sharp aura emanated from it, and dark gashes appeared in the void around the dagger. Another divine weapon. The three ghosts exchanged a glance, their expressions changing. Compared to swords, throwing knives are undoubtedly more difficult to defend against. "How about it? Who wants to try taking a hit?" A smile bloomed on Jin Qingtian's face. "I've always heard that the Dragon Kingdom is rich and powerful, and seeing it today, I can see that it is indeed extraordinary." Bai Gui spoke slowly, a look of envy flashing in his eyes. The entire Qi clan possessed only 3 divine weapons, all of which were in the hands of their king. The 4-colored anti-sky flag was given to him because it is a support-type divine weapon with limited effectiveness. "They can go, but," he changed the subject, pointing at Su Kan, "that kid has to stay." "Impossible," Jin Qingtian and Commander Shi said in unison. How could they possibly leave Su Kan behind? With such talent, Su Kan definitely has a chance to become an emperor-level being once he grows up. They could never agree to that, no matter what. At this moment, Su Kan slowly took out the black bone that Zygel had given him from the system, held it in his hand, and suddenly exerted force. But then, his expression changed. "It's so hard to squeeze." Chapter 116 Blood Stains the Sky. "Why can I squeeze it?" Su Kan's expression became incredibly interesting at that moment. The veins on his arms were bulging, and he was using every ounce of strength he had. With the boost from numerous attribute points, his grip strength is now definitely over 1,000 pounds, yet he still can't squeeze this black bone. Were we tricked? But through mental perception, he could clearly sense the little monster's vibrant heart, and with a single thought, he could make that heart explode. The contract is real. Zigger should not have been playing a trick on him. Does it require a specific technique to sculpt it? Su Kan pondered. But Zigger shouldn't be an improper beast. Moreover, this bone is just the shape of an ordinary bone, not some kind of philosophical shape. The skills he learned from watching several T tutorial videos are useless. San Yue Mingfei, take Su Kan and leave. Jin Qingtian spoke up at this moment while confronting the 3 ghosts. Xianming carving knife unleashed its power, yet concealed it, making the 3 ghosts opposite him extremely wary. But as time goes on, he will definitely be the one who can't hold on any longer. After all, activating the Xianming carving blade consumed his spiritual power every moment. Su Kan is incredibly talented and has the potential to be an emperor, making him worthy of all the effort he has to secure a chance for survival. Consort San Yue was not a member of their military affairs department, so naturally, the chance to survive should be given to her first. On the day they donned their black and red robes, they were prepared to die on the battlefield. "Su Kan, let's go." Lu Bin immediately pulled Su Kan backward. They can sacrifice themselves, but a young man of such extraordinary talent as Su Kan should never die here. He should fight for the future of the Dragon Kingdom, for the future of humanity. Walk. One by one, the soldiers from the Military Intelligence Bureau reached out and pulled Su Kan back, standing in front of him one by one. His expression was gentle yet firm. This era is one that requires sacrifice, even at the cost of survival. Sukan's battlefield should be several years, or even a decade later, definitely not now. Sukan's eyes were a little red. This was true before in Moonlight Forest, and it is true now. He had a backup plan in the Moonlight Forest, but now his arm trembled, veins throbbed, and his fingernails dug into his palm, drawing blood, but the black bones remained unmoved. Trying to leave? Do you really think the three of us don't exist? The skeleton, with a cold expression and 5 powerful auras emanating from its body, charged forward, wielding a great sword in both hands. Footsteps echoed through the air. The heavy sword gleamed with a chilling light that could steal one's soul. His eyes were fixed on Jin Qingtian, on the Xianming carving knife in his hand. The purple and green ghosts weren't idle either, controlling the corpse monsters to attack. 10 corpse monsters, exuding a powerful aura, charged into the battlefield. War! Commander Shi roared, and the 6 halberd-wielding generals stirred the cold light of their halberds as they cut into the corpse monsters. War! Jin Qingtian uttered a single word with a gloomy expression, and the 6 golden 9-headed lions surrounding him also charged into the fray. The halberd master unleashed a blade of light dozens of feet long, sweeping across the charging corpse monster, his battle roar like thunder. The golden 9-headed lion pounced fiercely, and beams of light of various colors shot into the sky. Commander Shi also laughed loudly and charged into the fray, wielding his divine black sword. But soon, they began to show signs of defeat. Including Commander Shi, they only had 13 kings and marquises participating in the battle, while the opposing side had 15 overlords. Jin Qingtian's face was extremely cold and gloomy. But he knew he couldn't move. At this point, he had already done his best to restrain the 3 ghosts on the other side. Walk! Kim Sung-cheon shouted without turning his head. With the outbreak of war, time was no longer on their side. Song Yumingfei took a deep breath, took a step, and in a flash, pulled Sukan out of the valley. Boom! At this moment, the 3-headed corpse monster broke through the blockade and pounced towards the rear. An aura of dominance swept over us. Jin Qingtian's eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't move at this moment. War! Lu Ben roared angrily. The spirit wind phoenix charged towards the 3-headed corpse monster that was attacking it. Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The level 9 spirit wind phoenix had its neck crushed by the corpse monster. War! With a roar, countless soldiers charged forward. But their opponents are overlord-level corpse monsters. Upon contact, blood stained the sky. White Tiger tomorrow! Song Yue Mingfei shouted, and Mingzhou Baihu charged forward. Boom! The corpse monster sent Mingzhou White Tiger flying with a single palm strike, bone fragments emerging from its snow-white fur. Roar! The corpse monster let out a strange roar, broke through layers of defenses, and strode forward. The Dark Moon Fairy's sword gleamed coldly as she summoned moonlight, only to be instantly blasted into a shower of blood by a single punch. The Purple Thunder Dragon summoned lightning, but when it struck the corpse monster, it didn't even leave a scorch mark. The difference is huge. The corpse monster opened its huge mouth, and a jet-black beam of light shot out. The 3-headed Purple Thunder Dragon was melted in an instant. The talent that reduces energy damage by 50% becomes utterly vulnerable under the attack of the Overlord level. Having cleared the obstacles, the corpse monster turned and headed straight for Sukan. Jin Qingtian's Xianming carving knife trembled. The 3 ghosts' smiles widened. It was as if I could already see Sukan being smashed into a pulp by the corpse monster. At that time, Kim Sung-cheon will inevitably lose his composure, and that will be the opportunity. The white ghosts' eyes gleamed with greed. This time, not only will they be able to kill the 2 golden cloud pattern generals from the Military Affairs Bureau, but they will also have the chance to obtain 2 divine weapons. How could he not be excited? Zisha and Qing Lian pursed their lips, glanced back at Sukan, and then pushed off the ground with their short legs to meet the giant palm of the corpse monster. His usual mischievousness was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Return. Sukan was blood red. He tried to rush over and grab the 2 little girls, but Song Yumingfei held him back tightly. Old woman, let me go. Sukan's eyes were bloodshot as he recalled the moments he had spent with the 2 little ones. Realm. Soul-capturing celestial light realm. Song Yumingfei pursed her lips and uttered a few words. In an instant, her pretty face turned as white as paper, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. A brilliant blue light burst forth from her eyes, instantly covering the valley and illuminating the night sky with a deep blue hue. The monstrous corpse that had been charging at them stopped abruptly, its face contorted in a grotesque grimace, a mixture of pain, cruelty, and terror flashing across its features. Realm. The soul-capturing light shone down, and the three ghosts were filled with disbelief before falling into a daze. Jin Xingtian's Xianming carving knife gleamed with a sharp edge, almost disappearing into the void. But he still managed to hold onto it tightly. Even if we kill another one of the four demons, it won't change the situation. The golden nine-headed lion and the halberd god had already lost most of their forces in the attack by more than a dozen corpse monsters. Consort Sangyue was also temporarily unable to fight due to using her domain. At this moment, only two of her bright white tigers were able to stand. Once the Xianming carving knife is no longer used as a deterrent, Sukin will have no chance of escaping. Take a deep breath. Kim Sung-cheon remained unmoved. The three ghosts were only in a daze for a couple of seconds before they broke free from the soul-capturing light and returned to normal. With the soul-capturing heavenly light shattered, the divine light in Sangyue Mingfei's eyes dimmed, and her aura became as fleeting as duckweed. As her white dress fluttered, her delicate body fell backward, limp and powerless. Old woman. Sukin disregarded everything else and hurriedly reached out to hug consort Sangyu. The black bone then slipped from his hand. The black bone fragments shattered inch by inch as they fell. Chapter 117 Half-Immortal Technique. A Lament for Annihilation. Consort Sangyue's eyes were lifeless, and she felt waves of pain in her heart. With her current strength, she cannot release her domain at will. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worn a white veil to seal it off, and the woman in the black dress wouldn't have warned her to be careful when using the power of the realm. Each time she uses the realm, it consumes her essence. The soul-seizing heavenly light realm was broken by three overlord-level powerhouses, causing her a great backlash. Sukin held Sangyu Mingfei in his arms, and looking at her pale lips, his heart couldn't help but clench. The black bone that fell to the ground instantly shattered into countless fragments, and then a dazzling golden light shone forth, revealing intricate patterns within the light. Roar! A roar shook the heavens and the earth, and a colossal beast, hundreds of meters tall, stepped out from the golden patterns. When Zigger appeared, his powerful aura surged like a tidal wave. Zigger. Sukin was startled when he saw the pitch-black behemoth. The black bone wasn't broken, was it? How did it appear? But he couldn't care less about that now and shouted loudly. Cigar, kill them. You human boy, you're really good at causing me trouble. As Zigger's rumbling voice faded, his thick tail swept out, creating a sonic boom that sent several zombie monsters that were about to pounce flying. It crashed into the mountainside, leaving a deep crater. A void behemoth? The three ghosts were completely dumbfounded when they saw Zigger. They never expected that a void behemoth would appear, and judging from its aura, it was at the overlord level. The opportunity has arrived. Jin Xingtian was overjoyed, despite his doubts about why Zigger would be here. But now is clearly not the time to get to the bottom of things. Taking advantage of the moment when the three ghosts were off guard, the Xianming carving knife disappeared into the void, and when it reappeared, it was already on the face of the white ghost. This attack isn't meant to kill the white demon. Severely injuring him is enough. Of the four demons, the white demon is the strongest in combat, but also the most afraid of death. If he can severely injure the white demon, he will definitely choose to escape rather than risk a deadly battle. With the white ghost gone, the remaining two ghosts are no longer a threat. Sizzle. The Xianming carving knife silently tore through the void, its sharp blade flashing with what seemed like blood. Uft. Kim Sung-cheon was shocked. The green ghost was also shocked. He looked down at the divine weapon embedded in his body, then turned to look at the white ghost who was calmly holding him with one hand. His mouth opened, but blood gushed out. The white ghost held the green ghost in one hand, his pupils filled with a cold smile. His gaze was fixed on Jin Xingtian. Only Jin Xingtian could instantly injure or even kill him. Even the newly emerged overlord-level void behemoths did not frighten him too much. After all, he was no ordinary overlord. So, he noticed at the moment Jin Xingtian drew his sword. A void. Not safe. Xuanming's carving knife was elusive and unpredictable. He was unwilling to risk his life. And the green ghost was right beside him, the weakest of the three ghosts. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use him as a shield? And his role goes beyond that. The white ghost grinned maliciously, digging its 5 fingers into the green ghost's body. It was visible to the naked eye that the spiritual energy within the green ghost's body was being poured into his body. With a sinister smile, the white ghost formed a hand seal with one hand. Instantly, a vast ocean of spiritual energy surged forth, causing the void to tremble. An incredibly powerful pressure swept down from all directions into the void. Change happens in an instant. By the time everyone realized what was happening, what appeared before them was the surging and boiling spiritual energy in the void. A lament for nirvana. The white ghost uttered a few words coldly. The hand seals continued, but everyone felt as if the sky was about to fall. In the endless void, a gigantic human face slowly materialized. Its features are blurred, eerie, yet captivating, sending chills down one's spine. This is a magical technique? Jin Xingtian took 2 steps back, his face deathly pale. This immense pressure surpasses even the highest-grade spiritual techniques. Heh, just some half-immortal magic. The white ghost chuckled in a low voice. He's clearly in a good mood right now. Purple Ghost swallowed hard. He had already summoned back the corpse monster, which surrounded him and protected him. You, when did you master the art of becoming a demigod? How come I didn't know? That the white ghost used the green ghost as a shield. They were only superficially friendly. The reason they were able to unite before was because they shared common interests. But the fact that the white ghost could master the art of immortality was clearly beyond his expectations. You should be glad you don't know, because those who do know are all dead. The white ghost said it without any attempt to hide it. The half-immortal technique consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. Even for an overlord-level being, it would instantly drain most of the spiritual energy from his body. Moreover, once the king of the Chi tribe learns that he has mastered the art of semi-immortality, he will never spare him. This is also why he dares not use it casually. But faced with the temptation of the 2 divine weapons, the moment Jin Xingtian made his move, he no longer cared about anything else. He wielded 2 divine weapons, along with semi-divine arts. Why couldn't he become the king of the Chi tribe? Purple Demon's face was extremely ugly, and he wanted to say something. The giant human face, however, began to move its lips. A deep and distant sigh echoed from the horizon. The rolling sound was like a world-ending, soul-snatching melody. The void twisted, rocks shattered, and trees turned to ashes. The corpses surrounding the purple demon exploded one after another, their bodies glowing with crimson light. Sighs filled the air as bloody holes appeared on the halberd general and the golden lion, leaving them a mangled mess of flesh. The other troop types were annihilated in an instant. The soldiers at the forefront of the military intelligence department were blown to pieces. Roar! Zigger roared. His voice was a little weak. It thought it could show off when it came out, but it never expected to see this scene. It couldn't withstand such a powerful spiritual technique. Human boy, I can only help you one last time. Whether you live or die depends on your own luck. As he spoke, countless bright rays of light suddenly flashed across Zigger's body. Under the light, the surrounding void distorted instantly, and spatial fragments flew around before disintegrating into black holes. Hurry up and go in. Where you end up depends entirely on your luck. Sigil shouted, and at the same time threw another piece of black bone to Su Kan. To be honest, I was a little reluctant to be offered this opportunity. It thought that what could a mere 5th-grade cultivator possibly need its help with? 1 kick will solve it, or 2 kicks will suffice if necessary. Who would have thought it would be a matter of life and death? However, when it thought about its precious son forming a contract with Su Kan, it could only accept its fate. Su Kan gripped the black bone, his face darkening as he recalled the scene where he couldn't even squeeze it before. This thing is impossible to crush. Can you get a better one? If you squeeze it and then release it, it will break on its own. Zigger replied, then disappeared into the void without looking back. Walk! Jin Xingtian roared, recalling the dying hero unit to its lair, and shouted loudly. Commander Shur followed closely behind, using his spiritual power to create threads that bound everyone and the soldiers together before they burrowed into a black hole. A sigh swept in. The black holes twisted and then connected in patches, subsequently unleashing a spatial storm. Su Kan and his group disappeared into the valley like lone boats in the spatial storm. Chapter 118 Pig Demon Clan. Shanghai. The Tsangyue family. What did you say? Consort Ming has disappeared. A roar came from Tsangyu Baishan's mouth, and he sat up abruptly from his chair, his king-level aura sweeping down like a furious lion. Master, the news came from Jiangcheng. Consort Ming went to a valley to kill Qi with the commander of the Military Affairs Bureau, but she has disappeared. The servants were pale. Tsangyu Mingfei is not only Tsangyu Batian's younger sister, but she is also deeply loved by the Tsangyu family patriarch. He couldn't imagine the fury his ancestor would feel if he knew this. Song Yubatian took a deep breath. Don't tell the ancestor yet. Wait until I go to Jiangcheng. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of black spirit wings suddenly unfolded from his back, turning into black light and disappearing into the hall. Yujing, headquarters of the Military Intelligence Bureau. A man dressed in a black and red robe with gold cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs had a gloomy face. Jin Qingtian, Shi Mo, and 100 soldiers from the Military Intelligence Bureau have disappeared without a trace. The Military Affairs Bureau only had 6 golden cloud pattern statues in total, and now 2 of them have gone missing. Moreover, these 100 military officers all came from the Yujing headquarters and were all highly talented. Their disappearance shocked and enraged Bai Hanyun. Bai Hanyun said with his hands behind his back, "Is the news true?" He still couldn't quite believe it. Jin Qingtian and Shi Mo's actions were personally arranged by him. With their combined strength and divine weapons, they could easily deal with the 4 ghosts of the Qi clan. Unless all 4 demons arrive at once. But is that even possible? Yes, the message was personally delivered by Jiang Baihe, the city lord of Jiangqing. Not only did they disappear, but Songyue Mingfei of the Songyue family also disappeared in that operation. The speaker held a folding fan in his hand, with golden cloud patterns shimmering on the cuffs. Phew. In that case, I'll go to Jiangcheng. You will remain in Yujing for the time being. Emperor Xia is preparing for the king of Nest Masters. You will be ready to follow his instructions when the time comes. Sukin opened her eyes groggily. Under the intense sunlight, he couldn't see anything at all. With a thought, he discovered that the 2 little girls were fast asleep in their respective nests, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the last moment, if it weren't for Shi Dushui's spiritual energy threads, he probably wouldn't have had time to bring the 2 little girls into the nest. Even so, the 2 little girls were seriously injured and needed time to recover, so they were temporarily unable to fight. However, since the nest can repair the injuries of its units on its own, he doesn't need to worry about that. And he was in excruciating pain all over his body, as if he had been severely beaten with a big stick. What made him even more uncomfortable was that, as if he were experiencing sleep paralysis, a heavy object pressed down on him, making him unable to move. He moved his fingers, but instead sank straight into something soft. Consort Songyue slowly opened her eyes. Sukan's eyes finally adjusted to the sunlight, and for a moment, their eyes met. Song Yu Mingfei was stunned for a moment, and then saw Sukan's hands, which were so deep that you couldn't see his fingers. Asshole! Her pretty face turned cold. She straightened her chest, raised her hand, and slapped Sukan across the face. However, a sense of powerlessness welled up inside, and his raised chest fell back down. Not only that, her head also slammed down hard, and coincidentally, for lips touching. Wah! She found that she didn't even have the strength to move her head away. Sukan's eyes widened suddenly. Is this old woman taking advantage of me? No. This old woman is trying to murder me. Noticing that he was having difficulty breathing, Sukan panicked and stopped caring about which part of his body he was grabbing. Gather every ounce of strength and hold on tight. Song Yu Mingfei let out a soft moan of pain, then bit down hard on Sukan's lips with her pearly teeth. A wave of pain washed over him, and Sukan immediately felt a surge of strength as he pushed Song Yu Mingfei off him. Call. Taking a deep breath, his chest heaving, Sukan finally felt a little more comfortable. Sukan. Song Yu Mingfei glared at Sukan, her eyes practically spitting fire. It's turned purple. They've definitely been caught red-handed. A sharp pain surged through him. If looks could kill, Sukan would probably have been chopped into 108,000 pieces by now. Chief, the 2 humans we captured are just ahead. Just as Sukan was about to speak, a rough voice rang out. He then realized that they were locked in an iron cage, and the storage ring on his hand was gone. Fortunately, the valuable things are all in the system space. Song Yu Mingfei's expression changed, and her storage ring disappeared. Roar! With a roar, she summoned the bright day white tiger. Snap! As soon as the white tiger appeared in the daytime, its massive body burst the iron cage. Silly woman. Sukan couldn't help but curse inwardly. How can you summon troops without knowing the current situation? What if the other party is a big shot? Wouldn't that directly provoke them? Boom! The instant the white tiger of daylight appeared, a giant axe sliced through the air, sending the white tiger flying with a sonic boom. With a loud bang, it landed some distance away, kicking up clouds of dust. Its fate remains unknown. A towering figure strode over, reached out, and caught the giant axe that had been sent flying back. He's actually a king or nobleman. The rough sound was like stones rubbing together. Sukin squinted and saw that the newcomer was at least 3 meters tall, wearing a shiny suit of armor, with dark skin and thick body hair on his exposed skin. And its head is a pig's head. Pig Demon Clan. Sukin instantly understood. Consort Songyue's expression kept changing. The fact that Mingzhao Baihu was instantly killed made her give up the idea of continuing to summon Mingzhao Baihu. The opponent is at least a powerful overlord-level expert, so there is no point in continuing to summon the Bright Day White Tiger. Moreover, they could sense the menacing aura emanating from the giant axe. This is very likely a divine weapon. Overlord-level weapon plus divine weapon. This is like escaping one tiger's den only to fall into another. A bitter feeling welled up inside her. Becoming a king or marquis of the human race is a respectable achievement. You did a good job. Thanks to the clan chief, this merit belongs to him. I dare not take credit for it. I just picked up 2 people along the way. A pig demon hunched over and walked forward with a fawning smile on his face. His enormous body, only a head shorter than the pig demon chieftain, appeared extremely wretched at this moment. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. The pig demon chieftain patted the pig demon on the shoulder and pointed at Songyu Mingfei. See that woman? She's yours for the taking. Upon hearing this, Consort Songyue turned deathly pale. Looking at that dark skin and that dark pig's head, she felt something churning in her stomach. Therefore, she would rather be with Su Ken. She glanced at Su Ken and felt a dull ache in her chest, which made her grit her teeth in hatred. That brat, he has no sense of chivalry towards women. The pig demon's face turned bitter. Chief, this woman is as thin as a stick, with hardly any flesh on her body, and she's ugly too, not even a fraction as beautiful as you. As he spoke, his voice softened, and drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. Why don't you offer me? Ha ha ha. I, the clan chief, grant your permission. Come to my cave tonight. The pig demon chieftain said generously. Go into the cave. Swallowing hard, the pig demon was overjoyed. Thank you, clan chief. He had originally hoped that the pig demon chieftain would reward him with a female pig demon, but he never expected such an unexpected joy. The pig demon chieftain is the most beautiful woman in their pig demon clan. Looking at the pig demon chieftain's towering body, enormous pig head, and thick, black hair, he couldn't help but feel a surge of heat throughout his body. I look forward to the night falling. Chapter 119. Man, are you going to refuse me, the lord of the pig demon clan, Bloodslaughter Mary? Consort Songyue's deathly pale face eased slightly. She would rather die than let that pig demon touch a single hair on her head. Although the pig demon called her ugly, which annoyed her a bit, she felt relieved when she thought about the pig demon's bizarre aesthetic sense. Sukin blinked. He sized up the pig demon chieftain. This is absolutely a heavy-duty pig-headed tank. Can this car be driven? Chieftain, since that's the case, let's kill this weak human. Keeping him alive is useless and only a waste of food. A hint of jealousy flashed in the pig demon's eyes as he looked at Su Kan. Why are humans able to be so good-looking? We're all human. He glanced at Consort Songyue, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. That woman is so ugly. We're all human, so why is there such a huge difference between us? If that woman were even a tenth as good-looking as this man, I wouldn't have refused her. He shook his pig head, his murderous intent towards Su Kan growing stronger. What if the clan leader takes a liking to this man? Wouldn't he then have another rival in love? He might not even get a chance to enter the cave tonight. He clenched his fists. He absolutely would not allow this to happen. But the pig demon chieftain remained silent. He dared not act on his own. Su Kan felt a sudden tightness in his chest, and was about to take out the black bone from the system space and crush it. This pig demon chieftain was no weaker than that of the 4 ghosts, and the giant axe in his hand did not look ordinary either. He originally planned to use it at a safer time. But I can't worry about that now. Kill him, wait. The pig demon grinned, and was about to step forward when the pig demon chieftain shouted at him, stopping him in his tracks. What's wrong, chieftain? Shut up. The pig demon chieftain snorted coldly, extended his axe handle, and lifted Su Kan's chin. What an angelic face that was. With sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a handsome and refined appearance, and an unparalleled elegance. Their perfect facial features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by the hand of God. The pig demon chieftain was so captivated by the sight that his breathing became heavy. Even though she had a harem of 3,000, it was not enough to compare to even a fraction of the man before her. I must have him. Such a roar echoed wildly in her mind. A bad thought popped into Su Kan's mind. The hand behind his back had already gently grasped the black bone, ready to start kneading it at any moment. Man, I, the chieftain, want to marry you. Will you agree? The pig demon chieftain spoke softly. Marry me? Sukin was dumbfounded. I glanced at the pig demon chieftain's armored tank-like physique and his breastplate that bulged like a pumpkin. Is this the G-Wagon I've always been waiting for? Shake your head and quickly banish this terrifying thought from your mind. As for marrying him, I, Sukan, would rather die here, by slit my own throat, or by smashing my head against a wall, than agree to this. Ding. Mission issued. The man who makes the Pig Demon Clan tremble, Stage 1. Become the master of the Pig Demon Clan Chief's harem. Rewards. 1. 1 spin on the prize wheel. 2. 30,000 evolution points. Good heavens. Not only do they offer 30,000 evolution points, but they've also added a new lucky draw. Is this still just the first phase? Wait, is this task some kind of revenge from that lousy system? Damn system. Come out here and explain yourself. He shouted in his heart. Soon, a figure appeared in his mind. With its bright blue eyes and black and white fur, it's a little husky. This husky looks listless and is bald. This is insane. Can dogs go bald? The system was also completely bewildered. It woke up to find itself in this state. This appearance isn't unacceptable. After all, it saw its future appearance on the Baiha mudflats, but being bald was something it didn't expect. Host, this mission is not something I can decide. You don't need to ask what comes after the first stage. Even if you did, I wouldn't know. It said weakly. I'm only responsible for issuing tasks and rewards. I can't decide anything else. Seeing its expression, Sukin felt embarrassed and softened her tone. What's with the lucky draw? Is it a new feature you developed? Yes. I developed it after going through countless hardships. The little husky grinned, looking somewhat excited. Keep it up. It would be best if you could develop an invincible feature in the future. Develop something like that, where one punch can destroy a planet, or one sword can cleave a world in two. After saying that, Sukin withdrew. In the sea of consciousness, only a little husky remained, its eyes lifeless and its limbs trembling. Man, are you going to refuse me, the lord of the Pig Demon Clan, Blood Slaughter Mary? The Pig Demon Chieftain's tone turned cold. She would never allow herself to have something she couldn't have. It's just that Sukan's looks are truly extraordinary. If it were anyone else, she would have already forced herself on them. I agree. Sukan put the black bone into his system space and said decisively. Ha ha. Good. Minions, get ready. Tonight this clan leader will be consummating our marriage. Tonight? Are we going to consummate our marriage? Sukin was dumbfounded. Isn't this a bit too fast? Chief, I'm not feeling well today. How about we do it another day? Besides, in our Dragon Kingdom, we believe in auspicious dates for weddings, and I happen to be an expert in this field. 3 days from now will be a good day. Sukin paused for a moment, then feigned shyness and said, at that time, the young man will hand over his virgin body to the clan chief. After saying that, Sukin gave himself a thumbs up. Gurgle. A loud swallowing sound came from Blood Slaughter Mary's throat. Her eyes widened, as if she wanted to swallow Sukin whole. Today I want you. Blood Slaughter Mary's eyes gleamed with a captivating light. Next to him was also secretly glaring at Sukan, wishing he could tear Sukin into mincemeat. It was supposed to be his tonight. Why is this guy so handsome? If the clan leader doesn't agree, I'll smash my head against the ground and die. Sukin used the strength he had regained to smash his head against the ground. Hitting this stone ground would hurt too much. So, he scurried over to Song Yu Mingfei and grabbed his own neck with her hand. I'll let her strangle me. Consort Song Yue was still completely bewildered. She never imagined that while she was disliked for being ugly by the male pig demon, Sukin would be hailed as a god by the pig demon patriarch, who would then want to marry him. Does his appearance truly transcend racial aesthetic boundaries? To his surprise, Sukin actually agreed. That. She thought about how she had just kissed Sukan. If Sukin marries the Pig Demon Clan chief, then wouldn't he be? Pressed against the Pig Demon chieftain's large mouth, with blood streaks on his teeth, flashed in her mind, and her grip tightened involuntarily. Sukin suddenly felt short of breath, and his face turned pale. It's just acting. Does this old woman really want to take this opportunity to strangle me? Sukin had unspeakable bitterness in his heart, and dared not pry Song Yu Mingfei's hand away. The Pig Demon chieftain's expression tightened, and he quickly spoke softly. Yes, I promise, okay? Thank you, clan chief. Sukin quickly nudged Song Yu Mingfei's arm with his elbow. Still calling someone the clan head? The Pig Demon chieftain rolled his eyes at Sukan. Bloody Mary? Sukin called out tentatively. Ugh, how annoying. Of course you should call me Lily. The Pig Demon chieftain winked at Sukan and said in a high-pitched, coquettish voice. Chapter 120, I'll make you the happiest man in the world. Lily. Sukan's eyes twitched. He felt his stomach spasming. But if Gigi doesn't stay with me tonight, I won't be able to sleep. The pig demon chieftain held a large black pig's head in his two large black hands and blinked his eyes. Ugh. Sukan finally vomited. He boasts that he has a big heart and can handle any situation, no matter how big. But now he admits that he was arrogant. In particular, the pig demon chieftain's deliberately coquettish voice reminded him of Chen Xiaohong, whom he had met when he first transmigrated. At this moment, in comparison, he felt that Chen Xiaohong was absolutely a 200-pound fairy. He closed his eyes, and a classic line involuntarily came to mind. There was once a sincere Gigi placed in front of me, but I did not cherish it. When I lost it, I regretted it deeply. There is nothing more painful in the world than this. If God could give me another chance, I would say 3 words to that girl. I hate you. If I had to put a time limit on this hatred, I would hope it would be 10,000 years. He never wants to hear Gigi again. Why did you throw up? The pig demon chieftain immediately asked with concern. Sukan chuckled dryly, wiping his mouth. I probably had an upset stomach last night, plus the injury. He swallowed and continued. So struck by the patriarch's ethereal beauty that I couldn't resist. Call me clan leader, call me Lily, or I'll get angry. The pig demon clan leader rolled his eyes at Sukan. However, she was still very happy to hear Sukan praise her beauty. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing an exquisite jade bottle. The stopper was removed, and a rich fragrance wafted out. This is the holy healing medicine, holy healing pill. Take it quickly. Pig demon's eyes turned red. The holy healing pill is an extremely high-level healing pill. Even if half of your body is gone, as long as you have a breath left, taking the holy healing pill will keep you alive. Rank as a king would be extremely envious of such elixirs. Moreover, Sukan is currently injured, but not seriously. He can easily recover after 2 days of rest, and with the help of healing magic. Where would you need Xing Yudan? However, he dared not object to the decision made by the pig demon clan chief. Without any hesitation, Sukan took the jade bottle, tilted his head back, and swallowed the pills inside. He wasn't worried at all about the pig demon chieftain harming him, since with the pig demon chieftain's cultivation level, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to harm him. The pill entered his stomach and transformed into a warm current that flowed through Sukan's limbs and bones. The incredibly comfortable feeling made him almost groan with pleasure. His wounds were healing rapidly at a visible speed, and his physical and spiritual strength were also recovering quickly. In a short time, he recovered to his peak condition. Can you spend some time with me tonight? I promise you a grand wedding in 3 days. The pig demon chieftain said with a look of anticipation. You're just obsessed with accompanying, aren't you? Sukan's eyes twitched, and he touched his chin. This humble man is new to your esteemed place, and not quite at ease yet. How about we invite that person tonight? Sukan paused, pointing to the pig demon who was secretly glaring at him with wide eyes. That brother will accompany you. Staring at me like that, do you think I'm going to take it from you or something? Sukan was speechless. When the pig demon heard Sukan say this, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Sukan incredulously, as if he did not expect him to be so magnanimous. The pig demon chieftain paused, glanced at the pig demon, then at Sukan, and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. So you won't mind? Haha, of course I don't mind, but that's impossible. However, I am currently unwell and unable to accompany the clan. Lily, but I cannot disregard your feelings. The pig demon, he had no choice but to change his tune. As expected of the man I fell for at first sight, he truly has a broad mind, the pig demon chieftain said, his eyes shining. Don't worry. Even though I have 3,000 concubines, after 3 days, I will definitely favor you alone and let you be the object of all their affection. Sukan laughed so hard she almost cried. Thank you for your kindness, chieftain. Calling someone the clan head? Lily was calling him that just now, wasn't she? You are no longer allowed to call me clan leader. In the entire pig demon clan, you are second only to me. This is a privilege you are entitled to. After she finished speaking, she looked around. Listen carefully, everyone. From now on, when you see. By the way, they don't even know your name yet. Wang Dachui. Sukan said without changing his expression. This is such an embarrassing thing. I absolutely cannot use my real name, in case it gets out. He would definitely die on the spot. Big Hammer, that's a good name. Can I call you Hammer from now on? Sure. What could Sukan say? All he wanted to do now was use a sledgehammer to smash the head of that big black pig in front of him. The pig demon chieftain was clearly delighted, her smile stretching to her ears, and she turned to the pig demons behind her and spoke. Listen up, all of you. From now on, when you see Hammer, treat it like you're seeing me. Anyone who dares to disrespect me will have their pig heads chopped off without hesitation by my big axe. Did you hear that? I heard you. Although the pig demons below were resentful, they dared not say anything in front of their chieftain. Chuchui, let me take you to see the place first. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please let me know. I want to make you the happiest man in the world. The pig demon chieftain spoke in a very solemn tone. Sukin twitched the corner of his mouth. If you could stay away from me, I would be the happiest man in the world. Chief, what should we do with that woman? A pig demon stepped forward and asked. Just chop them up and throw them into the valley to feed the wolves. The pig demon clan chief glanced sideways at consort Sanyue and said, Hold on. When Sukin saw the pig demon approaching, he shouted loudly. What's wrong? Hammer. The pig demon chieftain looked at Sukan, a hint of displeasure in his expression. Lily, look at me. I'm all alone in a foreign land, with no one to take care of me. It must be very inconvenient for me. Why don't you let her be my maid and take care of me? Sukin said hurriedly. Don't worry, that woman is uglier than a pig dog. I won't have any thoughts about her. Besides, look at her breasts. They're only the size of a gourd at most, nowhere near the size of your pumpkin. Your buttocks are even worse than both of yours. Their perkiness is completely outclassed by yours. In terms of charm and figure, she is not even 1/10,000th as good as you. Although consort Sanyue knew that Sukin was trying to protect her, she was still furious, her face turning red and then pale. She was so angry that she wanted to bite him to death. If you like big things so much, why don't you go find an elephant? Hammer, I'm finding myself liking you more and more. The pig demon chieftain was overjoyed by Sukan's praise. I agree to let her be your maid. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief. But I have one condition. Chapter 121 Zamoli. Sukin is a good person, he can get along well with. The pig demon chieftain stepped forward, a ghostly green light condensing in his hand. A black magic circle appeared beneath her hand, its eerie light shimmering and turning the surrounding void black. Then, the magic array flashed and entered Song Yumingfei's body. Suddenly, black light flickered within Song Yumingfei's body before slowly disappearing. Song Yumingfei's expression changed. She couldn't sense any connection between herself and the nest, and she couldn't use any of her spiritual power. This is a spirit-severing technique, specifically designed to target your human nest masters. Now that you've been hit by the spirit-sealing technique, you'd better stay here peacefully. The pig demon chieftain said in a cold tone. Upon hearing the words spirit-severing technique, consort Sanyue's face turned deathly pale. The spirit-severing technique is a spirit technique developed by the 9 nether demon lands specifically for human nest masters. Once a nest master plants the spirit-severing technique, the connection between their body, nest, and heaven and earth will be severed. At the same time, the power of the soul-severing technique will continuously erode and destroy the nest master's nest. Once the nest is destroyed, the nest master will die on the spot. At best, they will become ordinary people. Sukin's expression also turned ugly. He had naturally heard of the renowned spirit technique, the spirit-severing technique. However, not many people among the demon race can learn this spiritual technique. It's not that the demon race is being stingy with their knowledge, but rather that only those of the 9th rank or above can learn this spiritual technique. Even fewer people can actually learn it. He never expected that this pig-headed, pig demon clan leader would possess such a spiritual technique. Only the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus can dispel the spirit-severing technique. The 1,000 Heart Pure Lotus grows on the shore of Penghai Lake. Obtaining it is by no means an easy task. Don't worry, Hammer, they won't use any spirit-severing spells on you. Seeing Sukan's pale face, the pig demon chieftain quickly offered words of comfort. You're not using me because I'm only a 5th rank official, aren't you? Thinking to himself, Sukan managed a weak smile. The pig demon chieftain led Sukan into the cave inside. Song Yumingfei pursed her lips and followed beside Sukan. Behind them were a group of pig demons. The cave was larger than Sukan had expected, but the smell inside was really lacking. It smelled terrible, and along the way you could see tiny green bottle flies, no bigger than a finger, clinging to the mountainside. This is absolutely a pigsty. However, the thought that they were pig demons made Sukan feel relieved. Soon, the pig demon chieftain led him to a cave. The cave was large, and the ground was very dry. Apart from a piece of unidentified animal hide, there was nothing else there. Most importantly, the taste here is much better than elsewhere. It's obvious that the pig demon has never lived there. Hammer, are you satisfied with the cave? The pig demon chieftain turned to Su-kan and asked. It's all right, but may I modify it a bit? Su-kan looked around and then said, Of course, no problem. Somoli, you'll be in charge of the cave renovation. Do exactly what Hammer says, understand? The pig demon chieftain spoke to the male pig demon from before. Yes, ma'am. Somoli wasn't particularly resistant. When Su-kan told him to spend the night with the pig demon clan chief, he no longer hated Su-kan. He even considered joining forces with Su-kan to unify the pig demon clan chief's harem and expand their power. Although the pig demon chieftain had several ruthless characters in his harem, he felt that given the pig demon chieftain's doting affection for Su-kan, they can only be younger brothers. The pig demon chieftain didn't stay long. After exchanging sweet words with Su-kan for a while, he left. It must be said that although the pig demon is ugly, it is indeed quite fast at working. Powerful spiritual arts equals miracle. Soon, a simple cave was transformed into a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house, and even the bedding and blankets were brand new, as Su-kan mentioned. It seems this place is not close to human cities. Su-kan stroked his chin. Brother. Seeing that the cave was almost finished being modified, Su-kan pulled Somoli to the corner. Somoli frowned, but thinking of the pig demon chieftain's affection for Su-kan, he didn't refuse. Aren't you supposed to be with the clan leader tonight? I'll give you something good. Su-kan smiled, his hand tucked into his sleeve, and took out a medicine jar from his system space. This was a formula he obtained in Jiangxing for a drug called Fiery Woman's Powder, which he mixed to greatly help sows give birth to piglets. He never imagined that the game he played with when he was bored would actually come in handy now. Although Somoli is a pig demon, or even a male pig demon, it doesn't matter, since he's essentially a pig anyway. Almost identical. Su-kan handed the medicine to Somoli, giving him a knowing look. Somoli was taken aback at first, then immediately understood. When the time comes, eat something, I guarantee you'll. Don't eat too many, 3 is enough. According to the instructions on the formula, 1 pill is enough to keep an ordinary pig busy for 3 days and 3 nights, producing a litter of 108 piglets. But considering that Somoli was a king-level pig demon, he figured he could eat more. The most crucial ingredient is a tiny grain, barely larger than a sesame seed, but the one he made was as big as a fingertip. The ingredients are plentiful, needless to say. Somoli's face lit up with joy, and he immediately felt. Su-kan is a good person, I can get along with him. Somoli beckoned to his subordinates and gave them a few instructions, and immediately a pig demon came over carrying fresh fruits. It's lush and green, with a delicate fragrance. It looks incredibly fresh. If you need anything and it's inconvenient to contact the clan leader, just contact me. Somoli gently patted Su-kan's shoulder and said. Since his hand was bigger than Su-kan's head, Su-kan didn't dare to use any force. If he messes up the shot, he'll be in trouble. Somoli left with the medicine jar in his hand, filled with excitement. Song Yu Mingfei remained in the cave, while 2 level 9 pig demons stood guard outside the cave, holding cold iron forks. Su-kan handed a piece of fruit to Song Yu Mingfei. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get out of here as soon as possible. In addition, I will also find a way to get rid of the spirit-severing technique in your body. Only the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus can break the spirit-severing technique. Let's not even talk about whether we can escape. Even if we do, getting the 1,000 Heart Pure Lotus won't be easy. Song Yu Mingfei took the fruit and took small bites. Besides, it's already a blessing to be alive now. She has figured it out. Although being hit by the soul-severing technique almost certainly means certain death, it's still much better than being handed over to the pig demon. But you, are you really planning to marry Lily? Her beautiful eyes looked at Su-kan. She felt that although Su-kan was a bit despicable, she wouldn't stoop so low as to degrade herself just to survive. Stop with Lily. Su-kan's face darkened. He can hardly bear to look at those 2 words anymore. However, whether it's to complete the system's task or to find a more suitable opportunity to crush the black bones and summon Cigar, he must first play along. Knock knock. Before they could exchange more than 2 words, there was a knock on the door. Somoli walked in with a smile, carrying a bag of clothes in his hand. This was specially prepared for you by the clan chief. After handing it to Su-kan, he immediately turned and left. Su-kan opened it and took a look. A white robe embroidered with black flowers. The workmanship is exquisite, but the style is clearly not from the human side, at least not the style of the robes from the Dragon Kingdom. Another set. Good heavens. Maid outfit with a choker and leg warmers. Chapter 122 Pig Rights License. That's awesome. Don't look. Song Yu Mingfei glared at Su-kan, then reluctantly carried her clothes into one of the rooms inside. Sukin rubbed his nose helplessly and quickly changed his clothes. The white robe fit her perfectly, and the black, unidentified embroidery, far from being pretentious, added a touch of sinister charm. The contrast between the white and black creates a beautiful aesthetic. Sukin looked at himself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. After all, with his looks, he'd still be a handsome guy even if he wore a burlap sack. Snap! Footsteps sounded. A long, slender leg was the first to emerge, snow-white, firm, rounded, and long. Above that was a black leg ring, clinging to the flesh, appearing and disappearing. Above that was the white skirt. It's so short, it seems like a gust of wind could lift it up, yet it's filled with the ultimate temptation. The white shirt on her upper body was stretched very tight, and the buttons looked like they might burst off at any moment. It's easy to see that the button is under unbearable pressure. Rabbit ears. Sukin paused for a moment as he continued looking up. A pair of snow-white rabbit ears, along with the headband, replaced the original position of consort Sanyue's ears. Where did these bunny ears come from? I don't think they were on that maid outfit. Sukin was a little confused. The bunny ears are wrapped in a maid outfit. Song Yumingfei seemed to see Sukan's confusion, blushed, and explained, while glaring fiercely at Sukan. Looking in the mirror in the room, she knew how shameful her outfit was. Cough cough. After clearing his throat twice, Sukin quickly looked away. He originally thought that consort Sanyue was only the size of a gourd. Now he realizes he was wrong. It's at least 1.5 times the size of a gourd. You're still too young. How about we go for a walk? Sukin couldn't withstand Song Yumingfei's gaze any longer. Go ahead. I don't want to look at those dead pig heads again. Song Yumingfei refused decisively. Oh well. Sukin didn't insist. However, in order to learn more about the pig demon clan, he still needed to go outside for a walk. Just as they were about to reach the door, Song Yumingfei suddenly spoke up. Wait, I want to go too. She didn't want to go at first, but she was worried that if Sukin wasn't there and some pig demons got in, then, although she didn't need to worry about the pig demon clan's aesthetic sense, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Following Sukan, at least for the time being, our safety is guaranteed. Sukin was taken aback for a moment, then realized what he meant and laughed. Don't worry, the pig demon wouldn't even look at someone like you. Snort. Song Yumingfei snorted coldly, but quickly walked over. As soon as the two stepped out of the room, the two level 9 pig demons standing at the door immediately crossed their cold iron forks, blocking their way. What do you mean? Sukan's expression turned cold. One of the pig demons glared, about to say something, but was quickly stopped by another pig demon. He grinned and said, looking down, Young master, the clan chief has instructed that you are not allowed to go out. I won't go outside, I'll just wander around inside the cave. Sukin said with his hands behind his back, completely unfazed. Or does Lily mean that I can only stay in this room? If that's the case, then take me to see your clan chief and see what she has to say. When the pig demon heard Sukin address the pig demon clan leader as Lily, its head drooped even lower. As for Sukan's suggestion that he take him to see the pig demon clan chief, he naturally dared not do so. Moreover, the pig demon chieftain ordered them to guard this place precisely to protect Sukan. The travel restrictions were just something they added without permission because they disliked Sukan. Now, Sukin wanted to report the matter to the pig demon clan chief, but he immediately chickened out. Please forgive me, young master. It was my fault. Where do you wish to go? I will take you there right away. Snort. Just follow along. If there's a next time, I'll make Lily cut off your pig's head and throw it in the latrine to pickle. Glancing at them sideways, Sukin put his hands behind his back and swaggered around the cave. Consort Sangyue was speechless with astonishment. They were both arrested. Why is there such a big difference? For a moment, she even felt a little envious of Sukan. However, upon thinking that Sukan would be married to the pig demon clan chief in 3 days, she quickly offered a silent 0.001 second tribute to him. That said, what exactly is Sukan up to? She didn't believe Sukan would be so obedient as to marry the pig demon clan chief. Sukan wandered aimlessly around the cave. Aside from the unpleasant smell, everything else was fine. Along the way, many pig demons saw his arrogant demeanor and glared at him with their pig eyes, wanting to come and cause him trouble. But they all succumbed to his repeated calls of Lily and became extremely respectful. Pig rights license. That's awesome. Bang, bang, bang. A loud clanging sound of steel rang out, accompanied by a hot breeze. Sukin narrowed his eyes and turned away. Inside a massive cave, blazing yellow flames were visible, and many pig demons were wielding giant hammers, sweating profusely as they pounded pieces of iron. Red stars scatter and flames spew forth. The cave walls were covered with a variety of well-crafted weapons: swords, spears, halberds, hammers, axes, you name it. Many of these weapons shimmered with a strong spiritual light, indicating they were spiritual weapons. Not only low-grade spiritual weapons, but also several mid-grade spiritual weapons. Sukin arrived without hesitation and walked straight in. How dare you? This is a heavily guarded area, the forge. Who let you in? As soon as Sukin stepped inside, the blacksmith pig demons all turned to look at him. The two pig demons standing behind Sukin chuckled to themselves. The weapon forging workshop holds a very special position in their territory. Although the owner of the weapon forging workshop, Tamuyi, is only a king or marquis, he is proficient in forging spiritual weapons. It is said that Thimu played a significant role in the successful forging of the divine weapon in the hands of the pig demon chieftain. Of their clan's spiritual weapons were made in this weapon forging workshop. Therefore, even the pig demon chieftain respected the Mui. Moreover, Thimu was extremely domineering, treating the weapon forging workshop as his private territory. Normally, it's fine for them to just stand outside and look around. Thimu will definitely catch you and give you a beating. At best, the skin will be torn open. At worst, blood will splatter on the spot. Would a human dare to enter the weapon forging room? At this moment, they were already mentally prepared to watch the show. Although Sukin is handsome, but Thimu's aversion to men was well known throughout the entire boar demon race. He's over 300 years old now, and is said to still be a virgin pig demon. I'd like to see who's so fearless as to dare enter my weapon-making workshop without my permission. A rough voice, laced with a cold laugh, rang out. Then Sukin saw a tall figure, no less imposing than the pig demon clan chief. The size of its breastplate was even larger than that of the boar demon chieftain. Tamuyi's cold gaze swept over, and when he saw Tsunyue Mingfei, a hint of disdain flashed across his face. A human woman as thin as a stick. It's the ugliest. Then her gaze swept over Sukan. In an instant, he went from being cold and angry to becoming gentle. Is there really such a handsome man in the world? Her big pig eyes involuntarily sparkled with hearts. She once dreamed of dedicating her life to forging, becoming the greatest blacksmith in the Nine Netherworld, the god of forging, and receiving an audience with the ancient ancestors of the demon race. Now all she wants to say is, screw forging. Chapter 123 Greatsword. Heavy Prison Divine Iron? Thimu looked at Sukan with the most tender and sincere gaze he had ever had, and then slowly spoke. Since you're already here, feel free to look around. Take whatever you like. What? The two level 9 pig demons felt completely dumbfounded. The pig's head couldn't turn at all. This is totally illogical. They admit that Sukan is handsome, but the Mui is known as an iron-willed female demon who is indifferent to men. Sukan blinked. Dealing with the pig demon chieftain, he seemed much calmer. Small fry. Don't panic at all. With his hands behind his back, he didn't stand on ceremony and started wandering around the weapon-making room. The blacksmith pig demons also wore expressions of disbelief. Thimu's attitude was clearly beyond their expectations. The pig demons even looked at Sukan with resentment in their eyes. They came to the weapon-making workshop not simply to learn weapon-making techniques. How could they not want to be those rebellious disciples who defy their master? Unexpectedly, Sukan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Sukan naturally wouldn't care about those pig demons. This was the first time he had ever seen a place where spiritual weapons were forged. Forging requires extremely high physical fitness and spiritual power. There are very few nest masters in the entire Dragon Kingdom who are proficient in forging. However, the demon race and other alien races have many outstanding blacksmithing masters. The front part of the weapon forging workshop is mainly responsible for forging spirit iron, while the back part is a spirit platform engraved with mysterious array patterns. At this moment, a huge, thick-backed ringed sword is placed on it. Tamuyi noticed Sukan's gaze. His eyes lit up, and he stepped forward, picked up the pointed hammer at the top of the spirit platform that glowed with purple light, and began to hammer. The spiritual patterns on the spiritual platform lit up. Tamuyi's expression was solemn, and he was muttering incantations. A surge of spiritual pressure emanated from the Mui. Sukan's expression changed, and he took 2 steps back from the impact of the spiritual pressure. Tamuyi struck the hammer faster and faster, his body drenched in sweat, but the sweat evaporated before it could even fall. As she struck the thick-backed ringed knife, which was over 2 meters long, the intricate patterns on it lit up, reflecting and echoing the spiritual light on the altar. Whoosh! The light suddenly shone brightly, as if a ball of spiritual light had ignited, completely enveloping the thick-backed ring blade. Tomoe put down the iron hammer in his hand, spread his arms, and lightly covered his mind. Powerful spiritual energy flew from her hand into the spiritual flames like threads. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths had passed. Splash! The inspiration surged suddenly, then faded away. The thick-backed ring blade on the spirit platform was revealed, and it had more patterns on its appearance compared to before. That's not the main point. The main point is that Sukin sensed a sharp aura and a powerful spirituality from this thick-backed ring blade. Compared to before. Now, this ring blade on the back has been transformed into a spiritual weapon. The grade isn't low either. High-grade spiritual soldier. Sukin may not recognize the value of a weapon, but the weapon-making workshop is not short of those who do. A superior grade spiritual weapon, as expected of Lord Tomoe. Lord Thimui's forging skills are probably already on par with those of a master forging master. Lord Thimui's can forge high-grade spiritual weapons with ease. In my opinion, his strength is already above that of a master blacksmith. What's so special about a master blacksmith? I think you're no less skilled than the legendary god of blacksmithing. Cough cough. He coughed twice, and the weapon-making room immediately fell silent. Tomoe was quite happy at first, but seeing that her subordinates were talking more and more outrageously, she had no choice but to interrupt them. Casting is her profession, and she is quite self-aware. Luck played a major role in the successful forging of this superior spiritual weapon on the first try. Even if she were to forge it again, she wouldn't be able to replicate this success. High-quality spiritual soldier. Hearing the discussions, Sukin also realized the value of the spiritual weapon in front of him. If you like it, young master, I will give you this knife. Tomoe noticed Sukan's gaze and couldn't help but feel delighted. Wasn't the reason she went up to forge the metal just to get Sukan's attention? It now appears that the objective has been achieved. Be one of the pig demon chieftain's men to be able to move around inside the cave. If they want to snatch Sukin from the pig demon chieftain, they can only do so gradually. Sending spirit soldiers is her first step right now. Consort Songyue stared with her beautiful eyes, feeling quite uncomfortable. Top-grade spiritual weapon is priceless, yet she doesn't possess any. Of course, she didn't have one. She just hadn't decided which spiritual weapon to use. If she weren't picky, with the power of the Songyue family, it wouldn't be too difficult to find her a high-grade spiritual weapon. After all, a high-grade spiritual weapon is not a divine weapon. For humans, apart from a very few nest masters who use spirit weapons, most spirit weapons are equipped to humanoid units. Sukan, don't take this knife. Take the big sword in the corner. A voice suddenly rang in Sukan's mind. Dog system? This damn system is already useless. It's getting worse and worse. I don't know whether I should address you as respected host. That's divine iron. That greatsword was made entirely of the heavy prisoned divine iron. Just as Sukin was about to question him, the next voice in his mind stopped him from speaking. Divine iron. However, it is the most essential material for forging divine weapons. The reason why divine weapons are so rare is not only because they are difficult to forge, but also because divine iron is scarce. At this moment, upon hearing the system say that the greatsword was entirely forged from heavy prisoned divine iron, his heart began to pound uncontrollably. Although he didn't know what kind of divine iron the heavy prisoned divine iron was, the words divine iron were enough. It's just a pile of shit, but if you add the word God to it, it becomes priceless divine shit. Following the system's instructions, he quickly spotted the greatsword leaning against the corner of the wall. Good heavens! It is indeed a greatsword. The sword was wider than 2 of his hands. The sword is estimated to be over 2 meters long. It is entirely black, without any complicated patterns, giving it a simple and rustic appearance. Does the young master like this sword? Thimu, who had been watching Sukin closely, immediately noticed Sukan's gaze. She said with a smile, Young master, don't be fooled by the size of this sword. It has no spirit at all, and is extremely heavy. Even I can barely lift it. It has no use whatsoever except as a decorative piece. If you like it, young master, I will have my men carry it to your residence. What could Sukin say? Of course, I agreed without hesitation. But he still had doubts. Damn system, this female demon is a professional forger. How could she not recognize divine iron? You must have misjudged it. Besides, I never knew you had the ability to appraise treasures before. I didn't appraise antiques before, because there was nothing for me to appraise. Sukin thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. It's not surprising that she wouldn't recognize the divine iron. According to my memory, the prison divine iron is an extremely rare type of divine iron. Apart from being heavy and hard, it is no different from ordinary iron. Only when it is forged into a divine weapon and recognized as a master will the profound mysteries of the prison divine iron be revealed. While Sukin was communicating with the system, 6 pig demons, their faces flushed, arrived in front of him carrying heavy swords. 6 level 9 pig demons couldn't even lift a sword? However, remembering that Thimu said she could only barely lift it, Sukin felt relieved. The pig demon is known throughout the demon race for his brute strength. Thimuyi, a king-level figure, could probably exert a force exceeding 100,000 jin. A pig demon that was following him had already cleverly led the way. As the great sword and the boar demons slowly disappeared, a look of excitement flashed in Timur's eyes. Sukan's housing location. We succeeded. Sukan, however, turned his gaze to the ringed sword on Lingtai Mountain's back. He remembered that Thimu had just said he would give him the knife. Chapter 124. By the way, look at these spirit weapons. Are there any that match you? Sukan stared intently at the thick-backed ring blade that had just been forged on the spirit platform. This knife is pretty good. I feel like we're a good match. Sukan said casually. Song Yumingfei's lips twitched. Although she didn't know what was so special about the large black iron sword that required 6 level-9 pig demons to lift, based on her understanding of Sukin. That greatsword is definitely extraordinary. After all, given Sukin's personality, how could he possibly want something useless? Now, not content with just getting the greatsword, they're even going after this high-grade spiritual weapon. She was truly convinced. Tomuyi's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing Sukan's words. Dao and Sukan are a perfect match. She forged the knife. Doesn't that mean she and Sukan are a perfect match? The man in front of her had indeed fallen in love with her at first sight. At this moment, her heart was filled with ecstasy. Since birth was definitely worth it. Since you like it, then I'll give it to you. Fima said, suppressing his inner joy. By the way, look at these spirit weapons. Are there any that match you? Tomuyi waved his hand, and a dozen or so magical weapons appeared on the ground. These are some of her proudest works from over the years. Song Yumingfei stared dumbfounded at the spiritual weapon on the ground. These spiritual weapons are at least high-grade spiritual weapons, and some even reach the level of supreme-grade spiritual weapons. The appearance of such a large number of high-grade spiritual weapons in the Dragon Kingdom would definitely cause a major upheaval. After all, what nest masters are least skilled at is forging spiritual weapons? Perfect match. They're a perfect match. Sukan's eyes lit up, and his heart burned with excitement. Can these magical weapons be exchanged for at the Military Affairs Office? That would probably be enough to increase the power of his thunderstorm by 5 times. Despite his intense desire for it, he knew that if he actually took it, he would be in big trouble. After all, these are all extremely valuable core strategic equipment. Moreover, he is still the person of the Pig Demon Clan chief. Don't go too far in doing things. I, Wang Dachui, am not a greedy person. Please accept these spiritual weapons, sir. I will not take a single one. A firm tone paired with a resolute expression. A wake-up call. Only he knows the depth of his pain. Young master, you are of noble character. I was being presumptuous. Thimu's eyes lit up, and after racking his brains, he uttered the sentence above. She knew that there were noble people among humanity who did not crave vanity. At that moment, she knew that Sukan was that kind of person. Sukan gave a dry laugh. If I weren't currently under your control, I would have taken it all long ago. Lord Thimuyi, it is getting late, so I will not disturb your work any longer. With a smile, Sukan picked up his thick-backed ring knife and left cleanly and efficiently. Plucking the pig bristles, if we stay here any longer, something bad might happen. Especially those spiritual weapons on the ground, which constantly exude temptation. It seems to be saying, young master, take me away. It's free. You can play however you like. The thick-backed ring knife looks big and is indeed quite heavy, probably weighing 700 or 800 pounds. If it weren't for the enhancement of Sukan's body through attribute points and the nourishment of spiritual energy from the 3 nests, he really wouldn't have been able to lift it. Watching Sukan leave with his thick-backed sword on his back, taking a swaggering, turtle-like gait, Tomuyi's eyes shone brightly. So manly. The group of pig demons in the weapon-making workshop watched Sukan's retreating figure. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. That greatsword may look useless, but it's actually a favorite of Thimui's. They were as if they wouldn't dare touch it at all. I never expected it to be given away like this. Yes, it was given away. Instead of sending pig demons. This is infuriating. Thimui's next move left them speechless. A dozen or so spiritual weapons, at least of the highest grade, are being given away. It should be noted that even though they are level 9 pig demons and members of the weapon forging workshop, they still need to pay a considerable price to be allocated a high-grade spiritual weapon. Because even Thimui can only forge a very limited number of high-grade spiritual weapons each year. Su Kan, carrying the thick-backed ringed sword, was in no hurry to go back. Instead, they continued to wander around the pig demon cave. Through the ventilation opening at the top of the pig demon cave, he could see the pitch-black sky outside. He originally intended to ask them where they were. But after thinking about it, I stopped myself from having that idea. I planned to wait and see. From the fact that the pig demon was able to get him human bedding and other supplies, they must be living not far from human cities. Which city, knowing that there are pig demons nearby, still turns a blind eye. The 4 military regions are stationed at important border passes to defend against the Netherworld demon land. The Military Affairs Bureau investigated and filled gaps, gathering intelligence and information, specifically targeting the demons and the Chi clan within the territory. Su Kan pondered this in his heart, keeping a watchful eye on things. After wandering around for nearly 2 hours, Su Kan leisurely returned home. On his way back, however, he encountered an unusually large number of pig demons. Wow, that human man is so handsome. No wonder the chieftain took a liking to him. I would die willingly if I could get close to her. Give me a break. Look at how pig-like you are. Go back to your old self and find a wild boar to kiss. Su Kan's face had darkened considerably as he walked. So all these pig demons came to see him. He was now somewhat relieved that he had been chosen by the pig demon chieftain. Otherwise, this group of female pig demons might have swarmed him. Just thinking about that scene, Su Kan suddenly felt something rising in his throat. When Song Yumingfei saw Su Kan's expression, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Seeing Su Kan get his comeuppance is a bittersweet experience. That woman in the maid outfit must be human. She's so ugly. No way. Her skin is as white as a sow that has had its hair scalded off. Look at those breasts. Even 2 of them aren't as big as mine. And that little butt, it probably can't give birth to piglets at all. Song Yumingfei, who had initially come to laugh at Su Kan, could no longer chuckle. The little fist was secretly clenched. If she could take action right now, she would definitely show them what she's made of. What does a sow that has had its hair scalded off look like? Such situations were not uncommon along the way. Su Kan has a strong heart. He's become immune to it after experiencing it. Consort Song Yue's face grew increasingly dark. Fortunately, they arrived at their lodgings in no time. Dumbfounded when he saw a large group of pig demons standing at the door. What's going on? The level 9 boar demon, who had previously delivered the greatsword, scurried over as soon as it saw Su Kan and said, "They are all members of the clan chief's harem. Some of them are past their prime and out of favor, while others are newly added to the clan leader's harem and are still considered to be favored. Of course, it's nothing compared to you, young master." They tried to force their way into the young master's room, but I stopped them. The pig demon said, as if taking credit. "Well done. I will ask the clan chief for a reward on your behalf." Su Kan breathed a sigh of relief. If that group of pig demons had really gotten inside, he definitely can't stay in that room anymore. "Thank you, young master." The pig demon was overjoyed. I'm increasingly convinced that my previous persistence was the right thing to do. Compared to Su Kan, this newly rich, they are just a bunch of washed up, out of favor, and incompetent people. Chapter 125: The Divine Sword of Heavy Prisons. A monstrous divine weapon skill. As Su Kan sized them up, they were also sizing him up. Is this the man who is so beloved by the clan chief? He's handsome, but he's physically weak and can't last long. Exactly. Last time, the clan leader almost made me sit on his butt so hard that only my legs were left. But I'm still so annoyed. Aren't all humans ugly? How come some of them are so good looking? What's so strange about that? Didn't you see the human woman next to him? If she looked like that, she'd be a lifelong bachelor in our pig demon race. The pig demons discussed it without any restraint. Song Yumingfei's fist hardened again. You can't speak properly unless you call her ugly, huh? And it's one thing to praise Su Kan's handsomeness every time, but why do you always have to comment on how ugly she is? To criticize one person while praising another? Moreover, she suspected that Su Kan had kept her standing here so that she could hear these discussions. That's absolutely outrageous. Su is a bad embryo. Don't give me a chance, or I'll bite you to death. Baring her teeth, Song Yumingfei secretly glared at Su Kan. No way. Su Kan's malevolent followers have already become his sycophants. If she dares to glare at me openly, she'll definitely be in trouble. Sukin slowly scanned the surroundings and then sighed softly. None of them are good enough to fight. He was referring to appearance. Well, wrong. As to compare my looks with a pig demon? This is like a perfectly healthy adult saying he's invincible in kindergarten. Pure cerebral palsy. Shaking his head, Sukin carried the thick-backed ring knife into the room. 2 level -9 pig demons immediately stood faithfully at the door. The steel forks crossed, as if to halt any approaching demon. As soon as she returned to her room, San Yu Mingfei jumped onto the sofa, lay down on it, and ate the fresh fruit on the table. The maid's white dress couldn't hide her round and perky figure at all, watching those amazing curves that appeared and disappeared as the sofa swayed. Sukan, a virtuous and upright man. He stared intently at her, trying to figure out the best way to remind her. San Yu Mingfei seemed to sense Sukan's gaze at this moment. Her body stiffened, and she slowly sat up, glaring at him fiercely. Her pretty face flushed, and she walked into the inner room, carrying the fruit platter. Looks like my method of reminding you worked. Sukan touched his nose. Leaving the thick-backed ringed sword casually against the wall, Sukan walked over to the large black iron sword placed on an exquisite iron rack. The sword's jet-black blade seemed capable of swallowing up all light. The faint patterns are slightly intricate, and upon closer inspection, one can discern the outline of a building. But upon closer inspection, it seems to look like just a jumble of lines. Just like the clouds in the sky. At first glance it looks like a sheep, then a dog, and then it looks like nothing at all. The hilt and blade are seamlessly integrated, as if they were born that way. The blade was not sharp. On the contrary, it had a noticeable bluntness. Using this sword in a fight is less about cutting people and more about smashing them. Sukan gripped the sword hilt with both hands. His leg muscles tensed, spiritual energy surged throughout his body, and his spine bulged. Whoosh! His face turned bright red, but the large black iron sword did not move an inch. Call. After a long pause, he let out a deep breath and gave up completely. I felt a sense of disappointment without even realizing it. After all, it took 6 level 9 pig demons just a little effort to lift it. It's normal that he can't pick it up. His current strength is at most 3,000 gene, far inferior to that of a level 9 pig demon. Damn system, give me some advice. A bald little dog appeared beside him. A greatsword made entirely of heavy prison divine iron, without the slightest trace of human craftsmanship, is a masterpiece of nature. It's practically a divine artifact. Stop pretending to be mysterious, just tell me, what's going on? We can't just sit here and watch, can we? Sukan said with dissatisfaction. He discovered that the system was very different after it turned into a bald husky. It's a magical artifact. A divine artifact? Put your hard work up there and let them see. The bald dog raised its paw. Upon hearing this, Sukan activated his spiritual power. As a sharp pain shot through his chest, a bright red drop of blood appeared on his fingertip. The blood droplets fell onto the greatsword as if they had fallen onto a sponge, disappearing instantly. Moreover, a suction force emanated from the greatsword. In an instant, a line of blood flew from his fingertip and disappeared into the sword. Sukan's heart skipped a beat, his face turned pale, and his steps became unsteady. Heart's blood is the essence of one's heart. If his physique hadn't improved so much, he would be far more than just pale-faced now. The greatsword absorbed his blood and began to change. A vast, black aura emerged, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened. Extremely dark light streams swirled around the black sword, creating a dazzling effect. As the light surged, the greatsword automatically levitated, and a deep, heavy, abyss-like aura emanated from its blade. The aura, as deep as the abyss, impacted Sukan, but instead of having any effect on him, it was like swallows returning to their nests. There is an extremely warm feeling. It didn't even disturb San Yu Mingfei inside the room. Sukan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he makes a big fuss, he'll be met with the pig demon chieftain's kind concern. Following his instincts, he gripped the sword hilt with both hands. A piece of information surfaced in his mind. Heavy prison divine sword, innate divine weapon. Divine weapon skill. Heavy prison releases a powerful gravity field. Its range and gravity intensity are only affected by spiritual energy. This skill can be developed. 1,000 Peaks Prison. 1,000 slashes are unleashed in an instant, each subsequent slash gaining 10% of the power of the first. This skill is available for development. Breaking the Heavens. Unleashes a terrifying sword aura, powerful enough to shatter the heavens. Consumes a massive amount of spiritual energy. Sukan was stunned by the information in his mind. Innate divine weapons are weapons that surpass even supreme divine weapons. They are formed naturally between heaven and earth and cannot be forged by human power. Each one is extremely abnormal. There are probably only a few in this world. Moreover, divine weapons choose their masters, and innate divine weapons are even more so. You were able to successfully recognize the Lord so easily. I must say you're quite lucky. The bald dog continued. Divine weapon skills are unique to divine weapons. They do not require arduous training. Once you become the master of a divine weapon, you will automatically master them. However, how to better utilize divine weapon skills requires a great deal of wisdom. Sukin listened to the bald dog's voice and came back to his senses. He didn't know much about divine weapons. That's normal, though. Who would use a divine weapon as a trump card instead of spreading its information all over the world? He gripped the hilt with both hands and easily raised the heavy prison divine sword. It wasn't that his strength had increased, but rather that the divine weapon had recognized him as its master, making him almost unable to feel its weight. It felt as light as a goose feather in his hand, but when he slashed with his sword, the heavy prison divine sword is incredibly heavy, and its weight is not less than a fraction of what it used to be. And the 3 divine weapon skills. With his current spiritual power, he can only use heavy prison and Thousand Peaks prison, and the power he can unleash is extremely limited. As for the prison breaker, he sensed that even if his spiritual energy was drained, he would not be able to activate it. Even without using divine weapon skills, his combat power can be increased several times out of thin air simply by relying on the heavy prison divine sword. The weight of the heavy prison divine sword is so great that even a ferocious beast at the king level would howl in pain if it were hit by it. Of course, this is on the premise that you can actually hit it. Chapter 126, A Very Fruitful Harvest. Feeling the connection between the heavy prison divine sword and his own bloodline, Sukin smiled. Even if the prison-breaking heaven cannot be used, heavy prison and Thousand Peaks prison are also considered abnormally powerful. Boom! The spiritual energy within his body surged, instantly connecting with the aura of the heavy prison divine sword, and faint black light particles drifted out from the heavy prison divine sword. In that instant, all the particles in the air fell to the ground under the suddenly increased gravity. Wherever the black light particles spread, they are all affected by gravity. However, given Sukan's current spiritual power, blindly expanding the gravity range is not a wise move. By maintaining a 1-meter radius covered by black light particles, he can control approximately 3 times the gravity. Don't underestimate this 3 times the force of gravity. The heavy prison divine sword, which weighs over 100,000 jin, will instantly become 300,000 jin. 100,000 jin and 300,000 jin are completely different weight classes. As for Thousand Peaks prison, it can unleash 1,000 slashes in an instant, with each slash adding 1/10 of the power of the first slash. In other words, the 11th strike is equivalent to 10 times the power of the first strike. What about the 100th, or even the 1,000th? Sukan's heart was burning with excitement. Furthermore, it also includes developmental hints. In other words, if he is strong enough, he might be able to reach a level that surpasses 1,000 strikes. What kind of destructive power would that be? However, that would inevitably place an extremely heavy burden on both spiritual and physical strength. You're thinking too far ahead. I'm afraid I can't even do 10 instantaneous slashes right now, he murmured to himself. Sukan gently placed the heavy prison divine sword on the iron rack. Although the divine weapon can be stored inside the body, it is still under the control of the pig demon. He didn't want the divine weapon he had just acquired to fall into someone else's hands before he could even enjoy it. I collapsed onto the sofa. It was already very late at night. But he wasn't sleepy at all. She in the valley, and there are still a lot of treasure chests we haven't opened yet. With a thought, he took out the treasure chest from the system space. 5 high-level treasure chests. 17 intermediate treasure chests. 35 low-level treasure chests. Ding. Low-level treasure chest opened. Reward 100 evolution points. Ding. Low-level treasure chest opened. Reward 100 evolution points. He opened all the low-level treasure chests at once and got 3,000 evolution points. There are also 5 treasure chests that contain even rarer treasures. 5 bottles of clean air. Clean air, you can breathe freely even in a closed vacuum environment. It's not that it's useless, but it also seems to be useful. It's useful, but not entirely useful. With a wave of the hand, 5 bottles of clean air are drawn into the system space. Sukan rubbed his hands together, bowed to Confucius, Mencius, Lao Tzu, Zhuangzi, Sun Tzu, and then began opening mid-grade treasure chests. Ding. Intermediate treasure chest opened. Reward. Intermediate grade spiritual technique. Water flow spear. A mid-grade water-based spiritual technique? Not bad for a start. Sukin glanced at it and casually put it into the system space. He doesn't have many evolution points right now, so there's no need to waste them on the water gun. After all, this spiritual technique did not enhance his combat power in the slightest. Ding. Intermediate treasure chest opened. Reward 1,000 evolution points. Ding. Intermediate treasure chest opened. Reward. Intermediate grade spiritual technique. Wind walk. More practical than the low-grade spiritual technique, flash step, he learned before. Flash step is a straight line dash, while wind step is more flexible and versatile, and can even briefly step into the air to walk. Although he possesses the superior grade flight spirit technique Hurricane Thunder Wings, which grants a 5-fold boost, this movement-oriented spirit technique is precisely what he currently needs. After obtaining the heavy prison divine sword, he will definitely face close combat in the future. Therefore, agility is very important. Moreover, he could already picture the scene of Windwalker combining with Hurricane Thunderwing. It will absolutely make the enemy feel like they're in heaven. With a shout to the system, and with 3,500 evolution points deducted, the Windwalking step technique reached its peak. Ding. It was detected that the attributes of Windwalk and Flash Step are compatible. Flash Step has been integrated into Windwalk, and the speed of Windwalk has increased slightly. Ding. The low-grade spiritual technique, Flash Step, has disappeared. 1,100 evolution points have been returned. After opening only 3 treasure chests, Sukin was instantly full of motivation. Ding. Intermediate treasure chest opened. Reward, +2 stamina. Goodness, you can get attribute points from opening treasure chests? Sukin blinked, and without hesitation, opened all the remaining intermediate treasure chests in one go. The following are the findings. Add 7 points to Constitution attribute. Add 5 points to Strength attribute. Add 3 points to the Speed attribute. Spiritual Power attribute points +2. Evolution points increased by 5,000. A mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Xuanjia shield, and a low-grade wind-type spiritual technique, the Windblade. A good result. Sukin turned his gaze to the 5 high-level treasure chests. They are the main attraction. He remembered that the high-level insurance he received last time on the Baiha River mudflats had opened up a nest called the Divine Fire Cave, which could nurture the Vulcan soldiers. Call. Taking a deep breath, Sukin opened the first treasure chest. Ding. High-level treasure chest opened. Reward, a tattered umbrella. Looking at the tattered umbrella surface and the exposed ribs, Sukin was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? With a wave of his hand, the second high-level treasure chest opened. Ding. Advanced treasure chest opened. Reward. Top-grade spirit weapon Purple Spirit Fishing Rod. The purple fishing rod is as smooth as jade and feels extremely comfortable to the touch. The fishing line is so thin that it floats in the air and is almost invisible unless you look closely. The very end of the line wasn't a hook, but a tiny fish, about the size of a little finger, shimmering with a purplish glow. The little fish looked as if it were alive, with exceptionally bright and lively eyes. Purple Spirit Fishing Rod, special spirit weapon with it. You will never fail to catch fish. The introduction is very simple. Sukin didn't know what to say. After all, he never comes back empty-handed when fishing. No matter what, they'll still drink some water and grab a handful of soil to take home. That's just how stubborn I am. After retrieving the Purple Spirit Fishing Rod from his system space, Sukin opened the third, and third to last, high-level treasure chest. Ding. Advanced treasure chest opened. Reward 10,000 evolution points. The second to last. Ding. Advanced treasure chest opened. Reward. Troop Quality Upgrade Card. Troop Quality Upgrade Card can help upgrade troops of gold rank and below to tier 1 quality. This is good. Both the Azure Flame Insects and the Dark Moon Fairies are gold tier units and can be used effectively. He wasn't in a hurry to use it right now. With a flick of his wrist, he stored it in his spatial system. Only one left. Sukin was a little excited. Based on his experience of opening so many treasure chests, the last treasure chest usually contains good items. Ding. High-level treasure chest opened. Reward. 1 pair of panties and 1 bra. Looking at the white lace, trimmed panties and bra, one could still faintly feel their warmth and a delicate fragrance. Sukin got an erection. The fist has hardened. The last premium treasure chest you opened, and this is the stuff you get? If you're so capable, why don't you drive a pretty girl out of there? If all else fails, even getting a doll would be fine. Last time, it was 1 item from a treasure chest. This time, they've gone all out and opened a whole set. Song Yu Mingfei, who was eating grapes in her room, suddenly changed her pretty face. The maid's skirt hung loosely on her. There was nothing left. Chapter 127 Samoli, Good Brother. Consort Song Yue gritted her teeth and clenched her jade hands. This is not the first time this has happened. Who exactly is it? Her bright eyes swept across the room. There was no one else in the room except her. Moreover, this is not Jiangcheng, but the territory of the Pig Demon Clan. Could it be a powerful member of the Pig Demon Clan? That's highly unlikely. Pig demons and humans have vastly different aesthetic standards, with Sukin being the only exception. Moreover, even if a powerful boar demon had designs on her, there was absolutely no need to resort to such methods. She is a prisoner now. Is it that mysterious, powerful figure from before? He came here with us? But she quickly ruled it out. They appeared here because of the spatial storm stirred up by the void beast in the valley. Where will the space storm take them? Completely random, nobody can know. Most likely, the mysterious person secretly left some kind of spiritual mark on her. It can be applied to her regardless of distance. However, the consumption of spiritual energy by such spiritual techniques is inevitably limited by distance. This is the territory of the Pig Demon Clan, unlike Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng is a crowded and chaotic place. He can easily blend into the crowd, and even if he is very close, as long as he conceals his spiritual energy fluctuations, she will have no way to detect him. But here, that person is certainly not close to her, possibly even tens of thousands of kilometers away. What kind of spiritual power allows one to cast spells from such a distance? And it was all just to humiliate her? Yes, she saw this as an insult from that mysterious powerful figure. She even felt that the mysterious expert might not be much weaker than her ancestor, who was at the venerable level. Her bright eyes flickered uncertainly. Consort Song Yu was so angry she wanted to bite Sukin to death. She discovered that ever since she met Sukin in Jiangcheng, she had been plagued by bad luck and hadn't had a single peaceful day. That guy is a jinx. Could it be that scoundrel Sukin? What if the person in the shadows wasn't a powerful figure, but just someone very close to her? He could be close to her without being detected by the pig demon, leave a spiritual mark on her, and use mysterious methods. Sukin meets all of these conditions. But in Jiangcheng, when she lost her underwear, Sukin was on the Baihe River beach. How can this be explained? He shook his head. Song Yu Mingfei felt a wave of exhaustion. However, she still needed to go find Sukin. She can't exactly go out in public without a bra tomorrow. If she stayed here alone, her cultivation would be suppressed, and if anything happened, she wouldn't even be able to commit suicide. How can we tell Sukin? Could it be that her underwear was stolen? Song Yu Mingfei became conflicted again, her pretty face flushing red, feeling that it was too embarrassing to say these words out loud. I also feel inexplicably uneasy. Moreover, there is no underwear to restrict her movements. It is just a thin maid outfit. Consort Song Yue's cheeks were flushed. Fine, let the kid get away with it. It's better than him being watched by a bunch of pig demons tomorrow. Although she is over 30 years old, apart from her slightly mature demeanor, her body is absolutely in perfect condition. After all, once you reach the level of a king or marquis, living for 1,000 years or more is not a problem at all. However, under the threat of the demons and the Qi clan, very few king-level nest masters can live for 1,000 years. Having made up her mind, Consort Song Yue pushed open the door and walked out. Creak. A slight sound of the doorknob turning was heard. Sukin was still examining the two small items carefully. It's not that he has any special fetish. After all, it's not certain whether this thing is worn by a man or a woman. You think everyone's a cross-dresser like you? The system's complaints began. Damn system, you've gotten even bolder. Sukin's face darkened. With a thought, he suppressed the dog system. Sukin stroked his chin. This set came from a high-level treasure chest, so it shouldn't be an ordinary item. Could it be a quest item? Suddenly, he remembered the games he used to play. Some seemingly useless items may actually be special mission items that can be exchanged for rich rewards. Sukin's eyes lit up. Song Yu Mingfei's eyes were also shining, almost spitting fire. He gritted his teeth, watching Sukin with great interest, occasionally touching his chin and nose. Consort Song Yue's pretty face was flushed with a deep red glow. It really is this scoundrel? While feeling ashamed and indignant, she didn't even notice that she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Clenching her fists and tiptoeing, Consort Song Yue was determined to teach him a lesson. But before she could take 2 steps, Sukin looked up. Their eyes met. Embarrassment, anger, dodging, spitting fire, wanting to explain, just wanting to bite you to death. Consort Songyue pounced on her. Bang! The two heads collided. So hard. Consort Songyue felt dizzy after being hit. Sukin didn't expect her to be so excited. My head is buzzing. As a king-level nest master, Song Yu Mingfei's body, nourished by spiritual energy, far surpassed that of ordinary people, and she recovered quickly. Thump. However, the sofa was also overturned by the impact. The two of them rolled off the sofa and onto the floor. Old woman, are you sick in the head? Sukin stared at Consort Songyu. Isn't he just holding a pair of small panties and a large bra? Besides, this thing came out of a treasure chest, so how could it be hers? I'll bite you to death. Song Yu Mingfei bit Sukin directly. Are you born in the year of the dog? Sukin supported her shoulders with both hands. Maid outfits are already loose-fitting, and coupled with Song Yu Mingfei's explosive body curves. Instantly, my vision was filled with a radiant, jade-like light. This, operating in a vacuum? Sukin was dumbfounded. Immediately, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he remembered the three-piece outfit he had just obtained from the system. Could it really be hers? His gaze unconsciously shifted downwards. Sukin looked at Song Yu Mingfei and felt that something was wrong with him. Song Yu Mingfei blushed deeply, and she also noticed that she was lying on top of Sukan. A large expanse of spring sunshine was revealed. Especially Sukan's burning gaze made her neck blush. She felt incredibly shy, but she was used to being assertive. Turning his little head, he met Sukan's burning gaze directly. Her beautiful eyes were like water, glistening and moist, as if she were both shy and timid. Sukin lowered his hands from her shoulders and gently wrapped them around her waist. Her waist was so slender it seemed impossible to grasp, and her smooth skin was like the finest silk. Consort Ming. Sukin applied slight pressure to his wrist. Consort Songyue's pretty face was flushed red, but her head slowly lowered. Eyes and lips slowly drew closer, long eyelashes intertwining. Their warm breaths brushed against each other's faces. Chapter 128 Beware of Fire, Theft, and Best Friends. The ancients were right. Her gaze was like water, like spring water reflecting pear blossoms. His gaze was like fire, as if a raging flame illuminated his jade-like heart. Song Yu Mingfei's heart was pounding like a deer. She desperately wanted to bite this guy who called her an old woman to death. But at this moment, for some reason, I felt a mixture of anticipation and shyness. Warm breaths mingled as Song Yu Mingfei slowly closed her bright eyes. Knock knock knock. My lord, Tomoe has come to visit. I wonder if you have already rested. The rough yet deliberately delicate voice sent a chill down Sukan's spine. Song Yu Mingfei also opened her eyes, her face flushed, and quickly got up and ran into the room. A subtle fragrance lingered around his nose, and Sukan smiled helplessly. He secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, he didn't get to the main point, otherwise he probably would have been completely defeated by that voice. That's absolutely terrifying. After getting up, straightening his clothes, and lifting the overturned sofa, he spoke slowly and deliberately. I was just getting ready to sleep. As they spoke, they stepped forward and opened the door. Fimu had changed out of his armor and was now wearing a robe that resembled a brocade robe. His robust body stretched the robes to their fullest extent. It was explosive at the beginning and incredible at the end. The two level 9 pig demons guarding the door were watching intently, constantly swallowing their saliva. As the door opened, the pig demon chieftain's long, melodious voice, tinged with a little tune, became even clearer. Is that medicine really that potent? Sukin remembered that he still had several bottles in his system space, and couldn't help but, when Tomoe saw Sukan, his face lit up with joy. Without any ceremony, he went straight into the house and closed the door behind him. Sukan's eye twitched. I sensed that the visitor had ill intentions. Why would someone stay up all night looking for him? What good could come of it? Tomoe entered the room, looked around, and asked curiously, where is that ugly human maid who always stands by your side? Damn it! Sukin felt a jolt in his heart, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. The master bedroom is much better furnished than the others. If Tomoe discovers that Consort Songyue is sleeping in the best room inside, it will be a huge problem. Hee. Upon hearing Lady Fimu's voice, I told her to get into the room, lest her ugly face offend your eyes. That's so clever of me. After saying that, Sukin couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Young master is indeed very thoughtful. Tomoe winked at Sukan, almost sending him away. By the way, I didn't come to see you tonight, young master, for anything urgent. As the clan leader's best friend, I feel obligated to clarify some facts for the clan leader. Fimu sat down on the sofa next to the desk, without any hesitation. Young master, please don't blame the clan leader. She is very busy and exhausted. Good heavens. I get the feeling you're making a suggestive joke. Tomoe glanced at Su-kan and continued. The clan leader and I are best friends. What happened tonight was definitely an accident. Although she has a harem of 3,000, she is still very chaste. Damn it. With a harem of 3,000, how could one remain chaste? You're really good at bragging. By the way, if you feel lonely, you can come to me. No matter how busy I am, I can keep you company and have a heart-to-heart talk. So you've finally revealed your true intentions, haven't you? Beware of fire, theft, and your best friend. The ancients were right. But aren't you afraid of being beaten to death for trying to steal your clan leader's man? Indeed, lust is a double-edged sword. Sukan sighed deeply. All right, that's all I wanted to say today. I hope you can be understanding of the clan leader and not hold a grudge against her. On behalf of your clan leader, I thank your ancestors for 18 generations. Sukan nodded, a smile playing on his lips, and watched the reluctant Tomoe leave. The room fell silent once more. The melodious tune floating in the air foreshadowed that this would not be a peaceful night. Sukan glanced at the closed door and scratched his head. Should we go in and explain to her? Stealing underwear is such a despicable thing. It really doesn't match his kind and pure image. Of course, he just wanted to explain and didn't mean anything else. But wouldn't this be misunderstood, making people think he has ulterior motives? Touching his chin, Sukan felt incredibly conflicted. Inside the room, Song Yumingfei pricked up her ears, carefully listening to the sounds coming from the living room. After Tomoe left, I'm not worried about him. I'm just worried that scoundrel might do something outrageous. Although she believed in Sukin's bottom line, Sukin was just too despicable. It made her uneasy. But that scoundrel is actually quite clever. A faint smile flickered in her eyes. But I'll remember that you said I'm ugly. Song Yumingfei gave a soft snort and clenched her small fists. Soon, her heart began to pound, and her pretty face flushed. What if that bad embryo gets in? Should I refuse then? Or, oh, how embarrassing. She couldn't help but shake her head, but her pretty face became even more flushed. The night deepened further as the moving nocturne played. Consort Song Yue felt no sleepiness whatsoever. She would occasionally raise her bright eyes to glance in the direction of the door, until a soft snoring sound came from outside. She had just laid down on the bed, pouting. You rotten brat, you stinking brat. I'll definitely bite you to death next time. Fortunately, her girlish behavior wasn't seen by Song Yu's family. Otherwise, if they saw the usually cold and proud consort Song Yue, who was like a queen, making such a gesture, they would probably be terrified. Sunrise and sunset, and a night flies by. Su-kan, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by a knock on the door. Big Hammer, I've brought you breakfast. It was Somole's voice. Good heavens. After a long night of intense work, how can you still get up this early? Sukan sat up, about to open the door, when suddenly he thought of something. Consort Song Yue was still sleeping in her room. The Mui was fooled by him last night, but this morning the maids haven't gotten up yet, and he, as the master, has. That's a big problem. Without thinking twice, he hurriedly went to his room. They planned to wake up Consort Song Yue. He had just turned around when the door opened. Song Yumingfei walked out expressionlessly. Sukan gave a dry laugh, his eyes darting around, seemingly afraid to meet her gaze. Somoli is here. Don't let me down. I'll go open the door. After whispering a word of advice, Sukan hurriedly turned around. Sukan's appearance, Consort Song Yue couldn't help but smile, but she quickly hid it and her expression returned to normal. Big Hammer bro, thanks to you last night. As soon as he entered, Somoli looked excited. His gaze toward Sukan became more intense than ever before. However, Sukan noticed that he seemed to have lost weight compared to yesterday. His hands were trembling, and his eyes were noticeably sunken with visible blood vessels. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this appearance? Sukan was also surprised. You should know that Somoli is a king-level pig demon. His physical condition, to put it bluntly, is almost as good as someone made of iron. Overnight, it turned into this state. One can only imagine what he went through. Chapter 129 Somoli's Choice. Sukan didn't know what to say for a moment. With a forced smile, he welcomed Somoli in. Somoli swaggered in, his legs turned outwards, one hand supporting his hip. Behind him was a pig demon, holding a large flower basket and eating. A slight warmth rose from the air, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. The pig demon quickly arranged the food on the table and then left. Sushi, grilled fish slices, meatballs. Pure and simple Japanese style. Is the territory of the pig demon clan very close to the Sakura kingdom? Sukan was puzzled. Brother Hammer, This is something I specially had my men prepare for you at Osaka Castle. I know you are from China. I originally wanted to go to Haiching to get you some food, but Haiching is heavily guarded, and we can't just reveal our whereabouts without restraint. We have no choice but to settle for second best. I'm sorry to trouble Brother Hammer. No problem, no problem. Sukin laughed and, without being polite, started eating. After listening to Samoli's words, he had a general understanding of his position. Haiching is located across the sea from Japan, the land of cherry blossoms. Osaka Castle is a city in the northwestern part of the land of cherry blossoms. According to information obtained from Samoli, their location was roughly the same distance from Osaka Castle and Sea City. Recalling the maps he had seen before, Sukin was basically certain that this place should be an island. But what's the situation with Osaka Castle? How could they let the pig demon go in to buy food? Sukin looked at the nearly 20 kinds of Japanese cuisine on the table. It takes a lot of time to buy them all. However, the thought that it wasn't the Dragon Kingdom put him at ease, and he stopped thinking about all that nonsense. Let's find a chance to run away first. Feeling relaxed, he began to eat heartily without any hesitation. Standing behind Sukan, consort Song Yu saw him eating with great gusto and couldn't help but kick him. The aroma of the food whetted her appetite. Sukan chewed on the crispy fish pieces, paused slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Samoli rubbed his palms together, a lewd look on his face. Big Hammer bro, do you still have that miracle drug from yesterday? Sukin was taken aback. He gave Samoli yesterday was enough for dozens of doses. You ate the whole can last night. Sukin asked cautiously. Yes. Samoli showed no embarrassment whatsoever and replied matter-of-factly. I am a king-level being with a powerful physique. How could I only eat 2 or 3 at a time? Awesome. Ruthless pig. Sukin gave a thumbs up in his heart. He didn't go over there, but put his hands inside the wide sleeves of his robe and felt around. Instantly, he took out 7 cans from his system space. As he handed it to Samoli, he gave him instructions. Take my advice, brother, and don't eat 7 cans at once. Samoli nodded hurriedly, his eyes shining as he took the 7 medicine jars from Sukan's hands. Not eat 7 cans at once. Joke. If 1 jar of chi is this powerful, wouldn't 7 jars make it 7 times stronger? Sukin could tell what he was thinking just by looking at him. However, he did not say anything. 7 cans of Samoli make you a true brother. His chance will come when he and the pig demon chieftain are both severely injured. Unfortunately, there are only 7 cans left. By the way, after you finish eating, go to the clan chief. He has something to announce today. Holding the medicine jar, Samoli was very fond of it. After saying something to Sukan, he got up to take his leave. Samoli is in this state. The pig demon chieftain still able to stand up? Moreover, what could possibly be announced? Seeing Samoli leave, Sun Yue Mingfei let out a soft snort, pushed Sukan aside, sat on the sofa, and began to eat with her eyes half closed. Sukan touched his nose and wisely kept quiet. Before long, Song Yu Mingfei had finished all the dishes on the table. Touching her slightly protruding belly, she squinted her eyes and comfortably laid down on the sofa. There was nothing wrong with her lying down. Her stunningly beautiful curves are something a maid outfit simply can't hide. Sukan stared, his eyes wide with amazement. Snort. Noticing Sukan's gaze, Song Yu Mingfei blushed, but instead of getting up, she changed her posture. Her fair and delicate skin was subtly revealed. Sukan felt he was about to reach his limit. This is tempting me to commit a crime. Let's go. Didn't Samoli just tell you to finish eating and then go see the pig demon chieftain? Are you still standing here like an idiot? In Song Yu Mingfei's eyes, she climbed onto the sofa, raised her little head, and spoke to Sukan. She's absolutely enchanting. Sukan took a deep breath and smiled bitterly to himself. They're gone. Watching Sukan's retreating figure, a smug look flashed across Song Yu Mingfei's eyes. That's why you slept so soundly last night. Upon opening the door, without Sukan saying anything, the level 9 pig demon respectfully began to lead the way. Clearly, Samoli had given them instructions. The level 9 pig demon led Sukan and Song Yu Mingfei through the cave and soon arrived at a large open area. It didn't resemble a cave at all. Rather, it was like a basin, filled with red flowers and green grass, and the air was incredibly fresh. It didn't seem like a place where the pig demon lived at all. You can see the sun directly from above. Under the sunlight, the red flowers and green grass in the basin shimmered. Many figures stood in the wide basin, and on the highest platform, the pig demon chieftain sat on a leather chair. Her expression was even more intense than Samoli's, but one could also sense that her pupils were slightly dilated. Although there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, There is no land that is ruined by plowing. But if the land is cultivated too much, it will become loose and no longer fertile. The pig demon standing below looked displeased when it saw Sukin arrive late. Who was it that made us stand here like idiots waiting? Turns out it's the new guy. Oomph. They've only just arrived, and they're already acting so high and mighty. If they stay a few more days, they'll be shitting on the clan leader's head. That's not all. I think it won't be long before we all have no way to survive. The discussion wasn't loud, but everyone present was sharp-eyed and perceptive. The sound was exactly the same as shouting over a loudspeaker. Sukin's lips twitched. He originally thought that with his years of experience in palace dramas, becoming the head of the harem would be a piece of cake. He now realizes he was wrong. Don't let their pig-like appearance fool you. They're all geniuses at palace intrigue. Ahem, shut up. The pig demon chieftain stood up from his seat. Hammer, come on up. Her gaze fell upon Sukan, and her tone became incredibly gentle. Screw you. No, his sister can't go either. Despite inwardly complaining, he obediently went up to her. Somoli, come up here too. The pig demon chieftain shouted again. Among the large group of pig demons standing below, there was also Somoli. This guy also ended up in the harem of the pig demon chieftain. But when he thought of that little medicine jar, he felt relieved. Somoli may be ugly in the eyes of the pig demon, but he can't help being a drug addict. The pig demon chieftain looked around and then spoke slowly. The harem cannot be without a mistress for a single day, and I cannot have to do everything myself, so I plan to appoint a mistress of the harem. After she finished speaking, she looked at Sukan and Somoli. Sukan's hands involuntarily clenched, showing some nervousness. He hasn't even started to exert his influence yet, and he's already appointing the Empress of the harem. Isn't this progressed too fast? Judging from the current situation, the position of harem leader will likely be chosen between him and Somoli. Damn it. I should have known better than to give that little medicine bottle to Somoli. Sukin felt deep regret. This is like creating a competitor for yourself. Finally, the pig demon chieftain slowly spoke. I hereby appoint Somoli as the head of the harem. Do any of you have any objections? Damn it. My system reward. Sukin groaned inwardly. What he didn't notice was that Somoli's expression changed, and then he slowly walked up to the pig demon chieftain and knelt down. Chapter 130. The daughter of the pig demon clan chief loves to poop? Somoli's expression changed for a moment. Then he stepped forward and knelt before the pig demon chieftain. Clan leader, I cannot be the head of the harem? As soon as Somoli said this, the group of pig demons below immediately erupted in excitement. Give up the position of Empress? Has your brain gone blank? Although they were very unhappy that the pig demon chieftain had chosen Somoli as the head of his harem, they were even more shocked when they heard Somoli decline. Oh, what? The pig demon chieftain spoke in a calm tone, showing no sign of anger. The mistress of the harem should be of unparalleled beauty. Although I consider myself to be of decent appearance, I am by no means the most outstanding. Sukin's lips twitched as he listened. Good looking? Are you sure you're not insulting people who are good looking? However, seeing that Somoli declined the position of Empress, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Somoli looked at Sukan and said, Wang Dachui is exceptionally handsome. He should rightfully sit in the position of the harem's mistress. Somoli isn't stupid. The reason he gained the favor of the pig demon clan chief was entirely because of Sukin's medicine jar. If Sukin cuts off his medication in the future, he will immediately reveal his true colors. At that time, let alone the harem leader, she might even be severely punished for not serving the pig demon clan leader properly. After all, he can no longer live without this powerful little medicine bottle. The pig demons below were silent for a moment. Then they became like boiling water. What? Make that human the head of the harem? Impossible. How could we, the pig demons, allow a human to occupy such a high position? This is not scientific. I can't accept it. Quiet. The pig demon chieftain's eyes widened, and he roared in anger. Even if Somoli didn't step forward, she arranged for other pig demons to contradict her. Her original intention was not to make Somoli the harem master of the pig demons. Sukin becoming the head of the harem is the best choice. Leaving aside his human identity, his mere 5th grade cultivation level makes him easier to control. Now that Somoli has wisely stepped forward, it saves him the trouble. Since that's the case, then I, the clan leader, will grant your wish and let Hammer be the mistress of this harem. The pig demon chieftain turned his gaze to Sukan. Hammer, what do you think? Sukin naturally wouldn't refuse. For him, there was absolutely no need to refuse. After all, as long as you agree, you can easily complete the system's tasks and get rewards. Thank you very much, Lily. Sukin pretended to be very happy and said, "Ding. The host has completed the mission and is rewarded with 30,000 evolution points. The lottery wheel is now open, and the host has been granted one chance to draw a prize. Ding. Phase 2 mission activated. Subdue the pig demon chieftain. Completion reward. 3 chances to draw a prize. Subduing? Are you trying to subdue someone who's serious?" Sukanran was speechless. The pig demon clan chief is a powerful overlord-level expert. Can he subdue him? That's giving him too much credit. Alright, if that's the case, then it's settled. The pig demon chieftain ignored the opinions of the other pig demons below and looked at Samoli, saying, "Wedding with Hammer is in 2 days. I'm leaving the arrangements to you. You must make sure everything is done properly. Don't worry, chieftain, I will definitely not let you down." Samoli cupped his hands and said, "This wedding is not only about the pig demon clan chief and Sukan, but also about his happiness, since he still needs to get medicine from Sukan." The pig demon chieftain finished speaking. He dismissed everyone. Sukan led Song Yu Mingfei towards their residence. He's now eager to see if he can win anything good from that lottery wheel. He only glanced at it casually, but he saw quite a few good things. The wheel contains spiritual energy, divine weapons, semi-immortal techniques, and even immortal techniques that can unlock new nests. However, there were mostly spirit weapons, spirit stones, and spirit techniques, as well as a whole bunch of things that Sukan considered useless. Just then, several figures walked up in front of him. 3 pig demons and 1 human. Sukan's eyes narrowed slightly. Kimono. Are they from the land of cherry blossoms? Even Song Yu Mingfei couldn't help but glance at that human. The man looked at Sukan with a strange expression. Upon seeing Song Yu Mingfei, he unconsciously swallowed, a greedy glint in his eyes. Sukan's eyes turned cold, and he slightly turned his body to completely shield Song Yu Mingfei behind him, etc. Just as they were about to pass each other, the leader of the pig demons suddenly reached out and stopped Sukan. What a handsome young man. A look of amazement flashed in her large, walnut-shaped eyes. Even though she was a pig demon, she couldn't help but be amazed when she saw Sukan. I wonder what this young master is like. Before she could finish her question, Samoli suddenly ran up from behind. "Greetings, Lord Ilasai. This is the harem mistress recently appointed by the clan chief. Do you have diarrhea?" Sukan's lips twitched slightly. This name is indeed quite unique. Oh, mother actually appointed the head of the harem? Ayla was somewhat surprised. At the same time, the way he looked at Sukan was unclear, as if he was thinking about something. Lord Ilasai has just returned and must have important matters to attend to, so we won't disturb him any longer. With that, Samoli gave a slight bow and led Sukan away. Watching Sukan's retreating figure, Ai Laxi lingered, reluctant to look away. She had never seen such a handsome man before. Why don't you let my mother bestow him upon me? Such a thought couldn't help but arise in her mind. After all, he had his share of the 3,000 concubines of the pig demon clan chief. Her mother didn't care at all. Although Sukan is somewhat special, she was still the mistress of the harem. But as a mother and daughter, she believed that her mother would not refuse. Does Lord Ilasai have feelings for that young man from earlier? The man said with a fawning smile. Ilasai looked at him. Doi Haraji, speak your mind. Hee, you're so generous, sir. Doi Genji smiled, and a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. Then he whispered in Arasi's ear. A look of joy appeared on Ilaxi's face. But how can we get him to eat this? Hee, that's too easy. Doi Genji revealed a sinister smile, and a beautifully crafted cake appeared in his hand. This was made by the god of pastries from the land of cherry blossoms. I had to go to great lengths to get it. Then he opened the cake box, opened the mouth of the jade bottle, and sprinkled the powder inside onto it. Sir, please see. This way he will not be able to see any problem. Once he eats it, won't the adults be able to do whatever they want? Ilaxi's face lit up with joy as she accepted the cake. Well done. Tell me, what reward do you want? As long as it's not excessive, I can grant your wish. Hee. Doihara's eyes gleamed with lewdness, and a lascivious smile appeared on his face. I only hope that you will grant me the maid behind that young man. Chapter 131 Shattering Star Flying Knife, Shattering Star Triple Fold. After returning to his room, Sukan didn't think about Ai Laxi at all. Japan beside him, he did harbor some reservations. He has basically made up his mind. The appearance of the Pig Demon clan is definitely closely related to Sakura country. But he can't even protect himself right now. So how can he care about what's happening in Japan? Song Yu Mingfei looked at Sukan. She had seen Sukan's actions just now. She smiled slightly, not realizing that Sukan could have such a cute side. However, The thought of that man's gaze made her eyes turn cold. In the past, he would have been met with a slap from Mingzhou Baihu. Sukin was sitting on the sofa, his face showing no signs of distress, but he was inwardly panicking. He stared intently at the slowly rotating turntable. Please don't give me any spirit weapons or magic. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine weapon Shattering Star Flying Knife. Just as Sukin was feeling nervous, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Sukin was overjoyed. It's a divine weapon. He had never before felt that mechanical voice was so endearing. Although he already possessed a divine weapon. But now, inside the pig demon cave, he didn't dare to put the heavy prison divine sword into his body, let alone use it. But right now, only he knows about this divine weapon. His gaze fell upon the divine weapon within his body. It must be said that the system's output is quite good. It immediately recognized its owner. Shattering Star Flying Knife, low-grade divine weapon. Divine weapon skill, Shattering Star Triple Fold. The Shattering Star Flying Knife transforms into starlight attacks, which can attack up to 3 times. Each attack consumes twice as much spiritual power as the previous one, and its power is also twice as great as the previous one. The Shattering Star Flying Knife has only one divine weapon skill. Although it was far inferior to the heavy prison divine sword, Sukin was already quite satisfied. Shattered Star Triple Fold is quite favorable to him at the moment. Although his spiritual power was not weaker than that of an ordinary 9th grade nest master, it was still far inferior to that of a king or marquis. If they really are some kind of explosive divine weapon skills. Needless to say, even if you drain him dry, you still won't be able to use him. However, he was confident that he could use the first part of the 3-fold Shattered Star technique. Although its power cannot compare to a one-time burst of divine weapon skills, it has the advantage that he can use it with his current strength. Moreover, if used well, it can be quite effective for ambushing people. Even the first segment of the Shattered Star Triple Break, in terms of single-point damage, surpasses the lightning storm he unleashes by exhausting his spiritual power in one go. To be honest, he's starting to regret it. He should have chosen to end with a single-target burst of lightning-based spiritual magic. In that case, his explosive power would definitely increase by another 30% to 50%. Now, he has area of effect damage, but his single-target damage is far from sufficient. This resulted in him showing no fear when facing level 8 opponents, and even completely dominating them. However, they completely faltered when facing level 9 opponents. After all, the strength of a level 9 expert is more than enough to withstand the eruption of dozens of lightning storms. The damage from the thunderstorm is too scattered. However, with the Shattering Star Flying Knife, he can solve this problem. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. What's that scoundrel up to now? Song Yumingfei's bright eyes flickered. She always felt that Sukan's smile was malicious. Time flew by, and soon it was lunchtime. Sukan wasn't very hungry. With his current physical condition, he could go 2 or 3 days without eating without any problem. He was used to eating on time, and now that there was nothing to eat, he felt really uncomfortable. Of consort Song Yue was obviously similar. Her big eyes looked at Sukan. It's practically like telling you to go beg for food. Sukan rolled her eyes. It seems that this guy, Samoli, isn't doing his job properly. You knew to send breakfast in the morning, but you didn't know to send lunch at noon? Just as he was thinking about these things, there was a knock on the door. The two exchanged a glance, and Song Yumingfei immediately stood up from the sofa, reverting to her maid-like appearance. Who is it? As Sukan walked towards the door, he asked. It's me. A voice rang out, then paused for a moment before continuing. Alaxi, what are you doing here if you have diarrhea? This isn't the place for you to have diarrhea. Of course, this was just a joke he was making in his heart. But why did the pig demon chieftain's daughter come to see him? At the entrance, Ilaisai held a beautifully packaged cake in one hand. This is the lunch I prepared for you, made by the god of pastries from Japan. It is extremely rare. Ilaisai walked in by herself. He placed the pastries he was holding on the table and stared intently at Sukan. Hee. Thank you, Lord Ilaisai. Sukan gave a dry laugh. Ilaisai's gaze made him slightly annoyed. The pig demon chieftain and the Mui were just watching him like that. We can't beat them, there's nothing we can do. But you, a mere level 9 pig demon, are looking at me like that. Shoot a hole right through you. There's no way around it. Once he got the Shattering Star Flying Knife, he became incredibly arrogant. Of course, he remained very calm on the surface. Seeing Sukan so calm and composed, AI Laxi couldn't help but feel even more eager. The human was terrified when he saw the pig demons. Sukan was only a 5th grade nest master, yet he possessed such spirit, which made her like him even more. Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Looking at the pastries in her hand, she licked her lips and opened the cake box. Instantly, an incredibly rich aroma filled the air. Come and eat with us. I haven't had lunch yet. Sukin's lips twitched. He had initially been quite tempted by the smell, but upon seeing Ilaxi's expression, his appetite vanished completely. Lord Ilaxi, my wedding to the clan chief is about to begin, and I'm currently dieting to maintain my figure. Sukin smiled slightly and said, there's no way around it. Now is not the time to offend her. Of course, he wasn't afraid either. Regardless, he still holds the title of the Empress. He won't eat. Ilaxi is just a pig-headed man, at best a princess. How could she possibly outmaneuver him? When Ayla saw that Sukin refused outright, he looked rather displeased. Her mother, as the chieftain of the pig demon clan and a powerful expert, was someone no one dared to refuse. Displeasure, she didn't want to lose her temper when facing Sukin. Being handsome is sometimes a huge advantage. If it were someone else, and they dared to refuse her, she would probably have already gotten angry. She was even thinking to herself, am I pushing myself too hard? Lord Ilaxi, the chieftain has something to discuss with you. Just then, a voice came from outside. My mother is looking for me. Ilaxi paused, then, without delay, got up and left. Their appearance here is due to a mission from the 9 Netherworld Demon Land. He can be willful in other areas, but this is absolutely the bottom line. They saw Ilaxi leave. Consort Song Yue did not stand on ceremony. The aroma of the cake had already whetted her appetite. Chapter 132. Ilaxi is only a little over 200 years old. She's still a child and doesn't understand things. Cake stains were stuck to Song Yuming-Fei's lips, nose, and face. Seeing this, Sukin touched his nose. It feels like you're not just eating cake with your mouth, but also with your nose and face. Song Yuming-Fei stuck out her little tongue and licked the milk stains from the corner of her mouth. When she saw Sukin's gaze, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Her little nose wrinkled slightly, but she continued to bury her head in her food. But soon, she sensed that something was wrong. Her face was burning red. What's wrong? Did you get a high from eating cake? Sukin looked at Song Yuming-Fei with a puzzled expression. Consort Song Yue is also feeling very flustered. Was this cake poisoned? Consort Song Yue was instantly overwhelmed with grief and indignation. She immediately guessed that the purpose of the pig demon chieftain's daughter, Ilaxi, coming in to deliver the cake was for Sukin. What is the purpose of a cake containing medicine? There's no need to say more. Consort Song Yue's eyes were already veiled with tears. You don't come any closer. Sukin felt a little scared as Song Yuming-Fei watched him. That look in her eyes was as if she wanted to devour him. I shielded you from harm, and you ungrateful wretch, I'll bite you to death. Song Yuming-Fei pounced straight at her. A subtle fragrance wafts through the air. Inside a cave, the pig demon chieftain sat at the head of the table. Below are Doihara Jinji and Ilaxi, who just came in. Mother, you wanted to see me? Ilaxi said with some dissatisfaction. Being interrupted while casting a spell at a crucial moment is something no one can tolerate. Don't go looking for Wang Dachui anymore. The pig demon chieftain said calmly. She not know what kind of person her own daughter was. So when she learned that Ayla had gone to see Sukin, she immediately had someone call her back. Mother, what I give you is yours. What I don't give you, you can't take. I couldn't be bothered with you before, but you can't be so unruly from now on. When I get tired of playing with you, you'll naturally be included. The pig demon chieftain spoke in a very indifferent tone. Ilaxi shuddered. She knew her mother was serious. Clan chief, please calm down, Doihara said, standing up at this moment. Ilaxi is only a little over 200 years old, still a child, and doesn't know any better. Chief, please don't blame her. He instigated Ilaxi to drug Sukin. Judging from the appearance of the pig demon clan, they must really like Sukin. If it's discovered that he was involved as well, then he's finished. Ilaxi lowered his head and sat quietly to the side without saying a word. Seeing this, Doihara Jinji breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Clan leader, the defenses of Osaka Castle have fallen into the hands of my toy clan. Moreover, the 2 Overlord-level nest masters stationed at Osaka Castle have also left. I wonder when you plan to move into Osaka Castle. Doihara Jinji wore a fawning smile. The 9 Netherworld Demon Land threatens all nations, especially the Cherry Blossom Country, an island nation, which is threatened by both sea monsters and demons. The situation is extremely bad. However, the Tufei family was an exception because they had already established connections with the demons a long time ago. As inside agents of the demon race in the Sakura Kingdom, the demon race, after occupying the Sakura Kingdom, entrusted them with the management of the Tobi family. He came here to tell the pig demon chieftain this news. Oh, 2 overlord-level nest masters have left. Upon hearing this news, the pig demon chieftain couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. Wielding the mid-grade divine weapon, the blood demon heavy axe, she was not afraid of the 2 overlord-level nest masters. However, her mission this time was of great importance and could not afford the slightest mistake, which is why she was being so careful. Now that she heard Doihara say that the 2 overlord-level powerhouses had left, she was naturally happy. Once she conquers Osaka Castle, she can create the demon well within the castle by sacrificing the entire city in blood. The demon well leads directly to the heart of the 9 nether demon land, allowing the demons of the demon land to continuously flow through it. Her eyes sparkled, and she immediately spoke. In that case, let's not delay any longer and attack Osaka Castle tonight. Then I'll go down and prepare now. Irasai stood up and said, No rush. Although you and Doihara are engaged, you haven't consummated your marriage yet. Why don't you get it done today? The pig demon chieftain suddenly spoke. When Doihara Jinji heard this, his eyes trembled. He and Irasai are indeed engaged, in order to gain the trust of the boar demons. But he didn't expect that they would consummate their marriage so soon. He swallowed hard and said with a dry laugh, Chief, it's still early. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? There's no such thing as suitable or unsuitable. Do you dislike my daughter? The pig demon chieftain glared at him. Of course not. Doihara forced a smile onto his face. Would he dare to say he dislikes it? Irasai's eyes flickered. Although Doihara Genji is not even 1/10,000th as good as Su Kan, he is still a human man. She was already feeling uneasy about not succeeding in getting Su Kan. However, after being warned by the pig demon chieftain, she dared not act recklessly. Come on, come inside with me. Without saying much, Aylas grabbed Doihara and dragged him into the room. Soon, the room became lively. Song Yu Mingfei, who was lying on his chest. Her pretty face was flushed pink, the afterglow still lingering. He reached out and smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, then gently pecked her rosy lips. Consort Song Yue slowly opened her eyes at this moment. There was a hint of shyness in her eyes. Despite having lost her mind somewhat, she retained all the relevant memories. Snort. She let out a soft hum, raised her little head, and gently bit Su Kan's shoulder. Don't bully me like that again. You were the one who started it. Now you're blaming me? But seeing that Consort Song Yue was baring her teeth again, he gently reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her closer to him. Consort Song Yue stiffened slightly, but quickly softened. The two nestled together tenderly. Suddenly, Consort Song Yue's face turned pale, and the color drained from her cherry lips, making her incredibly alluring. What's wrong? Sukan asked hurriedly. The Spirit Absolute technique has activated. Song Yue Mingfei said, biting her lip. Sukan clenched his fist. The soul-severing technique is activated. It will last for a shorter time each time, and it will only become more ferocious with each attack, until the nest collapses. He never expected that in just 2 days, the spirit-severing technique that the pig demon clan chief had planted in Song Yu Mingfei's body would begin to take effect. It seems we can't delay any longer. I murmured a sentence softly to myself. He can no longer care about completing the second phase of the task. To quickly take Song Yu Mingfei away from here and go to the shores of Penghai to find Qianxin Jinglian. Chapter 133 Attack on Osaka Castle. Seeing Su Kan's pale face, Song Yu Mingfei nestled in his arms and whispered, It's all right, I can handle it. Su Kan gently patted her smooth back without saying a word. His only remaining option to escape from here is to summon Sigil through the black bones. The pig demon chieftain, who was also an overlord-level being and wielded a divine weapon, made him extremely wary. We need to find an opportunity to leave the pig demon cave, even if it's just for a short while, or even with a king or nobleman by our side. Thinking to himself, Su Kan gently kissed Song Yu Mingfei's forehead. Don't worry, we'll be leaving here soon, I promise. I trust you. On Consort Song Yue's face. The two didn't say anything more. Everything was understood without words, and after a while of tenderness, they got up. After all, this is still the pig demon cave. If we get discovered, we're doomed. After quickly getting dressed, Su Kan stood to the side with her eyes wide open, as straight as an iron pillar, not blinking an eye. You asked me if my eyes are dry? Is now the time to focus on this issue? Song Yu Mingfei blushed slightly and glared at Su Kan. I dressed slowly and deliberately. But when she saw that dazzling red stain on the bed sheet, she pursed her lips and carefully folded the sheet. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. The two were momentarily stunned. Especially Song Yumingfei, who was clutching the bed sheet, didn't know where to hide for a moment. Leave it to me. With a flick of his hand, Sukin caused the bed sheet to vanish. Song Yumingfei stared wide-eyed. But he quickly felt relieved. She knew Sukin still had tricks up his sleeve. Composing herself, she silently followed behind Sukan. As soon as the door opened, Samoli stood outside, holding a long-handled machete. Behind him were hordes of pig demons. They were clad in armor, carrying weapons, and marching in orderly steps. This is... Sukin asked in confusion. Hee, Brother Hammer, we're attacking Osaka Castle tonight, and we're currently preparing our troops. Moreover, the clan chief said that you must go with him tonight. After Osaka Castle is captured, your wedding with him will be held in Osaka Castle. Sukin was completely dumbfounded. Is it that powerful? Should we launch a direct attack on human cities? This is not the Netherworld. Even if they conquer Osaka Castle, they will face more than just the land of cherry blossoms next. Dragon Kingdom Sea City and Osaka Castle face each other across the sea, although they don't usually get along well. But when it comes to matters of great importance to humanity, there's absolutely no question about it. We'll just go straight for them. That's practically suicidal. Despite having pig in their name, the pig demons are not stupid. They would never do something so suicidal. So, do they have a backup plan? Could Osaka Castle be used as a base for the 9 Netherworld demon land among the various kingdoms? Wouldn't that mean a full-scale war between humans and demons is about to break out? In an instant, Sukin seemed to have thought of many things. Big Hammer, get ready. It's getting late, and we don't have much time left before we set off. Samoli patted Sukin on the shoulder and then turned and left. The two returned to their room, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment. Clearly, Consort Song Yue also realized the seriousness of the problem. Sukan, if you can walk, then don't worry about me. Leave here and take this message back to the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, if the pig demon really turns Osaka Castle into the backyard of the 9 Nether Demon Land, then Haiqing will be in danger. Although she disliked the Cherry Blossom Country, this matter concerned the fate of the entire human race. She's not the kind of person who doesn't understand things. What are you saying? If I could walk, I would have left long ago. Sukan, don't be so insensible. Believe me. Sukan touched Song Yumingfei's hair and interrupted her directly. Even if he wasn't 100% sure he could leave, he wouldn't leave Song Yumingfei behind. Compared to the war between humans and demons, what will become of the human race in the future? He cares more about the present and how to protect the people he cares about. The preparations for the pig demon army outside are almost complete. Sukan and his group didn't have anything to prepare. The only thing is the heavy prison divine sword in the living room. Sukan's eyes flickered. He wanted to store the heavy prison divine sword inside his body. He sensed that tonight would be a perfect opportunity to leave. But if he were to hide the heavy prison divine sword inside his body now, he would definitely suffer a terrible death if discovered. If he doesn't absorb it into his body and leaves tonight, wouldn't he be losing a divine weapon for nothing? The pig demon had almost finished walking through the cave. He clenched his fist. The bold get rich, the timid starve. I'm taking the gamble. Hammer. Just as Sukan was walking toward the heavy prison divine sword, a voice rang out. His heart skipped a beat, and then he slowly exhaled and turned around. Lord Thamui, you've arrived. That's right, it's Thamui who's here. Hee, I can't bear to part with this sword. Thamui covered his mouth and laughed, his pig ears swaying like fans. Yes, I really like this sword, but it's too heavy to lift at all. Sukan didn't hide his fondness and said it directly. Sai, I wonder what kind of material this is made of. It can't be stored in a storage ring, otherwise I could take it anywhere I go. Thamui's words also expressed considerable regret. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Sukan knew exactly what was going on. Ordinary storage rings certainly cannot hold divine weapons. You're so busy tonight, Lord Thamui. How did you find the time to come here? Sukan asked. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Thamui slapped his forehead and said, Look, this is the chariot that the clan chief had our weapon-making workshop make for you. I made it myself. What do you think? Thamui waved his hand, and an exquisite carriage appeared in the living room. The design is nice, the only downside is. In the very center of the carriage was a huge pig's head. His fat head and big ears are really an eyesore. But what could Sukan say? Of course, he could only say he was satisfied. If you're satisfied, I'll pick out a few pig demons to help you carry the carriage. You can start getting ready. After saying that, The Mui left with a satisfied look on his face. Only then did Sukin feel relieved. God knows how nervous he was just now. If he were to be discovered possessing the heavy prison divine sword. Even if the Mui liked him, he would probably kill him to seize the divine weapon. This is just like the emperors of ancient times. He says he loves the beauty more than the country. You trade your beauty for his kingdom. Do you think he'll want your head? However, it's clearly impossible for him to simply give up the heavy prison divine sword. This is a divine weapon of innate power. There are only a handful in the entire world. He went outside and looked around, seeing that most of the pig demons had left. His courage gradually grew. Actually, he was only worried about 2 pig demons, Demui and Samoli. As long as those 2 pig demons don't come in after he takes the heavy prison divine sword, then he will succeed. His hand touched the heavy prison divine sword. Immediately, the heavy prison divine sword transformed into starlight and entered Su Kan's body. Divine weapon? Consort San Yue, standing to the side, was stunned. This huge, black iron sword is actually a divine weapon? Chapter 134 The Pig Demon Chieftain's Plan, The Future of Humanity? Song Yu Mingfei stared wide-eyed as the heavy prison divine sword transformed into starlight and entered Su Kan's body. His bright eyes were filled with shock. Don't be surprised. It'll be troublesome if Samoli comes over later. Su Kan gently stroked Song Yu Mingfei's hair. The pig demons in the cave have almost all gathered. If they don't leave soon, one of the pig demons might come and summon them. Consort San Yue was surprised, but she didn't ask any further questions. This large black iron sword was given to Su Kan by Thamui. She was standing nearby at the time. She thought Su Kan wouldn't want a useless big thing, but she didn't expect it to be a divine weapon. If Thamui knew that he had given away a divine weapon, he would probably be filled with regret. Thinking about this, she felt like laughing. Su Kan closed the door, and the 2 of them walked out with the last few pig demons. The night outside was pitch black, but the starlight and moonlight made it seem less dark. Rows of pig demons, clad in armor and armed, stood in strict discipline. Su Kan was secretly astonished. The number of pig demons in the army was not very large, about 5,000, but the lowest level of cultivation among them was level 3. Kings and marquises. In addition, there was the overlord-level pig demon chieftain. This is an absolutely terrifying force. Osaka Castle is finished. Su Kan sighed inwardly. He wasn't sympathizing with Osaka Castle, but its location was simply too unique, sandwiched between the land of cherry blossoms and the land of dragons. If Osaka Castle is occupied by the pig demon and becomes the starting point for the invasion of the 9 nether demon land, it will be a great threat to the dragon kingdom. Hammer, come on up, we have to go. Today, witness me conquer Osaka Castle as a gift for our wedding. The pig demon chieftain pointed to the carriage beside him and said, Thing Thamui had shown him before. For level 9 pig demons stood beneath the carriage. Thank you, Lily. Su Kan smiled and walked straight to the carriage. Consort San Yue hurriedly followed. You, a human woman, dare to ride in a carriage? Get out. He speaks like Doiharaji. His face was very pale, and his eyes were sunken. It looked like it was about to be drained dry. Su Kan glanced at him, her eyes turning cold. This is a maidservant bestowed upon me by the clan chief. What? Are you dissatisfied with the clan chief's decision? You? Doihara pointed at Su Kan, about to say something, but then felt the gaze of the pig demon clan chief looking over. Instantly, his legs went weak. No. Seeing Su Kan sitting in the carriage with Song Yu Mingfei standing behind him, his eyes instantly turned cold. Thinking about what happened this afternoon, he clenched his fists secretly. Not daring to blame the pig demon chieftain and Alasai, he vented all his resentment on Su Kan. He tried to sense it carefully, but no matter how much he imagined it, there was no reaction. His face paled even more, and his eyes grew even colder. Ayla's weighs at least 300 to 500 pounds. Even though he is an 8th grade nest master, he can't withstand it. Ayla's glanced furtively at Su Kan, her Adam's apple bobbing twice, but remembering the pig demon chieftain's warning, she immediately backed down. So what if he's a human man? Don't I have any? Thinking it over, she simply picked up Doihara Genji and carried him in her arms. Doihara tried to struggle, but his mouth was quickly gagged. For a moment, the scene was incredibly beautiful. The pig demons watched this scene with great interest. Su Kan stroked his chin, admiring the scene, but not for any other reason. He was happy when Doihara was in pain. There's a saying, human happiness is built upon the suffering of others, especially when that suffering person is your enemy. Happiness will be multiplied. Alright, it's time to go. After a while, The pig demon chieftain spoke. The main reason was that when she saw this scene, she thought of Su-kan. She licked her lips, her heart itching with desire, and she couldn't resist any longer. The pig demon army marched quickly and in an orderly fashion. Su-kan breathed a huge sigh of relief. It wasn't just a concern that the disappearance of the large black iron sword in his room would be discovered. The pig demon chieftain's eyes just now made him break out in a cold sweat. With that cannibalistic gaze, there was no need to guess the pig demon chieftain's intentions. Just now, the pig demon chieftain finally looked away. At this moment, the pig demon army had arrived at the seaside. The waves, accompanied by the evening breeze, brought a slight chill. The surging waves crashed against the shore, the splashing spray swirling like starlight. The leading group of pig demons jumped directly into the sea and disappeared into the waves. Soon, dozens of large ships emerged from the sea, their hulls shimmering with a spiritual light, showing no signs of being wet. It was indeed premeditated. Su-kan stroked his chin, silently observing everything. I just wonder how many people like Doihara Genji are in these countries. They colluded with the demons to plot against the human race. He's truly a traitor. Before long, the ship was full of people. The large ship cut through the waves at an extremely high speed. Su-kan stood on the deck, looking out at the vast sea with only faint starlight. Are you worried? The pig demon chieftain arrived at some unknown time. Su-kan's heart skipped a beat, then he smiled. Yes, I'm worried. Before the pig demon chieftain could speak, he continued. I think the clan chief's decision to fight this battle was unwise. Of course, with the clan leader's divine might, taking down Osaka Castle would be extremely easy, but the clan leader will then face a continuous stream of human armies from various nations. At that time, even if the clan leader is invincible, he will still be overwhelmed. Haha, so that's what you were worried about. I almost misunderstood you. The pig demon chieftain smiled. Once Osaka Castle is captured, I will sacrifice the humans of Osaka Castle to open the demon well. The demon well is connected to the 9 nether demon land, and a continuous stream of demon armies will arrive then. Even if other nations attack, I will not be afraid. As the words were spoken, Su-kan's heart suddenly clenched. This the pig demon chieftain's backup plan? The demon well is probably similar to a teleportation array. Once the demon well is activated, Osaka Castle will become the demon race's backyard in the heart of the human race's territory. After that, the demons will inevitably continue to wage war, occupy more land, and send in more demons. Shifted from the border between the human kingdoms and the 9 netherworld demon land to the heartland of the human race. Or not, the border troops should return to defend their posts will become a dilemma. If they don't return to defend, what should be done with the demon army within their territory? If they retreat to defend, the demons on the border will surely take this opportunity to advance their army and seize every inch of land that the human army retreats. A cool sea breeze blew by, and Su-kan felt as if a giant hand had grabbed him. It made him breathless. Song Yu Mingfei, who was standing behind Su-kan with her head down, couldn't help but tremble. Matter. It has already developed to a point beyond her expectations. It's almost as if a war between humans and demons is about to break out. Chapter 135 The Great Wheel. Overlord. Bloodshee. The ship cuts through the waves. The stars and moon shone brightly in the high sky. What was hidden within was the beginning of a catastrophe. The pig demon chieftain stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back, his massive body, 3 or 4 meters tall, looking at the outline of Osaka Castle, which was already visible. Excitement and bloodlust gleamed in her eyes. Su-kan clenched his fists, staring at the vast ocean, but what was reflected in his eyes was an indescribable scene. Osaka Castle is about to be built. What choice should he make? They pretended not to know anything, and continued to wait for an opportunity to escape. We should find an opportunity to crush the Black Bones, and try to seize that sliver of hope. Is there a chance to bring the Pig Demon clan's plan back to the Dragon Kingdom? He hesitated. Consort Sanyue was afflicted with the spirit-severing technique and desperately needed the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus. How could he possibly ignore Consort Sanyue? The fingernail dug into the palm of the hand. How he wished he didn't know about the Pig Demon chieftain's plan. He could disregard the Sakura Kingdom and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Osaka Castle, but he could not ignore the possibility of this scheme succeeding. This will bring disaster to all mankind and to the Dragon Kingdom. The large ship was moving extremely fast, and the lights of Osaka Castle were already clearly visible, with the buildings appearing under the starlight and moonlight. All the boar demon warriors stood up at that moment. The atmosphere on the large ship had become grim and murderous. Splash! Accompanied by the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, the large ship had already docked. A figure approached from the shore, but after Doiraji blew a strange whistle, there was no further movement. The pig demons came ashore one after another, and Osaka Castle was already in sight. Rush! The pig demon chieftain roared. In an instant, thousands of boar demon warriors surged toward Osaka Castle like a black tide. The sound of footsteps on the ground was like the beating of drums, making a rumbling sound. The gate, which was over 10 meters high, slowly opened as the pig demon warriors approached. This scene. It's obvious without even realizing it was Doihara's scheme. Sukin glanced at the pig demon chieftain beside him out of the corner of his eye, and his eyelids twitched. The demons are coming. The demons are coming. What's going on with the city gates? The demons are attacking, and the city gates have actually been opened. Osaka Castle instantly erupted in excitement. The boar demon army that surged into the wide-open city gates was a deadly scythe. How dare you, you audacious demon, invade my Osaka Castle? Die! The sky above a figure, with 6 three-tailed birds circling around him. Its aura was revealed, indicating it was a king-level nest master. Not only him, but 2 more kings and nobles appeared after he appeared. A powerful aura emanated from him, giving him a rather imposing presence. The attacking pig demon warriors were quickly killed by the 3 kings. However, soon, the 3 king-level boar demons of the boar demon clan took to the air and went to meet the enemy directly. Samoli and Thimu were among them. Tamuyi held a spiked club, and his body was filled with a murderous aura. With a flash of light, Samoli cleaved a large gash in the wall of Osaka Castle. The other pig demon was wearing gauntlets and fighting alongside several lion-tiger-like soldiers. The 3 kings were stopped by the pig demons, but the nest masters in Osaka Castle also got a chance to catch their breath and began to fight back. However, their resistance was utterly insignificant in the face of pig demons, which were at least level 3. The pig demon clan. I knew I could smell the pig demon clan in the city. I never expected that the boar demons would actually attack as soon as we left. Haha, Yamamura-kun's plan is brilliant. The voice could be heard even before the person arrived. Immediately, 2 figures were seen rapidly approaching from a distance. The powerful aura crashed down, emanating from 2 overlord-level nest masters. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief. With 2 overlord-level beings present, Osaka Castle is likely saved. Doihara Genji, is this what you meant by the 2 overlord-level powerhouses in the city having left? Aylas grabbed Doihara and twisted him up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I saw them leave with my own eyes. I'm so fat, Tu Feiyuan hurriedly said. Alright, let him go. Just 2 overlord-level beings. The pig demon chieftain remained calm and composed. She didn't care about Doihara's life or death, but the mission to unite with the Doi family and subdue them came from the 9 Netherworld Demon Land. Of Magic Land, is very simple. Show mercy to those who surrender, and let more humans betray the human race. Doihara Genji and the Doi family are a benchmark they set for humanity. Those who surrender will not die, and will even occupy a high position. The pig demon chieftain made a grasping motion in her hand, and a giant axe appeared in her grasp. A divine weapon? A powerful overlord-level expert's eyes darkened slightly when he saw the giant axe appear in the boar demon patriarch's hand. So what if you have a divine weapon? Facing 2 overlord-level beings like us, you have no choice but to perish today. With the roar of the giant beast, more than a dozen enormous figures appeared in the sky. 6 frog-shaped soldiers, each over 10 meters tall, were covered with mountain-like patterns. The 6 large white foxes, each with 7 tails, exuded an unmistakable ferocity. Die! The pig demon chieftain soared into the sky like a rocket. A powerful chop of his giant axe, he sent the claws of a large raccoon flying. As the claws were cleaved away, a visible surge of blood energy flowed into the boar demon chieftain's body, and a thin layer of blood energy appeared on her body surface. Her aura became even more ferocious. Giant mountain frog, blasting bombs in the air. With a roar, the 6 giant mountain frogs opened their mouths wide, and their bellies swelled up. Then, 6 transparent spheres, each several meters in diameter, hurtled towards the pig demon chieftain. The pig demon chieftain is enormous, but extremely agile. A few flashes in the air allowed him to dodge for air-shaking bombs. Seeing the 2 attacks that had blocked her retreat, the muscles in her hands bulged, and the giant axe emitted a bloody light. With a loud boom, She shattered the 2 shockwave bombs, and the impact also sent her crashing back to the ground. This level is far from enough to defeat me. The pig demon chieftain vibrated, and a pair of black spiritual wings appeared. He transformed into a streak of black light and rushed towards the mountain giant frog. With each fall of the giant axe, the mountain frog would let out a deafening screech. The overlord-level mountain giant frog was no match for the pig demon chieftain who wielded a divine weapon. In a short period of time, 4 giant mountain frogs have already perished. Another overlord-level nest master controlled a 7-tailed giant fox to attack. However, the divine weapon, the giant axe, was extremely sharp, and the 7-tailed fox was in no better condition than the mountain giant frog. White fox, go kill those pig demon cubs. Seeing how fierce the pig demon chieftain was, they began to change tactics, using their troops to entangle the boar chieftain while clearing out the boars below. Finally, I realized what was happening. Sukan's eyes lit up with joy. I'm ready to pull out the black bone and crush it at any time. The overlord-level white fox landed. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The pig demons below were no match for it at all. With a single bite, it tore apart and swallowed more than a dozen pig demons whole. Upon seeing this, the pig demon chieftain's eyes turned cold. The giant axe in his hand emitted a blood-red light, illuminating the night sky and turning it crimson. Is he about to unleash a divine weapon technique? Sukan murmured, his gaze becoming slightly serious. Chapter 136 Blood Demon's Wrath. Half a city sliced in one axe? The night sky was stained crimson by the blood-red light. The pig demon chieftain stood in midair, holding a giant axe above his head with both hands. At this moment, the giant axe shone with a blood-red light, and the blood-red light, like fresh blood, gathered like a vortex. The 2 overlord-level nest masters opposite them also became extremely solemn at this moment. Giant mountain frog, super air shock bomb. A powerful overlord-level expert uttered a few words. The 2 remaining giant mountain frogs suddenly swelled to more than double their original size. Their mouths bulged, and powerful energy surged, causing ripples to spread through the air. At the same time, he quickly formed hand seals, and a golden light shield enveloped him tightly. Another overlord-level being quickly formed a hand seal, and a thick silver light screen appeared around his body. Ferocious giant foxes in front of him stirred up a terrifying sandstorm, and the sky and earth were covered by endless yellow sand at this moment. The giant raccoon below, however, paid no attention to the battle in the sky and frantically slaughtered the pig demons below. The pig demon army was no match for the overlord-level giant raccoon, and thousands of pig demons were killed or wounded in an instant. Before long, thousands of pig demons will be slaughtered. Sukan glanced at Ai Laxi and Doi Genji beside him. Ilaxi's expression remained relatively calm, but Doihara's legs were trembling, and he looked unsteady on his feet. Once the pig demon clan is defeated, his fate and that of the Toby family will be self-evident. He's the one who most wants to capture Osaka Castle right now. Sukan turned slightly to the side and reached out to grasp Song Yumingfei's small hand. Now is the perfect opportunity to escape. They have a good chance of leaving even without summoning Sigil. He didn't take Ilaxi and Doiharaji seriously, but he wanted to wait a little longer. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The pig demon chieftain was extremely dense, and his great axe, enveloped in the blood-red aura, stood tall and proud, like a giant axe that could split the heavens. Blood Demon's Fury. With the roar of the pig demon chieftain, the colossal axe slashed down, unleashing a powerful surge of crimson energy that cracked even the void itself. The power of this attack was no less than the semi-divine magic used by the white ghost in the valley. The enormous superspace shock bomb slammed into the crimson giant axe, but vanished instantly like a bubble. The crimson giant axe pressed down, annihilating the endless yellow sandstorm. In that instant, heaven and earth were reduced to a single, unparalleled axe-like gleam. Sizzle. Blood-red light filled the sky. The 7-tailed raccoon and the mountain giant frog were cleaved in two by the giant axe. Flesh and blood mixed with entrails fell from the sky, like a rain of blood. Bang! Hundreds of meters by the aftershock. Boom! The walls of Osaka Castle collapsed, and countless houses and buildings were reduced to nothing by that single blow. A bottomless ravine stretched across Osaka Castle, extending to the edge of darkness. The power of a single axe strike is terrifying. The pig demon chieftain slowly turned around, his chest heaving violently, his black hair whipping in the night sky, and his entire body radiating a terrifying and tragic aura. However, it's not hard to see that her breathing has weakened considerably. The pig demon chieftain dragged his giant axe and walked step by step toward the giant raccoon on the ground, which was still slaughtering pig demon warriors. Tiny blood vessels were constantly gathering into her body from the surrounding void, and her aura was recovering at a considerable pace. The pig demon chieftain, whose breathing was beginning to recover. Sukin's palms were sweating. This is absolutely insane. He originally planned to take advantage of the pig demon chieftain's weakened state after unleashing her ultimate attack to strike her hard. After all, the shattering star-flying knife, a low-grade divine weapon, was perfect for a sneak attack. The pig demon warriors, who were initially terrified by the attack of the white raccoon, regained much of their morale upon seeing the imposing presence of the pig demon chieftain. Doiharaji also had a big smile on his face at this moment. Haha, I knew the clan leader was invincible. Sukan, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, had already taken the black bone out of the system space. Boom! The boar demon swung its long axe down, the blade tearing through the air with a chilling sound. The large white fox roared angrily to the sky. Stirring up the yellow sand, we met the attack head-on. You overconfident beast, I'll send you to see your master. The pig demon chieftain snorted coldly, his eyes instantly turning icy. Puff! Just as the giant axe came crashing down, a beam of black light pierced through her chest. Flesh and blood melted away, and a hole the size of a bowl appeared in the chest of the pig demon chieftain. It was faintly visible that half of the heart had been blasted apart by the black light. Ha ha ha, arrogant pig demon, you're not the only one with divine weapons. How does it feel to be struck by my heart-piercing nail? A figure wobbled and flew out from the dilapidated buildings of Osaka Castle. His hair was disheveled, blood still clung to the corner of his mouth, and he was very weak. He held a 3-inch-long black iron nail between his fingers, staring coldly at the pig demon chieftain. Previously, the pig demon chieftain's divine weapon skill cleaved half of Osaka Castle in two with a single axe strike, nearly killing him. Boom! His response was the giant axe that the pig demon chieftain swung down. With a whoosh, the white raccoon's head was severed by an axe. The expression on the face of that overlord-level expert changed. This 7-tailed giant raccoon was his hero unit. Once it died, it was truly dead and could not be reborn from its lair like other units. Damn it! With an angry shout, he flapped his magical wings and flew over. The pig demon chieftain suddenly turned his head, his eyes wide open. The blood and energy that were originally being poured into her body are now all converging on her chest, which has a large hole in it. With the nourishment of blood and chi, her heart was gradually recovering. How is that possible? Upon seeing this, the overlord-level expert instantly stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with disbelief. Die! The pig demon chieftain swung his giant axe down with the force of a mountain-shattering blow. Call out! Before the giant axe could fall, the overlord-level expert transformed into a beam of light and vanished from Osaka Castle in the blink of an eye. Bang! The giant axe landed on the ground, and the boar demon chieftain, seeing the vanished figure, showed a slight sense of relief in his eyes. If that person doesn't leave, the outcome remains uncertain. With the help of the blood demon heavy axe, as properties, and the powerful physique of the pig demon race, her heart was slowly recovering under the nourishment of blood energy. But in her current state, she can't exert much of her strength at all. Although that person was also in bad shape, at least their injuries were less severe than hers. The giant axe was planted on the ground, the boar demon king panting heavily, his hands gripping the handle. Mother! Seeing this, Ilasai hurriedly flew over. Doihara followed closely behind. Sukan's expression changed for a moment, then told Song Yumingfei to stay where she was. Hurricane-like lightning wings unfolded behind them, closing in instantly. He had already gripped the shattering star-flying knife in his hand, which was hidden in his sleeve. Chapter 137 Reaching the 5th rank, Slaying the Overlord. Sukan deliberately controlled his speed, and only went over after Ilaxi and the others had arrived a short while later. Upon getting closer, Sukan realized just how strong the bloody smell emanating from the pig demon chieftain was. It was as if he were standing in a pool of blood. Thin wisps of blood energy surged in from the surrounding void and gathered at the chest of the pig demon chieftain. The flesh was writhing, but a faint black light permeated the area around the wound. Each time the blood and chi enter, some of it is worn away by the black light. The pig demon chieftain squinted at them, said nothing, and simply stood there silently. But Sukan could sense the low spirits emanating from her. She was completely devoid of her previous domineering aura. Should we make a move? Holding the shattered star flying knife, Sukan's eyes flickered uncertainly. If you're looking to make a move, now is absolutely the best time. He was merely a 5th-rank nest master. The pig demon clan chief would never harbor any suspicion towards him. Moreover, at this distance, given the speed of the shattered star flying knife, the pig demon chieftain in this state would absolutely be unable to react in any way. Of course he'll leave. He's absolutely confident he can leave with ease. The pig demon clan were all entangled. He couldn't defeat the level 9 pig demons, but with the Hurricane Thunder Wings amplified 5 times, he could leave with ease without any problem. The reason he didn't leave immediately was that he didn't want to give up this opportunity. After all, once the pig demons occupy Osaka Castle and perform the blood sacrifice to activate the demon well, a major problem will arise. Let's give it our all. Sukan's eyes narrowed, and he stopped hesitating. Even if they fail, the Black Bones will summon Cigar. With the appearance of a powerful, overlord-level void behemoth, victory is absolutely in his favor. Brush. A beam of light, like shattered stardust, pierced through the void and shot through the eye sockets of the pig demon chieftain in a flash, piercing his skull. Fresh blood mixed with yellowish-white fluid flowed out. The pig demon chieftain's eyelids twitched, and he staggered 2 steps. The massive body crashed to the ground, its blood energy dissipating and its life force vanishing. It's a success. Sukan's face lit up with joy. He flapped his Hurricane Thunder Wings and shot forward, grabbing the giant axe of the pig demon clan chief in his hand. So heavy. His expression changed. Although this giant axe was not as heavy as the heavy prison divine sword, it still weighed at least several thousand kilograms. You killed my mother? It wasn't until this moment that Ailesai realized what was happening. Seeing Sukan gripping the giant axe, her eyes widened, and a level 9 aura emanated from her. Let's see if we can store it in the system space. After killing the pig demon chieftain, Sukan was completely calm and ignored the enraged Ailesai. With a thought, the giant axe disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in his system space. Divine weapons cannot be stored in storage rings. The idea of storing divine weapons in the system space was something that came to him on a whim, but he never expected it to actually work. Die. Upon seeing his mother's divine weapon disappear, Ailesai became even more enraged. With a single step, it kicked up clouds of dust and charged towards Sukan. Hee, I don't have time to play with you. With a faint smile, the Hurricane Thunder Wings displayed their speed, and Sukanran retreated dozens of meters like a shadow before embracing Song Yumingfei. Before I leave, I'll give you one more big gift. Boom, boom, boom. 3 enhanced versions of the thunderstorm descended from the sky, engulfing Ailesai and the boar demon warriors. He had already soared into the sky, unleashing his full power, and in the blink of an eye, he was already a kilometer away. This was the first time he had fully activated the Hurricane Thunderwing. It's even faster than the speed of sound. However, his spiritual energy was also being consumed very quickly. Unleashing a series of attacks with the shattering star flying knife, he only had about half of his spiritual power left. With the addition of 3 thunderstorm storms, his spiritual energy was almost depleted. However, since there were no boar demons pursuing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the only option is to crush the Black Bones. A few breaths later, after they were an unknown number of kilometers away from Osaka Castle, he summoned a purple thunder dragon. The little purple-clad lowly is still recovering from her injuries. And Qinglian were seriously injured in the valley that day, and it would probably take them another 3 to 5 days to recover. But he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the other Nest Army units are the main force. And he was even fiercer than the soldiers. Especially after obtaining the shattering star flying knife. Even when facing level 9, or even ordinary kings and marquises, he has the confidence, or at least the ability to compete. A 5th-rank Nest Master actually has the confidence to challenge a king or marquis. This would probably shock a lot of people if they heard it out. But who can blame him for being a cheater? Consort Song Yue sat on the purple thunder dragon, leaning against Sukan. She was still a little stunned by what had just happened. Another divine weapon. But soon, her eyes filled with laughter. This is the person that Consort Song Yue loves. At the 5th rank, I will slay the Overlord. Her little head nuzzled against Sukan's chest, feeling the warmth emanating from him. Her bright eyes filled with contentment. Sukan tightened his arm around Song Yumingfei's slender waist. He knew that no one wouldn't be curious about the various methods he had employed. But can he reveal the secrets of the time traveler and the system? Ding. The pig demon chieftain has died. Phase 2 mission complete. Reward. 3 chances to draw a prize. The system's voice sounded. Is the task of subduing the pig demon chieftain now complete? Sukin was startled. As if sensing Su-Kan's doubt, a voice resounded in his mind. There are several ways to subdue the pig demon chieftain. In addition to the one that the host is thinking about, killing the pig demon chieftain is also one of them. Damn it. Don't slander me. The subjugation I'm referring to is pure subjugation. Sukin muttered a dissatisfied thought to himself and immediately muted the silent system. The night breeze was cool, and the unexpected completion of the second phase of the task made him even happier. But the matter is not over yet. Consort Songyue is afflicted with a spirit-severing spell. We must find the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus as soon as possible. The 1,000-hearted Pure Lotus grows on the shore of Panghai. It was a desolate sea area teeming with ferocious beasts. For ordinary people to go, there would simply be suicide. No one knows just how ferocious beasts are lurking in that desolate region. Moreover, even if you go to the shores of Panghai, it won't be easy to find Qianxin Jinglian. After all, ferocious beasts also have a special fondness for these spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. The 1,000-heart Pure Lotus is an extremely special spiritual material. It withers and dies within half a day of being harvested. This also means that those afflicted by the soul-severing technique have only a glimmer of hope if they go to the shores of Panghai. This is why everyone deeply resents the demon clan's spirit-severing technique. With relevant information swirling in his mind, Sukin did not intend to return to the Dragon Kingdom for help first. The spirit-severing technique has already been unleashed once. The second one will only be faster and more powerful. They have no time to waste. Moreover, he has the backup plan of summoning Ziggur, and with his current strength, he has the courage to venture to the shores of Panghai. Besides, he still has 3 more draws to go. Chapter 138 The Heart of Spiritual Power, a Power Bank? The level 5 Purple Thunder Dragon is not as fast as Sukin's Hurricane Thunder Wings. It is not slow either. Sukin is currently restoring his spiritual power through meditation. Song Yu Mingfei rested her chin on her hands, staring intently at Sukin. Mixed with specks of spiritual energy, made consort Sonyua blush. This bad guy, although annoying, is actually quite handsome. She pursed her lips, recalling the scene of her first encounter with Sukin in Jiangxing. I even spanked him back then. She pouted and reached out to hit Sukin, but then remembered that he was meditating and quickly withdrew her hand. What would Schwer think if she knew I was with Sukin? Suddenly, she thought of Song Yueshua. Although the girl didn't admit it, it was obvious that she liked Sukin. She scratched her head, looking somewhat troubled. Sigh? It's not certain whether we'll be able to find Qianxin Jinglian this time. Soon, her eyes dimmed slightly. What's wrong? Just then, Sukin opened his eyes and embraced Song Yu Mingfei. After meditating for several hours, his spiritual energy had almost fully recovered. Nothing. Song Yu Mingfei snuggled into Sukin's arms while tilting her head back and squinting her eyes. Don't worry, we will definitely find Qianxin Jinglian. Sukin gently touched Song Yu Mingfei's lips, his tone firm. Song Yu Mingfei nodded her little head, her eyes full of smiles. The night was already quite dark, and there were still faint red clouds on the distant horizon, while the thin rays of sunlight were driving away the remaining darkness. It was still almost a day's journey to the shores of Panghai. Sukin touched Song Yu Mingfei's hair, only to find that she had already fallen asleep. Her long eyelashes fluttered, her pretty face was delicate and beautiful, and her red lips were alluring. He couldn't help but tap it gently again. Then I focused my mind on the system. He had 3 more chances to win the prize, and he didn't plan to keep them any longer. System, start the lottery for me. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 20,000 evolution points. 20,000 evolution points? Sukin was slightly dissatisfied. You should know that he got this chance to win the lottery very easily. The Overlord, level pig demons, so easy to kill? If he hadn't been lucky, strong, and handsome, he'd probably be dead by now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special equipment, the Heart of Spiritual Power. A Heart of Spiritual Power? What is that? Sukin paused slightly, looking at the silver pendant that had appeared in his hand. Shaped like a teardrop, it is clear and bright, and feels cool to the touch. Heart of Spiritual Power, special equipment. It can store up to 5 times the owner's own spiritual power. When the owner's own spiritual power is exhausted, the owner can directly borrow the spiritual power stored within. Looking at the description of the Heart of Spiritual Power, Sukin was overjoyed. This is practically a power bank. Nest masters can master spiritual arts, but why do they dare not release spiritual arts at will during battle? It's because their own spiritual power is insufficient. However, once they possess a spiritual heart, even ordinary nest masters can become terrifying beings no less powerful than hero units. For Su Kan, the 3 nests, along with the added spiritual power attribute points, already made his total spiritual power even more terrifying than some level 9 nest masters. If he were to add the heart of spiritual power, his strength would be greatly enhanced once again. What's even more terrifying is that he has 2 divine weapons inside his body. Once his spiritual heart is fully charged with spiritual energy, his combat power in a short period of time will definitely not be inferior to that of a king or marquis. Suppressing his excitement, he ordered the system to conduct a second lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing the half-immortal technique, Star-Destroying Finger. I'm awesome. Su Kan's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the system's notification. The semi-divine arts he had longed for finally came to fruition. He still vividly remembers the scene in the valley where the white demon used his semi-divine magic to chant a lament of annihilation. That kind of power is absolutely monstrous. System, learn the half-immortal technique, Star-Destroying Finger. Wait, how many evolution points are needed to learn the Star Destroyer Finger? Su Kan suddenly realized a terrible problem. It takes more than 10,000 evolution points to upgrade an upper-grade spiritual technique to perfection. How many evolution points are needed to upgrade a semi-immortal technique to perfection? He felt a slight headache. The beginner level of the semi-immortal technique requires 15,000 evolution points. The minor level requires 30,000 evolution points. The major level requires 50,000, and the perfect level requires 70,000. Damn it! Su Kan's eye twitched. It takes 165,000 evolution points to master a semi-divine technique. Are you absolutely sure this isn't a joke? Su Kan was dumbfounded. He glanced at the system backend and realized that he currently had just over 70,000 evolution points. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, he only gained 5,000 evolution points when he killed the level 8 ferocious beast, the silver-scale giant python, on the Baiha beach. To upgrade a semi-divine technique to perfection, wouldn't it require killing 33 level 8 ferocious beasts? Host, you can choose to kill level 9 ferocious beasts. Each level 9 ferocious beast is worth 10,000 evolution points. Killing 17 will be enough. Goodness. His opening line was to kill 17 level 9 ferocious beasts? You should know that I'm only at the 5th rank right now. Host, the learning threshold for semi-immortal techniques is already above that of kings and nobles, and 99% of kings and nobles cannot even get started. There are very few who can cultivate a semi-immortal technique to a minor level at the king and noble realm. The system's eerie voice rang out. That's true. Su Kan scratched his head. Even for ordinary spiritual techniques, one must at least reach the minor mastery level to cast them freely. Like the white demon before, when casting the semi-immortal technique, the annihilation chant, he also waited for Jin Xingtian's divine soldiers to make their move, and then relied on his subordinate corpse monsters to buy time. It was only released at the very end. Otherwise, he would never dare to use the semi-divine technique. This is the drawback of not having cultivated to perfection. Otherwise, it can be cast instantly, similar to a divine weapon skill. Thinking about it this way, Su Kan suddenly realized that killing 17 level 9 ferocious beasts to perfect a half-immortal technique was nothing at all. After all, what if other people could also practice the art of becoming a demigod? It's likely that all the monsters in this world have already been slaughtered. However, Su Kan was not in a hurry to improve his semi-immortal technique, Star-Destroying Finger. If you're going to learn something, learn it completely in one go. After all, if he needs to use a semi-divine technique to fight an enemy, it means that unless his semi-divine technique can be cast instantly. Otherwise, the opponent would definitely kill him 7 times during the hand seal formation. Moreover, there's the heart of spiritual power, a powerful weapon. Although it has no offensive capabilities, in Su Kan's view, the value of the spiritual heart is much higher than that of ordinary divine weapons. Once the heart of spiritual power is full, use it in conjunction with the shattering star flying knife. Wouldn't that be incredibly awesome? He estimated that, at full strength, he could easily complete 2 sets of shattered star triple discount. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Su Kan was no longer in a hurry to improve his semi-immortal technique. Of course, he didn't forget the Boar Chieftain's big axe either. That was also a divine weapon. Chapter 139 Blood Demon Heavy Axe, on the shores of Penghai. Thinking of the large axe in the system space, Su Kan felt a surge of excitement. Blood Demon Heavy Axe, mid-grade divine weapon. Divine weapon skill, Bloodlust. After killing an enemy, you can devour the enemy's blood to restore your own stamina and injuries. Blood Demon's Fury. Spiritual power transforms into blood energy, forming a powerful slash that can cleave mountains in two. A mid-grade divine weapon with 2 divine weapon skills. It seems that the blood energy that used to emanate from the pig demon chieftain's body and the ability to use it to heal his shattered heart was due to his bloodlust. Why does this look like an enhanced version of the Bloodthirster? Smacking his lips, Sukin wasn't too excited. With the heavy prison divine sword at his disposal, he didn't value the blood demon heavy axe much, although he was very envious of the bloodlust divine weapon skill. But this kind of fighting style of trading injury for injury is not what he is looking for. Isn't this getting a little too big for its britches? Sukin touched his chin. They don't even value mid-grade divine weapons? Even countless kings and tyrants couldn't achieve that. At this moment, the sky had already turned a pale white. Sukin stopped thinking about it and continued meditating. He needs to take this time to properly recharge his spiritual heart. Song Yue Mingfei had already woken up when she sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding void. Although she was afflicted by the spirit-severing technique, which prevented her from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, she was still a king-level nest master before. She was still very sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Looking quietly at Su Kan, she felt an extraordinary sense of peace. Sukin woke up from his meditation once along the way. They stopped on a small island to eat something and regroup before changing into a purple thunder dragon and continuing their journey. Sukin then immersed himself in meditation once again. The heart of spiritual power is already about 40% full. Sunset and moonrise, stars and moon fill the sky. Before we knew it, it was dark again, and we were getting closer and closer to the shore of Panghai. Finally, just as the sun rose the next day, they arrived at the shore of Panghai. The heart of spiritual power was also filled with electricity. Sukin stood on the purple thunder dragon, gazing around. There's a reason this place is called a desolate sea. Near the shore of Panghai, the seawater has changed from azure blue to light yellow. It wasn't caused by silt contamination, it's just the original color of the seawater here. The number of ferocious beasts in the sea has also increased significantly, and they are more aggressive. They seemed completely oblivious to the purple thunder dragon's might, launching a frenzied attack the moment they saw Su Kan and his companions. Fearless and undaunted. In just a few minutes near the shore of Panghai, Su Kan had already killed more than 10 ferocious beasts. Most of them are at level 4 or above. As soon as they stepped onto the shore of Panghai, a giant squid swung its tentacles and came crashing down on them. A powerful aura was revealed. This was a level 7 ferocious beast. Boom! With a roar from the purple thunder dragon, 3,000 bolts of lightning struck. The severed limbs were charred and broken off, and the spilled blood was directly dried by the baking. But the giant squid was extremely powerful and ferocious. With most of its tentacles severed, it not only did not flee, but instead pounced on the enemy. Sukin naturally wouldn't tolerate it. With a single thought, the sea of thunder surged. Not only did they send away the giant squid, but they also took away many level 4 or 5 ferocious beasts. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 7 ferocious beast, the king squid. Reward: 2,000 evolution points, 3 physique points, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed a level 5 ferocious beast, the two-toothed seal. Reward: 700 evolution points, 1 strength, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed a level 3 ferocious beast, a highly venomous sea serpent. Reward: 300 evolution points, 1 physique, and 1 system space. Instantly, at least 20 system notification sounds rang out. Most of these ferocious beasts were first-time kills, which directly unlocked the hunting encyclopedia and allowed players to collect all the rewards. Sukin held Song Yumingfei's hand, looking extremely relaxed. 3 purple lightning dragons roamed around him, their thunderbolts striking down, each capable of instantly killing a large number of level 3 or 4 ferocious beasts. The Dark Moon Fairies stood in 5 positions, like 5 loyal guards, each holding a sharp blade, their faces cold as they dealt with any stragglers. The system notifications never stopped after Sukin stepped onto the shores of Panghai. In a short period of time, his evolution points surged by tens of thousands, breaking through the 100,000 mark for the first time. Ding! The host's evolution points have exceeded 100,000 for the first time. You are hereby awarded 1 chance to win a prize. Holy crap! That's impressive, dog. Su Kan was overjoyed, and even his way of addressing the system became much more affectionate. After all, dog is a term of endearment. Fortunately, he didn't spend the previous 70,000 plus evolution points. Doggy, will there be any more cumulative evolution point rewards later? Sukin asked directly. There are cumulative rewards for 500,000 and 1 million, and after 1 million, there are 3 million, 5 million. Stop. Sukin interrupted him directly. When he heard the price of 500,000, his heart sank. Damn it. 500,000 was already enough to make him despair, let alone 3 million or 5 million. He immediately lost all interest. They watched as ferocious beasts surged in from all directions, seemingly oblivious to death. To find the 1,000-heart pure lotus for consort Sangyua, Sukin would have preferred the ferocious beasts to come even more fiercely. However, after sensing the auras of several level 8 ferocious beasts not far away, Sukin knew that he could not waste any more time. With the purple thunder dragon and the dark moon fairy around, he doesn't need to take action against any ferocious beasts below level 7. He had no choice but to take action against an 8th level ferocious beast. Moreover, the continuous battles also greatly depleted the spiritual energy of the purple thunder dragon, which was the main force. Moreover, his most urgent task right now is to find Qianxin Jinglian. Instead of wasting time and spiritual energy here, farming evolution points. It's been almost 2 days since I left Osaka Castle. Last night, Sangyue Mingfei's spirit-severing technique flared up again. Although consort Sangyue Mingfei maintained her composure and did not show it. But his pale complexion and fading life force could not be hidden from him. Tightened his grip on Sangyue Mingfei's small hand, and a thought struck him. The Azure Refining Nether Flame Insect. If we upgrade the Azure Flame Insect to level 7, wouldn't it be easier to deal with the ferocious beasts blocking our way and also explore the shores of Panghai more quickly? Once the insect units reach level 7, their numbers will surge again, forming an insect swarm. Furthermore, level 7 insectoid troop nests will spawn the heart of the nest. At that time, insect units will be able to quickly recover after they die. With that in mind, Sukin no longer hesitated and asked directly in his mind. System, how many evolution points are needed to upgrade the Verdant Mountain Range to level 7? Upgrading the Verdant Mountain Range to level 6 requires 30,000 evolution points, and upgrading it to level 7 requires 70,000 evolution points, for a total of 100,000 evolution points. 100,000 evolution points? Sukin swallowed. In an instant, he was back to square one. Call. Let out a soft breath, and looking at the increasing wounds on the purple thunder dragon's body, Sukin knew that now was not the time to hesitate. Even upgrading a level 5 purple thunder dragon to level 7 requires this many evolution points. Their combat power will become even stronger. To explore the shores of Panghai more quickly and find the 1,000-heart pure lotus, a massive swarm of insects is undoubtedly a better choice. Upgrade. Sukin gave the direct order. Ding. Evolution points minus 30,000. Verdant Mountain Range upgraded to level 6. Hero Unit Azure Refinement upgraded to level 6. Ding. Evolution points minus 70,000. Green Mountain Range upgraded to level 7. Hero Unit Azure Refinement upgraded to level 7. As the Verdant Mountain Range advanced to level 7, Sukin also felt spiritual energy flowing into his body from all directions. But now, he was clearly more concerned about the state of the Azure Flame insects after the Verdant Mountain Range was upgraded to level 7. Series of messages appeared before his eyes. Chapter 140 The Heart of the Insect Hive. The first formation of the insect sea. Nest. Verdant Mountain Ridge. Heart of the insect nest opens. Level 7, 0%. Population 47, 113/50, 000. Hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Output Azure Flame Insect, level 7 gold. Talent sharp teeth and a sharp tongue, as hard as steel. Skill Nether Flame Fireball, heavy nether burning. Currently possessing gold units, level 7, gold, for 7113. Evolution points 7,300. After the Verdant Mountain Range was upgraded to level 7, the number of Azure Flame insects actually increased from 3,000 to 50,000. Sukin grinned, his heart pounding with excitement. Such a large number of Azure Flame insects is absolutely terrifying. Even more outrageous, the Azure Flame insect's size has changed from the size of a fist to the size of a kitten, essentially transforming from an insect into a small beast. While other insects are only the size of a thumb, his are hundreds or even thousands of times larger. Will the Azure Flame insects grow larger as they continue to upgrade? Sukin couldn't help but start thinking about this question. If we wait until he becomes a king or a tyrant? With a wave of his hand, hundreds of thousands of pig-sized insects filled the sky. There would be no need for fighting. They would just scare the other side to death. After all, whose bugs are as big as pigs? Imagining that scene in his mind, Sukin was filled with anticipation. He immediately suppressed his joy and began to read the introduction to the Heart of the Hive. Of the hive, 1 spawns 1/10 of the number of dead units per hour. Minimum spawn is 1 zergling. 2. Nesters and insects can share a field of vision. Holy crap! Upon seeing the introduction to the Heart of the Insect Nest, Sukin was overjoyed and immediately hugged Song Yu Mingfei and kissed her several times. Song Yu Mingfei never expected Sukin's sudden attack. She let out a soft moan, her pretty face flushed. She was also very happy to feel the increasingly powerful aura emanating from Sukin. All insectoid hive commander units will awaken the hive heart after advancing to level 7. Besides solving the problem of spawning after the death of Zerg units, the Heart of the Hive also has various other characteristics. Example is Zhao Chongtian's ability to manipulate his insects into giants. Although Sukin could not control the Azure Flame insect to become giant, the shared vision was undoubtedly more important to him. Of course, with long-term training, it might be possible to transform the Azure Flame insects into giants. After all, he had once turned the green refining insect into a boxing glove. Moreover, with a shared perspective, finding Qinshin Jinglian will be much easier. Upgrading the Verdant Mountain range was indeed the right choice. However, he didn't forget that he still had a unit quality upgrade card. He was initially torn between giving it to the Azure Flame insect or the Dark Moon Fairy. The answer is now quite clear. System, use the Troop Quality Enhancement card on the Azure Flame insects. Ding! Troop Quality Upgrade card successfully used. Azure Flame insect upgraded from Gold to Diamond. Nest, Verdant Mountain Ridge, Heart of the Insect Nest opens. Level, 7, 0%. Population, 47, 113/50, 000. Hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Reward, Azure Flame Insect, level 7, Diamond. Talent, Sharp Teeth and a Sharp Tongue, as hard as steel. Skills, Nether Flame Fireball, Infrasonic Impact, Dark Burning. Currently possessing, Diamond units, level 7, Diamond, for 7113. Evolution points, 7,300. Not only has its quality been upgraded to that of a diamond, but it has also gained an additional skill. Infrasonic Impact. The unique oral cavity structure of the Azure Flame insect allows it to emit sound waves that are perceptible to biological energy, thus causing damage. Sonic attacks. It's not bad. Sizzle. Just as Sukin was looking at the information about the Azure Flame insect, the air rippled, and a little girl with pigtails and wearing a light blue dress appeared. Soon as Qinglian came out, she jumped onto Sukin, wrapped her arms around his neck, and looked Song Yu Mingfei up and down with her bright eyes. It seems that upgrading the nest has accelerated Qinglian's recovery from his injuries. Sukin glanced at Zisha, who was still sleeping on Purple Sky Dragon Island. Fortunately, Zisha was asleep. Otherwise, if Qinglian had come out but she hadn't, things would have turned upside down. Name Qinglian. Quality, Epic. Nest, Verdant Mountain Ridge. Level 7. Talent, Sharp Tongue and Sharp Tongue, as hard as steel, capable of shaking mountains. Skills, Explosive Fire Rain, Nether Flame Heavy Fist Combo, 8 Dragonfire Pillars, Great Burning Heaven. The quality has actually been upgraded from Legendary to Epic. Does this count as exploiting a bug? Sukin stroked his chin. That unit quality upgrade card has limitations. It can only upgrade the quality of gold units by 1 tier at most. He never expected that as the quality of the Azure Flame insect improved, Azure Flame would also be upgraded from Legendary to Epic. Compared to improving combat power, quality is a reflection of the potential of a unit. Take the gold tier unit as an example. Its upper limit is level 9, and a very small number of gold level troops can break through to the king level. It is impossible to go to the next level. The upper limit for diamond level units is king level, with the potential to break through to overlord level. Other quality units are similar. Sukin looked at the Qinglian skill section, and there were no major changes. The only difference is that the original Burning Heaven has become the Great Burning Heaven. Song Yu Mingfei looked at Qinglian, who was holding Sukin, and felt a little jealous. But I quickly felt relieved. Qinglian is a hero-type soldier, and a little girl. What's there to be jealous of? Alright, Qinglian, get down now. Sukin felt Song Yu Mingfei's gaze, touched his nose, and picked up the little girl. No wonder it felt a bit heavy. The former airport has been turned into a small hill. Qinglian rolled his eyes, but his gaze was fixed on Song Yumingfei's lower body, a strange light flickering in his eyes. No naughtiness allowed. Sukan's lips twitched, and he gently tapped her little head. It's obvious what she's up to without even asking. Try this axe. With a thought, Sukan retrieved the Blood Demon Heavy Axe from the system. The Blood Demon Heavy Axe landed on the ground. It immediately left a large crater. A weight of several thousand kilograms is no joke. He originally intended to give the large axe to Consort Songyue, but Consort Songyue promptly rejected it. But it's alright. Anyway, he's a cheater, so he'll have plenty of opportunities to get divine weapons in the future. It's the same if I give it to her when I find something suitable. Qinglian's eyes lit up the moment he saw the big axe. This big axe can definitely cut a butt in half in one go. It's much more useful than the Frost Abyss spear. Her pigtails bounced as she flicked the Blood Demon Heavy Axe with her foot, lifting the massive axe, which weighed several thousand pounds, directly. With a swift grab, she steadily held the Blood Demon Heavy Axe in midair. Sukan's eye twitched. However, considering the quality of the Azure Refinement Epic troops, coupled with the mountain shaking talent, I felt relieved. A mere few thousand kilograms? No big deal. Alright, Qinglian, force out a drop of your heart's blood to make the Blood Demon Heavy Axe recognize you as its master. Sukan stroked the little girl's head and said, humanoid hero units can not only equip spirit weapons, but also have divine weapons recognize them as their masters. Qinglian nodded, and a drop of blood enveloped in spiritual light flew out from his chest. The blood seeped into the Blood Demon Heavy Axe. It instantly emitted endless crimson light, which twisted and swirled, turning a large part of the sky crimson. As the blood-red light appeared, a strong, pungent smell of blood filled the air. Chapter 141 8-Armed Ferocious Crocodile, 10,000 Beast Slayer achieved. Seeing the blood-red light filling the sky, Sukan looked somewhat nervous. Although hero units can make divine weapons recognize their masters, this was his first time using them. Tension is inevitable. After about 10 seconds, the blood-red light disappeared. Seeing Qinglian's beaming face, Sukan knew he had succeeded. With Qinglian's current strength, even if he can't use his divine weapon skills, combined with the characteristics and sharpness of the Blood Demon Heavy Axe, he would probably be able to take on a level 9 ferocious beast in one-on-one combat. At this moment, the powerful auras that Sukan had sensed earlier were already close by. 3 enormous, ferocious beasts approached, emanating a powerful aura. 1 level 9 ferocious beast, the 8-armed crocodile, and 2 level 8 ferocious beasts, the golden-backed tyrant bear. Watch me. The little girl's expression immediately lit up with excitement when she saw the 3 ferocious beasts approaching. With a kick of her short legs, a deep crater exploded in the ground, and she soared into the sky, gripping the Blood Demon Heavy Axe. Qinglian moved swiftly, arriving behind the golden-backed tyrant bear. He opened his mouth wide, mustered all his strength, and forcefully slashed at the golden-backed tyrant bear's rear end. Boom! Blood gushed out, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, as the little girl cleaved open the rear of the level 8 ferocious beast, the golden-backed tyrant bear, with an axe. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 8 ferocious beast golden-backed tyrant bear. Reward: 5,000 evolution points, for physique points, and 1 system space. Sukan's lips twitched. Qinglian's attack strategy needs to be changed. Consort Songyue was also taken aback, but aside from being surprised by Qinglian's combat strength, she didn't think much of it. After all, in a battle, one can't worry about such things. But when she saw Qinglian gripping the Blood Demon Heavy Axe with both hands, aiming to chop at the rear of another golden-backed tyrant bear, for a moment, she was speechless. She rolled her eyes at Sukan. It's true that the type of soldiers you have determines the type of master you have. They all have a special fondness for buttocks. As if she had thought of something, a blush quickly spread across her face. It really wasn't me. It has nothing to do with me. This is her own quirk. Sukan understood perfectly well the meaning behind Song Yumingfei's gaze. My reputation has been ruined by this little girl. I must teach her a lesson when I get back. Just chop it up. Why keep staring at your backside? Does your backside have a grudge against you? With 5,000 evolution points credited, the other golden-backed bear finally collapsed to the ground, its rear end a bloody mess. It ended its bear life in a way it never imagined. Roar! The 8-armed ferocious crocodile wasn't going to tolerate the little girl. Its sharp claws slashed through the air, causing it to explode, and collided with the little girl's large axe. Boom! The enormous sound reverberated for miles around. The air surged and sent many ferocious beasts flying, and the vibrating air rippled outwards. The man and the beast surprisingly felt like a draw. "Oomph. I'll chop your ass into 18 pieces." The little girl gave a soft snort, her small body darting around, and in an instant she was behind the 8-armed crocodile. The blood demon's heavy axe swung down, but was blocked by the tail of the 8-armed ferocious crocodile. Sukin couldn't stand it anymore. Although the little girl is quite strong, it would still be very difficult for her to kill a level 9 ferocious beast in a short period of time. Especially when she's keen on attacking buttocks, the time will drag on. Consort Song Yue was still waiting for Qianxin Jinglian to save her life. He had no time to linger here. With a wave of his hand, in an instant, more than 40,000 azure flame insects emerged from the void in a massive, overwhelming manner. "Go!" The order was issued. In an instant, the azure flame insect swarm surrounded the 8-armed ferocious crocodile. Of the cat-sized azure flame insects had already enveloped the 8-armed ferocious crocodile. The remaining insects hovered high in the sky, forming a blue sea of insects. This is your green flame worm," Song Yumingfei said incredulously. In Jiangcheng, she had learned about Su Kan through Song Yueshue and Zhang Baihe. She knew that Su Kan's first unit was the green refining insect. But where can you find an insect the size of a kitten? This doesn't make sense. Is it big or not? Su Kan reached out and put his arm around Song Yumingfei. "Huge. It's too big." Song Yumingfei's red lips parted slightly. "Is it fierce? Is it strong?" Su Kan continued to ask. "Very fierce. Very strong." Song Yumingfei nodded her little head. After all, not far away, the 8-armed crocodile, surrounded by swarms of insects, had already bled profusely. Moreover, she witnessed it with her own eyes. The 8-armed crocodile swatted down a single insect with its claw, but it didn't even kill it. Not only is it fierce, it's also very tough. That's incredibly powerful. The little girl was furious, jumping up and down, but couldn't find a place to strike. Su Kan smiled and didn't let the other azure flame insects be idle. With a thought, tens of thousands of azure flame insects scattered and began to surround and kill the other ferocious beasts. It was called an encirclement and killing, but it was actually a brutal massacre. Beasts below level 5 don't even have a chance to struggle before they perish in the insects' mouths. Ferocious beasts of level 5 or above could still struggle, but once surrounded by the azure flame insect swarm, they were reduced to bone fragments and a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. Wherever it went, not a blade of grass grew. "Ding! It has been detected that you have killed a level 5 ferocious beast, the poison dart frog. Your reward is 700 evolution points, 1 physique, and 1 system space." "Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the level 6 ferocious beast, the spinning armored turtle. Your reward is 1,000 evolution points, 2 constitution points, and 1 system space." In less than a quarter of an hour, there were no more ferocious beasts in sight. Only the 8-armed ferocious crocodile is still struggling to hold on. "Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the level 9 ferocious beast, the 8-armed crocodile. Your reward is 10,000 evolution points, 5 strength, and 1 system space." The system notification sounded. The 8-armed crocodile's life also came to an end. The number of evolution points in the system backend has once again exceeded 100,000. It was terrifying and made me gasp. There are no adjectives that can express Su Kan's feelings at this moment. Embracing Song Yumingfei, he flew onto a purple thunder dragon. Under Su Kan's command, the azure flame insects split into groups and explored further afield. At this moment, countless images appeared in his mind like frequency division. All of this is within the vision of the azure flame insect. Of course, he couldn't possibly keep track of so many sights. After giving the azure flame insect swarm the task of alerting him when they saw lotus-like plants, he randomly chose a direction and began searching for the 1,000 hearts pure lotus. Since Qinglian couldn't cut the buttocks of the 8-armed crocodile, he had to cut the buttocks of other ferocious beasts along the way. In an instant, the ferocious beasts on the shores of Penghai ushered in the darkest day of their lives. It's likely that many years from now, a story about a butt-chopping maniac will be passed down. He originally planned to capture a high-level ferocious beast alive to find out what was going on. Unfortunately, the ferocious beasts on the shores of Penghai were far too savage to communicate with. Ding! The achievement of slaying 100,000 ferocious beasts has been completed. Reward, source of the nest. Just as Su Kan was investigating the 1,000 heart pure lotus, a notification sound different from the one given when killing a ferocious beast, suddenly appeared in his mind. Another source of the nest as a reward? Sure. Sukin was overjoyed when he saw the reward. The more nests he has, the more spiritual power he possesses. The more spiritual energy he has, the stronger his combat power will naturally become. Chapter 142, Unprecedented Happiness. Upon hearing the system notification, Sukin couldn't help but smile. He now has 3 nests, and even the lowest quality units are gold level. In this world, an awakened lair capable of producing golden tier units is already considered genius. Someone like him, with 3 lairs. All I can say is, he's cheating. What's more, he now has another source of lair. His system space also contains a divine fire cave nest, which can nurture the Vulcan soldier, a unit of gold quality. In addition to their formidable combat power, the Vulcan soldiers also possess a talent for forging. It is a rare and top-tier unit. Sukin stroked his chin, thinking to himself that he wasn't in a hurry to use the Vulcan cave to open the last nest right now. Now, as more than 40,000 azure flame insects searched the shores of Panghai, various scenes kept flashing through his mind. Evolution points kept increasing. Although the azure flame insects are numerous, the shores of Panghai are home to countless ferocious beasts, far more savage than those outside, and they know nothing of fear. Countless ferocious beasts were reduced to bones by the bites of the azure flame insects, and even more ferocious beasts surged forward, making the search for the 1,000-heart pure lotus much more difficult. Moreover, facing the reckless beasts, the azure flame insects were losing lives every second. Although the azure flame insect is very tough, but it's only a level 7 unit, while there are quite a few level 8 or 9 ferocious beasts in this area. With a slight frown, Sukin reluctantly gave the order. Tell them not to linger in the fight, but simply expand the search area. As a result, the rate at which the azure flame insects died decreased somewhat. Sukin stood on the purple thunder dragon, scanning his surroundings. With Qing Lian, that butt-watching maniac, around, no ferocious beast could get close to him for a while. Song Yumingfei's expression didn't change much. She rested her chin on her hand, looked at Sukan, and had a happy smile on her face. She was exceptionally talented from a young age and was pampered in the Songyue family, but she had never experienced such sweetness and happiness before. At this moment, she no longer cared whether she could find Qianxin Jinglian, nor did she care about the pain caused by the soul-severing technique within her body. She just wanted to look at Sukin like this, not wanting to waste even a second of blinking. The soul-severing technique has flared up again. Seeing that consort Sonyue's face was pale, a look of heartache flashed in Sukan's eyes. No, I just wanted to see you. Song Yumingfei shook her head, stood up, and hugged Sukin from behind, pressing herself tightly against this man who was more than 10 years younger than her. Sukin didn't speak, but kept urging the azure flame insects to speed up their search. Time passed slowly, and the sky began to darken. Of the more than 40,000 azure flame insects, only a little over 10,000 remain. But they didn't even search 1/10 of the area along the Panghai coast. Several types of lotus flowers were found during this period, but none of them were the 1,000-heart pure lotus. Call. Sukin let out a long breath. Try to calm yourself down. It is precisely because the 1,000-heart pure lotus is so hard to find that the spirit-severing technique has become a nightmare for nest masters, and the demon clan has no intention of forcibly occupying the shores of Panghai. Although there are countless ferocious beasts here, they are so vicious and cruel that they cannot be tamed or subdued. But if the demons are determined to occupy it, there's no problem. It is precisely because even if one comes to the shores of Panghai, finding the 1,000-heart pure lotus is an extremely difficult task that this place has always been a wild and untamed area. The reason why humans do not occupy this place is not only because they are worried about being strongly resisted by the demons, but also because they are worried that the Great War will destroy the environment suitable for the growth of the 1,000-heart pure lotus. With 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind, Sukan's eyes never stopped moving. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. On a frozen lake, 3 lotus flowers bloomed brilliantly, graceful and elegant in the afterglow of the setting sun. Chapter 143,000 Hearts Pure Lotus, Extreme Cold Ice Pillar. This is... Sukin's pupils contracted, and his breathing became rapid. The frozen lake was shrouded in mist, creating a hazy and indistinct scene. The ice lotus stands tall and graceful, swaying gently, its petals shimmering in the afterglow of the setting sun. 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus. Sukin had a feeling that this was definitely the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus. Excited, He immediately commanded the purple thunder dragon beneath his feet to fly towards the frozen lake. The little girl Qinglian and 5 dark moon fairies cleared the way, sweeping away or killing the ferocious beasts that blocked their path. Even Sukin himself possessed the heavy prison divine sword, and when he encountered a troublesome ferocious beast, he swept it away with a single strike. Despite his excitement, he did not order the azure flame insects from other directions to head towards the frozen lake. He was 90% sure, but what if something went wrong? There's always a chance of something going wrong. Moreover, this is a matter of life and death for consort Songyue. Sukin dared not be careless. He wouldn't be willing to take the risk even if there were only a 1% chance of uncertainty, let alone 1%. It was for this reason that he did not tell consort Songyue about this news. After all, the despair that follows hope is the most deadly. The purple thunder dragon traveled at full speed, sparing no effort, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived hundreds of miles away, not far from the ice lake. Song Yumingfei's pretty face turned deathly pale as she gently embraced Su Qin from behind. Dragonfly rested its head on Su Qin's shoulder. This is not the first time this has happened today. Although Su Qin didn't say anything, she knew that it must be another suspected discovery of Qianxin Jinglian. Roar! With a roar from the purple thunder dragon, Su Qin and his group finally saw the frozen lake. The area was shrouded in mist and filled with spiritual energy. 3 pure white lotus flowers sway gracefully on the surface of the frozen lake. This is... Consort Songyue slightly opened her eyes. The delicate and tranquil fragrance of lotus is incredibly pleasant. Just smelling a little bit of it gradually lessened the pain in her body. This is absolutely the pure lotus of 1,000 hearts. Song Yumingfei unconsciously tightened her arms around Su Qin's waist. Wait here for a moment, I'll go get it for you. Su Qin turned his head and gently touched Song Yumingfei's face with a light laugh. Song Yumingfei nodded obediently. Have Qinglian and the Dark Moon Fairy protect consort Songyue. Su Qin took a deep breath, and the hurricane thunder wings unfolded behind him. Amidst the sounds of wind and thunder, Su Qin flew over that frozen lake. Boom! Just as he reached the airspace above the frozen lake, preparing to pick the 1,000-heart pure lotus, an ice pillar shot skyward from beneath the frozen lake, unleashing a biting chill that caused the temperature to plummet. Ice crystals spread across the land, and even some level 2 or 3 ferocious beasts were directly turned into ice sculptures by this cold air. This was only the lingering effect of the icicle. After all, the icicle's target was Su Qin. The icicle shot skyward, and by the time Su Qin reacted, it was already in front of him. The extreme cold made his body stiff, and the wind and thunder images on the hurricane thunder wings seemed to freeze due to the extreme cold. Su Qin, upon seeing this scene, consort Sonyue's already pale face turned even paler, and she staggered, unable to even stand steadily. If Qinglian hadn't caught her quickly, she probably would have fallen off the purple thunder dragon. The little girl Qinglian was also extremely anxious, but Su Qin was afraid that she would be naughty, so he had already given her a death order to protect consort Songyue. No matter what happens, her only mission is to protect consort Songyue. Just when she was anxious and conflicted, hundreds of meters long and over a meter in diameter, radiating extreme cold, slammed into Su Qin's chest. Chapter 144: A King-Level Ferocious Beast, the Ice Blue Flood Dragon. The extreme cold seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Su Qin's eyes widened, and he seemed to be imprisoned, neither dodging nor flinching, watching helplessly as the ice pillar crashed into him. Boom! A violent explosion rang out in the sky. The air was a vast expanse of white, filled with broken ice shards and ice powder, making it impossible to see anything. Roar! As the ice pillar shattered, a tremendous roar of a beast echoed from the bottom of the icy lake. Fiercest beasts of Penghai, who had always been incredibly stubborn, trembled at this roar. A slender, ice-blue figure burst forth from beneath the frozen lake. It was a blue dragon with a single horn on its head. Its kilometer-long body hovers and stretches across the sky. An overwhelming pressure swept down, and even the purple thunder dragon in midair was unable to maintain its buoyancy due to this powerful oppressive force. Even though the purple thunder dragon is a mythical unit and a true dragon, the difference in rank is simply too great. Su Qin, Song Yumingfei's eyes, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the back of the purple thunder dragon. Despite being afflicted by a spirit-severing spell and unable to use her spiritual power, she was still a king-level nest master. She sensed the presence of a king or noble being the moment the ice pillar appeared. Sukin was struck head-on by a ferocious beast of the king level. At that moment, she felt as if her heart had stopped beating. Little Qinglian wanted to help her, but faced with the oppressive aura emanating from the icy blue figure in the sky, her small body couldn't move an inch. However, through the mental link, she could sense that Sukin was not dead. Whoosh! With a whoosh of wind, Sukan's figure, blasted away, reappeared above the frozen lake. Aside from his tattered clothes and slightly pale face, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. The icicle just now appeared suddenly. Fortunately, he possessed the superior-grade spiritual technique Nine Suns Control, which had been amplified fivefold, making his defensive capabilities no less than some top-grade spiritual techniques. Moreover, perfect-level spiritual techniques can be cast in the blink of an eye. Although the Nine Suns Control technique couldn't completely block the attack of the extreme cold ice pillars, he still had the Hurricane Thunder Wings. Hurricane Thunder Wing is a flight magic. Its wings are also quite strong defensively. After the blessing is increased fivefold, it is no worse than a top-grade spiritual technique. In addition, he possessed the innate divine weapon, the heavy prison divine sword, and his body, enhanced by countless attribute points from the system, was comparable to that of a level 6 or 7 ferocious beast. A king-level being couldn't kill him instantly. However, he had used all his skills to withstand this attack. After a moment's thought, Sukin beckoned to the blue dragon with his finger. Hee, you ice loach, your attack isn't very good. His tone was sarcastic and full of energy. This attack is more like a tickle to me. If you want to defeat me, you'd better use all your strength. And Song Yumingfei's eyes were still wet when she saw this scene, and she was both annoyed and amused. The ferocious dragon before them was a king-level beast, while Sukin was merely a level 7 nest master, and had no troops by his side. Isn't this courting death? Of course, she knew that Sukin couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. She had a feeling that even at her peak, she might not be his match. Unexpectedly, in just a short period of time, he was no match for Sukin in any aspect. I'm afraid I'll be bullied by him for the rest of my life. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but Song Yumingfei's eyes were filled with sweetness. In the sky, the ice-blue dragon was enraged by Sukin's provocation. The dragon's roar shook the surrounding area, and the air around it turned into ice crystals. The long, slender dragon body left a trail of ice in midair as it pounced towards Sukin. Hey, wait until you catch up with me before you start acting tough. Now, you'd better obediently follow behind me and eat my asses. With a smirk, Sukin flapped his hurricane thunder wings and transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from Song Yumingfei's sight. He glanced at the blue dragon that was closing in behind him. A small knife, shimmering with starlight, quietly appeared at his fingertips. Chapter 145 The Powerful Outburst of the Shattered Star Triple Fold, An Unexpected Visitor? With a flap of his hurricane-like wings, Sukin suddenly turned around, no longer in a disheveled state of fleeing. He stood high in the sky, surrounded by a chilling aura. It was impossible to tell whether it was the inherent frigidity of the high altitude or the chill brought by the rapidly approaching blue dragon. He sneered as he looked at the massive blue figure that was constantly approaching. Its powerful and ferocious aura swept across the surroundings, and as soon as it arrived, the clouds in front of it dispersed, as if to make way for this ferocious beast. You'll get to enjoy the first full power-shattering star triple-fold, Ice Loach. Sukin spoke coldly. The spiritual energy within his body surged into the shattered star flying knife like a dam bursting. In an instant, his spiritual energy was completely depleted. Divine weapon skills are not something that even kings and nobles are qualified to use. Even with numerous enhancements, his spiritual power far surpasses that of a level 7 nest master of the same rank. However, starting the first stage of the Shattered Star Triple Fold is already the limit. However, he possesses a spiritual heart. Heart of Spiritual Power, special equipment, can store 5 times the wearer's own spiritual power. The Heart of Spiritual Power, brimming with spiritual energy, allows him to unleash the Shattered Star Triple Fold technique at least twice with full power. While he was pondering, the blue dragon was already less than 1,000 meters away from Sukin. A powerful dragon's might swept across the land, and the icy chill in the sky intensified. Brush! Sukin's eyes narrowed, and the shattered star flying knife shone brightly, its starlight flashing as it flew from his fingertips. Specks of starlight twinkled in the sky, shooting toward the blue dragon at unparalleled speed. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the void, and the blue dragon felt the intimidating power of the shooting starlight. A breath of icy blue dragon breath was exhaled. The shattering star flying knife was struck head-on by the ice blue dragon breath, causing starlight to flash and the first stage of the attack to erupt. Was shattered by the starlight blade, and the power of the shattered star flying knife was completely gone. Instead, the sharpness of the blade and the starlight became even more intense. The shattering star flying knife's divine weapon skill, shattering star triple fold, is divided into 3 stages of attack. Each section is more powerful than the last. Not long ago, Sukin unexpectedly killed the Overlord-level Pig Demon Chieftain with the first attack of the Shattered Star flying knife. Of the Shattered Star triple strike erupted, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. With a flash of starlight, the Shattering Star flying knife appeared before the blue dragon's crimson eyes. The fierce and ruthless beastly eyes finally revealed a look of terror. Just as the Shattering Star flying knife was about to pierce its eye, at the critical moment, the single horn on the dragon beast suddenly emitted a blue light, and a blue light screen instantly formed, blocking the flying star shattering knife. Bang! But soon, a sound like porcelain shattering rang out. The blue light curtain was like glass, or it burst open in blue fragments. At this moment, the starlight on the shattered star flying knife became more intense than ever before, and its sharp aura even caused cracks to appear in the surrounding void. Just like a mirror that could shatter at any moment. The shattered star triple fold attack burst forth. The fear in the scarlet eyes, as large as a blue dragon lantern, was frozen in time. Brush! A kilometer away, starlight twinkled, and splashes of blue blood could be seen in the sky. Sukin raised 2 fingers, and a glint of starlight appeared between them. It was none other than the shattered star flying knife that had already turned around. The blue dragon in the sky had also completely lost its vitality. Its kilometer-long body plummeted rapidly from the sky. Boom! With a deafening roar, a dragon-shaped crater was smashed into the ground not far from the frozen lake, and the icy blue blood of the dragon flowed freely like a stream. Sukin's figure slowly appeared at this moment. Apart from being slightly pale, he showed no signs of having been through a major battle. It seems that slaying a ferocious beast of king-level status is not a difficult task for him. Consort Song Yue's eyes widened. She had considered that Sukin might have the means to kill this king-level ferocious beast, but the speed and ease with which it was done was completely beyond her expectations. Even at her peak, she would have to go through a great battle to kill a king-level ferocious beast. What's more, this is a ferocious beast of the dragon type. Its combat power is stronger than that of ordinary king-level ferocious beasts. Moreover, Sukin killed this ferocious beast without relying on any military unit. He defeated it entirely on his own. This strength is simply unbelievable for a nest master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the king-level ferocious beast, the extreme cold ice dragon. Reward, 50,000 evolution points, 10 physique points, and 1 system space. The system voice sounded, and another image of the ferocious beast encyclopedia in my mind was lit up. But at this moment, Sukin's attention was entirely focused on the beautiful ice lotus on the lake. Slap, slap, slap. Fantastic, fantastic. It's been a long time since I've seen such a spectacular battle. A level 7 nest master can actually use divine weapon skills to kill a king-level ferocious beast. Such a genius is truly amazing. It's a pity he's from China. The moment the words fell, a blonde man with white wings fluttering behind him slowly appeared from the void. Chapter 146. The Blonde Man, the Faceless Angel. The blonde man clapped his hands and smiled as he slowly emerged from the void not far away. His white wings fluttered on both sides of his back, and there were also tiny fragments of light feathers in the sky. With a gentle smile on his face and his sharply defined features, he was indeed handsome and dashing. Of course, it's still a long way from being as good as me. Sukin hovered above the frozen lake, no longer picking the 1,000-heart pure lotus, but instead staring at him expressionlessly. Clearly, they have ill intentions. Moreover, despite being repeatedly interrupted while picking the 1,000-heart pure lotus, his expression remained unchanged, though his anger had reached its peak. The blonde man, a smile on his face, looked at Song Yumingfei with a look of amazement. Such a stunning woman is hard to find even in the Golden Eagle Kingdom. But the thought that they were from China made me feel better. The Dragon Kingdom is a vast and resource-rich land, blessed with outstanding people and beautiful women. It is only natural that it would produce some exceptionally beautiful women. Noticing consort Song Yue's complexion and the aura of decline emanating from her, and then looking at the 1,000 hearts pure lotus on the frozen lake. In an instant, he understood. Let me first introduce myself. The blonde man bowed to Consort Song Yu in a very gentlemanly manner. As for Su Kan, he naturally ignored him. My name is Lauren, and I come from. Enough with the nonsense. We have no interest in knowing who you are, nor do we want to find out what your purpose is in spying on us. But I advise you to disappear immediately. Su Kan's tone was icy. The blonde man, who had been hiding in the shadows, chose to emerge only after the boy had dealt with the extreme cold ice dragon. He's clearly not a good person. In other words, all he wants now is to obtain the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus and remove the spirit-slaying technique from Consort Song Yu. Otherwise, he definitely won't get any good juice. Is this how the people of the Dragon Kingdom treat their guests? The blonde man glanced arrogantly at Su Kan, then looked at Song Yu Mingfei with a smile. I imagine this beautiful and elegant lady must be. Roll. Song Yu Mingfei slightly parted her red lips and uttered a single word. Lauren's smile froze, and a shadow of gloom flashed in her eyes. His purpose in coming to the shores of Penghai was naturally also to find the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus, and he found the ice lake even earlier than Su Kan. King-level status in the frozen lake made him dare not act rashly. Just as he was trying to figure out a solution, he discovered the azure flame insects that Su Kan had sent to find the 1,000 Heart Pure Lotus of Penghai. A thought struck him, so he concealed himself and decided to observe the situation. Sure enough, not long after, Su Kan and his group appeared. Su Kan's reckless act of picking the 1,000 Heart Pure Lotus was naturally witnessed by him. Such behavior from a mere level 7 nest master. In his view, it was no different from sending someone to their death. Unexpectedly, Su Kan not only withstood the attack of the extreme cold ice dragon head-on, but also killed the ferocious ice dragon with a divine weapon technique. Level 7 nest master, using divine weapon skills. It was something I had never seen or heard of before. However, he felt a sense of relief. No matter what methods Su Kan uses, he can still use divine weapon techniques. However, at this moment, his spiritual energy must have been completely depleted. Besides, it would be a disservice to God not to accept such a divine weapon delivered to one's doorstep. The moment he revealed himself, he had no intention of letting Su Kan go. Moreover, Su Kan and Consort Song Yu's attitude further enraged him. It seems that the hospitality of the Dragon Kingdom is nowhere to be seen in you. In that case, don't blame me. Lauren's smile remained unchanged as 6 figures appeared around her. Holding a long staff, with gray wings flapping behind her, she was tall and slender. Her only flaw was that her facial features were completely blurred, like dough. An angel? But this incongruous angel is the first time I've ever seen one. Su Kan's eyes flickered. Lauren's smile turned into a cold sneer. Faceless angels are epic units, while hero units are even mythical. He came to the shores of Penghai to find the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus because it was a necessary spiritual material for the faceless angels to evolve into mythical soldiers. By the oppressive aura emanating from Lauren's troops. Level 9 is strong, but it's nothing to him. He glanced at the more than 200,000 evolution points in the background, and then at the star-destroying finger, a semi-immortal technique lying quietly in the system space. He silently uttered a few words in his mind. System, upgrade the Star Destroyer finger to its maximum level. Chapter 147A Finger Points at a Falling Star. Lauren's backup plan? Su Kan's mind raced, and his evolution points rapidly decreased. Ding. Evolution points, 15,000. Star Destroyer finger beginner level. Ding. Evolution points, 30,000. Star Destroyer finger minor completion. Ding. Evolution points, 50,000. Star Destroyer finger great completion. Ding. Evolution points, 70,000. Star Destroyer finger at its peak. With 165,000 evolution points consumed, the half-immortal technique Star Destroyer finger instantly reached perfection from the very beginning. The whole process took less than the blink of an eye. At the moment when the star-destroying finger technique reached its peak, Su Kan was in a daze, as if he were standing on an endless starry sky, surrounded by dazzling starlight and flowing stars. Suddenly, he pointed out with one finger. A dim, spiritual light flickered at his fingertips, instantly illuminating the surrounding space. The dim light brought an eerie glow. In the endless light, a finger suddenly appeared, growing larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it became as big as a star. Its aura of destruction made it appear even more terrifying than the stars. Boom! A finger touches a star. The infinitely large star collapsed and shattered in an instant, just like a water balloon that had been punctured, splashing water everywhere. It seemed as if countless living beings were wailing and screaming within it. Despair and struggle amidst this world, destroying divine might. Call. I exhaled softly, and my vision returned to normal. Lauren appeared, arms crossed, eyes full of arrogance. Here's an old Chinese saying for you. You have a path to heaven, but you choose not to take it. You have no gate to hell, but you come here of your own accord. Sukin spoke calmly, his gaze returning to its usual indifference, and pointed a finger at Lauren. The spiritual energy within the heart of spiritual power surged and converged rapidly towards Sukan's fingertips like a raging torrent. Even with a heart full of spiritual power, after this star-destroying finger, his spiritual power will probably be completely depleted. But killing this golden retriever is enough. As Sukin thought this, he activated the Star Destroyer finger. There's too much old talk from the Dragon Kingdom. You'd better go listen to those old ghosts from the Dragon Kingdom after you die. Lauren scoffed dismissively, a smug smile playing on her lips. Possessing an epic level unit, he reached the level of a 9th level Nest Master before the age of 30, and his father was the Night King of the Holy Church of the Golden Eagle Kingdom. He certainly has the right to be arrogant. But soon, as a faint light shone from Sukan's fingertips, Lauren's smile froze. An immense pressure swept across the surrounding space, and a deadly killing intent enveloped him. The culprit behind it all was the rapid and intense flashes of light emanating from Sukin's fingertips. Half immortal technique? How is this possible? Lauren's pupils contracted, and her eyelids twitched. Born in a sacred church, and with a father who is a Night King, surpassing the Overlord level and a powerful Nest Master at the Half-Step Lord level. He had witnessed the semi-divine technique, a spiritual technique that ordinary people rarely see in their entire lives, a technique that was like a natural disaster, more than once. But, a level 7 Nest Master performing a semi-divine technique? What kind of international joke is this? His trembling soul, however, was telling him that what he was seeing was real, because a finger tens of meters long had appeared before his eyes. In that instant, he felt that there was no wind around him. No, there was no air or spiritual energy. Everything was locked down the moment that finger appeared. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the Star Destroyer finger can still be activated, and the spiritual heart still has about 1/5 of its spiritual power, but it's no longer necessary. Although this power is not as great as the giant finger in his mind that is comparable to the stars, it is in no way inferior to his previous divine weapon skills. Killing a level 9 Nest Master is a piece of cake. Stop. I'm leaving. Lauren tried her best to open her mouth and shout. The immense pressure was suffocating him. You want to leave now? It's too late. Sukin remained completely unmoved. The Star Destroyer has already locked onto Lauren. My father is the Night King of the Holy Church of the Golden Eagle Kingdom. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. Lauren shouted urgently. The death of geniuses like you and me could very well trigger a war between human nations. Do you intend to provoke a war between our two nations, depleting the strength of our human race and giving the demons an opportunity to exploit? A big hat was put on it. Unfortunately, Sukin remained unmoved. What were you doing before? Now that you realize you can't win, you start talking about the greater good of humanity? Moreover, he's just a level 9 Nest Master. To think he can provoke a war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Golden Eagle Kingdom is far too much of an overestimation of himself. Even if you are the father of the Holy Church Night King, you are not qualified to start a war between the two countries. He sneered inwardly, and the star-destroying finger technique was already pressing down. This is outrageous. Do you really think I have no backup plan? Lauren's blonde hair flew wildly, and her face became incredibly ferocious. As the youngest son of the Night King, and with his outstanding talent, he was not without the ability to contend with power exceeding level 9. Otherwise, why would he venture alone into the shores of Penghai? Although he didn't want to use it at this time, if he delayed any longer, he would definitely die. A powerful and overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from his body. A golden shield flew out from his body, radiating golden light. At this moment, golden ripples appeared in the stagnant void. Chapter 148 Golden Holy Shield, Pure Heart Lotus Flame. Golden Holy Shield, a low-grade divine weapon. It was a gift from his father 3 years ago. Along with the Golden Shield, his father also paid a great price to obtain 3 Holy Spirit guidances for him from the Holy Church. Kind of esoteric spiritual art found in sacred churches. By planting special spiritual energy twists within the caster's body beforehand, the caster can borrow spiritual energy from the sacred church through the guidance of the Holy Spirit. However, This secret technique also comes at a high price. The massive spiritual energy surges into the nest master's body through the spiritual energy twisting thread, placing a great burden on his body. In mild cases, the meridians may be ruptured. In severe cases, the body may collapse completely. There are many examples in the Holy Church of the Nester who fell directly under the guidance of the Holy Spirit. Before me stood a golden holy shield, its golden light dazzling and indestructible. Lauren gritted her teeth. My body feels bloated and painful, as if there is fire burning in my meridians. Fresh blood was seeping from between the mouth and nose. But he felt the Star Destroyer finger crushing his soul, as if it were about to erase him from this world with its unparalleled domineering power. He had no choice but to recklessly and frantically draw spiritual power from the sacred church. The golden holy light shone brightly, dyeing half the sky golden, as if it had been coated with a layer of gold paint. Magnificent, sacred. On the other side, Sukan's expression remained calm. The Star Destroyer finger crushed down, causing cracks to appear in the void, with spatial fragments swirling around it. An atmosphere of darkness, destruction, and despair swept across the area. Song Yumingfei's bright eyes widened, and she clasped her hands together in front of her chest. Even though the purple thunder dragon had already taken her away from the core area of the battle under Sukan's orders, she was still shocked at this moment. Semi-divine arts. Divine weapon. The battle between these two has surpassed the level of a king or marquis. Despite being a nest master, their units had absolutely no chance to participate in this battle. Boom. The Star Destroyer pointed at the golden shield, emitting a rumbling sound. After the loud noise came silence. Layers of ripples spread from the point of contact between the Star Destroyer finger and the golden shield. The void twisted and contorted like a plastic bottle undergoing deformation. Snap! A crisp sound. The void, twisted to its extreme, shattered. Countless fragments of space scattered and flew about, turning one area into pure darkness. Lauren pressed her hands against the golden shield, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as if it were free. His exposed skin was covered in cracks, as if his entire body would shatter at any moment. Boom! The shockwave swept across the area, carrying fragments of space. Sukan moved his hurricane thunder wings and took a step forward. The Nine Suns' Imperial Guard shone brightly and blocked the way in front of the frozen lake. Lauren's face was ashen, his golden shield was dim, and his body was covered in blood. Even his face looked like a piece of porcelain that might shatter at any moment. His aura was already extremely weak. The pair of white wings behind him had also become extremely dull, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. Chinese dragon, I'll remember this grudge. With a venomous look at Sukan, a faceless angel embraced him and slowly disappeared into the void. Sukan's face remained calm, but he felt a little regretful inside. There is still spiritual power in the heart of spiritual power, but it is not enough to unleash the second Star Destroyer finger. Level 9 allows the use of divine weapon skills, and also grants special stealth abilities. Indeed, one should not be too arrogant. He sighed inwardly. He originally thought that the Star Destroyer finger could instantly kill Lauren. After using cheat codes for a long time, he unconsciously found it difficult to feel proud. Especially when facing young masters, they are prone to arrogance. I shook my head, banishing these distracting thoughts. With a swift movement, he arrived in the center of the frozen lake. 3 nearly transparent lotus flowers stand gracefully, beautiful and delicate. After some twists and turns, Sukan became much more composed and did not rush to pick the 1,000 Heart Pure Lotus. Thinking about information related to the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus. The 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus becomes, the more transparent it becomes. 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotuses that are over 1,000 years old are completely transparent, with a pure heart's lotus flame at the center of each petal. After taking it, it can not only eliminate the spell, but also has the incredible effect of cleansing the body and mind. Clearly, these 3 pure lotus 1,000 hearts in front of us are not over 1,000 years old. The surface of the frozen lake was shrouded in mist, a vast expanse of white. Sukan straightened his thunder wings, creating gusts of solid yet gentle wind that dispersed the mist. As the fog dissipated, the corners of the frozen lake that had been shrouded in thick fog gradually came into view. Several clear, bright flames burned slowly in the void, with nothing beneath them. But upon closer inspection, one can see the transparent lotus flower beneath the pale flame. The blossoming was passionate and exhilarating. Sukan slowly reached out and plucked 2 of the most dazzling 1,000 Heart Pure Lotuses. Chapter 149. To become stronger, you must first go bald. The transparent lotus flowers bloom brilliantly, and the clear, fiery lotus heart emits an alluring fragrance. Sukin carefully took the 2,000 heart pure lotuses and brought them to consort Song Yu's side. Take it quickly. Song Yu Mingfei nodded and accepted 1,000 hearts pure lotus. Although she didn't have high hopes of finding Qianxin Jinglian, she still couldn't hide her excitement when she received it from Su Kan. Her red lips parted, and the clear, pure lotus flame was swallowed into her mouth. The transparent lotus withered instantly, all its vitality vanished. The essence of the 1,000-year-old pure lotus is that single pure lotus flame. Song Yu Mingfei closed her bright eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. One could faintly see blue flames burning within her body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, and in an instant, it formed a lotus flower of spiritual energy, enveloping her within it. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Kan's eyes. I never expected that consuming the 1,000-heart pure lotus would cause such an unusual phenomenon. Sensing the growing vitality within the spiritual lotus, he had nothing to worry about. He glanced at the 1,000 hearts pure lotus in his hand, which he had originally intended to devour. After all, the pure heart lotus flame of the 1,000 hearts pure lotus has many benefits for nest masters, in addition to being used to dispel the spirit severing technique. It seems best to wait until consort Song Yue wakes up before making any decisions. Of Penghai are no benevolent place. The 1,000 hearts pure lotus is not easy to preserve. It should be fine for this short time. By the way, I wonder if the system space would work. Sukin stroked his chin. The system space can even collect innate divine weapons that space rings cannot collect, so it shouldn't be a problem to use it to store the 1,000 heart pure lotus, right? With that thought in mind, Sukin directly summoned the system. Damn system, can the system space store the 1,000 hearts pure lotus for a long time? Sure. A bald husky appeared beside Su Kan, its tone quite certain. Sukin glanced at it and noticed that the husky's baldness was becoming more and more complete. Even though he had a Mediterranean-like face before, at least he still had a few tufts of hair. It's completely bald now. It's incredibly shiny. What have you been up to lately? Why are you so bald? Sukin couldn't help but ask. To become stronger, you first have to go bald. I will definitely become the strongest system. The bald husky's blue eyes shone brightly, radiating confidence. After saying that, it plunged into Su Kan's body. Sukin shook his head, put the 1,000 hearts pure lotus in his hand into the system space, and came to the sky above the frozen lake again. Since the system space can preserve the 1,000 heart pure lotus for a long time, he naturally wants to pick more. Perhaps, in the future great war between humans and demons, this 1,000 hearts pure lotus will play a significant role. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate and directly packed up all the 1,000 heart pure lotus from the frozen lake. The 1,000 heart pure lotus, which is less than 1,000 years old, does not have the pure heart lotus flame. It has no problem dispelling the spirit severing technique. With a thought, more than 10,000 heart pure lotuses containing pure heart lotus flame and more than 20 ordinary 1,000 heart pure lotuses appeared in his system space. All that's left in the frozen lake are some small flower buds. Consort Song Yue was still enveloped in the spiritual lotus, and it seemed that the ordeal wouldn't end anytime soon. With a flick of his wrist, Sukin produced a purple fishing rod. The special spirit weapon he obtained from opening a treasure chest before, the purple spirit fishing rod. The body is translucent, as if cast from purple jade, with the hanging line almost transparent, and at the end is a small purple fish. It is extremely lifelike, looking almost like a living thing. With it, you will no longer be an Air Force pilot. Looking at the description above and then at the frozen lake in front of him, Su Kan's dormant fishing spirit began to awaken. It's impossible for me to bait the nest. It's absolutely impossible in this lifetime. Let's start fishing. The little purple fish came to life as soon as it touched the water's surface, flicked its tail, and disappeared into the water. Fishing in another world was a first for Su Kan since his transmigration, and he felt both excited and thrilled. Using special spirit weapons for fishing, who knows what they'll catch? Soon, the fishing float began to bounce. Sukin flicked his wrist and lifted the rod. Damn, you can even fish from this. Sukin was dumbfounded when he saw the worn-out shoes dangling in front of him. Take a deep breath and throw away the worn-out shoes. Casting the rod and casting the line, all done in one smooth motion. Get up, sir. The fishing float moved, and Sukin moved too. Splash. Water splashed up. A skeleton hung in midair. His hair was white, and his clothes were tattered, It was impossible to tell how long he had been dead. Damn it. Sukan's face darkened. That's so unlucky. With a dark expression, Sukan originally planned to throw the withered bones back into the icy lake. But then I thought that he was, after all, an ancestor of the human race, and since we had encountered him, we should let him rest in peace. He casually blasted a deep pit, just as he was about to bury the skeleton in it. A piece of animal hide fell off the skeleton. Chapter 150 Flame Emperor, Sovereign Level, like a sovereign and emperor. Is this a treasure map that fell down? Sukan muttered to himself and reached out to pick up the animal hide. It feels extremely comfortable to the touch and shows no signs of decay whatsoever. The front of the animal hide was covered with densely packed text. I am the Flame Emperor, renowned from a young age, my life glorious, and I have never been undefeated in battle. Sukan read it quickly and with great interest. The text devotes considerable space to describing how powerful and brilliant the Yin Emperor, also known as Kugu, was in life. He was just short of claiming to be the reincarnation of an emperor, thus intimidating both humans and demons. However, the Blood Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan is treacherous and cunning, lacking in martial ethics, and used the spirit-severing technique to launch a sneak attack. After several twists and turns, I finally dragged my broken body to the shore of Penghai. Unfortunately, after searching the entire shores of Penghai, I could not find the 1,000-heart pure lotus. Only in this icy lake are there a few 1,000-heart pure lotus stamens. This is the will of heaven to destroy me. Cough, cough. So be it, so be it. Heaven is jealous of me. What can I do but sigh? Inside the heavenly pot cave, my legacy remains. Those with the right fate may take it. There is a route map on the bottom of the animal skin, starting from the frozen lake in front of us, and ending at the heavenly pot cave. These few thousand words reveal the tragic end of a powerful figure. Sukan sighed inwardly. Boom. Just then, a violent roar of spiritual energy erupted, and shockwaves rippled outwards. Of consort Sanyue emerged from the spiritual lotus. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her jade-like face shone with radiance. His aura was powerful and solid, brimming with vitality, completely unlike his previous state of decline. She even seemed to be a bit stronger than before. Sukan flashed and appeared in front of consort Sanyue. How? The spirit-suppressing spell has been completely dispelled, and halfway through her sentence, consort Sanyue suddenly exclaimed in surprise. However, it was the effect of the pure heart lotus fire cleansing that caused some dirt to appear on her body. Close your eyes, don't look. With a delicate shout and a blush on her jade-like face, consort Sanyue moved swiftly and jumped directly into the icy lake. Sukan touched his nose, a wry smile appearing on his lips. However, once the spirit-severing spell is lifted, everything will be fine, and he can sense that consort Sanyue has also gained a lot of benefits from the 1,000 Hearts Pure Lotus. After swimming in the icy lake for more than half an hour, Sanyue Mingfei slowly swam to the edge and poked her little head out. I'm going to change my clothes, turn around. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Sukan didn't turn her head. Instead, she stared wide-eyed. Snort. Sanyue Mingfei rolled her eyes at Sukan, her pretty face slightly flushed, and half of her body emerged from the icy lake. The white robes were already soaked by the lake water. A round, perky bottom, a slender waist, and a magnificent bust, her infinitely beautiful body is faintly visible. A lotus emerging from the water. They brought disaster to the country and its people. Sukan stared wide-eyed. With a plop, he jumped directly into the icy lake. You. Sanyue Mingfei exclaimed in surprise, but her red lips were quickly sealed with a kiss. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and each wave is different. Today is destined to be an eventful day for the frozen lake. The stars reflected in the sky as the two lay in the icy lake. Sanyue Mingfei nestled in Sukan's arms. Thanks. Sanyue Mingfei softly said thank you. Without Sukan, she probably wouldn't have survived the night under the spirit-severing technique. Sukan was taken aback for a moment, then realized what was happening. He pinched her delicate, pretty nose. What are you thanking me for? If you thank me again next time, you'll be in for some serious family discipline. Family rules. What family rules? What do you think? Sukan revealed a wicked smile, his gaze sweeping over them with ill intent. You just know how to bully me. Sanyue Mingfei pouted her red lips and bit Sukan's shoulder in dissatisfaction. So hard. Sanyue Mingfei grinned, revealing her pearly teeth. Hey. Sukan chuckled inwardly. With the support of numerous system attribute points, his physical strength was now extremely formidable. By the way, do you know the Flame Emperor? Sukin smoothed her hair and asked casually. Although the text on the animal hide mentioned the Flame Emperor, it was all in praise. As for the name of the Yin Emperor and his cultivation level, not a single word was mentioned. The Flame Emperor? Consort Sangyua paused for a moment before speaking. If you're talking about him, then he was a person from 1,000 years ago, someone from the same era as my ancestor. However, my ancestor was not as good as him. 1,000 years ago, the Yin Emperor was already a powerful figure at the monarch level. And my ancestor is still at the venerable lord level. Kings, overlords, lords, emperors, and great emperors. The 5 realms above level 9. Your Majesty, as your Majesty, as your Majesty. Such a level of skill is enough for one person to be worth an entire nation. Unfortunately, the Flame Emperor was cursed with a spirit-severing technique during the war between humans and demons 1,000 years ago, and there has been no news of him since. It must have perished. Song Yumingfei's tone was very low. Not all human nest masters who have planted the spirit-severing technique have her good fortune. Most people, even if they come to the shores of Penglai, will not be able to find the pure lotus of 1,000 hearts. It seems that the skeleton really is the Flame Emperor himself. A monarch-level powerhouse certainly has the right to be arrogant. Thinking to himself, Sukin gently patted Song Yumingfei. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Chapter 151 Snow Peak exterminates Snow Beast, Heavenly Pot Cave, Yin Emperor's Legacy. In midair, on the purple thunder dragon, Sukin reached out and embraced Song Yumingfei, then flew towards the route marked on the animal hide. Tianhu Cave, the site of the legacy of Emperor Yin. A monarch-level powerhouse, if left out, would likely drive countless powerful individuals mad. Some small countries even mobilize their entire nation to compete for it. After all, the strongest people in most small countries are not necessarily at the level of emperors. Sukin wasn't too excited. With the cheat in hand, although he couldn't instantly reach level 999 and crush everything, he didn't really value the legacy of the emperor level. As for troops, he has mythical level troops like the purple thunder dragon. Divine weapon, he possesses the innate divine weapon, the heavy prison divine sword. The spiritual technique, the semi-immortal technique Star Destroyer Finger, has been perfected. To put it bluntly, everything he possesses now is something that even a living emperor-level powerhouse would want to rob him of. I glanced at the system backend and saw that it had just over 100,000 evolution points. Sukin felt a surge of pride. System, how many evolution points are needed to upgrade from level 7 to level 8? 100,000. Damn it. Sukin's lips twitched violently. The evolution points required to go from level 6 to level 7 are 70,000, but the evolution points required to go from level 7 to level 8 are a whopping 100,000? What about levels 8 and 9? 300,000. Damn it. Sukin's eye twitched. Killing a level 9 ferocious beast yields 10,000 evolution points, while killing a king-level ferocious beast yields 30,000 evolution points. To kill 30 level 9 ferocious beasts or 10 king-level ferocious beasts to accumulate 300,000 evolution points. This is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. This is only level 9. He could no longer imagine the realms he would reach, such as king, overlord, sovereign, emperor, or even monarch. He seriously doubted that even if he killed all the ferocious beasts in the world, he might not have enough evolution points. Lost in his thoughts, a mountain peak shaped like a gourd appeared before him. The mountain peaks were covered in silver, and as far as the eye could see, the treetops and forests were covered with frost. What a beautiful picture of snow-capped peaks and rime ice. This is it. Sukin unfurled the hurricane thunder wings behind him, ready to carry Song Yumingfei down. Boom. Suddenly, the snow-capped peaks began to tremble. Large snowflakes were shaken and swirled everywhere. One after another, creatures with snow-white fur, neither quite apes nor fully apes, emerged from the snow-capped mountains and forests. They are tall and incredibly robust, with extremely thick limbs. In an instant, at least several thousand of these ferocious beasts appeared all over the mountains and plains. Haha, another one to play with. The little girl who had been bored for half a day suddenly became excited. He held the blood demon heavy axe in one hand, made strange gestures with the other, and kept shouting. Go. Sukin patted his head. These unknown ferocious beasts looked menacing, but most of them were only level 6 or 7. For Qinglian, a level 7 epic quality hero unit, this is no problem at all. Moreover, she also possesses the mid-grade divine weapon, the blood demon heavy axe. This is like adding wings to a tiger. At the same time, Sukin also dispatched the Purple Thunder Dragon and the Azure Flame Insect. He didn't summon the Dark Moon Fairy. A level 5 Dark Moon Fairy is no match for such an opponent. The Purple Thunder Dragon is also a level 5 unit. Its mythical troop quality makes it capable of directly confronting level 7 ferocious beasts. Sanyue Mingfei waved her hand. The White Tiger will appear during the day. His powerful and ferocious aura intimidated the entire audience. No rush, let them handle it. Sukin quickly stopped him. Just kidding, these are all evolution points. Sanyue Mingfei nodded obediently, without asking any further questions, and simply had Mingzhou Baihu guard them. On the mountain peak, Han soon unleashed a series of booming sounds. Roars, screams, and hissing filled the air. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed a level 7 ferocious beast, the Snow Beast. Reward: 2,000 evolution points, 2 strength, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed an 8th level ferocious beast, the Snow Beast. Reward: 5,000 evolution points, and 1 spiritual power. Ding! Detected. The system background is constantly refreshing information. In a short period of time, he gained another 20,000 to 30,000 evolution points. A warm current kept flowing through my body, and my physical fitness was gradually improving. Nearly an hour later, the pristine snow-capped peaks have been stained red with blood. Severed limbs and remains were scattered everywhere, some from snow beasts, others from military units. After this battle, the number of Azure Flame insects had dwindled to less than 3,000. The Purple Thunder Dragon did not perish. It was exhausted of spiritual energy and seriously injured, unable to fight any longer, and was taken back to its nest by Su Kan. Only the little girl looked excited, as if she wanted more. Thanks to the Blood Demon Battle Axe's passive weapon skill, Bloodlust, she didn't even break a skin after a fierce battle. Sukin grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the number of evolution points that had once again broken through the 200,000 mark, now approaching 300,000. Sanyue Mingfei didn't know why Sukin was so happy, but a beautiful smile also appeared on her face. The world of suffering for the snow beasts has been achieved. Ahem, let's go see what good things Senior Yanhuang left behind. With a light cough, Sukin led Sanyue Mingfei toward the cave halfway up Xiefeng Mountain. Chapter 152 Yuanling Pearl, Haori Sword. The Tianhu Cave beneath the snow-capped peaks is not dark. On the contrary, a light source of unknown origin illuminates the cave. The temperature inside the cave was also very pleasant, and many exotic flowers and plants bloomed on both sides. A flash of inspiration, an overflowing fragrance. These are all miraculous herbs. Unfortunately, his rank was too low, and Sukin didn't think much of him. The cave wasn't long. You could see the end of it at a glance. Aside from being somewhat mystical, there was absolutely nothing related to the legacy of a monarch-level powerhouse. Surely the so-called legacy can't just be 2 or 3 great spiritual herbs by the cave entrance, right? Could we have come to the wrong place? Consort Sanyue asked in confusion. I don't think so. That's how the routes are marked on animal hides. Sukin took out the animal hide. In that instant, the cave underwent a change. The space ripples, like the surface of water swaying. The scenery changed dramatically. The cave had transformed into a magnificent and splendid space. The room was filled with spiritual energy, with fiery red mist drifting around, making it exceptionally warm and comfortable. In the center of the space is a wooden table with 3 square wooden boxes on it. This is a realm. Consort Sanyue exclaimed in surprise. The domain is a special ability that only nest masters at the Lord level can awaken. A domain can be used not only to defend against enemies, but a complete domain is almost a small world. Extraordinary talent. She awakened her domain, the soul-seizing heavenly light realm, at the king level. However, it is not stable, and its use comes at a considerable cost. It is far removed from the small world. However, as the owner of a realm, she immediately sensed that this special space was a realm space. I never expected that after the Yanhuang Senior planted the spirit-severing technique, he still had the power to leave behind a domain, and that it could be maintained until now. Consort Sanyue sighed. It should be noted that the Yin Emperor lived at least 1,000 years ago. If he hadn't died, he might now be called Emperor Yin. Sukin remained silent for a moment. The soul-slaying technique is extremely vicious. A human nest master with the soul-slaying technique in a great battle. After all, no one is a target. Stand still and let me hit you? The Pig Demon Clan chief used the soul-severing technique on Consort Sanyue when she was powerless to resist. Later, When fighting against a powerful figure from the Sakura Kingdom, the Pig Demon Clan chief preferred a brutal battle to using the spirit-severing technique, which shows that, in direct combat, using the spirit-severing technique is almost impossible to hit, except that it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Like the Flame Emperor could be hit by the spirit-severing technique. Unless a powerful Emperor-level expert from the demon race intervenes, success is virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the animal hide did not provide a detailed description of how he cultivated the spirit-severing technique. It was only said that it was caused by a sneak attack from the Blood Demon Emperor. All I can say is that it's a matter of timing and fate. Despite his many thoughts, Sukin didn't act too coy. He walked to the wooden table and opened a square box. A burst of light leaped from the box, initially the size of a marble. It then grew larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, it became the size of a soccer ball. Within it surges a torrent of spiritual energy. Just looking at it is like facing an endless ocean of spiritual energy, with surging waves and a fierce momentum. This is the Yuanling Pearl. Consort Sanyue sighed. When a powerful nest master reaches the end of his lifespan, he will separate his spiritual energy and essence and leave it to his descendants. The spirit within the spirit orb is an extremely pure and powerful spirit. After being absorbed by a nest master, it can quickly enable the nest to break through its level. Senior Yanhuang was able to leave behind not only a domain, but also a Yuanling Pearl after being afflicted with the spirit-severing technique. His strength is truly unimaginable. You have 3 nests, and the spiritual power required to upgrade them far exceeds that of ordinary nest masters. Quickly absorb this Yuanling Pearl. Song Yumingfei said somewhat urgently. Once the Yuanling Pearl is unsealed, the Yuanling energy will dissipate every moment, so don't waste it. Sukin shook his head, handed the Yuanling Pearl to Song Yumingfei, and smiled. You absorb it. I have other ways to quickly upgrade the nest. No buts, just listen to me. Sukin directly stuffed the Yuanling Pearl into her arms. Thanks. Song Yumingfei murmured a thank you. She knew that Sukin could not be regarded as an ordinary nest master, but the Yuanling Pearl of a monarch-level expert was something that even her Songyue family's ancestors would not have given away like this. I was immediately deeply moved. Saying thank you? Do you want to be punished by family rules again? Sukin's lips curled up, his gaze sweeping over them. Come on then, if you dare. Song Yumingfei gave him a charming sidelong glance, and before Sukin could react, she sat cross-legged and began to refine and absorb the Yuanling Pearl. What an alluring little vixen. Sukin shook his head and looked at the box in the middle of the table. With a flick of the finger, it opened. A sword, gleaming with intense spiritual light, floated up from the box. This is... Sukin reached out his hand to the sword, and a piece of information immediately popped into his mind. Haori Sword, Superior Divine Weapon. Divine Weapon Skill, Sundial. A sundial is formed from the majestic spiritual power of light, which repels all laws and prevents all evil from invading. Wherever the sundial shines, nothing can hide. The soaring sun summons a blazing sun to descend upon the heavens, its destructive arc of light capable of shattering everything. Looking at the 2 divine weapon skills, Sukin was dumbfounded. With the sundial, a divine weapon skill that can be called the bane of all negative status magic, the Flame Emperor was still able to be ambushed by the Blood Demon Emperor using the spirit-severing technique. Is it that the Blood Demon Emperor was too cunning and treacherous, or that the Flame Emperor was just too unlucky? No wonder the Flame Emperor didn't say much more about the animal hide. However, the fact that Emperor Yin was able to come to the shores of Panghai after planting the spirit-slaying technique and leave behind a legacy clearly shows that he still relied on the Haori Sword. Shaking his head, Sukin opened the 3rd box. A fiery red lotus-shaped object floated up, and on the lotus platform lay several barefoot, charming little figures, covered only by thin red veils. She looks extremely beautiful and alluring. Chapter 153 Fire Fairy Spirit. Possession. A beautiful and delicate little figure lies on a fiery red lotus platform with her eyes closed, like Sleeping Beauty. Sukin reached out and gently stroked Sleeping Beauty's face. It was delicate and smooth, like a boiled egg. At the same time, a set of information appeared in his mind. Nest, Lotus Throne of Sin. Mythical Unit, Fire Fairy. It really is a lair and a unit. Sukin wasn't too surprised. The Flame Emperor was afflicted by the spirit-severing technique and could not find a mature 1000-heart pure lotus. As his life was about to end, he left almost everything he had in this realm. He sighed, but didn't feign modesty. System, Merge the nest of sinful lotus platform with the source of the nest within my body. Luckily, he was cheating and had good fortune. If the source of the nest he obtained earlier had been directly merged with the divine fire cave, he would be helpless now. While the fire god weapon is decent, it is far inferior to the fire immortal spirit. The moment he finished speaking, a vortex of light appeared inside his body, and thousands of strands of light flew out from the vortex, enveloping the lotus platform of sin. In the blink of an eye, the lotus platform of sin was wrapped in layers of silk threads into a cocoon and submerged in the vortex. Everything returned to calm, and a light screen appeared before Sukan's eyes. Nest, lotus platform of sin. Level 10%. Population, 2 halves, hatching rate 1 unit/hour. Output, Fire Fairy, level 1 mythical. Talent, possessive fusion. Skill, rebirth from the ashes. Currently possessing, mythical units, level 1, mythical 2. Name, Fire Fairy. Quality, super mythical. Nest, lotus platform of sin. Level 1. Talent, possessive fusion. Skills, rebirth from the ashes, spirit infusion of sinful flames. Mythical level units, and even super, mythical level hero units. Even with Sukan's strong personality, he couldn't help but get excited. Because the Fire Fairy is a very special unit. Possession and fusion. The Fire Fairy spirit can perfectly possess a host, enhancing the host in all aspects and sharing spiritual power. Rebirth from the ashes, sin and the flames of life, forge a new life. Can only be activated once every 24 hours. Cannot remove special magical effects. Sinful fire possession, possessing the host's spiritual power with sinful fire. These are the talents and skills of mythical and hero units. Unlike ordinary soldiers, this is a special type of soldier who can possess other bodies. With the enhancement of fusion and the sharing of spiritual power, Nest Masters will no longer be limited by their lack of spiritual power and can be transformed into superhero soldiers. Rebirth from the ashes allows you to revive at full health, essentially giving you 2 lives. Of course, rebirth from the ashes also has limitations. It can only take effect once every 24 hours. It cannot remove special magical effects. Even so, it's still abnormal enough. No wonder the Flame Emperor said that the Blood Demon Emperor lacked martial ethics and ambushed him, planting the soul-severing technique on him. This guy is practically invincible unless you ambush him. Let alone the Blood Demon Emperor. Even Sukan himself would have to turn into a cunning old fox if he encountered such an opponent. It's almost impossible to kill an opponent of the same level who has a fire spirit head-on. It must be said that Emperor Yin was indeed unlucky. With a sigh in his heart, Sukan immediately began to upgrade. Ding. Evolution points -500. Sinful Lotus platform upgraded to level 2. Fire Fairy Spirit unit upgraded to level 2. Hero Fire Fairy unit upgraded to level 2. Ding. Evolution points, 3,000. Ding. Evolution points, 70,000. Sinful Lotus platform upgraded to level 7. Fire Fairy Spirit unit upgraded to level 7. Hero Fire Fairy unit upgraded to level 7. Ding. Evolution points, 100,000. Sinful Lotus platform upgraded to level 8. Fire Fairy Spirit unit upgraded to level 8. Hero Fire Fairy unit upgraded to level 8. Nearly 300,000 evolution points instantly dropped to less than 50,000. The Lotus platform of Sin has also been upgraded from level 1 to level 8. Feeling his spiritual power increase by nearly a third, Sukan couldn't hide his joy. Fire Fairy. With a thought, a palm-sized, fiery red figure appeared before him. Owner. Huasian's voice was delicate and beautiful, like heavenly music. Possession. Sukan tapped her lightly with his finger and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the fire immortal exploded, turning into a ball of sparks that merged into Sukan's body. In an instant, waves of warm energy surged into his body from all directions. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from him. At this moment, Sukan could feel that his physical strength had been enhanced several times over, in every aspect, whether it was strength, physique, or speed. They have all been greatly enhanced. For a moment, he even had the crazy idea of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a level 9 ferocious beast. He clenched his fist. A dark red spiritual energy swirled around it. An aura of evil and destruction radiated outwards. This is the possession of spirits by the fire of sin. He might actually be able to kill a level 9 ferocious beast in hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, he also sensed the spiritual power of the fire immortal vast ocean. It has to be said that the super mythical level hero units have a lot of spiritual power. The 8th level fire immortal possessed spiritual power that was almost 3 times greater than his. You should know that he is not an ordinary nest master, but a cheater with multiple nests. His spiritual power is no less than that of an ordinary 9th grade nest master. Call. Sukin slowly exhaled and communicated with Huxian, instructing her to restrain her power. The possession is completely like a symbiotic relationship, and it does not consume any energy from the fire immortal. However, Sukin was really struggling to adapt to such a sudden increase in physical strength. With his strength reduced by more than half, Sukin finally felt like he had regained control of his body. 2 fire spirits in the lotus platform of sin. Unfortunately, a person can only be possessed by 1 fire fairy at a time. However, it's not bad as a power bank. San Yu Mingfei was still absorbing the Yuanling pearl, her whole body enveloped in rich Yuanling energy, and it was clear that she would not be able to finish for a while. Her jade-like face, shrouded in the misty primordial energy, appeared hazy and indistinct, making her even more beautiful and mysterious. Sukin wasn't idle either. He took out the 1,000-heart pure lotus he had obtained from the frozen lake, kept the fire immortal in its host state, sat down on the spot, and began to absorb it. The 1,000-heart pure lotus, which is over 1,000 years old, has many benefits besides being used to remove the spell of annihilation. Spiritual energy surged within the realm space. A lotus flower imbued with spiritual energy enveloped him. The cool spiritual energy began to wash and cleanse his body. The bones, muscles, and meridians were filled with this spiritual energy. Rinse comb. After an unknown amount of time, the spiritual lotus dissipated, and Sukin opened his eyes, which shone brightly. Chapter 154 Terrifying Power. One sword instantly kills the mountain-shaking giant ape. Sukin's eyes were brighter than ever before. Bright light shone 3 feet out. The dazzling light could even cause temporary blindness in a person. The pure heart lotus fire in cleansing the marrow and rejuvenating the body were more powerful than he had expected. In particular, he possesses a physique far surpassing that of ordinary nest masters and comparable to that of ferocious beasts of the same level, thus reaping even greater benefits. He could feel that his bones, muscles, and tissues had been cleansed and strengthened by an extremely special energy. The blood becomes thicker and flows more powerfully. Not only that, his previously depleted spiritual energy was restored at this moment, and even his total spiritual energy increased slightly. Not many, but that's relative to him. In reality, this so-called little bit is absolutely comparable to half the spiritual power of an 8th grade nest master. Pure lotuses burning with pure heart lotus flame in the system space. Unfortunately, these kinds of rare and precious herbs usually only have the best effect when consumed for the first time. After taking it, it's estimated that besides being able to remove the spirit-suppressing spell, it won't bring much benefit. Slowly rise up. Consort Sun Yue was still enveloped by a dense primordial spirit, and her aura continued to strengthen. The legacy of an emperor-level being is indeed terrifying. After waking up, I'm afraid I'll be able to step into the overlord realm. Muttering to himself, Sukin stretched and decided to go out for a walk. This boundary space is perfectly safe. Getting out is not difficult, but getting back in can only be done with the animal hides left behind by the Flame Emperor. We've finally arrived at this treasure land teeming with ferocious beasts. We can't just leave like this. He chuckled. Sukin strode out of the boundary space. Although he still has tens of thousands of evolution points, the evolution points required for the next level are almost immeasurable. Moreover, he also has 4 layers and 4 types of troops. Fire Fairy Spirit is now at level 8. The Azure Flame Insect is level 7. The Purple Thunder Dragon and the Dark Moon Fairy are level 5. Let's set a small goal first. Raise them all to level 9. He snapped his fingers. Outside the Heavenly Pot Cave, insects chirped and dragons roared around Sukan. As space fluctuated, countless figures appeared. After several hours, the Purple Thunder Dragon had recovered from its injuries. Azure Flame Insects has reached 20,000. However, Zisha is still asleep on Zikong Long Island. Sukin sensed that he would probably not wake up for another day or 2. The injuries I sustained in the valley were far too severe. If it weren't for him raising the verdant mountain range by 2 levels in a row. Don't expect Qinglian to be lively and energetic again so soon. Hero units are stronger than regular units, but they are extremely difficult to recover from injuries, and once they die, they are gone forever. The corpse of the snow beast attracted many ferocious beasts around Tianhu Cave, and they were all vying to devour it. Hee, go ahead. Sukin spread his thunder wings and stood in midair, issuing the hunting order. Wow. More fighting, more butt slapping. The little girl's mouth gaped open, looking every bit the battle fanatic. Sukin was speechless. This little girl is far too belligerent. Even so, the conversation continued. He snapped his fingers, and a fire spirit flew out, bursting into a ball of sparks, which merged with Qing Lian. Instantly, a powerful aura exploded from Qing Lian's body. Qing Lian's eyes became even more piercing, and he shouted, "Wa la la," with even greater excitement. Raising the blood demon heavy axe high with both hands, he swept it horizontally, sending several level 8 ferocious beasts flying. A powerful burst of force exploded, turning the object into a pool of blood and foam in midair. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the level 8 ferocious beast flying tiger. Your reward is 5,000 evolution points, 2 physique points, and 1 system space. Ding! The level 8 ferocious beast earth bear you killed has been detected. Reward: 5,000 evolution points, 3 strength, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the level 8 ferocious beast thunder feather eagle. You will be rewarded with 5,000 evolution points, 1 spiritual power, and 1 system space. The 3 level 8 ferocious beasts were instantly killed. A dense aura of blood swirled around Qing Lian, making her appear fierce and demonic, a stark contrast to her exquisitely beautiful face. Sukin's eye twitched. He wasn't surprised that Qing Lian had instantly killed 3 level 8 ferocious beasts, but rather that she had instantly mastered the powerful force brought by the fire immortal spirit's possession. As expected of a heroic unit, their combat genes are far superior to his. You guys are too weak. Seeing the ferocious beasts charging towards him, Qing Lian casually chopped them down with a single axe stroke. Its little eyes darted around and quickly spotted the level 9 ferocious beast that was feasting on the snow beast's corpse not far away. I'll do it. Sukin spoke calmly, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the ferocious ape-like beast that was dozens of meters tall. Huasian stopped restraining his power and unleashed it directly, with violent power raging through his body. Although there were still some things that were out of control, after absorbing the pure heart lotus flame, he was able to control it with difficulty. Seeing that his target had been snatched away, Qing Lian pursed his lips but did not go looking for other targets. Instead, he stood by, carrying the blood demon heavy axe, his eyes wide, watching from the sidelines. The ferocious beast that dared to rush over was also dealt with by her with a single axe stroke. Roar! The giant ape roared angrily when it saw someone daring to disturb its meal. Fragments of flesh and blood were clearly visible clinging to the fangs. The thick, muscular arm, resembling a century-old tree, suddenly swung up and punched Sukan. Good timing. Sukan's eyes lit up. He threw the same punch. Pure physical strength. Boom. The explosion created a shockwave. With a single blow, Sukan was forced to retreat more than 10 meters. My muscles and bones trembled and went numb. For a moment, I even lost all feeling in my arms. But he was not injured. Its strength is still somewhat inferior to that of a level 9 giant ape. Sukin came to a conclusion in his mind. He might be able to win a hand-to-hand combat against a level 9 ferocious beast relying solely on physical strength, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Even so, it's scary enough. An 8th level nest master was slightly outmatched by a 9th level giant ape beast in a contest of strength. It's enough to make any viewer's jaw drop. When the giant ape saw that its punch had only knocked back the little insect that was disturbing its meal, instead of smashing it, its eyes widened in fury, and it became even angrier. It flung aside the half-eaten snow beast carcass and pounced on Sukan. Not bad. Sukan smiled faintly, and a heavy, wide black sword appeared in his hand. It was the heavy prison divine sword. Cut! With a clear shout, the heavy prison divine sword slashed down horizontally. White marks appeared in the void, faintly showing signs of shattering. The white shockwave condensed into a thin line, like a thread of light, and slashed towards the giant ape. Sizzle! A sound like tearing cloth rang out. A line of blood appeared on the giant ape's face, then expanded, splitting its massive body in two before it collapsed to the ground. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the level 9 ferocious beast, the mountain-shaking giant ape. Your reward is 10,000 evolution points, 5 strength, and 1 system space. 1 sword. It was just an ordinary sword strike. Slaying a level 9 ferocious beast. He did not use any spiritual power, relying entirely on the sharpness of the heavy prison divine sword, gravity, and his own strength. It's not quite enough. One level 9 ferocious beast is not enough to fight. Perhaps we should try searching for a ferocious beast of the king or marquee level. Sukin stood holding his sword, looking into the distance. Where are the even stronger opponents? Chapter 155,000 Peaks Prison 1/Kills a King. A mountain forest thousands of miles away from Tianhu Cave. Sukan, wielding the heavy prison divine sword, was locked in combat with a giant blue python. The giant blue python had scales larger than a human head, a single horn on its head, and a terrifying aura. It was clearly a ferocious beast of kingly rank. Boom! The heavy prison divine sword was enveloped in black, sinful fire's spiritual energy. With a horizontal slash, it left a deep, bone-revealing wound on the giant python, still scorched by sinful fire. Roar! The giant python roared, the intense pain driving it completely mad. Its hundreds of meters long body spiraled up and lunged at Sukan. Hey! Sukan smiled slightly, completely unfazed. With the hurricane thunder wings combined with the mid-grade spiritual technique wind walk, he moved with incredible agility. They easily avoided the giant python's strangulation. With his figure suspended in midair, Sukan gave a cruel sneer, and the heavy prison divine sword in his hand released boundless divine light. He has never used the divine weapon skill of the prison sword in all this fighting. Today, let's test our mettle against this ferocious beast. Thousand Peaks Prison. Finally, he softly uttered 3 words. In an instant, the black sword revealed its endless sharpness, and its sword intent soared into the sky, even scattering the white clouds in the heavens under this sword intent. Cut! As soon as he finished speaking, Sukan disappeared like a shooting star. It swooped down from the sky at incredible speed, and apart from a faint, bright white tail flame, nothing else could be seen. Boom! The heavy prison divine sword slashed down on the python's head. The divine sword itself weighed over 100,000 jin, plus Sukan's immense strength in the swing. The force that erupted in that instant definitely exceeded 1,000,000 pounds. That's not all. The Thousand Peaks Prison divine weapon technique erupted. In an instant, sword shadows flashed across the heavy prison divine sword. Each one is thicker and sharper than the last. The rumbling sound was incessant. As the 30th sword shadow gathered and dispersed, the giant python was actually cleaved from head to tail by a single sword strike, its hundreds of meters long body split in 2. Flesh and organs were shattered, and blood flowed like a waterfall. Sukan's figure appeared hundreds of meters away, without a trace of blood on his body. The 9 suns, formed from the spiritual power of the sinful fire, turned from pure gold to a dark gold, and wherever it passed, trees spontaneously combusted. The Thousand Peaks Prison unleashes 30 strikes in a single instant, enough to instantly kill a king-level ferocious beast. And this only consumed 2/3 of his spiritual power. Including the Fire Immortal's spiritual power, it should be possible to achieve 50 cuts. If the heart of spiritual power is fully charged. The number of cuts is uncertain, but 70 or 80 cuts should be no problem. After all, each strike consumes more spiritual energy than the last. Unfortunately, the charging of the heart of spiritual power can only be calculated based on its own power, not on the total amount of spiritual power after the Fire Immortal possesses it. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the king-level ferocious beast unicorn python. Reward: 50,000 evolution points, 10 strength, and 1 system space. I have finally gained complete control over the power that the Fire Immortal possessed. Sukan casually glanced at the corpse of the unicorn python. Not counting the dragon in the frozen lake, this was the second king-level ferocious beast he had killed on his own. These past few hours, he was either on his way to fight ferocious beasts, or on his way to find ferocious beasts to fight. Along the way, they killed at least 18, if not 20, level 9 ferocious beasts. As for those below level 9, he had no interest in taking action. Let the soldiers hunt them down. The little girl Qinglian, who had been worried, started to pout. In just a few hours, Sukan had taken all the powerful ferocious beasts, leaving her without even a single one to practice on. A young girl should be cute and adorable. What kind of behavior is fighting and killing? Sukan smiled and gently ruffled her soft hair. Looking at the system backend, he saw that his evolution points had now reached an unprecedented and terrifying 1.23 million. Along the way, they completely transformed into passing Grim Reapers. He used all the level 9 and above ferocious beasts for practice. Level 8 and some slightly stronger level 7 ferocious beasts became Qinglian's punching bags. In this way, The level 7 Azure Flame insects fully demonstrated their terrifying harvesting and hunting capabilities. Wherever they went, piles of white bones remained. No ferocious beast could stop them for even a second. The ferocious beasts within a radius of thousands of miles were wiped out in an instant. Of course, it's also because the shores of Panghai are located in a perennial desolate sea area where ferocious beasts breed endlessly. In other places, there really wouldn't be so many ferocious beasts for Sukin to kill. In addition to a huge amount of evolution points, Sukin also got 2 chances to win a lottery, suppressing the excitement of the lottery draw. System, upgrade the Lotus platform of Sin to level 9. Sukin gave the order directly. Currently, among all branches of the military, Fire Fairy Spirit, S priority to the highest level. Ding. Evolution points, 300,000. Nest of Sinful Lotus platform upgraded to level 9. Unit Fire Fairy upgraded to level 9. Hero Unit Fire Fairy upgraded to level 9. In an instant, Sukin felt his spiritual power increase by more than double. The Fire Fairy Spirit, S spiritual power increased nearly 3-fold. And Sukin casually threw a punch. The air exploded, and the air currents surged as if a cannonball had been fired. The 9th level Fire Immortal possessed him, granting him a boost that surpassed his previous abilities. There are still 930,000 evolution points left. 700,000 evolution points to go from level 9 to king level. After a moment's thought, Sukin decided to upgrade the Verdant Mountain range. In this way, although the improvement in his combat power is not as great as raising the Fire Immortal Spirit to the king level. However, the efficiency of hunting ferocious beasts still depends on the Azure Flame insects. No matter how strong he is ultimately just fighting alone. Ding. Evolution points minus 100,000, evolution points minus 300,000 inch. With the reduction of 400,000 evolution points, the Verdant Mountain range was upgraded to level 9, and the number of Azure Flame insects increased from the original 50,000 to a terrifying 200,000. Its size has doubled from that of a kitten. Its shell is imposing, reflecting a metallic sheen. The air is menacing, and it gleams with a cold light. This form reminded Sukin of the Zerg race in a game from his previous life, the Tyranids. Qinglian has also changed. The little girl has transformed into a young woman with a well-developed figure and an aura of queenly authority. Meanwhile, Sukin's spiritual power experienced another terrifying surge. Next, it's time to summon Zisha. 30,000. 70,000. 10W. 30W. With 500,000 evolution points reduced, Purple Sky Dragon Island has been upgraded from level 5 to level 9. The Purple Thunder Dragon let out a series of earth-shattering roars, its body visibly growing longer and larger, and its dragon aura becoming even more terrifying. On Purple Sky Dragon Island, a little girl is also undergoing an amazing transformation. Chapter 156 Evolution. Mature Form. Insect King Armor. Purple Sky Dragon Island. Zisha's small body began to stretch. Her purple hair reached her waist, and 2 small, shimmering purple horns grew from her forehead. Owner. Zisha stretched her body and walked out of Zikong Long Island. Her milk-white arms were draped over Sukin's neck, and she was half hanging on him. The delicate fragrance of a young girl, like the scent of orchids, wafted into Sukin's nostrils, leaving him somewhat helpless. Such a lovely little girl suddenly turned into this. Moreover, I am a gentleman, and I advise you not to challenge my weaknesses. Qinglian is very sensible. Owner, the thought had just arisen. A completely different voice rang in his ears. Ahem, I told you to call me brother, not master. Sukin touched his nose and broke free from the 2 people's encirclement. There's no other way. If we don't come out soon, we might get in. His weakness is still too weak. Master, brother. The 2 pretty and beautiful girls exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with smiles, and each of them immediately took one arm of Sukin's. Master, what a strange way to address me. Sukin was speechless. He could sense that the 2 little ones had undergone significant changes in their mental development as they grew up. The system now has only 30,000 evolution points left. The Dark Moon Fairy is currently only level 5, but it can be upgraded to level 6. For him, there is no difference between a level 5 and a level 6 Dark Moon Fairy. We're still lacking evolution points. He sighed inwardly. He decided to enter a lottery. These are achievement rewards for 500,000 and 1 million evolution points. He rubbed his hands together and said directly, System, draw a prize. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a troop quality upgrade card. Unit quality upgrade card? This is really good stuff. Sukin felt a surge of excitement. I've drawn so many prizes and opened so many treasure chests. He has only obtained a unit quality upgrade card once in total. Moreover, the highest tier you can upgrade a gold tier unit is only 1 level. Not bad, but it can only be considered a minor gem. With a thought, the specific information of the troop quality upgrade card was displayed. Troop quality upgrade card can help troop types below mythic rank upgrade by 1 tier. Not bad. He currently has 4 branches of service. Fire Fairy Spirit and Purple Thunder Dragon are both of mythical quality. This unit quality upgrade card is useless to them. The Azure Flame Insect is a diamond unit, and the Dark Moon Fairy is a gold unit. Both can be used. The Dark Moon Fairies are only level 5 and do not yet have any hero units, so using them is not cost-effective. With a thought racing through his mind, Sukin had already made up his mind. System, use this unit quality upgrade card on the Azure Flame Insect. Ding! The Azure Flame Insect has successfully used a unit quality upgrade card, upgrading its quality from Diamond to Legendary, and the hero unit Azure Flame has been upgraded from Epic to Mythical. In an instant, a brilliant blue light emanated from the Azure Flame Insect swarm, and the boundless blue light dyed half the sky blue. Within the Azure Sea of Light, spikes began to emerge from the carapace of the Azure Flame Insect. Sharp, solid. Its body began to grow longer and narrower, its hind legs became thicker and longer, and its forelimbs turned into sickle shapes, making it look like an insect man. A machine that can take killing to its extreme. 300,000 Azure Flame insects completed their transformation in the Sea of Light, their carapaces unfolding as they stood tall in midair, exuding a fierce and awe-inspiring aura. Nest, Verdant Mountain Ridge, the heart of the nest is open. Level, 90%. Population, 284,000/300,000, 1/10 of the hourly hatching mortality, minimum hatching is 1. Output, Azure Flame Insect, Level 9, Legendary Mature. Talent, sharp teeth and a mouth as hard as steel. Skills, Nether Flame Fireball, Infrasonic Impact, Dark Burning. Sukin looked at the information on the screen in front of him, his eyes darting around. Surprisingly, a suffix indicating maturity has been added. Does this mean there will be perfect and ultimate forms in the future? He couldn't help but start to look forward to the subsequent evolution. Qinglian is also changing. Enveloped in cyan energy, her figure has matured several degrees. That's not the point. Within the cyan energy, a layer of cyan armor appeared on her body. Despite being covered in armor, he didn't feel bulky at all. On the contrary, it has a strange allure. Even Sukan, who spends every day with her, can't help but take a second look. Name, Qinglian. Quality, Myth. Nest, Verdant Mountain Ridge. Level 9. Talent, sharp teeth and beak, as hard as steel, able to shake mountains, Insect King Armor. Skills, Exploding Fire Rain, Nether Flame Heavy Fist Combo, 8 Dragonfire Pillars, Great Burning Heaven. I've gained an additional talent, Insect King Armor. It must be the exquisite blue armor she's wearing. There was one more chance to win a prize, but Sukin didn't rush to use it. The killing power of the 300,000 newly formed Azure Flame insects. My gaze fell upon a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds. Red mist swirled around its peak, and every now and then, fiery red sparks would fall like shooting stars. With a swift movement, he took the lead and flew over. The closer you get, the more you can smell the pungent sulfur odor and a powerful, intimidating aura. It seems to be a warning to all intruders. Unauthorized trespassers shall die. Chapter 157 Endless Snake Tide. Snake Tide versus Insect Tide. The fiery red mountain peaks pierced the clouds. With a flap of his hurricane-like wings, Sukin flew like a streak of light to the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The smell of sulfur grew stronger, and even the air turned yellowish. It was filled with countless tiny powders. Just smelling it made people feel dizzy and lightheaded, and they could hardly move. Some low-level nesters would be too weak to even get close to the mountain, let alone climb it. Call. With a flap of his wings, Sukin broke through the clouds and stepped onto the mountain wall. The mountainside was bare, radiating a scorching heat, with nothing else in sight except for a few sparse, fiery red, unidentified plants. All that could be seen were rocks and yellowish air. Sukin didn't care at all. With Huixian now at level 9, plus the numerous attribute points gained from the hunt. Currently, with the fire immortal possessing his body, in terms of physical attributes alone, he has surpassed a level 9 ferocious beast. Even without the innate divine weapon, the heavy prison divine sword. He was confident that he could fight and defeat a level 9 ferocious beast. This environment had absolutely no effect on him. The troops he appeared with were all level 9, and the lowest quality was diamond, so they were naturally not affected. Their ability to adapt to harsh environments is in no way inferior to that of ferocious beasts of the same level. Puff, sizzle, snap, rustle. Just then, countless tiny sounds arose. The mountain began to tremble, and cracks appeared on its surface. The cracks varied in size, with some being hundreds of meters wide, resembling abysses at first glance. The smallest one is no more than a palm's width. The entire mountain began to tremble at that moment, as if the lifeless mountain had come alive. Hiss, roar, huff. Various sounds emerged from the crack, and then something was seen emerging from it. Red, green, purple, black. One-headed, two-headed, three-headed. Some are as thin as a finger, others as thick as a water tank. Snake. Countless snakes surged wildly out of the crack. A fishy, foul odor began to permeate the air. The yellowish air suddenly turned black at that moment. Countless snakes of all kinds surged towards Sukin like a tidal wave. A snake, about the thickness of a chopstick, entirely black, with an inverted triangular head, pierced the air and lunged at Sukan's face. As soon as it arrived, a dense black aura was already close by. Countless snake shadows were visible within the black mist, their shadows flickering and indistinct, turning the space around them black. Buzz! A azure flame insect suddenly swooped down from the sky, its sickle, like forelimbs, slashing out. A cold light flashed. The black energy was instantly dispersed, and a white mark was slashed in the void. The level 9 ferocious beast, the black serpent, that shot towards them was also split in two, falling to the ground and oozing foul-smelling black blood. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the level 9 ferocious beast black blood poisonous serpent. You have gained 10,000 evolution points, 1 spiritual power, and 1 system space. Sukin's eyes flickered. Although he already knew that the azure flame insect was undoubtedly powerful, he was still somewhat moved by how easily it killed a ferocious beast of the same level. After all, Zerg warfare has always relied on swarm tactics. Of individual Zerg, individuals are well known to those who know about them. As for the Zerg with powerful individual combat capabilities, such as the azure flame insect, it is unheard of. But when he thought about the new form of the azure flame insect after its evolution, he felt completely relieved. His Zerg. It is bound to surprise everyone in the world. 300,000 azure flame insects are equivalent to 300,000 top-tier, level 9 ferocious beasts. With such combat power, he already possesses the strength to single-handedly annihilate a small country. This level 9 black serpent beast was merely the clarion call to begin the battle. An endless wave of serpents surrounded Sukin from all directions, while the 300,000 azure flame insects behind Sukin revealed their ferocious nature. The 9th level aura erupted completely, and in an instant, its ferocious power enveloped this world. Hiss, sizzle, whoosh. The battle erupted in an instant, and the world was filled with a buzzing sound. Blade flash, flames, poisonous fog, lightning, black fog. All sorts of energies filled this sky. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the level 8 ferocious beast 7-colored jade serpent. Your reward is 5,000 evolution points, 3 speed, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed a level 7 ferocious beast, the blood-striped python. Your reward is 2,000 evolution points, 1 strength, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the level 9 ferocious beast, the 3-headed black horned snake. Your reward is 10,000 evolution points, 7 speed, and 1 system space. The speed at which information is refreshed in the system's backend is now imperceptible to the naked eye. The serpent tides surged endlessly, numbering well over 300,000, but the number of level 9 ferocious beasts among them was clearly less than 300,000. With the azure flame insect's innate ability to be as tough as steel, the swarm of snakes could hardly break through their defenses. The scene instantly turned into a one-sided massacre, and the entire mountain peak was transformed into a slaughterhouse. Although some azure flame insects occasionally fall, it is negligible given the base number of 300,000. Roar! A roar that seemed to shatter gold and split rocks came from the crack. A large python covered in red stripes, and with a pair of scales and wings on its back rushed out. An aura of royalty descended, and a mouthful of fiery red poisonous flame was spewed down, causing the hard carapaces of several azure flame insects to crumble as if they were flesh encountering sulfur. It quickly rotted and decayed. Hee. The king-level serpent has finally appeared. Of her jade feet, Qinglian's body was enveloped in the blue insect king's armor. Master, you mustn't try to take it from Qinglian this time. Before Sukin could reply, he charged towards the poisonous flames, wielding the blood demon heavy axe. With the appearance of this king-level ferocious beast, several more earth-shattering roars rang out. 5 enormous serpentine shadows burst forth from the crack, their kingly auras overwhelming the entire area. Master, we can't let Sister Qinglian steal all the limelight. Let's watch Zisha's performance. Zisha whispered something in Sukan's ear before slowly turning her gaze to the 5 king-level pythons, raising her jade arm and opening her slender palm. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, and thick, dark clouds obscured the sun's rays. Chapter 158 Eternal Divine Thunder, a terrifying aura. A sweet smile graced Zisha's exquisitely beautiful face. His eyes were shimmering with a deep purple hue, within which tiny flashes of lightning seemed to dance. The clouds in the sky grew thicker and lower. The rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, like the low growl of a prehistoric beast. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded throughout the surrounding area. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. A brilliant flash of lightning dispelled the gloom of the dark clouds. The black mist that shrouded the mountain peaks dissipated instantly. The serpent horde, which was fiercely fighting the azure flame insects in the mountain peak, seemed to be frozen in place when the lightning struck them. His body stiffened, and he stood frozen in place. The 5 newly emerged king-level pythons trembled, their massive bodies flashing with fear. Immediately, they launched an attack in the direction from which the lightning was about to strike. Thick black poisonous gas, a huge storm, fiery red flames, bursting golden light, and a ball of multicolored light. In an instant, they unleashed their spiritual power wildly, pushing their attacks to the limit. Oh! Zisha sneered, her face full of disdain. Boom! The lightning collided with the 5 attacks, producing a deafening roar. The 5 ferocious beasts, all of which were of the king or marquis level, were instantly shattered, and then the brilliant white lightning, like a heavenly blade, sliced through the heavens and earth. Tear! That space was like brittle paper, easily torn apart, with lightning flashing between the cracks. The 5 ferocious beasts were split in 2 by the thunderous heavenly blade. Fresh blood gushed out like a waterfall. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the king-level ferocious beast 5-headed python. Your reward is 50,000 evolution points, 15 strength, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed the king-level ferocious beast, the jade python with a unicorn. Your reward is 50,000 evolution points, 17 physique points, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that you have killed a king-level ferocious beast, the poison fire serpent. Your reward is 50,000 evolution points, 13 speed, and 1 system space. 5 exceptionally loud notification sounds rang in Sukan's mind in a row. Sukan raised an eyebrow. Is this the hero unit of eternal myth quality? With the strength of level 9, he transcended a major realm and annihilated 5 king-level ferocious beasts in one strike. Master, brother. Zisha then let out a soft cry, and then, with one hand on her forehead, she leaned against him. Purple demon, I'm so dizzy. The warm, soft flesh pressed against Sukan's chest with amazing elasticity. He was speechless. As a nest master, he could naturally sense the status of his own hero units. That attack, just now, Zisha summoned the eternal divine thunder, which consumed nearly 90% of her spiritual power and a large amount of her physical strength. But it will never be so unstable that it can't even stand up straight. Zisha nestled in his arms, a triumphant smile on her lips. On the other side, Qinglian, wielding the blood demon heavy axe, hacked at the king-level python until it was covered in blood. They played with him with ease, but never gave him a proper ending. The azure flame insects held an absolute advantage in their battle against the snake tide. We've been fighting until now. The number of dead azure flame insects has not yet reached 100. The entire mountain was almost covered with snake carcasses. However, none of these are the key points of this battle. Sukan looked at the increasingly violent shower of fiery stars at the top of the mountain. Clearly, the big guy hiding in this mountain peak can't wait to come out. Boom! The moment Sukan looked over, a storm of flames surged forth from the top of the mountain. Then, Like a waterfall, it poured down in reverse. Whoosh! The flames, like magma, surged down from the highest point, instantly turning both the serpent beasts and the azure flame insects into nothingness the moment they were touched by the magma. The temperature here is rising dramatically, and the air itself seems to be distorted by the intense heat. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the mountain peak, and a fiery red snake head, the size of a small mountain, emerged from the gushing lava. Roar! With another roar, a pure black snake head appeared beside the fiery red tongue. The roars and howls continued unabated. One snake head after another emerged. 9 tongues stretched across the sky, looking down. The fierce and incomparable aura made the air itself seem to solidify. The swarm of snakes turned and bowed their heads, and the azure flame insects seemed to be imprisoned as well, standing still. Chapter 159: The Nine-Headed Serpent, a Cage of Flesh and Blood. 9 enormous snake heads, resembling 9 mountain peaks, stretch across the sky, looking down. The world was shrouded in a terrifying pressure, and all was silent. At this moment, the sun shines brightly, but you can't feel any warmth at all. It was as if this giant snake, which had not yet revealed its full form, was the only thing in the world. So strong. Sukin's pupils twitched. The most powerful pressure he had ever felt was the oppressive force brought by the overlord-level chi by Gue when he used a semi-immortal technique in the valley. But at this moment, he could feel that the pressure was even stronger. Roar! The golden serpent head in the very center suddenly roared. The clouds were shaken apart, and the light was distorted. The rocks on the mountain peaks suddenly shattered, and scalding lava surged into terrifying waves. Even Sukin felt a stinging pain in his eardrums from the powerful sound. After the roar, the mountain began to tremble, and countless new cracks appeared and rapidly expanded. The entire mountain looked like a ripe watermelon that had been punched with tremendous force, and it looked like it was about to explode. The rocks rolled and flames surged as the 9 serpent heads began to rise into the sky, revealing the parts hidden beneath the mountain peaks. The scales, several meters in size, rubbed against the hard rocks at the mountain's mouth, sending sparks flying. Sections of the snake's body were revealed, their black bodies adorned with white patterns. The hissing sound continued for 4 or 5 minutes before the giant snake's full form was revealed. A giant serpent, several kilometers long, with 9 heads, and exuding an aura of terror, evil, and ferocity, coiled in the sky. It was noon, the time when the sun was at its most intense, but Sukin only felt darkness, as if all the light had been swallowed up by the giant snake. The 9-headed giant serpent stared at Sukin with its 18 enormous eyes. Clearly, it knew that the human in front of it was the one disturbing its slumber. Sukin gripped the heavy prison divine sword, his heart pounding slightly. Excitement, agitation, and a slight fear. He could clearly sense the terror of the 9-headed serpent. It was definitely the strongest being he had ever encountered so far. Whether it's the 4 demons of the Chi clan, the void behemoth Ziggur, or even the chieftain of the boar demon clan, they are all inferior to it. But he is not the same person he used to be. The 9-headed serpent was powerful, but not enough to make him retreat without a fight. He could sense that this giant beast had not broken through to the Overlord realm. Now, even the king-level opponents are no match for him. The Overlord-level opponents are exactly what he needs. Despite the fact that the 9-headed serpent was stronger than any of the Overlord-level monsters he had ever seen, he remained eager to fight. The heavy prison divine sword appeared in his hand, and the hurricane thunder wings unfolded behind him. Zisha, stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, Sukanlei flapped his wings, becoming a streak of light as he soared into the sky. Huoxian also unleashed her full power to support Sukan. The Black 9 Suns Guard, formed from the power of the sinful fire, firmly protected Sukan. Humans, you have trespassed upon my slumbering land and killed my offspring. You deserve to die. A sound like metal scraping against metal rang out. Sukan was slightly taken aback. He had seen at least 80,000 to 100,000 ferocious beasts on the shores of Penghai, but this was the first time he had ever seen a ferocious beast that could speak human language. He was surprised, but not too much. Of Penghai are indeed fierce and driven by instinct rather than intelligence. This 9-headed giant serpent is a tyrant. Wherever you are, a tyrant can be considered a high-level creature, and it's not surprising that intelligence outweighs instinct. We'll only know if they live or die after we fight them. Sukin sneered. With a swift movement, he nimbly closed in on the 9-headed serpent, and the heavy prison divine sword sliced through the air, striking the serpent's body. Boom! With a deafening roar and sparks flying, his attack, wielding 90% of his power and wielding the sharpness of his innate divine weapon, barely managed to pry open the giant serpent's scales. A force exceeding 1,000,000 pounds could barely break through the defense? Sukin was stunned. It should be noted that this attack would be enough to severely injure a tyrant-level ferocious beast. Snap! A golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The nine-headed serpent was thoroughly enraged by this attack, even though it did not cause it any damage. But a mere human had managed to pierce its scales, something it could not tolerate. The golden snake head spewed out lightning, blasting towards Sukan. Nine Sun's technique shone brightly, and after being enhanced by numerous spiritual techniques, it was no weaker than a top-grade spiritual technique. However, it was torn apart and dissipated after only 2 breaths of resisting the golden lightning. 2 breaths is a short time. It is enough for Sukan. He unleashed the wind-walking step, instantly appearing hundreds of meters away. Thousand Peaks Prison. Dodging the attack, Sukan didn't hesitate and immediately used his divine weapon skill. In an instant, Sukan transformed into a blur, carrying unparalleled power and sharpness, and frantically slashed at the giant snake. At first, it only tore through the scales, but soon, blood was drawn, and then the wounds became deep enough to expose the bone. Each sword strike from Thousand Peaks Prison was stronger than the last, and each wound was deeper than the last. The enormous serpentine body writhed, and the nine-headed serpent roared in anger. The 9 snake heads launched various attacks. However, Sukan was incredibly agile and possessed the defensive power of the 9-Yang manual. There's nothing we can do about him. Human, do you really think I can't do anything to you? The giant serpent roared in fury, and then one of its outermost heads exploded into bloody foam, dissipating into the air. Sukan's eyelids twitched, and a warning bell rang in his heart. An instinctive feeling of extreme danger arose within me. Without hesitation, he instantly abruptly ended Thousand Peaks Prison and retreated into the distance. But it was too late. A cage of flesh and blood appeared out of thin air, covering an area of several hundred meters, engulfing Sukan, and then rapidly shrank. The space inside the cage was stagnant, as if it had been frozen. Even though Sukan possessed immense strength and was possessed by the fire immortal, he was unable to move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as the rapidly shrinking cage crushed his body until it exploded. Chapter 160 Rebirth from the Ashes, 3rd Divine Weapon Skill. Within the cage of flesh and blood, Sukan's body was instantly crushed and exploded. The enhanced version of the perfect grade spiritual technique, 9-Yang control, had absolutely no effect. The power of a supreme overlord is terrifying. Weak human, this is the consequence of your arrogance. The 9-headed serpent coiled in the sky. The bleeding from its severed head had stopped, and tiny buds of flesh continued to sprout. Clearly, it won't be long before a new head appears. It's actually a divine dragon, and a pure-blooded divine dragon at that. The 9-headed giant serpent then turned its gaze to the 3-headed purple thunder dragon and purple dragon. Although the level is a bit low, it's still not bad. Its huge tongue flicked in and out, and its eyes gleamed with greed. The bloodline of the divine dragon is both a deterrent to ferocious beasts and a rare opportunity. This is especially true for ferocious beasts such as snakes and dragons. Consuming pure-blooded dragons can greatly enhance their potential. Hee. Zisha gave a cold laugh. Her fair and jade-like face showed neither fear nor sadness. It was as if Sukan, whose body had just been crushed, had absolutely no connection to her. Before engaging in battle, Sukan left the remaining Fire Fairy Spirit on her, as she naturally knew the Fire Fairy Spirit's skills. Rebirth from the ashes, sin and the flames of life forge a new life. That is, a chance to be resurrected. Although it can only be used once every 24 hours and cannot remove special magical effects, it is enough. Within the space where Sukan had been crushed, a small, fiery red, transparent figure appeared. Fire Fairy floated in the air, her body like a dream. Her small hands formed intricate hand seals, and her lips moved, uttering obscure and difficult-to-understand incantations. In an instant, a mysterious power appeared between heaven and earth, containing boundless vitality. A ball of flame appeared out of nowhere in the void. At first, it was only the size of an egg, but it quickly swelled to the height of a person. A rich life force emanated from the flames. What? This is... The moment the flames appeared, the 9-headed serpent's gaze turned to the fire immortal. You're still alive? This power contains such a rich life force. Are you trying to revive him? The snake flicks its tongue. The crimson snake eyes suddenly contracted to a dangerous level, and the aura of the Overlord Peak suddenly pressed down on Huoxian. Its powerful aura caused ripples to appear in the void. Huoxian's delicate eyebrows twitched slightly. Its body became even more ethereal. Fire fairy spirits are beings that exist between illusion and reality. They have virtually no offensive capabilities, and other creatures find it difficult to kill them. This is why Sukin was crushed by the flesh cage, while she was almost unharmed. Die. Seeing that its oppressive aura had no effect, the nine-headed serpent opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of silvery lightning. The lightning did not attack the fire fairy, but rather the flames that suddenly diminished and transformed into human form in the void. Killing the fire immortal was unrealistic unless it used a special attack. Snap! The silver lightning struck the flames, but it passed right through them. That flame, like the fire fairy, exists between illusion and reality. Within the flames, Sukin's body gradually solidified, his features becoming blurred, and he was able to think. Thank goodness for Fire Fairy, otherwise I would really be dead. Sukin felt a surge of relief. Death came suddenly. He was crushed into dust without any chance to react. Looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. He clenched his fist, which had already solidified. Through the flames, he saw the ferocious appearance of the nine-headed serpent. This powerful beast, which could almost be described as a half-step sovereign level, was indeed stronger than he had imagined. Clang! The heavy prison divine sword reappeared in his hand. Stepping out from the flames, Sukin's long black hair flew wildly as he calmly looked at the nine-headed serpent. Owner! Huoxian flashed and disappeared into Sukin's body once again. The Fire Immortal's spiritual power wasn't significantly depleted by the rebirth from fire technique. Sukin could sense it. Huoxian was very weak at the moment, and the enhancement he received from possessing the body was less than 10% of what it was before. It seems that the fire-breathing rebirth does not consume spiritual power, but rather other forms of energy such as physical strength. Sukin understood. I'm sorry, Master. After being reborn from the ashes, the Fire Immortal will be weak for a period of time. Apart from spiritual power, I won't be able to offer you much help. A delicate, weak voice filled with guilt echoed in Sukin's mind. It's all right, that's enough. Sukin gently comforted her. After being resurrected, your aura is far weaker than before. The nine-headed serpent's pupils, which had been contracting, slowed down somewhat. Its enormous body hovered, looking down at Sukin. This human was much weaker than before, which reassured it considerably. Great serpent, have you ever seen a sword light that stretches to the heavens and connects to the earth? Sukin asked calmly. Sword light, connecting heaven and earth. The nine-headed serpent's central head drooped, its gaping maw splitting open, its fangs gleaming coldly. With you? His tone was disdainful. Its ninth poem is almost fully regenerated. It was actually quite wary of Sukin in the past. The relentless, ever-increasing waves of slashing attacks still made it feel a little uneasy. But given Sukin's current state, it wasn't afraid at all. It was indeed beyond its expectations that a mere ninth-rank Nest Master human boy could achieve this level of skill. Even the most powerful beasts are no match for him. Yes, with me. Sukin slowly raised the heavy prison divine sword. Having been reborn from the ashes, he was fully revived, and the spiritual power within him was now at its peak. With the addition of the Fire Immortal's spiritual power, the spiritual power he can mobilize has probably already surpassed that of an ordinary Overlord-level being. He has never used the third divine weapon skill of the prison sword, breaking the heavens, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that could shatter the heavens. The brief introduction is enough to convey its terrifying nature. All right, human brat, our conversation is over. I'll give you a quick death now. The moment the ninth head regenerated, the nine-headed serpent's tone suddenly turned chilling. At the same time, a point of light appeared in the very center of each of the nine heads. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. 9 colored points of light rapidly expanded, emitting 9 rays of light that intertwined with the sky to form a sphere of light. A violent and vast power emanated from it. What a cunning snake. Sukin's eyes flickered. Clearly, the nine-headed serpent had spoken to him earlier in order to wait for the ninth head to grow. Even though Sukin's aura had weakened, the nine-headed serpent not only did not underestimate him, but instead launched an attack that was more powerful than ever before. But is it useful? Sukin's lips curled up slightly. He slowly uttered 3 words. Breaking the prison. Chapter 161 The Sky-Piercing Sword Pillar, the Sky-Supporting Beast Claw. The nine-headed serpent displayed its formidable power as a top-tier, overlord-level ferocious beast, without reservation. The nine-colored light cluster instantly condensed, shining brightly, and the light of heaven and earth transformed into 9 colors at that moment. The destructive waves caused black voids to appear in space itself, like pieces of cloth scorched by flames. Sukin's lips curled up, his eyes narrowed, and he softly uttered a few words. Breaking the prison. In an instant, the spiritual energy within his body surged, and the spiritual energy of the fire immortal he possessed also surged. A surge of powerful spiritual energy rushed into the prison sword, a divine weapon of innate origin, in his hand. Boom! A towering sword pillar shot into the sky, scattering the clouds that stretched for miles, making the sky look like it had been ripped open. The sword pillar solidified. The surging spiritual power within Sukin's body instantly vanished, paled as he instantly consumed so much spiritual energy. Breaking the prison is the third divine weapon skill of the heavy prison divine sword. This was his first time using it. Although he had anticipated the terrifying drain on his energy from breaking the prison, he was still terrified at this moment. It should be noted that, with the fire immortal's possession and the heart of spiritual power, even ordinary overlord-level nest masters might not have as much spiritual power as him. Moreover, the power of the prison breaker is far from its peak. Upon seeing the towering sword pillar, the nine-headed giant serpent's 18 eyes suddenly contracted. This sword pillar. It can kill it. Its heart pounded, and the nine-headed serpent's scales stood on end. Escape. In an instant, it made a decision. The nine-colored sphere of light crashed down, but the nine-headed serpent ignored it, its massive body charging straight into the depths of the Panghai coast. In the blink of an eye, we traversed thousands of meters. Cut! Sukin gave a cold shout and swung the heavy prison divine sword in the direction the nine-headed giant serpent had fled. The nine-colored sphere of light was cleaved in two, but the sword pillar remained as powerful as ever, slashing towards the nine-headed serpent. Boom! On the horizon, the enormous nine-headed serpent was cleaved in two by the sword pillar, and blood and entrails rained down from the sky. Before it even landed, it was annihilated in mid-air by the remaining sword energy, and its mountain-like body was also dissolved in this sword strike. Boom! The sword light, undiminished in its momentum, surged towards the depths of Panghai's shore, obliterating mountains, boulders, and ferocious beasts along its path. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the tyrant-level ferocious beast Hydra. The reward is 100,000 evolution points, 33 strength, 35 physique, 10 spiritual power, and 1 system space. Host detected killing a level 9 ferocious beast, the white-headed mountain ape. Reward: 10,000 evolution points, 11 strength, and 1 system space. Host detected killing king-level ferocious beast bright fire duck. Reward: 50,000 evolution points, 15 speed, and 1 system space. In the distance, mountain peaks collapsed, lush forests vanished, ferocious beasts howled, and birds cried mournfully. Sukin's lips twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't even pay attention to the constantly fluctuating data in the system's backend. The power of this sword strike was truly beyond his expectations. And the spiritual energy consumed by this sword strike was indeed enormous. After that one strike, even he was completely drained, leaving nothing behind. However, this means he can now face even the most formidable opponents without fear. Though it possessed only the power of a single sword strike, that single strike, those who stand in their way will perish. The powerful sword pillar swept away everything in its path, causing the earth to tremble. Deep within the shores of Panghai, an unknown being raised its eyelids slightly. His pale gold eyelids felt incredibly heavy, and it took him a good 4 or 5 seconds to finally lift them. His majestic eyes held a glint of light, like scattered gold. The earthquake was so severe that it affected the cave where it was located, and dust began to fall. It snorted and slowly raised its forelimbs, sending them soaring into the air above the cave. Boom! Clang! The incomparably powerful sword pillar crashed into another mountain peak. It suddenly emitted a sharp and piercing whistling sound. The sound waves spread outwards, like waves, causing trees within a radius of hundreds of meters to explode for no reason, and rocks to turn into dust. Sukin's eyes were also glazed over, and his mouth was dry. A towering beast claw, reaching from the sky to the earth, blocked the path before the towering sword pillar. Chapter 162 Ancient Level Ferocious Beast, King of Ferocious Beasts. The beast's claws were like a canopy, simply raised, as if severing the heavens and earth. Clang! The sword pillar emitted a piercing whistling sound as it slammed into the beast's claws. There was no spatial distortion, no deafening explosion. Like ice melting and snow thawing, the sword pillar melted into the beast's claws. The long golden hairs on the beast's claws fluttered, one of them breaking off and falling to the ground. This seemed to be the damage inflicted on the beast's claws by the heaven-reaching sword pillar, which could destroy mountains and kill kings and nobles like slaughtering dogs. What the hell? Sukin was stunned. His eyes widened, and the hairs on his body stood on end. A voice seemed to echo in his mind. Our attacks can penetrate enemy armor. Walk! He swallowed hard, and in the instant he came to his senses, he roared. With the wings of hurricane thunder flapping, one hand embraced Zisha, and the other held Qing Lian, rushing towards the horizon. The owner of the beast's claws was someone he was not capable of contending with at present. Shores of Panghai are no small place. They have existed for countless millennia, and their area is immeasurably large. Neither the human race nor the demon race had any intention of occupying this place. It's because we don't know how many powerful beings are hidden here. He's getting a bit arrogant. Instead of running away after getting the 1,000-heart pure lotus, he's thinking about killing monsters and leveling up. This has attracted the attention of a powerful figure. Of Panghai, deep underground. The unknown being's eyes, which had just closed, began to droop again. 4 or 5 seconds later, he lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze piercing through the darkness, looking in the direction Sukin had fled, his breathing heavy and labored. The enormous beast claw that had extended above the ground moved, and a sudden gust of wind swept across the land. Call! Its breath plowed a trench over 1,000 meters deep into the ground, and its barely open eyes closed completely. Tianhu Cave. The light cocoon that enveloped consort Sanyue has disappeared. Her beautiful eyes opened, shooting out a beam of white light. The aura she unintentionally exuded was far stronger than before, breaking through to the overlord level. Her red lips parted slightly, and her eyes revealed an undisguised joy. Achieving such dominance at the age of just over 30 is a feat that would earn him the title of monster in any era. Without the legacy of the Yin Emperor, I probably wouldn't have been able to reach such a level in less than 20 years. He stood up and bowed deeply towards the very center of the secret realm. We should naturally feel grateful for the achievements and legacy left by our predecessors. But what moved her the most was Sukan. Sukan actually gave her something so precious. The spirit orb of a monarch-level powerhouse is worth enough to buy a small country. Even in large countries like the Dragon Kingdom, the Golden Eagle Kingdom, and the Bear Kingdom, the appearance of a monarch-level Yuanling Pearl would cause a significant upheaval. Moved, her eyes softened with an unprecedented tenderness. At worst, next time, I'll just go along with what that kid does. Her fair face flushed, and her eyes involuntarily moistened. Boom! A cracking sound rang out, and the ground shook. This is... Consort Sanyue was surprised and stepped out of the secret realm. In the distance, a sword-shaped beam of light, reaching to the heavens and cleaving through mountains, displayed unparalleled power. Sanyue Mingfei's small mouth grew bigger. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, she still felt a chill in her heart. A powerful woman like her lacked the confidence to block the sword pillar. To everyone's surprise, a massive beast claw emerged from the ground. Earth and rocks exploded, mountains and rivers cracked, and amidst a deafening roar, the beast's claws collided with the sword pillar. The indestructible sword pillar, when faced with the beast's claws, was like a water jet hitting a steel plate, instantly vanishing into nothingness. The king of ferocious beasts. Consort Sanyue's pretty face turned deathly pale. The beast kings are ancient, ferocious beasts that slumber underground, having lived for countless years, have long existed on the shores of Panghai. Each of these beast kings possesses earth-shattering power, and even emperor-level powerhouses must avoid them. An overwhelming pressure, as if the sky were collapsing, was inadvertently released, and Song Yumingfei was suddenly startled. Where's Sukan? Since waking up, she has not seen Sukan. Her expression instantly turned panicked as she suddenly realized a terrible truth. Could this ferocious beast have been caused by that kid? Then Sukan. Chapter 163 was nothing major. It just involved killing a tyrant-level ferocious beast. Consort Sanyue's face turned deathly pale instantly. Sukan is really good at stirring up trouble. Her heart pounded, and she grew increasingly panicked, feeling that the beast's claw was related to Sukan. Schwer. Space rippled, and a snow-white tiger emerged from the void. Walk! After glancing in the direction where the beast's claws appeared, Sun Yue Mingfei jumped onto Mingzhou White Tiger and flew towards the direction the beast's claws appeared. Run! Before they had flown a kilometer, a loud shout rang out. Su Kan's figure rapidly approached from the horizon. Su Kan. Upon seeing Su Kan, consort Sun Yue was overjoyed and went straight to greet him. Let's go first, we'll talk about it on the way. Taking a deep breath, Su Kan hurriedly said. The power of that beast's claw was too great. Its owner was definitely not someone he could contend with. Moreover, his spiritual energy is almost completely depleted. If he is caught, he will either be killed or commit suicide. Song Yu Mingfei nodded without asking any further questions and urged the Mingzhou White Tiger to fly in the opposite direction. 2 hours later, the Overlord-level bright White Tiger spared no effort and flew at full speed, finally allowing the two of them to fly out of the shores of Panghai. Seeing that the owner of the beast claws had no intention of pursuing them, Song Yu Mingfei breathed a sigh of relief. He rested his chin on his hands, looking at Su Kan, who was in a meditative state. Her red lips curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling with laughter, revealing her tender affection. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lost in thought, Su Kan opened his eyes and looked at her with a smile. Consort Song Yue blushed, her eyes darting away, and said, You still haven't told me what you did to provoke such a scary guy. Hee, it's nothing serious, just killed a tyrant-level ferocious beast. Touching his nose, Su Kan briefly recounted what had happened. Did you unleash that towering sword pillar? When did you become so powerful? Consort Song Yue's eyes widened. The heavenly sword pillar was no match for the beast's claws. Its power to slay a tyrant-level ferocious beast was enough to shock her. It should be noted that Su Kan is currently only a 9th-grade nest master, and he has a long road ahead of him. What kind of scene would it be when he becomes a king, a hegemon, a lord, or even a monarch or emperor? Don't you know how amazing I am? Su Kan looked at her with ill intent. Bad guy. Consort Song Yue pouted, not understanding what Su Kan meant. I've advanced to the Overlord realm, so it's not certain who's stronger now. Rolling her eyes dramatically, Song Yu Mingfei puffed out her chest, which trembled slightly. Fairy. Su Kan pulled Song Yu Mingfei into his arms. The white tiger's ears drooped instantly during the day, and its snow-white fur was tinged with pink. Haicheng. Gao Ming stood on the city wall, watching as a long line of people outside the city formed to pass through the city gate. Their faces were flushed with panic, their expressions anxious and fearful. In the sky, dozens of nest masters either spread their spirit wings or stood on the backs of flying units, their expressions solemn. General Gao, there are too many people. We can't possibly evacuate them all, and Haicheng can't accommodate many outsiders. A man wearing blue armor said in a low voice. No matter how many people there are, we have to leave. We have to pack them even if there's not enough room. There's still room in the city lord's mansion. Let them go there first. Gao Ming's words were powerful and resounding. Don't worry, we will get through this beast tide. Yes, General. The man in blue armor cupped his hands in greeting, then quickly turned and left. The city was built by the sea, and the sea creatures were restless, forming a beast tide, which was not the first time this had happened. But this time, the scale of the sea monster siege was unprecedented. King-level nest masters and one overlord-level nest master were killed in battle, leaving Haicheng with very little high-end combat power. Even so, if we hold out for a few days, the reinforcements from Yujing will arrive, and everything will be resolved. However, a series of events occurred in Jiangcheng, and two military commanders, Jin Yunwen and Jin Yunwen, were seriously injured and fell into a coma, where they have not yet regained consciousness. The eldest daughter of the heroic family, Song Yue from the Magic City, has not yet been found. Even more seriously, the Qi clan, led by their king, has besieged Jiangcheng, making the situation in Jiangcheng even more chaotic than in Haicheng. Shaking his head, Gao Ming cleared his mind of the clutter. He is not young. It has been a full 120 years since he reached the Overlord realm. If he lived up to the lifespan of an Overlord, he could live for at least another 1,000 years. However, throughout history, how many Overlords have lived to the end of their lifespan? At his age, he is already considered old among those in the Overlord realm. That's why he realized that what he was facing now was nothing. The Dragon Kingdom was forged in fire and blood. This current predicament is utterly insignificant. My lord, the sea monsters have started attacking again. A man with blood-stained armor flew in from the horizon and hurriedly said, Gao Cheng, you are in charge of matters within the city. Gao Ming turned around and gave an order to a man beside him, then soared into the sky. Azure Dragon Army, follow me and kill. Chapter 164 Azure Wild Bull, Beast Tide. On the vast, boundless sea, Song Yu Mingfei nestled against Su Kan, her pretty face still flushed with the afterglow of her beauty, her eyes as languid and alluring as autumn water. Su Kan's lips curled up. After advancing to the Overlord realm, Song Yu Mingfei's physique improved considerably, but it was still far inferior to his. After all, he is a man with superhuman abilities. His current physical attributes are comparable to those of a typical level 9 ferocious beast, making him a veritable humanoid ferocious beast. Let alone one Song Yu Mingfei. Even if there were 10 or 8, he wouldn't back down in the slightest. If all else fails, there's always Fire Lily. The Fire Immortal's possession, his physique can be elevated to another level. However, this is a bit excessive. As evening approached, we arrived at a stretch of azure sea. The sea was calm under the setting sun. Something's not right. How come we haven't encountered any ferocious beasts along the way? Su Kan frowned slightly. Since leaving the shores of Panghai, they have hardly encountered any ferocious beasts. Although the aura of the white tiger, a king-level beast, spread out during the daytime, it was intimidating and could largely prevent harassment from ferocious beasts. But not encountering a single ferocious beast in half a day is highly illogical. Perhaps a beast tide has occurred over Haiqing, and the ferocious beasts have all passed by. Song Yu Mingfei thought for a moment and said, "A beast tide? Wouldn't that mean there are many powerful and ferocious beasts?" Su Kan's eyes lit up, and he felt a little excited. On the shores of Panghai, he now only has a little over 1,000,000 evolution points. Upgrading a level 9 unit to the King/Marquis level requires 700,000 evolution points. He doesn't have enough evolution points to upgrade all his units to the King/Marquis level. What are you thinking about? Song Yu Mingfei rolled her eyes at him. Sea beasts attacking the city is a tradition in Haiqing, and there are basically no very powerful ferocious beasts. I even came to Haiqing to participate once 10 years ago. The sea monsters attacking the city will be driven back in 2 or 3 days. I see. Su Kan was a little disappointed. However, he quickly regained his spirits. As long as there are ferocious beasts to kill, even a mosquito is still meat. Schwer, speed up. Haiqing, the mouth of the coast. 7 warships stood with their backs to the shore, facing off against the densely packed swarms of ferocious beasts on the opposite side. The warship's deck was mottled, and the hull, reinforced by spiritual magic, was riddled with holes, studded with animal teeth, and charred beyond recognition. The intensity of the battle is evident. Gao Ming stood on a deck, with several soldiers resembling sea lions sitting beside him. Its fur is snow white, it has a spiral horn on its head, and its eyes are bright. It was his unit, the epic unit, the war lion. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the other side. Immediately, the waves surged, their roar mingling with the ebb and flow of the surf. A blue figure emerged from the herd of sea creatures, its body, which was 40 or 50 meters tall, protruding from the sea surface. Its blue body was covered with scales, but its head was that of a bull. The towering bull horns exuded a fierce aura, as imposing as mountains and peaks. Azure Wild Bull. Gao Ming uttered a few words, his expression somewhat unpleasant. The Azure Wild Bull is renowned even among the most powerful ferocious beasts. It usually hides in the deep sea and rarely shows itself, but unexpectedly it has appeared now. This is the 3rd Overlord-level ferocious beast to appear so far. The beast tide shows no signs of abating. What level of beings will appear next? For a moment, a hint of weariness appeared in Gao Ming's eyes. Boom! A bright white beam of light shot out from the warship, blasting through dozens of sea monsters that were charging towards it. The aroma of burnt meat and blood filled the air instantly. This is a spirit crystal cannon, fueled by spirit stones, and it is extremely powerful. If it hits head-on, it would be enough to severely injure a king-level ferocious beast. However, it is almost impossible to hit a king-level ferocious beast with a spirit crystal cannon, since they are not dead. Moo! The azure bull let out a sound like a bull, and a beam of azure light condensed from its horns, blasting towards the spirit crystal cannon on the war wheel. Snort! Gao Ming snorted coldly. A single horn of a war sea lion beside him flashed, and a blue orb intercepted the cyan beam of light in midair. I'll go stop the Azure Wild Bull. You all be careful. Without waiting for a reply, Gao Ming soared into the sky. The war sea lion then entered the sea, its body instantly growing from the size of a small dog to a size of 40 or 50 meters. Although it was larger than many blue bulls, its imposing presence was in no way inferior. 5 war sea lions surrounded the Azure Bull, but Gao Ming's expression did not soften in the slightest. Even though the Azure Wild Bull is powerful, if there is only one Azure Wild Bull, why would he need to do this? Roar, hiss, moo. Accompanied by 3 beastly roars, 3 enormous beastly shadows emerged from beneath the seawater. Dragon Crocodile, a 7-colored python, Azure Green Wild Bull. All 3 ferocious beasts were of the Overlord level. Not only did another Azure Wild Bull appear, but the Dragon Crocodile and the 7-colored python were no weaker than the Azure Wild Bull. Instantly, Gao Ming's face turned extremely ugly. He could handle a single Azure Bull plus 3 ordinary Overlord-level ferocious beasts. Even if we are no match for them, we can still hold them off. But 4 top-tier, Overlord-level ferocious beasts. At that moment, his eyes went from resolute to gray and then back to resolute. Standing on the back of the white tiger Schwer, Sukin couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw the ferocious beasts stretching like mountains ahead. Especially when they saw that there were many king-level creatures, as well as Azure Oxen, 7-colored pythons, and dragon crocodiles. In his excitement, he couldn't help but look at Consort Sanyue with suspicion. Didn't you say there wouldn't be any very strong, ferocious beasts? Chapter 165 No, don't wrong an innocent person. Sukin stood on Schwenner's back, looking at the tens of thousands of sea beasts in front of him. At the king level, and 4 overlord-level ferocious beasts on the sea surface exude a fierce aura. Although it cannot compare to the Hydra he encountered on the shores of Penghai, it is definitely among the top tier of overlord-level ferocious beasts. This, I don't know either. Consort Sanyue was utterly astonished by the unprecedented tide of sea monsters. Based on past experience, the appearance of 2 overlord-level ferocious beasts is the limit. But now, bewildered by the sudden appearance of 4 top-tier overlord-level ferocious beasts. Save them first, they can't hold on any longer. Sukin didn't dwell on it too much. No one can predict beast tides accurately. After all, the number and level of ferocious beasts that appear are beyond human control. Green flame insect, come out. With a low shout, the space immediately rippled. With a series of buzzing sounds, 300,000 level 9 Azure refined nether flame insects emerged from the void. 300,000 ferocious insectoids, each over a meter tall, appeared. The swarm of sea monsters below seemed to sense some kind of threat. They all turned their gazes to Sukan. Your bugs have turned into bug people, and their numbers have increased so much all of a sudden. Song Yu Mingfei stared at the army of insectoids in the sky, her red lips agape in astonishment. This insectoid army probably numbers 2 or 300,000. And they are all level 9. Even the armies of some small countries can't compare, right? Hee, isn't your husband amazing? Sukin smiled smugly. During that time, Consort Sanyue was still absorbing the Yuanling Pearl in the Heavenly Pot Cave, so she was unaware of the changes in his troop type. Master brother. Master brother. At the same time, 2 sweet voices rang out. Zisha and Qing Lian emerged directly from their lair, one after the other, and immediately embraced Su Kan, clinging to him. A mature, delicate body, majestic peaks, soft and warm like jade. Cough cough. Sukin quickly banished the erotic thoughts from her mind and pulled them down to stand properly. Purple Demon and Azure Refining. Sukin explained. Song Yu Mingfei glanced at the 2 girls with a hint of jealousy. They were clearly just little girls. How did they suddenly grow up so much? Enjoying yourself, aren't you? With a soft snort, Consort Sanyue rolled her eyes. Mother. The 2 women stared at her with wide eyes. Sister, call me sister. Song Yu Mingfei glared at Su Kan. You taught him? No, don't wrong an innocent person. Sukin immediately denied it. He's a gentleman. How could he do such a thing? You know how. Song Yu Mingfei did not speak, but Su can read those words in her eyes. Okay, from now on you have to call me sister, not mom. Song Yu Mingfei pinched the soft flesh of Su Kan's waist, but she didn't use much force. Sister. 2 soft, sweet voices rang out. Qing Lian and Zisha moved closer and pulled out Song Yu Mingfei's hands from the left and right. It instantly became lively. 3 women make a drama. Looking at Zisha and Qing Lian, Consort Song Yu was not actually very angry. They were Su Kan's soldiers. In a sense, they were Su Kan's closest partners. Moreover, she could tell that both Zisha and Qing Lian were virgins. Thinking of this, Her expression softened even more. However, I also need to work hard. Once I reach the venerable Lord Realm, Schwer will be able to fully transform into human form. When it's 2 against 2, the advantage is mine. But Schwer's current half-human, half-tiger appearance after transformation seems quite charming too. She imagined the image of a wild and fierce tiger woman that came to mind. Wild, beautiful. Sukin should like it. Sukin had no idea what she was thinking, but seeing that they were getting along well, he breathed a sigh of relief. A scene from a dream even appeared in my mind unconsciously. What are you thinking? I'm a gentleman. He muttered something to himself. Sukin looked toward the battlefield ahead. The warship continuously fired white beams of light, each beam capable of wiping out a group of sea monsters. But there were too many sea beasts, especially a giant turtle-like sea beast that exuded the aura of a king and stood in front, forcefully withstanding the bombardment of the beam of light. In the sky, even the Overlord-level human powerhouse was gradually losing ground against 4 top-tier Overlord-level ferocious beasts. The huge white sea lion at my feet was covered in blood, and the sharp horn on its forehead was broken off. Gao Ming's expression was extremely gloomy. The sudden appearance of 300,000 level 9 insectoids made his already slim hope even more distant. We must find a way to drive these ferocious beasts away. With a cold look in his eyes, Gao Ming made a decision in an instant. War Sea Lion, Death Beam Cannon. Instantly, the 5 War Sea Lions stirred with spiritual energy, opened their mouths, gathered blue spiritual energy, and unleashed 5 incredibly thick beams of light. The 2 Azure Bulls roared, their bodies trembling with azure light, and a sphere of azure light appeared in their claws. The 7-colored python and the dragon crocodile did not back down either, spewing out pillars of fire and dragon breath. Boom! The moment the attacks clashed, a deafening roar erupted, and a surge of energy swept across the area, clearing out the surrounding sea beasts. Damn it! These are all evolution points. Sukin couldn't hold back any longer. With a wave of his hand, 300,000 azure flame insects surged forward. The 3-headed purple thunder dragon also sank into the sea, reaping the lives of beasts amidst the raging waves. Possessed by the fire immortal, Sukin wielded the heavy prison divine sword, his hurricane thunder wings flapping as he soared into the sky. It's over. Gao Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the overwhelming swarm of insects, and despair rose in his heart. Chapter 166. Are all young people this fierce these days? As countless insects swooped down, Gao Ming felt a sense of despair. For Overlord-level ferocious beasts surrounded him, and there were no more Overlord-level experts in Haiqing. The other King-level nest masters were also held back by King-level sea beasts. With so many level 9 insectoids, a massacre awaits them. The insectoids will be a greater disaster than the beast tide. Sukin soared into the sky with his sword, followed closely by Zisha and Qing Lian. The purple-clad woman, dressed in flowing purple robes, waved her small hand, and a bucket of lightning descended, blasting a level 9 ferocious beast resembling a giant squid into minced meat. Around Qing Lian, and a majestic blue armor materialized, which not only failed to conceal her hot figure, but also accentuated her indescribable aura of authority. It has a unique charm. Her cyan hair danced in the wind, her face no longer as sweet as before, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a cold smile, making her look like a queen. The blood demon's heavy axe swung with unparalleled ferocity. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 9 ferocious beast, the demon eye squid. The reward is 10,000 evolution points, 9 physique points, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the level 8 ferocious beast Xian Shui turtle. Reward: 5,000 evolution points, 5 physique points, and 1 system space. Ding! It has been detected that the host has killed the king-level ferocious beast Blackwater beast. Reward: 50,000 evolution points, 23 strength, and 1 system space. They killed a king-level ferocious beast so quickly? Sukin was surprised. Turning his head, he saw Qing Lian decapitate a black behemoth crackling with electricity with a single axe stroke. The massive head flew far away and crashed into the seawater. Thank goodness it wasn't a butt chop. For some reason, Sukin felt a sense of relief. Then it flew directly over the swarm of insects and headed towards Gao Ming. The sea beasts that blocked their way were either swept in two by a sword, stunned by lightning, or beheaded by an axe. Consort Sang Yue followed closely behind, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Although I've heard Sukin say that he's very powerful now. But seeing it with your own eyes is a completely different feeling. Open the prison. Sukin immediately activated his divine weapon skill and stood in front of a blue-green bull. The aura of the Overlord-level Azure Bull was incredibly powerful, but it was nothing to Su Kan, who had slain the Hydra. Song Yu Mingfei stood beside Shuer, keeping a close eye on Su Kan while smiling at Gao Ming. Uncle Gao Ming, these 3 ferocious beasts are for us. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 bright white tigers emerged from the void and entangled the 7-colored python and the dragon crocodile. She remained standing on Shuer, her gaze never leaving Su Kan. You are? Consort Ming. Gao Ming's dazed expression finally returned to normal. He originally thought the insectoid army was targeting them, but he never expected them to go straight for the sea beasts. The 2 girls even used a bolt of lightning and an axe beam to instantly kill the king-level ferocious beasts. And this white-clad boy who appeared after the swarm of insects is even more outrageous. 1 man, 1 sword, battling a ferocious beast of the tyrannical level? If he wasn't mistaken, this young man was only a 9th-grade nest master. A 9th-rank nest master fighting a tyrant-level ferocious beast in hand-to-hand combat, or even a top-tier tyrant-level ferocious beast. What kind of international joke is this? Even if he were fully equipped with divine weapons, he would not be able to fight a tyrant-level ferocious beast in person. He opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to start speaking. Are young people these days all this fierce? Boom. The Thousand Peaks prison opened. Sukin unleashed a strike with the force of millions of pounds. The Azure Bull that reached out was severed, and blood flowed like a fountain, staining a large area of the sea red. Moo. A roar filled with pain and rage rang out, and a white ray shot out from the eyes of the Azure Bull. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped abruptly the moment the white rays appeared. A white ray swept across, freezing the seawater instantly and creating solid ice in the air, as if to freeze everything. Su Kan, flashing with golden light, but it quickly dimmed, and he himself seemed to be frozen in midair. Shuer, Song Yu Mingfei shouted. Suddenly, the bright white tiger beneath her shone brightly, and a wild, beautiful figure emerged from the white light. White hair flowed down to his hips, revealing a long, thin white tiger tail. Brush! The sound of air exploding rang out, leaving a series of afterimages. Daylight folds the world. A clear shout rang out, and a screen of light appeared in front of Su Kan, shimmering in the daylight. The white rays struck, causing the daylight refraction boundary to tremble slightly, and then the surface was covered with a layer of solid ice. But in the blink of an eye, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the solid ice, and it broke apart. Boom! Taking advantage of the moment, Sukin shattered the solid ice around him and looked at the beautiful figure that appeared in front of him with amazement. Her skin was porcelain white, her legs were long and shapely, and she was sexy and explosive. Her body curves are absolutely stunning, voluptuous to the perfect degree. The majestic peaks revealed deep, abyss-like ravines, seemingly capable of drawing one's soul in. Especially the pair of cute little white tiger ears, which had a touch of allure. Wild, plump, and tempting. Sukin was slightly lost in thought. Moo. The Azure Bull suddenly let out a miserable cry, as the bright daybreak realm approached, and trapped it within. Day boundary contracted, the enormous body emitted a cracking sound, and blood flowed from its scales. It felt like it would burst at any moment. Wait a moment. I'm here to end it. Sukin snapped out of his daze and quickly stopped him. A tyrant-level ferocious beast, that's worth 100,000 evolution points. He lunged forward, activating the divine weapon skill Thousand Peaks prison, and the heavy prison divine sword headbutt him. Upon hearing Su Kan's shout, Schwetter's delicate body trembled slightly. Thinking of that scene on the sea, her pretty face flushed. Chapter 167, Slaying the 4 Ferocious Beasts, The Inherited Guardian Will. Click. The massive head of the Azure Bull was severed by a single sword strike, its eyes wide open, seemingly dying with unfulfilled grievances. Ding. It has been detected that the host has killed the Overlord-level ferocious beast Azure Bull. The reward is 100,000 evolution points, 44 strength, 11 spiritual power, and 1 system space. With a single sword strike, Sukin beheaded the Azure Bull, then charged toward the dragon crocodile. Under the combined attack of the 3 bright white tigers, the dragon crocodile was covered in wounds, and half of its ferocious maw was broken off. Cut. The crocodile beast snapped in two, its blood and internal organs flowing out, turning the seawater into a sea of blood. Hiss. Seeing that the situation was not good, the seven-colored python's spiritual power surged, and its seven-colored lights scattered in all directions, shaking off the two bright white tigers that were attacking it, and it was about to escape into the sea. Bang! Schwer moved like a phantom, instantly traversing hundreds of meters, and slapped the seven-colored python back into the air. As a hero unit, her strength far surpasses that of other units of the same level. Moreover, after several battles, the seven-colored python's strength has already been greatly reduced. Gao Ming couldn't help but twitch his eye, feeling envious. Although he wasn't a overlord-level nest master, he didn't have any hero units. Otherwise, given the combat power of the hero units, the situation would be much better. Well done. Sukin praised it, and then chopped off the snake's head in midair. With only one left, Sukin turned his gaze to Gao Ming. You come and kill me. Gao Ming's lips twitched. This Azure Bull was already on the verge of death under the attack of 5 war sea lions. He had a keen eye. Although he didn't know why the young man was so keen on killing ferocious beasts, this crisis was resolved by others. Otherwise, not only him, but also his brothers on the 7 warships around him, and the millions of people in Haicheng, would likely become food for these sea beasts. With a wave of his hand, the war sea lion dragged the Azure Bull, which was still half dead, to Su Kan. Thanks. With a smile and a nod, the heavy prison divine's sword slashed down, ending the life of this last overlord-level ferocious beast. In addition to gaining 400,000 evolution points, the 4 overlord-level ferocious beasts also brought in 200 to 300 points of various attribute points. In addition, as the army of 300,000 Azure Flame insects and Azure Flame, Purple Fiend, and other troops charged the sea beast tide, the evolution points in the system's backend never stopped ticking. At the same time, his body was gradually strengthened by the enhancement of various attribute points. However, Sukin also discovered his own shortcomings. His power is immense. With the Fire Immortal's possession, he can overpower even king-level ferocious beasts, and is not afraid of even overlord-level ferocious beasts. However, once the opponent uses spiritual techniques, especially those of a tyrant-level ferocious beast, they will be instantly restrained. He knows many spiritual arts, including semi-divine arts. With his current spiritual power comparable to that of an overlord-level nest master, if he were to unleash his full power as a half-immortal, he could even instantly kill an ordinary overlord-level ferocious beast. But spiritual energy will eventually run out. His ability to fight a tyrant-level ferocious beast hand-to-hand is a result of the combination of spiritual power and physical strength. With spiritual energy depleted, is hand-to-hand combat even possible? That's suicide. If only there were a powerful spiritual technique that could enhance one's physical abilities in combat. Or a powerful defensive spirit technique that can defend against attacks from overlord-level ferocious beasts would also work. With his mind racing, Sukin saw Gao Ming bowing solemnly to him. Thank you for your help, young hero. If you ever need my help again, please let me know. I will do my best to help you even at the cost of my life. General Gao, you flatter me. General Gao risked his life to protect Haicheng. Sukin only did a small favor. Moreover, as soldiers of the Military Intelligence Bureau, slaying ferocious beasts is our duty. Sukin responded with a smile. He saw Zhao Changshan's shadow in Gao Ming, or rather, his will to protect. This is a precious spirit passed down from countless ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, and it deserves respect. Are you a soldier from the Military Intelligence Bureau? Gao Ming was surprised. As the garrison commander of Haicheng, he was fairly well informed. But how come he had never heard of such a young and powerful soldier from the Military Intelligence Bureau? Uncle Gao, Sukin only recently joined the Military Intelligence Bureau. After that, during a battle to annihilate the Qi tribe, we were caught in a spatial turbulence and ended up on a small island. Yes, I remember now. Consort Song Yue could finish speaking. Gao Ming suddenly slapped his forehead. The continuous battles had left him anxious and preoccupied, and he didn't even react for a moment when he saw Consort Song Yue. A dozen days ago, the commotion in Jiangxing shook half of the country. The Song Yue family's prodigy, Tu Jin Yunwen from the Military Intelligence Bureau, and hundreds of Military Intelligence Bureau soldiers during the battle to annihilate Qi caused quite a stir. The Song Yue family, and Song Yue Mingfei's brother, rushed to Jiangxing immediately. The Military Affairs Bureau's Elder Council was also alarmed, and an elder was dispatched to Jiangxing to investigate. Whether it was good or bad luck, they were attacked by the Qi tribe army as soon as they arrived in Jiangxing. Fortunately, Otherwise, Jiangxing would have been reduced to scorched earth and ruins long ago under the attack of the Qi tribe's army. I'm so glad you're all alright. Gao Ming briefly explained the situation in Jiangxing after their disappearance, and then sighed. Anyway, it's good that you're all alright. The two Jin Yunwen have also been found. They were seriously injured, but their lives have been saved. The others suffered considerable losses, but they were within acceptable limits. Although the situation in Jiangxing is tense at present, the Greedy Wolf Military Department, one of the 4 major military departments, rushed over even before the major battle broke out. With the commander of the Greedy Wolf Army in charge, there should be no worries. Su Kan and Song Yumingfei exchanged a glance, unsure whether this was a blessing in disguise. If they hadn't gone missing, with Jiangxing's military strength, facing the Qi tribe's massive army under the command of the Qi king, they probably wouldn't have lasted an hour before being razed to the ground. After all, the military strength of Jiangxing, a small inland city, is far inferior to that of Haiqing. By the way, could you tell me which race these insectoid armies belong to, and could you show me around to pay my respects? Gao Ming paused for a moment, then asked. Chapter 168 The Hidden Arts Pavilion, Ancient Nest Master Ruins. These insectoids have done my Haiqing a favor. May I ask which race they belong to? Could you please introduce us? The army of insectoids rapidly reaping the lives of sea monsters, and asked. Insect people? A race? Sukin paused for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on his face. But he didn't keep us in suspense, and went straight to the point. General Gao, you're overthinking it. They are my troops. The simple words stunned Gao Ming, who then chuckled. Brother Su, don't joke around. Who could possibly have so many different types of soldiers? Even insect hive masters, their troops are insects, not these ferocious insectoids that are half a person tall. Gao Ming simply didn't believe that these insectoids could be soldiers. Consort Song Yue covered her mouth and chuckled, glancing at Su Kan. She understood Gao Ming's thoughts. If she hadn't been by Su Kan's side the whole time and witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that these insectoids were soldiers. Seeing that most of the sea beasts had been killed, Su Kan waved his hand, and most of the azure flame insects disappeared into thin air and returned to their nest space. More than 200,000 insect people disappeared, and the sky became clear. Gao Ming's eyes widened instantly as he stared at Su Kan in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This is really a military unit? After a long while, he finally managed to utter a complete sentence. Genuine or genuine? Su Kan smiled faintly. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Gao Ming exclaimed in admiration. Having lived for over 100 years, Gao Ming quickly adjusted his mood. Lord, the sea beasts have all been wiped out. At this moment, a robust young man flew over from the warship, cupped his hands in greeting, and reported with undisguised joy in his voice. He couldn't help but glance at Su Kan and Song Yumingfei out of the corner of his eye. He clearly knew that without these two, they would have already perished in the beast's jaws. Gao Ming's gaze swept across the scene, and all he could see was blood-red seawater covered with animal corpses. Nothing could be more devastating than mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Good. Gao Ming nodded, his gaze turning to Su Kan and consort Song Yu. I wonder if you two would be willing to come with me back to the city lord's mansion for a chat? You two have accomplished such great things. If I don't treat you well, I'm afraid the millions of citizens of Haiqing will blame me for not being hospitable enough. Gao Ming said very politely. Consort Song Yue didn't speak. She just smiled at Su Kan. Su Kan thought for a moment, and then smiled. Then I shall respectfully comply. Although the situation in Jiangxing is not good, with the Greedy Wolf Army stationed there, and its commander in charge, there is not too much to worry about regarding the safety of Su Yulao and Jiangxing. After all, as one of the 4 military leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, the Greedy Wolf Army leader's strength ranks among the top 10 in the Dragon Kingdom. The swarm of insects in the nest space of the Purple Thunder Dragon Junri, Qinglian Purple Thunder Dragon floated over. I watched with great insight, and felt a pang of envy. Others have 2 hero units, but he has none. With Gao Ming leading the way, the group arrived in Haiqing in less than half an hour. Compared to Haiqing, Jiangxing is like a small town. Haiqing is backed by the East China Sea and has abundant resources. Its scale and population are incomparable to those of Jiangxing. Of course, it is also much more dangerous than Jiangxing, due to the shadow of the beast tides that had been looming for days. But as news of the beast tides' defeat spread, it swept through the city like a storm, and the entire city erupted in cheers, instantly coming back to life. The living room in the city lord's mansion. The 3 men and 2 soldiers sat facing each other, with a sumptuous meal laid out on the table. The azure bull, the dragon crocodile, and the 7-colored python is especially imbued with spiritual energy and has an irresistible aroma. I'll just shamelessly offer this as a gift. Gao Ming smiled and poured wine for the 2 of them. General Gao, you're too kind. Sukin smiled slightly. He hadn't been eating well lately, so seeing the sumptuous and delicious dishes made him very hungry. As they clinked glasses and exchanged toasts, the atmosphere became much more lively. After several rounds of drinks, Sukin suddenly asked a question. Brother Ming, do you know of any spiritual techniques that can enhance physical combat skills? Having suffered losses in both battles against the overlord-level ferocious beasts, Sukin still harbored a lingering doubt in his heart, and at this moment, he couldn't help but ask Gao Ming for advice. Because of the constraints imposed on the host body and spiritual power, Nest Masters usually do not engage in close combat, Gao Ming said, holding up his wine glass. But then, suddenly remembering the image of Sukin wielding his sword and fighting the Azure Wild Bull, his eyes twitched, and he said, there is a hidden arts pavilion in Haicheng, which was originally the site of an ancient Nest Master and was left in Haicheng by the first Haicheng city lord. It contains 100,000 scrolls of spiritual techniques, including some that are said to be immortal techniques. If you're interested, I can take you there. Take whichever spiritual technique you fancy. But, Gao Ming changed his tone and said, to obtain a high-grade or higher spiritual technique from it, one needs a stroke of luck. Back then, I only obtained one top-grade spiritual technique from it. At this point, Gao Ming became somewhat embarrassed. Sukin spoke up, but he himself failed miserably. Moreover, with Sukin's talent, it won't be long before he becomes an invincible powerhouse. He didn't want to give up the opportunity to befriend an invincible expert, so he thought for a moment and said, it is said to be an opportunity, but it actually depends on spiritual power. It attracts spiritual techniques with spiritual power. The denser the spiritual power of the same realm, the higher the probability of attracting high-grade spiritual techniques. I have a piece of equipment that can store an amount of my own spiritual power, so I'll give it to you. A hint of heartache flashed in Gao Ming's eyes. He flipped his hand, revealing an exquisite, transparent jade pendant, and handed it to Sukin. This kind of equipment that can store spiritual energy is no less valuable than ordinary divine weapons. As the city lord of Haicheng and a powerful expert at the overlord level, he spent half his life savings to acquire this jade pendant. You're too kind, Mingji. I am confident in my own spiritual power. Sukin pushed Gao Ming's hand back. He could see the reluctance in Gao Ming's eyes, and besides, with his spiritual power, in the same realm, if he claims to be second, probably no one would dare to claim to be first. He didn't really care about a spirit weapon that could only store 1/10 of its own spiritual power. Brother Su, take this. Putting aside your contributions to Haicheng, it's also a life-saving favor for me, Gao Ming. These material possessions are nothing. Gao Mingxiang forcefully shoved the jade pendant into Sukin's hand, and without further ado, dragged Sukin directly to the Hidden Arts Pavilion. Chapter 169 Great Bright Seal, Immortal Art Light Orb? The Zongshu Pavilion is a small building about 4 or 5 meters high. It looks quite ancient, with gray and white mottled walls and cracks and signs of weathering in some places. A building like this would definitely be considered a dangerous building if it were located on Earth. Brother Su, don't be fooled by the appearance of the Hidden Arts Pavilion. It's incredibly sturdy. Even a tyrant-level expert can't budge it an inch. Seeing that Sukin was somewhat surprised, Gao Ming said with a hint of smugness. All right, you can go in now. Then thank you very much, Brother Ming. Sukin expressed his gratitude, then stopped being coy and walked into the Hidden Arts Pavilion with consort Sanyu. The moment they entered, it was as if they had entered another dimension. Stretches as far as the eye can see, and the space is incredibly spacious. Where is this the small building we saw earlier? The vast space contains 4 rows of bookshelves, each over 100 meters high, filled with books. Inside the space, clusters of spiritual light flickered intermittently. Upon closer inspection, these lights were also enveloped by scrolls. This is a space where boundaries have been alienated. San Yu Mingfei said softly. Crafted with exquisite weapon refining skills in accordance with the Nest Master's domain. Could the secret realm left by the Flame Emperor in the Heavenly Pot Cave also be refined into such a space? Sukin asked. The Yin Emperor perished on the shores of Panghai, unknown to anyone. The secret realm he left behind has become one with heaven and earth. Forcibly separating it will only shatter the secret realm. That's what Consort Sanyue said. What a pity. Sukin sighed, and then looked at the bookshelf. With so many spiritual techniques, wouldn't it be a waste to come all this way if I didn't learn them? The highest level of spiritual techniques on the bookshelf is only superior. To obtain higher level spiritual techniques, you need to use your spiritual power to attract spiritual light from the scrolls. Consort Songyue had never been to the Hidden Arts Pavilion in Haiqing, but having come from the Songyue family in Shanghai, she had been exposed to a lot of related knowledge. It's alright, let me take a look first. You attract the spiritual light scroll. Sukin smiled. Song Yu Mingfei nodded, her spiritual energy fluctuating violently, stirring up gusts of spiritual power. An overlord, level nest master cannot compare to that of a ferocious beast of the same level, but it should not be underestimated. Whoosh! The spiritual scrolls that had been floating high in the sky swooped down like bees attracted by honey, surrounding Song Yu Mingfei. Sukin found it quite interesting. However, he discovered that the spiritual energy scrolls that approached first did not have very strong spiritual light, and many brightly lit clusters of light resembled wary fish. It hovered slowly a few meters above Song Yu Mingfei's head, without getting close. Finally, a burst of light rushed into the inner layer, knocking the other light orbs off course. So powerful, I wonder what grade of spiritual technique it is. Sukin stroked his chin. Song Yu Mingfei was not in a hurry. Her hair flew wildly, and her spiritual power erupted at an even faster frequency, with explosions echoing in the air. As she channeled her spiritual energy, her pretty face turned pale in an instant. The effect was obvious. Even the spiritual light from higher altitudes was drawn to it. A ball of light, about the size of a basketball, trembled as it approached. Just as it got within 3 inches of Song Yu Mingfei, it seemed to sense something. The ball of light trembled, about to escape. But then, her jade hand reached out, shattered the ball of light, and grasped the scroll. Half-immortal technique, great bright seal. Consort Songyue could not hide her joy in her words. Does it look easy? Sukin muttered to himself, and his spiritual power exploded. The clusters of light here range in size from as small as an egg to as large as a basketball. As Sukin's spiritual power exploded, the Hidden Arts Pavilion seemed to boil over. He didn't hold back. With the fire immortal possessing him, his spiritual power was no less than that of Consort Songyue. Moreover, the spirit attraction techniques of the Hidden Arts Pavilion rely on both spiritual power of the same level and luck. He considered himself lucky, and his spiritual power was hundreds of times greater than that of other nest masters of the same level. At least the semi-divine technique guarantees a safe outcome. Buzz! As Sukan's spiritual power exploded, the light cluster in the Hidden Arts Pavilion went wild instantly. Countless flashes of light surrounded Sukan. Countless flashes of light also fell from the dome, more than a dozen of them being the size of basketballs. Consort Songyue, clutching the scroll, was so shocked by this scene that her eyes widened and her red lips parted in astonishment. This is outrageous. She unleashed her spiritual power to its fullest extent, nearly exhausting it, before she could barely summon a semi-divine technique. Sukin had only just begun when more than a dozen semi-divine techniques appeared. Even someone as proud as her couldn't help but feel discouraged. But then she remembered that Sukin was her man, and she unconsciously puffed out her chest, smiled, and her eyes were full of laughter. Sukin wasn't in a hurry and continued to unleash his spiritual power. He wanted to see if he could attract the legendary magic. The basketball-sized ball of light had already rushed into the innermost layer, right up to Sukan's face, practically shouting, "Pick me! Pick me! Pick me now!" The fire fairy's spiritual power was exhausted, and a fire fairy spirit possessed her. An ordinary fire spirit is not as great as that of a fire spirit, but it is still extremely astonishing. Time was ticking away, and Consort Songyue was starting to get anxious for Sukan. Boom! With the third fire spirit possessing him, Sukan held the heart of spiritual power in one hand, and the jade pendant Gao Ming had given him in the other, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy. The continuous spiritual energy surrounded Sukan, forming a spiritual energy storm. Just then, a ball of light as hot as the sun appeared and slowly descended from the dome, pushing aside countless other balls of light as it approached Sukan. A ball of magical light. Sukan felt a little nervous. Buzz! The spiritual energy vibrated, and 2 more orbs of blazing sunlight approached. These 3 immortal techniques. Sukan's heart skipped a beat, and he licked his lips. The timid starve, the bold feast. With a determined heart, the bear pounced on the 3 beams of sunlight like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. Chapter 173 Zhonglong's Spiritual Light. Spiritual patterns are rising from the void. Outside the Hidden Arts Pavilion, a dazzling light shone brightly, illuminating the slightly weathered walls of the pavilion. A Zhonglong radiance, a semi-immortal technique. Gao Ming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Hidden Arts Pavilion will only react when a Nest Master obtains a supreme or higher-grade spiritual technique from it. When he obtained the supreme spiritual technique, it manifested as a 10-foot-long spiritual light. The appearance of a Zhong, approximately 6.6 meters, spiritual light indicates that someone has obtained semi-immortal techniques in the Hidden Arts Pavilion. For a moment, he felt incredibly envious. He had entered the Hidden Arts Pavilion many times, and even spent most of his wealth to buy a jade pendant that could store an amount of his own spiritual power. I want to try my luck with some kind of mystical magic. Unfortunately, not a trace of the semi-divine arts was seen. It's impossible not to be envious that Su Kan and his companion gained semi-divine abilities on their first visit. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. He knew his own situation best. His talent wasn't particularly outstanding among the Overlord-level Nest Masters. This isn't the first time the Hidden Arts Pavilion has produced a semi-divine technique. If one's own talent and luck are lacking, one can't blame others. Buzz. Just as Gao Ming had adjusted his mindset, he saw the Zhonglong spiritual light suddenly surge, its brilliance reaching nearly 10 meters. At the same time, countless mysterious spiritual patterns appeared around the Hidden Arts Pavilion. The mysterious symbols are dazzling and mesmerizing. Just one glance can make you feel dizzy and lightheaded. This. Gao Ming swallowed hard. A spiritual light shines 3 zhong high, and spiritual patterns arise in the void. A divine technique has been born. For a moment, Gao Ming's mouth was dry, and his heart felt as if it had been squeezed hard. Since its inception, the Hidden Arts Pavilion has not obtained many semi-immortal techniques, but there are still a handful in total. But magic? The existence of immortal techniques in the Hidden Arts Pavilion has always been a legend, and everyone just listens to it as a legend, because no one has ever obtained magical powers from it. Gao Ming was stunned, not knowing how to react for a moment. He didn't have any bad thoughts. He knew his own talent. Let alone immortal techniques. Even semi-immortal techniques would be difficult to master. Moreover, Consort Sanyue comes from Sanyue in Shanghai, a wealthy family with a 1,000-year history. Her ancestors survived the war between humans and demons 1,000 years ago. The family has an incredibly strong foundation. If he dares to have any wicked thoughts, he will face utter ruin. Furthermore, not to mention that Sanyue family of Shanghai, he might not even be a match for Sanyue Mingfei. Moreover, there's Su Kan, who's so freakish that he dares to fight a tyrant-level ferocious beast in close combat with the body of a 9th-grade Nest Master. Even if the two of them joined forces, they probably couldn't withstand it, even with the combined strength of Haiqing. Shaking his head, Gao Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. City Lord. The voice could be heard even before the person arrived. Gao Ming frowned, and with a flash, he appeared outside the courtyard of the Hidden Arts Pavilion, closing the courtyard gate behind him. If word got out that the Hidden Arts Pavilion had produced a divine technique, it wouldn't be good news for Su Kan and Consort Sanyue. Having decided to befriend them, Gao Ming naturally wouldn't allow the news from here to leak out. The young man who rushed over was startled when he saw Gao Ming suddenly appear. But then he said with a look of panic, "Lord, a large number of merfolk have appeared on the sea. They are rapidly approaching the nearshore area and will arrive soon." What? Gao Ming was startled. The merfolk? Are you sure? It's absolutely true. The sea is filled with demonic energy, and the warships stationed near the coast have begun to retreat towards Haiqing under General Ming Yuan's orders. The young man said affirmatively. Walk. Gao Ming's expression changed completely. He grabbed the young man with one hand, spread his spiritual wings, and flew out of the city. No wonder this year's sea monster tide is so fierce. The demon cubs must be stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Thinking of the previous sea monster tide, Gao Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. If Su Kan and Song Yumingfei hadn't arrived in time, Haiqing would probably be gone. With his spirit wings activated at full power, Gao Ming appeared in the airspace above the nearby sea in just a few breaths. Looking at the densely packed figures in the distance and the demonic energy permeating the air, Gao Ming couldn't help but stagger. City Lord. Upon seeing Gao Ming, Ming Yuan flew over on his battle wheel. The mermaid clan is coming with overwhelming force. This time, we may not be able to stop them. As far as the eye could see, the merfolk army numbered at least several 100,000, including no fewer than 10 Overlord-level auras and dozens more King-level auras. This formation is even more terrifying than the previous sea monster tide. Haiching is in grave danger. Chapter 171 9 Transformations of Gods and Demons, Thunderous Sea, and Raging Dragon. Inside the Hidden Arts Pavilion, Su Sanxiong lunged at the 3 orbs of light, which were as bright as the sun. Children make choices, adults want it all. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sounds, like balloons exploding, rang out, and Sukin immediately caught the 3 scrolls of spiritual energy in his arms. Is this even possible? Consort Songyue's beautiful eyes widened. Aren't you all going to run away? Looking around, she saw that the clusters of light around her had all vanished in a flash the moment she received the scroll of spiritual power from the Great Bright Seal. Meanwhile, a large group of spiritual energy scrolls were still circling around Su Kan, showing no intention of leaving. Comparing the two, Song Yumingfei felt a little jealous. Su Kan ignored all of that and eagerly opened the book after receiving it. Immortal Technique, 9 Revolutions of Gods and Demons. Immortal Technique, Heaven and Earth in one line. Immortal Technique, Ninefold True Fire. The 3 immortal arts are 1 fire-based, 1 space-based, and 1 physical-based. Sukan's mouth was crooked from smiling. System, learn the 9 revolutions of gods and demons. He now possesses nearly 2 million evolution points, giving him exceptional confidence. Ding. Evolution points, 100,000, beginner level of the 9 revolutions of gods and demons. Ding. Evolution points, 200,000, divine demon 9 revolutions minor success. Ding. Evolution points, 300,000, divine demon 9 revolutions great completion. Ding. Evolution points minus 400,000, divine demon 9 revolutions perfected. It took a full million evolution points to upgrade the 9 revolutions of God and Demon to perfection. If Sukan found out, he would probably give the system a couple of electric cannon kicks on the head. But he was now in a mysterious state, surrounded by an indescribable mystery, and his body was filled with spiritual energy. My mind was a complete blank. Above the sky, dark clouds covered the ground, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a fierce wind howled. A shirtless, muscular man floated in the air. Drink. Suddenly, the man roared, his black hair flying wildly. With a flash of black and gold light, the man's body grew 10 feet taller out of thin air, and black and gold patterns appeared on his skin. A powerful aura radiated from him. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, and the man leaped into the air, raising his fist to meet the attack. Bang! Thunder roared, and shockwaves spread outwards. As the man shattered a bolt of lightning, the thunder on the sea of clouds seemed to be enraged, and muffled thunder rumbled. Immediately, a thunder dragon emerged, its ferocious head protruding out. The dragon's head was covered in shimmering purple lightning, composed entirely of lightning bolts. The thunder dragon gradually emerged from the sea of clouds, its endless body resembling a towering purple thunder peak stretching across the sky. As the thunder dragon appeared, endless lightning spontaneously gathered, condensing into a sea of lightning beneath the dragon in the blink of an eye. An endless sea of thunder, a boundless dragon of thunder. Sukan's mouth went dry, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Upon seeing this, the shirtless man frowned, soared into the air, and stared at Lei Long at eye level. Clusters of purple gold light exploded from his body. With each burst of purple gold light, the man's figure grew 10 feet taller, and his aura became even more powerful. Boom! The 8th cluster of purple gold light shattered, revealing a man 9 zhang tall with a purple gold vertical line between his eyebrows, and his black hair turning purple and gold. His pupils transformed into 1 gold and 1 purple, shooting out 3 feet of divine light. Half purple and half gold appeared behind them, and as it spun, it seemed as if the entire world was being stirred up. Its overwhelming power was unleashed, and its 9 zhang tall body held its own against the countless thunder dragons that were tens of thousands of zhang long. Boom! The man launched an attack directly, his fist breaking the speed of light. In an instant, countless fist imprints were unleashed, and the thunder dragon roared as it swung its claws to meet the attack. With a flash of purple gold light, the overwhelming thunder dragon's furious claws were blasted into countless arcs of electricity. The man struck successfully, and with a stomp of his foot, a black hole was created in the void. With a single whip kick, it seemed as if the heavens and earth had been cleaved in two. Outside, Consort Sanyue was so shocked to see the spiritual energy surrounding Sukin that she was speechless. So you've already started studying immortal techniques? Shocked, she didn't slow down at all. Then, Sukin began to comprehend the spiritual energy that appeared, and sat cross-legged to comprehend the semi-immortal technique, the Great Bright Seal. Under the pervasive spiritual energy, all sorts of mysteries from the Great Bright Seal drilled into her mind, making it even easier than when she had previously learned low-grade spiritual techniques. Time flows by, and an hour passes in the blink of an eye. Sukin blinked, his consciousness returning to reality, completely unaware of the passage of time. The image of the man's physical body resisting lightning and tearing apart a thunder dragon filled him with immense excitement. This is how a man should fight. By the way, the 9 transformations of gods and demons consumed 1 million evolution points. Does that mean I can only learn one immortal technique with the remaining million-plus evolution points? After glancing at the evolution point consumption record, he didn't blame the system. To be honest, spending 1 million evolution points to cultivate a magic technique to perfection is absolutely worthwhile. It's totally worth it. But which should we learn? The one line between heaven and earth or the ninefold true fire? Sukin stroked his chin, looking conflicted. Chapter 172 The line between heaven and earth, Cerberus. The phrase the line between heaven and earth is somewhat similar to the mythical supernatural power of the ends of the earth are within reach, which allows one to pierce through the void and cross the ends of the earth in an instant. Of course, it also consumes a massive amount of spiritual energy. However, once the cultivation is perfected, it can be used at will, making it extremely convenient. The ninefold true fire is a powerful fire-based immortal technique. Fire in the air, fire in wood, fire in stone, fire in man, fire in water, fire in the earth, fire in beasts, fire in spirits, fire in fire. 9 ultimate flames, enough to incinerate all things in heaven and earth. Unparalleled power. However, Sukin has many tricks up his sleeve. The 3rd divine weapon skill of the heavy prison divine sword, breaking the prison heaven, can even shatter the sky with a single sword strike. He has no shortage of means of attack. On the contrary, spatial spiritual techniques like the one line between heaven and earth, which he had never learned, were what he lacked. System, learn the immortal technique, heaven and earth in one line. Ding. Evolution points, 100,000, entry level of heaven and earth line. Ding. Evolution points, 200,000, minor success in heaven and earth line. With 1 million evolution points consumed, Sukin once again entered a magical space. Endless mountain ranges, surrounded by dense forests, a boundless sea, and an endless desert. As before, a man stood suspended in midair. This time, however, he was dressed in a white robe, his clothes fluttering, giving him an indescribable air of elegance and freedom. The man took a step, and the space rippled like water. He vanished into thin air and reappeared on the other side of the endless sea. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed mountains, deserts, and seas. The man's figure flickered, sometimes near, sometimes far. When close, it seems to disappear into the void, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye, just a step away. When you are far away, the ends of the earth are just a step away. Sukin was completely captivated by the man's dashing demeanor, which truly fascinated him. At the same time, as various mysterious and profound things entered his mind, his understanding of the line between heaven and earth became extremely thorough. Whether the void is solidified or shattered, it cannot obstruct the line between heaven and earth. However, the spiritual energy consumed will naturally increase exponentially. Coming to his senses, Sukin's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the dome of the Hidden Arts Pavilion. He frowned slightly. He had originally planned to pass directly through the dome, but I sensed an invisible barrier. Although I could force my way through, it would inevitably trigger something. As expected of the relics left behind by the ancient nest master. He muttered something to himself in a low voice. Sukin wasn't surprised. After all, it was a treasure pavilion containing immortal techniques, so it would be strange if there were no measures to restrict spatial spiritual techniques. Although he was somewhat curious about what might happen if he forced his way through, he was, after all, a guest, and after thinking about it, he gave up. After storing the ninefold True Fire spiritual power scroll into his system space, Sukin glanced at the ball of light that was approaching him again. At this moment, he no longer emanated any spiritual power, but the residual spiritual energy from his newly mastered immortal technique held a strange attraction for these orbs of light. Since you're all so enthusiastic, I'll reluctantly choose a little bit more. With a chuckle, Sukin reached out and grabbed a few of the largest orbs of light. Half-immortal technique, Hellhound. A summoning-type semi-divine technique that can summon the 9-headed Hellhound. Sukin has 4 nests and 2 humanoid soldier girls, so he doesn't lack pets. However, this semi-immortal technique is only semi-permanent. Once the summoned creature is identified, subsequent summoning, relying on the mark, does not consume much spiritual energy. Of course, this also means that you can only summon this specific Cerberus from now on. If it dies in battle or is killed in the summoning world, it means that this spiritual spell is rendered useless. It has a bit of a psychic element to it. Which summoned beast you contract with is entirely based on luck. With my good looks, my summoned beasts are incredibly powerful. Touching his handsome face, Sukin immediately began to study. Ding. Evolution points, 15,000. Beginner level of the half-immortal technique, Hellhound. Ding. Evolution points, 30,000. Hellhound half-immortal technique, minor completion. Ding. Evolution points, 50,000. Half-immortal technique, Hellhound, mastery. Ding. Evolution points, 70,000. Half-immortal technique, Hellhound, completed. Having instantly mastered this semi-immortal technique, Sukin began summoning with a thought. Boom. The brightly lit pavilion suddenly darkened, and the original vibrant spiritual energy turned into a chilling wind. The sounds of ghostly wails echoed from all around. The atmosphere was bleak and chilling, like hell. Sukin looked around and realized that it wasn't the hidden arts pavilion that had changed, but rather the environment around him. Is this summoning me into the world of summoned beasts? Sukin was dumbfounded. Sensing the connection with the nest within his body and the inexplicable surge of spiritual energy, his slightly tense mood eased. Suddenly, a wolf's howl resounded throughout the heavens and earth. In the dark space, a large mountain moved. Its massive body soared into the clouds, its powerful aura like a mountain roaring and a tsunami dispelling the clouds and mist. The clouds and fog dissipated, revealing a blood-red moon on the horizon. Under the blood-red moonlight, Sukin finally saw the enormous creature clearly. Its silver-gray fur moved without wind, and its 9 wolf heads looked down at Sukin. Kid, you're the summoner? The 9-headed hellhound opened its mouth, its aura completely erupting. More powerful than the 9-headed giant serpent demon that Sukin encountered. These are ferocious beasts at the Lord Realm level. A layer of white sweat quietly rose on Sukin's back. Chapter 173. Now, you can dance to your heart's content. A powerful, menacing aura emanated from him, and Sukin's palms began to sweat. This aura is far more powerful than that of the 9-headed serpent. It is definitely a ferocious beast at the level of a lord. Damn, are they trying to send me out like takeout? This semi-divine technique is just too outrageous. The summoning spell directly summoned him to the front of a lord-level ferocious beast, leaving Sukin dumbfounded. Feeling the spiritual energy fully filling his body and the connection with the nest within him, Sukin slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Even if we're fully recovered, it's not like we can't win. After all, he had just mastered a powerful immortal technique. With the appearance of the heavy prison divine sword, Sukin's aura began to rise steadily, filled with fighting spirit. Human kid, not bad spirits. The middle head of Cerberus drooped, a hint of interest in its eyes. If he performs well, we could give him a talented puppy. Hellhound pondered to himself. For thousands of years, countless humans have appeared before it using this semi-divine technique, but none have been able to make it take it seriously. It somewhat missed the human who had made a pact with it, the kind of powerful human who could win the allegiance of Barmoth, the future Lord of Hell. Unfortunately, that person died too quickly. Are you my summoned beast? Sukin stood suspended in midair, looking straight at the Cerberus before him. Your summoned beast? The 9-headed hellhound tilted its head, its mouth curving into a playful smile. How dare such a weak human being utter such words? Who gave you the courage? Commendable courage. Now you can dance to your heart's content. He uttered a single sentence, and the 9 heads of hellhound slightly raised. Good. Before he finished speaking, a burst of purple gold light suddenly erupted from Sukin's body. The first of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. His height increased by 10 feet, and his muscular body burst through his clothes. Bang! The second burst of purple gold light exploded. Its powerful momentum surged like ocean waves, forming a gale that swept outwards. Long. As the third burst of purple gold light exploded, Sukin had transformed into a small giant. Mysterious purple-gold patterns appeared on his naked body. His eyes turned one purple and one gold, and a faint purple-gold mark appeared between his brows. At this moment, Sukin felt an unprecedented power, as if there was a volcano in his body ready to erupt. That's not all. With the fire immortal's possession, a hazy black flame appeared on the surface of his purplish-gold body. It is the power of sinful fire. Of prisons pointed evilly at the sky, but Sukin's eyes remained perfectly calm. War! With a sudden shout, Sukin stomped his foot heavily, leaving a footprint in the void, and charged towards Hellhound. It travels at more than 10 times the speed of sound, creating sonic booms as it rubs against the air. Boom! The Thousand Peaks prison opened, and the sky instantly filled with sword shadows. If he were facing the 9-headed serpent on the shores of Panghai, he was confident that he could kill it within 3 sword strikes. Sukin's attacks were fierce, and his power was nothing like that of a level 9 human nestmaster. It's even more terrifying than a tyrant-level ferocious beast. At this moment, Cerberus finally showed a hint of seriousness in his expression. Sukin's combat power would rank him among the top 10 of all the humans he has encountered in thousands of years. No, this fighting style, even more ferocious than that of a beast, surpasses even that of the humans who initially made a pact with him. The astonishment did not affect the attack of Cerberus in the slightest. A gigantic claw print blotted out the sky, drawing in billowing black energy that clashed with Sukin's sword light. Clang! The menacing sword cry resounded, shaking the heavens and earth, and invisible energy scattered and impacted. Amidst the shockwave, Sukin stood suspended in midair, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Hellhound is too strong. He didn't gain the slightest advantage in that attack. To defeat this being before us, the 3rd transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons alone is not enough. The Cerberus knocked Sukin away with a single claw, its eyes filled with astonishment. That sword actually injured it. Being injured by a mere level 9 human kid made him lose face. The spiritual energy on the wound was actually preventing it from healing. Feeling the waves of pain in its soles, its eyes involuntarily sharpened. Again, but this time I won't hold back. Its massive body collapsed like a mountain peak. The 9-headed hellhound moved, and black energy surged between heaven and earth, accompanied by howling winds. 9 dog heads surrounded Sukin from 9 directions. The 9 transformations of gods and demons, the 4th transformation. Sukin's eyes hardened, and his spiritual power surged. Huoxian's small face instantly turned pale. His spiritual power was completely drained, and he could barely maintain his possessed state. Sukin sensed Huoxian's condition, but couldn't care less about it. An endless power erupted within his body, and he felt as if he were about to explode. Every cell was filled with power, like a balloon blown to its limit. Powerful. Powerful beyond measure. Boom. Thousand Peaks prison unleashed a powerful strike, unleashing a torrent of energy. One of Cerberus's heads was split open. The phrase copper head, iron bones, tofu waste is not only used to describe wolves, but also applies to dogs. With a single sword strike, the hardest part of Cerberus's body, its head, was cleaved in 2, demonstrating the power of that strike. Chapter 174 Boundary, Netherworld Purgatory, Void Flowing Fire. A woo. The hellhound let out a miserable howl, its fierce eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. His bloodthirsty and brutal nature began to surface. Roar, engulfing the sinful fire's spiritual power on the crack in the head, and the crack began to slowly heal. Sukin glanced around, his figure breaking through 20 times the sound barrier, and swung his sword in a wide arc, splitting the other dog's head in 2. It slashed and retreated, the sound barrier exploding, and when it reappeared, it was accompanied by a deafening roar and a cracked dog's head. Unleashing his power with frenzied abandon, Sukin neither paused nor dared to pause for even a moment. If it stops, this force could really burst him apart. Boom! The 9th dog head was chopped off by Sukin, and the 9 eyes of the hellhound were completely covered in blood. Realm, Netherworld Purgatory. Buzz! A black flame appeared in the dim sky, and the dark wind and black energy turned into nourishment as soon as they touched the black flame. Bang! Black flames suddenly exploded, scattering countless black specks of light into the air. In an instant, the surrounding world changed its appearance. Black mist floated, and flames spewed forth. The temperature in the air is rising by thousands of degrees per second. In an instant, clusters of flames emitting black smoke rose from the void, and countless cracks appeared, from which blackish-red liquid resembling magma flowed out. The flowing fire in the void is probably nothing more than this. The heavy prison divine sword swept across, its powerful sword energy extinguishing the approaching black flames. But in an instant, even more black flames appeared. Sukin's body surface shimmered with purple-gold patterns, resisting the damage from high temperatures and flames. But the ever-increasing temperature and the power of the flames that filled the void were growing stronger every moment. Blow! Stepping into the void, he surged forward at more than 20 times the speed of sound. In an instant, Sukin traversed at least 10,000 meters, but he still couldn't escape the high temperature and flames. Is this the realm of the Venerable Lord? Sukin's eyes flickered slightly. He had already witnessed the power of the realm through San Yumingfei, but compared to the netherworld purgatory before him, it was nothing. I wonder if it's possible to break through the heaven and earth connection. His spiritual energy plummeted, and he indeed sensed a barrier. At this moment, he felt as if he were encased in a bubble, and to escape the netherworld hell, he had to get out of the bubble. Otherwise, even if he travels tens of thousands or millions of miles, he will only be carrying bubbles along with him. It's meaningless. Walk. Ignoring the depletion of his spiritual energy, Sukin took a step forward. The scene before him suddenly changed, and he was greeted by an utterly shocked dog's head. You actually came out of the realm. The Cerberus was somewhat dazed, the bloodshot in its eyes had vanished. Is that strange? Sukin smiled faintly and slowly raised the sword in his hand. The energy needs to be released. Slow. The dog shrank its head and shouted "Duh!" at the same time. Sukin slightly tilted his sword and cleaved a mountain peak in two. What's up? He sensed from the beginning that Cerberus had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, once he leaves the netherworld purgatory, wielding his sword again would mean breaking through the prison heaven. Your strength and talent have earned my approval, and becoming your summoned beast is not out of the question. However, once you reach the Venerable Lord realm, no, the sovereign realm, you must do me a favor. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just that some shameless bald bird has taken over my territory. You just need to help me take it back. Cerberus Bartholomew watched Sukin chopping down another mountain peak, and his eyelids twitched. With its strength at the Venerable Lord level, it could easily trap Sukin with its domain once again. However, Sukin's condition won't last long. However, Sukin's talent impressed him. Keep in mind that Sukin is only at level 9. Once he reaches the level of a king or overlord, it will probably be no match for him. Becoming the summoned beast of such a future powerhouse not only does not diminish his prestige as the future Lord of Hell, but also highlights his wisdom. Taking over territory, no problem. Sukin left a 1,000-meter-long crack in the ground with a single sword strike and nodded in agreement. He didn't really take Cerberus's request to heart. Once he reached the Emperor level, he would be in charge of what to do. Besides, coming here to farm evolution points later would also be a good option. My name is Barmoff. You can call me Barmoff or Doglord. As he spoke, the Cerberus shrank to the size of a normal dog. At the same time, a pure white mark appeared in the center of Barmoff's forehead. Sukin sensed an unseen connection between himself and the 9-headed hellhound before him. Once the summoning relationship was established, Sukin immediately dispelled the 9 transformations of gods and demons. The soreness overwhelmed him and almost made him faint. Staggering 2 steps to regain his balance, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. A white light enveloped the man and his dog. The space shifted, and the light shone brightly. The place where they appeared was none other than the Hidden Arts Pavilion. It feels so nostalgic. It's been thousands of years since I last visited the human world. Barmafai wagged his tail and sniffed around with his 9 heads. Having lived for thousands of years, you've only reached the Venerable Lord realm? Sukin glanced at it. You. Barmafai glared at him, but upon thinking of Sukin's strength and age, he immediately fell silent. Squeak. At that moment, the doors of the Hidden Arts Pavilion opened, and Gao Ming walked in anxiously. Chapter 175, The Mermaid Butcher. Sukin had just returned from the underworld when Gao Ming hurriedly opened the door of the Hidden Arts Pavilion. Brother Su, I'm sorry, you must leave immediately, Gao Ming said solemnly. Haiqing has been surrounded by the merfolk, an army of hundreds of thousands of merfolk, including at least 10 overlord-level merfolk, and no fewer than 30 king-level merfolk. There might even be a lord-level merman hidden among the army. Haiqing can't be defended anymore. You should leave quickly. Gao Ming hurriedly arranged the defenses of the city and came over immediately. The merfolk haven't attacked yet. This is their last chance to escape. They can obtain semi-divine and divine arts in the Hidden Arts Pavilion, and their future achievements are unpredictable. At this moment, Gao Ming had no selfish thoughts. His only thought was that Haiqing could be destroyed, but Su Can and consort Sanyue could not die. They are still young, and they will be able to protect more coastal cities in the future. The mermaid army has besieged the city. Su Can's expression also turned serious. With such a massive army of merfolk, including at least 10 overlord-level beings, it would be self-deception to say that there are no beings stronger than the overlord level. With Hellhound around, he could handle even a lord-level merman demon. However, the remaining overlord-level and king-level forces are enough to easily destroy Haiqing. If his spiritual energy is abundant, the group of them working together can handle him. However, in order to obtain spiritual techniques from the Hidden Arts Pavilion, he had almost exhausted his spiritual energy. Consort Sanyue is still comprehending spiritual arts, so her condition is probably not very good. After a moment of contemplation, Su Can looked at Gao Ming. Brother Ming, I don't have much spiritual energy left. If you trust me, please try your best to buy me a day. With my spiritual power restored, I can resolve the crisis in Haiqing. Su Can spoke solemnly, but Gao Ming wore a wry smile. Can we gain another day? Once the merfolk launch their attack, let alone a day, even 10 minutes wouldn't be enough for Haiqing to hold out. Although the merfolk have not launched an attack, they have gathered near the sea and have locked onto the sea city. Gao Ming clenched his fist. He was not a perfect person. But having served as the lord of Haiqing for decades and protected the city for just as long, he had feelings for the millions of people in Haiqing. Taking a deep breath, Gao Ming flicked his hand, and a dazzling ball of light appeared in his palm. This venerable level Yuanling pearl was originally prepared for myself. But my talent is limited, unlike yours. I've reached the pinnacle of my life by becoming a hegemon. Even if I absorb this Yuanling pearl, the chance of advancing to the venerable lord level is less than 1%. A helpless smile appeared on his lips. Gao Ming placed the Yuanling pearl in Su Can's hand. Brother Su has the courage to protect Haiqing in the face of the merman army, which Gao Ming admires greatly. Use this Yuanling pearl to restore my spiritual power. I'll stall for time as much as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Ming bowed deeply to Su Can and walked out of the Hidden Arts Pavilion without looking back. The doors of the Hidden Arts Pavilion slowly closed. Ming-ji, wait a moment. Su Can pushed open the door of the Hidden Arts Pavilion and waved his arm. 300,000 azure flame insects appeared. Ming-ji, I will command the swarm to unleash its aura and hover above Haiqing. You should also try your best to maintain a relaxed exterior but a tight interior on your end. Since the merfolk did not launch a direct attack, they must be wary of it. What we need to do is amplify this fear and buy time. Thank you. Gao Ming's eyes lit up, and he solemnly clasped his hands in a fist salute. It must be said that Su Can's plan was an excellent strategy to buy time. The doors to the Library of Arts closed again. Ding. Mission issued. Mermaid Butcher. Destroy the mermaid army and take it over as Sea City. Killing mermaids will reward you with evolution points, attribute points, and lottery tickets. The results will be tallied after the war ends. A mission has arrived? Su Can's heart skipped a beat. He had never received such a large-scale mission before. But this is just right. Holding the venerable, level Yuanling pearl, and feeling the surging spiritual power within, Su Can felt exhilarated. The Yuanling pearl is the essence of a nest master's life. Spiritual energy. The venerable level Yuanling pearl cannot compare to the emperor level Yuanling pearl of the Yin Emperor on the shores of Panghai. It is still extremely precious. Its value is comparable to a low-grade divine weapon. Even if Gao Ming cannot advance to the venerable lord level after absorbing it, his strength will still increase significantly. But now it's being used to restore his spiritual power. Using a lord-level Yuanling pearl to restore spiritual power is something even a great emperor-level expert wouldn't be so extravagant about. Buzz. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the air surged, and Tsang Yu Mingfei slowly opened her eyes. A hint of joy appeared on her face. Had actually mastered the semi-immortal technique, the Great Bright Seal. Such speed is extremely difficult to achieve, let alone mastering a semi-divine technique, or even the lowest level low-grade spiritual technique. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Can. If it weren't for the spiritual energy emanating from Su Can's cultivation of immortal techniques, she probably wouldn't have even entered the realm of semi-immortal techniques. It's common for someone to master a semi-divine skill in 3 to 5 years. She was delighted, but she still sensed an unusual atmosphere. Su Can, has something happened? The merfolk army has besieged the sea city. Sukin briefly explained the situation and continued. This is a Lord-level Yuanling pearl given to us by General Gao Ming. Let's quickly restore our spiritual power. A Lord-level Yuanling pearl restores spiritual power? Song Yu Mingfei's red lips parted wide in shock. The Lord's so worthless? Lord-level Yuanling pearls, all use them to restore spiritual power? Her ancestor, who had lived for 1,000 years, was only at the venerable Lord level. Chapter 176 Ominous Military Headquarters, The Big Fish. The coastal waters of the East China Sea. Rolling demonic energy obscured the sky, gusts of cold wind howled, and a chilling atmosphere permeated the world. The massive army stretched for miles from the nearshore waters. Looking up, it seemed as if the entire ocean was covered. General Hales, are we not going to attack Haiqing yet? The mermaid demon, whose lower body had a jet-black tail, and whose upper body was humanoid, and whose height exceeded 2 meters, spoke. What's the panic? General Hales was even more muscular, with a gaping mouth revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. His undisguised aura surged forth, like the roar of ocean waves. It was none other than a tyrant-level merman demon. After losing several overlord-level nest masters in the Battle of Haiqing, the fact that they still had the strength to deal with so many sea beasts shows that their strength should not be underestimated. The sentry said that Haiqing was originally going to be unable to hold out, but then a man and a woman appeared and brought an army of hundreds of thousands of insectoids, which wiped out the group of sea monsters. After annihilating the navy, that army of insectoids disappeared and left. General, now is the time to attack. If we attack now, we will surely achieve great success. Vizzy, do you know why I am a general and you are not? Halls glanced sideways at Vizzy. Because I am only at the king level, my cultivation is not as high as yours. Wei, she said in a muffled voice. Stupid. Hall slapped Vizzy on the head. Reporting to the general, the swarm of insectoids that disappeared have reappeared over Haiqing. A merman came in to report. Now you know. Hales looked at Vizzy with his hands behind his back. General, your foresight is unparalleled. Your subordinates admire you. Vizzy looked at him with admiration and said respectfully. Snort. Hales waved his hand dismissively, telling them to leave. Hales poured himself a large glass of blood wine with his hands behind his back, a cold smile on his face. Great merit? All you think about is making great merit. Do you really think humans are lambs to the slaughter? Many of our demon ancestors died on the battlefield. Hales drank another large glass of wine, licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes. Human blood is so sweet. I really want to go into the city and capture some beautiful young women to make blood wine. Seabed. 3 powerful merfolk stood before a magic array, with countless streams of blood energy seeping into the array from the surrounding seawater. Hill, how much longer until the Lord descends? It is a mermaid whose tail is covered with blue scales, the mermaid asked. It'll be soon, don't rush. Hill is a female mermaid with a slender and long tail, and her magnificent white breasts are covered only by a seashell the size of a thumb. It would be better if there were more flesh and blood. Another mermaid looked at Hill and licked his lips. Let's wait a little longer. Hill gave him a charming smile. The time is almost up, we can launch the attack now. Whether it is the flesh and blood of the human race or our fine sons, it can hasten the arrival of the Lord. Hee okay. As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Hill into his arms, beginning to knead her. Those insectoids have no known origins, aren't you worried? The blue-tailed shark demon snorted coldly. What's there to worry about? With the arrival of the Venerable One, the problem can be easily solved. Moreover, this time it won't just be the Lord. My Emperor will also be there. Above Haiqing, where white clouds obscure the view, the faint starlight twinkled, barely noticeable in the sunlight. Within the swirling starlight lies a vast and boundless space. A man sat relaxed on a large chair covered with black dragon skin, a playful smile on his lips. Behind him stood hundreds of thousands of troops. He was dressed in black armor and exuded a fierce aura. Ahead, there was a building that resembled an observatory, and a young man was kneeling behind a long telescope. Commander, those 300,000 insectoids have reappeared. Haiqing is currently under tight internal control, but relaxed externally, and Su Kan and consort San Yue have still not shown up. The young man observed and reported the situation as he went. Interesting. With such a large force of merfolk, there must be a venerable level expert among them. Instead of fleeing, they showed strength to the enemy, displaying an attitude of taking the initiative to fight. Are they buying time? But what methods do they have to deal with a Lord-level mermaid demon? Military leader Mu Wuming stroked his chin, a look of interest in his eyes. Haiqing sent out the distress signal. Mu Qingwu immediately received orders from Yujing to lead the Xiongqian army to Haiqing. A mere threat from a sea monster warrants the direct mobilization of one of the 4 major military commands. Mu Qingwu immediately sensed something different. They directly used the divine weapon Star Shifting Disc to conceal their whereabouts. The Star Shifting Disc is a spatial weapon capable of holding hundreds of thousands of troops, making it a formidable weapon of war. The only drawback is that once activated, it consumes a large amount of spirit stones every moment. When they arrived at Haiqing, the city lord Gao Ming was leading most of Haiqing in a desperate battle against ferocious beasts in the near sea. He had originally planned to make a move, but Su Kan's appearance made him decide to continue to observe. "Commander, shouldn't we make a move?" A middle-aged man asked. "What's the rush? That kid Su Kan might still bring us more surprises. Besides, now that we're here, we should definitely wait for the big fish." Chapter 177 The Great Battle Begins, The Lord-Level Mermaid. Haiqing. Merfolk lurking in the near sea, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. "Well," he sighed and looked toward the Hidden Arts Pavilion. "Now we can only pin our hopes on Su Kan." The Hidden Arts Pavilion. Su Kan and Song Yumingfei sat facing each other, their eyes closed in meditation, with the Yuanling pearl floating between them. A hazy glow spread out, enveloping the two of them. Time passed second by second, and finally Su Kan's eyelids twitched. "An hour has passed since I began meditating. His spiritual energy has been fully restored. Compared to absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore one's spiritual power, using the Yuanling pearl to restore one's spiritual power is simply abnormal." However, Su Kan did not end his meditation. The heart of spiritual power still needs to be charged. Gao Ming paced back and forth on the city wall. As time passed, he not only did not relax at all, but became more and more nervous. Despite the 300,000 level 9 insectoids above him, he didn't think that would intimidate the merman army. The merman army remained stationary in the near sea. He had a feeling that not only was he stalling for time, but the mermen might also be stalling for time. Should we send someone over to test the waters first? He clenched his fists, and the thought involuntarily popped into his mind. But it was turned off in an instant. He is currently the only overlord-level expert in Haiqing, and he is unable to spare any attention. Moreover, if the probing provoked an attack from the merfolk army, it would ruin Su Kan's plan to buy time. Then he would truly become a sinner in Haiqing. Just then, the demonic aura surged near the sea, and the dark clouds grew even thicker. Then a powerful aura shot into the sky, and a visible pillar of energy, like a tornado, stretched from the heavens to the earth. A chilling, prison-like pressure spread out, enveloping the area towards Haiqing. Of merfolk also moved at this moment. "It's over." Gao Ming's face was deathly pale, ashen. "A lord-level mermaid demon. This is the heavens' will to destroy my sea city." A deep sorrow filled his heart, and his once upright figure hunched over at that moment. Despite his suspicion that the merman's power was so great, the probability of a lord-level merman appearing was extremely high. But when a lord-level being actually appeared, despair still welled up in my heart. Inside the Hidden Arts Pavilion, the radiance of the Yuanling pearl had dimmed considerably. Song Yumingfei's spiritual energy had been fully restored for quite some time, and she was waiting for Su Kan. Brush. The light of spiritual energy flickered, and Su Kan opened his eyes. The heart of spiritual power is now full. "It's time to go out." Su Kan reached out and grasped the Yuanling pearl, then stood up and said. The jade pendant Gao Ming gave him hadn't had time to be charged yet, but time was running out. Flame insects outside had already relayed to him the news that the mermaid army had begun its attack. "Let's go." Pushing open the door of the Hidden Arts Pavilion, Su Kan and consort Song Yu walked side by side. And on Su Kan's shoulder stood an ordinary little black dog. Not only did Cerberus shrink, but its 9 heads also became one. Song Yumingfei couldn't help but take a closer look at the little black dog, because Su Kan said that this was a ferocious beast at the level of a venerable lord. But in her eyes, it was clearly just a somewhat silly dog. Where was the aura of a lord-level ferocious beast? The Cerberus, with its eyes half closed, immediately wagged its tail when it sensed the scrutinizing gaze of Song Yumingfei. There's no way around it. Even beautiful girls and dogs like them. As soon as Su Kan stepped out of the Hidden Arts Pavilion, he sensed the restless spiritual energy in the air and the rolling demonic energy in the distance. The mermaid army did not advance quickly, but as soon as it got closer to Haiqing, the atmosphere in the city became somewhat oppressive. It's like a dying person watching the Grim Reaper's scythe slowly swing towards their neck. While observing the situation, the two flew towards the city wall. Outside the city, the 7 warships had already separated, their psionic cannons flashing with spiritual light, gathering powerful psionic energy. The soldiers showed no fear on their faces, only determination. Hatred for the demon race. A resolute commitment to live and die alongside pests. Brother Su. As soon as Gao Ming saw Su Kan, he immediately came over to greet him. Brother Ming. Su Kan nodded, and then said, "Leave the rest to me." With their eyes fixed straight ahead, the azure flame insect swarm flew away from Haiching and stood ready 1,000 meters away from the city. Of merfolk was densely packed, seemingly spreading from the horizon, and its numbers exceeded those of the azure flame insect swarm. However, all of the azure flame insects were at level 9, facing an army of hundreds of thousands of merfolk. We won't lose. For them, the real problem to solve was the 10 overlord-level merfolk in the merfolk army. Their undisguised aura was particularly noticeable among the army of merfolk. As for the powerful, earth-shattering force that stirred up the winds and clouds, it was naturally dealt with by the 9-headed hellhound on his shoulder. Brother Ming, can you handle 2 overlord-level beings? Just keep them occupied, you don't need to defeat them. Su Kan began to arrange the battle plan. Leave it to me, the 3 of you. I'll fight to the death to hold them off. Gao Ming said through gritted teeth. 2 are enough. Su Kan shook his head and looked at Song Yumingfei. I'll take 3. Shue'er can handle one of them on her own, and I and the 5 bright white tigers can hold off 2 without any problem. Put your own safety first. Su Kan didn't say much. Song Yumingfei has just learned a semi-immortal technique, so there shouldn't be any problems. The remaining 5 are overlord-level mermaids. Su Kan pulled out a piece of black bone from his system space. It seemed that nothing good ever came of it whenever he looked for it. Chapter 178 Ziggurar descends again, a terrifying powerhouse in the void. He was holding a black animal bone. Su Kan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The void beast Ziggurar, a overlord-level powerhouse. The first time it was summoned was during the siege of the 4 demons of the Qi tribe. The overlord-level powerhouse by Gue used a semi-immortal technique and was immediately defeated. He and consort Song Yue were also caught in the spatial storm. This time, they are facing the mermaid clan. Not to mention the numerous overlord-level powerhouses, there are also lord-level powerhouses. As for whether there will be any even more powerful beings emerging later, Su Kan felt that Ziggurar shouldn't be that unlucky. Snap! The black animal bone cracked. At the same time, the void began to fluctuate. Compared to before, Su Kan's perception of the void is now much stronger. Looking up slightly, one can see ripples spreading across the void like water. Then, Sigil emerged from the void. This isn't over yet. The little monster followed closely behind and emerged from the void. A void behemoth? Gao Ming, however, was unaware that this was Su Kan's doing. My heart skipped a beat, and I couldn't help but gasp out. He was now fully engaged in battle. The arrival of the void beast in Haiching was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Brother Ming, don't be nervous. Ziggurar and I are friends. I called them here. Seeing this, Su Kan explained. Human boy, you've become so powerful in such a short time. I can even feel the pressure emanating from you. Zigguar's gaze was fixed on Su Kan. Su Kan smiled but didn't explain. Master, Gaius has become much stronger too. The little monster, without any hesitation, ran directly from Ziggurar to Su Kan. Its body, which was 50 or 60 meters tall, shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly becoming only about 1 meter tall. Ugly cute. Arriving next to Su Kan, Jers looked at something with a timid expression. Su Kan smiled knowingly, and Qing Lian and Zishao appeared. Sister, sister. Gaius exclaimed happily. The 2 women laughed and patted Gaius on the head. Compared to before, Gaius' aura was many times stronger. They have clearly reached the level of kings and nobles. Not only Gaius, but Sigil's aura has also become much stronger. Su Kan could sense that the current Ziggurar was no less formidable than the Hydra he had encountered on the shores of Penghai. It is a peak overlord level. Even the most discerning people were dumbfounded. He already thought highly of Su Kan, but he never expected that Su Kan would be able to summon a void behemoth to help him. This was truly beyond his imagination. Moreover, the aura emanating from Sigil gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Then the dragon crocodile, the blue bull, and the 7-colored python. This is likely an existence extremely close to the venerable Lord Realm. He immediately felt much more at ease. However, The thought of that aura far surpassing that of a tyrant still made him very worried. Hopefully, Sukin can create a miracle? Zigger, I'm sorry, but nothing good ever comes from when I come to you. Sukin said to Zigger somewhat embarrassedly. You're definitely good at causing trouble. Zigger looked at the army of the merfolk. Leaving aside the overlord-level powerhouses, there was also a sovereign, level 1 among them. Moreover, it could vaguely sense that there was an even more powerful force undulating beneath the ocean. However, it wasn't worried. There is something even more terrifying above Haiqing. Thinking back to the incomparably powerful aura and warning words when it first arrived in Haiqing, its pupils couldn't help but shrink. But even if you don't come looking for me, I'm already planning to come looking for you. Gaius has awakened the bloodline of the Imperial Beast, and its strength has reached the level of a king-level beast. Ordinary overlord-level beasts are no match for it. But compared to the Emperor Beast, it is still far inferior. So, from now on, it will stay by your side and gain experience. It's a deep voice, said Cigar. No problem. Sukin readily agreed. Formed a contract with Gaius. It wouldn't be a bad thing to have an extra henchman with unlimited potential. Zigger, are you confident you can handle 3 overlord-level shark demons? Sukin continued to arrange the battles. He originally planned to assign 2 merfolk to Zigger, but now that Zigger is stronger, things have naturally changed. 3 mermaids of the same level? Zigger surveyed the distant aura. No problem, but their aura is not weak, and I may not be able to suppress them for long. It's all right. I'll take care of the remaining 2 overlord-level shark demons as quickly as possible. Sukin said confidently. He originally intended to keep 3 for himself. However, as Zigger's strength increased, the plans naturally changed as well. With his strength, facing 3 overlord-level merfolk at the same time, he was not afraid, but it would consume a lot of spiritual power. And it is difficult to resolve in a short period of time. Master, I can stop a tyrant-level shark demon. Gaius said, holding up the little animal's paw. You and Qinglian Zisha will deal with the king-level mermaid demon. We can't let those 30-odd king-level mermaids enter Haiqing. Sukin shook his head. King-level nest masters in Haiqing, and their target is the king-level mermaid demon. Not only that, Sukin also specially arranged for each king-level merman demon to have 10 azure flame insects. They formed 10 insectoid squads. The goal is to prevent a king-level merman from entering the city. Demonic energies surged forth, and a bloody, murderous aura swept over us. A great war is about to break out. Chapter 179 Heavy Prison, Slaying 2 Tyrants. Boom. A great war broke out. Sukin faced off against 2 overlord-level powerhouses from the merfolk. 1 man and 1 woman. The male merman is muscular and has a mouth full of sharp teeth, making him look ferocious and menacing. The female mermaid is beautiful, has a hot body, and dresses extremely daringly. The long, slender tail has an unusual allure. No wonder female mermaids are so popular with humans. Sukin muttered to himself, his expression remaining unchanged. Little brother, judging from your aura, you're not even close to being a king or noble. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. The female mermaid looked at Sukin and said, Don't worry, since you're so handsome, I'll make the decision and let you go. Of course, if you'd like, your older sister can also take good care of you. He licked his lips with his slender tongue, his chest heaved, and his breast surged. Hill, stop being so frivolous. Aren't all the strong young men in the tribe enough for you? The male merman snorted coldly, his fierce eyes fixed on Sukin. I smell an incredibly delicious aroma emanating from him. He is clearly the finest blood offering. Offering him to the Lord will surely be a great achievement. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue merman demon thrust its steel fork at Sukin with both hands. A beam of cyan light emerged from the steel fork, and an unparalleled, surging, and sharp force rushed through the void towards Sukin. The 9 transformations of gods and demons, the 3rd transformation. Sukin's eyes narrowed, and without saying a word, he directly unleashed the 9 transformations of gods and demons. In an instant, a powerful aura condensed around him. His figure grew to a height of 3 zhang. His eyes transformed into 1 purple and 1 gold, and mysterious patterns covered his bare upper body. Boom! The heavy prison divine sword slashed forward, and spiderweb-like patterns appeared in the void. The sword energy erupted, and the cyan beam of light dissipated instantly. Such powerful strength. The male merman's eyes showed surprise, but his expression quickly turned serious. Hill, let's go together. Hill's expression also turned serious at this moment. She felt a powerful pressure emanating from Sukin. It was as if the person standing in front of her was not a young man who was not yet a king or noble, but a powerful and incomparable humanoid beast. Two forces, one green and one blue, attacked Sukin from the left and right sides. The powerful energy fluctuations were enough to seriously injure even a king or nobleman. These two merfolk were extremely powerful, only slightly weaker than those of the nine-headed serpent. Sukan's gaze remained unchanged as he held the heavy prison divine sword horizontally to block the steel fork. With his left hand clenched into a fist, enveloped in a purple gold light, he delivered a heavy punch to Hill's chest. The massive mountain was deformed, and Hill himself was blasted back hundreds of meters by the force, his eyes filled with fear. Heavy prison. Sukan uttered two words. Instantly, an invisible gravitational field descended from the void. A gravity hundreds of times greater than normal filled the area within a 10-meter diameter circle centered on Sukan. Sukan didn't use this divine weapon skill very often. The main purpose is to fight against ferocious beasts. Given the enormous size of these beasts, the effects of gravity require a large amount of spiritual energy to operate, and their effectiveness is limited. But what about fighting targets that aren't very large? The male merman suddenly felt a pressure descend from the sky, as if a giant mountain was on his back and his feet were sinking into mud. Not only that, he also felt that the blood circulation in his body had become extremely difficult. The sound of his heart beating was crystal clear, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Instantly, his face turned pale. Cut. Sukan would never let this opportunity slip by. The third transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons is completely unreasonable. Together with the steel fork, it cleaved the male merman in two. Hill had just caught his breath and approached when he saw this scene. His expression changed instantly. She wanted to escape, but the muddy space made it impossible for her to get out of Sukan's vicinity within 10 meters in a short time. Spare me, and I'll make you do whatever you want. Hill pleaded. Hee. Sukan sneered. Do you think I'm a pervert? No. Hill shook his head decisively. Since I'm not a pervert, what use are you to me? Stepping into the void, Sukan walked step by step toward Hill. Yes. Hill nodded quickly. You are a pervert. Sigh, you actually called me a lecher. I was going to let you off the hook, but you just won't let yourself off the hook. Sukin's lips curled up, and the sharp edge of the heavy prison divine's sword was fully revealed. Are you kidding me? Hill's expression changed. Congratulations on answering correctly. As a reward, I will personally send you on your way. Clang. With a clang of a sword, Hill's handsome head separated from his fiery body. After killing the two merfolk, Sukan turned to look at the battlefield. 300,000 azure flame insects were holding their own against a 1,000,000-strong army of mermaid demons. Victory was only a matter of time. At the level of a king or marquis, Qinglian, Zisha, and Gaius entangled nearly 20 king-level merman demons. Several princes and nobles of Haiqing each held off 2 others. The remaining tasks will be handled by the insectoid squad. Overlord-level battlefield. Gao Ming and the 2 merman demons were locked in a fierce battle. The mermaid is quite powerful, but without the superior skills of hero units. This is the best it can do. The Void Beast cigar was not at all like the 3 merfolk it had claimed it could only barely cope with. Instead, it was completely at ease and had the upper hand, although Sukan could clearly sense that it was not focused. Besides keeping an eye on the little monster Gaius, he was also glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. Only after seeing that he had finished the fight did they turn their gaze away. At this moment, Consort Song Yue and Schwerer were fighting against a mermaid with an extremely powerful aura. In the void, a large seal loomed in the distance, its boundless and powerful aura enveloping the battlefield. In the distance, on the seabed of the East China Sea, a figure radiating boundless pressure slowly revealed itself at that moment. Chapter 180 Military Leader. This young man has the bearing of an emperor. Great Seal of Light. Song Yu Mingfei let out a delicate shout, and spiritual energies surged in the void, emitting a bright light. In the blinding light, a great seal slowly emerged. Semi-divine arts. Upon seeing such power, the mermaid demon fighting against Song Yu Mingfei immediately changed his expression. Boom! His body was filled with demonic energy, and he suddenly threw a punch at Schwer. Roll! With a final roar, his body flew into the distance along with the shadow of his fist. How could Schwer let him leave? Her pure white hands stretched out, and the void seemed to fold. The mermaid that had just flown out immediately returned to its original position. It's like spinning in a circle. Boom! The great bright seal also fell down at this time. The endless light was blindingly bright, like a small sun. A burst of light erupted, tearing space apart. The merman's figure vanished with the attack. As she exhaled a soft breath from her red lips, consort Sanyue felt a little weak. A single semi-divine technique nearly drained all the spiritual energy from her body. A thunderous wing behind Sukin flapped and appeared beside him. You go back to the city and rest first. I'll take care of things here. After he finished speaking, he looked at Schwer. Schwer, take Mingfei back to Haiqing first. Merfolk in the arena. Sukin has dealt with 2. Sangyu Mingfei has dealt with 1, and there are 7 left. A quick glance. He clearly saw that the other overlord-level shark demons seemed to have lost their will to fight, but they appeared to be afraid of something and were not considering retreating. We can't just let you leave like this. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. These overlord-level merfolk would definitely account for a very significant portion of the system's mission evaluation, so how could he let them go? With a flash, he traversed 1,000 meters and appeared in front of Gao Ming, the city lord of Haiqing. Bang! He stretched out his palm and blocked a merman's fist. Brother Ming, let me help you. It's not surprising that Gao Ming saw Su Can. He had witnessed how easily Su Can killed the leader of the overlord-level mermaid demon. As expected of a prodigy who can attract the reward of immortal techniques from the Hidden Arts Pavilion. A soft sigh escaped my lips. He realized that the best thing he had ever done in his life was to restrain his greed when the magical light of the Hidden Arts Pavilion erupted. Otherwise, he could hardly believe it. Boom! He sent the merman flying with a single punch. With the blessing of the 3rd transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons, Su Can was now like a demon god. Each punch and kick has the power to shatter a mountain. The merman fighting Su Can had its eyes wide open, and blood kept gushing from its mouth. He had been secretly mocking the 2 merfolk that Su Can had killed. Only then did he realize just how terrifying Su Can was. Die! With that first step, Su Can instinctively used the skill close at hand, far away. With a shift in form, Su Can appeared directly behind the merman demon and punched him in the back. Flesh and blood exploded. A shocking sight of a bloody hole, a shattered, empty chest cavity. His internal organs were completely destroyed by the force of that punch. As the merman was brutally killed by Su Can, the waves in the distant East China Sea grew increasingly turbulent. Dark clouds loomed overhead, casting an immense and unparalleled pressure over the entire battlefield. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the seawater began to explode, with waves shooting skyward. A figure slowly emerged from the waves. It wasn't very tall, much shorter than the mermaids in front of it, and about the same height as an ordinary human. His lower body, in particular, is completely identical to that of a human. The figure rode the waves toward the battlefield, and the 2 sides had already stopped fighting without realizing it. Greetings, Lord Kajia. The 6 overlord-level merfolk hurriedly bowed. Kajia's gaze swept over them, then fell upon the void behemoth Zigger, several bright daylight white tigers, and finally Gao Ming. At last, his gaze lingered on Su Can. A very outstanding human boy. Would you be willing to join my demon race? When the demon race is born, you can become a demon emperor. Kujia's voice was full of admiration, seemingly unconcerned that Su Can had just killed 3 overlord-level shark demons. Gao Ming panicked upon hearing this. Among the demon race, there is a transformation technique that can turn ordinary humans into demons. In past wars, there have been instances of human geniuses defecting to the demon race, accepting conversion, and turning against the human race. He couldn't help but look at Su Can. Join the demon race? Su Can was also slightly surprised. But then I found it funny. Why not choose the human race instead of the demon race? Besides, this demon is so insincere. A genius like me, you could say that if I joined the demon race and was assigned a female mermaid or succubus, I might even consider it. Besides, do you really think you've already won? Su Can waved his hand. A small black dog continued to fly in from not far away. Over Haiqing. Within the star's shifting disk, the leader of the ominous star army and a group of military officers and soldiers were gathered around the light screen watching. Commander, the demon lord realm of the merfolk has emerged. Shouldn't we make a move? What's the rush? Let's take another look. Commander Muwu glanced at the little black dog and said calmly, "This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It's not time for us to make a move yet." "But Commander, aren't you worried that he might be tempted by the demons and join them? Such a prodigy, if he joins the demon clan, then we'll be in big trouble at any moment." "Commander, this boy has the bearing of an emperor. We must not act rashly." Chapter 181 The Domineering Little Black Devours Demons in One Bite. On the battlefield, The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Gao Ming's expression was incredibly complicated. He certainly didn't want a human genius like Su Can to join the demon race. However, they faced a group of demons at the Lord Realm. Join or die. Kujie crossed his arms and looked at Su Can. Yes, join the demon race. Your talent is the strongest I have ever seen in both the human and demon races. He paused for a moment before speaking. If you join the demon race, you might even be received by the demon ancestor of the demon palace. His future achievements are immeasurable. As soon as Kujie said that, the 6 overlord-level mermaids all wore expressions of disbelief. Demon ancestor? Ancient ancestor of the demon race. It had been dormant for a long time and only recently woke up. Those beings are beyond the comprehension of even demons at the venerable lord level, let alone them. Even many demon emperors at the sovereign realm were not received by the demon ancestor. Only demon emperors of the great emperor level are qualified to enter the demon palace and pay homage to the demon ancestor. Su Can is a human. Could it be possible that I might be received by the demon ancestor? What an honor this is. They were jealous, but then they thought of Su Can's talent. A 9th-rank nest master was able to kill 2 overlord-level mermaid demons single-handedly, without relying on any troops. One can only marvel at Su Can's twisted nature. Su Can's heart skipped a beat. This was the second time he had heard the title Demon Ancestor. I first heard it from the person who claimed to be his future self on the Baiha River mudflats. Defect to the demons. I might be received by the Demon Ancestor. So, does this mean the Demon Ancestor has already awakened? Human boy, what's your decision? Seeing that Su Can remained silent, Kujie spoke again. Oh. Su Can shook his head. That's not a very good idea. The demons are powerful, but he's a born cheat code. He's a cheat, yet he acts like a traitor. Really time travelers with such a lack of class? Little Black, bite him. The little black dog had just landed on Su Can's shoulder when it heard those words, and its teeth ached. That sounds like someone calling a dog. On second thought, Hellhound is also a dog, it seems. The little black dog glanced at Su Can and then floated off Su Can's shoulder. Haha, did you see we were hungry and specially send us a little black dog to eat dog meat hot pot? A tyrannical level merman pointed at the little black dog and laughed loudly. Gao Ming looked at the little black dog, and his lips twitched. In his perception, the little black dog's aura was pitifully weak. I'm afraid any random merman could kill him. Want to eat dog, Lord? The little black dog glanced at the mermaid demon, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes. Buzz! The air roared, black energy erupted, and powerful spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. A gigantic, 9-headed hellhound replaced the little black dog's original spot. At that moment, it was chewing something in its dog mouth. Amidst the dripping blood, screams could be heard intermittently. Merman that had mocked it before. Gao Ming's mouth went dry upon seeing this scene. Is that the little black dog? Chewing a king-level shark demon is as easy as chewing spicy strips? Everyone was stunned. The others looked at Hellhound and couldn't help but tremble. After all, aside from Consort Sanyua, none of the people present knew the identity of Cerberus. Is this your trump card? Kujie didn't even look at the merman demon, but spoke to Su Can instead. A lord-level Cerberus, not bad. Good? Su Can's eyes twitched. You're only at the lord level. What are you pretending for? Little Black, bite him to death. Roar. With a deafening roar, the Cerberus swung its claw. A fierce wind howled, and dark spiritual energy permeated the air. Kujie's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his body was filled with overwhelming demonic energy. The surging demonic energy transformed into a storm, and its powerful demonic might blotted out the sky and sun. A demonic shadow, not much smaller than the 9-headed hellhound, unleashed a punch. Boom! The violent explosion cracked the void. Kujie had transformed into a monster with a human body and a shark's tail. Its enormous size exuded an aura of power that was difficult to look directly at. Snort. With this little strength, watch me bite your head off. Tui, you devil. The 9-headed hellhound roared loudly. Surrounded by black light, its enormous body underwent another transformation. It stood upright and transformed into a half-human, half-dog form with 9 dog heads on its neck. He was also holding a magic wand that emitted black energy in his hand. As expected, you didn't use your full strength when you fought me before. Su Can was not surprised at all. He has a clear understanding of his own abilities. Even though he has mastered 2 immortal techniques, his spiritual power is no less than that of an ordinary overlord level nest master. However, it is still far inferior to the level of a lord. While battles between those of higher ranks are not frequent before reaching the level of a king or noble, they are not uncommon. But the realm after kings and nobles. The differences between each level are enormous. Those who can fight opponents of a higher level are 1 in 10,000. And in this world, the strongest are those above kings and nobles. Whether there are 10,000 or not is still unknown. With a change in form, the Cerberus's aura became even more formidable. The black magic wand was waved, and the earth shook. A single blow could smash a mountain to pieces. Boom! The wand struck Kiel's chest. Kajia's mountain-like figure flew horizontally and crashed into the demon army. In an instant, countless demons perished under his impact. Roar! Kajia casually scooped up a handful of demons and stuffed them into his mouth. The wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of bloody light. Chapter 182: The Dog King's Other Dimension. He was chewing on the flesh and blood of the demon soldiers. Jack was surrounded by a red glow. The air was thick with the stench of blood. His collapsed chest cavity was restored, and his breathing became stronger. This is cheating. Sukin raised an eyebrow. He recovers his condition by eating his own kind. He's ruthless. No, very demonic. The demon soldiers were clearly frightened by Kajia's decision to use them as backup rations. His eyes were filled with terror. He wanted to leave, but he didn't dare. He scooped up another handful and stuffed it into his mouth. Kajia grinned menacingly. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground where he had just been standing collapsed instantly. Only a fleeting image remained in place. Whoosh! The enormous fist, carrying unparalleled power, smashed towards Hellhound. Bang! The scepter blocked Kajia's fist. Intense light, like a dark ocean, erupted. At this moment, the world seemed to be filled with darkness. In the dim light, blood-red flames flickered. This is the realm of Hellhound, the netherworld purgatory. Jack gave a chilling laugh, and blue light erupted from his body. Another energy, similar to that of the netherworld purgatory, descended. Two energies, one black and one blue, intertwined in the air. The void transformed into black and blue. The overflowing energy, like a destructive light wave, destroyed everything in its path. Boom! Explosions continued, and in the void where black and blue intertwined, spiritual energy began to riot. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from it. Retreat quickly. Sukin's expression changed, and he shouted. He grabbed Shuer and pulled her backward. Gao Ming and the others immediately became alert, unleashing their spiritual power as they frantically fled backward. Boom! In the void, the two intertwined realms exploded with a deafening roar. The incredibly violent energy annihilated the void. The shockwaves scattered in all directions, and the space around them crackled and popped. Feel the energy spreading above your head. Sukin felt a chill run down his spine. Even with the 9 transformations of gods and demons, if one is struck by this energy, he will likely be crushed into nothingness as well. During the void explosion, the Lord-level mermaid Jack has fallen. Half of his body was blown away. Fleshy buds were wriggling among the bone fragments, but he was weak and feeble. Wounds of this severity are simply impossible to heal. The figure of Cerberus slowly emerged. He had many wounds on his body, and large patches of skin were charred. But compared to Jack, it's much better. A dark light swirled around it, and its wounds began to heal. Cough, cough. Jack, whose head was half gone, coughed. He reached out and grabbed a handful of demon soldiers, then threw them into his mouth. As the blood flowed, his aura recovered somewhat. Even the missing half of the body is showing signs of regrowth, with granulation tissue moving around. But it's too slow. The 9-headed hellhound held its scepter high, with a small black dot appearing at the top of the scepter. In an instant, the small black dot resembled a black sun. The surface is ablaze with black flames, devouring all light and heat. The Dog King's another dimension. The 9-headed hellhound slowly uttered a few words. The black sun ripped through the void, leaving a path of burning black flames. Jack watched as the black sun drew near. He laughed. Half of its mouth was gaping open, with the remaining blood and bone clearly visible. Then, half of his body began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it expanded several times in size, like an inflatable balloon. Its bloated body was surrounded by demonic energy, and its spiritual power surged wildly. Everyone in the room, including the demons, was stunned when they saw Jack. He's going to self-destruct. Sukin was the first to realize this. Damn it. If you can't beat them, just self-destruct. That's so unsportsmanlike. While internally complaining, Su Kanran was actually panicking. He had never witnessed a Lord-level self-destruction before. However, according to records, the power of the Lord's self-destruction was enough to cover an area of 1,000 miles, turning everything into nothingness. This destructive power is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Sukin was numb. At this distance, it's impossible to leave. Even if he used the heaven and earth connection technique, the chaotic space would probably crush him within the space itself. It wasn't just him. Millions of people in Haicheng could not escape the terror. On the other side, Jack, whose ego had reached its peak, had an even brighter smile on his face. Boom! An indescribable roar shook the heavens and the earth. An incredibly bright light erupted and engulfed everything. It swept in from all directions. Visibly, the earth is turning into nothingness, and the ground is sinking. In the dazzling light, all people and demons were engulfed. Then came wave after wave of light waves, sweeping across all directions. Evaporate everything. A long time. The light waves from the explosion disappeared. Sukin blinked. All I could see was bright light, so I couldn't make out any food. The world was completely silent, without a sound. Am I dead? He reached out and pinched his cheek. But why didn't the Fire Immortal's rebirth from the ashes activate? I was wondering about it. His vision began to clear. At the edge of the line of sight, a tall figure wearing a cloak stood at the end of the white light. Chapter 183. This little devil is way too damn undemon. His cloak billowed, and his black hair danced in the air. His figure stood upright at the very center of the explosion. Sukin blinked. What's going on? This guy blocked Jack's self-destruction? In a daze, the tall figure turned around and slowly walked towards him. Bright smile spread across a square face. Extend your hand. Mu Chungwu, leader of the Xiongqian army. It's a pleasure to meet you, Su Kan. The ominous military leader? One of the 4 military leaders? Sukin felt a slight tremor in his heart. But how does this person know himself? Puzzled, Sukin reached out his hand. The large hands were somewhat rough, but they gave off a strange sense of security. I'm so scared, it scared the dog to death. This little devil is so unbecoming of a demon. He resorts to self-destruction when he can't win. At that moment, the voice of Cerberus rang out. It reverted to its original form as a small black dog. Only the hair on its buttocks is gone. It was bare and reddish, like a monkey's bottom. It's not that I'm going to die in the self-destruction, it's that I'm afraid you're doomed. Seeing Su Kan's strange expression, the little black dog offered an explanation. Sukin smiled and ignored it. The white light dissipated completely. Heaven and earth have regained their clarity. A bottomless crater appeared in the distance, and the surrounding space had not yet fully healed. They were completely unharmed, while the demons were all wiped out. The demon army numbered in the hundreds of thousands, including several overlord-level merfolk. They all turned into nothingness. In the sky, under the bright sun, suddenly the stars shone brightly. Immediately afterwards, an enormous disk, shimmering with starlight, appeared from the void. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The disk opened, and countless figures walked out from it in an orderly fashion. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless figures. These are soldiers from the Xiongqian army. Mu Chengwu smiled and said, the battle robe is embroidered with a wolf's head, which is the symbol of the fierce star army. Sukin wasn't surprised at all. The city lord of Haicheng is wise. I have met the commander of the fierce star army. Gao Ming, having recovered his senses, came over. San Yue, who was approaching. The little princess of the San Yue family has reached the overlord realm after only a few years. Not bad. Just lucky. San Yue Mingfei smiled gently. Without Su Kan, she would have had no hope of reaching the overlord realm within 3 to 5 years. Sukin ignored their small talk. At this moment, his mind was completely absorbed in his conversation with the system. The crisis in Haicheng has been resolved. He started to care about the rewards. In the end, nearly 2/3 of the merfolk died in their lord's self-destruction. At most, they managed to eliminate 1/3 of the merfolk. I wonder how much the reward will be in the end. Damn system, the crisis in Haicheng is over. Hurry up and distribute the rewards. Host, please wait a moment. After a while, the system voice sounded. Host, the mission is still ongoing on my end. A bald dog scratched its head and looked at Su Kan. Continue my ass. Open your dog eyes and look. There isn't a single demon left on the battlefield. Stop dawdling and give me the reward right now. You're not thinking of embezzling, are you? Su Kan glared at the bald dog with hostility. The bald dog flicked its tail and rolled its eyes. Is it this kind of system? While I was wondering, the sky suddenly darkened. An immense pressure descended, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. A huge whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. The seawater churned, and the whirlpool grew larger and larger. In an instant, it covered half the sea surface. Countless sea creatures struggled and roared in the whirlpool. They wanted to escape, but it was all in vain. It instantly exploded into a pool of blood. In just a few breaths, countless sea creatures perished in the whirlpool. Crimson spread within the vortex. The swirling demonic energy, like a tornado, raged around the edge of the vortex, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. Emperor-level demonic energy. Mu Qingwu's expression turned slightly serious. This fish is quite big. Sukin's lips twitched. Goodness. Is this a case of beating the young one and then the old one coming? Feeling this overwhelming, earth-shattering force, it's impossible not to panic. But then I thought of Mu Qingwu, the ruthless military leader. He felt much more at ease. It blocked the self-destruction of a Lord-level merman demon and remained unharmed. Their strength is definitely no weaker than that of the Emperor. Within the boundless vortex, a figure rose into the air. Its lower body is a gray-black shark tail, with mysterious patterns visible to the naked eye on its large scales. Bare upper body was incredibly muscular. Black hair danced wildly, and demonic energy surged to the heavens. 1,000 years have passed. I never thought that after 1,000 years, I would set foot on this familiar land again. The Dragon Kingdom is truly resilient. It has stood firm through countless battles of blood and fire. However, this time, it is destined to become history. The resounding sound clearly reached the ears of everyone present, who survived the last war between humans and demons. It is an ancient monarch-level being. How ridiculous. Does a mere mortal clinging to life have the right to comment on the Dragon Kingdom? Mu Qingwu's figure rose into the air. A wolf shadow rose up behind them, obscuring the sky. A full moon was imprinted between the wolf's eyebrows. At this moment, amidst boundless demonic energy, the moonlight casts a silvery glow, cleansing the world. Chapter 184 Unit Fusion, Mermaid Emperor dies. Amidst endless demonic energy, the shadow of a wolf howls at the moon. Mu Qingwu exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Is this wolf shadow also a type of possessing unit? Sukin became curious. No. Sanyue Mingfei shook her head and said softly. After a nest master is promoted to the king level, the hero unit can be greatly enhanced by merging with the nest and all ordinary units. But this kind of fusion is extremely dangerous. A slight mistake could cause the nest to explode, the troops to die, and everything you have to be reduced to nothing. However, once integrated, the hero units will not only become much stronger. It can also merge with the nest master, similar to the possession type of unit. In the sky, Mu Qingwu's body underwent a tremendous change. Its body is hundreds of feet tall. Behind it was a thick wolf tail. Its fur grew wildly long, and its ears turned into wolf ears. He looked exactly like a werewolf. Behind his head, a full moon shone like a giant wheel. Its silvery light shines forth, impervious to all laws. The body will be partially converted into a military branch. This is what fusion is. That's what Consort Sanyue said. Sukin understood. The little fire fairy's possession is more like an equipment or pendant. Aside from strengthening him, there will be no other outward manifestations. Combining different unit types is more like a transformation. He couldn't help but look forward to reaching the Emperor realm, combining the effects of the combined body with the little fire immortal's possession. Wait, that's not right. He suddenly realized a problem. Both Qinglian and Zisha are women. What happens when they combine? The surgery is no longer required? Moment. An unimaginable scene flashed through his mind. Mingfei, once you reach the Emperor level, is it mandatory to merge hero units into the nest? Sangyu Mingfei nodded. In a sense, hero units are only truly complete when they are integrated with the nest. Before the Emperor realm, heroic soldiers only represent greater combat power. But after reaching the Emperor realm, the heroic troops represent a path to follow in the future. Sukin understood what Sangyu Mingfei meant. Without hero units, no matter how high your talent or how abundant your resources, you'll reach your limit once you reach the Emperor realm. There is no possibility of going any further. But that's not what he wanted to ask. He gave a dry laugh. Mingfei, what I'm asking is, what would happen if a male nest master and a female hero unit were combined? Consort Sanyue was taken aback, then a smile appeared on her pretty face. Don't worry, although the fusion is a two-way process, everything still revolves around the nest master. That puts my mind at ease. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! Suddenly, A loud explosion rang out in the void. A mushroom cloud of smoke shot into the sky, shattering the void. The glaring blood was like a red ribbon cascading down the earth. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, large pits appeared. The earth was cratered by blood. As expected of the fierce Chun army leader, one of the 4 great military leaders. The mermaid king grinned, blood still flowing from his chest. Mu Qingwu's face was stern. The full moon behind them suddenly shone with a silvery light, covering the sky and earth with a layer of silver. Demons are people everyone should kill. He roared angrily. Mu Qingwu raised his hands, holding the full moon high. His spiritual energy surged wildly, causing the void to collapse. The mermaid emperor's face vanished, replaced by a look of seriousness in his eyes. He thought that his arrival would easily solve everything. Unexpectedly, they encountered a ruthless character like Mu Qingwu, who was extremely powerful even in the emperor realm, as soon as they appeared. Snort. You really think I'm afraid of you? Demonic energy surged behind the mermaid king, and the sea beneath his feet boiled simultaneously. In an instant, the sea and the demonic energy met. Behind him, a colossal demonic shadow appeared. The demonic shadow had a shark tail and a shark-like upper body. It was clearly the image of an ancient mermaid. Boom! The full moon crushed through the void as it crashed into the demonic shadow. A chaotic storm of spiritual energy formed, annihilating everything. The void instantly transformed into a black hole, which then spread outwards. In an instant, it stretched for thousands of miles. Su Kan and the others' expressions changed. The aftershocks could destroy the entire sea city. We'll have to get Dog Lord's help again. The little black dog shook its head and jumped off Su Kan's shoulder. A dark, ethereal light erupted. A human-bodied, 9-headed hellhound appeared. The black scepter was waved. A barrier materialized from the eerie light, blocking the view in front of Haiqing, to stop the spread of the shattered space. In the void, the rumbling sound continued. Mu Qingwu was able to suppress the Mermaid Emperor. However, the Mermaid Emperor was, after all, an ancient, monarch-level powerhouse. Killing him, however, is not so easy. The sun had lost its brilliance, and moonlight shone down through the dark clouds. Mu Qingwu's body was already somewhat tired. Instantly, their momentum surged. Not good. Sensing the change in Mu Qingwu, the Mermaid Emperor knew something was wrong. But a power several times stronger than before erupted from Mu Qingwu. Bang! The Demon King's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Mu Qingwu descended from the sky and stepped on his chest. His chest caved in, and blood gushed out like a river. That's the end of it. The moonlight shone on Mu Qingwu, making his hair glow silver. Appeared behind the head, a wolf howling at the moon. Whoosh! The full moon transformed into a curved blade and landed in his hand. Clang! With a swift stroke, the Mermaid King's magnificent head was severed. The demonic energy slowly dissipated. The moonlight in the night sky was like water. Ding! The Mermaid Butcher quest is complete. Rewards are being distributed. The system's voice rang in Su Kan's mind. Chapter 185 Dog System. I didn't expect you to finally stand up. Haiqing City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Gao Ming has already prepared a banquet. Plates of roasted meat, sizzling with oil and char to a perfect crisp, were placed on the table one after another. Su Kan, Song Yu Mingfei, Xiongqian Army Leader Mu Qingwu, Gao Ming, and others sat at the main table. The Cerberus and the Void Beast cigar, shrunk to the size of a human, were gnawing on a leg several meters long, their mouths dripping with oil. A little further outside, Qinglian, Zisha, Schwer, the little void behemoth Gaius, and others sat at a table. At the main table, Su Kan chewed on roasted meat and drank Haiqing's specialty fruit wine, but he couldn't quite taste it. His mind was filled with the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defending Haiqing and completing the Mermaid Butcher mission. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Reward: Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit Power plus 100. Ding! Reward: 3 million evolution points. Ding! Reward system space increased by 100. Ding! Reward: Innate Divine Weapon Pan D Armor. Pan D Armor, a divine weapon born in the ancient era with invincible defense. Divine Weapon Skill: Absolute Defense, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. Counterattack and defense, reflects 50% of the damage received from attacks. Super Rapid Spirit Gathering, greatly increases the speed at which a nest master's spiritual energy recovers. Snap! The chopsticks in Su Kan's hand snapped in two. Immediately, everyone at the table turned their attention to him. What's wrong? Consort Song Yue's beautiful eyes revealed concern. Would you like to take a break? She assumed Su Kan had been injured in the previous battle with the mermaid demon. It's okay, it's okay. Su Kan quickly waved his hand. But I'm a little worried because I remember Lord Gaoming said that Jiangxing is still under threat from the Qi clan. Having found an excuse, Su Kan breathed a sigh of relief. He was terrified. I was taken aback by the generous reward. 3 million evolution points. Keep in mind that killing a tyrant-level ferocious beast only costs 100,000 evolution points. 3 million evolution points are needed to kill 30 Overlord-level ferocious beasts. With such a number of Overlord-level ferocious beasts, let alone small countries, even medium-sized countries would only face annihilation. To all attributes is within Su Kan's acceptable range. But when his spiritual power also increased by 100, Su Kan was a little confused. 100 points of spiritual power is almost equivalent to the entire spiritual power of a 9th-grade nest master. Of course, the most important thing is still Pandijia. Innate divine weapon. The 3 great divine weapon skills. Defense is maxed out. Su Kan can only be described as a pervert. At this moment, Su Kan was completely immersed in the joy of the reward. Damn system, I didn't expect you to finally stand up. Gao Ming and the others fell silent because of Su Kan's words. The crisis in Haiqing has been resolved. What about Jiangxing? Jiangxing is Su Kan's hometown. His relatives, friends, and classmates are there. Song Yimingfei's eyes flickered. She could sense Su Kan's worry. She wanted to hug Su Kan tightly and comfort him. Protect Haiqing. Are his relatives and friends in Jiangxing doing well now? Sorry. Gao Ming stood up and bowed solemnly to Su Kan. Although Jiangxing is guarded by the Greedy Wolf Army, one of the 4 major military commands. But that's precisely why it shows how serious the problem is. After all, the Greedy Wolf Army could only defend, not defeat the enemy. One can imagine the current situation in Jiangxing. Haiqing held on thanks to Su Kan's valiant efforts. If something happens to his relatives and friends in Jiangxing, he really doesn't know how he will face Su Kan in the future. Hee. Mu Qingwu laughed heartily. Don't worry, although I'm not clear about the specific situation in Jiangxing. But with that guy around, nothing will go wrong. If you're worried, we'll go to Jiangxing now. He grew to like Su Kan more and more because of her loyalty and affection. With the Mermaid Emperor, his condition declined considerably. But as long as Su Kan nods, Mu Qingwu will immediately lead the Xiongqun military to Jiangxing on the star-shifting disk. There will be no hesitation whatsoever. Thank you, Commander. I appreciate your kindness. I believe the Greedy Wolf Military Command can protect the people of Jiangxing. Su Kan quickly said. He never expected that a single sentence, which he used as an excuse, would provoke such a strong reaction from them. To be honest, he was still a little worried about Su Yulaw and the others. However, Mu Qingwu had just fought a fierce battle with the Mermaid Emperor, and his strength had been greatly depleted. He didn't want to rush and cause any unexpected problems. Even after the celebration banquet ended, Haiqing remained bustling with activity and excitement. The joy of being reborn will surely keep Haiqing awake tonight. Inside the city lord's mansion, everyone was utterly exhausted. I went to bed early. Su Kan sat on the bed, holding a suit of armor in his hand. Dark gold with intricate patterns, resembling symbols containing endless mysteries. An ancient and desolate atmosphere permeates the air. In his days, Su Kan seemed to see a giant whose head reached the sky and whose feet were planted on the ground. Zzz. A wisp of his heart's essence was forced out. Pan D armor flashed red light, floated in midair, and then entered Su Kan's body. Su Kan could clearly feel that there was an incredibly close connection between him and the Pan D armor, just like with the heavy prison divine sword before. What should I do with the remaining 3 million evolution points? So many evolution points at once. Having grown accustomed to hardship, Su Kan found it difficult to comply. Owner. Just as I was pondering this, 2 beautiful voices suddenly rang out. Qing Lian and Zisha emerged from the void and embraced him, one in front and one behind. Chapter 186 using this to test veteran cadres is destined to be a waste of effort. Her body was soft and supple, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Qing Lian and Zisha were like 2 beautiful snakes, coiling around Su Kan. What's wrong with you two? Su Kan struggled to pry the 2 women off him. Hee, we just love being with our owner. Qing Lian said with a grin. Zisha nodded in agreement. Su Kan touched his nose, looking somewhat helpless. He could clearly sense the difference between the little girls and the hot young ladies. Not just physically, but also psychologically. Can we sleep here tonight? Zisha touched the soft bed and said with a longing look on her face. Me too, me too. Qinglian also raised his hands high. There was only one bed in the room. If the two of them slept in it, what about me? Sukin glanced at the two women. I always felt they had ill intentions. Is it okay? Zisha stepped forward and shook Sukan's arm. The bouncy, jelly-like texture was clearly felt on his arm. Okay, you guys sleep, I'll sleep on the sofa. As he spoke, Sukin quickly stood up. No way. Using this to test veteran cadres is destined to be a waste of effort. Seeing Sukin leave, the two women immediately showed a smug look on their faces. On the sofa, Sukan's attention returned to the evolution point. With so many evolution points, he has to plan them out carefully. There is still one immortal technique left to learn, the ninefold true fire. Consuming 1 million evolution points is required to reach the perfect state. Upgrading a nest from level 9 to king level also requires 1 million evolution points. Immediately, Sukin felt a sharp pain in his teeth. These 3 million evolution points are completely useless. He rubbed his temples. Sukin felt a bit of a headache. A king needs 1 million evolution points. How many would a tyrant need? 2 million? 3 million? After clicking his tongue, Sukin decided to put this headache-inducing problem out of his mind for the time being. With the innate divine weapon, the heavy prison divine sword, and the immortal technique, the 9 transformations of gods and demons, they have no shortage of offensive means. Therefore, learning immortal arts can be postponed for now. That leaves only one option, upgrading the nest level. Verdant Mountain Ridges, 9 levels. The Lotus Platform of Sins, level 9. Purple Sky Dragon Island, level 9. Dark Moon Demon Nest, level 9. Thinking of the Dark Moon Demon Nest, Sukin couldn't help but think of the woman in the large black dress. She also said at the time, tell Sukin to go to the temple to find her when it's dark and the sky is high in the sky. No hero units have ever been spawned in the Dark Moon Nest. Could it be related to her? Sukin pondered this in his heart. Forget it, let's upgrade first. However, we'll have to make do with the Dark Moon Fairies in the Dark Moon Demon Nest for now. System, upgrade Verdant Mountain Range, Purple Sky Dragon Island, and Lotus Platform of Sin. Ding. Evolution points, 1 million, Green Mountain Range upgraded to King level. Ding. Evolution points, 1 million, Purple Sky Dragon Island upgraded to King level. Ding. Evolution points, 1 million, the Sinful Lotus Platform has been upgraded to the King level. In an instant, the 3 million evolution points that I had just received and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy were completely used up. Whoosh. Inside the room, a faint blue and purple light shone. It's very soft, not too bright. On the bed, the two women who had been playing around quieted down. As the light came on, they seemed to enter a special state. Her hair flew in the wind, and her aura grew stronger with each passing moment. That's not all. My body shape is also changing. Her legs appeared even longer, and her chest began to ripple. Her rounded hip curves have become even more alluring. His youthful face even looked a bit more mature. That's outrageous. If one's cultivation level increases, can their physique also improve? Sukin sniffed. Witnessing this scene, which resembled a flower in full bloom, was quite overwhelming for him. In particular, her suddenly hot figure puts pressure on her normally well-fitting clothes. This added considerable impact to the scene. The Lotus Platform of Sin, the Fire Immortal, is also undergoing changes. However, she only went from being the size of a palm to the size of 1.5 palms. Yeah. She felt Sukan's gaze. Fire Fairy let out an excited shout. Compared to Qinglian and Zisha's mischievousness, Xiaowaxian is noticeably more quiet. With a thought, the upgraded Fire Immortal appeared before Sukan. As soon as she appeared, Huxian gently kissed Sukan on the cheek. It felt warm, like touching a piece of warm jade. Sukin tapped her little nose and placed her on his shoulder. On the other side, Qinglian and Zisha have also completed their transformations. Wow, I think I've grown a bit. Qinglian exclaimed in surprise. Me too. Zisha looked herself over, and a look of delight appeared on her face. As they talked, the two of them gestured back and forth on their own bodies. It seems to confirm just how much I've grown. All right, you guys should go to sleep now. Sukin felt he couldn't watch any longer and immediately adopted the authority of a master. After a thrilling day of fighting, Sukin quickly fell asleep. In a blur, he felt as if he were enveloped in something soft. It's so comfortable. In another courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Mu Qingwu, who was meditating to recover, slowly opened his eyelids and looked in Sukan's direction. I sensed those two suddenly intensified auras. His eyes couldn't help but show admiration. What a freakish kid. Chapter 187. I really did it on purpose. Sigh, no? Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled golden spots of light. Sukan's eyelids twitched. I slept well that night. He never imagined that sleeping on the sofa could be so comfortable. His brow twitched, and he felt as if he were holding a ball of cotton candy in his hand. He was a little confused when he opened his eyes. Two bodies, one in front and one behind, like octopuses, embraced him. It is as soft and warm as jade, and has a pleasant fragrance. His hand was restlessly placed in some unspeakable place. He gave a dry laugh. He slowly withdrew his hand. He swore that the hand moved on its own and that it had nothing to do with him. But soon he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. Qinglian, let me explain. Master is bad. Qing Lianyu rolled her eyes at Su Kan, her face flushing slightly. But a secret joy welled up inside him. I know. Master is trying to say you did it on purpose, isn't he? Zisha raised her little head, a mischievous smile appearing in her eyes. I really did it on purpose. Ugh, no. Sukan blushed. How embarrassing. I never expected to be tricked by a little girl. When Sukan came out, Mu Qingwu and the others also came out one after another. His complexion was much better than yesterday, clearly indicating that he had recovered well after a night of rest. Song Yu Mingfei came to Su Kan's side and whispered in his ear. Did you sleep well last night? I was planning to look for you, but I didn't because I thought you were so tired during the day. Su Kan's heart skipped a beat. She slept quite well. Thank goodness he didn't come. Who knows what would have happened if he had. Zisha, who were having fun with the little monster Schwer and the others, Sukan felt a little guilty. However, on the other hand, it seems quite normal for nest commanders to sleep with their own units, right? Of course, if the unit is a giant gorilla, a mud monster, or a tentacle monster, that's a different story. Lord Gao, the crisis in Haiqing has now been resolved, and it is time for us to leave. It's time to settle accounts with the Qi clan in Jiangsheng as well. Mu Qingwu's cheerful voice rang out. Although Jiangxing is guarded by the greedy wolf army, the opponent is also extremely powerful. Having resolved the issues in Haiqing, it's time to address the problems in Jiangxing. I am deeply grateful for your great kindness and wisdom. I will not say anything more. May you all have great success in your military endeavors. Gao Ming picked up the wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. With Jiangxing besieged, he naturally couldn't stay any longer. Moreover, if Haiqing didn't need someone to accompany him, he would have gone to Jiangsheng as well. Now, all he can do is offer his blessings. May your military prowess be great. Mu Qingwu, Su Kan, Song Yimingfei, and others also raised their wine glasses. They're gone. Mu Qingwu took out a palm-sized star chart and tossed it into the air. Visible to the naked eye, as the astrolabe grew larger in the wind, it quickly became almost the size of a spaceship. A faint starlight appeared. First, the soldiers of the Xiongqian army disappeared in the starlight. Then it was Su Kan's and his group's turn. Starlight shone down, and an extremely gentle force pulled them upwards. As everyone disappeared, the star-shifting disk flashed with starlight. It disappeared into the void and quickly headed towards Jiangxing. Jiangxing. City Lord Zhang Baihe looked much more weathered. Zhao Changshan, who lost an arm, also looked quite depressed. On the city wall, a white-haired girl, dressed in plain armor, had a cold expression on her beautiful face. Su Kan, are you still alive? Looking out into the distance beyond the city, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. However, he did not show a trace of weakness on his face. She's no longer the useless girl she used to be. The dragon's saliva not only lifted the restrictions on her lair, but also brought her many benefits. Now, she has become a 7th-rank nestmaster. Every time she fought against the Qi tribe, she was always the one charging at the front, the most reckless and the most fearless. She only regretted that she couldn't become strong sooner. She only regretted that she couldn't kill all the Qi tribe members and avenge Su Kan. Yu Luo is thinking about him again. Lu Qingyu placed her delicate hand on Su Yulu's shoulder and gently comforted her. Don't worry, he'll be fine, he'll definitely come back. Su Yulu nodded. Well, Zhao Changshan sighed. If it weren't for these beasts, how would that kid have? Old Zhao, don't sigh. You, a disabled person, have survived. Su will definitely be fine. Jiang Baihe patted him on the shoulder. Snort. First they caused my sister to disappear, and then they trapped me here so I can't get out. I won't let these beasts get away with this. A burly figure walked up the city wall. He was Song Yu Mingfei's older brother, Song Yu Batian. Learning of the disappearance of consort Song Yue, they arrived in Jiangxing. Before a day had passed, An endless army of Qi tribesmen surrounded Jiangqing. However, thanks to his arrival, he and several powerful military experts from Yujing managed to withstand the first wave of attacks from the Qi tribe army. They waited for reinforcements from the greedy wolf army. Otherwise, Jiangqing would probably be a living hell by now. Commander, when do we start the war? I can't wait to kill these annoying bastards. Song Yubatian looked at the man beside him and said. The man had a refined appearance and wore a gray robe embroidered with wolf patterns. This person is Mo Yun, the leader of the greedy wolf army. Mo Yun frowned and looked out of the city. Outside the city, the air was thick with the stench of decay, and the atmosphere was heavy and gloomy, like a miasma. There were also pale green poisonous clouds in the sky. His gaze sharpened as he saw a large group of figures rushing through the poisonous gas, heading rapidly towards Jiangqing. Get ready, the enemy is about to attack. With a deep shout, a piercing alarm sounded throughout Jiangqing. Chapter 188. Annie wouldn't really do something to Su Kan, would she? Outside the city, shrouded in a grayish-white mist, a large group of figures moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they had already approached the city walls of Jiangqing. In just a few days, the city walls of Jiangqing were already mottled and stained with many black bloodstains. In many places, there were even large holes. Mo Yun stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back. A chilling aura emanated from Su Yuluo, and 6 ice maidens appeared. She not only rose to the rank of 7th grade nest master, but also awakened a hero unit. A beautiful woman dressed in an ice blue dress, resembling an ice queen. The others also summoned their troops. Since the Qi tribe besieged the city, they have experienced too many of these temporary attacks in the past half-month. Sometimes there can be as many as 10 waves of attacks in a single day. The initial panic had long since subsided. All they felt was hatred for the Qi clan. These pieces of trash. I'll tear them to shreds. Song Yu Batian's face. Trapped in Jiangqing, unable to go out and find his sister, all the anxiety in his heart turned into anger. A unit resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared from the void and landed outside Jiangqing, causing the ground to tremble. It is Song Yu Batian's unit, the epic-level Tyrannosaurus King. The Tyrannosaurus King, possessing exceptional true dragon blood, is among the top-tier units, even in the epic tier. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus King opened its mouth and roared, the sound waves transforming into visible sonic waves that surged outwards. Bang bang bang. Dozens of figures exploded in midair. Song Yu Batian, I am your opponent. Before Tyrannosaurus Rex could make any further moves, a voice rang out from the gray mist, and at the same time, a tall figure appeared, blocking the Tyrannosaurus King's path. Bang! Tyrannosaurus Rex was brutal in nature. Its thick, powerful tail swept across, and its tall figure was sent flying, its chest caved in. But immediately, as if nothing had happened, he stood up. Corpse monster controlled by the Overlord-level Qi. You bastard, I let you get away the last few times, but this time I'll tear you to pieces. Song Yu Batian grinned, and 4 more Tyrannosaurus Kings appeared. He stood atop a Tyrannosaurus Rex whose body appeared to be covered in what looked like steel armor. Boom! An explosion was heard. The battle between overlords broke out first. 1,000 miles of ice. On the other side of Jiangqing, a cold voice rang out, sending chills down the spine. Soon after, the earth was covered with solid blue ice. The area within a radius of several thousand meters was instantly frozen, and countless Qi and the corpse monsters they controlled were turned into ice sculptures. Su Yuluo, the Ice Maiden, a hero unit, seemed to have lost some of her aura. This kind of large-scale spiritual technique obviously consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. Yuluo, it seems you'll soon break through to the 7th rank and advance to the 8th rank. Lu Qingyu said with delight. Since the seal within her body was lifted, Su Yu's physical abilities have improved rapidly. It changes almost every day. Moreover, the power of this ice-freezing technique over thousands of miles is significantly greater than the last one. Not enough. Su Yulu shook her head, showing no surprise. Clearly, she is still very dissatisfied with her current strength. Seeing her like this, Lu Qingyu knew she was thinking of Su Kan, and her expression darkened as well. You too, concentrate. A delicate shout rang out from behind. Song Yue's Storm Fox unit unleashed a cyan wind blade, cleaving a Qi that had broken through the ice in 2. Don't get distracted during the battle. After so many battles, how could you two still make such a basic mistake? Song Yue's tone was somewhat stern. Although she is a teacher, she is more like a close friend to them in her daily interactions. This time, She was truly angry. In this kind of battle, being distracted means death. Sorry. Suyulu apologized softly. She didn't know why she was spacing out. You should know that she had never experienced this in battle before. Okay, we know we were wrong. With a wave of her hand, Lu Qingyu summoned the thorny flower demon, which transformed into a bloodthirsty demonic plant, reaping the lives of Qi who broke through the ice. Don't worry, Sukin will be fine. Song Yueshua's expression softened as she offered words of comfort. My aunt hasn't been found either, has she? Maybe they're together now. My aunt is a king-level nest master. She will definitely protect Sukan. Yes, they're definitely alright. Lu Qingyu also hurriedly spoke up. But soon her beautiful brows furrowed. Sukin is so handsome, your aunt wouldn't do anything strange to him, would she? Oh. Song Yueshua paused for a moment, then immediately shook her head. Don't worry, my aunt isn't that kind of person. But when she said those words, she wasn't very confident. And he wouldn't really do something to Sukan, would she? For a moment, she was also slightly lost in thought. In the star's shifting disk, Song Yu Mingfei suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Sukan asked with concern. It's nothing. Maybe that girl Song Yueshua is talking badly about me behind my back. Chapter 189 The Invincible and Unstoppable Ancient Ancestor of the Demon Race. The space within the star shifter is very large. It can accommodate hundreds of thousands of troops without feeling crowded at all. The Xiongqian army walked over and, thinking they were worried about the situation in Jiangcheng, smiled. Don't worry, with Mo Yun guarding Jiangcheng, there won't be any problems. That guy is a level above me, and he fights incredibly fiercely. Even the king of the Qi tribe probably wouldn't dare to fight him. However, they knew Mo Yun was in Jiangcheng, yet they still besieged the city with a large army. It's likely that the demon clan is behind it. That's just Mu Qingwu's personality. He won't just talk about the good side. Moreover, the Qi tribe is cowardly and despicable. They have never before mobilized the entire tribe to besiege a human city. However, he could vaguely guess why the Qi tribe had set their sights on Jiangcheng. For the sake of that soldier's body? Sukan understood. The Mo Yun that Mu Qingwu mentioned is most likely the commander of the greedy wolf army. He was worried about the safety of Su Yuluo and the others. But things were relatively calm. Although he could use the immortal technique, heaven and earth in one line, to reach Jiangcheng even faster. However, given the distance, by the time he arrives, his spiritual energy will likely be almost depleted. Their combat strength has plummeted to rock bottom. Once they arrive, their only purpose is to send enemies to their deaths. Moreover, this level of warfare, the most powerful individuals are the ones who can play a decisive role. No matter how strong he is, he could never be a match for a monarch-level powerhouse. Do you know why the demons have been launching attacks so frequently lately? Mu Qingwu poured a cup of tea for the two of them and asked, Has the demon ancestor of the demon race awakened? Sukan thought for a moment and said, The merfolk mentioned it before. That person even wanted him to become a traitor and join the demon race. But he didn't really believe this claim. Based on the information he has received so far, that demon ancestor was clearly a top-tier fighter. If it truly awakens, it will sweep across the land with overwhelming force, and it probably won't be long before it suppresses humanity. Moreover, the person who claimed to be his future self in the Baiha Mudflats was the one who led him to the demon ancestor. Kill her before she regains her memory. If that demon ancestor is in the heart of the demon realm, what's the point of searching? I almost forgot. That venerable level mermaid demon mentioned some information about the demon ancestor in order to win you over. Mu Qingwu smiled. However, just listen to the news about the ancient ancestors of the demon race. Don't take it seriously. Why? Sukan became curious. Mu Qingwu shook his head. The most important issue we need to ignore in our war with the demons is the ancient ancestors of the demons. Mu Qingwu pushed the two teacups toward them and then said, Do you know why there are no books that record the ancient ancestors of the demon race? Before Sukan could speak, he continued on his own. Because the ancient ancestors of the demon race are invincible and irresistible beings. So how did we deal with the ancient demon ancestors before? This has always been something Sukan was curious about. It is said that the ancient ancestor of the demon race was invincible in battle and no one could resist him. If it's really that strong, the human race should have been wiped out by the demon race long ago. In that war 1,000 years ago, we actually lost, but because that being suddenly appeared. At this point, Mu Qingwu shook his head and did not continue. Forget it, you don't need to think too much about the demon ancestor. Knowing too much is pointless. Let's wait until she is truly born. That one exists? Sukan's eyes flashed. It must be referring to your future self, right? The future self brings back the future demon ancestor to wage a great war against the present demon ancestor. This caused the demon ancestor to fall into a deep sleep, and also ended the great war between humans and demons 1,000 years ago. Oh, right, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. Mu Chengwu slapped his forehead. The King of Nesters is about to begin. The news should spread from Yujing to major cities very soon. And Mingfei, you should also seize this opportunity and try your best to advance to the venerable Lord Realm. Isn't the King of Nesters competition only open to those under 30? Consort Song Yue asked in confusion. That was before. Mu Chengwu smiled. Originally, this was just an event hosted by our Dragon Kingdom alone, but now it has become a joint event hosted by the 3 strongest countries in the world. The age has also been adjusted. Anyone under 50 years old can participate. Moreover, the venue was chosen to be the ancient sacred ruins. Ancient sacred ruins? Song Yu Mingfei's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected that the world's 3 strongest nations would jointly host the King of Nest tournament. After all, this had never happened before. But what shocked her even more was that the King of Nesters had chosen the ancient sacred ruins. Sukin blinked. What is the ancient sacred ruins? Yes, the ancient sacred ruins are about to open. Mu Chengwu was also filled with regret. Don't even mention you, I didn't expect this either. It can only be said that the situation may have truly reached this point. But you are lucky. The ancient sacred ruins are known as the last treasure of mankind. I have never been inside. Damn it. What exactly is the ancient sacred ruins? Returning humanity's last treasure. A large-scale dungeon? Could you explain it more clearly? Sukin grinned. Chapter 190 Ancient Sacred Ruins. Kings and nobles become the threshold for burial? He sensed the doubt in Sukan's eyes. Mu Chengwu smiled, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then spoke. The ancient sacred ruins are the tomb of the ancient nest master. But it's not an ordinary tomb. Those who can enter the ancient sacred ruins after death are at least at the level of a king or marquis. Kings and nobles become the threshold for burial? Sukan's eye twitched. Don't be fooled by his ability to kill kings and nobles as easily as slaughtering dogs. In fact, king-level nest masters have a lifespan of over 1,000 years and hold a prominent position in any country. A master craftsman who can bring kings and nobles to power is definitely a source of pride for any city. Mu Chengwu continued. Of course, not all kings and nobles can enter. The kings and marquises who can enter the ancient sacred ruins are all the strongest among kings and marquises, and in ancient times they were called titled kings and marquises. Sukin knows this. The ancient times were a more prosperous era for the nest masters than they are today. Those at level 9 and above, and those at each level who are exceptional talents, have the opportunity to receive a title. Titles such as King, Overlord, and Venerable Lord were bestowed. Those who can obtain a title are extremely powerful in combat, even within the same realm. He could easily defeat 3 or 5 nest masters of the same realm. However, your target is not the tombs of kings and tyrants. Mu Chengwu looked at Sukan, his tone quite strange. With your strength, let alone a titled king or marquis, even a titled overlord would probably be no match for you. Putting everything else aside, Sukan's ability to summon a lord-level hellhound alone surpasses that of a large group of title overlords. Moreover, he couldn't quite see through this kid. I always felt he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Song Yu Mingfei looked at Sukan with pride in her eyes. A king who is not yet 20 years old has combat power that surpasses even a titled overlord. This is something that probably never happened even in the golden age of the ancient nest masters. Your goal is the tomb of the monarch, or even the tomb of the great emperor. The reason why the ancient sacred ruins are called the last treasure of mankind is because the 10 strongest emperors of ancient times are buried inside. To put it bluntly, as long as one can obtain even the slightest bit of their legacy, a top-tier emperor will surely emerge. However, I don't think you're content with just the emperor realm, are you? Mu Chengwu smiled and looked at Sukan. This kid, despite his pretty boy looks, actually has ambitions that are higher than the sky. The Emperor realm might be enough for other nest masters, but for him, it was definitely not satisfactory. At the same time, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. The ancient sacred ruins are about to open. This era, the age-old feud between humans and demons, has reached a point where it must be resolved. On this land, humans and demons are destined to have only one victor. If I have the chance, I will definitely go to the tombs of those 10 great emperors and pay my respects to their invincible glory. Mu Chengwu spoke lightly, but Sukin could sense the heaviness in his heart. The situation for humans is not very good. Forget it. There's no use thinking about it so much. Improving our strength is the only way forward. Sweep away all the clutter in your mind. Sukin stopped caring about all that nonsense. By the way, the ancient sacred ruins are rich in spiritual energy, but there are many dangerous areas, especially those large tombs. Don't force it. Many of the nest masters who entered the ancient sacred ruins were not benevolent. Mu Chengwu warned. Jiangqing, the Qi clan's attack is not over yet. San Yueb Batian, surrounded by golden light, sat atop the mighty Tyrannosaurus King. The arrogant Qi had been torn to pieces and trampled underfoot by the Tyrannosaurus King. But soon, two more Overlord-level Qi beings, accompanied by corpse monsters, surrounded him. Oof, I don't care how many of you trash come. San Yu Batian held a spiked club in his hand, his eyes fierce. Tyrannosaurus King opened its mouth and roared. The sound waves transformed into shock waves, rushing outwards. Outside the city, the situation was similar in other directions. The Qi tribe did not retreat after a probing attack. Instead, it was a series of attacks. They showed no regard for casualties. It was as if they were deliberately allowed to kill them. Mo Yun frowned slightly. His gaze was fixed on the gray mist, as if he wanted to pierce through it and see clearly what the Qi tribe was planning. Suddenly, his pupils flickered. The hand behind his back made a gesture. The general beside him understood and quietly relayed the message to Jiangqing. While fierce fighting raged outside the city, the atmosphere inside the city gradually became tense and deadly. Deep in the gray fog, an aged figure, dressed in a yellow robe, sat on a skull throne, exuding an eerie yet powerful aura. As he sat down, a white-haired figure stood with a respectful expression. If Sukin were here, he would definitely recognize that the figure was Bai Gui. However, his strength is no longer at the Overlord level, but at the Sovereign level. By destroying the 4 demons, you have achieved your supreme status. I hope you will not disappoint me. The figure on the skull throne spoke in a deep voice. I will not fail, my king. His voice was loud and clear, completely unlike the previous white ghost. Hee, Lord Solnuo is much better than those 4 useless guys. Don't you think so, Lord Solnuo? Suddenly, a laugh echoed through the empty space. Hunyuo's eyelids twitched, and his whole body tensed up. He felt an aura surrounding him, but he couldn't detect it at all. All right, Shadow Demon King. Show yourself now that you're here. The figure on the throne spoke. Furthermore, so many of my sons have died in battle. How's your plan to bring Shadow Fiend into the city coming along? I don't want to hear bad news. When he said the last sentence, the surrounding space seemed to tremble. Chapter 191 Qi Huang. Shadow Demon Emperor. Ha ha ha, don't you trust me to do things? A loud laugh rang out, and a figure emerged from Hunyuo's shadow. Abrupt, eerie. Hunyuo's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't sensed anything until the very moment the figure appeared. Even though the one who came was the Shadow Demon Emperor, this was still far too terrifying. If this person wants to kill him, did he not know how he died until he died? The Shadow Demon King was not tall, and he wore a black robe with purple hair. The area around the eyes is dark, like dark circles under the eyes. He glanced at Hunyuo, seemingly knowing what he was thinking, and a smile appeared on his lips. You're right. I can indeed kill you without you even realizing it. Hunyuo, go down. The Emperor Qi spoke, ordering Hunyuo to step down. Has the Shadow Fiend already been sent in from the city? Of course, while they were busy fighting, I had already arranged for people to enter Jiangqing. However, with that guy, the leader of the Greedy Wolf Army, around, we were afraid he would find out, so not many shadow demons went in, only 1,000. The Shadow Demon King stroked his chin and said, That's enough. Qi Huang rose from the skeleton royal family. The leader of the Greedy Wolf Army should not be underestimated. It will probably be long before they discover something amiss. What was discovered? 1,000 shadow fiends in one city. It won't be easy to find them. Shadow Demon Emperor said nonchalantly. Qi Huang's eyes flickered, and he said, Delay could lead to unforeseen problems, and I don't want any accidents to happen. You and I will hold off the leader of the Greedy Wolf Army, while the 1,000 shadow demons in the city launch an attack, coordinating with our clan's army, along with the Shadow Demon Army. We will surely be able to crush Jiangqing in one fell swoop. At that time, we can break through the Baihe Beach and obtain the body of the Divine Dragon. Their purpose in besieging Jiangqing was to obtain the dragon's corpse found in the Baihe mudflats. That's an emperor-level existence. Once he obtains it, his strength will undoubtedly reach a new level. Hee, it's fine as long as Emperor Qi makes the arrangements. I'm here to help Emperor Qi. However, the descendants of the Qi Emperor should not forget the agreement with our clan. The Shadow Demon Emperor said in a sinister tone. Don't worry, I will definitely find the person you are looking for. Qi Huang glanced at him, and then spoke. Now that the demon ancestor has awakened, why doesn't he simply rule the world and annihilate the human race? Why is he looking for someone else? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The Shadow Demon King gave him a cold look. Qi Huang's eyes turned slightly cold. He was a king of a clan. When had anyone ever dared to speak to him like that? However, considering that the other party was a demon and that the power behind them was unimaginably strong, he said nothing. He raised his right palm, and grayish-white mist condensed before exploding. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the gray fog, accompanied by countless footsteps. Countless figures rushed toward Jiangxing from all directions. Let's go. The words fell. Qi Huang took off and flew out of the gray mist, with Shadow Demon Emperor chuckling and following closely behind. Wah! Wah! The sirens blared loudly, their piercing sound echoing throughout the city. As the alarm sounded, countless figures of the greedy wolf army appeared in the air. Has the Qi tribe finally launched a real attack? Song Yu Batian grinned and flicked the blood off his spiked club. However, he wisely retreated to the city wall. There were too many of them coming from the other side, and they were too fierce. As soon as you look at it, the Qi tribe's army looks like a swarm of locusts. If he stays outside, he'll likely be overwhelmed in the blink of an eye. Su Yilua and the other women also returned to the city wall. Boom! Boom! Just then, a series of large explosions suddenly rang out in the city. The building collapsed, burying many people in the city without them even knowing why. Commander, Shadow Fiend. A Shadow Fiend has entered the city. A soldier from the greedy wolf army ran up to Mo Yun, his voice urgent. Shadow Fiends are an extremely troublesome type of demon. They can hide in the shadows without any fluctuation of spiritual energy, making them extremely difficult to detect. In the battle against the demons, the thing they need to be most careful of is the Shadow Demon. Because you never know whether they will emerge from your shadow or from the chair you are sitting in the next second. Mo Yun took a deep breath, his eyes looking somewhat serious. He had sensed something entering the city beforehand and had his subordinates investigate secretly. I never expected it to be such a troublesome demon as the Shadow Demon. To find the Shadow Demon except through special I-type spiritual arts, you can only be extremely careful. Song Yu Batian, you are no longer responsible for the battle outside. I'm leaving the city to you. The shadow demons that entered the city shouldn't be too strong, so be careful. Mo Yun glanced at the two figures that were slowly emerging from the gray mist and spoke slowly. Shadow Demon King. Emperor Qi. This is troublesome. He muttered to himself, and a jet-black spear appeared in his hand. Superior Divine Weapon, Black Divine Spear. Behind him, a black phantom of a Qilin appeared. In an instant, an incomparably powerful aura surged from his body. Song Yu Batian also saw Qi Huang and Ing Mo Huang. His eyelid twitched, but he didn't say anything. Let's go into town. The battlefield outside is no longer something they can participate in. Chapter 192 The Shadow Demon Emperor's Killing Intent. In the city of Jiang, the Shadow Demon transformed into a shadow assassin, wreaking havoc throughout the city. Although Mo Yun, the leader of the greedy wolf army, had sensed something beforehand and had already arranged for people to enter the city to set up defenses. But he didn't expect that it was Shadow Fiend who entered the city. Hidden in the shadows, ever present, the Shadow Fiend is a born killer. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly erupted inside the city lord's mansion. Large areas of houses collapsed, and flames soared into the sky. Explosions then rang out not only in the city lord's mansion, but also throughout Jiangxing. The nesters in the city stood in formation, ready for battle, but unfortunately, they couldn't find the Shadow Demon at all. Even if they did, the Shadow Demon would vanish into the shadows in an instant. They had absolutely no way to deal with it. So far, they have only killed a dozen or so Shadow Fiends. Song Yu Batian frowned, his heart filled with anger. Even though he was a top-tier nest master with extremely keen spiritual senses, he didn't have a good way to deal with these Shadow Demons. As long as there is Shadow Fiend can hide at any time. Killing a Shadow Fiend often results in significant additional damage. There's even a chance of accidentally injuring someone. Moreover, with one section of Jiangxing's city wall destroyed by the Shadow Demon, the Qi clan army had already entered. Many of the nest warriors were tied down by the Qi clan army. Seeing an opportunity, the Shadow Demons within the city naturally became even more unrestrained. If only these rats in the shadows had a magic mirror. Song Yu Batian said angrily. The spirit mirror is a functional artifact that can reveal targets hidden in shadows or the void. For Shadow Fiend, the mirror of spirits is their nemesis. On the battlefield, armies fighting the shadow demon are usually equipped with spirit mirrors. However, they arrived in Jiangcheng in haste, never expecting to encounter the shadow demon. Su Yulu remained silent, her body erupting with icy spiritual energy, forming an ice shield around her to prevent a sudden attack from the shadow demon. Lu Qingyu and Cang Yueshue were also cautious. Although Cang Yubatian was right beside them, in such a chaotic battle, things could change in an instant, so it was always wise to stay vigilant. My lord, many shadow demons have appeared in the city lord's mansion. They are attacking the secret realm. Suddenly, a nest master covered in blood ran over. Half of his sleeve was empty, and two weak, flaming wolves stood beside him. The city lord's mansion has appeared. Is it attacking the secret realm? Song Yu Batian frowned. He knew about the secret realm of Jiangcheng. To be precise, many nest masters in the Dragon Kingdom knew about the secret realm of Jiangcheng, even if they are not from Jiangcheng. I also know that in the hidden Jiangcheng area, a great man is buried in the Baihe River mudflats. Could it be that their purpose in besieging Jiangcheng was to seize the Baihe mudflats? The Qi clan and the Shadow Demon clan is to find the corpse of that great figure in the White River mudflats. In an instant, Song Yu Baishan's expression turned solemn. With a flap of his spiritual wings, he transformed into a streak of azure light and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. I'll go to the city lord's mansion first. By the time the sound rang out, he had already vanished. Su Yuluo and the others exchanged glances, and although they were somewhat confused, they hurriedly followed behind. Outside Jiangcheng, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Three powerful emperors unleashing their full power. This is probably a scene never before seen in the history of Jiangcheng. Mo Yun stood in midair, the phantom of the black Qilin behind him resembling an ancient beast, and a vast and terrifying aura rose from his body. Opposite, the Shadow Demon Emperor was dressed in a black robe. His figure was extremely realistic and illusory, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Qi Huang may look like an old man, but he has the majesty of an emperor. The two men faced Mo Yun with icy expressions. Mo Yun, the greedy wolf army alone cannot stop us. Qi Huang spoke, his voice calm. You are also a royal-level expert. Join us, and we will be equals. Why should you submit to someone else? The black god spear in Mo Yun's hand vibrated, and the void was directly torn apart. Stop talking nonsense. You've waited so long to make your move. You must have made ample preparations. Let's go for it, and see what you're made of. Qi Huang gave Mo Yun a deep look and said no more. His offer to surrender was just a casual remark, and Mo Yun's refusal was not surprising at all. Hey. The Shadow Demon Emperor sneered and vanished without a trace. However, a layer of murderous intent suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. Mo Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. He could vaguely sense the location of the Shadow Demon Emperor, but if he were to fight the Qi Emperor, would he still be able to defend against the Shadow Demon Emperor's murderous intent emanating from the shadows? Even he himself was uncertain. It must be said that compared to a direct attack, the Shadow Fiend, hiding in the shadows, is more threatening. Boom! From Qi Huang's body, and a powerful aura surged forth, causing pieces of him to explode in the void. The corpse energy surged, and Qi Huang's appearance completely changed. It transformed into a monster about 10 feet in size, with bare blue skin, resembling a corpse monster. Its mouth split open, and the aura of death escaped with each breath, leaving traces of the space being dissolved by the aura of death. Qi Huang shattered space like lightning and struck Mo Yun. Mo Yun held the Black God Spear in one hand, and boundless black light erupted, causing the Black God Spear to burst forth with pitch-black spear light. Boom! Gun and fist collided, and the sound of the explosion was like thunder falling from the sky. Vast swathes of space shattered, transforming into a storm that swept across all directions. Chapter 193 The World-Breaking Pearl. Qi Huang's corpse energy soared into the sky, and he unleashed punch after punch, creating craters in the vast space. Mo Yun merged with the mythical soldier Mo Qilin, making his own combat power incredibly terrifying. The Black Divine Spear is a top-grade divine weapon with immense power. Boom! A beam of gunfire swept across, and a 1,000-meter-long black light split the sky and earth in two. Qi Huang roared, his black hair flying wildly, and he unleashed a barrage of gray death energy that swept across the sky. Just then, a figure appeared silently behind Mo Yun. A scarlet blood-red blade slashed down suddenly. Sizzle. The bloodstained blade plunged straight into the back of Mo Yun's neck. Such a keen intuition. The Shadow Demon Emperor showed no joy in his success, smiled faintly, and his figure vanished once more. The moment he disappeared, Mo Yun's figure slowly shattered into fragments. Not far away, Mo Yun appeared unharmed. However, his face was somewhat pale. Although he had just escaped the Shadow Demon King's assassination attempt, he had almost been injured. The Shadow Demon Emperor, hidden in the shadows of the void, was difficult even for him to perceive. Moreover, he also had to face the powerful Qi Emperor. As expected of the leader of the greedy wolf army, he was able to fight me while also dodging the Shadow Demon Emperor's assassination attempt. Emperor Qi praised. The fist imprint shattered space and blasted towards Mo Yun. Jiangcheng, the city lord's mansion. Before the secret realm of Baihe Beach, many shadow demons appeared and fought with the nest masters of Jiangcheng. A shadow demon with an exceptionally powerful aura casually tore a nest master and his troops in two, then threw a green bead at the White River Beach. The green bead is the boundary-breaking bead, specifically used to open up secret realms. Collapse. And large cracks instantly appeared at the entrance to the Baihe Beach secret realm. Faintly, one could even sense the wind blowing outwards from the secret realm. So this is the legendary secret realm after all? A single boundary-breaking pearl can't even open it. The shadow demon muttered to itself, and another boundary-breaking bead appeared in its hand. Court death. Suddenly, a roar rang out. Song Yu Batian unleashed a spiritual technique, blasting it towards the shadow demon. The entrance to the Baihe River mudflats is already riddled with cracks. If this boundary-breaking pearl is used, the entrance to the secret realm will likely be completely destroyed. You arrived pretty quickly, didn't you? The shadow demon's figure instantly merged into a mass of shadows, while sinister voices echoed from all around. Song Yubation's eyes were somewhat solemn. This is a shadow demon of the overlord level, on par with him. If he is careless, he might even perish here. The four Tyrannosaurus kings stood guard before the secret realm of the White River mudflats, warily watching their surroundings. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and a beam of black light cleaved a crack in space. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was beheaded instantly, blood gushing out like a waterfall, before it could even let out a scream. You bastard! Song Yu Batian gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. He was furious as he looked at the Shadow Fiend, who had disappeared into the shadows again after killing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Overlord-level Shadow Fiend, though not as powerful as the Shadow Fiend Emperor. Even in the void where there are no shadows, it can disappear at any time. However, the surrounding area is full of buildings, and it's daytime. The shadows merged into one, and even the shadows of him and several Tyrannosaurus kings could be the hiding place of this shadow demon. Despite his anger, Song Yu Batian dared not be careless and remained highly focused. Call. A gust of wind blew by. With their minds connected, a Tyrannosaurus king suddenly unleashed a breath of dragon fire. Unfortunately, Shadow Fiend never appeared. Whoosh! A flash of dark light appeared, and the shadow demon emerged from the other side, slaying another Tyrannosaurus king. Next time, you'll be my target. A chilling voice rang out from a corner. Snort. Song Yu Batian snorted coldly, ignoring him completely. Fighting here severely limits his abilities. In a sense, he even became a sitting duck for Shadow Fiend. But the secret realm of the Baihe River mudflats was right here, so he left. This shadow demon will definitely use the boundary-breaking bead to break the secret realm. At that time, his expression hardened. Jiangcheng was likely about to fall completely. Puff! Just as Song Yu Batian was distracted, a cold light suddenly rose from the shadows and enveloped him. The glint of the blade reflected the shadows of the figures, and the shadow demon's eyes were filled with triumphant satisfaction. But in an instant, the smugness in his eyes froze. The person in front of me? He tried to draw his sword, but found that it was as if it were stuck in his hand, and he couldn't pull it out at all. Not only that, his hand was also as if it were welded to the knife, unable to detach from it. That Song Yu Batian in front of him had somehow turned into a puppet with a blank expression. You really think I'd be distracted in battle? Song Yu Batian slowly stepped out from behind the puppet, his eyes fixed on the shadow demon with coldness. Finally, they caught the mouse lurking in the shadows. However, this life-saving device will be unusable for the time being. Looking at the puppet, a look of regret flashed in his eyes. It can replace one's own death to a certain extent. Of course, if the opponent's attack is too powerful. The only result will be that both the person and the puppet will be annihilated in the attack. Song Yu Batian touched his shoulder. Although he had successfully blocked the shadow demon's attack with his puppet, he had also been injured. However, the outcome was good. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and Tyrannosaurus King's claws tore through space, sweeping towards Shadow Demon. Chapter 194 Qilin descends from the sky. Boom! Space shattered, and Shadow Fiend was smashed into a bloody pulp by Tyrannosaurus Rex. Song Yu Batian breathed a sigh of relief. In just a few moments of fighting, 2 Tyrannosaurus Kings had already been lost. Although they were just ordinary soldiers, it greatly weakened his combat power. Throughout the City Lord's mansion, with flames shooting into the sky, the battle is far from over. I turned my head and glanced at the broken entrance to the Baiha River Mudflat's secret realm. Song Yu Batian's eyes were solemn. It seems that using another boundary-breaking bead would completely break the secret realm. Whoosh! Loud bang rang out in the air. Space was shattered, and a jet-black blade of light slashed towards Song Yu Batian. Song Yu Batian's mind, and he shifted his body to the side. But it was too late. The light blade was incredibly fast, and caught everyone off guard. Despite Song Yu Batian's quick reaction, one of his arms was still severed by the light blade. Blood gushed out, and Song Yu Batian's face turned deathly pale. Roar! Tyrannosaurus King roared and shielded Song Yu Batian behind him. Haha, you've got a quick reaction, but I can try countless times, while you're doomed if you make just one mistake. A tall, shadowy figure slowly emerged from the void. Her stunning figure was covered only by a very simple piece of thin gauze. She stuck out her red tongue and licked the bloodstains from the black blade in her hand, her eyes full of mockery. Another Overlord-level shadow demon, and even stronger than the previous one. Song Yu Batian's expression was solemn. If he were at his peak, he would naturally have nothing to fear. But now, his eyes were somewhat dull. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, it was just that Consort Ming. Thinking of his younger sister, Song Yu Mingfei, whose fate was still unknown, he clenched his only arm. Still want to struggle? The alluring shadow demon chuckled, lunged forward, and vanished in a flash. Which part of you I'll cut off next? A silvery voice rang out, but it was filled with murderous intent. Puff! A flash of light appeared from behind Song Yu Batian. Blood splattered as Song Yu Batian had a large gash slashed open on his back. TSK, your reaction is slow. The shadow demon emerged from the void, looking at Song Yu Batian with a somewhat indifferent expression. Song Yu Batian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, almost losing his balance. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its exceptionally large size, roared angrily, its eyes blazing with fury. They wanted to go up and kill the shadow demon, but they were afraid that Song Yu Batian would be hurt again. A beast like you dares to be so insolent in front of me. Shadow Demon glanced coldly at Tyrannosaurus King, then moved with lightning speed, closing in and severing one of Tyrannosaurus King's forelimbs with a swift blade strike. The Tyrannosaurus King let out a painful roar and spewed out its dragon breath. Unfortunately, Shadow Fiend easily dodged it. Song Yu Batian leaned against the wall, his lips chapped. Outside Jiangcheng, Mo Yun was disheveled, his clothes torn and stained with blood. The black divine spear exuded a sharp, murderous aura. Qi Huang also had several bloody holes in his body, but he looked to be in much better condition than him. Haha, why bother fighting to the death with the two of us? Even if you don't want to join us, you can leave Jiangcheng. That way, at least there won't be any problem in saving your life. Qi Huang looked at Mo Yun and said, against him and the Shadow Demon Emperor, he dared not push them too far. After all, Mo Yun still had the ability to choose one of them to perish together. The Shadow Demon King appeared behind Mo Yun. There was a gunshot wound in his shoulder blade. Was left behind when they ambushed Mo Yun before. It must be said that Mo Yun's strength is indeed formidable. In a one-on-one fight, neither he nor Emperor Qi would be a match for Mo Yun. Unfortunately, Mo Yun was facing the two of them. Mo Yun glanced at them, but didn't say anything. His gaze fell upon the battlefield below, and then upon the chaotic Jiangcheng. His pupils reflected the warriors fighting fiercely, saw the entrance to the shattered Baiha beach, and also saw Song Yu Batian nearly dying under the Shadow Demon's blade. His eyes flickered. It seems Jiangcheng is beyond saving. However, even if Jiangcheng cannot be saved, these two will not escape unscathed. His gaze hardened, and an unprecedentedly powerful aura suddenly rose from his body. Roar! A deafening roar resounded. A phantom image of a black Qilin appeared above his head. In the sky, dark, gloomy clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder roared within the thick clouds. Black God's spear raised high. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the tip of the spear. Instantly, the black divine spear, the phantom of the ink Kirin in the air, and the lightning and thunder in the sky connected together. Mo Yun's black hair flew wildly, and blood flowed from her mouth. But his eyes were incredibly bright. Qilin descends from heaven. Rumble! The black Qilin, carrying a sea of thunder on its back, swooped down from the sky. Destroy the world descended, and the sky turned dark. Chapter 195 The Final Fight. Thunder roared in the sky, and the dark clouds were as black as ink. Mo Yun was surrounded by lightning. The ink Qilin, carrying a sea of thunder, suppressed the Qi Emperor and the Shadow Demon Emperor. The void cracked inch by inch, collapsing in large swathes. Qi Huang's eyes widened, a hint of fear flashing across them. Even he was terrified to face the desperate struggle of a powerful opponent of the same level. However, Lei Hai had already locked onto them. It's too late to escape now. Roar! Qi Huang roared loudly, his body surging with corpse energy, and the vast corpse energy soared into the sky. An immense, colossal figure, its feet planted on the ground, and its head reaching the sky, appeared amidst the aura of death. The powerful corpse energy resisted the lightning and blocked Mo Yun's attack. But that's not enough. An endless sea of lightning erupted, and the corpse energy was rapidly eroded. Qi Huang's eyes narrowed, knowing he couldn't wait any longer. We must take the initiative. He clenched his right fist, causing the sea of corpse energy to boil, and then unleashed a powerful punch. The figure behind him also threw a punch. The overwhelming fist shadows struck into the sea of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion occurred, and the sea of thunder surged with terrifying waves. Space was annihilated by lightning, creating a black hole. On the other side, the Shadow Demon Emperor was shrouded in shadow, and the demonic blade in his hand emitted a sharp, inky black light. Faced with Mo Yun's desperate move, he dared not be careless in the slightest. The king-level spiritual power within his body surged forth like a gushing river, frantically pouring into the demonic blade. The demonic light surged, and a blade of light, 1,000 meters long, shot into the sky. Space was easily cut apart like a rag. Cut! With a roar, a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of the Shadow Demon King's mouth, and the veins on his arms, gripping the demonic blade, bulged. Boom! 1,000-meter-long blade of light, swallowing up the sunlight, slashed into the sea of lightning, causing a series of explosions. The black Qilin also let out a miserable howl, and lightning flashed from its Qilin horn as it faced the blade. But fighting two opponents at once is just too difficult. Moreover, both Shadow Demon Emperor and Qi Emperor are top-tier members of the sovereign level, and both have records of killing powerful individuals of the same level. Although the black Qilin had devoured the nest and possessed great combat power, it was still unable to withstand the combined attack of the two. Snap! With a crisp sound, the Qilin horn shattered like porcelain. His aura immediately weakened considerably. Meanwhile, Lei Hai was also in turmoil under the bombardment of Qi Huang. Puff! Mo Yun coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure swayed, and he almost couldn't stand up. Facing two top-tier monarch-level powerhouses, it was still too much of a stretch. But there was no other way. If you don't fight to the death. Faced with the Shadow Demon King's repeated sneak attacks, he was bound to be defeated sooner or later. So, there's at least a chance to take one away. A resolute glint flashed in his bloodshot eyes. Xiao Mo, I'm sorry. A hint of guilt flashed in his eyes, but it quickly turned into unwavering determination. Master, let's begin. A deep voice came from within his body. In the sea of lightning, the phantom of the ink Qilin grew fainter and fainter. The Shadow Demon King and the Qi Emperor are not in good condition either. Image behind Qi Huang had faded considerably, and his right arm had been shattered countless times in the sea of lightning. Several nicks appeared on the demonic blade in the Shadow Demon King's hand. The hardness of the Qilin horn is comparable to divine iron, and even though the demonic blade in his hand is a divine weapon, it was damaged at this moment. And his spiritual energy was also greatly depleted. But the battle is finally coming to an end. In the sky, the illusory image of the Sea of Thunder was about to dissipate, and Mo Yun's aura was also extremely weak. Just then, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly spread out. The Shadow Demon Emperor's heart tightened, and without hesitation, he immediately concealed himself. Qi Huanggang shattered Lei Hai completely with a single punch. Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. Whoosh! A cold glint suddenly shot out. Space shattered, and the chilling light reached its limit. Mo Yun was enveloped in a bloody aura. His previous desperate attack had drained all the spiritual energy from his body. This final strike was entirely powered by the essence of his unit, the Ink Kirin. Amidst the crimson spear light, the dark qilin on his body flickered in and out of existence. The combined state may be dissolved at any time. Boom! The spear's edge tore through space and struck Qi Huang's chest. Internal organs were torn apart, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Qi Huang, whose figure was over 10 feet tall, staggered 2 steps and knelt down on the ground, as if pushing gold and jade overturning. Qi Huang. Mo Yun's eyes were lifeless as he fell straight to the ground. The combined state automatically dissipated, the Qilin horn shattered, and the blood-soaked Mo Qilin fell to the ground. Chapter 196 The Resurrection of the Qi Emperor? The Shadow Demon Emperor's Thoughts. Mo Yun glanced at the kneeling Qi Huang out of the corner of his eye, his gaze flickering almost imperceptibly. Killing the Qi Emperor was the best he could do. In the void, the Shadow Demon Emperor slowly revealed his form. Mo Yun's final attack wasn't aimed at him, so he was in good condition. Otherwise, given his current condition, he might not have been able to dodge that attack. But the Emperor Qi? He looked at the Qi Emperor, who was kneeling on the ground, as large as a small mountain. Blood gushed out, and he was already lifeless. His gaze shifted, and he muttered to himself indifferently. So be it. In any case, their goal was simply to use Qi Huang. Promising to help the Qi Emperor obtain the dragon's corpse from the Baihe River mudflats was merely a matter of following the trend. Killing the leader of the greedy wolf army, one of the 4 military leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, was already a great success for them. Moreover, it wasn't just the leader of the greedy wolf army. The Shadow Demon King looked down at the battlefield. Under the attacks of the Qi clan and the Shadow Demon clan, the greedy wolf army has fallen into a major disadvantage and is retreating steadily. Before long, they will be wiped out in one fell swoop. This operation was an unexpected success. The Shadow Demon King's lips parted in a grin. Upon returning to the ancestral land of the demon race, he will undoubtedly receive great rewards, and may even be received by the ancient ancestors of the demon race. However, he only dared to think about it. Throughout the entire demon race, no more than 20 people are qualified to have an audience with the ancient ancestors of the demon race. The mermaids must have already captured Haiqing by now. Haiqing and Jiangsheng are their 2 targets in this operation. The mermaid clan is active in Haiqing. Its strength is much weaker compared to Jiangsheng. That mermaid king, after occupying Sea City, didn't even bother to come and help me. If that madman Mo Yun's final target is me, then I'm in danger. The Shadow Demon King was still shaken. Puff! Suddenly, a sound of flesh tearing apart rang out. The Shadow Demon King looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a blood-sucking hand emerged from the back of Qi Huang's massive body. Then another hand appeared. 2 hands pried open the flesh on his back, and a naked, human-sized young figure emerged from the flesh and blood of the Qi Emperor. Looking at his facial features, he bears a 7/10 resemblance to Qi Huang, and his aura is also from the same source as Qi Huang. The only difference is that, compared to the aura of the top emperor of Qi Huang, the aura of this young figure is far too weak. He is probably not even comparable to ordinary kings and nobles. Mo Yun, who was lying on the ground barely breathing, widened his eyes upon seeing this scene, and then his eyes turned ashen. Did it fail again? Qi Huang glared fiercely at Mo Yun. If he hadn't obtained a life-saving spiritual technique years ago, he would have really been taken away by that madman Mo Yun. However, the cost of using that spiritual technique is extremely high. This was the first time he had used the spiritual technique since he acquired it. His original essence has been completely depleted. It would probably take decades to recover. Immediately, his gaze turned towards the depths of Jiangxing. If he obtains that dragon's corpse, it won't be long before he recovers to his full strength, and may even advance further. Qi Huang's life-saving methods are truly amazing. I thought you were dead, and I was so heartbroken. Qi Huang's pupils contracted as he looked at the Shadow Demon Emperor who had suddenly appeared beside him. Alarm bells rang in my mind. To cooperate with the demons is like asking a tiger for its skin. It's just that their goals are somewhat aligned, so they've only reached a temporary agreement. Now that my strength has been greatly diminished, I'm afraid I'm in danger. The Shadow Demon Emperor's pupils darkened. He had seen the look of apprehension in Qi Huang's eyes. He laughed. Your Majesty need not be so wary. Our demon race has always been trustworthy and not treacherous. Since we've agreed to cooperate, we'll naturally cooperate to the end. It's not that the Shadow Demon King is kind-hearted or trustworthy. But Emperor Qi is an old ruler who has lived for many years, so who knows what other means he might have to save his life. Moreover, he's not in good shape right now. If he gets traded 1-for-1 with Qi Huang, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Furthermore, the demon race is not a monolithic entity. Although with the resurgence of the demon race, all the major demon races have united. But the competition remains extremely fierce. If he were to return to the demon realm severely injured, not to mention any rewards or honors, he himself would likely be devoured by other demons. With his mind racing, the Shadow Demon Emperor abandoned his plan to attack the Qi Emperor. Ha ha ha, Shadow Demon King is joking. How could I not trust Shadow Demon King? Qi Huang's mouth split open. He has lived for thousands of years, and his hair is completely bald. The fleeting apprehension in the Shadow Demon Emperor's eyes could not be hidden from his keen observation. After a moment's thought, he guessed the Shadow Demon Emperor's thoughts with remarkable accuracy. He was afraid he had a backup plan. Thinking of this, the Shadow Demon King implicitly. Qi Huang's appearance further diminished Shadow Demon Emperor's interest in taking action. After glancing around, Shadow Demon Emperor looked at the dying Mo Yun and Mo Qilin. Qi Huang is not in good condition right now. Why not use these two monarch-level bodies to replenish him? Qi Huang stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 197 God-Level Treasure Chest, the Shadow Demon Emperor's Fear. A glint of greed flashed in Qi Huang's eyes. The Qi clan is born with the ability to control corpses and even use the nutrients within them to nourish themselves. Mo Yun and Mo Qilin are both top-tier monarch-level powerhouses, so they are naturally a great tonic for him. Although it cannot compare to the dragon carcass found in the Baihe River mud flats, it is still an extremely rare and exquisite blood delicacy. After all, killing an emperor is no easy task under normal circumstances. With a grin, Qi Huang slowly walked towards Mo Yun. Roar! At that moment, a low, muffled roar sounded. The black Qilin, its scales shattered and covered in blood, stood up shakily and stood in front of Mo Yun. Interesting. The Shadow Demon King crossed his arms and smirked. He never expected that the dying Mo Qilin would be able to stand up again. Snort. Qi Huang snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. You beast, you think you can stop me? Although his combat power has greatly decreased, and his source energy has been severely depleted, his combat power is even inferior to that of a king. But this black Qilin before me, it's probably not even as good as a level 1 ferocious beast now. Qi Huang raised his hand, his spiritual energy surging, stirring up a gale. Bang! The black Qilin, barely managing to stand, held on for a few breaths in the fierce wind before collapsing to the ground again. It is too weak. Just standing up took all its strength. Shao. Blood gushed from Mo Yun's mouth, and a look of pain flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll send you off one by one. Qi Huang grinned maliciously, dispersed his spiritual power, and reached out to grab the black Qilin. Boom! Just then, a sword intent suddenly flashed across the sky. The immense power shook the heavens and earth, shattering the void with a single blast. The outstretched Qi Huang had no chance to react before he was instantly annihilated by this overwhelming power. Slowly, Sukan's figure emerged from the shattered fragments of space. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the Qi Emperor. A divine treasure chest will be awarded as a reward. Qi Huang fell. The system's voice rang in Sukan's mind. Huh, here to help Jiangxing. The Shadow Demon Emperor gave a cold laugh. He noticed Sukan the moment he appeared. If he wanted to, rescuing the Qi Emperor from Sukan's attack wouldn't be difficult at all. However, firstly, he has always been cautious. Secondly, he subconsciously believed that Emperor Qi had a way to save his life. So he didn't make a move. Unexpectedly, Emperor Qi was killed by Sukan with a single sword strike. However, he soon stopped caring. He looked at Sukan and smiled sinisterly. Human boy, you can't save Jiangxing by yourself, can you? As soon as he finished speaking, his inky spiritual power erupted. Sukan's aura was only at the king level. Even though his attack just now far surpassed that of an ordinary king level, he didn't take it seriously. Although he was severely injured and his strength was reduced to less than 1/10, killing a king or marquis would not be difficult for him, let alone killing a lord-level being. Sukin smiled faintly. What makes you think I'm the only one? He may be reckless, but he's not stupid. Although the aura of this demon was somewhat weak, its power level was clearly on par with the Mermaid Emperor who appeared in the Sea City. Moreover, his sword strike just now actually killed the Chi clan emperor. His expression was very strange, and he seemed to find it hard to believe. However, the divine treasure chest in the system space proved to him that his sword strike had indeed killed an emperor. Oh, so you have accomplices? The Shadow Demon King's eyes darted around as he surveyed his surroundings, becoming subtly alert. Buzz! Suddenly, large ripples appeared in the void, like waves on a lake. Immediately afterwards, a huge star chart appeared from the void. A star shifter? The Shadow Demon King exclaimed in surprise. The star-shifting compass is a divine weapon of the ominous star army. Its appearance signifies. His heart skipped a beat. With both major military commands present within the Dragon Kingdom, have they abandoned the border? How could they do such a thing? How dare you do such a thing? Wait a minute. This star-shifting disk might not necessarily contain the ominous star military headquarters. The Shadow Demon King clung to his last glimmer of hope. Hopefully, this star-shifting compass was simply lent to someone else by the Xiongqian military. Otherwise, there would be a military headquarters plus an emperor. Given his current state, I'm afraid I'm going to perish here. Chapter 198 The Shadow Demon Emperor Dies. The Shadow Demon King stared in terror at the star-shifting disk that appeared from the void, his heart pounding wildly. If it were truly the arrival of the fiendish army, given his current state, even if he were the Shadow Demon, there would be absolutely no possibility of him escaping. As a fellow Monarch-level being, he naturally knew just how terrifying a Monarch-level expert in their prime could be, and he also knew how powerful the leaders of the 4 major military commands were. Buzz! The air vibrated, and the gate of the star-shifting disk slowly opened, allowing the army of ominous stars to surge out directly from it. Hundreds of thousands of troops filled half the sky. Instantly, the Shadow Demon King's face froze, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. But a sliver of hope remained in his heart. Hopefully, the star-shifting plate only contains the ominous star army, and the ominous star army leader, Mu Qingwu, has not come. Burly figure wearing a black cloak emerged from the star-shifting disk. The Shadow Demon Emperor was utterly devastated. The Shadow Demon Emperor indifferently, then moved and arrived directly beside Mo Yun. The spiritual energy enveloped Mo Yun and the Mo Qilin, sending them into the star-shifting disk. Mo Yun and Mo Qilin were in extremely poor condition. He is not in immediate danger, but he will inevitably have to stay in bed for several months. Then, Mu Qingwu's gaze fell upon the Shadow Demon Emperor, his entire body radiating killing intent. With a flash of inspiration, he instantly merged with his own unit. The overwhelming pressure of a top-tier Monarch-level being was like a demonic mountain, pressing down on the Shadow Demon Emperor. The Shadow Demon King was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide open. Enveloped by Mu Qingwu's aura, he couldn't even hide in the space. However, his gaze soon fell on Su Kan, who was standing to the side. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. Su Kan's aura was thick and solid, far exceeding that of a king-level weapon, making him an absolute genius. Having made up his mind, he pushed off the air with his feet and shot out like a sharp sword. A piercing explosion echoed in the void, and the Shadow Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with madness. Sukin stood calmly in the void, not dodging the Shadow Demon Emperor's attack, with a faint smile on his face. Humph, you're about to die, and you still have the mood to laugh. The Shadow Demon Emperor's demonic blade unleashed a burst of violent spiritual power, cleaving through space and slashing directly at Su Kan. Boom! The demonic blade slashed horizontally, shattering the void. Just as Su Kan was about to be overwhelmed by his attack, a crescent-shaped blade of light suddenly descended from the sky. The incredibly powerful blade light split the heavens and earth in two, tearing open a rift that pierced through the space. The Shadow Demon King's demonic blade cleaved the powerful force in two. The power of the blade remained undiminished, obliterating space and annihilating the Shadow Demon Emperor in the process. Xiongqian Military Headquarters, attack. After killing the Shadow Demon Queen, Mu Qingwu immediately issued the order to attack. Sukin chuckled and summoned hundreds of thousands of azure flame insects. With their arrival, the morale of the greedy wolf army, which had been low and retreating under the siege of the Shadow Demon clan and the Qi clan, soared. Caught in a pincer attack, the Shadow Demon and the Qi clan army began to crumble in an instant. In Jiangqing, Song Yu Batian was in a terrible state, covered in blood. All his troops had been killed, except for one hero-type Tyrannosaurus King, who remained by his side. However, Tyrannosaurus Rex was also in extremely poor condition. On the other side, Su Yulua, Lu Qingyu, Song Yueshue, and others were immediately surrounded by shadow demons as soon as they entered the city lord's mansion. Su Yulua's face was pale, and there was blood on her body. Two ice maidens stood in front of her, but both of them were in extremely poor condition. Lu Qingyu and Song Yueshue were both panting heavily. Faced with the shadow demon's attack, their spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. Their own troops have also suffered a significant reduction in combat strength due to repeated battles. Am I going to die here today? Chapter 199. Yes, I'm still alive. Su Yulu and the other two girls stood back to back, watching the shadow demons closing in on them. Ice Maiden, Thornflower Fairy, and Storm Fox stood in front of the three women, panting heavily and covered in blood as they looked at the shadow demons around them. Looks like we're going to die here today. Song Yueshue forced a smile, her exquisite face devoid of color. Lu Qingyu's delicate body trembled, then her eyes hardened, and she pursed her lips. Sukin will avenge us. I believe he is not dead. Su Yulua nodded as well. He must not be dead. Bang! The ice wall cast by the Ice Maiden was shattered by a shadow fiend's blade, the immense force sending the Ice Maiden flying. The Thornflower Fairy and Storm Fox were also cut down by the shadow fiend who had surrounded them. In an instant, the last force protecting the three women was destroyed. TSK, 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 what a beautiful person. A shadow demon leader took the lead and walked directly in front of the three women. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a malicious smile on his face. Didn't you just threaten to kill me? Why are you not moving now? Are you out of strength? Hee, such exquisite human beauties are extremely rare. I really don't want to kill them. Beg me? Whoever begs the loudest, I'll let them off the hook. The shadow demon leader said, his eyes full of amusement. Roll! Song Yueshue directly yelled and cursed. Humans and demons have a blood feud that has lasted for generations, so how could they possibly submit to the demons? Roll! The shadow demon leader sneered and rubbed his wrist. It seems I need to make you realize what the current situation is. The shadow demon leader raised his arm, a cold smile playing on his lips. Brush! A cold light suddenly flashed in the void, and then a severed arm flew out. The shadow demon stared blankly at the vanished arm for a long time before he realized what had happened, until blood began to seep out. Oh! He screamed and hurriedly retreated. Have you clearly understood the current situation? A voice rang out. Sukin walked over slowly with his arms crossed. Su Yulua and the other two women trembled in unison, their eyes immediately filled with ecstatic joy. Sukan. Su Yulua turned her head and saw that familiar and handsome face. She could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Despite her repeated insistence that she believed Sukin was not dead. But deep down, wasn't she afraid too? I'm not afraid that Sukin is dead. Now, seeing Sukin standing alive in front of her, she could no longer suppress her emotions. Lu Qingyu burst into tears and hugged Sukin tightly. Song Yueshue touched her eyes. I knew you were alive. Sukin looked at the three women, his eyes filled with emotion, and nodded heavily. Yes, I am still alive. He reached out and ruffled Su Yulu's hair. Don't cry. I remember you hated crying the most. Snort. Su Yulua turned her head, trying to remove herself from Sukan's hand, but felt a warm feeling in her heart. All right, let's wait a bit before we catch up. I'll take care of this trash first. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure blurred out. Boom! The heavy prison divine sword slashed out, shattering space, and instantly killing several shadow demons. Upon seeing this, the other shadow demons quickly hid in the shadows. Compared to direct combat, their talent makes them more adept at assassination. Unfortunately, hiding in the shadows was of no use against Sukan. The incomparably violent power destroyed everything, and the absolute power suppression wiped out the shadow fiend who had hidden in the shadows. In less than 3 breaths, dozens of shadow demons were swiftly and decisively slaughtered by Sukan. The 3 women were all speechless when they saw how powerful Sukan was. Sukan wasn't this powerful when he left. This person's strength is at least at the level of a king or marquis, right? Su Yulu's eyes dimmed considerably. She had thought she could protect Sukan. Unexpectedly, Sukan's current strength has far surpassed hers. Lu Qingyu's eyes shone brightly, as if countless little stars were shining within them. Amazing! Song Yueshue's pupils trembled. Sukan's strength seems to be even greater than that of her domineering father. By the way, didn't my dad go to the city lord's mansion first? Could it be? Instantly, Song Yueshue's face turned pale. Chapter 200 The Power of the Heavy Prison. Song Yueshue's pretty face turned deathly pale. Receiving the news, Song Yu Batian rushed to the city lord's mansion immediately. They arrived shortly afterward, only to be blocked by dozens of shadow demons. Logically speaking, the first thing Song Yu Batian should have done upon entering the city lord's mansion was to eliminate the shadow demon. But Shadow Fiend still has the strength to stop them. So what about her father? Thinking of a certain possibility, Song Yueshue's eyes reddened, and she turned and ran deep into the city lord's mansion. Uncle Songyue? Su Yulu suddenly cried out in surprise. Su Kan, Uncle Songyu might be in danger. Let's go help him quickly. Lu Qingyu also realized what was happening and said, Uncle Songyue came to the city lord's mansion to deal with the shadow demon before us. But the shadow demon still has the strength to kill us. He is probably in danger. Sukan instantly understood what was going on, and a thought flashed through his mind. The Qinglian and Zisha troop types appeared. Protect them. The moment he finished speaking, he carried Song Yueshue away and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a slowly fading afterimage. As they flew deeper into the city lord's mansion, Su Canling magnified his senses to the extreme. Su Can, will my father be all right? Song Yueshue's eyes as she choked out. Don't worry, uncle will be fine. Sukan gently comforted him, his eyes suddenly narrowing. He sensed fluctuations in spiritual energy not far ahead of his lightning wings. He arrived at the place where he sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. On the ground, Song Yu Batian was covered in blood, with one sleeve hanging empty. Before him, Tyrannosaurus Rex's two front claws were severed, and the flesh and blood of one of its thighs were shaved off, leaving only bare white bones. The other thigh was covered with countless knife scars. Opposite them, a female shadow demon held a short blade, licking the blood from its edge, her eyes filled with cruelty and mockery. If she wanted to, she could end Song Yu Batian's life with a single stab at any time. However, what she enjoyed most was the thrill of torture and killing, especially when the target is a tough human. Her face was slightly flushed, her eyes were somewhat unfocused, and she felt a little unsteady on her feet. She hasn't encountered such a tough nut to crack in a long time. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold, and she turned her head to look in a certain direction. With a loud bang, Sukan burst through the air. Dad! Upon seeing Song Yu Batian's miserable state, Song Yueshue burst into tears. What are you crying for? I'm not dead yet. Song Yu Batian forced a grin. Kid, watch out, that shadow demon is very strong even among the overlord level. He didn't say anything about running away. From a shadow fiend would be an extremely foolish thing to do. Don't worry, one sword strike will suffice. Sukan looked at the female shadow demon with an icy expression. Arrogant. The female shadow demon was initially surprised by Sukan's handsomeness, but was instantly enraged by his words. She licked her lips with her red tongue, her eyes filled with greed as she looked at Sukan, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Among the demon race, the succubus is the most beautiful. Succubuses, regardless of gender, are all exceptionally beautiful, and the most outstanding among them are even more so. Handsome succubus she had ever seen. Having encountered such an exquisite item, she would never give it up under any circumstances. Sukan noticed her gaze and gave a mocking smile. Had seen that look in the eyes of the pig demon clan chief before, and its meaning was self-evident. The heavy prison divine sword was held horizontally, and the figure became blurred. As soon as the explosion rang out, the prison sword had already appeared above the female shadow demon's head. What? The female shadow demon was shocked, because she sensed that Sukan was merely a king-level nest master. How could such speed be achieved without even summoning any troops? However, she was, after all, a powerful overlord. In addition, there's the talent of the shadow demon race. That brief moment was enough for her to dodge. The figure was blurred in the shadows on the ground. The prison sword shattered space, sending fragments flying, but the female shadow demon was nowhere to be found. Snort. Sukan snorted coldly. Open the heavy prison. With a cold shout, 100 times the gravity instantly erupted within a radius of 100 meters. In the shadows, the female shadow demon, her eyes filled with horror, pressed a deep crater into the ground. In the blink of an eye, before she could move again, a force 1,000 times greater than gravity descended upon her. His body paused, and his originally lightning-fast movements suddenly slowed to the point of crawling like a tortoise. Moreover, gravity is increasing. In the blink of an eye, the gravity, which was thousands of times greater than normal, has increased to thousands of times greater. Burst out of her body. Sukin walked towards her step by step, and the gravity became stronger and stronger. Finally, the moment arrived. The female shadow demon, with her beautiful figure, had cracks appearing, and her expression was one of extreme terror and pain.